I was so poor that I only had 1 yuan left on me, yet I didn't hesitate to buy the most pay-to-win profession swordmaster. My classmates all thought I was crazy, even the homeroom teacher believed my life was ruined. Although the swordmaster profession has high attack power, it heavily relies on equipment, talents, and skills, each of which requires a massive amount of effort to maintain. However, they didn't know that I possessed the instant death system. As long as I successfully changed professions, I could activate the monster slaying mode, which not only dropped gold coins but also resurrection coins. Forget the swordmaster profession. Even if I chose to be the weakest priest, I could pay my way to invincibility. At that moment, I stood on the profession stone to make my selection. I skipped all the life professions directly and stopped at the combat profession swordmaster. The classmates below couldn't help but stare in disbelief, saying, "What else are you trying to do? He is not seriously choosing the swordmaster profession, is he? He is insane. He is actually going through with it." Even the beautiful female guide beside me was startled and quickly said, "Luyu, don't throw your life away like this." But I just flashed an excited smile and clicked the confirm button without hesitation. The profession stone immediately displayed my new profession, accompanied by a congratulatory announcement: "Congratulations on your successful profession change, Swordmaster." He is insane. With his family's financial situation, choosing Swordmaster is just throwing his future away. Exactly, the swordsman class relies heavily on talent and skills, and requires a massive amount of gold coins to sustain every aspect. The beautiful female guide could only shake her head and sigh, but I paid no heed because my system had finally activated. I laughed heartily. This heaven-sent fortune had finally come to me. The instant death system status has been activated, unlocking the initial state of 1 star. Killing monsters guarantees 100% gold coins equal to the monster's level multiplied by a base value. Killing elite monsters or bosses will double the reward. The current base value for gold coins dropped by monsters is 10. Reminder to the host: advancing will automatically unlock corresponding star levels, and higher star levels will increase the base value. Currently, the only unlocked currency is gold coins. After reading the system introduction, I was overjoyed, but I didn't show it. Instead, I waited quietly in the corner for the other students to complete their class selections. Soon, 2.5 hours passed, and hundreds of students had finally chosen their classes. The beautiful female guide's voice rang out at that moment: "Everyone, please prepare yourselves. You are about to head to the battlefield ruins for your trial. I'm sure your homeroom teachers have already repeated the precautions for the battlefield ruins many times, so I won't go over them again here." In an instant, magical teleportation arrays appeared beneath the feet of hundreds of students, and then, all of them vanished simultaneously. When we reappeared, we had been transported to the battlefield ruins. I looked up and saw that the battlefield stretched endlessly, shrouded in a hazy mist, with a faint scent of decay lingering in the air. Scattered across the battlefield were the corpses and bones of monsters and humans, along with broken weapons and tattered battle flags still standing tall. Yet, the hundreds of students who witnessed the scene froze in place, and some of the more timid ones were already trembling in the corners. As for me, I quietly left the spot alone, as I needed to go hunt some of the weakest level 1 monsters enough for the attack power of a novice swordmaster. Meanwhile, the other students began forming teams, shouting things like, "I'm a top-tier healer, can tank and deal damage, and most importantly, my heals are strong." Looking for a powerful team. The purpose of this simulated dungeon was twofold. First, to expose these students to the true environment of a battlefield and let them experience the brutality of war. Second, it was actually a benefit for these freshly graduated students, as the dungeon contained only the lowest level monsters, allowing them to easily level up to 10. But most importantly, upon reaching level 10 in this dungeon, they could freely draw 3 skills and talents. If you want to continue to draw, you need to spend gold coins. Therefore, the parents of students who have money at home have long given them a large amount of gold coins just to be able to draw good skills and talents in this, so that it is more able to greatly lead others a step ahead. Not only that, this battlefield also specializes in the sale of novice high-quality equipment stores, but the need for too much gold, even if the family has money. Students, their parents also urge not to easily buy equipment in the inside. After all, the most important thing in this is still talent and exclusive skill extraction. As for upgrading, as long as it's not too much of a wave, it can all rise to level 10, the time is just fast and slow. Equipment quality has white plate, blue, green, purple, orange, red epic, gold legend, color myth. There was green novice equipment for sale in this battlefield. And just when these students were still teaming up with each other, Liu had already set out to kill 10 level 1 monsters and popped 100 gold coins. At this time, Liu had already arrived in front of the store selling newbie equipment. Name: Green Shadow Sword. Quality: Green. Profession: Warrior, Swordsman. Wear level: LV 10 or less. Selling price: 100 gold coins. Oh, man. This costs 100 gold coins? That's equivalent to 100,000 yuan. Gold coins, 11,000 union dollars. You know, most of those students with rich families only brought in 1,000 gold coins on them to draw talents and skills. But Liu bought this Green Shadow Sword without even frowning. With this sword, it was enough to sweep through the low-level monsters here. Lu Yu directly came to the area of level 5 monsters. Seconds. Seconds again. Seconds again. All of them were one sword at a time. Ding, congratulations, you've gained 5 by 10 50 gold coins. Ding, congratulations, you've won 5 by 10 50 gold coins. Lu Yu was incomparably excited, calling out that this was simply too good to be true. The high amount of gold coins popped out by these monsters went directly to Lu Yu's backpack automatically. Lu Yu didn't have to worry about being robbed. In this world, monsters popped out all the items, there is no priority argument, anyone can pick up. When those students excitedly rose to level 2, Lu Yu had already risen to level 5, and once again returned to the newbie equipment store. This time, he bought all the best equipment parts in the store, including clothes, shoes, crown, necklace and other 11 pieces of equipment. Lu Yu was covered in green quality equipment, which was literally green from head to toe, even though it didn't look good. But in this battlefield, Lu Yu was already invincible. With ecstasy, Lu Yu went straight to the level 10 monster area. These level 10 monsters had eyes that glowed with a morose red light and had a strangely ugly appearance, with the body of a toad but a head like a hippopotamus, emitting a foul stench all over their bodies that made people feel sick. Name, Evil Harpy. Level, LV10. Blood, 1000. Lu Yu just stood in the middle of the group of level 10 monsters, but these monsters couldn't break his defense at all. And the next second. Ding, congratulations, you have gained 10x 10100 gold coins. Ding, congratulations, you have gained 10x 10100 gold coins. Ding, congratulations, you've gained 10x 10100 gold coins. Chapter 3 Heart of the Sword God. This Battlefield Ruins map was large enough and had enough monsters for everyone to rise to level 10. Lu Yu was alone and killed along a path to the deepest part, frantically looking for monsters to brush to accumulate gold coins. He must draw the most powerful talent. Time flew by. 3 days later. Most of the students had also risen to level 10. Here, after leveling up to 10, it was impossible to gain any more experience and no items would explode. Therefore, the crowd also returned to the safe zone at the first opportunity and started extracting talents and exclusive skills. As for Lu Yu, the reason why he returned to the safe zone now was because all the monsters that he could kill in the depths of the battlefield had been killed by him. At this moment, in front of Lu Yu, there was a talent divine stone and skill divine stone, similar to the transfer divine stone, but with a different pattern on it. Seeing Lu Yu arrive, these students didn't have much of a reaction. After all, the swordsman's damage in the early stages is the highest of all melee professions, and it is still not difficult to single brush up to level 10. My dad prepared 10,000 gold coins for me, and I didn't even buy newbie equipment just to draw talents, and I will definitely be able to draw a purple or higher talent. The one who spoke was Xia Yan, the only son of the Xia family, one of the top 10 richest people in the F war zone. Not only does his family have a mine, but he is also quite talented in magic, with his initial intelligence reaching a staggering 18. Wow! 10,000 gold coins. The onlookers were stunned. In this world, there is a huge gap between the rich and the poor. Not to mention 10,000 gold coins, even 100 gold coins, there are many families that can't afford it. Lu Yu, who was on the side, saw this scene and then silently glanced at the millions of gold coins in his backpack. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly before placing his hand on the skill god stone. The next moment, a wheel engraved with complex carvings appeared in front of Lu Yu's eyes. There were 5 options on it: attack skills, stance skills, defense skills, control skills, and recovery skills. Occupational skills were also divided into grades. The FS grade, the higher the grade, the more powerful it was. Drawing exclusive skills and talents are all probable, most of the draws are failures, not even a single hair. It's not easy to draw one out, but also most of them are the most trashy. So, 3 free opportunities to draw really depends on luck. Unless, of course, like Lu Yu now, there were lots and lots of gold coins. Lu Yu chose an exclusive skill of the attack type, which required 10 gold coins per extraction. Only to see this roulette will begin to spin frantically, clicking and sparking. Ding, you spent 10 gold coins and drew air, please try again. Ding, you spent 10 gold coins and drew the F rank skill sword stab. Ding, you've spent 10 gold coins to draw the S class skill flying sword technique. What a great guy. Lu Yu had drawn more than 100,000 gold coins before he finally drew an S rank skill. Name, Flying Sword Art. Grade, S class. Rank, first stage LV0 needs to be upgraded with gold coins. Skill effect, can summon flying swords to attack the target. As long as there is enough blue, the summoned flying swords are unlimited, causing massive physical damage, currently ignoring the target's 10 defense. S-rank flying sword technique. This was one of swordsman's signature divine skills. As a swordsman, there were 2 most coveted skills, one was sword flight and the other was flying sword art. After drawing the skills, the next step was the main event. Drawing talents. Talents determined the upper limit. This was the one that depended on luck and burned money the most. When Lu Yu placed his hand on the talent divine stone, a talent roulette will appeared, with the button in the center still showing 3 times free. There were 8 talent level options on the wheel: white, blue, green, purple, orange, red epic, golden legend, and colored myth. Ding, you have turned on talent extraction. Once you select an extracted talent, this function will be permanently turned off. If you give up extraction in the middle of the process, you will automatically default to selecting the last extracted talent. Initially, you have the benefit of 3 free extractions. After 3 times, each extraction requires 50 gold coins. After the prompt ended, Luyu even clicked 3 times, did not expect to draw one. Luck is considered very good. Ding, congratulations on drawing the white talent bow and arrow specialization. Drawing a talent was a randomized all-profession talent. If you want to draw a talent that matches your profession, or a high-quality one, you can see how difficult it is. Most of the time the ones drawn were just air. Luyu had to sigh. No wonder that for 100 years, the vast majority of transmutations had been below orange-colored talents. Like the golden legendary talents of the 3 great god-level warriors, the open heaven sword god, the dragon blood war god, and the god of heaven, those were truly rare. Next, Luyu did not hesitate to choose to spend gold coins to draw. In this monster-eating world, only the top-tier talents could be invincible. Ding, you spent 50 gold coins to draw the orange talent force magic sword. It took nearly 1,000 draws and nearly 50,000 gold coins to draw an orange talent. Orange talent. For the vast majority of people, that was a dream talent. As long as it wasn't a complete mismatch of professions, the future was promising and had a great future. Orange? Continue. Luyu didn't give it a second thought and continued to draw. If this is known to the students next to him, he will definitely vomit blood on the spot. How much of a hoe must he be to give up his orange talent? Not much longer. Ding, you spent 50 gold coins and drew the red epic talent War Zeal. Epic talent. That was the standard for measuring professional talents. As long as it was right for one's profession, then one could properly become an Alliance Genius Transfigurator and enjoy Alliance benefits. You know, once you get Alliance benefits, that's an absolute guarantee for resources for growth. Ha, I finally drew the epic talent, or the flame essence that perfectly matches the fire method. I'm taking off. Richie Xiaoyan suddenly laughed maniacally. Wow! An epic talent? This must take off. The crowd of students collectively clamored, all surrounding Xiaoyan, wanting to take this opportunity to hug this big leg. Seeing this scene, Liu only shook his head and smiled faintly in disdain. Epic level talent? Garbage. 1 hour later. Ding, you spent 50 gold coins and drew the golden legendary talent Battle Demon's Body. Ha! A legendary talent. Even if it doesn't match one's profession, it's still enough to be included in the list of geniuses, and in the entire history of the human race, there are less than 100 documented transmuters who drew the golden legendary talent. Not bad. It also matches the swordsman profession. With this talent, as long as reported to the Alliance headquarters, immediately can get the top benefits, and even become one of the 3 great war gods' personal disciple. This was no joke. Luyu pondered for a moment, should he just choose this talent? But Luyu still decisively chose to cancel it. How could he live up to the favor of the system's father if he didn't draw a mythic grade talent? Snort! This Luyu was still drawing talents. He thought he could draw a high-quality talent by slowly drawing it? Doesn't he know that trying to draw a high-quality talent for free 3 times is like a fool's dream? That's it. If he could draw a blue-quality talent, it would be a miracle. At this time, most of the students had finished drawing talents and teleported out one after another. Soon after, Luyu was the only one left on the field. More than an hour had passed. Ding, you spent 50 gold coins and drew the colorful mythological talent Heart of the Sword God. Drawn. A mythic talent. Luyu pressed down the ecstasy in his heart and hurriedly clicked on the Heart of the Sword God talent introduction. Heart of the Sword God, mythic talent, defense and movement speed 1000, damage 300, all attacks 100% bludgeoning, with 30 blood absorption effect, reduced by 50 damage, the duration of the control effect is reduced by 70, can be transformed into a God of the Sword, lasts for 30 seconds, after the transformation of the God of the Sword has 3 skills, the death of the monster's sword array suppression effect, the magic of the devil draws the sword art the effect of the true injury, the divine sword storm the effect of the decapitation. Transformation cooldown 180s. Hiss. 2 words, awesome. Luyu was shocked by this mythic grade talent. What does it mean to have an invincible talent? This is called invincibility. And this mythic talent was a perfect match for his own swordsman profession. It can be said that, with this talent, Luyu could directly declare himself invincible at the same level. In the future, he might be able to become the first true god in the history of the human race. That's it. Chapter 4 Lu Shui Luyu. After teleporting out, Luyu only saw a familiar figure, the beautiful class teacher Jean Ruojia. The others had long since dispersed. Luyu, why are you coming out now? Jean Ruojia's beautiful eyes slightly condensed. Teacher, I'm upgrading alone, so I'm a little slow. Luyu casually spread a panic. But a swordsman wouldn't be too slow even if he was upgrading alone. However, teacher Jean didn't think much about it and opened her mouth to say, Liu, teacher knows your situation, but you shouldn't give up, go home and recuperate, calm your mind, return to the school to gather in 10 days, and then follow the escorts to the Dragon City concentration camp in RF war zone. Got it, teacher Jean. Liu answered. Teacher Jean, however, shook his head, sighed, and turned to leave. Liu, this child who chose the swordsman profession, was destined to have no future, and was only afraid that he would live a more miserable life than his parents. As for the class teacher's concern, Liu could feel it. These 3 years. Although he was always scolded by Mr. Jean, named him, and punished him, it was all just Mr. Jin's hatred. Normally, teacher Jean was still very good to him, and he must repay teacher Jean properly in the future. Now is the school transfer vacation time, Liu's 2 sisters are naturally at home. Now there was money. Liu must make up for the nutrition of his 2 sisters. Immediately thereafter, Liu opened the Alliance Mall and anonymously consigned 50,000 gold coins at once. President, someone has made a one-time consignment of 50,000 gold coins. This was 50,000 gold coins, which was not a small amount, and as soon as it hit the shelves, a large guild immediately found it. After all, there were too many uses for gold coins, no matter if it was an alliance, a guild, or any other power. For gold coins, they would always be very scarce. Snatch it up quickly. Try to contact the other party by all means, this kind of gold master must be befriended. Very quickly. Ding, all the gold coins you consigned have been sold, minus 10 handling fees, your savings card arrived with 45 million alliance coins. Gold coins, 11,000 alliance coins. So fast. Liu was slightly dumbfounded, it had only taken less than 2 seconds to consign. But on second thought. Currently, gold coins were still a scarce currency and the demand was so huge that it was normal for someone to keep an eye on it at all times. With this amount of money, Liu would be able to buy a big house in the big city so that his parents and 2 sisters could live without any worries, and in the big city, the security was also a lot stronger than in the small city. Looking at the time, it was approaching evening. Liu took a taxi and went to the topmost hotel, purchased a large pile of high-class food and put it into his backpack to keep it fresh at all times. Slum area. Sis, didn't the next door Big Chun brothers say that the school trials would end today? How come old brother hasn't come back yet? Liu fiddled with her 2 braids, although the features of her small face were delicate, the constant malnutrition caused her face to be white and green, and her body looked weak. In order to prepare a sumptuous graduation meal for her brother, she and her sister had eaten steamed buns for 3 days in a row, just to save money to buy some meat for her brother. Brother should be asking the teacher for advice on what to do after graduation, otherwise he wouldn't be back so late. If Xiaoyu is hungry, eat some steamed buns first. Lu Shui's face is similarly lusterless and yellowish, but a pair of big eyes are watery. This year Lu Shui is 16 years old, Liu is 14 years old, both are in the age stage of development. Not much time. A cab arrived. Little snow, little moon, I'm back. Lu Yu shouted happily. It was old brother who had returned. Lu Shui and Lu Yu's eyes lit up and hurriedly got busy. Older brother, don't come in yet, wait outside. Lu Shui mysteriously shouted. Lu Yu more or less guessed that the 2 sisters were trying to give themselves a graduation surprise and obediently waited outside the door. Not a moment later, Lu Shui's voice sounded, old brother, you can come in. Lu Yu then opened the door and walked in with a smile on his face. Seeing his 2 younger sisters, wearing old clothes with no idea how many patches, skinny bones, and greenish-white faces, Liu could not help but feel a burst of heartache. Bam, congratulations on old brother's successful graduation, this is the gift that the 2 of us prepared for you. Saying that, Lu Shui took the lead and opened the plate on the table. This is the green pepper meat foam rice that I prepared for my brother. And me, this is the lean meat and green vegetable soup I made for my brother. Little sister Lu Yu also couldn't wait to open another plate. Older brother, you've been eating bread for 3 days, eat some meat to replenish your strength and nutrition. Lu Shui said with a happy face. You guys. Lu Yu's lips slightly trembled, his nose was sore, and his heart was even more mixed. He thought that his 2 sisters were preparing some small gift for him. Never in a million years did he expect it to be a meat meal. He knew that this meal must be what the 2 sisters had saved from their own food expenses. Both of them were obviously starving and thin, but they still saved money from it just to prepare this big meal for themselves. If he had known in advance, he would have stopped them. He would rather starve himself than have his 2 sisters treat him like this. Older brother, eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Although Lu Shui and Lu Yu were also craving for meat, but this was a graduation gift prepared for their brother, they had to pretend that they didn't want to eat and weren't hungry even if they wanted to. You 2 little fools, from today onwards, my brother promises you that every day there will be meat to eat, a big comfortable bed to sleep in, and beautiful new clothes to wear. Lu Yu heartbreakingly hugged his 2 weak sisters tightly. Lu Shui, Lu Yu? Older brother, are you angry? That's right, old brother, it's broad daylight, what are you talking about in your sleep? The 2 sisters, Lu Shui and Lu Yu, asked somewhat nervously. They thought that old brother was seeing them buy meat and was distressed that they ate even less, thus blaming them, thus leading to a moment of anger and confusion, which led to talking nonsense. How could that be? How could old brother be angry? Old brother is just heartbroken for you too. You are starving, eat with old brother. Lu Yu touched the head of the two sisters and said with some heartache. Hearing the old brother is not angry, the two women were relieved, and then rushed to say, old brother, we too have eaten enough, you quickly eat quickly give us to talk about the matter of transfer. How could Lu Yu not know that his sister had lied, because they blushed when they lied and would change the subject. And so, Lu Yu hurriedly brought out the 5-star cuisine in his backpack. When they saw the table full of lobster, abalone, king crab, roasted leg of lamb, and even a lot of dishes that they couldn't name, the two girls were stunned. For a while, Lu Shui only came back to her senses and burst into tears. Old brother, did you borrow from loan sharks? No. Older brother, then you must have signed the deed of sale for money, otherwise where did you get the money to buy so many delicacies? Oh, older brother, why did you go to sell out? Lu Yu directly cried. Lu Yu cried and laughed and hurriedly explained. But there was no way to explain this exploding coin system to them. He could only rely on his 3-inch tongue to make things up and say that he was the son of good fortune, and that even the monsters in the battlefield ruins were bursting gold coins for him. Older brother, you really aren't going to sell it? The two girls revealed a skeptical look. Fool, even if your brother went to sell it, it wouldn't be worth a few dollars and he wouldn't be able to afford so much delicious food. It seems like oh wow. Older brother, then wouldn't you have a lot of money now? It's a must, but you have to keep it a secret for old brother. Okay, stop crying, eat quickly, tomorrow old brother will take you to the big city to buy a big house. When old brother goes to the war zone, he will be able to apply to go to dad and mom, so that they can go home and enjoy their happiness. Into the night. Lu Yu looked at his sister who had eaten and drank enough to sleep, his eyes were full of favor. And the food that his sister prepared for him, Lu Yu did not eat all of it, left part of it, put it into a backpack compartment, and collected it as the most precious gift. In the future, you are princesses, brother swore that he would never let you suffer the slightest bit of aggravation again. Chapter 5 Traveling to Dragon City. Battlefield F. Consisting of a peace zone in the center of the 12 war zone preparation zones. Battle preparation area, blacksmith camp. Each war zone had a battle preparation area, and many of the living professions carried out their work in the battle preparation area. For example, blacksmiths, apothecaries, forgers, material sorters, and so on. At this moment, Lu Yu's dad, Lu Shan, was in a blacksmith camp, hammering hard on an inner armor. He had dark skin, strong muscles, a face full of black dirt, sweating profusely, and his eyes were filled with bloodshot. It was evident that he hadn't had a good rest for a long time. Lu Shan, your task today is to create 50 pieces of white quality inner armor. You will not be allowed to leave work if you don't make them. Yes, I'll work overtime to make them. Although Lu Shan was already full of fatigue, he still agreed with a compensating smile. There was no way around it, his boss was a high-ranked blacksmith who could create green quality equipment. Moreover, after working overtime to complete the task, he would also receive an additional reward, although it wasn't much. A low-ranked blacksmith like him, who could only create white quality equipment, was paid very little. Not far from the blacksmith camp, in the apothecary room, Lu Yu's mother, Han Yunji, was working her way through a pile of messy materials. She was a material sorter, and before joining the profession, she had to recognize the looks, effects, and so on of thousands of herbal materials. Her job was to sort out these messy potion materials and then distribute them in portions according to the pharmacist's potion recipe, making it easy for the pharmacist to make the potion directly. To put it bluntly, this profession was the apothecary's assistant, and naturally the status was lower than the apothecary's, and the remuneration received was not high. Although Lu Yu's parents had been working in the war zone, their family's conditions had been poor because of their low wages. They had to feed, clothe, and house their 3 children in school. They could only go home once a month, sometimes for 2 or 3 months, or even half a year, in order to work overtime. After a hard day's work, Lu Shan returned to his place. Han Yun immediately brought fresh water and used a towel to wipe the black dirt from Lu Shan's face. Yunji you will have graduated by now, right? Yeah, I don't know if he listened to us and chose a career in life that he likes. Lu Shan sighed and said, I had planned to go back to accompany my son a few days ago, but I couldn't say the word leave. Han Yunji dipped the towel into the water, and the clear water in the basin turned black all of a sudden, saying, I'm the same, but recently monsters have suddenly become rampant, and I'm afraid that there will be a war in the near future, so the workload has increased. Lu Shan's tired eyes are bloodshot, said, we obviously worked very hard, but we cannot change fate. At this rate, our family can only choose to live occupation. Han Yunji, however, said, as long as the children can grow up healthy, our family is peaceful, more important than anything else. This side. Lu Yu took his 2 sisters directly to the center of the city, and without batting an eyelid, he bought a 5-room, 3-bathroom house. This scared the 2 sisters. In these 10 days, Lu Yu took them to purchase new furniture, also bought them new clothes, accompanied them in the city center incomparably happy to play for a few days. It made up for the sorrows and hardships of these 10 years. These two sisters have not returned to God until now, always feel that this is all a dream, too unreal. Once the 10 days were up, Liu was going to report back to school. Before traveling to the war zone, Liu left them a sum of money, enough for their usual daily expenses, and also instructed them to make sure they don't spend it without spending it. When Liu returned to the school, there was already a team of high-level transmigrators riding huge battle pets waiting here. The leader was even riding a flying battle pet, and his golden battle armor was emitting a burning light under the sunlight, making him awe-inspiring. Inflammable Gun Warrior, 5th rank LV-125. The various transmutators could only see each other's professions and ranks displayed above their heads, their talents and attributes could not be seen. This made Luyu's blood boil as he watched. A flying battle pet. That was a pet that was more precious than an unusual battle pet. If you want to get a pet, you have to spend gold coins to buy a pet treasure chest, and only in the treasure chest is there a probability of opening a pet egg. And what quality of pet the pet egg can obtain is also dependent on luck. In other words, this escort team was an elite squad of the human race. Liu guessed when he saw Xia Yan standing beside the principal that the war zone had sent an elite squad to escort them. It should be because of Xia Yan. It must be that Xia Yan had taken the initiative to report his epic talent, and the school had reported it to the Alliance headquarters. Only a genius whose birth was recognized by the Alliance would have an elite squad to escort him. Sure enough, after the principal gave his speech, the escort captain personally brought Xia Yan along, while the others could only sit on the other team members' mounts. It wasn't that Liu hadn't considered reporting his talent and obtaining training from the Alliance headquarters. But once he thought about the fact that he had the exploding coin system, he didn't need to rely on others at all. Moreover, a flower in a greenhouse could hardly become a great hero who could stand on top of the world. Just like the three great war gods, which one of them did not rely on themselves to kill out, why ever rely on others? Therefore, Liu has decided to train himself first. Liu decided to sharpen himself first, so that he would also be more at ease. At this time, Yang Zhang, the escort captain, spoke up. Listen, out of the safe zone, at any time may encounter monster attacks, do not think that we escort will be absolutely safe, always play 12 spirit. When the students heard this, they all sat up straight. Yes. They had already spent 18 years living in peace. Next. It's a life of blood on the edge of a sword. On the battlefield, the slightest lapse of concentration could be the difference between life and death. Luyu's eyes flashed, he couldn't wait to experience the power of the mythic great talent. One day later, the squad arrived safely at Dragon City. On the way, they did encounter several waves of monster attacks, but they didn't encounter any monsters above 100 levels. Under the escort team's strong combat power, these monsters were as fragile as paper mache. However, this also brought to the attention of the crowd that these high-level monsters weren't like the trial copies, they were intelligent, organized, team-oriented, and fearless. You guys better not hold on to the game mentality, thinking that monsters are born to be brushed by us trannies. Keep in mind that monsters are far more powerful than us. This was the advice given to everyone by escort captain Yang Zhang. Battlefront number 1 Dragon City. This was the hub of the F war zone, overseeing the other 11 fronts, and covered a very large area, large enough to hold 10 million people. The city walls were covered with battle marks and dried blood. There were quite a few guild members, soldiers, and life professions traveling to and from the city, but they were all in a hurry, each busy with their own business. Here, time is life. Only by quickly becoming strong could one have the money to settle down and gain a foothold. Led by the escort team, Liu and the others arrived at the rookie concentration camp. The newly minted transmigrators from the various warzone transmigration schools were all concentrated here, numbering tens of thousands of people. The transferring geniuses like Xia Yan who drew epic level talent were arranged to leave separately. From today onwards, you are saying goodbye to the greenhouse home and coming to the devil's home. You have only one mission, stick to your mission, kill monsters to become stronger, and fight for the future of the human race until the last moment of your life. Soon, Liu was assigned to rookie dormitory number 9527. 10 people per dormitory. It was kind of like a large college dormitory, only it was very simple. This is the map of Dragon City and the map of the rookie practicing area, one copy for each of you. In the future you will practice in the rookie practicing area. After you advance to the second level, someone will guide you to join a guild or an army. Finally, this is the highest level of confidentiality agreement. You sign it. You may not disclose any information about the monsters in the leveling area. This is the rule of the Alliance headquarters. It is so that you rookies can learn to explore and feel the true horror of the monsters for the first time. Once the information is leaked, the consequences will be severe. After the leader left, Liu swept a glance at the map of the leveling area. There were 18 monster areas, but they were only labeled with monster levels and names. Hi. Hello everyone, my name is Bailey Tong. I'm an assassin, please teach me more in the future. A big fat man with a round belly and squinting his small eyes opened his mouth in a self-satisfied manner. When the crowd heard this, they were all stunned. A big fat man of at least 200 pounds choosing the assassin profession? This was simply more outrageous than a poor man choosing swordsman. It was hard for the crowd to imagine what kind of battle power an assassin who couldn't run could exert. Could it be by rolling a ball? By the way, I have the monster distribution maps of each leveling area here. Do you guys want to buy them? I'll give you guys a 50% discount, 5 gold coins a copy. Put. Didn't you say that everyone here has signed a top-level confidentiality agreement? Where did this Bailey Tong get this strategy? And he's selling them so openly, isn't he afraid of being reported? But Bailey Tong was holding the cheat sheet with a naive look of fearlessness. Chapter 6, Dark Tomb Forest. Fatty, is your monster distribution map real or fake? Someone came to be interested. Because the sooner you rise to the second rank, the more chance you have to join the Legion. Even if you can't get into the Legion, you still have a big chance to join a high-level guild. Hey, the goods are real and fair. If it is fake, 10 times the compensation. I am here. You do not have to worry about me running away off. What Bailey Tong said was true. If it was fake, then he wouldn't want to mix in this dormitory. The crowd believed it. But I don't have any gold coins right now. Okay, I'll support a loan here. Just sign a loan agreement, 0 interest for the first month. It's on the 8th that we're all dorm mates. That's it. All 8 people bought a copy. Bailey Tong squinted and smiled. His heart was happy. The first day he earned so much. The door is open. Seeing Liu unmoved, Bailey Tong smiled and came over. Hey, buddy, you don't want to come? You can speed up the upgrade progress, and there are many benefits. Liu pondered for a moment. The true horror of monsters had been seen on the way to the war zone. Liu wasn't afraid of them, and he wanted to try out his god-tier talent on these monsters as soon as possible. The only thing he had to consider was that the entire Alliance's freshmen were concentrated in Warzone F, while there were only 18 practicing zones. If there was no map to guide them, then it would be difficult to cast a god-level talent without being detected. If there was a monster distribution map, then it would be easy to find a deserted place and brush the monsters without worry. Also, Liu planned to get all the bosses in each leveling area, so that he could accumulate more gold coins. Therefore, Liu decided to purchase the monster distribution map, 5 gold coins a copy, for himself. It's a piece of cake. I'll take a copy of all of them. Okay, there are 18 copies. Which one do you want? Which one? You want all of them? Bailey Tong suddenly reacted, his small eyes wide open. His appearance was not to mention how funny it was. The other hostmates who were ready to team up together to go for an upgrade also looked at Liu in shock. 18 raiders. That would be 90 gold coins, equivalent to 90,000 yuan, and most ordinary families wouldn't be able to earn this much money in a year. This was a small, huge sum of money. Even those rich second-generation people wouldn't be so ungrateful to buy 18 copies of monster distribution maps. This was proper stupid behavior. Usually one could level up to level 30 in a single leveling area, buying all the distribution maps. What was this not stupidity? And this Liu is not a rich kid at first glance, as evidenced by his dress and temperament. He is not afraid of the dead cycle of paying back the interest the next few years to this fat man as a cow as a horse? Are you sure you want all of it? Yes, deal. Wow, big client. I'll give you 3 months interest free, no problem, just sign this loan agreement. Bailey Tong took out a new agreement, rubbing his little hands together in excitement. Liu waved his hand and directly took out 90 gold coins and said with a bland smile, I never like loans, I'll buy it with full payment. Ga. The crowd instantly whitened, their expressions exaggerated, a snot hanging. UING surprisingly full payment purchase? Other than the top rich second generation freshmen who still have so many gold coins, there are all taken to draw talent. He can take out so many gold coins at once. Could it be that this guy is the illegitimate son of one of the top tycoons in the safe zone who has strayed into the slums? Oh, my god. What a great deal. Dude, that's cool. It's been a long time since I've seen someone as fast as you, man. You're my friend. Bailey Tong quickly received the gold coins and cheerfully issued a friend request to Liu. Liu smiled faintly, did not reject it, and clicked agree. After all, this fatty was quite interesting. The first friend appeared on the friend bar at once. There was no signal in the battlefront zone, and all technological electronic devices were useless. Everyone communicated through professional channels such as the group channel, the buddy channel, and the battle zone channel. You're a swordsman? It was only then that Bailey Tong saw Liu's occupation and was slightly stunned. However, on second thought, this guy was able to take out so much gold to buy monster distribution maps, and also chose the most kryptonite profession of swordsman. This must be a family with a mind. But he hadn't heard of this Liu character among the top-tier rich kids he knew. Couldn't be the illegitimate son of a rich family? It's very possible. This made Bailey Tong even more interested in Liu. Buddy, why don't we team up and go leveling together? Don't look at me as fat, but I'm very agile, so I can make sure that the boss will lie down before it even sees me. Liu waved his hand and refused. I prefer to venture out alone. He was looking for monsters to experience the god-tier talents and accumulate gold coins in the process. How could he be seen by others? Otherwise, it was hard to say that the other party would directly report it to the Alliance headquarters. In that case, he would always be watched by the bigwigs, with no secrets to speak of, and what he hated most was trouble. It was better to be comfortable on his own. If there was no exploding coin system, then Lu Yu would definitely have to use the Alliance's resources to grow. But now Lu Yu doesn't have to rely on anyone at all. As a swordsman, what he wants is to be free and unrestrained. Therefore, without special circumstances, Lu Yu would not easily team up with anyone. Immediately after, Lu Yu was alone, heading towards a leveling area. Oops, this dude doesn't seem to believe me. Saying that, Bailey Tong turned around to look at the other lodgers with a smirk. How about we team up? Cough. No, we have enough people. After saying that, these 8 people hurriedly went to practice leveling. Just kidding. A ton assassin, who wants to team up with you? You can't pull monsters. You can't do any damage. And cannot carry. And you'll have to be aided and cared for. You're a real pain in the ass. You guys, how dare you underestimate me, Bailey Tong, when I am the first to level up to 30, then you cry and beg me to form a team, hug my thighs, I will not agree, humph. Bailey Tong muttered and went to the leveling area alone to brush monsters and practice. Level F monster territory, Dark Tomb Forest. Lord-level monsters could encroach on the real world, thus forming a monster territory. The more powerful the lord, the bigger the territory. As long as the lord didn't die, the monster henchmen derived from the lord wouldn't really die out and could be refreshed every once in a while. And the lord of this Dark Tomb Forest was captured by the human powerhouses and imprisoned over here in the rookie concentration camp as a practice area for the rookies. Of course. If a rookie killed the lord here, then the human powerhouses would also recapture a level 30 lord-level monster to replenish it. At this time, Lu Yu arrived at the entrance of the Dark Tomb Forest. Looking up, he looked. A huge spell formation visible to the naked eye enveloped this leveling area, causing the monsters inside to be unable to escape. There were already quite a few freshmen who had entered the Dark Tomb Forest either in groups or as lone wolves. After Lu Yu submitted his identity card, the soldier in charge of guarding the area verified that there was no mistake and let Lu Yu in, and kindly reminded him, if you brush the monsters alone, you'd better be careful, the monsters inside won't fight with you alone. Thank you. After Lu Yu entered the monster territory, he ran straight towards a route through a hidden cave to a new cemetery. Lu Yu's arrival directly startled the undead monsters guarding the place. Ka! A number of zombie-like monsters crawled out of the graveyard at once, their canine heads and bodies, their scarlet claws flashing with a metallic luster. Name, Darkness Biter. Level, LV-15. Snort! The damned newly promoted human transmutations are here again. This time, I will make sure that they are all dead. The leading elite monster was the first to attack. You guys are it. Lu Yu's gaze condensed as he held the green shadow sword and softly shouted, Talent, release. Chapter 7 Killing the Lord in Seconds. Zira. A bright colored light suddenly surged out from under Lu Yu's feet, setting off a wave of air that went straight to Lu Yu's head. What was that? When the darkness terrors saw this scene, their pupils revealed a deep fear. They could feel an incomparably powerful sense of oppression from this light. In an instant, Lu Yu's aura changed drastically, like a world-defying divine sword descending from the sky, about to reveal its invincible sharpness. The original Lu Yu's short hair had also turned into long flowing hair, and his clothes had turned into an ancient white battlesuit, with a starry eyebrow and sword eyes that were unrivaled in the world. The green shadow sword, under the effect of the sword god incarnation, was also like a supreme divine sword, gulping out a greenish turquoise light to the extreme. Lu Yu was confident. The current him could be invincible even when facing a lord-level boss. With a sword in hand, the world is mine. This is the invincible aura that belongs to a sword god. Let's try the power of the sword god technique on you guys. As the words fell, Lu Yu assumed a sword drawing stance, his eyes suddenly blossomed with a brilliant aura, and a terrifying aura that was enough to scare these monsters to death swept through the air. At this moment, the spectral hissers came back to their senses, and one by one, they screamed strangely in fear, run away. This brat has a hang-up. But it was too late. The next second, Lu Yu's figure appeared behind the monsters. Demon slashing sword drawing technique. Thumbs up. 1,500. 1,500. 2,000. Almost at the same time. Hundreds of phantom hissers' heads shot up into the sky, their blood bars disappearing in an instant, and even elite-level phantom hissers were instantly secured. Was this the sword god technique? It's really powerful. Sword god skill introduction. This skill damage is related to their own strength and agility dual attributes. The higher the strength and agility, the higher the damage bonus, or 100% penetration effect of true injury, but also has the effect of sealing the devil. Of course. This skill damage is far more than 2,000, but this elite monster is only 2,000 blood, so it only shows 2,000 damage. Ding, congratulations, you've gained 15x 10150 gold coins. Ding, congratulations, you've gained 15x 10150 gold coins. Ding, congratulations, you've gained 15 by 10 by 2300 gold coins. Killing elite monsters doubled the amount of gold coins that came out, not bad at all. Lu Yu was overjoyed. I wonder how many times it doubles for killing a boss. Looking at the level, he had risen 3 levels, and there was an extra experience bonus for killing monsters at a higher level. At this rate, he should be able to level up to 30 before the sun sets, provided that he brushes the Lord Boss. And so, Lu Yu ran all the way towards the direction of the final boss. The passive bonus attributes of the mythic talent had no time limit, it was only the transformation that had a cooldown. So, even if he was only wearing a level 10 green equipment, Lu Yu was able to easily kill the monsters here in seconds. And these monsters couldn't do much damage to Lu Yu. After all, with a 10x movement speed and defense bonus, as well as a 50 damage reduction effect and a 30 blood absorption effect, it was completely possible to brush the monsters without injury. It didn't take long. Lu Yu killed alone to the depths of the Dark Toon Forest, not a single monster could block Lu Yu's pace. As strong as an alpha-level small boss, it was also unable to block a sword god technique. At this time, the sun was about to set, and once night fell, the monsters would all receive the darkness power bonus and their attributes would be enhanced. Lu Yu opened the map. That's right, that was the final boss Spectral Lord's base camp, Skeleton Castle. There was a small defense spell formation shrouding the castle here, it should be a human powerhouse, in order to prevent the boss from going out and attacking the newborns, so it was restricted to the main camp. Otherwise, with the battle power of a level 30 Lord Boss being enough to slaughter level 10 rookies, it wouldn't be a rookie practicing area, but a rookie death zone. It seems that the Alliance headquarters has thought this through, and has greatly reduced the risk of leveling for newbies. After thinking about it, Lu Yu once again transformed into the sword god, 1 person and 1 sword, and went straight into the skeleton castle. Yeah, even dared to break in alone. Should I say you are courageous, or should I say you are stupid? Little ghost, I will let you become the dead soul under my giant stick, with your blood, to wash away the shame of my imprisonment. A skeleton warlord at least 10 meters tall and dressed in grayish battle armor, holding a huge skeleton rod, appeared in front of Lu Yu. Name, Dark Lord. Level, F-Class Lord Boss. Level, LV 30. Blood, 30,000. Monsters of different shapes and sizes also quickly emerged around the castle, hundreds of them, all of them elite level, surrounding Lu Yu. Beside the skeleton war admiral, there were also 4 alpha-level small boss guards. It could be said that, with this lineup of monsters, I'm currently afraid that only a level 30 Alliance Genius squad would be able to come and challenge them. Even if other people reach level 30 and purchase level 30 equipment, it would be difficult for them to brush this Lord Boss. Seal off the castle, don't give him a chance to escape. The Dark Lord immediately gave orders. Roar! A large group of monsters unexpectedly acted in an organized manner like a formation. This was the terrifying aspect of a Lord-level monster. It was strong in battle. And it wasn't brainless, it knew tactics. But it was useless. In front of absolute battle power, they were mere experience packs. Divine Sword Storm. Lu Yu swung out his sword, releasing the strongest sword god skill. In an instant, with Lu Yu as the center, a terrifying sword blade tornado was formed, with 10,000 swords flying. Moreover, this sword blade tornado spread out at an extremely fast speed. All the monsters that were caught in the wave could not even cry out in time before they were strangled into pieces of foam. This was impossible. How could a newly minted human transmuter possess such a terrifying skill? The Dark Lord's jaw dropped in shock. It couldn't figure it out. Why could a human brat, less than level 30, unleash such a wide-range sword skill that was so powerful? As far as it knew, it was only right that a first-ranked transmuter, no matter what their profession was, didn't have such a terrifying skill. Could it be a natural skill that surpassed the legendary rank? The Divine Sword Storm quickly enveloped the entire skeleton castle, and the Dark Lord could only stop to think and try his best to fend it off. But this Divine Sword Storm damage was too high, and it was an uninterrupted and continuous damage, it couldn't withstand its blood for long. Sure enough, the Dark Lord only carried it for a few moments before it was twisted into bone sludge by the countless sword blades and died beyond repair. Ding, congratulations on obtaining 30x 10x 103000 gold coins. Ding, congratulations, you've killed the Dark Lord, level 1. Ding, your level has reached LV 30, you can't continue to gain upgrade experience until you advance, please go to the Advancement Divine Stone and obtain the Advancement Quest. That's a second of a Lord level big boss? Lu Yu marveled at the power of the God tier talent. And this wasn't even the true power of the God tier talent, because as he leveled up, the damage of the sword god technique would also increase. Perhaps when he promoted himself to the 10th rank, he would only be able to sweep the entire extraterrestrial battlefield by himself. Also, slaying the Lord Boss and popping out an extra 10 times the gold coins was so cool. Outside, 2 soldiers guarding the gate are talking. Hey, I heard that this batch of freshmen has more geniuses than previous years, and there are even 3 supernovas who drew the golden legendary talent matching profession. Yeah, it's rumored that those 3 supernovas have each teamed up and challenged to level up to 30 in one day and take down a Lord Boss. I wonder if they'll succeed. 1 day? How is this possible? Even the weakest F-rank lord is not something they can easily deal with in the early stages, at least 2 days. In the middle of the conversation, deep in the dark tomb forest, suddenly the spell burst into a dazzling pillar of light. The soldiers were instantly dumbfounded. This was a magical pillar of light that would only be triggered after the lord was killed. Oh my god! Someone had killed the spectral lord. Chapter 8, A Coincidental Encounter with Housemate Bailey Tong. The two soldiers were greatly shocked. It was only half a day. A new student had killed a lord boss? But the problem was, the 3 supernovas didn't even come over here to brush the monsters. To be able to kill a lord in half a day, one would need to have a legendary talent and high-quality level 30 equipment to be able to do so. As for why they didn't suspect an advanced person had infiltrated, it was because all the new students had done information checks when they were gathered, including family information, school information, and level checks. Moreover, concentration camps were tightly guarded, and the presence of an unidentified advanced transmuter could be detected at the first opportunity. The two soldiers reacted and reported the unexpected situation at the first time. Brushing an F-ranked spectral lord in half a day? Send me the information of the new students who entered the spectral tomb forest to practice. The highest person in charge of the concentration camp, Zhao Liang, received the list information and looked through it, and soon saw a name, Bailey Tong, as well as his profile information. Other than the name and photo being real, all the other information was fake. It turned out to be that lord's grandson, and there was nothing surprising about brushing off an F-rank lord boss in half a day. That lord's grandson blended in and you guys didn't even notice it in the slightest. What are you guys doing for a living? The offspring of those great lords usually have a special place for guidance and upgrading, so it's only logical that they wouldn't come to this rookie camp. Deep in the dark tomb forest. At this moment, Bailey Tong looked ahead with a stupefied expression. He had drawn the golden legendary talent, yes. He had a full set of level 30 purple equipment, yes. But he wasn't even level 30 yet. No matter how strong an assassin was, leveling alone wouldn't be too fast. He had only just leveled up to 28, and was preparing to come over to the skeleton castle to brush some small monsters to level up to 30, and then single-handedly challenge the spectral lords. But as soon as he came here, he saw an incomparably shocking scene. Lu Yu, his roommate, broke into the skeleton castle all by himself. Originally, he thought Lu Yu was looking for death. But the next second, a mega-range sword blade storm appeared in the skeleton castle. It only lasted for a few seconds. The monsters within the skeleton castle were all killed in seconds. The Dark Lord was also reduced to ashes. What kind of demon was this? Bailey Tong knew the skills of each combat profession. He was certain that none of the skills within level 30 of the swordsman profession were this perverse. Then there is only one explanation. This roommate of his must have drawn an extremely heaven-defying talent that was guaranteed to be at the legendary level. Thinking of this, Bailey Tong's small eyes narrowed, and with that, a flash of essence burst out. Someone who dared to choose the swordsman profession and also drew such a high-quality talent, such a person has a great future ahead of him. There had to be a way to make friends with the other party. At this time, Lu Yu had already exited the skeleton castle. As the saying goes, gold always shines, and with someone as powerful as Lu Yu, it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. The reason why he had recklessly brushed away the lords here, he had naturally thought of a good countermeasure long ago. At this time, Lu Yu's level had risen to level 30, allowing him to purchase a set of level 30 swordsman equipment, as well as raise his skills to first rank 30. In this way, even without transforming into a sword god, he could easily kill the monsters in the novice leveling area in seconds. Ding, you spent 360 gold coins to upgrade your flying sword skill to first order LV30. Tip, the skill level cannot exceed your own level, you need to upgrade before you can continue upgrading your skills. Lu Yu smiled slightly, it was great to be rich. He could finally experience the exhilarating feeling of those tycoons playing games with kryptonite. Afterwards, Lu Yu tapped on the extraterrestrial mall. All transmigrants, upon arriving at the battlefront area, would automatically open the extraterrestrial mall function. No one knew why the extraterrestrial mall appeared, but on this mall one could use gold coins to purchase equipment, props, materials, treasure chests, and other items. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have enough gold coins. Lu Yu clicked on the equipment page of the applicable swordsman profession, which showed 12 equipment part options. Lu Yu clicked on weapon item. There were swords of all levels, but the highest quality was only orange. If you wanted to purchase equipment above orange color, you could only do so by purchasing equipment treasure chests, and if you were lucky, you would be able to open epic or legendary grade equipment. As for whether mythic grade could be opened, that was unknown because throughout the entire history of mankind, no one had mythic grade equipment so far. The first place on the equipment list was also only at LV 300 level legendary level holy sword. Name, equipment treasure chest. Introduction. There is a probability to open a piece of equipment, but the applicable occupation, quality, and level are all random. This is the only channel to obtain equipment above orange quality. Price 50 gold, price 50 gold, price 50 gold, price 50 gold, price 50 gold. Good guy. A treasure chest required 50 gold coins, and the probability of opening the best equipment of matching occupation and level was so low. Liu had learned in school that the equipment created by drawings and popped out by monsters was at best orange in color. And the swordsman wants to continue to maintain T0 level of combat power, that mid to late stage at least need orange or more equipment to add. This is also a point recognized by all. There is no mine at home, do not easily choose the swordsman profession. Now Liu can be said to have reached gold freedom, but he did not buy equipment treasure chests. Because it was only level 30 now, opening an equipment treasure chest didn't make much sense, and he didn't know how long it would take to open equipment that was orange or above and could still be worn, which was a bit of a waste of time. So, Liu directly purchased a full set of LV30 orange equipment. A single LV30 orange equipment would require 900 gold coins. Even if their family had mines, at the level 30 stage, they wouldn't be willing to buy it, let alone buy a whole set. After Liu changed into his equipment, he immediately opened his attribute panel to check. Name, Liu. Profession, swordsman. Level, LV30 first order. Life value, 6050. Mana, 2250. Physical attack, 2271. Physical defense, 18150, talent X 1000. Magic defense, 6750, talent X 1000. Strength, 157,600. Physical strength, 5600. Intelligence, 7. Agility, 6560. Spirit, 5220. Free attribute points 05 for every 1 level up. Talent sword God's heart. Skill S-class flying sword art first level LV30. Liu's attributes were directly increased drastically, and combined with the addition of the God tier talent, the physical defense even reached a staggering 18,150. It could be said that it was hard to say whether a second-order physical type output monster could break through the defense or not, and I'm afraid that only magic type output monsters would be able to inflict damage on Liu. Puff. Liu's casual general attack directly secured an elite level monster. I'll be damned. A general attack that killed a level 30 elite monster in seconds? This damage was sky high. Bailey Tong, who had followed Liu all the way, looked directly dumbfounded. Thus, Bailey Tong took the initiative to show up and walked out. Who is it? Liu turned around violently, thinking that he had been discovered by the big brother of the war zone. When he saw that it was his roommate, big fatty Bailey Tong, Liu was slightly dismayed. Brother you, don't be anxious, it's me, Bailey Tong, your most adorable and relatable roommate Liu was very surprised in his heart. He had a god-level talent of moving speed bonus, and his moving speed was considered to be far superior to others in the same class, so how did this ton of assassins housemate keep up? Brother you, your heroic and divine gesture of dropping the Lord Boss in seconds has made me look up to you in admiration. I want to formally make friends with you, hee. Liu looked at this fatty and frowned slightly. For the matter of making friends, he naturally wouldn't resist. It was really not simple for this fatty to be able to see his seconds of lords and still be able to keep up with his speed. This bastard definitely had a great deal to offer. This time, the secret of the talent couldn't be preserved. Should I kill him? A dead man can keep the secret. No way. Not to mention this fat man's mysterious identity. If he kills someone in this absolute safe zone, even if he's well hidden, he'll be found out. Furthermore, this fat man has no grudge against himself, and he is not a murderer. Thinking like this, Liu's mouth corner smiled, said, make a friend can, however, if the upper head did not check me here, I hope you can keep my secret. This I understand, no problem at all, I swear with my assassin's faith. Snap. With that, the two of them clapped their hands together and the seal of friendship was concluded. Brother Feather, I'm still 2 levels short of level 30, can you give me a hand? Yes, but only in this newbie zone, I like to fly solo. Liu said lightly. No problem, so let's just start brushing? No. Then what? Brush the lords in the other leveling zones. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Chapter 9, Supernova Dallas. Death Cave Leveling Area. Death Spider Lord's Base Camp. Brother you, help me. There are too many small monsters, I'm not even level 30 yet, I can't carry it. Viatone rolled and crawled, woefully dodging the attacks of a large group of death spiders. Only to see Bailey Tong's entire body was green, the top of his head constantly emerging green blood loss figures, he could only continue to get high to regain blood. Liu was completely unafraid of these toxins, a flatta returned more blood than the poison blood. The physical attacks of the Death Spider Lords were completely ineffective against Liu, unable to break through the defense at all, and relying on the magic toxin damage output. Flying Sword Technique. Liu had to unleash his only attack skill on the small monsters that surrounded Bailey Tong. Swoosh. The flying swords flew like meteors. Between the shuttle, the Death Spider elite monsters were all pierced through their bodies and their blood bars disappeared. Brother you, this flying sword is too handsome, isn't it? I suddenly regretted believing in Assassin's Creed. After the small monsters were cleared, Bailey Tong revealed a look of reduced pressure. Not a moment later, Lu Yu chopped off the Death Spider Lord's head with a single sword. Ding, congratulations on killing the F-rank Death Spider Lord. Ding, you have not advanced to the second rank and cannot gain experience. Buzz. The ceiling spell formation was touched, and pillars of magical light surged forth once again. The Death Spider Lords were also swiped? Zhao Liang received a report from the soldier watching over the Death Spider leveling area. Sir Zhao, yes. It wasn't done by Supernova. Did a little fat guy named Bailey Tong go in? The soldier immediately replied, back to Sir, yes, half an hour ago, freshman Bailey Tong went in with a freshman named Lu Yu in a group. It's alright then. Zhao Liang stroked his chin, shook his head, and smiled helplessly. It seems like that lord's grandson is using the lord boss to exercise himself, and even formed only one teammate. Lu Yu. Zhao Liang took out his information and found that Lu Yu was a swordsman profession, or a civilian origin. His parents were both low-level living professions, and his two sisters were still in school. However, Zhao Liang didn't think much about it, thinking that Bailey Tong was increasing the difficulty of brushing monsters through Lu Yu. What a capricious child. At this time, Lu Yu and Bailey Tong had already rushed to the next leveling area. Brother Yu, it's not that I'm bragging, I'm now level 30, wearing level 30 equipment, and I have no problem soloing F-rank lords, so you'll just have to watch me perform later. Bailey Tong's small eyes were filled with confidence. Really? Who was the one who said just now that he could beat the Death Spider monsters? Lu Yu said with some contempt. Swish. Bailey Tong's small face reddened and said, just now, it was mainly because the Death Spider monster was not martial, it kept restricting me with its spider silk control skill, and then it kept releasing poison, so I was also helpless. Soon, the duo arrived at the new leveling area, Frost Wolf Valley. The Frost Lord's base camp. Brother Feather, help! This Frost Lord's passive ranged freezing effect once every 30 seconds is so disgusting, it was simply created to restrain me. Bailey Tong dodged in a sorry state while shouting at Lu Yu for help. When an assassin met a boss with this type of ranged freezing effect, it was a natural restraint, and there was really no way around it. Put. In less than 3 minutes, Lu Yu decimated the Frost Lord along with the little monsters. Brother Yu, don't look at me with that look, if it was any other F-ranked lord, I would definitely be able to beat it. As you know, if an assassin can't get close enough, it's no different from being wasted. Speaking of which, Brother Yu, why does this Frost Lord freeze you for such a short period of time? Bailey Tong's small eyes are filled with curiosity. Because I'm handsome. After 2 group brushes of the lords, Lu Yu was also roughly aware of the battle power of this big fat guy, Bailey Tong, who was definitely at the top assassin level. In particular, his movement speed was amazing, and was just a little bit worse than his own, completely independent of the limitations of his size. As it stood, the fat man's speed and agility were top tier, but the other aspects were hard to describe. Alright, we have to hurry up and sweep the lord boss, those who drew high quality talents are probably almost at level 30. Alright, let's just the lords then. So, the two of them ran around the various leveling zones, quickly killing F-rank lords in seconds. It caused quite a stir for a while. Oh, the lords have been swiped again? I've only just leveled up to 20. Many freshmen were filled with shock and bitterness. How can this gap between people be so big? Brother Yu, there's just one last demon ape lord left, should we let this one go as well? Bailey Tong opened his mouth. Earlier, Lu Yu saw that there was a team painting both lords and chose to let it go. This last demon ape lord also had a 6-member squad painting it, and among them was a fellow student, Xia Yan. At this moment, the demon ape lord's bloodstain had dropped to 10. Good job, keep up the output, Xia Yan, leave a skill to finish off the boss. The leader is a blonde western beauty wearing a priest's robe that emits orange light, giving orders in the center of the group in the Alliance language. Name, Darius. Profession, priest. Level, LV 30. Brother Feather, I know this person, from the Ross family, a large family in Warzone A. She is the only nurse of the 3 supernovas this term. Bailey Tong said. Ross family? That's the family that's known as the richest in the Alliance? That's right. Hearing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but look at Bailey Tong twice more. Even the richest woman in the Alliance knows her, it's worthy of being called Bailey Tong. However, in Lu Yu's opinion, this little fatty's identity should not be simple either. Brother Yu, why are you looking at me? Shouldn't you be looking at the great beauty, Dailies? Women, right now, will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Just as Lu Yu was about to let go of the demon ape lord and brush the small monsters for 2 days to accumulate gold coins before going back, a strange change occurred. When the demon ape lord's blood dropped to 5, it suddenly erupted with a huge aura, its eyes scarlet and its fur rising like crazy. Roar! Just a roar. The powerful sound wave shook back the 6-man squad. Oh, I'm sorry. This demon ape lord had mutated and advanced to the E-class lord level. Darius' angelic face changed drastically, and fear appeared in her eyes. E-class lord. Even if they only had 5 blood left, it was definitely not an existence that they could easily deal with now. Not to mention, when a lord advanced, the monster henchmen around it would all advance a level with it. The 2 remaining demon ape leaders had advanced to F-class lords, and the dozen or so elite demon apes had advanced to the chief level. With such a terrifying lineup, not to mention that Dallas was a priest profession, even if she was a high-burst mage profession, she would only be able to run for her life. How could this be? Xia Yan's face also changed drastically. He was the main output of the team, and had thought that he could take this opportunity to perform well in order to gain favor with the beauty, but he didn't expect to be so unlucky. This time, he was afraid that he would have to be accounted for here. Quickly output, only by seconding the demon ape lord will we have a chance of survival. Dalis made an immediate decision. But the demon ape lord was so smart that it didn't give the crowd a chance, ordering its men to block the skills as it quickly retreated, waiting for its blood to recover its health before abusing these 6 people. It's over. The 6 people of Delice revealed despair. At this time, concentration camp's big brother was simply too late to rescue them. Brother Feather, they're in a desperate situation. This is the best time to grab the boss. What are you talking about? It's important for us to save people. Right, learned. The demon ape lord stood on the boulder and looked at the 6 people of Delice with bloodlust. Suddenly, backstab. Flying sword technique. Poof. 500. 3,000. How could the bloody demon ape lord not expect that there would be 2 old 6s sneaking up on it, with such high damage, just like that, they would kill it in seconds. Ding, congratulations on getting 30x 10x 206000 build coins. Ha! Killing an E-class lord doubled 20 times? Lu Yu was surprised in his heart. An E-rank demon ape lord had been secured? The 6 people of Delice were collectively petrified. Chapter 10 Soul Hidden Organization. Immediately after the E-class demon ape lord was seconded, its men fled with a strange cry one by one. Ha! Brother Yu, this lord actually exploded a skill book. Bailey Tong brought the skill book to Lu Yu. Name, block. Type, active defensive skill. Grade, grade E. Applicable profession, all melee professions. Applicable profession, all melee professions. Applicable profession, all melee professions. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. This was a defense skill that suited him. Although the grade is not high, but it does not matter at all, the extraterrestrial mall has skill-related treasure chests to buy. In addition to opening skill books, there was also a probability of opening scrolls that raised the grade of the skill. If an S-rank scroll is opened, then any skill can be directly upgraded to S-rank, that is, the probability of opening it is extremely low. But for the current Lu Yu, as long as it cost money, it wasn't a thing. And so, Lu Yu decisively learned, block, and by the way, he spent more than 300 gold coins to upgrade it to first rank LV30. And when Xia Yan saw what the visitor looked like, he was filled with disbelief. That's Lu Yu? No. It must be that big fat guy beside him. It must be this fat guy who secured the E-rank lord. Just who is this fatty? How could he have such high damage? Within the 5th rank, unless the transmogrifier actively opens the occupation panel, no one can see the other's rank, and of course, the equipment can't be seen unless it's manifested. Mr. Xia Yan, do you know them? Dallas noticed Xia Yan's expression and asked curiously. I know one of them, called Lu Yu, is my schoolmate, but he chose the swordsman profession, but his family's conditions are very poor. It is considered to be self-abandonment. The boss should be the fat assassin, he flattered the seconds. Xia Yan returned. Although Dallas didn't see who secured the boss, she didn't think Lu Yu was a simple commodity. She was a member of the Ross family and had seen a lot since she was a child, so she could vaguely sense that Lu Yu had an extraordinary aura about him. Instead of going after the escaping monster, Delice came to the duo of Lu Yu and Bailey Tong. Thank you very much for your help. My name is Dallas. As a thank you, I owe you a favor. If you need any help in the future, you can contact me. After saying that, Dallas sent out a friend request to the 2 of them. This could make Xia Yan envious and jealous. He had dreamed of wanting Dolores's best friend status, but she said that she had to help her brush the demon ape lord before giving it to her. Why can this poor bastard Lu Yu get the Rose family's Pearl's friend position? He was just relying on the fat assassin to get an assist in killing the demon ape lord. Bailey Tong, agree. Lu Yu, decline. Adding friends is not necessary. What did I hear? Ms. Dallas' unsolicited friend request was rejected? The crowd was stunned. It's just a matter of raising my hand. After saying that, Lu Yu withdrew. If you have the time to talk about favors, you might as well brush up on your monsters and accumulate gold coins. Beautiful Ms. Dallas, then I will withdraw as well. Bailey Tong turned around and followed Lu Yu. Leaving Dallas in the wind, she muttered to herself, this is the first time someone has rejected me. This one called Lu Yu is quite unique. Brother Yu, tell me honestly, are you playing with desire, that is, letting Dallas become interested in you first and then push back step by step? We have just changed our jobs not long ago. At the moment is the main upgrade to become stronger. No strength, everything is a bubble. Luyu does not dislike beautiful women, but now is not the time, when the strength of the future to ignore any monster. Why worry about not find the object of desire? At this time, Luyu suddenly thought of something and looked at Bailey Tong. Fatty, do you know that there is a mysterious organization called Soul Hidden? Soul Hidden Organization? Bailey Tong was shocked and said, Holy, brother you, who are you trying to assassinate? Anyway, it's not to kill you, so just say you know or not, right? The current Luyu was not only worried about his parents who were in the war zone, but also his two younger sisters who were left unattended. After all, this world can't be an absolutely safe place. Even if it's a peaceful area, there is the possibility of monsters invading. Most importantly, there were times when hearts were much more terrifying than monsters. Bailey Tong smiled sarcastically and said, knowing that the Soul Hidden Organization is mysterious and powerful, it's no exaggeration to say that even the alliance forces in charge of the three great war gods are afraid of it. Luyu had only heard a little about this legendary and mysterious organization. As long as you can afford to pay enough gold coins, this organization can help you assassinate anyone you want to kill. Of course, you can also ask them to protect anyone you want to protect. Then, do you know what it takes to find someone from the Soul Hidden Organization? Bailey Tong's small eyes narrowed to a single slit as he looked at Luyu and smiled evilly, saying, if you have gold coins, you can find them. Luyu also smiled evilly and said, money is not a problem. 2 days later, Luyu and Bailey Tong appeared on the 7th street of Dragon City and entered a dimly lit small bar. This was a privately owned small bar. Many transmigrants returned to Dragon City and occasionally came to have a few drinks. Two of you, what do you need? The waitress dressed as a rabbit-eared lady at the bar entertained warmly. Brother you, give her 500 gold coins and just say that you were looking for the boss's wife. Bailey Tong whispered a reminder. Now Luyu, although the gold coins are free, but still slightly surprised, the introduction fee will be 500 gold coins, really worthy of the organization that recognizes money but not people. Luyu took out 500 gold coins and said with a smile, I want to see the boss's wife. Please follow me. The rabbit-eared beauty was very calm when she saw the 500 gold coins. It seemed that she was already accustomed to it. Soon, Luyu was brought to a dimly lit small dark room while Bailey Tong waited at the bar. Here was a charming young woman in a cheongsam with a conspicuous badge of gold coins plus a skull on her chest. When she saw Luyu coming, she looked Luyu up and down, thinking, so young, it must be another rich second generation from some family who wants to come and finish off some unlucky civilian. In order to stay out of trouble, these rich second-generation rich kids would often do this. The flag-robed young woman slowly got up, revealing her long white legs, and opened her mouth to say, follow me. Luyu nodded and followed the flag-robed young woman to another small dark room. Unexpectedly, this little dark room was hiding a teleportation array. The flag-robed young woman signaled Luyu to walk into the teleportation array. Luyu did not hesitate. As the light of the teleportation array flashed, the flag-robed young woman did not follow her in. The next moment, Luyu appeared in a dimly lit space. There was only a chair and a black-robed man in this space. This black-robed man sat quietly on the chair, his face and figure completely hidden under the black robe. Seeing someone teleporting in, the black-robed man raised his head to look at Luyu. His tone was cold, saying, kill or preserve people. Protect people. After saying that, Luyu directly took the information prepared in advance to the other party. A little later. What you want to protect is 4 people, and for a period of 2 years? The ones Luyu wanted to protect were naturally his parents who were in the F war zone, as well as his 2 sisters who were in the peace zone. Luyu nodded towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man glanced at the information in his hand again and said, 2 years of protection, requiring a top-tier assassin, and the cost might be a bit high. How many gold coins are required? Luyu asked directly. The black-robed man began to look Luyu up and down. His heart was a little puzzled. The other party looked very young, but he gave him such a calm feeling. 100 gold coins per person per day protection fee, 4 people, 2 years would be a total of 292,000 gold coins. If you pay it all at once, you can give you a little discount, counting you 290,000 gold coins. This is the price of our top assassins. If you are a top assassin, this is the price of our top assassin. Luyu directly transferred 290,000 gold coins to the other party, then signed the Soul Hidden Organization trading contract and got up to leave, leaving the black-robed man in a mess. With this professional contract, they would also be bound by the rules of their profession and would not violate their employer's contract, which was why Luyu was relieved. Are all the brats these days so bold? No need for installments. The family is secured. Next, it's time to go complete the advancement quests and go all out to brush monsters and upgrade. Chapter 11, Killing S-Class Lords in Seconds. Concentration Camp. Advancement Hall. This was where one could pick up second-order advancement quests. At this time, there were quite a few new students who had already upgraded to level 30 and were already queuing up over here to receive their advancement quests. Brother you, after the advancement, do you plan to take the Alliance Legion examination or join another guild force? Bailey Tong had a smile on his face and his eyes were dribbling. Lu Yu said without thinking, the most free monster hunter in the Legion, right? Except for the big battles and the big hunter events, the rest of the time is free from any constraints. Lu Yu had his own plans. The guild organization was too restrictive. And there weren't as many benefits as the Alliance Legion. Within the area under the jurisdiction of the Alliance, it was natural to prioritize entering the Legion, brushing monsters, and doing Legion quests to gain military merits. With military merit, not only could you obtain military ranks and increase your privileges, you could also exchange some special tickets. For example, the Sky Arena, Star Tower, and Valley of Dragons, those were special rewards harvested by the human war god's conquest of the extraterrestrial battlefield. There were also the Misty coins, Secret Realm coins, Abyssal coins, etc. that appeared in the explosive coin system, which could only be swiped by entering these types of special areas. And the burst rate is even lower than gold coins. These places had a certain number of slots to enter each year in the Legion. Of course, there would also be powerful monsters that would enter and compete with the human race for the rewards inside. This was a special copy attached to the monster world, and the rewards inside were coveted by even monsters. The Alliance headquarters stipulated that only those who had earned a certain amount of military service and met the conditions would be eligible to receive a ticket, which was the main reason why Lu Yu preferred the Legion Monster Hunter. That I also choose to join the Monster Hunters. It's hard to say that when the time comes, brother you and I will be assigned to the same war zone and the same squad. Bailey Tong squinted his small eyes and smiled, always looking like a treacherous businessman. Lu Yu only smiled slightly when he saw this. The Legion's allocation was very strict. It was not that Bailey Tong said that they would be allocated together, the Alliance Major General did not even have this right. After lining up for a while, finally it was Lu Yu's turn. This is the second level advancement Godstone, can only take the second level task, will put your hand on it, since you will receive the prompt of the advancement task. Advancement tasks can draw their own difficulty, the higher the attribute bonus obtained after completion. Except for the first extraction is free of charge, every subsequent extraction will cost you gold, similar to the extraction of talents. If you fail your first advancement quest, you will not be able to draw another quest difficulty, and the advancement stone will directly arrange the lowest difficulty advancement quest for you, so please act according to your ability. The sergeant in charge of looking after the advancement divine stone was still very responsible in introducing each person clearly. Lu Yu nodded and then placed his hand on the advancement god stone. Buzz. As the advancement divine stone released a white light, a difficulty of extraction advancement mission panel appeared in front of Lu Yu. The first time was free. Extract. Ding, you have drawn a D-ranked difficulty second order mission, do you confirm? Lu Yu of course chose no. With his current battle power, it was enough to easily complete the highest difficulty S-rank second order quests. D-rank? He doesn't even have to think about it. After 2 consecutive days of swiping gold coins, Lu Yu's gold coins had re-accumulated to over 1 million. The current Lu Yu could only be described as rich as hell. And so, Lu Yu directly spent gold coins to draw, and didn't stop until he drew an S-rank difficulty advancement mission. Ding, you spent 20 gold coins and drew the S-rank difficulty second order mission, is it confirmed? Confirm. Ding, you have confirmed the second order mission. Mission content, you need to head to the mission copy and kill a level 30 S-rank lord in single combat. Tip, if you don't take the initiative to open the mission copy within 3 days, it will be opened automatically, and once it is opened, you will be immediately teleported into the copy, while if you abandon the mission, you will be immediately teleported out. Nice guy. It really deserved to be a second order quest of S-rank difficulty, but it was actually to single-handedly kill an S-rank lord. With this kind of difficulty, Supernova, who drew a legendary talent matching profession with an orange outfit, had to carefully consider whether or not to take on a mission of this difficulty. After all, single-handedly, either there is absolute combat power, or have the ability to build well prepared, otherwise a high probability of failure. But Lu Yu is not panicked in the slightest. As long as he transformed into a sword god, within 30 seconds, it was enough to hang any level 30 lord class boss. Brother Yu, I've received an A-rank difficulty quest, how about you? About the same. About the same? Did you get an A-rank one too, brother Yu? S-rank. Bailey Tong looked at Lu Yu with wide eyes. I'm going to go. Is brother Yu so brave? He dares to take the S-rank advancement mission? I even draw to have to carefully consider that is not a person can pass the task. Although the mission boss will be a little weaker than the real boss, although it is a single fight without the interference of small monsters. But how weak an S-rank lord class boss is not something an average person can deal with. The main thing is, this is only a second order quest, completing the S rank and completing the A rank, the difference between the bonus attributes is actually not that big, and it can also be made up for in the later stages through equipment and so on. So, the safest thing to do is to take the A rank advancement quest. Bailey Tong's eyes suddenly flashed brightly. Through 2 days together, Bailey Tong was clear that Lu Yu was not a reckless person. Since Lu Yu dared to take the S-rank difficulty, it meant that Lu Yu had full certainty. Brother Yu, you are awesome. You're a role model for my generation, so I'll go and do my quest first, and then we'll go to the Legion examination together. After saying that, Bailey Tong opened the mission copy portal. At this time, a few people also walked into the hall. It was Lu Yu's other roommates who had teamed up to go for an upgrade. Seeing Fatty teleport to the mission copy, this confused them. That Fatty is level 30? Surprisingly faster than us? I didn't realize that the Fatty they couldn't see before was already level 30, how is this possible? Lu Yu also opened the quest with it. Lu Yu is also level 30? How did they level up? They were dumbfounded, and 100 tore into their sister. Inside the quest copy, it was a place similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. A disgusting monster with a smooth body was staring at Lu Yu in death. It was 10 meters tall, crawling, and had 8 strange eyes on its back that possessed hallucinogenic effects. The only evil eye also had strange runes embedded in it, making it intimidating to look at, and its body also exuded a black misty evil aura that was visible to the naked eye. Name, Evil Eye Lord. Rank, S-Class Lord Boss. Level, LV 30. Blood, 100,000. Introduction, Monster World S-Class Evil Eye Lord Projection, possessing the fighting skills and habits of the main body. 100,000 blood. I'm afraid this has already reached the limit of the blood quantity of a first-order monster. Lu Yu looked at his own blood level of 6,050 and thought in his heart, it's still too brittle, he'll have to strengthen his life value in the future. Snap! Lu Yu appeared. This Evil Eye Lord began to attack. Roar! I am the Supreme Evil Eye Lord, where I am is the swamp purgatory, human brat, you will only end up wailing in death. Talent, release sword god form. Within seconds, Lu Yu stood on the Evil Eye Lord's head with his sword. At this time, the Evil Eye Lord is covered with sword marks, the Evil Eye has been decapitated, and the bloodstain is only 1. Facing Lu Yu, who is at full strength, the Evil Eye Lord is only waiting for death, except waiting for death. The Supreme Evil Eye Lord, who is now wailing in death. Flying Sword Art. Lu Yu put his fingers together and hundreds of flying swords flew over the Evil Eye Lord in an instant. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing the Evil Eye Lord and completing your advancement. Chapter 12, Advancing to the Second Order, System unlocked 2 stars. It was just a pity that this quest boss was not a real monster, so it didn't explode gold coins, or else he could have known how many times the S-rank lords had doubled. The next moment, the advancement spell formation appeared under Lu Yu's feet, and a dazzling advancement glow surged forth. Lu Yu could clearly feel that his own 5-dimensional attributes were growing rapidly, and the duration of the baptism was only about 10 seconds. Open the attribute panel. Name, Lu Yu. Profession, Swordsman. Level, LV 32nd Order. Life value, 7,250. Mana, 3,450. Physical attack, 2,631. Physical defense, 21,750. Magic defense, 10,350. Strength, 157120600. Physical strength, 5120600. Intelligence, 7,120. Agility, 6120560. Spirit, 5120220. Free attribute points, 0.5 per level up. Full attribute 120. A very Nessie attribute addition. Now that the damage was enough, Lu Yu decided to add all of his points to physical strength in the future to bring up his blood first. In case he encounters a powerful monster that ignores percentage defense in the future, it would be a dangerous thing to have a low blood quantity. At this time, a panel for extracting second-order exclusive skills popped up. It was the same as before. The first 3 draws were free. But the highest drawn was an E-rank second-order skill. Skills were still very important. Drawing a good skill could enhance one's battle power by quite a bit. Ding, you spent 100 gold coins and drew the Keep It Up. Ding, you spent 100 gold coins and drew the B-rank skill Flying Chop. Ding, you spent 100 gold coins to draw the S-class skill 7-star Sword Formation. After drawing more than 1,000 times and spending more than 100,000 gold coins, Lu Yu successfully drew the S-class skill. Kryptonite was just comfortable. Name, 7-star Sword Formation. Grade, S-class. Grade, second order LV0 need to spend gold coins to upgrade. Skill effect, when the sword formation is on, within the range of the sword formation, your base life, attack, defense, and movement speed will increase, the time to unleash other skills will be shortened, and the damage inflicted on the target will have an additional critical injury effect. Tip, upgrading this skill increases the range of the sword formation as well as the bonus. What a comprehensive support skill! Lu Yu's eyes were filled with joy. Decisively choosing this auxiliary skill. Such a comprehensive skill that not only increased life, but also shortened the release time of the skill, this was simply not too practical for the swordsman profession. If one could achieve no release time, and skills released in seconds, how refreshing and explosive would that be? Ding, you have advanced to the second level, equipment list, wealth list, pet list, level list, and other lists open. Tip, after being on the list, the rankings will be refreshed once a week, and the top 10 will have extra battle power bonuses. Ha! There's also a bonus in battle power? Luyu opened the wealth list and found that the first place was the contemporary head of the Ross family, Chai Elder Ross, with a staggering amount of 2 billion gold coins. Equivalent to $2 trillion, truly worthy of being the richest man in the alliance. Of course. This wealth list was only ranked by the amount of gold coins owned by an individual, and it wasn't accurate. For example, the Alliance, Soul Hidden, and other large organizations, the amount of gold coins in their warehouses definitely far exceeds that of the world's richest man, just not counting personal ownership. The Ross family had only concentrated the gold coins accumulated by the entire family for nearly 100 years on the person in charge, but it was still amazing enough. After advancing to the second stage, the exploding coin system also unlocked the second star. This is what Luyu was most looking forward to. System name, Exploding Coin. Current status, activated. Unlocked stars. Introduction. After activation, you will definitely explode gold coins when you kill monsters. 100% of the gold coins will be obtained by multiplying the monster level by the base number, and the gold coins will be doubled when you kill elite monsters or bosses, and the current base number of gold coins dropped by killing monsters is 20. Misty Coin, unlocked. Misty Coins, unlocked. Abyssal Coins, unlocked. Misty Coins, unlocked. Abyssal Coins, unlocked. The base number of explosive gold coins has doubled. It seems that this exploding coin system is pure exploding coin. The higher the unlocked star level, the higher the base. Luyu remembered to advance to the second stage and have 4 skill bars, so he will go out later and open a skill in the extraterrestrial mall. When the advancement was completed, Luyu was teleported back to the advancement hall. This student, congratulations on completing your advancement. This is a map of the assessment points for organizations such as legions and guilds. You can choose where to go to participate in the assessment on your own. If you are participating in the Legion's assessment, I advise you to go there as early as possible. Unless you have a strong strength, the quota will no longer recruit when it is full, as we only recruit elites. The sergeant in charge of the advancement hall handed Luyu a map. Seeing that Fatty Bailey Tong hadn't returned from his mission yet, Luyu opened the extraterrestrial mall and clicked on the skills page. Here there was only the skill treasure chest to purchase, not like the equipment page that could directly purchase equipment. Luyu did not think of acquiring a book in the Alliance Mall, but the grade of the acquisition is definitely not high. It would be better to open the skill treasure chest, and perhaps open a scroll to enhance the grade may also be possible. Name, Skill Treasure Chest. Description, there is a probability of opening a skill book in a mysterious scroll, but the applicable occupation and grade of the skill are randomized. Purchase amount, 50. This skill chest was similar to the equipment chest. Luyu directly purchased 100 of them at once. Ding, congratulations on opening the F-rank first order water skill water ball technique. Ha! The first one opened a skill book. Could it be that I was boinked by Lady Luck today? Ding, congratulations, you've opened a grade B mystic scroll, which can raise any skill grade to grade B. This. Awesome. After opening 100 treasure chests, Luyu opened 28 skill books and AB rank scroll, a near 30 opening rate, much higher than others. However, there were no skill books suitable for the swordsman profession, and the only good thing was this B-grade mystic scroll. It could be said that this 5,000 gold coins drew a lonely one. No wonder most people with minds at home would rather acquire skill books than draw them. It consumes too much gold. Subsequently, Luyu continued to purchase 100 treasure chests, which opened to a grade A swordsman skill, Green Lotus Sword Dance. Name, Green Lotus Sword Dance. Grade, Grade A. Rank, first stage LV0 needs to be upgraded by spending gold coins. Skill effect, attacks the target with a magnificent sword dance. For segments in total, the release process can't be interrupted. The fourth segment of the cyclorama sword dance returns to its original position and causes a stalemate to the target along the way. Tip, upgrading this skill will increase the damage. A skill that combines both output and control, it's a good fit. With that, Luyu upgraded all of his skills to the second rank. Luyu kept the other 58 skill books, so that when he joined the Legion, he could hand them over to the Legion, thus exchanging them for military honors. It didn't take long. It was only then that Bailey Tong returned from his advancement mission. His body was clean and not injured. What? It's not true, is it? Brother, you completed the advancement mission before me? Bailey Tong rubbed his little eyes in disbelief. S-class quest, ah. Mustn't it take at least a day? Moreover, Luyu's body is also clean, without a single wound. Those who don't know still think that Luyu has completed the lowest F-rank advancement task. Waiting for you for half a day, if not promised you, go with you to participate in the Legion examination, otherwise, I will go first. Brother, I am completely convinced of you. Go, we will go to the Legion assessment point. Bailey Tong smiled brightly. Seeing Lu Yu and Bailey Tong go forward to participate in the Legion of Examination, the other housemates who had just completed the F-class advancement mission came out. All of them were not optimistic. In their opinion, the uninjured Lu Yu and Bailey Tong were doing the same F-rank advancement mission as them. With 10 points of full attribute bonus, they can't pass the Legion test at all, so they might as well just go find a guild to join. Fatty, how many attribute bonuses do you get for completing an A-rank advancement mission? Not much, just 100 points. Hearing that, Lu Yu nodded his head. That really wasn't a big difference between the attribute bonus gained in the early stages and the S-rank difficulty. If one did not have absolute confidence, going for a rank advancement quests was the most prudent. After all, there were still many aspects that could enhance the attributes. In the middle of the conversation, the two of them then came together to the Legion assessment point, where there were quite a few people taking the assessment. Of course, professional talents like Xie Yan and Delis were not used to participate. They were directly assigned to the S Warzone Alliance headquarters side. There were two types of Legion examinations. One was the Professional Legion, and the other was the Monster Hunters. Professional Legion is a regular army, disciplined, unified command, monthly welfare allowance. Monster Hunters are free mode, but there is no fixed allowance. Which one do you want to assess? The sergeant in charge of registering for the assessment asked. Monster Hunter. Lu Yu did not hesitate to return. Chapter 13 Monster Hunter. If Grandpa knew that I didn't enroll in the regular army and became a Monster Hunter instead, I'm afraid he'd be furious. I don't care. Monster Hunter on Monster Hunter, my sixth sense tells me, follow Brother Fei, absolutely take off. Bailey Tong also decisively choose to enroll in the Monster Hunter. This Monster Hunter test is also simple, just one item, actual combat. As long as you can kill an elite monster of the same level, you are qualified. The shorter the killing time, the higher the score, the more you can be assigned to the warzone with good resources. In order to stay in the F warzone, so that he can apply to see his parents as soon as possible, Lu Yu has unloaded all of his equipment and only uses a low-level weapon. Walking onto the assessment platform, the werewolf-like elite monster danced wildly with a barbed iron rod, screaming strangely as it took the lead in launching an attack. Block. Ding. 1. What a perfect block, what precise timing. The examiner looked at Lu Yu on the examination stage, and inwardly, he was very surprised. This is a ING combat genius. Lu Yu smiled slightly. He didn't expect that the block that was boosted with a B grade scroll would work quite well when used. Following that, Lu Yu had been using general attacks to engage the monster, at most releasing block to resist the monster's skill attacks. This confused the examiner. According to reason, a swordsman profession, even if they didn't have the money to buy skill books, the exclusive skills extracted from the first and second ranks should have attack skills. Why did this little guy only release block and delayed releasing the attack skill? Seeing that the time was almost up, Lu Yu then saw the right time to release the Green Lotus sword dance. His body suddenly floated and danced, sword light flashing in all directions. Poof! With 4 stages of damage, the stiffness effect didn't even trigger, and the monster was directly seconded by Lu Yu. This was at least a Green Lotus sword dance. This brat was letting go. Thinking about it, the examiner also announced the result in a loud voice. The examination is over, lasted 5 minutes and 8 seconds, score 65 points, passed the examination. And Bailey Tong's side has long ended the battle, obtaining a high score of 90 points. The bottom can go to the sea level or above the war zone. But the war zone allocation was announced. Lu Yu was dumbfounded. Lu Yu, Bailey Tong, assigned to the original F Warzone, tomorrow morning to report to the F Warzone Monster Hunter Hall. Back to the dormitory. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes and stared at Bailey Tong in disbelief. Warzone allocation was a very strict matter. How did this fatty manage to achieve such a high score, yet he was assigned to the same F Warzone as himself? Brother Yu, don't look at me like that. I'm also puzzled. Bailey Tong spread his hands and said that he wasn't sure what was going on, and could only say, maybe it's because my size and occupation aren't up to par, so I wasn't favored to be assigned to the F Warzone. Brother Yu, I'll just say it. You and I might be in the same warzone. I didn't expect that I really hit the nail on the head. I really hope that I can also be assigned to the same hunter squad after reporting for duty tomorrow. Lu Yu rolled his eyes. Still the same squad. This is not much different from the probability of winning the first prize in the lottery, purely a dream. Inside the concentration camp, Zhao Liang looked at the information coming from his men and fell into deep thought. He could not have imagined that Bailey Tong would give up the regular army exam for Lu Yu to take the Monster Hunter exam. He scored a high 90 points on the test but secretly volunteered to stay in the F Warzone, just for the sake of being in the same warzone as Lu Yu. This Lu Yu is not just an ordinary swordsman and a poor family. What kind of magic is there that deserves such a high regard from that lord's grandson? How are Lu Yu's parents being treated? Back to Sir, Lu Yu's parents are currently doing the hardest and most tiring work in the warzone, with the lowest subsidies. Zhao Liang pondered for a while and said slowly, pass on my order to lighten the workload of Lu Yu's parents, in addition, improve their treatment, and the subsidy will be based on the highest standard for ordinary living occupations. Since that lord's grandson thinks so highly of Luyu, then I have to do a favor and take care of Luyu's parents. This deal isn't a loss either way. On the other side. Warzone F, Frontline, Battle Reserve. Blacksmith Camp. Lu Shan was naked and sweating profusely as he was building in armor, the constant high temperature roasting his skin red. Lu Shan, come over to my office. Seeing his supervisor calling him, Lu Shan's face filled with worry rose up, thinking that it was his supervisor who was going to continue to make things difficult for him, increase the amount of tasks, or even fire him. If that was the case, then he would be cut off from his financial resources. What about his son? What about the living expenses of his 2 daughters? When Lu Shan entered the office with a face full of worry, before he could open his mouth, his supervisor hurriedly helped Lu Shan to sit down, and then personally poured a cup of tea. What's this? This? Lu Shan, an honest man, was confused. His boss poured tea for himself? This is really the sun coming out of the west. No. There must be something wrong. Is he really going to fire me? Lu Shan was scared and rushed to say, Sir, I can't, I've worked overtime to complete the previous tasks, I didn't make any mistakes. What? Old Lu, what are you talking about? Am I the kind of person you think I am? The supervisor's face was a bit fawning. He couldn't figure out why the higher-ups were suddenly taking such good care of Lu Shan. But being in the blacksmith camp for so many years, he is very smart in his heart, and knows that Lu Shan has a backer, so he has to make good friends. Looking for you to come over to talk, mainly because you have been conscientious, performance is good, the upper no, decided to enhance your treatment. From today onwards, your treatment is the highest level of ordinary life occupation, workload, will also be appropriate to reduce the billion point. I'm not sure if you're a good person or not. Lu Shan heard confused, thought the boss this is joking with his own what virtue can awe? But when the boss will be the war zone of the new welfare treatment token into their hands, Lu Shan this had to believe in front of the fantastic facts. Old Lu before I also in order to punctually complete the war zone officer accounted for the task down, had to be harsh on you, you cannot take it to heart, another day off, I invite you to dinner, self-punishment of 3 cups. Until he got home from work, Lu Shan's whole head was buzzing. In the blacksmith camp, who was not everyday conscientious, take life to work, but why this good thing fell on their head? But no matter what, this is a great thing, a heavenly good thing, now the family's living conditions can be greatly improved. Yunji I was favored by the god of luck, my welfare benefits were upgraded to the highest level. As soon as Han Yunji returned, Lu Shan couldn't wait to share this with his wife. What? You've been upgraded too? What do you mean? Could it be that you too? Well, this afternoon, the pharmacist supervisor suddenly told me that I've been promoted, and that I'll only need to specialize in dispensing potion formula portions starting tomorrow, with the highest grade of benefits for a material sorter. This. Lu Shan and Han Yunji instantly understood that this was not a case of them working seriously, it must be that they had a valuable person to help them. But they didn't know any honorable people in this war zone. The highest officer they could contact was their own boss. What the hell is going on here? Early the next morning. Monster Hunter Hall. Luyu looked at Bailey Tong in a daze. I didn't expect that this fatty would really be assigned to a team with himself. Brother Yu, it seems like we are destined to be together. We'll be comrades in arms from now on. This fat guy, he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. At this time, an instructor like high-ranked transmigrant walked over, and it was none other than Yang Zhang, the transmigrant who had escorted Luyu earlier. Ha! He's also a monster hunter? Chapter 14, 1-star mission, Purge the Blood Lizard Demon Cave Monsters. My name is Yang Zhang, I'm a 5-star hunter, from today onwards, I'm the chief captain in charge of you guys, and you're the 1-star little hunters. As soon as Yang Zhang arrived, he released his might and shocked the 28 rookies. In the team. Except for Luyu and Bailey Tong, the others were sweating and silenced. Monster hunters are very free, except for the occasional hunter team mission, you guys make your own arrangements for the rest of the time. You can take missions individually or in teams, and as for missions and military honors, you can learn about them in the Hunter's Handbook on your own. Although we monster hunters are in free mode, we are also subordinate to the Alliance Legion. Once there is a war opened, we also have to be the first to listen to the Legion General Commander's deployment. Every year, the Legion has the Scarlet Trial that only the new generation can enroll in, the top 5 can get tickets to the Special Secret Realm, and the Scarlet Trial will open in 3 months, so you guys can work hard to upgrade and fight for it in the meantime, even if the chances are slim. Now, each of you will receive a set of exclusive Hunter Battle uniform, except for bathing, wear it at all times, not to be unloaded, whoever dares to unload it privately in normal times is considered to have given up their identity as a hunter. After receiving it, you are free to move, gather here at the end of the month, if you encounter any problems, you can ask me through the squad channel, I have finished speaking, dismissed. After Yang Zhang finished speaking, everyone received a set of hunter's uniform. This battle suit is similar to an unusual combat suit, but engraved with 2 types of inscription spell formations, one is anti-dust and dirt, and the other is a warning light pillar. Once a hunter dies, this early warning light pillar will be triggered automatically, and then a sky patrol will go to check if there is a monster invasion. This was the experience that the human race had gained over the past 100 years of fighting against monsters and exchanging it with countless bloodshed. There was once a small patrol that was instantly massacred by a powerful monster, and it was too late to even send the information through the channel, thus leading to the destruction of a safe zone city, with more than 100,000 people dead. In order to avoid such a situation from happening again, all members within the Legion began to wear warnable battlesuits. It could be said that every sergeant was an early warning device, and could be the first to notice when there was a powerful monster raid. As soon as the chief captain left, the crowd started to become active. Some could not wait to start teaming up to do quests, upgrades, and brush up on their military achievements. Only Lu Yu and Bailey Tong were ignored. In their opinion, Lu Yu, a swordsman, didn't have powerful equipment to support him when he reached the second rank, and his damage started to scrape. And Bailey Tong, with such a fat body, was an assassin, a proper liability. They naturally don't see the two. Feather brother, take me one, I am fast, I can help you pull monsters. Bailey Tong squinted and smiled. Lu Yu was also speechless at this fat guy who was sticking to him like a dog's skin, but he didn't refuse. Re-entering the Monster Hunter Hall, Lu Yu first came to the application desk. Hello, I would like to apply to meet with my family. What is your family's occupation? A blacksmith and a material sorter. Sorry. Recently, monsters have frequently entered the 38th parallel, and the F theater has entered the first level of combat period, so all the life occupation preparation personnel cannot leave their posts privately for the time being, so they can only apply after a while. Level 1 combat period? Lu Yu frowned and could only give up for the time being. Fortunately, he had hired, Soul Hidden, in advance to protect his family, and since his dad and mom were in the battle preparation area, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Only, dad and mom might have to work hard for a while longer. You guys have been working hard for most of your lives, so when you meet up with you, you will be able to enjoy yourselves. The other side. It's so hard to be idle all of a sudden. It always feels like I can't do anything. No, I have to do something on my own. Lu Shan was drinking tea with his boss in his office. Today's workload was pitifully small, completed in less than half an hour, and then he was invited by his boss to the office to drink tea, eat snacks, and chat. Han Yunji was in a similar situation. Suddenly there wasn't much to do. There was also a whole bunch of benefits, so it always felt a bit uncomfortable, and it was true that it had been a hard day. Lu Yu walked over to the mission desk. A large screen displayed the missions of each difficulty star level and the corresponding military rewards. Monster hunters didn't have benefits, whereas the regular army could receive a benefit every month, which was equivalent to a salary. So, if monster hunters wanted to be self-sufficient, they had to keep taking on missions, hunting monsters, and accumulating military honors. Military credits can be of great use. It can be used to exchange equipment, raise rank, and even exchange for pet eggs and so on. If you want to be promoted to a 2-star hunter, you have to use 200 military credits to exchange, while the reward military credits for a 1-star mission is only 10 points. That's a minimum of 21-star missions to qualify for promotion. With the qualification, there were 3 chances to participate in the 2-star hunter assessment, and if you passed the assessment, you could be promoted to 2-star hunter. Promoted to a 2-star hunter in order to take on a 2-star mission, and so on. This is also to avoid some rich second generation, relying on the family has money, kryptonite open skill books, etc., and then on the exchange for military promotion. To be promoted, you have to come up with your own strength. The rich have the strength in order to promote quickly. Brother Yu, the underground devil's cave cleanup mission is good. Bailey Tong suddenly said. Lu Yu glanced at this mission introduction. 1-star quest, purge the blood lizard demon cave monster. Quest description: a new magic cave has recently appeared not far outside Dragon City, with low-level monsters appearing. Purge these monsters and bring back the Monster Lord's head. Suggested team: 6 people. Mission reward: 10 military honors and 10 gold coins per person. Mission reward: 10 military honors and 10 gold coins per person. Most of the 1-star quests have only military rewards, and the ones that have gold rewards are relatively rare, but the difficulty of the quests will be relatively high. The Devil's Cave is considered a common monster territory, and the monsters inside are usually quite numerous, which can accumulate a lot of gold coins. And so, Lu Yu decisively took it. You're just the 2 of you to take on this quest? Yes. As newcomers, I suggest you play it safe and take the easier quests first. The Magic Cave has a complicated terrain and it's easy for monsters to block the way out. No need, just this one, we both like a challenge. Seeing that Lu Yu had said so, the mission reception beauty could only register the information for the 2 of them. The time for this mission is 3 days, and if the mission is not submitted after 3 days, it will be considered a mission failure. At this time, the members of the same squad as Lu Yu teamed up and came. Seeing that Lu Yu and Bailey Tong had taken on a 1-star difficult mission, they all revealed expressions of surprise. Good lord, these 2 oddballs are simply playing dead. What's wrong with you guys? No one is organizing you, so why don't you take on some simple tasks such as transporting supplies? If you die, not only will you waste the patrol's precious time to explore, but you will also cause our squad to be depleted, thus affecting the quality of the monthly squad missions. If the squad is understaffed, then the end of the month missions assigned from above will be inferior to other squads, and the rewards will also be reduced. So they had to be reminded of this, and even wondered if this Lu Yu and Bailey Tong were broken because there was no one to form a squad. If that was the case, then they would be more or less overjoyed in their hearts, but they also had to upgrade. Don't worry, we both can't die, see you later. Bailey Tong hemmed and hawed, then set off directly with Lu Yu. Brother Yu, I have a map of the Devil's Cave for this quest. You have a map? Lu Yu was stunned. The places where these quest-swiped monsters were explored by high-level transmigrators from the war zone, so naturally, there would be maps drawn. No, I mean, where did you get the maps? This is the secret, I have quite a few of these maps, when the time comes, we will sell them together to others, how about a 50-50 split? Chapter 15, this time the boss exploded 6 more skill books. Inside the Devil's Cave. Bailey Tong used the submerge skill and stealthily walked at the front. This Devil's Cave map wasn't very large, but there were many forks in the road. In which fork there are monsters, the map in Time's hand is marked, so it's extremely convenient. Lu Yu didn't stop Bailey Tong from taking shortcuts. Because the war zone was large, there were many places to grind, and at the moment it was better to quickly raise the star level in order to take on higher level quests and gain access to some of the battlefields. Brother Yu, there are 8 level 35 monsters ahead. Flying sword art. Poof. The monsters were instantly killed in seconds. These were ordinary monsters of the reptilian type, similar to lizards, but with only 3 legs, the third leg was thick and the mouth could be split open. Brother Yu was mighty. Bailey Tong gave a thumbs up. In this way, Lu Yu and Bailey Tong teamed up and effortlessly swept through the entire demon cave, killing all the way to the demon cave lord side. Name, Blood Lizard Lord. Level, F class. Level, LV 40. Blood, 45,000. A level 40 F class lord. It was by no means something that an ordinary transmuter who had just advanced to the 2nd rank could easily deal with. Even in a team of 6, it would be difficult to complete the quest if there wasn't enough cooperation. It was no wonder that the young lady and her other teammates thought that she and Bailey Tong were playing dead. Brother Yu, this boss is a bit strong, I can't handle it well. Bailey Tong directly shrunk behind Lu Yu. In fact, he could single brush this boss, but it would require a lot of effort and take some time. With Brother Yu, see, he should just be a pathfinder, it's called the most optimal choice. Well, leave it to me. 7-star sword formation start. Buzz. The 7-star swords coalesce in the orientation of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. In the next second, a cool sword formation unfolded with Lu Yu at the center, enveloping the crowd of monsters. Emma. Such a large range? I'm afraid this isn't an S-rank 7-star sword formation, is it? Bailey Tong stared hard at the size of his eyes, his face filled with incredulity. This Lu Yu actually possessed an S-rank 7-star sword formation in addition to his S-rank flying sword art. In addition, his natural skill was also definitely an S-rank existence. My goodness. This kind of swordsman, even if he doesn't have much equipment, he can still beat any profession at the same level, right? Where did Lu Yu get so many S-rank skills? I've spent so much gold, plus the lucky talisman prop, and I've only been able to draw one S-ranked auxiliary skill, Ghost Spirit Step. This is not scientific. In terms of wealth, luck, and character, Lu Yu is no match for me. What's the problem? Just when Bailey Tong was doubting his life, Lu Yu had already used his flying sword art. Lu Yu was already killing monsters with his flying sword technique and Green Lotus sword dance. It didn't take long. The Blood Lizard Lord didn't even take down a single blood skin of Lu Yu before he was killed in the cave. Ding, congratulations on obtaining 20x 40x 108000 gold coins. Another wave of gold coins was credited to the account, beautiful. Lu Yu saw that the boss had also popped out quite a few things, a few pieces of equipment, as well as a bunch of materials and a dozen gold coins. Wow! Brother Yu, this is the first time I've seen a monster pop out so many gold coins. Bailey Tong's eyes revealed the symbol. However, Lu Yu's next maneuver stunned Bailey Tong. He only saw Lu Yu take out 3 skill books from his parcel and threw them into the pile of items popped out by the Blood Lizard Lord, staining it with the Blood Lizard Lord's blood. We're in luck, this boss also popped out 3 skill books, but unfortunately there are no ones for the swordsman and assassin professions. Bailey Tong's fleshy mouth was wide open. How could he not know that Lu Yu was going to take the skill books and exchange them for military honors? I thought that Lu Yu was going to take the explosive liver route and slowly raise the hunter rank, but I didn't realize that he was taking the kryptonite route. Since you want to do this, then I have no choice but to follow Krypton. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep up with my rank, I won't have an excuse to team up, and I won't be able to know more of Brother Yu's skills. Ahem, Brother Yu, you're looking at it wrong, this boss actually exploded 6 skill books. Here, look, there are 3 more skill books here, but unfortunately, there are no ones for the swordsman or assassin professions either. Bailey Tong also threw 3 skill books towards the ground. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at the fat man who didn't blush. Good guy. Are you playing kryptonite with me? Okay. Then I'd like to see how much kryptonite you fatso has. After cleaning up the loot, the two of them beheaded the monster lord and returned the way they came. While leaving, Lu Yu stopped for a moment and looked back at the magic cave. He always felt that there was something staring at him in the dark, but he couldn't find anything. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Nothing, let's go. Snort. A strange sound resounded softly from the depths of the Devil's Cave, followed by nothing. Monster Hunter Hall. Seeing Lu Yu and Bailey Tong come back so quickly, Bai Xinjie shook her head and thought that the duo had experienced the power of the monsters in the Devil's Cave and had come to give up their mission. Young man, don't be over-ambitious, keep your feet on the ground. Boom. Bailey Tong took out the Blood Lizard Lord's head and put it on the quest table, saying, Sister, we've come to hand in the quest. Oh, and also, this boss exploded 6 skill books, please give us the trouble of converting them into military credits. At once. The surrounding area was quiet. Especially those 1-star hunter rookies, but also wide-eyed, head down looking at Lu Yu two people. For a while. Only then did Bai Xinjie exclaimed, You guys finished the mission? Wait a minute. This F-ranked lord exploded 6 skill books? If it wasn't for the fact that the Blood Lizard Lord's head was right here, Bai Xinjie would definitely think that the duo had lost their minds. Not to mention the completion of the task problem, is the boss which has a one-time burst, so skill books, even if it is a high-level lords, once can burst at 2 or 3 skill books are considered a big explosion. This is still false, here. Lu Yu and Bailey Tong unspokenly took out the first order skill books. Bai Xinjie had to head buzzing to the two settled the task. Incidentally, the skill book converted into military credit, first order skills exchanged 20 points of military credit. In this way, Lu Yu's 1-star hunter medal had 70 military credits in his account, and with 2 more missions, it was estimated that he would be able to obtain the 2-star hunter assessment qualification today. Damn it, how did they do it? Also, their luck is too good, right? Bai Xinjie looked at the identity information of the duo and was confused. Lu Yu was a pauper, and Bailey Tong was an orphan. And the duo didn't look like second-generation rich people in any way. If they wanted to use kryptonite to brush up on their military achievements, they didn't have to go through so much trouble, and they could just turn in their skill books directly for redemption. I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. How did the two of them kill the Blood Lizard Lord? Could it really be due to a stroke of luck? A few hours later, Lu Yu and Bailey Tong came to submit their quests again. Hey sis, we're lucky, this time the boss exploded 6 more skill books. Another 3 hours have passed. Sis, another 6 skill books have popped. Put. Are you too sure you're not playing with me? Nima. How can anyone be so lucky every time? You think the bosses are all raised by your family, and the skill books just pop up when you say so. If you want to play with me, don't play with me like this. Out of professionalism, Bai Xinjie could only smile and do the service, then rubbed her temples vigorously. This matter is too mysterious. Sister, look at us, we've reached 210 in military service, where do we go for the 2-star test? Go over there. This 2-star hunter assessment wasn't complicated, it was to single-handedly fight a second order, level 60 elite monster, and naturally, Lu Yu and Bailey Tong passed with flying colors. Feather Brother became a 2-star hunter. We can go to the misty battlefield hunting monsters. There, kill a leader monster is 1 point of military service, then to do the task much faster, other places cannot. I don't want to be a hunter, I want to be a hunter. Just as Lu Yu and Bailey Tong were preparing to go to the misty battlefield right now, Bailey Tong suddenly stopped and stared at the channel message that had just popped up. Finished. Brother Yu, maybe our destiny is going to end. What's going on? My grandfather is looking for me. Chapter 16 Traveling to the Misty Battlefield. Brother Yu, you go to the misty battlefield to brush the monsters first, I'll go to see my grandfather first, and when I have the chance in the future, I'll definitely go find you. After saying that, Bailey Tong only left a residual shadow in place and disappeared. F. Battlefield General Commander's Office. An aged old man with crane hair, wearing a simple ancient robe and coiled 3,000 strands of hair, his eyes gleamed, but his sharpness was subdued. The commander-in-chief of the warzone was currently standing quietly beside the old man like a good boy, waiting for an admonishment. The old man soared in circles all the battlefields in F Warzone, and there is nothing unusual to be found. Those S-class lords felt the old man's aura, and all of them are timidly hiding, so I think the monsters in F Warzone will return to normal very soon. However, don't let your guard down, keep alert at all times, in case the monsters make a comeback. If it wasn't for the need for me to stay at the headquarters, I wouldn't have been able to stay for long, or I would have helped you clean up those S-class 10th Order Great Lords. I'm sorry. It's really hard for the sword old man to make a special trip. At this time, Commander-in-Chief Shen Yuan, who was still very grateful in his heart. The person in charge of the concentration camp, Zhao Liang, had reported the matter of Sword Old Man's grandson, and Shen Yuan, who had guessed that the main purpose of Sword Old Man's trip was mainly to find his grandson, in addition to inspecting the F War Zone. If Bailey Tong wasn't here, a super-duper like Sword Old Man wouldn't have descended easily. Just then, Bang! Bailey Tong hurriedly crashed through the door and barged in. Grandpa! I've missed you to death. Bailey Zongfeng's forehead instantly bulged with veins, his eyes lit up with a blazing fire, grabbing the information sheet on the table, and then with a smile on his face, he kindly opened his mouth. Baby grandson, you tell Grandpa, this form on the registration of orphans is what happened, Although your parents are gone, but Grandpa is still there, how did you become an orphan? That. Without waiting for Bailey Tong to explain, Bailey Zongfeng drew out his LV 300 level legendary greatsword, picked up Bailey Tong, and slapped the back of the sword furiously at his grandson's butt. Your rebellious grandson, I asked your grandpa Tu Tian to take you to the chaotic forest to sharpen your sword heart, but you're good, you're sharpening an assassin's heart. This matter aside, you actually do not greet one, secretly ran to the F war zone, mixed into the concentration camp, but also ing dare to fill in their own orphans. Grandpa, I have not died a day, you are not an orphan. Today, I'm going to whip you into shape. Pop. Ego, Grandpa don't smoke, I'm wrong. Shen Yuan, who smiled sarcastically from the side, then wisely walked out of the office and closed the door. At this time, Lu Yu had already arrived at the Dragon City transportation station alone. In order to travel to the Misty Battlefield, one had to cross the sea, which had long been occupied by sea monsters, so one needed to come to the transportation station to take a flying mount-based transport. The so-called transportation station was to transport supplies and combatants to various battlefields. Of course. Except for the Alliance regular army transportation, which is free. If others want to take a ride, then they need to buy a ticket, which is not particularly expensive. A station ticket is 10 gold, and a sitting ticket is 20 gold. Lu Yu directly handed over the 2-star hunter medal. Hello, I'm buying a sitting ticket to the Misty Battlefield. 2-star hunter? The ticket agent's gaze was slightly condensed. Young man, right now, the battlefield of our F war zone is in a tight battle, monsters are frequently deployed, it's not the best choice for you to go to the Misty Battlefield now. Do you want to reconsider and stay here in Dragon City to do the quests and upgrade first? No need, since I chose Monster Hunter, I've long been prepared to face danger at any time. Seeing Lu Yu said so, the ticket agent could only shake his head disapprovingly and gave Lu Yu a sitting ticket. Ready to go, all those who are going to the Misty Battlefield gather. With a big man yelling, Lu Yu boarded a large flying mount, similar to a griffin, which could be bigger than an airplane. This pet had modern technology installed on its back similar to an airplane's passenger compartment. Although the monsters invaded and all electronic technology on this side of the war zone could not be used, it did not affect the wisdom of the human race, combining technology with the mount to maximize its effectiveness. Attention all personnel, crossing the sea may be attacked by sea monsters at any time, fasten your seatbelts to avoid being jolted out. After the senior transmuter who was controlling the transportation pet finished speaking, he harnessed his mount and took off. The scene of a large flying transportation mount flying in unison was still very shocking. There were two types of pets. One was a mount pet, which had no combat ability and could not be upgraded after contracting, and was used as a substitute for transportation, with a lot of blood and defense. The other was a combat pet, which absorbed the owner's experience in upgrading and growing from monsters after contracting. The other is a combat pet, which will absorb the owner's experience to upgrade and grow after the contract is signed. Therefore, the transmigrants who own large mount pets are usually arranged by the Alliance headquarters for material transportation. Although the speed of this large mount was slower than other small mounts, it was very practical. Lu Yu looked through the window and saw that in the sea below, there were quite a number of transmutations teaming up to hunt sea monsters. Ocean. That was the superb battlefield that connected the various war zones. It was a good thing that sea monsters could not stay on land for a long time. At most they would roam around the coast, or else faced with a huge number of sea monsters, the human race would have long been wiped out. If you want to hunt sea monsters, you have to have at least a 4th order rank, otherwise it would be difficult to go down to the sea. Lu Yu is now rushing to the Misty Battlefield, which is the island where the Sakura Kingdom was located 100 years ago. The first wave of monster invasion was in the Sakura country, in a very short time destroyed the entire Sakura country. Sakura nationals did not escape, all were perfectly abused by the monster. Many of the dead Sakura nationals were derived into evil monsters under the power of the monster lords. Lu Yu opened the map of the Misty Battlefield, which marked the approximate monster level of each area, and then selected an outlying area that was dotted with 2nd order to 3rd order monsters. Bailey Tong, hey, I gave it to brother you. This was a long way to go. With the speed of the transportation pets, it would take at least half a day to arrive. Lu Yu then extracted his 3rd order skills ahead of time while thinking about his 2 sisters in the faraway land, wondering if they had listened to him and ate and drank well. F Warzone Safe Zone, City Center. The 2 sisters, Lu Shuet and Lu Yu, were shopping in a mall, but they seemed to be only shopping and not buying. Sister, brother left us a lot of money. I know, but it's not easy to make money, and we can't spend brother's money frivolously. Maybe they were scared of being poor. The 2 sisters didn't even bother to buy anything they liked when they saw it. Let's go buy some meat. Brother said he wants us to supplement our nutrition and make us look pretty. Well, let's go buy some meat and go back. When brother comes back, we'll surely be beautiful. But sister, our shoes are rotten and Lu Shui looked at her sister, and then looked at herself, and hesitated for a while, before she said, "Okay, then we'll go buy a new pair of shoes, but not too expensive ones." Good. Lu Yu immediately danced with excitement. And what girl doesn't love beauty? Not long after. On the way home. Big brother, I've been keeping an eye out for a few days now. That pair of sisters dressed in pauper clothes are the ones living in the first-class mansion. This mansion set is worth at least $30 million. I guess that girl's family earned money to buy it in the war zone, but they didn't come back. Big brother, as long as we can snatch the money from these two sisters, we can be in style for a long time. They went out. I guess they will come back soon. This is the way they go home. Usually there are not many people. A street sneak-looking green-haired boy laughed evilly. They were all battle profession failures who hadn't passed the Legion and Guild tests. Becoming a lone wolf and easily falling in the battlefront area, and not being a living professional, they had to return to the safe zone to mingle. Those who have connections can enter the safe zone patrols and maintain law and order, and those who don't have connections can only become security guards, or street skaters. Very good, this time the target to find very good. Big brother Scar said ferociously. On a normal day, the two sisters looked like children from poor families, but they were living in a high-grade building like the first-class mansion, so naturally, they were quickly noticed by people who were interested. Not long after. Lu Shui and Lu Yu really walked back from this road. Once the 5 street sneaks who were hiding on the side saw the two sisters, their eyes instantly glowed. But just when these 5 people wanted to make a move, a black shadow swept by. Without warning, the 5 street sneaks only felt a coldness at their necks, and then fell down in unison. To the point of death. None of them knew what had happened. And Lu Shui and Lu Yu were oblivious to the fact that they had easily dodged a crisis. Chapter 17 S-Class Mount, 0-Star Battle Pet. This side. Although Lu Yu didn't open the swordsman profession skill book, he did open a precious S-rank scroll. With this scroll, Lu Yu could raise any of his skill grades to S grade, and its value was incalculable. If he were to take it to the Alliance Mall and consign it, it would only cause countless bigwigs to grab it. At the high level, having an S-rank skill was no less than having a life-preserving base card. With an S-rank scroll, when the time came to advance to the 3rd rank, it would be enough to directly purchase a suitable skill book in the Alliance Mall. Thinking about the misty battlefield was very big. It used to be the land of Sakura country. Only 100 years ago, the first wave of monster invasion appeared in the Sakura country, resulting in the whole country. Everyone was abused by monsters. There is no one alive, declared extinction. In addition, misty battlefield year-round mist-shrouded, visibility is very low, no mount designated coordinates to rush, it is easy to lose their way. In case you accidentally intruded into a high-level monster territory, then even if you had a god-level talent, you would die without a chance of survival. Therefore, a mount was a necessity. Although there were also transmutants with mounts in the battlefield supply city that relied on leading the way to earn road fees, it wasn't cheap. Moreover, Liu still had more than 1 million gold coins, which was enough to draw an extremely high-quality mount, or maybe even a god-level battle pet. Open the pet list. Mount pet ranking does not have a rank, high blood and defense. Number 1, S-rank Angel Elena, owner, Homelander. Number 2, Classic Golden Mammoth, owner, N-Ting. Battle pet list, upgradable, growth depends on qualification. Number 1, 10-star Inferno Blood Dragon, owner, N-Ting. Number 2, 9-star Battle Angel Michael, owner, Homelander. Awesome. The top 2 on the pet double list were wrapped up by Dragon Blood God of War, Shi Tianxing, and God of Heaven, Homelander, truly worthy of being God of War level superstars. Think about it. It was normal for a super transfer bigot standing at the ceiling of the human race to have this kind of configuration. The only thing that made Lu Yu puzzled was that the same war god level heaven opening sword god, how come the mounts and battle pets didn't enter the list? Immediately afterward, Lu Yu opened the extraterrestrial mall pet bar. Reflected in front of his eyes was a variety of pet food, elixirs to enhance the loyalty of pets, as well as unique equipment for pets 6-piece sets, up to orange, and pet treasure chests. Name, Pet Treasure Chest. Description, there is a probability of opening epic and legendary pet equipment pieces, mount pet eggs, combat pet eggs, pet food, etc. Name, Pet Treasure Chest. Tip, gather 10 pieces of the same type of pet equipment to synthesize pet equipment. Purchase amount, 100 gold coins. The level of the mount pet according to the published points, FS level, the higher the level, the faster the flight speed, the higher the blood bar in defense, S level mount will also come with an auxiliary talent skills. The qualification of combat pets is divided into 1 to 10 stars, the higher the qualification, the higher the growth attributes, and the more powerful the awakened skills. Ding, you spent 100 gold coins to buy 1 pet treasure chest. Ding, congratulations, you've opened an intermediate pet food, which can replenish your pet's stamina. Not bad at all. At least the door is open and no air is opened. Continue. Ding, congratulations on opening an E-class mount pet egg. Ding, congratulations on opening a low-level loyalty elixir X1, which can increase your pet's loyalty by 10 points. Reminder, pets with a loyalty below 60 cannot be summoned. Now that there is only 1.4 million gold coins left, Liu decided to spend it all. Since he wants to draw, he will draw to the end. Ding, congratulations on opening a B-class mount pet egg. It was mounts again. No wonder there are far more mounts than battle pets. With this opening rate, it would be strange if there weren't more. B-class mounts. Well, that's quite a bit of military credit. Ding, congratulations on your S-class mount pet egg. This. An S-class mount? Liu had thought that it would be good to spend all 1 million or so to draw a B-class pet, but he never expected to draw an S-class. Opening treasure chests were all probabilistic. Some people may spend $1 billion and not be able to open something good. Some people may spend a few thousand gold coins and open the best. There was only one S-class mount in the world today. One could imagine how many bigwigs would be shocked once this S-class mount was released. However, one would have to wait until the misty battlefield before contracting it. If you contract it here, you'll be instantly famous throughout the alliance, and it'll be hard not to get noticed. Liu is full of joy and continues to open the treasure chest, hoping to open another superb battle pet. Ding, congratulations on opening a 3-star battle pet egg. Ding, congratulations on opening a 0-star battle pet egg. Ding, congratulations on opening a 5-star combat pet egg. When there were only 12 gold coins left in his backpack, Liu revealed a very bitter look. After spending so many gold coins, opening the best combat pet egg was surprisingly only 5 stars. Goddess of Fortune doesn't favor me anymore. After opening an S-ranked mount pet egg, she gave me a 5-star combat pet egg, and there's even no pet equipment pieces, so it seems that I can only re-accumulate gold coins and open it again, alas. If other people knew that Liu had opened an S-class mount inside, they would have instantly attacked him. Your grandmother. You opened a S-class mount, already enough to blow awesome for a lifetime, you sigh a hairline. Liu had no choice but to organize his backpack space first, but he suddenly froze for a moment, his eyes blinking as he stared at a 0-star combat pet egg. 0-star? What the hell? Since the monsters had descended for 100 years, the lowest qualification of combat pets that had appeared was 1 star. But Liu opened this head of combat pets as 0 stars, is considered the first time in the history of the human race to see. Liu wanna check the information cannot be found. This big brother, I would like to ask, have you ever seen a 0-star combat pet? Put. Little brother, don't tease me, 0-star war pet? Is there such a thing as a bad pet? You can't view pet information without a contract. So, Liu could also only go to the misty battlefield first before studying it. Not long after that, the transportation team smoothly arrived over the misty battlefield supply city. Looking down from above, the battlefield was shrouded in mist and visibility was very low. Rumor had it that there was a 10th ranked, level 300, top-level S-class lord that was entrenched here, residing on the Sakura country's former national mountain, which was now called the 10,000 Eclipses Mountain. The fog of this battlefield was created by that 10th rank S-class lord. Once the Dragon Blood War god had crushed this lord, but this lord was able to resurrect itself soon after its death. In fact, it wasn't just this 10th Order S-rank lord, the same was true for the 10th Order S-rank lords in other battlefields, which would all be refreshed after being killed. The refreshed ones weren't the original lords, but the battle power was similar. It was just that the strongest lords of this misty battlefield had a very short refreshing time, and they were refreshed within 3 days, still being the original lords, which was very weird. This made the Dragon Blood battle god helpless as well. Coupled with the fact that this lord seemed to be isolated, only staying in the 10,000 Eclipse Mountain and making no moves to invade other places, the Dragon Blood battle god could only give up. The misty battlefield had also become the preferred place for monster hunters from all war zones to accumulate military achievements. As long as they didn't mess with that 10th rank S-rank lord of 10,000 Eclipse Mountain, it usually wouldn't leave 10,000 Eclipse Mountain and wouldn't start a monster wave. After landing, Liu then ran alone in a direction towards the misty outer zone. How dare the 2-star little guy act alone? It's really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. The monsters in the misty battlefield aren't static, and with the mists covering the area, it's not uncommon to see higher-ranked monsters hiding in lower-ranked monster territories. Never mind him, there are a lot of this kind of youngsters every year, let's just prepare enough at the supply station before we leave. The monster hunters who rode with Liu on the same transportation pet exchanged pleasantries. Liu soon entered the area shrouded in mist. The originally wide-open field of vision was immediately blocked, and he could only see the environment in a 5-meter radius. If there was no map to guide him, it would be easy to get lost here. But it was this 5 meters of visible environment that Liu saw the cruelty of the battlefield, corpses and bloodstains that were everywhere. Monsters, transmogrifiers, everything, and most of them were still stumps. Contract the mount first. Liu took out his S-class pet egg and directly contracted it. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully contracted the S-class Mount Moon White Dragon Colt, successfully entering the first place of the pet mount list. Is the information public? Oh, publicize? First. Chapter 18, The Mysterious 0-Star Battle Pet Sun Cat. Little Red. Name, Sun Cat. Category, Battle Pet. Qualification, 0 star. Lord Silver will take care of you in the future. A heavenly female voice came out from the mouth of the battle pet. Female cat? I'll be damned. Spitting out human words? That's amazing. Lu Yu was stunned. Normally, wouldn't a battle pet only spit out human words when it exceeded the 5th rank? He opened the Sun Cat's attribute bar. Good guy. Except for the blood volume, the others were all 0. It's a 0-star battle pet. Let's take it with us to upgrade and see what happens. Maybe there will be some surprises. After all, even level 0 can talk. From now on, you'll be called Little Red and he'll be called Big White. Thank you, Lord Silver, for the name. The small and delicate Little Red jumped and sat on Lu Yu's shoulder, wagging his tail, his big eyes curiously surveying the surroundings, so spiritual. Big White, keep a low profile, morph into a white horse form and set off. Lu Yu sat on the back of the moon white dragon foal and told it the forward coordinates. Only to see the moon white dragon colt turn into a white stallion, still divinely handsome, its front limbs lifted, hissing, its clean white wings spread out, transforming into streams of light and flashing away. What was that? A small group of monster hunters who were rushing along were startled, and thought that there were high-level monsters hunting them. I don't know, it seemed like a horse, and I saw a pretty boy sitting on it. Are you kidding me? What kind of horse has that kind of speed? It's as fast as a B-class mount. Bull. If it's that fast, it's at least an A-class mount, so it's probably an 8-star hunter who's come to the misty battlefield to kill the high-ranking lords. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Yu arrived at his destination. So fast. Lu Yu was also surprised at the speed of the Great White. This speed was not known to be much faster than a transportation pet. Suddenly, a grimacing zombie-like monster sprang out from within the mist 10 meters away, attacking with all 4 limbs on the ground and its head bent. Name, Higurashi Saburo the Glutton. Level, Elite. Rank, 2nd Order LV38. Skills, binge eating, cracking claws. Introduction. After the death of the Sakura countrymen, they were influenced by the power of the Lord of 10,000 Eclipse, and their corpses and bones spawned into gluttonous monsters, retaining some of their perverted natures from before they were born. Pust. 1. The ferocious gluttony monster's scarlet claws viciously clawed at the moon white dragon foal, but it didn't even scratch out a mark. Lu Yu grinned. Although his level was too low to see the moon white dragon foal's blood and defense, it had to be a top tier 1, so it couldn't be hurt by this kind of small monster. In this way, he could use the moon white dragon pony to attract monster hatred and pull monsters along the way. After thinking about it, Lu Yu had a second to kill the elite greedy predator with a single sword, and then let the moon white dragon foal go and sneak around for a while and come back. Within a certain range, the owner could allow the mount to move freely. These mists did not affect the mount's eyesight, so no matter where the owner was, it could accurately find the owner's location. Not a moment later, the moon white dragon colt brought back hundreds of gluttony monsters that were intermingled together. Flying sword art. Ding, you have gained 38x20x21520 build coins. Ding, you leveled up to 34. Cool. According to the speed of brushing monsters, you should be able to rise to level 60 by the end of the month, taking a mount to pull monsters. I'm afraid I'm the only one. Ding, your battle pet Red has leveled up to 10, awakening the unranked skill Sunfire Lotus. What? Unclassified skill? Chapter 19, S-Rank Difficulty Level 3 Quests. My eyes are blurry, aren't they? Lu Yu rubbed his eyes vigorously and checked again before confirming that the first skill that Little Red awakened was really rankless. Should it be so peculiar? It wasn't even F rank? This was a little too bizarre. But the name was quite domineering. Name, Sunfire Lotus. Type, Active Attack Skill. Grade, No grade. Level, Battle Pet Skill Level, Body Level. Description: gather a fire lotus and release it towards the target to create an explosion and inflict sustained burning damage. Open Little Red's attribute panel. Name, Sun Cat. Nickname, Little Red. Category, Battle Pet. Qualification, 0 stars, level, LV10. Level, LV10. Blood? Attack? Defense? Skill, Sunfire Lotus no level. Equipment, none. Lu Yu was confused. Little Red was 0 from birth except for the blood question mark, but now it's all question marks? What is this? Little Red, what's going on with your attributes? Main silver I don't know Ha? You can't see it either? I can't see it. It seems to show up only when you reach the level. This. For such a weird situation with Little Red, Lu Yu could only think that it was a bug, like a game bug. According to the bug theorem, no bug was weak. Thinking of this, Lu Yu's eyes that looked at Little Red were suddenly filled with favor. Little Red, it's foggy here, come, Lord Silver bought you a set of equipment. Lu Yu directly and extravagantly bought Little Red a whole set of level 10 orange pet outfit, claw guard, battle armor, jewelry bell, helmet, collar, earrings. Yikes! Lord Silver, this will not be too extravagant? I'm only level 10. Hey, it's not important whether it's extravagant or not, what's important is that you're the first battle pet of the Lord Silver. If the Lord Silver doesn't favor you, who will? From now on, every time you level up to 10, the main bank will give you a new set of equipment, and when the main bank accumulates enough gold, then it will give you a special set of epic level equipment, or even legendary level equipment. The main bank will favor you. Lord Silver, you're too good to me. Ding, your battle pet Little Red's favoritism towards you has increased to 100, and his loyalty has broken through the 100 limit to never betray. What? That's okay. Let's go, Little Red, Master Silver will take you to upgrade. And so, the strange combination of one person, one horse, and one meow frantically swept through the monsters in this area. Ding, you've killed the leader of the gluttony. Ding, you have killed the Siamese leader. Ding, you've killed the Splitter Lord. Levels are soaring. Gold coins are skyrocketing. Military honors are skyrocketing. The 2-star medal has an automatic military merit accumulation function. 5 points for killing a second-order alpha monster, 10 points for an F-rank lord. The only regret was that the system's Misty Coin function was not unlocked in the Misty Battlefield. This allowed Luyu to confirm that the only way to correspondingly unlock it was to go to a special secret realm. Ding, your battle pet Little Red has risen to level 30, awakening the classless skill Cracking Sky Burning Claw. Against the heavens. Awakening another unranked skill. Luyu's jaw was about to drop in shock. The number of skills of this pet was similar to that of a transmogrifier, with 2 skills being awakened per rank, but only if they could be awakened successfully. If it didn't awaken to the skills, then it might not have a single skill even after rising to the 10th rank. Generally, the higher the qualification of the battle pet, the higher the probability of awakening skills. However, Little Red was considered to have broken the inherent common sense. She has 0 stars, but she managed to awaken 2 skills directly within 30 levels, and they are all unseen unleveled skills. If this is not seen with your own eyes, who would believe it? It was just that Little Red wasn't sure about her skills either. In its words, the level was not enough, and it had not unlocked the relevant inheritance memories. Forget it. Let's take her to upgrade first. When her skills are upgraded in the future, then she will try her skill power. In this way, Luyu was alone, frantically brushing monsters in the outer area of the Misty Battlefield. Perhaps because of Grandpa Baileyton's patrol of the battlefield, these monsters were much more decent and were no longer so restless. Therefore, Luyu didn't encounter any monsters that exceeded the 3rd rank appearing over here. For Luyu, 3rd order monsters were not a threat at all, and with his super high movement speed, he could easily deal with them without turning into a sword god. Time rushes by. Soon approaching the end of the month. Luyu only ended the battle. If there were no special reasons, he still had to go back and participate in the monthly activities of the Hunter Squad. Besides, he had already upgraded to level 60 and had to go back to do the advancement quests to advance, but there were no advancement stones in this battlefield supply area. In the meantime, I can also raise my hunter level. Big White, take off, let's go back. Ruler. The moon white dragon colt's wings fluttered and it directly shot up into the sky. Little Red, who had been upgraded to level 60, had grown much larger, from small and delicate to normal cat size, wearing a level 60 orange pet outfit, but with the demeanor of a battle pet empress. Little Red, hide your equipment, don't be missed by the bad guys. When we go back, I'll find a tailor to order you some common clothes. Lord Silver is too good to me, meow. The speed of the moon white dragonfoal flying at full power was too fast, like a shooting star. Fortunately, the moon white dragon pony would automatically form a wind-blocking light shield to protect Luyu, otherwise, at this speed, Luyu would definitely be blown away by the air currents. In less than an hour, back to Dragon City. Luyu recalled the moon white dragon pony, went to the tailor's office, customized several hundred sets of different styles of Little Red clothes, and only then returned to the Monster Hunter Hall. Looking at the friend channel. Baileyton still hadn't returned a message. These days, Luyu had sent a few messages to Baileyton, but none of them had gotten a response, as if he had disappeared from this world. After all, no matter how unavailable he was, it wasn't like he couldn't even return a message. At this moment, Baileyton was sitting on the Sky City, looking down at the world below with a sad face. He had received Luyu's message a long time ago. However, not being in the same world, he could only receive Luyu's message, but could not reply. Brother you, don't worry, when I fulfill my agreement with Grandpa, I'll be able to go back to you. This side. Hello, I'm here to apply for the 3-star hunter test. Kid, do you know the rules? Have you read the hunter's manual carefully? Your military service is enough, but you need to be promoted to the 3rd rank before you can apply. Helpless. Luyu had no choice but to go ahead and advance. There were Monster Hunter specific advancement divine stones here, so as long as you paid a little bit of military merit, you could use them directly. Ding, you spent 30 gold coins and drew the S-rank difficulty 3rd order quest, do you confirm? Confirmed. Ding, you have confirmed the 3rd order mission. Quest content, you need to travel to the quest copy and assist a village in fending off a monster invasion. It seems that the higher the rank, the closer the advanced quests are to realistic scenarios. Monster invasion. Forever the theme song of today's world. Teleportation. The next second, Lu Yu appeared in a dilapidated village. The villager NPCs here looked similar to humans, but there was a difference. They had green skin, bald heads, and a pair of tentacles on their foreheads. Village chief, look, there is a great injustice warrior who has descended to shelter us. Chapter 20, the old man is in pain. Great injustice seed warrior? Lu Yu's forehead veins bulged slightly. If it wasn't for the fact that these were NPCs that needed to be protected for the advancement quests, Lu Yu would have been forced to brush them off as monsters with a single swipe of his sword. Green giant god blessing. Let us usher in the great injustice seed warrior at the time of our Green Dean village's demise. Now our Green Dean village is saved. The village headman took the lead and together they worshipped towards the sky. The ferocious dark monsters are about to invade their village again, seizing their territory and resources, and they are no longer able to resist. Now that a warrior had descended from the sky, the dark monster would inevitably shift its gaze to this warrior. As long as he was killed or captured by the dark monster, the monster would be satisfied and would not attack them again. After all, the value of a warrior was much more valuable than their small village. Therefore, that was why they were happy to address Lu Yu as the great injustice seed warrior, the lifesaver. Village chief, the monsters are about to attack, we'd better prepare early. Seeing that this group of pits didn't have the slightest intention of taking action, Lu Yu had to remind them with a head full of black lines. If it was just hunting monsters alone, then Lu Yu was not worried at all. However, the mission requirement was to assist the village to resist the monster invasion, and the death rate of the villagers must not exceed 50, or else it would be considered a mission failure. As strong as Lu Yu was, he couldn't take care of all the NPCs, so it was necessary for him to strengthen his defenses to ensure that it was safe enough. This was also the difficulty of this S-rank advancement quest. Yes, the great injustice seed warrior is right, we have to make preparations early. But the next second, the village chief surprisingly led the villagers to cut down trees and quarry stones to repair the broken houses. The so-called defense measures. Just some random wooden stones blocking the entrance to the village. Perfunctory. Extremely perfunctory. Even more outrageous. In order not to hinder one's ability to kill monsters, he even dismantled all of the traps that he had previously set up. I don't know. You guys are doing this on purpose, right? Lu Yu had to wonder if there was a bug in this quest copy. Lu Yu had to wonder if this mission copy was a bug. This was the true state of the mission copy. Everything is full of possibilities. It wasn't like a game that had a fixed pattern. Since NPCs couldn't be relied on, they had to rely on themselves. Otherwise, if the mission fails, the next time you pick up is the lowest difficulty F-rank advancement mission, then the attribute bonus will be much less. Looking at the quest prompt, the monster invasion still has 10 minutes to arrive, must set up the village's defense within 10 minutes, as far as possible, so that the monster cannot break in to slaughter these pouncing villagers. Coming to the entrance of the village, Lu Yu found that there are 2 archery towers here, built of wood, but they are already shaky, and the original archer villagers on them have also withdrawn. Good guy. This was the rhythm of laying out a bad situation and letting himself go to his death. I really want to cut this group of outrageous NPCs with a sword. Just as Lu Yu was having a headache on how to strengthen the village defense, Lu Yu touched the archery tower and a hint popped up that this archery tower had an upgrade function. Name, Wooden Arrow Tower Broken. Level 1. Introduction, no active attack effect, requires archers to stand on it, can boost some bow power. Gold coins required for next level upgrade, 200 gold. Gold coins required for next level upgrade, 200 gold. This made Lu Yu, who could not see any hope of completing the quest, suddenly come to his senses. Being able to kryptonite. Then it wouldn't be a big problem. The last thing Lu Yu lacked was gold coins. It was true. No matter where you go, kryptonite is the truth. Lu Yu decisively kryptonized and leveled up the 2 archery towers. Ding, you've spent 200 gold coins to upgrade the archery towers to level 2, advancing them into stone archery towers. Ding, you spent 400 gold coins to upgrade the archery towers to level 3, advancing them into black iron archery towers. Ding, the archery tower in Green Dean Village can only be upgraded to level 3, and cannot be upgraded any further. Name, Black Iron Arrow Tower. Level 3. Introduction, has an active attack effect, no need for an archer, the black iron crossbow on the archery tower will automatically attack the hostile targets that are close by. Lu Yu looked at the damage introduction of the black iron crossbow, it was enough to easily kill normal 3rd rank monsters, even elite monsters couldn't resist a few hits. And the attack distance was also good. As long as he blocked the boss, with these 2 black iron arrow towers, it would be enough to prevent the invading monsters. But this is not enough. After all, the monsters wouldn't be stupid enough to invade only from the front, they would definitely attack in a big way by encircling the village. Therefore, there was still a need to strengthen the protection of the rest of the village. There you have it. Since the arrow tower could be upgraded, then wasn't it possible that the village's defensive earth walls could be upgraded as well? Sure enough, Lu Yu touched the dilapidated earth wall and a prompt popped up. Name: Tofu Dreg's earth wall. Level: 0. Description: an earth wall that can only block the wind, completely unable to withstand the invasion of monsters. Gold coin required for next level upgrade, 1 gold. Gold coin required for next level upgrade, 1 gold. Upgrading gold coins is not expensive. But to upgrade all the earth walls that surrounded the entire village, it would require tens of thousands of gold coins. For others, that would be a huge amount of money. Very few people would spend so many gold coins just to complete a third-order advancement quest. Lu Yu, however, without blinking, directly upgraded all of the earth walls to level 3 black iron walls, and by the way, upgraded the remaining few archery towers as well. In this way, the defenses of Green Denim Village were considered stable. For safety's sake, Lu Yu also summoned the Moon White Dragon Pony so that when an unexpected situation arose, he could go and attract monster hatred. As for the village headmen and other NPCs who were swinging for the fences, after seeing Lu Yu fully upgrade the village's defenses to level 3, each and every one of them were dumbstruck. He could not believe it for a million years. An outsider warrior was so bold as to spend so much gold coins just to upgrade the village defenses. Golem. Village chief, this great injustice seed warrior seems to be a kryptonite warrior. A villager carrying a log staggered. Ah da. Bang. Ouch. The old village chief directly gave him a big hammer, then angrily shouted, "You little brats, what the are you all doing?" For a moment, all the villagers looked at the village chief in dismay. Lu Yu was also startled by the village chief's loud voice. This handsome, imposing, graceful, and elegant young warrior who came across the border at the risk of danger to help us fend off the monsters. Not only did you guys not treat him well, but you also called him the great injustice seed and swung for the fences. I'm painfully sorry. If it weren't for the Kryptonian warrior, oh no, it's the young warrior who was so deeply righteous that he doesn't take it into account and doesn't leave because of it, or else we'd be dead for sure. Grab your weapons and follow the young warrior to defend our home from the monsters. The old village chief held his head high, the village chief's majesty was clearly visible, and as far as his eyes could see, all the villagers bowed their heads in repentance. The next second, the villagers are united in their resolve, shouting, "Follow the young warrior, protect my home. We are sworn to be at loggerheads with the monsters." A village woman also showed her attitude. The villagers' mentality, stable, completely stable, with such a defense, they are still afraid of the dark monster. Immediately, the villagers quickly picked up their weapons and methodically set up a defensive formation. The speed and the sufficient essence made Lu Yu's jaw drop, and he thought he had changed NPCs. Nima. Is this the effect of kryptonite? Even the NPC's will to fight can be influenced. Not a moment later, the monsters attacked. The leader was a third order, level 60s ranked lord, which rode a tall skeletal warhorse with an incomparable confidence. Hundreds of monsters surrounded the Green Denim village. But when the monsters see the defense of the village of Green Denim, one by one, they all looked dumbfounded. Originally wanted to dominate the declaration of the S-class lord also choked on the words. This is the unbeatable Green Dean village? What kind of mallet provided false information? With this level 3 defense, coupled with the villagers' attacks, it was estimated that it would have to shed its skin before it could attack. What's the point? The information is wrong. Move out. Chapter 21, the time of our Muggle village has come. Run? Lu Yu had underestimated the intelligence of this monster. It seemed that they weren't limber and reckless and would retreat when they knew that the effort was too much to bear. Although by letting them run, Lu Yu would be able to successfully complete the advancement task. But seeing the gold coins in his hand, Lu Yu would not let it fly away from his eyes for nothing. Great White! Lu Yu shouted sternly. Lu Yu! The Moon White Dragon Foal immediately carried Lu Yu, and at the fastest speed possible, turned into a stream of light and shuttled to the boss. Lu Yu had already transformed into the absolute sword god, and the orange sword in his hand blossomed with unparalleled sword light. Monster punishing Excalibur formation. Divine sword storm. The two great sword god techniques enveloped the boss, and the boss drank its heart out without even uttering a scream. Ding, you have gained 60x20x120144000 gold coins. The S-class lord doubled the explosive rate by an additional 120 times. This doesn't. The gold that was given to the Green Dean village defense kryptonite isn't coming back. Hiss. So the powerful third-ranked S-rank lords were seconded? Where exactly was this kryptonite warrior? The old village chief and other NPCs, all of them were dumbfounded as they looked at what was happening in front of them, somewhat in disbelief. That was the dark overlord of this area, the unrivaled 8-armed demon ape king, and it was just secured? The other monster minions, seeing their own bosses being seconded, were all scared out of their wits and scattered in panic. But in front of the Moon White Dragon Pony, their speed seemed like a snail's pace. Not long after, a whole army of monsters was wiped out. As soon as Lu Yu returned to the village, The baptismal light of the completion of the advancement quest landed on his body. This time, Lu Yu's 5-dimensional attributes were all 240, which was exactly twice as much as the second stage of advancement, and it seemed that the further the advancement went, the greater the difference in attributes. Immediately afterward, Lu Yu directly purchased a full set of LV60 orange equipment, pulling his own attributes full. Open the panel. Name, Lu Yu. Profession, swordsman. Level, LV60 3rd order. Life value, 17,650. Mana, 8,850. Physical attack, 5,301. Physical defense, 52,950. Magic defense, 26,550. Strength, 176715712024012050. Stamina, 176515512024012050. Intelligence, 54771202401880. Agility, 1516612024011150. Spirit, 88551202405020. Spirit, 88551202405020. Free attribute points, 0 per point. Free attribute points, 0.5 per level up. Equipment, Purple Thunder Sword LV60 Orange, Moonlight Sword Cloth LV60 Orange. After adding all 150 free attribute points to physical strength, the blood quantity was finally brought up to close to 20,000. This was already much more than most of the third-order knight professions that claimed to be blood cows. The attributes added by the level 60 orange equipment were too powerful. This was still without gem setting. If it was filled with gems, I'm afraid the attributes would be even more powerful. It was just that there wasn't much point in playing gems now. Because of the attributes combined with the god tier talents, the damage had already been pulled to full capacity, and it was the 4th-ranked boss that Lu Yu could confidently put down. Thinking about the fact that he could draw the Royal Sword Flight auxiliary skill when he advanced to the 3rd rank, Lu Yu's heart said that he wasn't excited was false. Dang, you spent 300 gold coins to draw the 3rd rank S rank skill, Sword Flight. After spending quite a few gold coins, Lu Yu smoothly drew out the most longed for S rank Royal Sword Flight skill. Name, Imperial Sword Flight. Grade, S rank. Rank, 3rd order LV0. Need to spend gold coins to upgrade. Skill effect, summon a special flying sword to fly under your feet. It is the most elegant flying skill of the swordsman, no cooldown time, each release consumes 300 points of mana value. Tip, upgrading this skill can increase flight speed. Lu Yu immediately released this skill. A legendary flying sword appeared under Lu Yu's feet, golden light flowing, handsome. Lu Yu drove it like an arm, and flew recklessly within the village for a while. It was so enjoyable. This is the standard of a swordsman. Open the system page. Not to Lu Yu's surprise, the gold coin base has changed again, from 20 to 40, doubled again, and no other new features. Lu Yu confirmed that this exploding coin system was pure exploding coin, and unlocking it would only increase the base. But this is already very buggy. Aya, the young warrior is truly a god of heaven, invincible and heroic. The old village chief patted the rainbow fart. But Lu Yu just gave him a blank stare and faintly said, "A bunch of muggles." Thereupon, Lu Yu was teleported back to the Monster Hunter Hall. What did the young warrior mean by muggles? The villagers looked at me and I looked at you. I realized. Legend has it that the god of swords has a great relationship with the green giant god that we believe in, so the young warrior must be the reincarnation of the god of swords, specially here to help us. The so-called muggles must be the title given to us by the god of swords. From today onwards, we will not be called the Green Dean Village, we will be called the Muggle Village instead, and we will call ourselves the Muggle Clan. Now that the 8-armed demon ape king is dead, and we have 8 black iron archery towers that the god of swords has upgraded. Pass on my decree, leave 4 black iron arrow towers to guard the village, and the others carry the remaining 4 black iron arrow towers with this village headman, and conquer this territory. The era of our Muggle village has come. And so, under the leadership of the old village chief, the villagers of Muggle village carried the 4 black iron arrow towers and started to conquer a large territory. After Lu Yu's advancement was completed, he also easily completed the 3-star hunter's assessment and was promoted to 3-star hunter. This stunned the old hunter in charge of the assessment. How dare you believe it? A newcomer who just arrived, in less than a month's time, jumped 2 levels in a row like chicken blood. Although this kind of situation also exists, but that's for the professional genius newcomers over in the S war zone. This was the F war zone, and the ones who stayed here were those with limited potential. Hell, this one called Lu Yu had no background, no connections, and was a swordsman profession. How was he so fierce? Lu Yu came to the application desk. Hello, can I apply to meet with my family now? The first level of alert has been cancelled. You can apply now. After applying, we will notify your family. If they agree to meet, then we will arrange for you to meet as soon as possible. Okay, then I'll trouble you. In order to meet his parents as soon as possible, Lu Yu quietly slipped 100 gold coins to the other party. 100 gold coins? The white silk short skirt staff was stunned. It wasn't that she hadn't received this kind of red packet, but it was at most a few gold coins, which was like the teenager in front of her who was so generous and directly stuffed 100 gold coins. This was equivalent to a year's salary without eating or drinking. On the other side, Yang Zhang was already in the square. The 28-person squad had also gathered 26 people. Reporting to the chief captain, there are still 2 people missing. Yang Zhang knew that it was Lu Yu and Beilatong who hadn't arrived after counting the names. Beilatong was left out. The commander-in-chief had given him a greeting some time ago, and Beilatong had temporarily left the hunter regiment, the exact reason for which Yang Zhang was not sure. But what was certain was that this Beilatong had an amazing background, or else the commander-in-chief wouldn't have personally given him a greeting. As for Lu Yu, a poor boy, or he escorted to pick up this side, nothing special. Lu Yu did not punctual collection, will not be doing the task, no? After all, after the swordsman profession to the second order, the shortcomings are exposed. Report Chief Captain, some time ago I saw Lu Yu sat on the transport pet to the Misty Battlefield, seems to go to the Misty Battlefield to hunt and kill monsters to accumulate military achievements. A team member dressed as a shooter spoke up. Wow! The others clamored. Going to the Misty Battlefield so early? This is going to look for death, right? Yang Zhan was also confused. Good guy. What a good guy. He only joined the hunters not long ago, and he dares to go to the Misty Battlefield alone. Is this a brain cramp? Just a dumbass. We were promoted to 2-star hunters, and we only dared to stay on this side of Dragon City to develop obscenely. The members of the team burst into a snort of laughter. Well, since Lu Yu and Beilatong can't come, let's set off directly. Yang Zhang summoned his flying battle pet and prepared to lead the team to depart. Just then, a white-clothed teenager came with a sword, attracting the attention of the crowd. I'm sorry, Chief Captain, I'm late. Lu Yu suddenly returned, and the way he appeared was surprisingly a bit racy. That's a 3-star hunter's medal? Is that a 3-star hunter medal? Lu Yu has advanced to 3-star hunter? The crowd's eyes are bulging out. Chapter 22 Crisis is coming. Damn it! Lu Yu, how could he have returned from the Misty Battlefield unharmed? He had also been promoted to a 3-star hunter. That is to say, Lu Yu he had completed the 3rd order advancement task and was a 3rd order transfigurator. Nima ah! Didn't he say that the shortcomings of the swordsman profession began to surface after the 2nd rank, and without the powerful equipment attribute additions, the damage scraped? Then how did he level up? The key is still a person. Thinking about them, reasonable group, day and night to brush the monsters and do the task, but also only more than 40 levels, from level 60 to do the 3rd order advancement task there is still a distance. Still thinking about taking advantage of the end of the month squad activity, can rise a few more levels, so as to prepare for the new generation of blood-colored trial behind. Now, a civilian swordsman had far surpassed them, it was quite a blow-na. In order not to be crowded together with the crowd riding on the chief captain's flying battle pet, Lu Yu summoned the Moon White Dragon pony. At Lu Yu's command, the Moon White Dragon colt appeared in the form of a white horse, completely different from the form of the dragon colt on the leaderboards. Moreover, the mount's information was not the same as the battle pet, and others were unable to view it. Therefore, Lu Yu wasn't afraid that he would be recognized. Furthermore, horse-type mounts were the most common. My goodness! Lu Yu still had a mount? A member of the team exclaimed in shock. The crowd was instantly attracted by such a divine white horse. This mount didn't look like it was of a low level. Sour. Completely sour. Not to mention the fact that the level had been pulled apart, it could be explained that Lu Yu had gotten lucky and had been taken flying by the kindly big brother in the Misty Battlefield. But now Lu Yu even had a precious mount. It took 100 gold coins to open a pet treasure chest, and it wasn't always possible to open a pet. An F-class mount pet egg on the market was speculated to millions of dollars, comparable to a nice house in the safe zone. They simply couldn't afford to spend it. Looking at the tens of gold coins they got from doing quests and brushing monsters during this period of time, and then looking at Lu Yu's divine mount, how can the gap between people be so big? Well, why are you so dumb? Since people have arrived at the first departure, the road will give you the content of this activity. Yang Zhang was also surprised by Lu Yu's strange encounter. But as the chief captain, a qualified officer, he would not venture to ask Lu Yu. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Lu Yu, your white horse mount seems to be of a not so low level, try not to expose it in front of the public. As you know, there are mixed fish and dragons in the war zone, and there may be external forces lurking as well, so I'm afraid that your mount will be in danger if it's on the mind of someone with a heart of gold. As a person who has been there before, Yang Zhang naturally knows the reasoning behind not revealing one's wealth until one has a certain amount of strength. Lu Yu was a member of the squad he was in charge of, so he was obligated to remind him. Lu Yu nodded and recalled Big White. Lu Yu's heart was also very complimentary towards this chief captain's style of acting. This was a good captain who cared about his subordinates and was upright. Departure. Yang Zhang shouted and led the crowd to set off on the red flame golden feathered eagles. Seeing that Beilatong was not part of the team, Lu Yu could not help but have some doubts in his heart.
Just going to see Grandpa and Bailey Tong disappeared?
Although they had not spent much time together, Lu Yu still recognized this friend in his heart.
At this time,
Yang Zheng opened his mouth. The location of this activity is the 100 Eyes Devil's Cave on the 4th front side, about 2 days away. When we arrive, we will rest for one night in the Stone City in the safe zone. The content of the event is also relatively simple. It is to sweep the 100 Eyes Devil Cave. Most of the monsters there are of second rank, most suitable for your team to grind. If you encounter a third order boss, I'll take care of it, and at the end of the event, I'll give you a corresponding military reward based on your performance. If your performance is extremely outstanding, I will personally give you additional rewards of second-ranked green quality equipment.
Wow! Green equipment.
As soon as Yang Zheng finished speaking, the crowd's eyes all flamed up.
Second-order green equipment, this was worth a lot of money. The best equipment they had on them was only blue equipment, and most of them were still first-ranked blue equipment. This was a rare opportunity, so they must seize it. Lu Yu was very calm about all this.
If you let everyone know that he is wearing a full set of level 60 orange equipment, I don't know how you will feel. Purge monsters within the 3rd level, this makes Lu Yu feel a little too boring.
With his current level and battle power, an ordinary 3rd order lord could be secured.
However, how to say it is also a squad of, or affiliated to the Monster Hunter Regiment, monthly activities still have to participate, as if it is a monthly vacation time.
Lu Yu, you already have the 3rd order, there is a rank advantage. This activity, I will specifically record your performance in fighting with monsters above the 2nd order chief. Is there any problem?
No problem. Lu Yu does not care about this, and in his heart, he is still thinking that when the time comes, he should not perform too shockingly, or else a monster child with a sword will scare this group of teammates who have never seen the world. The chief captain is really fair. Just now I was worried that Lu Yu 3rd order, that even a white plate equipment, with the level advantage, can easily deal with the 2nd order of ordinary monsters.
Yes.
But once he encounters an alpha-level monster, it will be difficult for him, and it is simply impossible for him to get the chief captain's green equipment reward. A member of the team talked in a low voice.
In response to this, Lu Yu laughed it off.
2 days later, the group arrived at Stone City, which was close to Battlefront number 4. Tonight, everyone will rest in this hotel for the night, and tomorrow morning, we will directly head to the 100 Eyes Demon Cave. After Yang Zheng finished speaking, the crowd went their own way to find a room.
Lu Yu checked into a room alone.
Rarely back in the safe zone again, there was a signal. Lu Yu immediately took out his cell phone and sent a voice video to his sister. At this time in the revision of homework of the two sisters, suddenly received the voice video of the brother. Do not mention how happy.
Brother, when are you coming back off?
Lu Shui and Lu Yu got together and revealed a happy smile to Lu Yu within the video. Seeing his two younger sisters in such a full state of mind, their faces were also a lot more rosy, and they were also wearing new clothes. Lu Yu was also slightly relaxed, revealing a pleased smile. Earlier Lu Yu was worried that his sister was used to saving money and not willing to spend money. Now it seems that they are still obedient, but not much. The clothes look like groundlings, and it is estimated that the food is also simple meat. Older brother is doing the task, passing through the Stone City, so I have the opportunity to give you a video. Immediately after, Lu Yu and his two sisters chatted about the family and what they had seen these days, and the two women were also very longing for the outside world. On the other side, at the entrance of Stone City, two guards were chatting under the night. Alas! What's the end of this life? Repeatedly watching the gate every day, and the salary is only enough to support the family. If I had known, I would have chosen the living profession. I'm still like you, a family of 6 all rely on me to support. Every month's salary is used for the family, there is no opportunity for advancement. Although our living conditions are a bit tougher, we are much happier than our forefathers who fought with monsters all day long. The words just fell. Suddenly, a cold aura flashed by. There was a sizzling sound. The heads of the two unexpectedly disappeared at the same time, and their bodies fell down heavily. Inside the city, the lights were bright. A piece of peace. Come on, brother, come and chase me. A little girl holding a dirty doll ran ahead, and a little boy chased after her. At this moment, the little girl suddenly stopped. The boy almost didn't stop and hit the little girl. Sister, what's wrong? Brother, look, there are so many red stars in the sky. Red stars? The little boy looked up, his eyes suddenly widened, his face showed horror. That's the Chapter 23 Terrifying 5th Order A Level Lord Blade Lord. Woo! Stone City's highest level emergency alarm then resounded throughout the city. All the sleeping people were awakened. Ever since the establishment of the F Warzone, the highest level alarm had not sounded for decades, and the only time it would sound was at the time of life and death. Once this alarm went off, it meant that the city was likely to be destroyed. Damn it! How could a monster kill in the safe zone and not even notice? Are the city guards dead? Stone City's city lord, Shirchi, was furious. At this moment, the guards at Stone City's city gates had all become headless corpses, and a dark monster covered in blades revealed itself, licking the blood from its blades before jumping off the city wall and opening the gates, with a large number of monsters instantly pouring in. Report!
City Lord, the city gates have been breached by the monsters, and the defense spell formation cannot be fully activated. At those words, Shurchi rose violently. He knew that it was a critical time for Stone City, and he should immediately make deployments and try to hold out until reinforcements came to his aid. But the nearest reinforcements from Battlefront 4 would take half a day to arrive at Stone City, and even if they marched at full speed, it would take at least a few hours. The flying monsters that appeared in the night sky alone were enough to annihilate the entire Stone City, not to mention the unknown number of monsters outside the city. Quickly! Gather all the available forces in the city, follow me to support the city gate as fast as possible. Even if we die, we must retake the city gate and completely open the defense formation. This is our only chance. Yes. Stone City's defense forces quickly attacked. From the city guards, down to the teachers and principals of the school, as well as the security personnel, as long as they were combat transmutants, they all responded to the call and all rushed to the direction of the city gates at fire speed. At the same time, the 12 fronts of the F war zone received the crisis of the monster attack on Stone City at the same time. What the hell are they doing? They didn't even realize that a monster had bypassed the battle lines and appeared in the safe zone? Quickly give me rapid support for Stone City to save the people. If the city is destroyed, we will be the culprits of the ages. Commander Shin Yuanhu, the commander-in-chief of the F Theater, was furious, and ordered the legions of the 4th Front to fight for every second to save Shurcheng at all costs. Wow! Mom! A little girl fell in the chaos, separated from her family, crying loudly on the dirty road. The streets of Stone City were swarming with people, mostly children and old people, as most of the young people had gone to the battlefront to fight to defend their homes. It was over. Completely finished. With so many monsters, the defense force of Stone City can't withstand it for long. We will eventually become food in the mouths of the monsters. A number of people showed despair and went limp. They didn't even have the strength to run away. A bunch of weaklings. Is despair useful? We're all going to die anyway. Why don't we fight back and delay as long as possible so that more children can survive? A retired old man chided. He decided not to hide. He was going to kill the monster. Even if he had to die with the monster, he would still dedicate his last bit of strength. On this side, Lu Yu and the others were also the first to hear the sound of the highest level alarm and came out to check the situation. When they saw countless flying monsters in the sky attacking the defense shield that Stone City had opened, Yang Zhang's pupils instantly shrank, knowing that something big was not good. There were monsters strangely attacking Stone City. Yang Zhang immediately gathered the squad and quickly said, "Emergency, monsters are raiding Stone City. Our true mission as a member of the Monster Hunter Regiment has arrived." The faces of the people were grave, many of them were instinctively trembling in their bodies, but their eyes were incredibly determined. They are also still children, but they know that fear is fear. The mission that is shouldered on their shoulders has to be accomplished, for the future of the human race, burning themselves at critical moments. This is a mandatory lesson that they have been learning since they were young in school. Lu Yu looked at a large number of monsters broke into the city, wantonly slaughtered unarmed compatriots, the heart of the worry at the same time, but also ignited a burning fire. Although he had anticipated that there would be such a day, he did not expect it to come so quickly, and he is not yet fully grown up and strong enough. Everyone listen to the order. Your task is only one: go to the shelter, do your best to protect the elderly and children. All understand? Yes. With that, everyone moved together and rushed to the nearest shelter. Yang Zhang summoned the red flame golden feathered eagle to support the direction of the city gates. I'm Yang Zhang, a 5-star monster hunter. The city guards will follow my lead and retake the city gates with me. It's a 5-star hunter. There's hope for us to retake the city gates. City Lord sure saw a glimmer of hope. Most of the monsters that suddenly appeared were below the 5th rank. A 5-star hunter had a chance to reverse the situation. Sure, City Lord immediately had a brigade of guards follow Yang Zhang and kill the city gate. Yang Zhang was worthy of being a 5-star hunter. He easily killed a bloody path. These low-rank monsters could not stop Yang Zhang's pace at all. Seeing that Yang Zhang was about to lead his team to the city gates, as long as they closed the gates and completely opened the defense formation, then there was hope that they could hold out until the reinforcements arrived. We are saved. Quickly close the city gates. The captain of the guards shouted in excitement. But when the crowd was about to close the city gates, a Shura-like aura of death swept in. The next second, poof! All the guards who were preparing to close the city gates were cut off at the waist. Even the 4th-ranked grand captains didn't manage to escape. The upper half of their bodies were gone. What? Yang Zhang, who was struggling to fend off the other monsters, was shocked and turned around to see that a blade monster that was 5 meters in size had broken into the city and revealed itself. Name: Blade Lord. Level: a level Lord Boss. Level: LV-150 5th Order. Blood: 1 million. Introduction: one of the most ferocious races in the world of dark monsters. They are covered with blades and are born with the ability to be invisible in the darkness. They are the assassins of the dark monsters, and their fighting power is amazing in the darkness of the night. What? 5th rank A-class Lord? Yang Zhang's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He knew that with such a terrifying boss breaking into the city, there was no longer any hope of victory.
Not to mention a 5th order A-class lord, even a lower level 5th order lord was not something he could deal with. He was only level 125, the level difference was too great, and his battle power was even more vastly different. Ka-ching! The Blade Lord gnawed the guard's limbs in his hands, then broke out into a bloodthirsty maniacal laugh up in the sky. Jia. Destroy to your heart's content. Slaughter. Destroy all the human ants here and take away all the resources. Gentlemen. We must block the pace of this boss, otherwise more people will die. Yang was making a decision at this moment. He was going to use the advantage of his flying battle pet to stall it as long as possible. Sweeping the 1,000 armies. Yang Zheng immediately released his skill on the Blade Lord. Boom! 100. Damn! No defense is broken. Yang Zheng was shocked and hurriedly maneuvered his battle pet into the air. Griffin. The Blade Lord was provoked, and the blades on his back unexpectedly formed wings and then flew. That height and speed directly surpassed the red flame golden feathered eagle. What? Yang Zheng's eyes showed despair. This boss could fly. Die. With just one skill, the red flame golden feathered eagle spilled blood into the night sky, and Yang Zheng was also sent flying by one blow, his life and death unknown. Chapter 24. Adding insult to injury, another class of 5th order lord appeared. At the same time, outside of the F war zone, inside a dark dungeon, a black-robed figure looked at the scene of Stone City reflected in the dark magic mirror with interest, and beside him stood a high-ranked lord who released a terrifying aura. According to the agreement, this time when I help you invade the Alliance Stone City, you have to provide me with 10 bottles of at least a ranked monster factor. If my men can successfully overthrow Stone City, naturally it's no problem. Stone City's only refuge. Lu Yu and the others had already prepared a defense formation over here. There was also a steady stream of children who had fled to the refuge, and they were all scared white. The sounds of alarms, screams, and monster hissing also kept coming from within the city. At this time, Lu Yu sensed another powerful monster aura, similar to the one that appeared just now. These two monsters were much more powerful than any boss he had encountered before. Roar! In the night sky, a huge 3-headed ogre monster appeared. It possessed 3 heads, one sprouting flames, one sprouting poisonous mist, and one sprouting frost. With a pair of huge demonic feathered wings that unfolded for tens of meters, it furiously shook away its men before ruthlessly crashing into the Stone City shield. Name: 3-headed ogre lord. Level: a level lord boss. Level: LV 150 5th order. Blood: 1 million. Introduction: a powerful flying monster from the world of dark monsters, with 3 heads, each possessing a special ability, with a tyrannical character that likes to destroy everything. Stone City's protective shield. Under the impact of the 3-headed ogre lords, it began to be covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any time. Once the monster lords in the sky broke in, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. No way! I can't just watch from here, I have to kill one of the 2 lord bosses before they unite, otherwise, the entirety of the refuge will surely die. For the first time, Lu Yu revealed an incomparably grave expression. The good news for the time being is that this monster invasion, it seems that the most powerful monsters are only of the 5th order, and with his own 10x natural defense bonus, he has long exceeded the 5th order, and the sword god techniques all have a penetrating effect, ignoring defense, and can be fought. Big White, Little Red, you guys guard here for me. Lu Yu decided to take the initiative and let his pets take over his mission to protect the people in the shelter. Lu Yu, what are you doing? The chief captain told us to guard here, don't go and get yourself killed. Squad member Li Roll was busy shouting. I won't die. When the words fell, Lu Yu disappeared from the crowd's field of vision in a flash, specially purchased a blue return mask prop in the extraterrestrial mall and put it on, and then the equipment manifested itself, and the Imperial sword flew towards the direction where the Blade Lords appeared. In case Stone City completely fell, Big White could take on the form of a white dragon and protect the shelter for an hour, but only for an hour. At this moment, the Blade Lord was like nobody's business. Wherever it passed, buildings collapsed, guards were killed or injured, and nobody could stop it. An aura of despair began to permeate the entire Stone City. Hold it, all of you. Hold it. This is our home. Defend Stone City. City Lord Shirchi fought with blood and led the way to kill the Blade Lord, but in just one look, he was cut in 2 by the Blade Lord and turned into a meal in his mouth. Seeing this scene, these guards showed a look of horror, but it also stirred their bloodlust. They knew that behind them, there were their loved ones, there were many children, and that was the hope of the human race. They could not retreat. Kill. I don't know who shouted, but these guards instantly charged forward fearlessly. Even though their combat strength was low, they swore to live and die with Stone City. The monsters of the Malagobi, this city I have not played enough, how can I let you destroy, not afraid of death, with my brother to charge? Usually, the street skaters who are afraid of the soft and the hard, at this moment, they are also the same enemy. When the human race was in crisis, they still chose to fight these monsters to the end. Soon, a large number of monsters had already flooded into the city center. Jie. There is a human child here. I heard that human children are the most delicious. A monster saw the child hiding in the collapsed rubble, and its foul-smelling saliva continued to flow downwards. The child's face was covered in bewilderment and terror at the sight of such a terrifying monster. But in the midst of the horror, his mind echoed the images of what his father had once taught him, and his father, who had already died in the battlefield at the front line. I don't know where he got the courage. He even raised the toy sword in his hand, aimed at the monster in front of him. A murderous spirit burst out from the eyes of a small child. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. The monster froze for a moment, and then laughed out loud. Yeah, a little human kid, still want to destroy me, immediately become my food. Saying that, the monster opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the child, who trembled and swung out a sword. Just at this critical moment, suddenly, there was a flash of sword light. The monster instantly stiffened and didn't move. The next second, its head slowly fell, and green blood spurted out. Without feeling death, this brave child slowly opened its tearful eyes and saw a scene that would last a lifetime. A white-clothed brother, holding an orange battle sword, descended from the sky and cut down the powerful monster, as if it was the dawn in the darkness, bringing light and hope. Quickly go to the shelter with the others. After saying that, Liu once again rose up with his sword and unleashed the flying sword technique. With all his might, more and more flying swords centered on Liu, frantically decapitating the monsters that had intruded this way. So powerful. Stone City had actually come to have such a powerful swordsman. A retired old man marveled, and then shouted, "Come over here, first escort the children over here to the shelter." Suddenly, a loud noise erupted in the sky. Stone City's defense shield shattered. A large number of flying monsters began to pour into the city. The three-headed ogre lord that led the way, its three heads even spewed out large attack skills. Flame, poison, and frost. Many people couldn't dodge in time and died instantly and miserably. Finished. Seeing this, the people fleeing stopped in their tracks and looked at the densely packed flying monsters in the sky in despair. A Blade Lord had already made the crowd despair, and now there was another terrifying monster boss with a combat power no less than that of a Blade Lord. Now I'm afraid that before the rescue troops arrive, Stone City will be annihilated. Damn three-headed ogre, these are our food. The Blade Lord roared angrily. Only then did the three-headed ogre lords collect themselves and only freeze the fleeing people. Oops. Lu Yu's face changed. He did not expect the Stone City's shield to be breached so quickly. Two Fifth Order Grade Lords had appeared at the same time. Which one should he deal with? With the battle power of these two lords, either one of them could overthrow Stone City, not to mention the large number of other monsters. This time it was really adding insult to injury. Right at this moment. Swoosh. A young swordsman rose up with his sword, full of anger, and roared at the monsters. Heavenly monsters, you have a way to take death. His name was Situyu, a young swordsman with Alliance Genius certification, who had just broken through to the 6th rank. His body exuded purple and orange light, and at first glance, he was a swordsman with a mine in his family. Situyu went back to Stone City on vacation to visit his family, but he encountered monsters invading Stone City. He was thinking of fighting and retreating to protect his family from Stone City, but he didn't expect the three-headed Jiao Lord to suddenly break through the protective shield, and a big frost skill sprayed down, directly freezing all his family members. Only then did he go crazy and kill the three-headed Jiao Lord. The three-headed Jiao Lord roared in anger and fought with it in the air. What kind of person was that? He seemed to have blocked the three-headed Jiao Lord. The crowd, whose faces were ashen, saw hope once again. Lu Yu was also seeing a swordsman other than him for the first time, and it seemed that his battle prowess was not bad, but it was obviously unlikely that he would be able to single-handedly defeat an A-ranked, 5th-ranked three-headed ogre lord. One could tell a thing or two from his damage and skill power. At this moment, a figure with a blood-stained face appeared, riding a flying mount that also killed the three-headed ogre lord. That was the chief captain? Lu Yu recognized the visitor. From what I could see, the chief captain was trying to join forces with the young swordsman to kill the three-headed Jiao Lord first. With the chief captain assisting that swordsman, it should be able to buy me enough time. Lu Yu whispered, then looked towards the Blade Lord not far away. Seeing that a 6th Order swordsman had appeared, the Blade Lord gave a bloodthirsty smile, wanting to go and get a piece of the 6th Order swordsman's flavor. With that, the Blade Lord prepared to unleash the wide-range skill, Blade Field, exterminating all the human griffins that were suicidally pestering it. The three-headed ogre lord had a big brother blocking it, but who would block this Blade Lord? The heavens are going to kill me, Stone City. The Stone City's guards had already suffered heavy deaths and injuries, and no longer had the strength to fight, so they could only watch as the Blade Lord unleashed his great move to kill them in seconds. Just at the moment when the Blade Lord's move was about to be released, Liu arrived with his sword in the posture of the sword god. Demon slashing sword drawing technique. Thumbs up. 84,000. Who? Blade Lord's skill was forcibly interrupted, and his blood bar dropped by nearly 1/10. Chapter 25, Invincible Sword God Technique. Demon Slashing Sword Drawing Technique. Instantaneous Sword God skill, a powerful sword skill that can be used for single or ranged attacks, has a 100% penetration effect and will cause a short-lived magic ceiling effect on the target of the chop, blocking all spellcasting, and can additionally cause double the true damage if only attacking one target. The more targets there are, the lower the additional true damage. The Blade Lord revealed a look of fear. Within the small stone city, there was someone who could forcibly interrupt its spellcasting. Not to mention it, even the crowd of guards were collectively petrified, looking incredulously at this swordsman who had suddenly appeared. No! It was the sword god. That's right. They saw from Lu Yu the invincible elegance of the heaven-opening sword god like that. That overpowering sword might that could open up the heavens and the earth could not be wrong. This was the absolute sword might that was unique to the invincible sword god. In fact, in terms of might alone, Lu Yu's sword might at this time surpassed the heavenly sword god, as he was now the true sword god, only at level 60. Impossible. A level 60 swordsman? The Blade Lord was instantly a little skeptical. How dare you believe that? A level 60 chump interrupting the big move of one of its ranked 5th ranked lords was simply heaven-defying. Within 3 seconds, behead you. Thick killing intent surged out of Lu Yu's eyes as his mind flashed through the scenes of these monsters abusing human children, and for the first time, he was angered like never before. Today, not a single one of this group of all the monsters that invaded Stone City will be able to leave alive. 7-star sword formation activated. The sword formation of monster execution is activated. The 2 major sword formations were opened at the same time, and Lu Yu's battle power reached its peak at the moment. Flying sword technique. After transforming into a sword god, all sword techniques were at his disposal, and there was no need to worry about blue depletion, as the hidden effect of the sword god was to quickly replenish blue depletion. It can be said that, in sword god mode, Lu Yu's mana value was full at all times. Only to see the flying swords condensing more and more, forming the momentum of 10,000 swords in the air, constantly weaving in and out of the monster group, slaughtering them. Monsters below the chieftain level, regardless of whether they were 3rd or 5th rank, became dead under the swords in an instant. The frightened other monsters frantically moved away from this area. This sudden change shocked everyone once again. Even Yang Zhang, Situyu, and the 3-headed Jiao lords who were fighting were all startled and looked in Lu Yu's direction in unison. Which swordsman big brother was that? Never heard of it. The distance was too far for Yang Zhang to be able to see Lu Yu's career information, and with Lu Yu's current sword god form, he didn't recognize it even more. Isn't that the flying sword technique? How could he gather so many flying swords? And he can maneuver them with such ease? A great flying sword technique can at best control dozens of them at the same time. This is already considered a sword Dao genius. 6th rank swordsman Situyu was confused. But then, he once again frantically released his skills to kill the distracted 3-headed Jiao lord, vowing to avenge his family. You human brat, sneak attack? The 3-headed Jiao lord let out a cry of pain as he was hit, and his 3 heads instantly released a wide range of skills. The battle started again. At this moment, Blade Lord also reacted. It knew that if it didn't kill this mysterious human swordsman, the task explained by the Great Lord couldn't be accomplished. Damned fellow, no matter who you are, tonight, you must not be allowed to survive. The Blade Lord resisted hard against the damage and directly hid in the darkness of the night, disappearing from sight. You guys quickly go to the shelter, leave this place to me. After saying that, Lu Yu's gaze condensed, possessing the heart of the sword god, he was soon able to sense the Blade Lord hidden in the darkness. The injured guards hurriedly helped each other to leave this side of the battlefield. Death! The Blade Lord came behind Lu Yu with the help of stealth, ready to sneak attack. But it didn't wait for it to unleash its skills. Lu Yu has already prepared a super move, Excalibur Storm, and violently released it. The Blade Lord couldn't figure out how this 3rd-ranked swordsman had discovered it. It should be known that the Dark Knight stealth talent of its Blade Monster clan was silent, and even in existence whose rank exceeded it would be hard to detect. The most outrageous thing was, this weird swordsman he was also manipulating tens of thousands of flying swords, releasing 2 sword formations, and was still in the ing state of Imperial flight. Nima! This can still release super sword skills? 5 skills at the same time? And manipulate them with such ease. Even a 10th-ranked great swordsman couldn't do that, right? It's not too much to say that you're the reincarnation of the sword god, is it? 33,000. 33,000. 33,000. Although the damage of Divine Sword Storm wasn't high, it was sustained. The total damage was much higher than the demon slashing sword drawing technique, and the key was the huge attack range. With this kind of operation, the Blade Lord's bloodline was dropping rapidly, and in less than 3 seconds, it had become a state of silk blood. Then go on like this. No need to 3 seconds to be hanging pussy chopped. Blade Lord opened the berserk state. Lu Yu's damage is wide range, it cannot avoid, and stealth is not effective against Lu Yu, so the Blade Lord chose to tough it out. Since the other party was a 3rd-ranked swordsman, even if it was perverted, it wouldn't have too much blood, 30,000 would be enough. It didn't believe that.
With the damage of its 5th rank skills, it still couldn't kill a 3rd rank swordsman in seconds? Let's see who dies first. Dance of the Blade's Night Strangle. The Blade Lord resisted the damage and unleashed a powerful single attack skill on Lu Yu. This is a locking technique, the skill attack range, Lu Yu even faster cannot avoid. Not good. That teenager is in danger. The retreating crowd turned around and saw the scene and couldn't help but worry. Although it wasn't clear why Lu Yu's attacks were so fierce, but a swordsman was a swordsman after all, and blood was always a tough nut to crack. So, seeing the Blade Lord fighting for his life, he was also worried that Lu Yu wouldn't be able to carry it. But the next second. Ding! 1. Poof! The Blade Lord immediately spat out green essence blood. What did it see? One of its 5th rank skills went down and only forced 1 point of damage? It didn't break the defense at all? Just how perverse was the physical defense of this 3rd order swordsman? It was a pure physical damage monster with over 10,000 physical attacks. What? The crowd was also filled with question marks. This situation was beyond their knowledge. On the other hand, Dark Dungeon. The mysterious black-robed man and the Dark Great Lord, who were always concerned about the battle situation in Stone City, were also watching their heads short-circuit, and their hearts could not be calmed for a long time. The physical defense of a 3rd-ranked swordsman completely surpassed the physical attack of an A-ranked 5th-ranked lord. How much more outrageous could this Nima be? Death. Must die. We can't let this guy live, or he will definitely become a big problem for us in the future. Seeing that pure physical attacks couldn't break the defense, the Blade Lord also instantly changed its mindset, and relied on real damage to destroy the other party as well. But Lu Yu will not spoil it. Immediately all flying swords, sword array damage, divine sword attacks all attacked on it. In an instant, it secured the Blade Lord for exactly 3 seconds. Roar! When the 3-headed Augur Lord saw that the Blade Lord had been seconded, it also had a crazy idea. It then berserked and unleashed its skills, directly blasting away Yang Zhang and Situyu, then swooped straight down towards the refuge. It wanted to threaten Lu Yu with the children of the refuge. In its opinion, that 3rd order swordsman was so perverted, it must be relying on the special talent effect, and as long as the statute of limitations passed, it would be able to abuse him to death. Not good. The 3-headed Augur leader was going to attack the refuge. Everyone rose up in panic. Chapter 26, One Man, One Sword defending a city alone. No one expected that this 3-headed Augur Lord would be so insidious. Knowing that he was no match for the mysterious sword warrior Big Brother, he turned to attack the refuge. In this way, would definitely affect the rhythm of the mysterious swordsman's attack. Lu Yu also discovered the 3-headed Jiao Lord's behavior, but he wasn't the least bit panicked. With Big White around, it couldn't destroy the refuge yet. Shoo! Lu Yu flew towards the refuge at full speed. The other monsters were also frantically surging towards the refuge. Their numbers were hard to count. Soon, the 3-headed Jiao Lords had already killed their way to the refuge. The members of the hunter squad who were guarding the refuge were all pale with fear, and the transfigurants who stayed over here to hold down the fort were also filled with despair. With their strength, they couldn't stop such a powerful lord monster. No one noticed. Little Red, who was napping on Great White's back, stretched her back, then opened her eyes and glanced at the 3-headed Augur Lord. Buzz! The 3-headed Jiao Lord's figure stopped instantly, an invisible and terrifying pressure causing it to be unable to raise a single thought of resistance. Therefore, it just hung in mid-air with a look of terror in its eyes, not daring to move a single muscle. The other flying monsters that followed them even fell down directly, smashing heavily on the ground. The crowd was filled with questions. What's the situation? How did that 3-headed Jiao Lord get fixed there? The dark monster Great Lord was once again confused. What the hell? Why did the 3-headed Jiao suddenly stop moving? Damn waste, what is it doing? Was this 3-headed Jiao disobeying its own orders? But that was clearly impossible. It wouldn't disobey its own orders, nor did it have the guts to do so. Then what's going on here? Why didn't it strike? The black-robed man was also puzzled. This Shi Chang was too bizarre. An open-ended 3rd order swordsman. Now the 3-headed Augur Lord was strangely unmoving, not daring to attack the refuge, and there was no Big Brother in sight. Go! You go and lead the receiving corps to attack Stone City, make sure to destroy that swordsman, destroy Stone City, and seize all the resources. The Dark Lord ordered one of the 5th Order S-Class Lord's men to strike. Thumbs up. Please rest assured, Great Lord, before the human reinforcements arrive, I will bring back that teenager's corpse and bring back all of Stone City's resources. This side. Lu Yu had already arrived on this side of the refuge. Seeing the 3-headed Jiao Lord hanging there motionless, he couldn't help but frown with doubt. While wondering, Lu Yu did not miss this opportunity and directly beheaded the 3 heads of these 3-headed Jiao. Now that the 2 5th Order Lords had been killed, the next thing to do was to clean up the small monsters in the city, and the crisis in Stone City should be lifted. There were still more than 10 seconds of transformation time. That's enough.
The crowd only saw Lu Yu transform into the Shura sword god, one person and one sword, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Raising his hand, the monsters shattered into pieces. What kind of speed is this? What kind of talent is this? What kind of god was he? Seeing Lu Yu's great power, slaughtering tens of thousands of monsters, the crowd worshipped from the bottom of their hearts. Was there such a perverted swordsman in this world? The hunter squad didn't recognize Lu Yu. The distance was too far to view the career information. They could only see the godlike figure. Not long. Under Lu Yu's powerful skill damage, all monsters in the city were cleared. We won, Stone City is saved. Some retired and injured old men cried tears of joy and raised their arms to cheer. Cough. Yang Zhang got up from the rubble and kept coughing up blood. He was injured so badly that one of his arms was broken. If it wasn't for that 6th order swordsman who took the main damage, if it wasn't for the mount that warded off the fatal wound for him, otherwise he would have died long ago. However, Yang Zhang had a pale smile on his face. It was because Stone City had finally survived this crisis. A mysterious swordsman big brother had appeared and saved everyone. Suddenly, Yang Zhang's face changed drastically and his smile came to an abrupt end. It was because he felt a tremor in the earth, and it was becoming more and more pronounced. Soon, a rumbling sound resounded through Stone City, as if a raging torrent was surging towards it. The crowds who were cheering stopped, and their faces began to become ugly again. Monsters! A large number of monsters were coming towards Stone City. Because at this point in time, it couldn't be reinforcements arriving, it could only be monsters. And this time, the commotion is even greater than just now, indicating that there are even more monsters, or else it wouldn't have caused such a violent earth tremor. Go close the gates and reactivate the defense spells. A guard captain who had retreated to this side of the refuge yelled. Although the mysterious swordsman big brother was strong, he was only at the 3rd rank, so he should have unleashed some kind of innate effect in order to be invincible. But no matter what kind of heaven-defying effect it was, there was a duration and a cooldown time, and the more powerful the effect, the shorter the duration and the longer the cooldown time. In his opinion, the terrifying effect of killing an A-rank, 5th rank Lord Boss in seconds with a 3rd rank level was estimated to be almost over, and how it would have to cool down for a few days. The people who were guarding the sanctuary moved quickly. Seeing this, Liu flew to the city gates at the first time, closed the gates, and then one person and one sword stood outside the city gates alone, waiting for the monsters to descend. At this time, Lu Yu's sword god form had already ended, and the 3 major sword god techniques had entered a gray state, requiring the next transformation of the sword god to be refreshed. But what's the harm in that? Even without his sword god form, Lu Yu was confident that he could stop the monsters at the city gates. Strange? How come there's no experience in killing siege monsters? Lu Yu muttered in his heart. Thud. Under the effect of the spare materials, the Stone City defense phalanx was completely opened, enough to withstand the monsters for a period of time, and would not be shattered as quickly as before. Many of the injured guards, who were carrying their injuries hard, reascended the city wall and saw that Lu Yu was actually guarding the outside of the city alone, with his back towards them. He is trying to defend his city all by himself. An old man said with a trembling voice. They were shocked and could not bear it. In the face of a great calamity, how could they let a junior full of unlimited future stand in the forefront? But they no longer had the strength to fight anymore. It could be said that, without this teenager, Stone City would have been destroyed long ago. Rumble. Countless monsters came rushing in. There were blade monsters, 3-headed augur monsters, and many unknown monsters, and the number was several times that of the invading monsters just now. This number, at least nearly 100,000, right? Such a large number of monsters, launching a charge together, the destructive power was unimaginable. The leader was a terrifying monster that they had never seen before. It didn't look as strong as the previous Blade Lord. But it had 4 long, flexible, and sharp tentacles on its back, and it was carrying a magic sword that emitted red light. Name: Flesh-Eating Demon Lord. Rank: S-Class Lord Boss. Level: LV-150 5th Order. Blood: 1,600,000. Introduction: a ferocious lord from the world of dark monsters, likes to eat all kinds of living people alive, and its tentacles like human beauties the most. Oh my god, 1.6 million blood? Or an S-rank lord with a red epic weapon? The crowd was horrified. Lords with epic grade equipment, those were definitely the main lords among the monsters, and every single one of them was incomparably powerful. It was thought that the Blade Lord and the 3-headed Augur Lord from just now were already the highest combat power of this group of invading monsters, but it was not expected that there were even more terrifying ones. The teenager under the city, without his talent effect, how was he going to resist? An atmosphere of despair once again enveloped the entire Stone City. Facing such a powerful boss, and so many monsters, Stone City was considered to be in a complete state of desperation. Young warrior, just leave us alone, you have unlimited potential, run. There's no need to sacrifice yourself here for nothing, just kill more monsters for us in the future. The crowd cried out towards Lu Yu. But Lu Yu's figure remains the same, his white clothes fluttering, the sword in his hand gulping sword awnings. In the night, it is so dazzling, sacred.
So what if he had epic equipment? So what if you are an S-class lord? If you dare to take a step forward, you will be cut down with a sword. Chapter 27. You had a good time chopping just now, didn't you? The flesh-devouring demon lord did not look squarely at Lu Yu.
It had only one target, and that was the mysterious swordsman who possessed the posture of a sword god. At this moment, Lu Yu had returned to his normal appearance, and it naturally didn't recognize him. Kill that mole and destroy the defense spell formation. Roar! The group of monsters obeyed the order and charged with all their might. Flying sword art. This skill had no cooldown, and as long as it had enough mana, it could always summon flying swords to attack.
In an instant, hundreds of flying swords surfaced in front of Lu Yu. But it was far from enough. Ding, you consumed a bottle of instant blue restoration potion and your mana is back to full 8,850. In order to deal with unexpected situations, Lu Yu had long ago prepared himself in advance with a large number of precious instant blue restoration potions that could directly restore 10,000 mana. This thing wasn't cheap, a bottle required 100 gold coins and could only be purchased in the extraterrestrial mall. With the constant summoning of flying swords, Lu Yu had directly summoned tens of thousands of flying swords, densely packed, in an undifferentiated manner, shooting straight at the monsters that came charging. Poof! A large number of monsters fell down in the piercing of the flying swords. None of the monsters within the 4th level could withstand the flying sword damage, all were killed in seconds, and only some of the leader level monsters rushed through the flying swords and killed in front of Lu Yu. Death. Boom. 1. Ghosts. Doesn't break defense? These chief monsters had a ghostly expression on their faces. 7-star sword formation. Green lotus sword dance. Lu Yu frantically slashed the monsters that were close to him. The leaders below the 5th rank can't resist a few hits. Let me do it. A 5th ranked leader, a huge demonic monster, let out a thick yellow mist towards Lu Yu. Corrosive poison gas. 100. His magic defense isn't as high as his physical defense, so let's attack him with magic skills. The demonic monster roared. But Lu Yu would not stand as a living target, immediately flying up with his sword, trying not to be attacked by the group skills of these magic monsters. One magic skill wasn't scary, what was scary was a whole bunch of magic skills. One skill deals 100 points of damage, 200 of them is 20,000 damage, enough to kill himself in seconds. What the hell? Those who can fly quickly go and block him. Don't let him fly around, if we don't spike him, it will be difficult for us to attack the defense spell formation. A 4th ranked lord roared. In a flash, more than 100,000 monsters were being held back by Lu Yu alone. In front of tens of thousands of flying swords, a large number of low-level monsters did not dare to take a step forward. The crowd on the city walls watched in disbelief. They thought that this mysterious swordsman should be no match for the monsters without his transformation effect, but how could they not expect that he had managed to hold back the army of more than 100,000 monsters and killed so many of them? A bunch of losers. The flesh-devouring demon lords burst into a rage. At the expense of their self-proclaimed main force, they couldn't even handle a human third-order rookie. Get out of the way. The flesh-devouring demon lords were in a hurry to find the mysterious swordsman to kill, so they didn't have that much time to waste here. So he decisively struck out. Bang! With a swing of the epic devil blade, the flying sword was cleaved through a large gap. The flesh-eating demon lord rushed towards Lu Yu at an extremely fast speed. Although it wasn't a flying monster, its 4 tentacles were so strong and powerful that it could bounce off the ground and briefly gain the ability to fly through the air. Blade-devouring chop. As soon as it approached Lu Yu, the flesh-devouring demon lord drew its sword and swung it, and the blade that devoured everything chopped at the back of Lu Yu, who was unable to dodge. Ding! 500. The defense was broken. But it was irrelevant. Lu Yu's flying sword attacked other small monsters, all of which were able to return to full blood with the help of the divine talent blood-sucking effect. Coldly being sneak attacked. Lu Yu just indifferently looked at the flesh-eating demon lord and continued to dodge the collective magic attacks of the magical monsters. As long as they weren't forcibly controlled, then they could drag it out for 3 minutes, and as soon as the transformation sword god's cooldown arrived, it would be their time to die. This glance made the flesh-eating demon lord tremble with fear. It seemed to understand how the previous blade lord and 3-headed augur lord died. Damn it! A human brat, why is his defense far superior to mine? Fiercely, the flesh-devouring demon lord reacted. Wasn't this little brat's defense, as well as the skills he unleashed, the same as the mysterious swordsman's before? You are that swordsman. The flesh-devouring demon lord was instantly in full battle mode. Such a demon must not be retained. However, no matter how the flesh-devouring demon lord slashed, Lu Yu's blood bar was full, while its men had already been killed or injured in large numbers. Before the city was even attacked, there were so many casualties. How could it explain to the great lord? At this moment, Lu Yu suddenly stopped. Ha! Stopped? Good chance. The flesh-devouring demon lord flew up once again, and his 4 tentacles transformed into rope-like ropes, binding Lu Yu to death. Yeah, let's see how you can run this time. Three-headed Jiao clan, what are you waiting for? Why don't you release your strongest magic skills together? The flesh-eating demon lord saw the light of victory. All the magical monsters had long since entered a berserk state, and as soon as they saw Lu Yu being controlled by the flesh-devouring demon lords, they immediately chanted their most powerful magical skills. Preparing to blast this human monster in one fell swoop. Oops. It's over. Why isn't he dodging? Is he out of blue? The crowd on the city walls was filled with anxiety and grief. As long as this swordsman is dead, Stone City will be broken again, and by then, it will surely go up in smoke, with not a single possibility of survival. Just now, you chopped very well, didn't you? Lu Yu's voice faintly sounded. What? The flesh-devouring demon lord froze for a moment. 3 minutes have passed. Next, it's my turn. Next second. As sword light erupted, Lu Yu once again transformed into his sword god form, and his supreme sword might envelop the battlefield. Put. The flesh-devouring demon lord didn't even see how Lu Yu struck his sword before its tentacles were chopped off, and intense pain ensued. Lu Yu paid no attention to the flesh-devouring demon lord, but instead looked towards the group of magical monsters casting spells. Demon slashing sword drawing technique. A sword came out. Lu Yu strangely appeared behind the group of magic monsters, and all the magic monsters were hit by the decapitation. Their spell casting was interrupted, and over 10,000 damage values popped up on the top of each monster's head. But it wasn't enough to kill them all in seconds. In the midst of wailing, head to purgatory to atone for your sins, this is the only way you will end up. In an instant, a terrifying storm of sword blades, raining flying swords, danced across the battlefield, and between the flashes of sword light, the blood of the monsters spilled out, dyeing the earth green and forming a green river. Not waiting for the flesh-devouring demon lord to flee in fear, Lu Yu once again appeared in front of it, knocking it into a bloodless state, and then under the horrified gazes of the crowd. Using only flat A. Inch by inch, this unbeatable flesh-devouring demon lord was cut down and A died alive. Ding, congratulations, you have gained 40 by 150 by 120.72 million gold coins. Lu Yu was drenched in the monster's green blood and had no joy or sorrow. After killing so many monsters, Lu Yu had long since obtained a large amount of gold coins. Even the hint that the wealth ranking had entered the first place on the list had come out long ago. It was just that Lu Yu didn't have the time to click on it. The other remaining living monsters wanted to escape, but Lu Yu wouldn't let them evacuate, catch up, full seconds. That's a win? His reverse transformation effect was only on cooldown for a few minutes? The crowd was dumbfounded. Failed? Inside the dungeon, the Dark Grand Lord couldn't believe it, his entire body exuding a fierce aura as he stared dead on at the sword god Lu Yu within the mirror. Great Lord, no matter what, I, the Half-Beast Association, provided the precious props and the method of bridging the demon cave, how can you pay me half of the monster factor? The black-robed man opened his mouth and said, Damn it, you still dare to ask me for monster factor, believe it or not I will destroy you now? The Dark Lord was furious. I'll destroy you now? Let's not talk about whether you can do it or not. If you want to completely anger our Half-Beast Association, by then, this dungeon will have to change its owner. If it wasn't for the fact that the monster factor is only available to us in its entirety if you provide it voluntarily, otherwise do you think we would cooperate with you? The black-robed man was not the least bit afraid. You seek death. But the Dark Lord didn't dare to make a move after all, and instead gave the other party 10 bottles of grade A monster factor. Go back and tell your chairman if he wants S-rank monster factors, if so, we can talk about a new cooperation. Was it because of this mysterious swordsman? That's right. Chapter 28 The Shocking Resolutions of the Three Great War Gods. Lu Yu did not turn back to Stone City. Instead, he continued to chase after them. 1. To see if there were still monsters. Secondly, to see how the monsters bypassed the battle line defense and entered the safe zone. When the owner exceeded a certain range, the mount would actively follow the owner. Therefore, Big White immediately got up, took Little Red, and ran quickly in Lu Yu's direction. Lu Yu's mount ran away. It was estimated that Lu Yu had summoned it over, and he was lucky that a swordsman Big Brother had appeared and resolved the crisis so that he could dodge a bullet. The Hunter Squad actually had some opinions about Lu Yu leaving the team without authorization. No matter when or where, the consequences of a sergeant disobeying orders can be very serious. But it's good that Lu Yu didn't die at the hands of the monster, they are teammates and comrades in arms after all. Lu Yu followed the monster footprints all the way to a flat place, where there was a huge deep pit, caused for some unknown reason. It was just that there was no other discovery around except for this deep pit. Lu Yu could be sure. This should be the place where the monster sneaked in, it should have used some special method. 2 hours later. The reinforcements from Front 4 finally arrived at Stone City. Seeing the monster corpses all over the ground, as well as the people who were cleaning up the battlefield, the reinforcements were confused. Wasn't it said that a large number of monsters had invaded? Wasn't it said that Stone City had been breached? How did the battle end? It looked as if Stone City had won and the monsters had died out. Could it be that a high-ranking Big Brother had come to provide support? That's not right.
If a high-ranking big brother had appeared, the commander-in-chief wouldn't have kept telling them to keep speeding up their pace.
What's going on here? Where is the Lord of Stone City?
Sir, our city lord was killed in battle. We learned that 2 waves of monsters attacked Stone Town, and they were all killed by a mysterious third-rank swordsman.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that a third-rank swordsman, in the guise of a sword god, first killed tens of thousands of monsters and 2 A-class 5th-rank lords? And then he was alone outside the Stone City gate, fighting nearly 100,000 monsters alone with 1 sword? As well as an S-rank 5th-order lord, or a lord with an epic weapon? The chief commander of the reinforcements felt like he had heard a big joke. If it wasn't for 5-star hunter Yang Zhang and 6th-order swordsman Situyu who also came forward to testify, he would have reason to suspect that these surviving transmutants weren't hallucinating. Back sir, this is the situation. What about that mysterious swordsman?
After he completely destroyed the second wave of invading monsters, he went chasing after them in the direction they appeared and hasn't returned yet. Upon hearing this, the chief commander immediately sent a brigade forward to search for him, and then commanded the healing team to treat the injured in Stone City.
At this time,
Lu Yu put away his mask, turned off his equipment display, put on his hunter uniform, bypassed the main gate of Stone City, and returned from the side gate riding Great White.
A third-ranked swordsman? One by one, the crowd looked Lu Yu up and down.
The mysterious swordsman from before was drenched in the green blood of monsters, dressed in orange, and wearing a mask, so the crowd couldn't get a good look at him. At this point, Lu Yu had already prepared himself mentally. After all, it was possible to be recognized by displaying the sword god's posture in front of the crowd without any concealment. It would be best if he wasn't. If there was, then let's be a genius bigot for a while.
Lu Yu, next time, can you not leave the squad to go on an adventure without authorization? Squad member Li Roll said. Chief Captain Yang Zhang looked at Lu Yu with a frown. You left the squad?
Reporting to the chief captain, at that time the situation was special, in order to save people, so I left the squad, not to mention that I didn't exactly leave the squad, I left my pet behind.
Lu Yu dismounted and reported truthfully. You're lucky you didn't get killed by a monster.
The Hunter Squad members collectively rolled their eyes. Not a mysterious swordsman big brother appeared to lift the Stone City crisis. I'm afraid that you would have died. You're a civilian swordsman who just switched to a new profession. Even if someone brings you to the 3rd level, how much combat power can you have?
And look at your body clean. I'm afraid you're not going to kill monsters, is to hide in the refuge to go, right?
After all, the refuge is also considered a dangerous zone, is a place where monsters must attack.
After the hunter team saw a mess, the Stone City transitioners who originally suspected that Lu Yu was the mysterious swordsman shook their heads, thinking it was unlikely.
If the one called Lu Yu was a member of this hunter squad, then it should be impossible for him to be that swordsman big brother. That kind of peerless swordsman was only possible for a super-rich 2nd generation or a descendant of an alliance bigwig, and his temperament was categorically extraordinary. This Lu Yu is from a civilian family. And the civilian family is almost impossible to birth this kind of super demon. Can 3 free chances to draw epic talent his ancestors smoke. It's also good that he's not recognized. Not recognized. After all, transforming into a sword god and not transforming oneself is indeed a different person. This also saves a lot of heartache. Lu Yu, read you are the first time to experience the monster siege, not to say that you left the team thing. Next time, cannot be like this. You do not think about yourself, but also for the family to think about, in case of any accidents, your parents how to do? How can I explain to your parents? In fact, without the appearance of the swordsman big brother, all the people will die, no one can guard.
Lu Yu left the team without authorization and was justified.
This time encountered unexpected events. The Alliance headquarters will also send people over here to investigate. The squad activities temporarily cancelled. Lu Yu deducted 10 military credit as unauthorized departure punishment. Other people normally get this month's activities military credit. With that said, Yang Zhang sent a private message to Lu Yu. Lu Yu, this captain must punish you, otherwise there is no way to convince the public. Privately I will make up the military credit to you. For this point of military credit, Lu Yu still did not care, not to mention, standing in the perspective of the chief captain, he did not follow orders, it is considered a mistake. Chief captain, in fact, there is no need to make it up to me.
Must make it up. I have to make it up.
I'll take care of my team members. Seeing the chief captain say so, Lu Yu had no choice but to accept it with emotion. With that, Lu Yu followed the team back to Dragon City on the same route. S War Zone. Alliance Headquarters. The 3 major war gods held an emergency meeting. The commander-in-chiefs of all the war zones connected to the headquarters at the first time. The preliminary results of the investigation had come out. The monsters did not know what method they had used to directly connect to the safe zone area of the F war zone, opening up a teleportation channel, which had led to the monsters' surprise attack on Stone City. According to the account of the survivors of Stone City, the highest level of the invading monsters was 150, so the preliminary analysis was that the channel opened by the monsters allowed at most 5th-order monsters to pass through. In addition, it was the appearance of a mysterious young swordsman who could transform into a sword god, and with his own strength, he killed all the monsters and saved Stone City. But that mysterious swordsman disappeared after he went after the monsters. Commander-in-Chief of Warzone F, Xian Yuanhu, reported. This incident has told us the most important point, which is that monsters can bypass the battle line and invade the safe zone directly through special ways. Therefore, we have to change our defense deployment and must leave a legion stationed in each urban area of the safe zone to prevent the Stone City incident from happening again. In addition, additional manpower will be deployed to increase the investigation area, and we must find out about the monster teleportation. As for that mysterious swordsman, since he was willing to make a move to save Stone City, it means that even if he's not from our alliance, he's not an alliance hater, or he wouldn't have made a move. Find him as much as possible, confirm his identity, ask him if he's willing to come and serve at the alliance headquarters, and if so, we'll train him as the fourth war god. The three great war gods had already resolved on this. Wow! The bigwigs were all shocked when they heard this. Fourth war god? That was a supreme honor. Was that mysterious swordsman worth it? However, when one thought about the fact that this swordsman was able to alone, at the 3rd rank level, destroy more than 100,000 monsters in a group, and kill a 5th rank S-rank lord in seconds, he did have the potential to become a god of war. No! It should be said that it had the potential to surpass a war god. After all, it would be impossible for a different young war god to have this kind of battle record. Besides, without him, the lives of over 100,000 people in Stone City would have been buried in the mouths of monsters. He was now a hero of the human race. On the other side, Bailey Tong was also informed of the detailed information about Stone City, and immediately became a bit excited. A 3rd-ranked swordsman? Incarnated sword god? There's no mistaking it, it must be Brother Yu, he's that mysterious young swordsman. Brother Yu will definitely participate in the Scarlet Trial in 2 months. I have to prepare the relevant information for Brother Yu in advance. With Brother Yu, I will definitely take first place, and then Grandpa won't be able to care about me anymore. Chapter 29 Parents. Road. Lu Yu tapped on the wealth list. Ding, your gold amount is 5.6 billion, honoring you as the first on the wealth list. Do you want to be on the list? No. After the battle in Stone City, Liu also realized his own flaws, which was that he didn't have enough life value and magic defense, and without transforming into a sword god, the amount of blue was also lacking. Thus, Liu opened the Alliance Mall, intending to purchase a 3rd-order learnable swordsman skill book to fill up the 6 skill compartments. The Alliance Mall was a sort of consignment mall, on which all transformers could consign items and even acquire items. Ha! Split skill? Liu didn't expect to come across such a precious life-saving skill on the consignment mall. He decisively purchased it. Ding, you have spent 2,000 gold coins to purchase the 2nd-order F-rank sword shadow split skill book. It's quite expensive. Worthy of being a swordsman profession skill book, the price was higher than any other professions. On the other side, Monster Forest. Brother, the sword shadow split skill book we just swiped out is priced too high, isn't it? No wrongdoer would buy it, right? Third sister, you're underestimating the tycoons who dare to choose the swordsman profession. They spend money like water. There's bound to be a swordsman who will like this skill. It's a rare doppelganger skill. It can save your life in critical moments. Ding, the sword shadow divergence skill book you consigned has been sold, arriving at 1,800 gold. Oh my god. Brother, the skill book has been sold. It's only been up for 3 seconds. We're rich. Let's see who bought it. Try to friend them. They're big tycoons. Brother, the other party is anonymous, and has sent a friend request to the other party. Ding, Pantielian requesting to add you as a friend, do you agree? This side of Lu you immediately saw a friend request pop up. Pantielian? Iron don't want it. No. After learning the skill, Lu Yu used the S-rank scroll he had opened earlier to directly upgrade this skill to an S-rank skill. Name, Sword Shadow Split. Grade, S-Class. Rank, 3rd order LV0 needs to be upgraded with gold coins. Skill effect, split in the body exactly the same split to confuse the target, within a certain range can manipulate the action of the split is only the body 30 attack and defense, and cannot release skills end disappear, S-Class can create 7 split, cooldown 15 seconds. Tip, upgrading this skill can increase the attack and defense power of the doppelganger. This is still a manipulable skill that comes with attack power of the doppelganger? Lu Yu was doubly surprised. As far as he knew, other professions also had the split skill, but most of them were vapors that wouldn't attack the target or move. Compared to the sword shadow split, they were weak. How many skills all combat professions had in total was anyone's guess. This sword shadow split was definitely the first time it had been swiped, otherwise there would have been a swordsman who had become famous with this skill. With this skill, at least during the sword god form cooldown time, there was one more means to save one's life. Therefore, Liu didn't even think about it and directly upgraded this skill to LV60. Next, Liu continued to browse the Alliance Mall to see if there were any applicable gems to purchase. Now that he had enough gold coins, he could quasi-good advanced gemstones in advance, and when he had superb equipment in the future, he would be able to directly hit it and greatly increase his attributes. But after sweeping through, Lu Yu was speechless as he realized that no one was selling essential gems such as stamina gems and attack gems, but mostly non-essential gems such as resistance gems. Think about it. Stamina gems could increase life value and physical defense, and were the first choice of gemstones for all transmuters. Attack gems and strike gems are the second choice, and resistance gems are the last choice. Generally speaking, those who have swiped the strength gems tend to use them on their own, or trade them privately at a high price. Lu Yu had to buy gemstone treasure chests in large quantities at the extraterrestrial mall. Name: Gemstone Treasure Chest. Introduction: randomly opens all levels of gemstones, punching materials, inlay talismans, synthesis talismans, etc. Price: 50 gold. Lu Yu didn't even blink when he saw the price, and then there were 99 treasure chests opened at once. Ding, you opened a level 1 punching material. Ding, you've opened a lonely, please keep it up. Ding, you've opened a level 1 fire resistance gemstone. 2 days passed quickly. The squad returned to the Monster Hunter Hall. Gentlemen, after you have received your activity military honors, you are free to move about, because the higher-ups have issued a new strategic deployment order, so the activities for the next 2 months have been cancelled for the time being. However, don't slack off because of this, you can strive for the new generation Scarlet trial in 2 months. I'm not asking for you guys to get the special secret realm tickets, I just want you guys to complete the trial and get the alliance rewards. After saying that, Yang Zhang headed to the treatment room to heal his wounds. The commander-in-chief of the Warzone rewarded Yang Zhang for his meritorious defense of Stone City by rewarding him with a new battle pet and mount, as well as a 5th order purple equipment and free treatment. After dismissal, the people formed their own groups to do the hunter quest. Looking at everyone who had no intention of grouping themselves, in response to this, Lu Yu didn't care, he didn't need to rely on doing quests at all to gain military honors. After opening gemstone treasure chests for 2 days in a row, Lu Yu's gold coins only had a few 100 million left, and now he had a backpack full of gemstones, inlays, and other materials. If it wasn't for Lu Yu purchasing a dozen or so extra large space treasure chests which can be purchased directly from the extraterritorial mall for 100,000 gold coins apiece, his backpack would have been too big to hold. It seems that synthesizing gems is also a costly and time-consuming task. Lu Yu muttered. Ha! Lu Yu's brother, you finally showed up, your application passed, your parents also agreed to meet, when is it convenient for you to go to the battle preparation area? The Black Silk Beauty took the initiative to come in front of Lu Yu. Passed? Lu Yu was filled with joy. He hadn't seen his parents for a long time and had never known what kind of life they were leading in the war zone. Because his mom and dad were never like other parents, all day long, their mouths were hung up on how hard they worked, it wasn't easy to make money, letting their children know what to do and so on. Now it's good to just see the top and let your parents enjoy their lives. It's convenient for me now. May I ask how to get there? Just take this application approval form and take the Monster Hunter Hall right to the preparation area. Okay, thanks. Lu Yu happily stuffed 1,000 gold coins to the other party. Looking at the glittering 1,000 gold coins, the Black Silk Beauty covered her small mouth that couldn't close, with an unbelievable look on her face. Lu Yu also knew that spending money to do things efficiently was the fastest, this was a truth that applied in any world. After half a day, Lu Yu arrived at the preparation area. You can wait here in the meeting room first. A staff member took Lu Yu's application form and went to inform Lu Yu's parents. Lu Shan, Han Yunji, your son Lu Yu is here, in meeting room 666. Lu Shan and Han Yunji, who were in the dormitory for a day's vacation at this time, were full of joy when they learned that their son Lu Yu had arrived, and hurried to the meeting room at the first opportunity. Yu's son. Son. As soon as they met, Han Yunji excitedly rushed over and hugged Lu Yu. Lu Shan also came over, tightly hugged Lu Yu too, a big man, at this time the eyes are a little red. The last time they met, Lu Yu was still in school, and in the blink of an eye, they hadn't seen each other for half a year. Dad, Mom. You guys have worked hard. Lu Yu also had tears in his eyes. Although he was a traveler, he came from a tire, but he had long ago taken them as his real parents, relatives. Did Mom and Dad leave you enough money to spend on living expenses? Are big sister and little sister okay now? After Han Yunji's excitement, she rushed to ask questions. Not spent, big sister, little sister now eat good, we're good, living good, Mom and Dad, you see, this is the new house I bought for you. Lu Yu opened his cell phone album and clicked on the photo of himself and his 2 sisters in the new house. This. Lu Shan and Han Yunji stared in disbelief. This big house looks like it costs tens of millions of dollars. Where did the son get the money? Wait a minute. Could it be because of their son that the higher-ups suddenly took care of the 2 of them? Tell me, did you get a super talent? Ha? Dad, why do you ask? Your mom and I were taken care of by the bigwigs up there, our workload was greatly reduced, and our benefits were upgraded several notches. If it wasn't for your super talent, why would they suddenly take care of us so well?
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that.
Lu Yu was surprised. He really didn't know about this, he always thought that his parents were working hard.
Could it be the Seoul Hidden Organization? That's impossible. The Seoul Hidden Organization shouldn't be doing anything superfluous. Then who could it be? Could it be Bailey Tong? Chapter 30 Meeting. Shocking the two old men.
9 times out of 10, it should be because of Bailey Tong.
Because after coming to the Dragon City concentration camp, this was the only friend he knew.
And the fact that Bailey Tong had numerous maps and dared to sell them openly without anyone coming to investigate was in itself quite abnormal.
It could only mean
Bailey Tong, this little fatty, identity background is very scary. Otherwise, with his parents' honest character, it was impossible to get a promotion from the top. Concentration camp. Zhao Liang, big brother, it's me who carries, not the fat man. Dad, Mom, I'm not going to lie, I did get the top talent, and it's a perfect match for the swordsman profession.
Really? The two old men were overjoyed, it was like a dream, they couldn't accept it for a while. Good. The gears of our old Lu family's destiny are about to start turning.
So you bought the house because you passed the genius certification at the Alliance headquarters and got the benefits of the Alliance, right?
That's why the higher-ups promoted us, right? Han Yunji said with tears of joy.
Mom, actually, I didn't go for the genius certification at the Alliance headquarters.
What? No, what's going on?
Lu Shan and Han Yunji were both puzzled. Dad, Mom, this is a long story, in short, I drew the top talent, that's why I didn't go to the Alliance headquarters, I'll tell you more about this later, you have to trust your son. Lu Yu did not directly say the system, because say it out of the parents cannot understand, this has transcended the cognition of the world.
Hiss. Top talent? How is this possible? The two old men only felt the sky spinning, this was too amazing. Top-tier talent.
In their perception, a top talent was a legendary talent.
This was something that could be drawn?
The two old men couldn't help but look at each other, they naturally believed in their son, so they didn't pursue the matter to the end. In this world, talent determining potential was one aspect, what was more important was the gold coins, as long as there was a large amount of gold coins, even without a good talent, with kryptonite one could become a top stream jobber. Lu Yu knew that it was hard to make his mom and dad, who had worked hard for most of his life, believe it, because it was like a pie in the sky to say the least, and to put it bluntly, it was just daydreaming and being whimsical. So, Lu Yu directly transformed into the sword god, and also summoned the moon white dragon cult, which was the number one mount on the list. This meeting room was closed, and Lu Yu didn't worry about being seen by the people outside.
Heavens! Isn't this the S-class mount moon white dragon cult that was rumored a while ago? This was his son's mount?
At this moment, Lu Shan and Han Yunji had to believe everything in front of them even if they didn't believe it anymore.
What's more,
this was their son, how could he deceive them?
Quickly! Son, quickly summon the mount back, don't be seen. Han Yunji said eagerly. Wait a minute.
Son, why did your talent transformation just now look so much like the young sword god who was rumored to have saved Stone City recently?
Lu Shan suddenly reacted.
He had less time to work now, and in his spare time, he would pay attention to the channel's real-time information and knew about the matter of Stone City. Mysterious young sword god.
This news had long been circulating throughout the F-War zone.
There was even a retired old man from Stone City who had filmed the scene of the young sword god's great display of power and sword beheading of the boss and posted it on the Warzone channel. He flipped through the video again and compared it to his son who was now incarnated as the sword god, and the styling was really the same. Dad, that's right, the young sword god within the video was me. At that time, I went to participate in the end of the month activities with the Hunter Squad's chief captain, and when we passed by Stone City to rest, we encountered monsters attacking Stone City. Luckily, those monsters were up to level 150, so I disguised myself as a sword god and chopped them all up.
Lu Yu spoke in a light-hearted manner.
However, Han Yunji listened with tears streaming down her face and hugged her son tightly once again. She was aware of how dangerous a monster attack was.
In that situation, her son had fought so many monsters alone, how could she, as a mother, not be heartbroken? If anything happened to her son, she couldn't even imagine it herself. Son, you can't take such a risk next time.
Mom, don't worry, I won't do anything I'm not sure of, not to mention, I haven't given you guys an old age yet, I haven't seen my big sister and little sister get married, and I haven't given you a daughter-in-law yet, I won't take risks so easily.
At this time,
Lu Shan heavily patted Lu Yu's shoulder. Son, good job, you saved Stone City, you are the pride of our old Lu family.
Dad is proud of you. At this moment,
Lu Shan and Han Yunji are still in a dream, but it is a dream wrapped tightly in happiness.
It's too dreamy. It's only been half a year.
My son has become a hero and a young sword god.
Son, now that the Alliance headquarters is openly rewarding you, what are you going to do?
Continue to develop alone, or? After the shock, Lu Shan got to the point. Dad, I still want to accumulate for a while longer. You also know that there is more than one human alliance in this world, there are many mysterious organizations, and even more monsters that are eyeing me.
Moreover, I like the feeling of freedom. I don't like constraints, swordsman, since I should be free.
Lu Yu said what was in his heart.
Well, that's good, but remember, if you become a true sword god in the future, you must defeat all the monsters and rebuild our once beautiful home. Yes, Mom and Dad, that day will come. Lu Yu is full of confidence in this.
Dad, Mom, my son has realized the freedom of wealth. You don't have to stay here. Quit your job and go home to enjoy your happiness. Big sister and little sister miss you, dreaming about it.
This is something we need to seriously consider. What? Dad, Mom, do you still want to stay here?
Son, the human race is weak and the monsters are ferocious. Although Mom and Dad are only ordinary life profession changers, they can still contribute a little bit to the future of the human race. These days, Lu Shan, although the amount of tasks is not much, but also the amount of daily completion of the blacksmith standard. Son, your father is right. Our forefathers have never stopped fighting for a better tomorrow from generation to generation. Although it's better here, we have our own mission. Really let us go home early to enjoy our happiness. We guess we will be idle and sick. Han Yunji also said seriously.
This.
Son, your heart we understand, so, we apply for a leave of absence from the upper management to accompany the big sister and little sister until they start school and then go home once a month.
How? Lu Shan guaranteed.
At this moment, Lu Yu somewhat realized that on the way back to Dragon City, why the chief captain's gaze towards himself was somewhat disappointed.
Mission. It is a must for every transmigrant. Everyone has their own mission, and this is the human race's will and faith inheritance to fight against monsters.
Dad, Mom, I get it, but if you want to contribute to the human race, you can't afford to fall behind in your level. Keep these gold coins, they can help you to level up quickly, and when you have a high level, you can make more contributions.
Son, what about you?
Dad, Mom, you don't have to worry about me. I don't have to worry about not having gold coins to spend for the time being.
Right, Dad, Mom, do you know any gem masters?
I have a lot of gems that need to be synthesized.
Yes, I do.
I have an old classmate, that's the uncle who you've seen before. He's a gemstone master, but his family doesn't have much money, so like me, he can't raise his level all the time. I've opened some gemstone treasure chests and got a lot of gemstones and synthesis talismans, so I'm going to ask my dad to go find Uncle Who to synthesize them for me, and I'll also be able to level up Uncle Who in the meantime.
That's no problem, if it's not too much, it can be done in a day or two.
Dang. Lu Yu took out a dozen or so super treasure chests at once and laughed. That's all there is.
A dozen super treasure chests filled up.
It's also full of gems and synthesis charms.
Son, that's all you can say? Can you be any more exaggerated? Chapter 31. You don't tell me that this whole box is full of gems and synthesis charms? Meeting time is coming to an end.
Dad, Mom, these are 2 A-class flying mount pet eggs for you to use in the future. Lu Yu remembers that although the living profession can't contract battle pets, it can contract mounts, and it just so happens that he opened a lot of mounts in the pet treasure chest before.
A-class flying mounts to us? This is too much of a waste, right, or leave it to the big sister little sister.
Lu Shan and Han Yunji immediately refused.
It's too extravagant.
They were just ordinary life professions, and it felt too wasteful to use such high-level mounts. Don't worry about the mounts of my elder and younger sisters, I'll open an S-ranked one for them in the future, and then I'll open one for Mom and Dad. By the way, Mom and Dad, you'll just have to settle for an A-ranked one for now. Hearing their son say this, the 2 of them still have some trance.
This is too fantastic. I never thought that I, Lu Shan, would one day be able to have a mount that is on the same level as the dragon blood god of war. Wife, quick, pinch me to see if it hurts.
The charming Han Yunji gently hit Lu Shan, smiling so happily for the first time. After bidding farewell to his parents, Lu Yu headed directly to the Misty Battlefield. The higher the level, the slower the upgrade. The Misty Battlefield had a lot of monsters, which allowed for quick accumulation of gold coins and experience boosts. There were still 2 months to go before the Scarlet Trial opened. Lu Yu had to level up to 90 as quickly as possible during this time. Scarlet Trial. That was the only way for the human race to enter the Star Illusion realm and obtain Star Source Stone resources. And Star Source Stones were very, very important resources for the human race, resources that must be fought over. The recharging of the Transformation God Stones and Advancement God Stones, the teleportation arrays, large defense arrays in the battle zone, and magic formation cannons all required the use of Star Source Stones. The reason why it was called the Scarlet Trial was because monsters could also enter the Star Illusion realm. There were more of them than the human race, and they were all Lord-level powerful monsters. They also snatched the Star Source Stones, so naturally a bloody fight is inevitable. It was only that the Star Illusion realm had a level restriction, and only people or monsters whose level did not exceed level 90 could enter. In previous years, the new generations that participated in the Scarlet Trials were in the thousands, but the ones that made it back alive were at most 100 or so, and the Star Source Stones that were brought back were just barely enough to support the Alliance for a year's worth of use. According to the rewards of the previous year's trials, the 5 people who brought back the most Star Source Stones would all be able to obtain an additional precious ticket to the secret realm.
There were a lot of goodies within the secret realm, the explosion rate was also higher than monsters in other places, and the most crucial thing was that rare currencies would explode, which could be exchanged for higher level items. These items couldn't be bought in the extraterrestrial mall. Lu Yu had the currency bursting system, so as long as he stepped into these special areas, then he could correspondingly unlock the relevant currencies. Therefore, Lu Yu had to get a ticket no matter what. On the other side, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Shan found their old classmate Hu Shi. Old Hu, drinking tea again? Lu Shan walked into Old Hu's studio with a big grin. Yo, younger siblings are also here, please sit down. Poured 2 cups of tea. Hu Shi, this face full of bitterness, complained, Old Lu, you also know, gem workload is different from other life profession, and I have no connections, to no gold, not to mention the gem inlay, is the gem synthesis of the task is also seldom my turn. If I had known, I should have listened to my teacher and not chosen one of these high life professions, and chosen blacksmithing, like you, to support my family. It wouldn't be so bad that you have 3 kids and I'm still a bachelor. By the way, Sha, you graduated, right? You did not take leave to go back? Lu Shan and Han Yunji looked at each other and smiled, saying, no, but this child himself applied to come to us, and asked us to find someone to help him combine some gems. Little feather, this kid got a gemstone? No, he didn't. Hasn't he just turned a new level? As far as I know, it's hard for low-level monsters to pop gems. You didn't give him gold to open the treasure chest, did you? But you guys. Seeing Old Hu scratching his head, Lu Shan didn't beat around the bush. Old Hu, you grew up with me and studied together, so I'm very relieved about you and who you are as a person. To be honest, Xiaoyu has some opportunities, this you will know later. For now, I will give you a box of low-level gems and low-level synthesis talismans first. You first combine them, and upgrade by the way. After saying that, Lu Shan took out a treasure chest from his backpack. Oh my god. This is 100 treasure chest, isn't it? 100,000 gold coins. Old Hu's eyes widened. Fiercely. Old Hu reacted. Old Lu, don't tell me that this whole box is full of gems and synthesis talismans? Yes, this is just one of the boxes. I'll come over and give you another box when you're done synthesizing. Put. Another box? Naya. Gems are a must-have for the combat profession. Equipment of the same quality and level with and without gems are 2 different kinds of equipment. In addition to the low probability of monsters popping out, you can only buy gemstone treasure chests from the extraterrestrial mall to open them. But the probability of opening a gemstone treasure chest is also not high. Old Hu couldn't wait to open the treasure chest, and then his breath caught in his throat. He was short of breath. All stamina gems? What kind of opportunity did he get, little you? Even a level 1 stamina gem was priced out of the market. Old Hu felt like his little heart couldn't take it anymore. It's too outrageous. He has been in the battlefield for decades, and has only had a handful of stamina gems, so you can imagine how scarce this stamina gem is. Many tycoons, after spending tens of thousands of gold coins, might not even be able to open a stamina gem. You've got a whole treasure chest here, should it be so outrageous? What kind of heaven-defying opportunity did little you get? How can he be so fortunate? Old Lu, thank you. With such a box of gems, I'm sure my level will rise quickly, and I'll synthesize them for little you for free. Synthesizing gems is also a physical and energetic job. By the way, this box of resistance gems is for you to practice, use it as you wish. I don't know. Old Hu's expression was extremely exaggerated at the moment, it was severely deformed. Using a whole box of 100 treasure chest gems as practice? Although resistance gems are not worth much, the market price of the lowest level 1 resistance gems is worth 80 gold coins, so how much would it cost for such a large box? Old Hu, don't be too busy to refuse. In the future, Xiaoyu will not be able to find you to punch, inlay gems, and my big sister, little sister, in the future, also need to trouble you. Resistance gemstones you dispose of on your own, just fine. Hurry up to accept, hurry up to combine gemstone upgrade. We husband and wife are also ready to go to purchase materials to upgrade the level. Old Hu also knew that if he didn't accept it, then Old Lu would definitely be very unhappy. Good, I'll take it. In the future, I, Old Hu, will be the exclusive gemologist of your Old Lu family. Only then did Lu Shan and Han Yunji return satisfied. Time rushed by. Soon 2 months passed. Misty battlefield. Lu Yu stood on top of the mountain of corpses piled up with monster corpses, staring indifferently at the panting 6th rank B rank lord in front of him. Name, Poison Scorpion Lord. Rank, B grade. Rank, LV-169 6th order. This area belonged to the middle perimeter of the misty battlefield, a place where medium and high-level monsters hung out. After Lu Yu had risen to level 90 in the periphery, he came to this side to accumulate gold coins and improve his combat experience in the meantime. And the only way to level up quickly was to fight these powerful monster bosses solo. Roar! Damn human brat, I'll fight you. Blood poison spell. The poison scorpion lord struck with fury. Sword shadow split. Swoosh! Lu Yu's 7 doppelgangers appeared.
The Poison Scorpion Lord's skills all fell short. What followed immediately was Lu Yu's uninterrupted sword skill strikes. The bloodied Poison Scorpion Lord was killed without a doubt. Ding, you have gained 169x40x427040 gold coins. Without transforming into a sword god, my current battle power was equivalent to a 6th rank B Lord, and any higher than that would be difficult to kill.
Look at the time. It's been 2 months. At this time,
Dragon City has opened the registration for the new generation Scarlet trial, and when the registration is over, they will head to the Alliance headquarters and start the trial.
Big White, go! Go back and enroll. Chapter 32's Warzone in the Sky? Dragon City Scarlet Trial Registration Office.
Today was the last day of registration, but there were still a lot of people gathered here, and it seemed that more people were participating in the Scarlet trial this year than in previous years. After all, as long as one brought back a Star Source stone, one would be rewarded with a green outfit of the corresponding grade. Moreover, this year, there were the 3 great supernovas and the grandson of the god of war leading the team. With Great White rushing, Liu was not in a hurry, and when he returned to the Dragon City zone, Liu recalled Great White and changed to Imperial Sword Flight. Hello, I'm here to sign up for the Scarlet trial. Take out your identity card. Liu Yu handed over his identity card. Alright, tomorrow at 8 o'clock, gather here on time, when all the participating new generations of the F Battle Region head to the Alliance headquarters of the S Battle Region together.
Early the next morning,
nearly 1,000 new generations were gathered together. These new generations had basically all reached level 90, and were all confident that they would be able to obtain a ranking within the 1,000 in this competitive tournament and receive the big Alliance rewards. Compared to other paths, this was the best way for most commoner children to obtain extremely high-quality equipment before the 5th rank.
Liu Yu? How dare you sign up? Li Roll, who was in the same hunter squad as Liu Yu, saw Liu Yu and couldn't help but be a little shocked. Since Liu Yu had been keeping his hunter badge in his backpack, he naturally didn't know that Liu Yu's hunter rank was higher than his. That is, even if you're an ordinary swordsman, even if you're taken flying and leveled up to level 90, without good equipment, you'll just find a place to hide when you go. Instead of wasting time, why don't you properly go first to prepare for the advancement to the 4th level, at least for the end of the month event next month? You can use your level advantage to not drag us down. The other team member was also kind enough to advise. I guess he's mainly going to see the world. The Scarlet trial is the only time we'll be able to go directly to the Alliance headquarters. That's true, but wasting time just to meet the world is a bit worthless. The crowd said one thing and I said another. Liu Yu smiled at this and said nothing. The civilian swordsman is looked down upon. It's not a matter of a day or two. Alright, all be quiet, the time has come, all contestants follow me. A rough berserker warrior led the crowd to the F Warzone command. The crowd was puzzled. Aren't we going to the S Warzone Alliance headquarters? What's the point of coming here? Suddenly, the ground lit up with a bright magical glow. Only then did the crowd realize with shock. They were within a huge magic formation, surrounded by high-level formation masters activating the formation. Wasn't this the unique teleportation spell formation of the Warzone? A well-informed rich youngster made a surprised sound. At this time, the berserker opened his mouth indifferently. This is a Warzone teleportation array. The S Warzone is different from other Warzones. It cannot be reached through a mount, it can only be reached through a teleportation array. The crowd was dumbfounded. The crowd was confused. There was still this? At school, the teacher hadn't introduced the S Warzone. The crowd had always thought that the S Warzone was just like the other Warzones, just a special Warzone where the Alliance headquarters was located. Never would I have thought that. The S Warzone was one that required a teleportation array to reach it. I had never heard of any place within the Blue Star world that required a teleportation to reach it. Even the most treacherous deep-sea battlefield could be reached through a water attribute mount. A bunch of rookies, what's all the fuss about? You didn't learn it in school, right? I'll popularize the knowledge for you. The S Warzone is not in the Blue Star world, but in the sky. The berserker pointed to the sky. What? In the sky? The crowd's jaws dropped. Liu Yu was also surprised inside. The Alliance headquarters was in the sky? Could it be that a city in the sky really existed in this world? Actually, the expression sky is not too accurate, it is exactly in the extraterrestrial battlefield. The berserker added a sentence. No, senior, isn't the extraterrestrial battlefield the battlefield outside the various war zones? Someone raised a question. Who told you that battlefields outside of war zones are extra-dimensional battlefields? The battlefields outside our war zone are nothing more than the Blue Star homeworlds occupied by monsters. The true extraterrestrial battlefield is the passageway that connects the Blue Star world and the monster world, and that huge, boundless passageway is the true extraterrestrial battlefield. The berserker's words directly shook the crowd's heads. There's still this? Then why aren't schools popularizing this knowledge? Oh, that's because the vast majority of people can't come into contact with the extraterrestrial battlefield, and if it wasn't for you guys participating in the new generation Scarlet trial, you wouldn't have been able to come into contact with it. The berserker grinned. Elder, I have a doubt. Since the extraterrestrial battlefield is not in the Blue Star world, then why didn't our human ancestors clean up the monsters in the Blue Star world first, and then go all out to deal with the monsters in the extraterrestrial battlefield? Lu Yu asked, the doubt in his heart. The berserker looked at Lu Yu approvingly and said, in fact, it is not that our forefathers did not clean up the monsters in the Blue Star world, but that they could not do so. Why? The reason is simple, it can't be killed. This. The crowd became even more puzzled. Lu Yu, however, thoughtfully said, what our forefathers mean is that the monsters that invaded the Blue Star world were actually derived from a terrifying lord that was in the extraterrestrial battlefield, so the monsters within the Blue Star world cannot be cleared out. Ha, clever. It's been a long time since I've met such a clever descendant, it's really a fearful descendant. Fearful offspring. Kid, what's your name? Back to senior, my name is Lu Yu. Kid, I think highly of you. I hope you shine in the Scarlet Trial. The berserker unabashedly praised Lu Yu. This could make the others envious for a while. Immediately afterward, Berserker then explained in detail to the crowd. As everyone knew, as long as a lord-level monster didn't die, then the monsters derived from within that lord's domain would be refreshed at intervals after they were killed. As Lu Yu had just said, the monsters that had invaded the Blue Star world were indeed derived from an even more terrifying monster lord. And this monster lord was definitely an existence that surpassed the 10th rank, or else it wouldn't have spawned a 10th rank S-class lord. Wow! An existence that surpassed the 10th rank? Wasn't that an existence even more terrifying than the 3 great war gods? Then wouldn't the human race never have any hope of defeating the monsters? However, everyone didn't have to despair. Perhaps it was due to the special prohibitions of the extraterrestrial battlefield that the god-level monster lord couldn't set foot in the extraterrestrial battlefield. That's why the 3 great war gods were able to hold down the battlefield and stop more monsters from invading the Blue Star world. You must firmly believe that the human race will only get stronger from generation to generation, and one day, a super 10th order divine savior will be born to lead the human race to kill over the extraterrestrial battlefield and expel the monsters. The words of the berserker warrior made the crowd regain their confidence and firm belief that the human race will have a day to restore their beautiful home. Lu Yu, on the other hand, fell into deep thought, silently glancing at his god-tier talent and the explosive coin system. The current self was still too weak, he didn't want to be any kind of savior, he only wanted to protect his family and let them live a good life. After all, who knew if that super 10th order monster lord really couldn't enter the extraterrestrial battlefield? What if it could? Just that it didn't care to enter? As for the so-called savior, the hope of the human race, thinking about this, Lu Yu just smiled, hoping that he could grow to have the strength of a savior. As soon as the Scarlet Trial was over, he would have to speed up his upgrades. It was never wrong to be prepared and think of danger in times of peace. At this time, the Array Master finally activated the teleportation array. Everyone closed their eyes, it's time to teleport. With a reminder from the berserker, everyone closed their eyes. The teleportation light suddenly lit up. A pillar of heavenly magical light appeared. The next second, the crowd collectively disappeared into the teleportation array and arrived at the S-Warzone. Chapter 33, The Human Race's First Line of Defense, S-Warzone. S-Warzone Frontline Defense Wall. Reflected in front of the crowd's eyes was a steel castle. This castle was black and red in color. It wasn't that the materials used to construct the castle were black and red, but it was dyed like this by the blood of countless ancestors. The defense of this castle was the strongest Lu Yu had ever seen, but there were still countless cracks and traces of repairs all around. From this aspect alone, one could imagine what kind of brutal battles the S-Warzone had been experiencing. This warzone only had the regular army and monster hunters, as well as the high-level life profession transmuters from the battle preparation zone, without any other members of any other organizations. Because this was the Human Alliance's first and most important line of defense, those who were here could only be the elite of the Human Alliance's legions. Looking up. In addition to the flying cavalry patrolling to and fro in the sky above, there were also a large number of flying monsters eyeing the S-Warzone from above the clouds. However, they did not dare to approach in the slightest. It was only because there was also a huge fortress hovering above the Sky City Alliance headquarters that was known as the Hope of the Human Race. At this time, several friend messages popped up, sent by Bailey Tong. Good guy. This fatty turned out not to be in the F-Warzone, but in the S-Warzone on this side of the extraterrestrial battlefield. No wonder he never replied to the messages he sent to him earlier. Brother Yua, I knew you would definitely come to the Scarlet Trial. I was brought back to the S-Warzone by Grandpa before. This is not the Blue Star world, so I have not been able to reply to you. Now it's good that you're here and I can reply to you. I've missed you so much. Brother you must help me. My grandfather promised me that as long as I take first place in this trial, he will no longer care about me, and then we can play happily together again. Lu Yu was somewhat speechless. However, this Bailey Tong had helped his parents anyways, so there was no harm in helping him. Lu Yu gave Bailey Tong a reply, no problem, my goal is just a ticket anyway. Hey, I knew Brother Yu was the best for me. With Brother Yu and I joining forces, it's absolutely stable. The participants of the trials from the other districts lined up in an orderly fashion, ready to head to the Sky City. At this time, a flying cavalcade flew in, carrying the crowd to the sky one after another, as if it were an elevator. Upon arriving at the Alliance headquarters, Lu Yu was also shocked by the scene before him. This place was very large. So big that it was comparable to a small city in the safe zone. The entire Alliance headquarters was constructed with 4 small pentagram buildings guarding the large pentagram building, and the large pentagram was the highest power center of the human alliance, the place where the 3 great war gods of the human race sat. The new generation was brought to a small pentagram building square. Don't think this place is small enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. The new generations of the S war zone had long ago gathered here. Seeing the trialists from the other war zones arriving, they all revealed a proud stance. Although this made the new generations of the other war zones very unhappy, they had the capital to be proud of themselves because they were all the elites and rising stars of the new generations. Among them, there were also 3 supernova heavenly prides that had been certified by the Alliance headquarters. Of course, there were even the new generation descendants of the super bigwigs that would also come to participate. It was said that the grandson of the heavenly god had already publicly confirmed his participation in this trial. The participants of the trial were all assembled. The number of people was a full 10,000, and the quota to enter the land of trials was occupied, the first time ever that the human alliance had filled the quota. It was no wonder. After all, 3 supernovas had appeared this term, not counting the descendants of the superbosses, and there were also more other epic geniuses than in previous years, so this year could be considered the most golden generation the human race had ever seen. Naturally. Other than the particularly timid, unconfident, and scared ones, basically all the others had come. Only to see a valiant young woman, spiritedly walking up to the high platform. She had short hair and was wearing a 5-star military uniform. She was from Daxia. Her name was Shi Zhanmai. She was 25 years old this year. She was the granddaughter of the dragon blood battle god, Shi Tianqing, and was in charge of this session of the Scarlet Trial. Everyone, look quickly. That seems to be the granddaughter of the dragon blood battle god that appeared on TV. We've seen the real person. Someone couldn't help but voice out in excitement. As the new generation of the Scarlet Trial, the Alliance naturally wouldn't arrange for the older generation to host it, and would usually arrange for past champions under the age of 30 to host it. This year, it was Shi Zhanmai who was arranged to be the person in charge. Alliance language: my name is Shi Battle Dance. I will only say 3 points. The first point, Star Source Stone. Later on, the Star Illusion Realm, the place of trials, will be opened, and you will all be given a prompt to enter. Inside there is the strategic resource we must fight for, the Star Source Stone, and this resource can only be obtained in the Star Illusion Realm. After the Star Illusion Realm opens at this time every year, it will remain open for a month, and we will rank you according to the number of Star Source Stones you bring back. Even if you bring back just 1, you'll be rewarded with a 3rd order green suit. The second point, Star Source Stones. It's worth reminding that apart from our alliance, people from other forces in the extraterrestrial battlefield, as well as monsters, will go in to snatch the Star Source Stones. In addition, there are also special monsters inside, Star Beasts. Although the level won't exceed level 90, it's extremely difficult to kill them alone. The third point is still the Star Source Stones. You must do your best to collect the Star Source Stones under the premise of staying alive, because staying alive is the only way to be qualified to bring them back. After I finish speaking, you guys have one time to ask questions. After the release War Dance finished speaking, many people murmured in low voices. Then may I ask how to obtain the Star Origin Stone? This was what the most people wanted to ask. Star beasts have the probability of bursting out, and the rivers in the mountains may also be picked up. Of course, if you were lucky and find the legendary Star Source Stone vein, then congratulations, you will become a hero of the human race. The top of the headquarters building. Hee, old release, your granddaughter's style of doing things is just like you, thunderous. Heavenly God Hodman stroked his white beard and laughed. That's natural, my old release family's seed, when it's like this. Dragon blood battle god Shi Tianqing said with rigidity. Alas! Your descendants are all greats amongst men, but my family's bastard grandson, even if he didn't inherit my heart of the sword Dao, he also chose an assassin, stealing chickens and dogs all day long. The family is unfortunate. Open heaven sword god Bailey Zongfeng expressed a headache, a big headache. Brother Bailey, this child Bailey Tong is very skillful. His future achievements will not lose out to Cain and Shi Zhanmai. That's right, definitely won't lose. Assassin suits him well. Haldeman and Shi Tianqing rarely found a chance to flirt with their old comrade Bailey Zongfeng. Of course they would not let it go. Are you guys looking for practice? Bailey Zongfeng's eyes spewed fire. I don't want to. Who dares to practice against you? But then again, this new generation, known as the Golden Generation, I'm afraid that those guys will target us and secretly play tricks. Hodman worried. Old buddy, we have a saying in Daxia that if you don't go through the storm, you won't see the rainbow. Besides, if anyone dares to make a move against our new generation, then don't blame us for not remembering our old feelings. Bailey Zongfeng's flat tone carried a solemn killing aura. Not long after.
When the star illusion realm floated above the extraterrestrial battlefield, all the forces in the extraterrestrial battlefield received a prompt. Ding, the star illusion realm is open. After entering, you can only teleport out after a month. Every extraterritorial battlefield force had a limit on the number of slots to enter the astral illusion realm, and the larger the force's territory, the more slots it received. The monster power quota was the most numerous, possessing a maximum of 100,000 slots. The Human Alliance, on the other hand, had the most slots among the human forces, with 10,000, while the other forces had relatively fewer, a few hundred to a few thousand.
The next moment,
Lu Yu and the other new generations of the Alliance were collectively teleported into the Star Illusion Realm.
Chapter 34 Terrifying Dark Monster. Star Illusion Realm.
Lu Yu looked at his surroundings in surprise. This place was not too different from the real world, with mountains, rivers, flowers, plants, and trees. The only difference was that the sky was a river of stars, flowing with light, dreamy and charming. But often, the more beautiful something is, the more it contains killing opportunities.
At this time, the only entrance, there were new generations of forces from outside the Alliance passing in.
There was the Half-Monster Association organization wrapped in black robes, the Soul Hidden organization wearing assassin masks, and other mysterious organizations. They were uniformly dressed, their levels were all third order level 90, and at a glance, they were the elite transmuters in the new generations of each power. They each stood under the banner of their own forces. After all, Star Source stones were too useful. Building a super spell formation at random could be much more useful than an army of thousands of horses. Of course, there were also a large number of monsters that came in different forms, but without exception, they were Lord-level 3rd rank monsters, with the weakest being a class Lords. Among them, there was also a mysterious dark monster in human form with a pair of demonic horns and skin covered in dark scales, somewhat like dragon scales. It was generally the same as the human transmogrifier, wearing equipment all over and revealing it without hiding. It was actually an appalling set of epic level equipment, and its weapon was even a legendary weapon that emitted a golden legendary glow. It could be said that, from the equipment alone, it had already crushed everyone. No wonder in previous years, every time the Scarlet Trial opened, the new generation of the human race would suffer heavy deaths and injuries, so it turned out that the monsters that came in were so terrifying. With just one dark monster like this, it was estimated that all the supernovas combined would not be able to deal with it. The monsters each looked at everyone with bloodlust, especially staring at this new generation of the Human Alliance. It seems that the intelligence is not false. This new generation of the Alliance belongs to the Golden Generation, but with so many people coming in, there aren't many of the Golden Generation that can walk out alive. In the Half-Monster Association, the leader let out a dull voice. It was just that this group of people were all wearing black robes, only revealing a pair of bizarre eyes, making it impossible to see their appearance. Snort! Looks like I can indenture quite a few powerful slaves. The dark monster licked its fangs and stared at the various human forces' heavenly pride. Ma! How come Lord Release Wardance didn't say that they were all at the same starting line when they came into the Star Illusion realm? With a full body of epic level equipment and a legendary weapon, who can beat it here? This is a game of certain death. I'm not participating. I'm going home. Someone was about to pee in his pants. He thought that he came in and randomly appeared somewhere in the Star Illusion realm, but he didn't expect it to be together. In case these monsters followed them, wouldn't they be dead? But they couldn't go out on their own accord after coming in. They could only wait for a month for the Star Illusion realm to close before they could go out. Brother Yu, it's fine for us two brothers to team up. Bailey General S topped the crowd and came to Lu Yu's side, sending out a team application. Ding, your friend Bailey Tong has joined the team. Do you know the situation in the Star Illusion realm? Lu Yu had just seen a large number of monsters appear and was about to make a move to take care of them when he realized that he couldn't attack. Noah, all teleported in will appear at this unified entrance. There is a protection mechanism here, that is, this side of the entrance can't attack others, and others can't attack us. This Star Illusion world is very large, comparable to a blue star world, divided into 5 regions: East Star Domain, South Star Domain, West Star Domain, North Star Domain and Central Star Domain. These 5 star domains are separated by the Star Sea. Among them, the Central Star Domain is the largest and naturally richer in Star Source stones, and legend has it that there are veins of Star Source stones there, so all forces will endeavor to run towards the Central Star Domain. Faye, see the light curtain above. In 10 minutes it will envelop us, then we will randomly appear in the 5 star domains. The group will appear together in the same location. In previous years, when our alliance participated in the trials, we each formed teams of 6 and spread out, so as to ensure that more people survived. But this year, I guess it will be different. Brother Feather, look, that stuffy golden-haired boy, he's the grandson of Heavenly God Hodman. Kane is my biggest competitor, and he's definitely stronger than the 3 supernovas. So, I guess that most people would form 4 big teams centered around Kane and the 3 supernovas. As expected, just as Diatone said, the crowd split into 4 groups, centering on Kane and the 4 supernovas, forming 4 large teams. Only Lu Yu and Diatone did not act. Beilatong's identity was not publicized, so naturally, except for Kane, no one here knew that Beilatong was the grandson of the Alliance's #1 battle power, the Open Sky Sword God.
Kane dejectedly glanced at Beilatong as if to say, without revealing his identity, "What are you going to take from me to grab the first place? Lu Yu, why are you still staying with that fatty?
If you're here to see the world, you have to join a good team to ensure a greater hope of survival. Why don't you come over to Supernova Dallas's team?" Although Lee Roll and the others looked down on Lu Yu, they were also kind enough to remind him.
At this time,
Supernova Dallas also noticed the duo of Beilatong and Lu Yu, and walked over with a smile on her face, extending an invitation to the duo.
"Both of you, we meet once again, how about we team up together this time?" G.A. Lu Yu knew the Ross family's $1,000 daughter, Delice?
Lee Roll and the others were shocked.
They pondered for a moment. Did Lu Yu have a bigwig from the Ross family to take him flying in the misty battlefield because he knew Dallas? The more they thought about it, the more likely it was. It's just that. Lu Yu, this guy, on what basis did he know the super rich white beauty, Dallas? The others saw that Dallas was so nice to the duo of the Ton Assassin and the ordinary swordsman, and they couldn't help but speculate about the identity of the duo in their hearts. Xia Yan fell back on his stomach again. Damn it!
Lu Yu, you'd better be sensible and don't come to pick up the horse I'm looking at.
Sorry. I don't intend to join any big teams.
Lu Yu directly refused. He has an S-class mount, Great White, which can quickly traverse the 5 star fields and is extremely convenient for finding star source stones. Furthermore, large teams would have many restrictions. For example, if you find a star source stone, most of it will definitely go to the captain. This conflicted with Lu Yu's idea of wanting to obtain a ticket to the secret realm.
I'll go. Lu Yu rejected Ms. Delice's invitation? Was his brain caught in a door?
Lee Roll and the others were stupefied. If Dallas had taken the initiative to invite them, then they could definitely blow it off for the rest of their lives.
Hey, I refuse to. How about you join our team? Beilatong gave a meaty smile. Following Brother Yu is the safest and most secure. Brother Yu's leg. Hugging. Filling up. Ugh. Dallas was a bit moved.
But when she thought that it was too risky if it was just the 3 of them, once the monsters found the trail, it was likely that they would be hunted to death. It was better to be conservative with a large group.
In addition,
with a big team, she could also safeguard her life as well as obtain a ticket. So, Dallas also politely declined. Where did the comedian come from? A Ton Assassin and a civilian swordsman still had the nerve to invite Miss Delice. That is, if they don't join the big team, they probably won't survive for more than a day.
A day?
You're overestimating them, half a day at most. In response, Lu Yu and Beilatong also ignored it, the so-called different paths.
10 minutes have passed.
Ding, the Star Illusion world is officially open. Special rule, when a person or monster is killed, all of the star source stones in the backpack will be 100% all exploded. Lu Yu's gaze condensed. It seemed that this mysterious Star Illusion world was also a world that followed the laws of darkness.
Killing and plundering
was the theme song here. It was worthy of being named the Scarlet Trial by the Alliance.
The next moment, a brilliant curtain of light enveloped the crowd and the monsters.
Everyone and the monsters disappeared at the same time and were randomly teleported to various parts of the 5 star domains. Lu Yu and Beilatong appeared together at a certain location in the North Star domain.
Brother Yu, what are we going to do?
Don't use the word screw when you talk to me from now on.
Good. How do we do it?
We'll look for the star source stones first, and kill the monsters when we meet them.
I'll do it. Chapter 35 Star Beasts Scared Away? Central Star Domain.
A woman in purple appeared at the edge of a valley river. She was covered in a black veil, only revealing a pair of large, clear, and bright eyes as she stood on a rock on the river with a delicate and slender figure.
There was mysterious starlight twinkling in the river.
If one looked closely, they would realize that there was a starlight-dotted star source stone in the river. But the woman in purple ignored the star source stone. In this Star Illusion realm, danger was everywhere, and this woman in purple even dared to search for resources alone.
It was evident that this woman's strength was extraordinary.
I must find the star source stone vein. The purple-clothed woman's voice was clear and cold, and after glancing at the star source stone in the river, she directly leapt up and disappeared into this mountain stream.
The other side. Southern Star Region. All noticed the young sword god on the side of the Alliance forces, right? The strongest transmuter of the new generation of the Half-Monstrous Association, Rexton, released a wild aura. As expected, as the Grand Elder had guessed, the young sword god had really appeared in this Star Illusion realm. The young sword god should be the super demon secretly cultivated by the 3 great war gods, maintaining a 3rd rank in order to obtain enough star source stones within this Star Illusion realm. Otherwise, with the young sword god's battle prowess, he would have been able to reach an extremely high rank in a short period of time. The only female in the team licked her sexy lips, demonic and seductive. The young sword god only teamed up with a fat man, presumably because he wanted to secretly accumulate star source stones, and in the meantime, find an opportunity to pit against the monster forces. That's right.
The fact that the young sword god had made a big splash in Stone City, but there was no news about the young sword god from the Alliance side, was definitely a deliberate act by the three great war gods. At this moment, the young sword god doesn't know that his overwhelming divine might was recorded by our Grand Elder in its entirety, and was instantly recognized by us. The other major war gods also spoke up. You guys remember that our mission to enter the Star Illusion realm this time, obtaining the Star Source Stones is only secondary, the main thing is to obtain the young sword god's genes. Now, let's first find the exact location of that young sword god, but remember not to be discovered by him, much less take his life. Since he has entered the Star Illusion realm, it is expected that he will subsequently head to that secret realm to practice, we have to keep him. After all, the chairman has already promised to cooperate with the Dark Lord, and once he confirms the young sword god's trail, he can exchange it with the Dark Lord for half a bottle of S-rank monster factor. It was better to leave the young sword god for the Dark Lord to deal with. If the young sword god is heavily surrounded by monsters, we have to go all out to save him as well, for the sake of his genes, for the sake of the S-class monster factor, he can't die yet. Purple Rose, whether or not we can obtain the young sword god's genes at that time, it's up to you. After saying that, Lecton majestically looked towards Purple Rose who was on the side. Don't worry. I will definitely make him delirious with lust, the thought that the young sword god will be claimed by me makes my blood start to boil, suck it. Purple Rose licked her fingers, her demonic face was flavorful, only her eyes were not human eyes, emitting a seductive demonic purple aura. North Star Region. Lu Yu and Bailey Tong rode Big White together. With Great White's ability, it was like walking on the ground between these mountains and rivers with amazing speed, and the duo also found dozens of Star Source stones along the way, which was quite rewarding. It's just that the duo didn't bump into anyone else along the way, and even the Star Beasts didn't encounter any for the time being, so it's obvious how big this Star Illusion realm map is. The 5 major starfields, we are going to go through them all, 1 month's time, should be enough. Lu Yu once again picked up a Star Source stone found halfway up the mountain. But brother Yu, with Great White's current speed, it would take a week to stroll through this northern starfield alone, right? Who told you that Great White's speed is only this much? It's just that we don't need to rush to the next starfield now, so we're looking for the Star Source stone in this northern starfield first. What? No way. Big White can still speed up? If it speeds up again, it'll be an S-class white horse. Brother Yu, is Great White riding on a white horse? Brother Yu, Big White wouldn't be the Moon White Dragon cult that tops the mount list, would it? Bailey Tong's mouth suddenly opened wide as he looked at Lu Yu with an unbelievable expression. Well, this is something you have to keep secret as well. Lu Yu smiled faintly. I'll go. He admitted it. He actually admitted it. Brother Yu, my admiration for you is like a torrential river, and like the Yellow River flooding, it's out of control. It's out of control. They passed through a big mountain. The two came to a secluded valley, misty and extremely quiet, with the flavor of 1,000 empty white clouds. At this time, Lu Yu and Bailey Tong both noticed that a mysterious large figure appeared in the valley ahead. The figure was tall, and it seemed that light would also bloom on his body, as starlight flickered from time to time on this figure. A pair of eyes as bright as gemstones emitted a mysterious luster through the mist. Immediately following it was an odd beastly cry. The cry was low and melodious, as if it came from the depths of the universe. Its cry contained a mysterious power that shook one's mind. Brother Yu, it's a star beast. Bailey Tong recognized it at once. In his grandfather's place, but there was information about the star beast, he had peeked at it, and it was the same as what was described in the information. Brother Fei, the appearance of a star beast means that there are quite a few Star Source stones in the vicinity. This star beast's attack power is average, but it is good at sound control skills, and its blood volume and defense are extremely impressive, making it very difficult to kill at the same level. Therefore, in the past, those who came in were trying to find a way to only seize the Star Source stones without tangling with the star beast. Bailey Tong introduced. Go and see. It was rare to run into a star beast. Lu Yu immediately became interested. Soon, Lu Yu's duo met up with the star beast for the first time. Its skin was as deep as the night sky, and it was studded with countless star spots that twinkled. It was also huge in size, as if it was a starry sky beast, tens of meters in size, with eyes like sapphires emitting blue light. The overall form was like that of a large hippopotamus, but with a pair of strange wings that flashed with colorful light. Name, Star Beast. Level, 3rd Order LV90. Blood, 300W. Introduction, likes to collect Star Source stones, has a strong sense of territory, and generally lives alone. Seeing someone intruding into its territory, this star beast instantly revealed its vigilance and hostility, opening its mouth and letting out a low growl that seemed to shake the entire valley. The sound was as loud as thunder and swept through the clouds like a gale, causing people to tremble. Just this roar was enough to scare away the less courageous, truly worthy of being a star beast that specialized in sound control skills. But Lu Yu had the heart of the sword god and was not affected in the slightest. Meow. But when this star beast saw Little Red, who was lying on Lu Yu's shoulder, open his eyes, he was instantly fixed in place, and that powerful aura and might from before disappeared all of a sudden. And then,
It suddenly turned around and ran without a hint of hesitation. Eh? How did it run away? Fatty, what's going on here? I don't know. I've never heard of a star beast running away without a fight. Bailey Tong's small eyes were also covered in doubt. Let's find the Star Source Stone first. But when Lu Yu and his duo found the place where this star beast had collected the Star Source Stones, they found that a group of people had gotten there first. Jiahaha, I was thinking about how to lure away that star beast, but I didn't expect it to run away on its own, so this pile of Star Source Stones is ours. Feather brother, it seems to be the Black Order organizations pouncing. Bailey Tong's gaze suddenly condensed, revealing a strong killing intent. Chapter 36 Seconds to Kill Dark Fallen Inoue Check-in. The Black Order. That was a black secret that belonged to the Alliance that it was unwilling to mention. Very few people knew of its origins, but the people of the Alliance, from a young age, had been taught that when they encountered a person from the Black Order, they would kill without pardon. That was an organization that was born in the darkest era of the human race, and naturally Lu Yu was not clear about it. What kind of organization was that? It was a group of organizations composed entirely of dark degenerates, and all the people in there were dark professions. Dark occupations? Lu Yu was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of this kind of profession. There are quite a few powerful forces in the extraterrestrial battlefield, but there are only 6 of the most well-known and powerful forces, 1 alliance, 2 associations, and 3 organizations. The first alliance refers to our human alliance. The second association refers to the Half-Monster Association and the Church of Light. The Half-Monster Association are all madmen and degenerates. This feather you will know when you subsequently run into them. And the Church of Light is a powerful force composed of 3 light professions, light mages, holy light priests and paladins, that is, mages, priests and knights who only learn light-based skills, and they firmly believe that light restrains all darkness. The 3 organizations were the Soul Cloak made up of assassins, the Battle Alliance made up of all warriors, and the Black Order created by the Dark Fallen. Saying that, Bailey Tong asked, Brother Yu, in school, the teacher should have talked about the history of the darkest era of the human race, right? Lu Yu nodded. That was the desperate era when monsters started invading the human world and countless people died. If it wasn't for the emergence of the 3 great war gods, it was estimated that the blue star human race would have long since been reduced to captive rations for monsters, not much different from the domestic animals that were raised. In that era, there were many people who were afraid of death, wagging their tails and begging for mercy from the dark monsters, not hesitating to sell their souls, becoming the playthings and slaves of the dark monsters, just to survive in the world. Dark monster? Is that the special monster and epic equipment that you saw at the entrance? For these secret things, Lu Yu, a civilian can't learn about it, and it's rare that Bailey notifies the way, so Lu Yu naturally wants to learn about it. That's right. The monsters that invade our world, apart from the vast majority of derived monsters, there are also the natives of the monster world, the dark monsters, and they are the most terrifying. They are different from derivative monsters, they are all independent individuals, free to move around, and like us, they can also wear 12 pieces of equipment, and also have bloodline talents. They call themselves the Monster Kings, and their battle power is terrifying. It can be said that dark monsters of the same level completely beat derivative monsters. The 3 great war gods were strong enough, right? They claim to have ceiling battle power, but if they were to face an S-rank dark monster of the same level, it would be at most 46 to 60% chance of victory for the dark monster. What Bailey Tong didn't say is that this 40% chance of victory is still because of his grandfather's heavenly sword god, or else it would be difficult to open 37. This is also why the 3 great war gods can only sit in the S-war zone, but do not dare to easily counterattack the monsters, because it is true that they cannot be defeated, and it is very good to be able to protect themselves. Lu Yu thought about it. One could tell from the one dark monster that entered the Star Illusion world alone, a level 3 dark monster was covered in epic level equipment, plus a legendary level weapon. The equipment of that level 300 dark monster was simply unimaginable. With the dark monster's equipment leading the way, the fact that the 3 great war gods were still able to 46 away from each other was enough to show how powerful they were. Bailey Tong continued, those fallen who were chosen by the dark monsters would become dark professions after their transitions, although on the surface there's no difference with us, the skills they learn all come with the effect of darkness power. Because of the betrayal of this group of degenerates, the original 9 major war zones of our alliance were directly wiped out by 2 of them, becoming the 7 major war zones today. Later on, the 3 major war gods completely rose up and purged all the fallen. These fallen then formed the Black Order in the extraterritorial battlefield to serve the dark monsters and fight against our alliance. Therefore, our human alliance is in mortal enmity with the Black Order. I suspect that the invasion of the monsters in Stone City was done by them in conjunction with the monsters. The more Bailey Tong spoke, the more agitated he became, his small eyes already filled with great killing intent. After learning the origin of the Black Clergy, Lu Yu was also filled with anger. How many human races were brutally abused by monsters just because of these degenerates? Degenerates who only lived on by betraying the human race because they were greedy and afraid of death. Such people did not deserve to stay in the world. Brother Yu, it looks like they've found all the Star Source Stones, they're withdrawing. Bailey Tong gripped his dagger tightly.
The opponent was a 7-man squad, and Bailey Tong was confident that with him and Brother Fei out there, this group of fallen puffers wouldn't be able to escape. Since they had met them, let them atone for their sins down there. As the words fell, Lu Yu ordered Big White to catch up with them at full speed. Lu. Great White raised his front leg high before violently stepping forward, transforming into streams of light, and with incredible speed, he appeared in front of the Black Cleric squad in the twinkling of an eye. What kind of people? The squad leader fiercely drew his black longsword. Name, Dark Fallen Inoue Checken. Profession, Swordsman. Level, LV 93rd Order. The name of the Sakura Nation? Lu Yu realized after a second thought. Although Sakura Country was the first country to be destroyed by monsters, there were still some Sakura Country people around the world at that time. No wonder he didn't see any Sakura Nation people in the alliance, so he betrayed the human race. It was true that the people of this Dog Day Nation were a scourge to live. A fallen person, also worthy of using a sword? Lu Yu directly leapt up, the LV-90 orange quality purple thunder sword in his hand, and directly performed the Green Lotus sword dance. Baka! It's someone from the alliance. Before it could finish its sentence, Lu Yu killed it with a single sword, and the 4 stages of the Green Lotus sword dance had only been performed for 1 stage. Captain! The other 6 Dark Fallen exclaimed in shock. Although their captain was a transmuted swordsman profession, he had the power of darkness and had much more blood than an ordinary swordsman. How could he be seconded by the person in front of him who was also a swordsman? Lu Yu didn't bother with nonsense and backhanded another flying sword technique, seconding all 6 of these mother heirs. Put. 12,130. These mole crickets only had over 10,000 points of blood, so they couldn't even carry Lu Yu's blow. At this time, Bailey Tong only revealed himself behind this group of degenerates. They were all killed? He was still thinking of stealthy sneak attack, letting this group of pouncers suffer from the feeling of backstabbing, but he didn't expect Brother Yu to be so fierce. One by one, he didn't even have a chance to make a move. However, Bailey informed that it wasn't that this group of fallen were too good, but that Brother Yu was too strong, so strong that even the fallen couldn't block a single blow from Brother Yu. What does it mean to be invincible at the same level? This is what Brother Yu is. Simply strong. Wow! So many Star Source stones, more than 300 of them. Bailey Tong couldn't stop smiling. Lu Yu also revealed a handsome smile. He seemed to have found a way on how to quickly collect Star Source stones. Just searching aimlessly, that collecting scattered Star Source stones was too slow. One had to find star beasts. Finding a star beast would be equivalent to finding a bunch of Star Source stones. Fatty, put away the Star Source stones, we should go look for other star beasts. Okay. Right after the 2 of them left. A dark assassin surfaced not far away. It was the Pathfinder and lookout of this fallen squad, so it had luckily dodged a bullet. Reporting to the chief captain, an alliance duo called Bailey Tong and Lu Yu killed Captain Inoue Checken Koen in seconds. Did Checken Koen get killed in seconds? It seems that this new generation of the alliance is stronger than we thought. Go and send a message to the monsters in the North Star domain to go and round up those 2 guys. We'll continue to search for the Star Source stone vein mainly. Hi. Soon. The monsters in the North Star domain knew the approximate location of Lu Yu's duo, and then a large number of monsters frantically attacked in the direction of the Valley of the Ghosts. It didn't take long. Captain, something big is wrong. There are a lot of monsters coming in our direction. Has our trail been discovered by the monsters? A brigade from the Battle Alliance was fighting a star beast over here, and the captain, Longbroke Yun, received a report from the lookout scouts. His face was very ugly. Nima! A star beast suddenly appeared, collided with them, and attacked them frantically, as if looking for them to vent something, the unforgiving kind. Now there was a large number of monsters coming. Should it be so unlucky? Separate a squad to pester the star beasts, the others form a defense formation with me and prepare to fend off the monsters. Long Jianyun quickly made a deployment. Chapter 37 Rescue. A display of Bailey Tong's powerful strength. Damn it! There were crazy star beasts in the back and monsters attacking in the front. As the second in command of the new generation of the Battle Alliance, Long Jianyun's face was full of sorrow at the moment. This was only the first day of entering the Star Illusion realm, and he encountered such a bad situation. If there were heavy deaths and injuries, then it would probably be very difficult to complete this year's Star Source Stone mission. These aren't ordinary monsters. The weakest ones are level 90 A-class lords, and there are still so many of them. We are here to obtain Star Source Stone resources, not to fight to the death. Unless it is absolutely necessary, do not fight to the death. Wait for an opportunity to find a breakout out. For the sake of the overall situation, Long Jianyun had to change his comrades thinking of fighting to the death. Don't fight to the death? That's really boring. I'm still thinking about fighting in blood and killing. That's what real men do. A burly shield warrior skimmed his lips and said. As a warrior of the Battle Alliance, which one of them was afraid of death? Their tenet was, not afraid to die, and to charge bravely. If it was an ordinary member of the team, then Long Jianyun would have fought to the death, but he was now the commander-in-chief, and everything was done in the interest of the Battle Alliance. Not more than half an hour. A large number of monsters appeared, releasing a bloodthirsty aura. The scared squads of other forces nearby that were desperately running away. Maintaining a defensive formation, charge. Long Jianyun took the lead in launching the attack. If they wanted to break out, then they had to take the initiative, and they must not be dragged to death by the monsters using the Sea of Monsters tactic. A bloody battle instantly started in this valley. While killing the monsters, Long Jianyun kept an eye on the entire battlefield and realized that he did not see the dark monster, which was good news for their brigade. As long as that powerful dark monster wasn't here, then they had hope of breaking out. There was such a huge commotion over here. Lu Yu and Bailey Tong, who were searching for the star beast, naturally sensed it first. Brother Yu, someone is fighting with the monster. The channel doesn't have a distress message, so it should be someone from another force who has run into the monster. Bailey Tong looked at the channel page and said, "Such a big commotion, it seems that the number of monsters is quite a lot. Go and take a look." Whether it was to exterminate the monsters or grab the star source stones, this was an opportunity Lu Yu could not afford to miss. Thus, the duo quickly came to this side of the battlefield. "Ha! Brother Yu, it's the group of muscular men from the Battle Alliance. They didn't have an assassin to scout the path, and it was normal for them to be discovered by the monsters, so it can only be said that the occupation was limited." Bailey Tong squinted his eyes and analyzed them in a decent manner. "Well, but the War Alliance can rely on the warrior profession alone to have a place in the extraterrestrial battlefield. It also has its own advantages, you see. With the shield warriors' resistance to damage and the other warriors' charging output, they were able to inflict a large amount of damage on the monsters. And the monsters were unable to fatally wound the group of warriors in the first place. It might seem like the warriors didn't have any particularly outstanding advantages, but the synthesis was the highest. Lu Yu's evaluation of the warrior profession was still very high. If it wasn't for the fact that swordsman was the most handsome and had the fiercest physical output, otherwise Lu Yu would have chosen the warrior profession, which was a true man's profession. At this moment, another wave of monsters appeared in the distance. It looks like the monsters are determined to eat the Battle Alliance Brigade. If no one comes to their rescue, the Battle Alliance Brigade will surely be annihilated. At this moment, Long Jianyun also saw the second wave of monsters coming. This is going to be a complete game over. Great Captain, it looks like we won't be able to break out. Give the order. Let's have one last blast. The members of the Battle Alliance all had fervent intentions in their eyes. None of them showed any sign of cowardice. When they entered the Star Illusion realm, they were already prepared to die in battle. Mother, it's my bad luck. Brothers. In that case, let's do it. If we die early, we will fight side by side in our next life as warriors. After saying that, Long Jianyun raised his sword and roared, "Brothers! Unleash your warrior souls and fight to the death. Roar! Fight to the end." The warriors went completely crazy, only killing in their eyes, crazier than monsters. At this moment, Lu Yu already knew where the powerful advantage of the Battle Alliance was. Even the new generation was so fearless, it was truly honorable and admirable. "Brother Yu, let's go out and help them. I see them as quite agreeable. Moreover, the alliance leader of the Battle Alliance is inextricably linked to our Dragon Blood War God seniors, and the Battle Alliance has helped our alliance quite a bit." Bailey Tong opened his mouth. This was a little-known secret. There are rumors that the Battle Alliance Alliance Master is the Dragon Blood War God's own son. There are also rumors that the Battle Alliance Lord is the half-brother of the Dragon Blood War God. In short, for some reason, the Battle Alliance Master broke away from the Alliance and created the Battle Alliance. In fact, I also look at them quite favorably. Upon hearing this, Bailey Tong and Lu Yu looked at each other and smiled, then they split into two groups. "I'll go exterminate the second wave of monsters that are coming. You go ahead and relieve the pressure on the Battle Alliance brothers." "Okay, Brother Yu." Lu Yu rode Great White and attacked at a rapid pace. Bailey Tong, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and took out two daggers, all of which emitted orange light, and all the other purple equipment on his body had been replaced with orange suits filled with level 3 gems. Among them, the Black Assassin's outfit also had two prop amulets hanging on it. Name, Light as a Swallow Talisman Orange. Props effect, reduce body weight by 80. Name, Amulet of Luck Orange. Effect, increase your luck value. Name, Lucky Amulet Orange. Wow! A pair of angelic wings spread out behind Bailey Tong. Name, Snow Feather Orange. Prop effect, flyable, movement speed 80. The next second, Viatone rose up in the air, became invisible in the air, and with great speed flew towards the Battle Alliance Brigade. "Brigadier, I'll go first." A shield-wielding warrior shouted out. Because his shield durability was gone, he was directly shattered by the monsters, and surrounded by monsters, he had no chance of surviving. Seeing that this warrior was about to die in the monster's mouth, suddenly, a huge wound appeared all over the back of the monster's neck, and a huge damage value exploded from the top of his head. 82,190. The monsters all entered a poison stasis.
An orb-like figure then appeared. Hey, brother! Brothers, I'm from the Alliance, I'm here to support you, let's kill them together. After saying that, Bailey Tong made a flash and his figure disappeared again. When it reappeared, another dozen or so powerful monsters were seriously injured. In this way, Bailey Tong's figure was divine, as if he could be infinitely stealthy, constantly easing the pressure on Long Breaking Cloud's brigade. Fat brother, I, Long Broken Cloud, am grateful for you coming to support us, but with the monster support coming, there is no longer any possibility for us to break out, so you should go. Lest you be left behind as well. Long Breaking Cloud shouted loudly. Poof! Bailey Tong struck out with all his might, instantly securing a half-blooded A-level Lord monster, and said with a hefty smile, Don't worry, buddy, the second wave of monsters won't be able to reach here, because my brothers are slaughtering them. What? Long Jianyun was stunned, and then a jumping chop sent a Lord monster flying, looking into the distance in the meantime. Only to see a sky full of flying swords appearing there, as dense as stars, forming an incomparable flying sword rift, blocking all the incoming second wave of monsters. Go! Nima! What kind of fierce people are these? A flying assassin with constant skills and explosive output, and a swordsman who soloed 10,000 monsters. Is this really the new generation of the Alliance? Why are they so fierce? Chapter 38, the king, himself, will conquer them. In order to quickly overpower these monsters, Lu Yu incarnated as the sword god. Anyway, there were no other forces newborns in the vicinity that dared to approach. Divine Sword Storm. A terrifying tornado of sword blades swept straight up into the sky, swirling and churning the many monsters. Retreat! Retreat! That guy is a young sword god. The Lord monsters were terrified. How could they not expect that these two oddball combinations of the human alliance turned out to be the most powerful? It was fine for a fat guy to have infinite stealth and exploding damage. This teenager was actually a sword god. A random skill had such heaven-defying damage, or a wide-range sword skill. What was this if not a sword god? They were all the best of the newborn lords, but they were still chopped up and killed. Such a terrifying teenager, it was estimated that only the royal family could deal with it. For a moment, the monsters that were besieging Long Jianyun's brigade fled, or all of them scattered and fled that way. They withdrew this way? The new generations of the Battle Alliance were stunned. The original situation of certain death had disintegrated because of the arrival of two reinforcements? When the crowd came back to their senses, eyes were instantly filled with shock. What did they see? The second wave of monsters were being slaughtered by a handsome swordsman. They were fast. But the teenager's mount was even faster, easily catching up to the fleeing ones and killing them one by one. They didn't see it wrong. It was just seconds. These were all Lord class bosses. And they were killed by a third-rank swordsman? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that it was a plot that could only appear in a movie. Not long after, Lu Yu descended from the sky on his great white, floating in the air like a sword immortal, causing the hearts of a group of the Battle Alliance's prideful sons to surge, almost ready to worship him. At this moment, what they were seeing was not an ordinary swordsman, but a transcendent Gaisher sword god. Only a sword god would be able to chop down thousands of lord-level monsters like melons with one person, one sword, and one horse. Brother Yu, there are some monsters running away, should we go after them? Bailey Tong had long since put away his props and equipment, restoring the harmless and cute fat man, very different from the top assassin who was just like a ghost, being flexible and changing, and killing monsters playfully. Long Breaking Cloud and the others were in a trance. Was this still the fierce fat assassin from just now? Why is he like a good little brother now? Think about it. The teenage swordsman in front of them was a young sword god-level genius, and could indeed make a top assassin voluntarily become a little brother. They have fled far away, probably hiding. Now chase cannot kill a few. Looking for Star Source Stone is important. Lu Yu said with a light smile. Anyway, there is still plenty of time, and there are plenty of opportunities to exterminate them all. In addition, these lord-level monsters burst too many gold coins. Lu Yu naturally will not easily let go of this group of monsters. Then, brother Yu, there's another star beast here. Bailey Tong pointed to a star beast that was not far away that was being pestered by a squad from the Battle Alliance. This star beast caught a glimpse of Lu Yu, as well as Little Red lying on Lu Yu's shoulder, and immediately his head once again broke out in a waterfall sweat. Emma? How come it's them again? The baby is so panicked, asking for help online, the urgent kind. Urgent Run! This beast is turning around and running faster than last time. Feather, it's running again. It's not the same one, is it? Well, it should be. I don't care. Lu Yu and Bailey ventilated in a light exchange. Long Jianyun and the others, however, were listening to the sky spinning. Nima. That star beast just now was scared by the two teenage big brothers in front of them and ran over here? I told you. How could a star beast leave its own territory and run blindly? So it was scared. No wonder they are so furious when they run into them. They are just taking out their frustrations on them. In the following Dragon Broken Cloud is the new generation of the War Alliance. Here, thank you very much for the rescue of the two.
Saying that, Long Broken Cloud took out all the Star Source stones collected, and said gratefully, "If it is not the two of you who saved us, we will definitely die, we have no thanks, but also ask the two of you to accept the Star Source stones. I, Long Broken Cloud, will never forget the two of you for saving my life."
Hey, Brother Long, what are you talking about?
The Alliance and the Battle Alliance have always helped each other, it's only right for us to help you, there's no need to say more words of thanks, we'll take this Star Source stone. Bailey Tong was a nimble hand to put 100 or so Star Source stones in his pocket.
Lu Yu shook his head and smiled, but also recognized Bailey Tong's behavior.
Since the other party took the initiative to take out the Star Source stones to thank them, and the two of them were mainly there for the Star Source stones, it was only natural to accept them. Seeing this, Long Broke Yun and the others were also in tears.
Was this fatty so individualistic?
But such a quick person, they liked it the most, they hated twisting and speaking indistinctly the most.
Both of you, can you give me a buddy seat? In the future, if there is anything I need to do, I will be able to repay you for your kindness today.
To be able to add to such a powerful super demon, Long Jianyun thought that this is a great chance, just do not know whether it can be added, I guess it is very difficult. After all, he is only a supernova level transmogrifier, the other party can't see himself, right?
Ding, Lu Yu sends you a friend request.
Ding, Bailey Tong has sent you a friend request.
When Long Jianyun came back to his senses,
Lu Yu and Bailey Tong had already ridden a flying white horse together, taking off into the air.
Captain, did you add the two teenage big shots?
Yes, quickly clean up the battlefield and leave here first. Between evacuations, Long Jianyun reported the details to Chief Captain Shiryu. At this time, far away in the central star domain, Shiryu was alone in a fierce battle against a star beast, while the rest of the team was searching around for Star Source stones.
Are you saying that a flying fat stinger with infinite stealth and a swordsman who swept through thousands of bosses saved you guys without any effort?
Yes, I've given them the collected Star Source stones as a thank you and added them as friends.
You did the right thing.
No wonder those two were mavericks and didn't join Kane and the other supernovas in the big group, so they're the Alliance's super trump cards. Since they're in the North Starfield, it'll be hard for you to collect more Star Source stones there. Besides, you're being targeted by monsters, so hurry to the central starfield first.
Good. Soloing thousands of bosses in seconds is really beyond imagination, I really want to see it.
After saying that, Shiryu's eyes revealed a flaming fervor of battle, and with a fierce pick of the epic grade dark gold dragon marked rod in his hand, he picked the huge star beast straight up.
On the other side, the dark monster that had already arrived at the central star domain.
It was gnawing on the corpse of an unknown new generation. After learning that his men had coincidentally encountered the Battle Alliance Brigade when they went to the Valley of Secrets in the North Star domain to round up the Alliance's duo, he had thought that there would be a big unexpected gain, so he had prepared to destroy this Battle Alliance Brigade in a group before continuing to round up the duo. Unexpectedly, the duo took the initiative to kill them, and also erupted with incomparably terrifying battle power, beating them senseless and killing and injuring them heavily.
Snort! A wisp of red breath emerged from the dark monster's mouth, frightening the surrounding lord monsters into trembling, not daring to breathe. But then,
the dark monster grinned and gave orders to the monster's men, call on the dog slaves of the Black Church, capture the rest of the human alliance first, force those two to come here to this king will conquer them personally.
Chapter 39 Sudden Change.
All of the Alliance's large teams were attacked by monsters. The monsters' target shifted. The group of death-hungry Dark Fallen of the Black Cleric, after learning of Lu Yu and Bailey Tong's invincible style, that was even more afraid to touch the mold.
Not to mention,
their Lord Dark Monster had given word that it would personally conquer Lu Yu and Bailey Tong, so naturally, they wouldn't dare to strike at Lu Yu and Bailey Tong privately. Therefore,
Lu Yu and Bailey Tong immediately became relaxed.
The monsters saw them like a mouse seeing a cat and only dared to hide from afar. The star beasts were also surprisingly like the monsters. Once they saw Lu Yu, they were spinning on their four legs and were close to using their fifth leg to run away. This allowed Lu Yu and Bailey Tong to easily harvest a large amount of Star Source stones. It could be said that just their current harvest of Star Source stones alone was enough to compare to the harvest of any of the previous years. Brother Yu, with this many Star Source stones, we are guaranteed to be in the top 10. The top 10 is useless, we want to be the first and second, this is only stable, this northern star field will soon be swept, tomorrow morning, we will go to the next star field. These days, Lu Yu rode Big White as if he was a visitor to the Star Illusion realm, and wherever he passed, it was peaceful. The people from other forces who encountered the duo did not make a move. Not for anything else. Just by seeing the star beasts turn their heads and run away when they encountered this strange duo, they knew that this duo was very uncomplicated. Their leader wasn't even this terrifyingly intimidating, so they naturally knew that this duo was 100% the secret trump card of the human alliance. In this Star Illusion realm, the duo's name had already been circulated among the various forces, and it was only the four large teams of the alliance itself that were still unaware of it. And at this moment, these four big teams were all being targeted by monsters. Xia Yan, your fire magic damage is getting higher and higher, and it's very restraining to the star beasts. This is very convenient for us to get star source stones. When it comes time to distribute the star source stones, I will give you more points. Dallas was wearing a gold silk shepherd's robe, holding a golden wand, with a head of golden hair, as if she was a princess in a western fairy tale, beautiful and touching.
Xia Yan was ecstatic inside.
As long as he maintains his strong firepower output, so that Dallas is always concerned about himself, then obtaining the heart of a beautiful person and marrying a super rich white woman will soon be accomplished. However, when Xia Yan was about to say something pretentious to enhance his compulsion, a large number of monsters suddenly appeared in the surroundings, as well as quite a number of black clerics fallen.
Not good. It was the Black Order and the monsters teaming up to sneak attack.
The faces of the crowd changed drastically.
So many monsters had approached noiselessly without anyone realizing it? What about the assassins who were looking out? What are they doing? At this moment,
those lookout assassins were already being carried on the shoulders of the monsters with a face full of despair. Dallas was so scared that she lost her face and hurriedly called for help on the Alliance channel. We've been attacked by a large number of monsters, requesting for help.
May. Lifacane, we've been intercepted by monsters too. Supernova Archer Situee, we also urgently need to ask for help.
There are too many and too strong monsters, we can't hold out much longer.
Supernova Frost Knight Shenyuan Chi, you all encountered monsters?
It seems that our alliance has been targeted by that dark monster first. Knowing that all of you had encountered monsters and were unable to provide support, Darius instantly despaired. Faced with a far greater number of monsters than the large team, and many S-class lords, the large team led by Dolores was pushed across the field without a fight. When everyone thought they were going to die a horrible death, a strange scene appeared.
A bizarre scene appeared.
Apart from the 2 weak ones who were instantly secured, the group of monsters only beat them so much that they couldn't move, then grabbed them and retreated. Xia Yan was currently bruised and swollen, being lifted by a werewolf-like monster, his eyes rolling white like a dead fish, no longer having the vigor he had just now. The other 2 supernovas didn't resist for long either, and were engulfed by the monster and the powerful new generation of the Black Order. It was only Kane, with his endless means and the protection of his high-level battle pets and mounts, who was able to break out alone, while the rest of his teammates were all captured by the monsters.
Shatter!
Kane cursed angrily and was chagrined at the same time. He was too confident. He had thought that this generation of the Alliance was the strongest golden generation, and those monsters would not deal with them easily, but would first go to deal with the new generations of other powers.
Never in a million years did he expect that. The monsters would actually go all out to target them. Moreover,
the strength of the monsters this time was also the strongest in previous years, with too many S-rank lords than ever before. The reason for Kane's chagrin was that he had severely underestimated the strength of the monsters. In addition to that dark monster guy, there were quite a few S-rank lords whose battle power was not the least bit weaker than supernovas.
This was not a good omen.
The monsters of the new generation had suddenly become so much stronger.
In the near future,
I'm afraid that the extraterrestrial battlefield is going to change. There was also that group of unscrupulous black cleric monster traders that had become much stronger.
This is very unusual.
It seems that some sort of power has affected the Blue Star world.
It led to the emergence of celestial pride.
The monsters had also greatly enhanced. Although it wasn't clear why the monsters didn't lay their hands on them and just captured them.
But Kane knew.
With him alone, there was absolutely no way to save them. According to the situation reported by Supernova, the direction of the monsters' evacuation seems to be all on the side of the middle star domain where I am.
Could it be that the dark monsters are in the middle astral domain? Are they capturing us to be sacrificed to that dark monster? I can't.
I have to contact that fat man, Beilatong, as soon as possible. Only by joining forces can I have a slight chance of saving them.
And so, Kane immediately sent a private message to Thiatone. Fatty, dead yet? Not dead. Look at the channel message. At this moment,
Lu Yu and Bailey Tong knew about the attack on everyone in the first place. They were rushing at full speed to the nearest East Star domain to save Delice and the others.
Even to buy time.
For the first time, Liu let Great White take on the form of a white dragon and swim in the sea, reaching the ultimate speed. This time, Bailey Tong did not make a fuss, but was full of seriousness and earnestness, and was also very anxious. As a member of the Alliance, knowing that the 4 major teams had all been attacked by monsters, Bailey Tong could be said to be as anxious as hell. Once this group of people died a horrible death in the monster's mouth, it would be a huge loss for the entire Alliance, and it could be said that there was a break in the generation, which was scary to think about.
Golden Hair Boy, have you been captured as well?
Bailey Tong quickly replied. No, but I'm the only one who escaped. The others were captured. That group of monsters seems to have grabbed them and headed to the Central Star region. The purpose is unclear for now. Now, I need to join forces with you. You quickly come to the Central Star domain to rescue them with me. Learning of the situation, Bailey Tong hurriedly opened his mouth. Brother, you, stop for a moment. It seems like it's too late for us to rush to the Eastern Star domain now. Luyu patted Great White's head. Great White stopped in the sea, exuding rolling dragon authority. The star beasts in the sea have not dared to approach. Brother you, except for the golden hairy boy Kane, everyone else has been captured to the central star domain. Bailey Tong said. Luyu looked at the channel messages. There were already many people speaking in despair. There were also those who were reporting the latest information to Kane. What could be confirmed was that, apart from a small number of people who died in the middle of the resistance, most of them were temporarily alive. It's the black clergy again, these sons of ES. Bailey Tong angrily rebuked. Let's go. Let's go to the central starfield to save the people. Luyu decided to settle these two tumors first, then collect the star source stones properly. There was still more time, there was no rush. As long as he took down that dark monster first, he wouldn't be afraid of the black cleric's son of a escaping or the monster fleeing at that time. Bailey Tong sent a message to Kane to report the coordinates in the central star domain. Kane, Fatty, we need to think long and hard. It's best to contact the Battle Alliance, the Church of Light, and by the way, spend money on the Soul Hidden Group to have any hope of saving them. Bailey Tong, no need, their time to die is come. Kane. Chapter 40, The Hall of Stars. Central Star Domain. Central Grand Canyon. This was the very peculiar Grand Canyon. All the people or monsters that entered could feel the strangeness of this Grand Canyon, but so far no one had discovered the wonders of it. Every year the dark monsters use this place as their base camp. Lord, the grandson of the Human Alliance's heavenly god, Hodman, escaped, and the others have captured into. Shoo! Snap! Before the newborn leader of the Black Order, Noda Tsuyoshi, could finish his words, he was slapped out by the dark monster's demonic tail. That unrivaled berserk force directly shook a small crack in the canyon. Rubbish! Didn't you promise that there wouldn't be a single leak? Nodachi hurriedly crawled on his knees like a dog to the feet of the dark monster and continuously licked the dark monster's magic boots. Lord, please also give me a chance, I will personally go and bring him back. At this moment, this proud son of the new generation of the Black Clerics high and mighty could only kneel and crawl like a dog in order to stay alive. In fact, it wasn't just him, all the people of the Black Cleric, no matter how noble their status was, could only kneel down as dogs when they saw the dark monster. This was the price of dedicating one's soul to the dark monster. The dark monster wanted to continue to strike and teach this ineffective dog lackey a good lesson, but he was attracted by a touch of strange power fluctuation overflowing from the crack. This mysterious power was similar to the star river in the sky. Could it be that the legendary star source stone vein was under this Grand Canyon? The dark monster ordered the monster henchmen to blast open the mouth of the rift with all their might. Under the unceasing bombardment of a large number of monsters. Soon, a deep, bottomless crack appeared. The dark monster jumped down and made its way to the bottom of the valley, and was surprised to find that there was an underground star palace hidden here. Several people from Nodachi and the dark monster's powerful S-class guards jumped down as well. Not a star source stone vein, but the star source power here is so thick. The dark monster grinned, wanting to enter the palace to check it out. There might be an unexpected big harvest. Ding, you have triggered the Palace of Stars. You need to pay 10 million gold coins to enter the first level. Gold coins are required to enter? The dark monster's gaze stared. It is a monster royal family and does not carry many gold coins itself, as it cannot be used. Bring all the gold coins you have on you. In this way, the dark monster has gathered hundreds of millions of gold coins, and then explained, just now a strike, I was trying to second you, but you carried it off. The strength is good. This king first entered the palace to find the treasure. The outside will be handed over to you first to control the situation. The human alliance that the duo, if they come, will first trap them. Everything to be said when this king returns. The reason why he didn't kill the alliance people, this young dark monster king, in fact, wanted to contract some powerful slaves, especially the duo. Once contracted, this will be a very huge harvest for it. In the future, it would inevitably be able to fight for a divine servant. This was something that every dark monster would do. The obedient ones take in as dog slaves, and the ones that refuse are chopped up and used as food. Hi! My lord! With that, the dark monster paid 10 million gold coins and entered the Hall of Stars. When Noda E and the others returned to the top of the Grand Canyon, they covered the rift so that no one else would find out and thus sneak in to disturb the Lord's treasure hunt. But what they didn't know was that a dark silhouette had long since noticed the movements over here from the highlands. Seeing the dark monster enter the canyon crack, he thought that the monster had found the star source stone vein. So, this dark sinister shadow took another route and arrived at the bottom of the canyon, and also successfully discovered the mysterious palace. Ding, you have triggered the Palace of Stars. You need to pay 10 million gold coins to enter the first level. The silhouette narrowed her eyes. The last thing she lacked was gold coins. After paying the gold coins, the sinister shadow stealthily entered the first level of the Palace of Stars. On the other side, Kane thought that Bailey Tong had lost his mind. Otherwise, how could he think of relying on the two of them to save the crowd from the monsters? No, this fat bastard can't be relied on. We need to find allies. And so,
Cain contacted the strongest new generation of the Battle Alliance and the Church of Light at the first opportunity. As the grandson of heavenly god Hodman, Cain's connections and intelligence were also very wide, and when he hadn't entered the Star Illusion realm, he had already known the top new generation of the various forces. Naturally, with the Alliance has concluded a cooperative relationship with the Battle Alliance, and the Church of Light's top celestial pride also added the location of friends, so that in the Star Illusion realm, if they encountered monsters targeting, also good to help each other a little. After all, no matter which side, there was no ability to fight against an army of monster bosses alone, even if it was the Human Alliance, which was known as the Golden Generation. Thus, Cain took the initiative to contact the chief captains of the Battle Alliance and the Church of Light. You guys were sneak attacked by monsters and the Dark Church? It seems that the dark monsters this time are not simple, nah. Sure, you frowned. In previous years, the only dark monster that came in did not bother to let the Black Order take action. This was because in the eyes of the Dark Monster, the Black Order was just a pug, a pet, useless except for using it to sneak around and have fun. Unexpectedly, this year's Dark Monster did not follow the common sense, and would even unite the Black Vatican, the Dog Slave, to act together. It was not the Black Church's Dark Fallen who quietly took down the Alliance's lookout first. By virtue of the monster's characteristics, it was impossible to sneak up on the Alliance's crowd without being discovered. This was because monsters of the same level, even more powerful, would be detected when stealthily approaching, but the Black Cleric assassins of the same human race would have a hard time detecting them. Good. My Battle Alliance will come to your aid unconditionally. Sure, you then ordered his troops to rush to Cain's side. On the other side, St. Peter, the chief captain of the Church of Light, also received a message from Cain asking for help. We can support you with all our might, but when it's done, we want 10,000 Star Source stones as payment. Seeing St. Peter's reply, Cain's face was instantly displeased. This Church of Light really knows how to take advantage of a fire. As Grandpa said, the Church of Light was a power that valued profit. Although the Church of Light had concluded a cooperative relationship with the Alliance, it was only because it was in their best interest to do so. Because the Black Church and the Church of Light were so close, the two forces had been in a state of war against each other. Therefore, the Church of Light needed powerful allies to share the pressure. 10,000 Star Source stones, this was equivalent to last year's total harvest of Star Source stones. They really dared to ask for a lion's share. 5,000 stones, this is my limit. After a while. Only then did the other party write back, deal. This is for your face, brother Cain. Cain forced down the anger in his heart, and then contacted the people from Soul Hidden, which would take the initiative to contact all the forces in advance every year. If they needed help in the Star Illusion realm, they could pay them to hire them. They could be said to have maximized their money-making channels. After confirming the amount of the transaction, the Soul Hidden leader also ordered the people in the Central Star Domain to come and meet up with Cain. Not long after, when Lu Yu and Bailey Tong arrived at the location reported by Cain, Cain had already gathered most of his people, and Shiryu, St. Peter, and the Soul Hidden leader, North Blade, were all present. I'll go. Didn't he tell this golden-haired boy not to look for reinforcements? Damn it, how does this make brother you play? Bailey Tong instantly exploded with anger and opened his mouth without a care in the world. With this group of people around, it would not be good for Brother Fei to transform into a sword god, unless Brother Fei was not afraid of being exposed. It doesn't matter, he is also eager to save people. Lu Yu didn't care, exposed is exposed. Anyway, the gold coins accumulated now are more than enough. Except for the people from the Battle Alliance. The others immediately had an opinion. What do you mean by looking for us to influence that swordsman's play? Oh, Your Excellency has a big mouth. Chapter 41. Fatty's father is the son of the open heaven sword god? The one who spoke was the newborn holy son of the Church of Light, St. Peter, a Westerner bloodline, just like Cain, with a tall figure. Only his hair was silver white, he wore a light Dharma robe and held a light staff wrapped in gold and jade, and he drew the golden legendary talent that perfectly matched the light Dharma profession. Naturally, he had the capital of condescension. Thinking that he was above ordinary supernovas, only such heavenly prides as Cain and Shiryu could be compared to him. Who the hell are you? Bailey Tong recognized the other party, but he naturally wouldn't give face when the other party's tone was so impulsive. In Bailey Tong's words, this hanging hair doesn't look good to me. Cain, I came to support you because I gave you face, but if any cat or dog can come to provoke me, then don't blame me for being ungrateful. In front of the crowd, St. Peter, as the holy son of the Church of Light, he naturally had to maintain a graceful demeanor, but it didn't mean that he didn't have a temper. St. Peter's meaning was obvious. Immediately let this fatty disappear, otherwise he would lead his team to withdraw. At this time, Cain's heart that was very contemptuous of this shameless fellow, obviously asked for favors before agreeing to come to support. What does it have to do with giving or not giving me face? However, polite words still have to be said. It is imperative. It's better to unite the people and save your teammates first. Brother Peter, there's no hurry, in fact, this is. Before Cain finished speaking, War Alliance's Shiryu came to Lu Yu and Bailey Tong with a big grin, shook the hands of the two of them as he lowered his stance and said,
I am the leader of the Battle Alliance, Shiryu. Thank you very much for your help in saving the Dragon Broken Cloud Brigade. If not for you, my Battle Alliance will surely suffer heavy losses. When the Star Illusion Realm is closed, the Battle Alliance will have a heavy gift of generous thanks.
What? Cain and St. Peter were confused. What's going on?
Even the silent soul hidden leader, North Blade, had his dead fish eyes come to life, looking up and down at Luyu and Bailey Tong. But no matter how one looked at them, these two people looked like pits.
A fat man who was clearly as fat as a ball, Nemacho's assassin? Choosing a shield warrior or something it doesn't smell good?
A commoner dressed as a swordsman, there was also no air of a super job 2 in his body, and he also contracted a cat battle pet that was weak at first glance.
Just like these two oddballs. How could they possibly save a brigade of the Battle Alliance? He doesn't even have the ability.
Brother Long has already thanked you, this heavy gift is not necessary, it's good to have this heart. How to say the other side or Alliance old iron brother, Luyu of course must be friendly to each other. Just when the crowd hadn't regained their senses, Shiyu uttered another shocking remark.
Brother Luyu, you're able to slay thousands of boss-level monsters with your sword, can you let me see your invincible style? Crap 99 slots. Really? A swordsman, decapitating thousands of bosses of the same rank? Are you sure you're not just blowing up the awesomeness to defend the people of the Alliance?
With their knowledge of the Battle Alliance were all fierce and courageous warriors who didn't care to lie.
What's more,
the one who said such words was still the strongest new generation of the Battle Alliance, Shiryu. Then there was a real possibility that this unassuming swordsman, who was nothing but handsome, really did have the unrivaled battle power of a sword god at the same level. Looking at Cain's expression, he was also in a state of confusion, that is, Cain was not aware of this matter. If the young swordsman in front of him was an ace secretly cultivated by the Alliance, it was reasonable that Cain, who was the grandson of a heavenly god, wouldn't have such a dumbfounded expression. But how could this be possible? How could such a bug-like swordsman exist in this world?
What a contradiction. Brother Shiryu, it's important to save people now, won't you be able to see it when you kill the monsters later? Luyu smiled blandly and didn't care. A natural warrior like Shiryu would most admire a pure powerhouse who was even more powerful than him, and when he met one, it was inevitable that he would think about sparring. Yes, I'm being abrupt, it's still important to save people at the moment. Shiryu doubly apologized. At this time, Cain heard about saving people and came back to his senses. Whether what Shiryu said was true or not, we'll find out later. Right now, we need to make a plan to save the others and hurry up. Brother Peter, Brother Shiryu, gentlemen, to reintroduce you all, this Brother Bailey Tong is actually the only one of our Alliance's heaven-opening sword god. Bailey Tong hurriedly interrupted Cain and said busily, that's right. I am the orphan that the open heaven sword god's only son adopted before, yes. That is, I am the god grandson of the open heaven sword god. Bailey Tong inwardly cried out that it was so dangerous that he was almost known by Brother Yu's identity. Otherwise, in case Brother Yu thought I was approaching him with a purpose, then the ship of friendship would have to capsize. I can't. I have to find a suitable time to tell Brother Yu about my identity. So, Bailey Tong sent a private message to Cain, threatening him not to disclose his identity, or else it's not over. Wow. The crowd was once again shocked. The god grandson of the heaven-opening sword god? I've never heard of that.
It was probably a personal act during the lifetime of the open heaven sword god's son, and the open heaven sword god probably wouldn't recognize such a fat prick of a grandson. Just how could this big, fat, thieving man be adopted by the god of heavenly swords' only son? What makes him so special? Learning that Bailey Tong was the god of heavenly swords god's god grandson, St. Peter's heart, no matter how opinionated he was towards Bailey Tong, had to dispel it at this moment, and then replaced it with a gracious smile to show his friendship.
Fatty, your godfather is the son of the heaven-opening sword god?
Luyu guessed that Bailey Tong's life was not simple, he did not expect it to be so uncomplicated. He thought that Bailey Tong was the descendant of some big shot in the F-War zone, but he never expected that he was adopted by the son of the open heaven sword god. No wonder the governor of the F-War zone would take such care of his parents. No wonder Bailey Tong had so many battlefield maps and was openly selling them without anyone stopping him.
Having such an awesome booming godfather. If it was anyone else,
probably would have already proclaimed it all over the world, taking up Ming's steps, showing his yellow ape expression, and then saying to everyone, be my son. Yeah, I wanted to tell Brother Yu after the Star Illusion realm closed, but I didn't expect this big mouth of golden hair boy to say it in advance.
Saying that, Bailey Tong glared at Cain.
Beyblade, who had been a melon eater, learned that Bailey Tong was the god grandson of the heavenly sword god, and even took the initiative to come over. Esteemed Sir Bailey Tong, is it possible to add a friend?
If there is an opportunity in the future, we can work together. I don't have any money.
Bailey Tong immediately refused.
Just kidding. The gold I've earned is probably not even more than working with you once. Do not add. Kill anyone who doesn't add soul hidden. Furthermore, I have Brother Yu as my thigh to hold on to, do I still need to cooperate with others?
North Blade had no choice but to smile back.
Okay, now that we know each other, let's talk about the rescue plan. What the hell are you talking about? Just set off and do it straight away.
Before Kane could start talking about the plan, Luyu and Bailey Tong took the lead and set off, leaving the crowd in a state of disarray. This damn thing has a bit of the temperament of the open heaven sword god, just do it.
Ha, then it's every man for himself, brothers, let's go.
Sure, you laughed cheerfully, and carrying the big iron rod, he led the way.
Shoo.
North Blade also had no choice but to lead the soul-hidden personnel to stealthily follow closely behind. Brother Kane, then I, the Church of Light, will be in charge of long-range support and healing. After saying that, St. Peter then secretly led the group off. Kane froze and looked down at the detailed battle plan he had prepared before directly crumpling it into a ball and throwing it away.
Shatter. I knew there was no good thing with this fat man, Bailey Tong. No wonder Grandpa always said, don't team up with anyone but the crazy people of the Bailey family, that's a bunch of reckless people.
Kane summoned his mount and quickly followed, hoping that this rescue operation would not fail.
Chapter 42, the duo arrives first and the battle begins.
The center of the Central Star Domain.
Strange Grand Canyon. Put.
Yoshi, Mukai-kun, I've already chopped off 105 heads, how about you?
Noda-kun, I have just one more.
106, looks like the lambs are finally quiet.
Suck. The two devils of the Black Order, Tsuyoshi Noda and Toshiaki Mukai, have gone so far as to take captured Alliance newborns and play a beheading game.
As long as they were defeated in single combat, their heads would be brutally chopped off.
The Alliance members who were already injured were no match for these two devils.
Of course. They only picked on the scared and ordinary new generation of the Alliance. As for the heavenly pride such as Seung Dallas, they didn't dare to kill them easily. This was because the Lord captured these people in order to attract the Alliance duo to come, and secondly, he wanted to conquer the Alliance's heavenly prides and indenture these heavenly prides for the Lord's use. The only dark monsters that had entered the Star Illusion realm in previous years had done so, except that very few of them would live to tell the tale. Therefore, the two devils took the others to have fun at the same time, so as to deter these celestial prides.
Sure enough, after the beheading match started,
Shen Yuanqi, Delice, and Situi, who originally preferred to die rather than submit, also had to gradually quiet down. Because if they continued to resist, the beheading match would continue, and the ones who would die would be those teammates who trusted them. All of these killable and unusual transmutants that were selected by the devil, all of them revealed the faces of the living. There were those who pissed their pants in fear, those who were wailing, those who were praying, and even those who regretted coming into the astral illusion realm. But when faced with death, they were able to fight bravely. The hunter squad that Luyu was in, Li Roll and the others were also pale with fear, their lips involuntarily trembling as it was about to be their turn. Fortunately, after the three supernovas stopped resisting, the two devils stopped the game and they temporarily dodged a bullet. At this time, the three supernovas still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts that Kane hadn't been captured, then he would definitely look for allies to come to their rescue. So, now is not the time to resist, retain your strength, slowly recover, and when the opportunity comes, then resist with all your might. TSK, I heard that you are the jewel of the Ross family, what a powerful talent, and your posture is also superior. When the Lord returns, if you don't submit, I will play with you until you die of gas in front of everyone, Jia. Nodai Tsuyoshi held up Dallas' chin with one hand.
The crowd could only look at this devil in anger. Yuck! Dallas poo-pooed it. But Nodachi pervertedly licked Dallas' saliva clean. It really smells good. This made Dallas shy and angry. Suddenly,
a loud horse's cry came to mind above the canyon.
The crowd looked up,
only to see a white stallion, under the starlight, blooming with a cool luster, like a refraction of divine light.
Brothers and sisters of the Alliance, hold on a little longer, we're here to save you.
Bailey Tong stood on the back of the horse, his hands clasping his chest in a big brother stance. But the crowd felt that it was a tease no matter how they looked at it. Imagine a tonsorial assassin, wearing a black assassin's outfit, how comical that image would be. On the contrary, Luyu, who was driving a steed, carrying a long sword, and dressed in plain white clothes, had so much of the flavor of a swordsman big brother.
That was Luyu and Bailey Tong? The crowd recognized the people at a glance.
But instead of a trace of joy, they were left speechless for a while. These two oddballs, who didn't follow the big team and were lucky not to be captured by the monsters, didn't properly hide in a place to collect star source stones, and ran to save what ate off?
Aren't they here to send death? Don't you think there aren't enough people who have been captured? Do they have to come to send the group to their doom?
Tens of thousands of Lord-level monsters, plus the Black Church's group of dark professionals, even when the three great war gods were young, they were never a match. The only one who saw a glimmer of hope in her eyes was Dallas, who didn't think that Luyu and Bailey Tong were reckless people, and that they might be sure of what they were doing. But she can't figure out where they are sure, because the gap between the enemy and us is too big. At this time, Kane and the others are still desperately rushing. Hell, what level of mount is that white horse? What kind of speed is that white horse? I may be ranked mount, B rank. I can't even see its tail. When Noda E saw Lu Yu and Bailey Tong appear, he instantly recognized that they were the super heavenly pride that the Lord had explained to capture. I didn't expect them to actually dare to come.
Really think they are strong and invincible? That was fine.
As long as we successfully take down the duo, that would be an overfulfillment of the task explained by the Lord, and at that time, there would be no shortage of rewards from the Lord.
Block off all exits, take them down with all your might.
Remember, only maim, don't kill, they are the master's favorite slaves. Nodachi barked out his orders like a ghost. The fallen ghosts of the Black Order acted swiftly. Since the remaining Japanese race in the Sakura country retained the spirit of Bushido, they were basically melee professions, with dark blade fighters, dark assassins, and dark ninjas being the most numerous.
Roar! The dark monster kinsmen also roared and gave orders to the monster lords to capture the alliance duo with all their might.
Brother Yu, I'll go ahead and take down those two sons of ES from the Black Order. From high up in the sky, Bailey Tong caught a glimpse of the heads piled up around Noda Tsuyoshi and Mukai Toshiaki.
Needless to say,
it must be those two sons of ES who were making fun of the Alliance's new generation. Such a cruel and merciless behavior, how can we live up to our dead compatriots if we don't abuse them to the bone?
Can you do it? Lu Yu was deeply skeptical of Bailey Tong's battle prowess.
Although those two ghosts are hateful, a discerning person can tell that they are not weak, at least at the supernova level.
Don't worry.
Brother Yu, my full strength, not to mention other things, to deal with these two mother heirs is still no problem, you just enjoy my assassination art. The words fell, Bailey Tong also do not hide, orange equipment to change, snow feather, propso open, directly flew up, in the air stealth disappeared.
Ha!
It seems that this fat man before hiding clumsiness, with this hand flying in the air invisibility skills, there are very few people to do, really worthy of being the godson adopted by the son of the open heaven sword god, it seems that inherited a lot of the godfather's legacy. Thinking, Lu Yu has also unreservedly released 7-star sword array, the sky-flying sword cohesion, with the momentum of 10,000 swords return, rolling canyon wind in clouds. Holy! This was impossible.
The Alliance crowd's collective minds short-circuited. The oddball duo that they didn't look favorably upon had such a powerful strength. Especially Li Roll and the others, whose scalps were numb at the moment, couldn't even think of a way to understand how Lu Yu could be so powerful. Not to mention the fact that the fat man was dressed in an orange suit and could fly through the air and be invisible, and was nowhere to be found. Lu Yu's hand with the 7-star sword formation and the flying swords in the sky was enough to stun them. Most of them naturally recognized that what Lu Yu released was the swordsman skill's 7-star sword formation and flying sword technique, which were considered more common sword skills. But Lu Yu's 7-star sword formation range was a bit too big, right? Especially that flying sword technique. Nima, is there really a third-order swordsman who can summon so many flying swords? And be able to maneuver them like this? Unless it was the young sword god that had appeared in Stone City, but this Lu Yu was clearly not that sword god, as the image and temperament were different. How was this possible? What Lu Yu unleashed must have been the S-rank 7-star sword formation and the S-rank flying sword technique, and both of them were also upgraded to the 3rd rank LV90 to have this effect. My brother Situyu is a swordsman profession, or a 6th order swordsman. I've seen my brother's 7-star sword formation and flying sword art, so I'm well aware of these two skills. Situyu uttered out in shock. Hiss.
The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cold air.
2S class skills? This Lu Yu is as terrifying as this?
Dallas looked at him with the beautiful colorful eyes, too powerful, too handsome, such a man is the Prince Charming in my heart.
I'm going to kill him.
Lu Yu shouted, the flying swords in the sky were like reined and wild horses, madly killing towards the monsters and the black cleric ghosts.
Great battle. One touch. Chapter 43 Invincible Style. In an instant,
heaven and earth were drenched in red and green blood.
The blood of monsters.
The blood of the black cleric's ghosts that. It continuously sprayed out as the flying swords shuttled.
In an instant, the scenic Grand Canyon became an inferno of death. Baka. The magical monsters are attacking him remotely. While Nodachi was terrified, he didn't forget to give a new order. He guessed that the other party was expected to be strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong, facing nearly 1,000,000 bosses as if they were in the realm of no monsters. This was the real world, not a virtual game. As long as it exceeded the range of skill casting, even a locked technique would not be able to attack the target. Lu Yu, with his S-class mount, the collective magic skills of the magical monsters are no longer much of a threat to Lu Yu. As long as he kept an eye on the monster's restrictive skills or lock-on skills, he would be able to brush the monsters without any injuries. Baka Yalu.
His mount is so fast, we have to control him first, let's go. Mukai Toshiaki was shrewd enough to know that if he didn't control Lu Yu, he would only be kited to death by him. The two strongest ghosts wanted to take action themselves. Just then, a chubby figure appeared behind them. Son of a, your opponent is my fat master. Backstab. Poof. 10,200. Ah. My 1 centimeter giant gon was sliced. Dark swordsman profession's Mukai Minmei let out a ghostly scream. If it wasn't for the fact that Bailey Tong was going to properly make these two mother ears feel despair, otherwise, he would have been able to second one of them with a single strike just now.
S rank, ghostly spirit steps. A rank, concealment. One strike was successful.
Bailey Tong quickly disappeared, once again hiding his tracks and disappearing.
Baka baka. Catch this fatty first.
Nodai Tsuyoshi of the dark assassin profession also turned on his stealth.
1 versus 2. Viatone fought with the two ghosts here. Sky battlefield.
Luyu was teasing a bunch of monsters with his great white advantage, causing them to only roar and rage but do nothing about it. The 8 personal guards of the dark monsters, seeing that the dog slave Nodai, whom the king had explained to control the situation, was being held back by a fat prick, had no choice but to act individually as well. They attacked jointly, aiming straight at Luyu. In their opinion, this Luyu was the biggest threat.
I'm on my knees. I'm on my knees.
With only 2 people, but holding back an entire army of monsters, as well as the entire new generation of the Dark Cleric, how are this Luyu and Bailey Tong so demonic?
At this moment,
they all lowered their heads in shame. Thinking back to a few days ago, when they had just come in, they had laughed at the duo for not being self-conscious and not surviving more than half a day.
Now,
their faces were swollen by themselves. Don't just focus on being shocked, take advantage of the monster's lax guarding of us and hurry up to recover from our injuries, and later on, look for an opportunity to break through the cage in one fell swoop, and cooperate with Luyu and Bailey Tong to kill the monsters and ghosts. Xian Yuanqi hurriedly said.
When the crowd heard this, they nodded their heads and immediately utilized potions or priest healing to recover quickly. The battle quickly reached a stalemate.
Luyu knew that as powerful as he was, without incarnating as a sword god, facing hundreds or thousands of S-rank lords, as well as a large number of other bosses, in a head-on battle, it would be absolutely impossible to beat them. Right now, he could only rely on Great White to hold them back first, and utilize his flying sword art to kill as many low-level monster bosses as possible in seconds. When Kane and the others arrived,
it would be a much better fight then. While there was a gap,
Luyu also glanced at Bailey Tong's side and realized that he could really deal with 2 supernova-level fallen ghosts by himself, steadily gaining the upper hand.
To be honest,
in terms of this strength and battle record, it was the most powerful one Luyu had ever seen in his generation. There seemed to be a reason why this fatty could be looked upon by the son of the open heaven sword god.
It's not long now. Kane and the others finally arrived at the battlefield.
When they saw Luyu bloodily battling nearly 1,000,000 monsters and a bunch of black cleric ghosts while Bailey Tong dominated the battle against 2 black cleric leaders alone, their jaws dropped.
Ha, strong. So strong. Strong like hanging. Invincible style, this is the true invincible style of the same level. Luyu, I've seen it all.
You're the first of my peers that I think I'm far inferior to, and from now on, I'll only aim for you. Brothers, let's go to war. With those words, Shiryu laughed maniacally as he killed the monsters and unleashed his fierce battle techniques. The goal of Soul Hidden's group of assassins was also very clear, and that was the magical monsters. As for the Church of Light, St. Peter's eyes were filled with incredulity as well as deep jealousy at this moment. A swordsman, with only a mount, toying with tens of thousands of Lord-class monsters in the palm of his hand, this kind of terrifying battlefield control, I'm afraid that even many of the older generation were far inferior.
Not to mention, the other party was only a third-ranked new generation just like him. If this son grows up, then in the future, there will be an invincible person in the alliance that surpasses the war god, and the human forces in the extraterrestrial battlefield will be completely honored by him. This was not what the Church of Light wished to see. Only the Pope of the Church of Light could become the leader of the human race. Provide only long-range healing support. St. Peter gave the order to the crowd in the church channel. And Kane, although he was also shocked by Luyu's heaven-defying performance, now was not the time to think about it more until he had saved the crowd. He had already killed his way into the battle, towards his imprisoned teammates. It was Kane. He really did bring his allies to save us. Great, with the invincible swordsman, the mighty fat stinger, and so many allies, we will definitely be saved, and maybe, we can even make history, destroying the monster boss army for the first time. The captured crowd jumped for joy. Brothers and sisters, it's time to give this group of devils, as well as monsters, a good experience of what it's like to be surrounded. Xian Yuanqi took the lead in launching an attack, blasting the special monster prison. The others also rose and attacked with their strongest skills. The monsters that were guarding it roared out in anger. However, with a small number of them, they were no longer too much of a threat to the crowd. At this moment, Nodachi had completely panicked. With Kane and the others participating in the battle, it would definitely distract a large number of monsters, and in this way, the terrifying swordsman would be able to slaughter them more recklessly. Damn it! Quickly! Don't go after that swordsman, come back and control the captured people and use them to threaten that swordsman. Nodachi quickly ordered on the channel. The thousands of ghosts of the Black Order that were still alive immediately ran towards the prison. Bailey Tong reappeared and ruthlessly gave Nodachi a dagger, giving him a cesarean section with his intestines falling out.
Dog Day, against the Fat Master I still dare to go out of focus, abuse you.
In the sky, Lu Yu noticed the movements of the Black Order ghosts. Trying to hold us hostage?
Seeing that the magical monsters were targeted by Soul Cloak's assassins, they were in disarray and Lu Yu had no more worries. Great White, transform into a white dragon and protect the trapped group.
Law.
Great White detached himself from Lu Yu and transformed into a stunning dragon, descending from the sky to protect the group.
Roar. A dragon's might.
The monsters guarding the crowd were immediately too scared to move.
For a moment, both the enemy and us were all petrified. Oh my god. Lu Yu's mount was a dragon? It took a while.
It was only then that the crowd slowed down and continued to wage war with the monster, and at the same time, the battle spirit was at an all-time high. When Noda-e saw this situation, he knew that the plan to threaten Lu Yu with a hostage had failed.
In this way,
not to mention capturing the duo, it was hard to say whether or not they could save their lives. On the other side, the people from the Half Monster Association had also arrived at the sound of the news. Seeing Lu Yu in such divine splendor, Lecton went completely crazy.
Yeah, we must get his genes.
Quickly! Before he destroys all the monsters, speed up and help him.
The reason why Lexington did this was for two purposes.
One was to make a good impression by getting close to Lu Yu, and the other was to collect the Lord Monster corpses and go back to extract the incomplete monster factor using a special secret method.
That's the Half Monster Association. Why did their group of lunatics come here as well? Kane frowned.
But when he saw that this group of lunatics were attacking the monsters, Kane put his heart down a little, guessing that this group of lunatics were here to take advantage of this opportunity to collect monster corpses.
Only they would be this crazy. Because they were no longer considered normal humans. Rather, half monsters. Chapter 44, Monsters Defeated, Ghosts Regiment Destroyed.
The monsters and the black clergy, who were already in a mess, were still on the side of the alliance with the participation of this group of lunatics from the Half Monster Association, and they were in complete disarray.
Rumble. The prison was broken.
Shen Yuanqi, Delis, Situi, and the others got out of the trap. They led the crowd and rallied to fight back, to ruthlessly send despair doubled back to this group of doggone ghosts.
Thousands of ghosts were instantly killed and wowed.
They had perfectly inherited the life-hungry gene of their Japanese ancestors, and now, faced with a desperate situation of life and death, their nature was exposed. Betraying their teammates, kneeling down and begging for forgiveness, and fleeing in their own ways, the inferiority of the little devils was revealed. For this group of dog days, the crowd that is by no means merciful, these scourges, stay in the world can only generate more scourges, should have been exterminated. Kill. I will not accept their surrender. Shen Yuanqi's cold lance in his hand directly pierced through a ghost, picking it up high, like a god of killing.
Ah. Baka ah. If it wasn't for this duo, you losers wouldn't be a match for us. Noda Tsuyoshi was cloaked in hair, as hideous as an evil spirit. By this time, he already knew the end.
If the Lord doesn't return and the monster lords don't save him, he'll die for sure.
Come and bail me out. Nodachi yelled at the Lord's personal guards.
But the group of dark monsters' personal guards didn't give a damn about him. Instead, they reported the situation to the king. On the other side, inside the Hall of Stars, the dark monsters had harvested the mysterious treasures on the first level of the Hall of Stars and paid 30 million gold coins to the second level. Here, the dark monster also passed through the guards of the second level of the Hall of Stars without any problems and came to the side of a mysterious starlight teleportation array. The teleportation array prompted that it needed 10 million gold coins to activate, and it was only activated once a year, and the destination of the teleportation was unknown for the time being. Since the monster world invaded the blue star world, there was only 100 years of history, and this star illusion world still appeared only after the birth of the first transmuter in the human race. In just a few decades, the Hall of Stars was still the first time it had been discovered, so naturally, the dark monster wasn't sure of the destination of this teleportation array. The dark monster looked at the gold coins that needed to be paid for the entrance to the third level, and surprisingly, it needed 50 million gold coins. At the moment, it only had 10 million gold coins left on it, so it simply couldn't enter the third level. Thus, the dark monster instantly made the decision to use the gold coins to activate the starlight teleportation array.
The next second, the dark monster was teleported away and appeared above the star river in the sky.
This was the star source stone vein. An incomparably large star origin stone vein appeared in front of the dark monster.
The dark monster instantly came to a clear understanding.
It turns out that the legendary star source stone vein in the star illusion world is in the sky, not in the underground and under the sea. No wonder no one has ever found it for so many years. Looking at the incomparably huge star source stone vein in front of him, the dark monster let out a maniacal laughter.
Star source stone.
That was a special resource that could make their monsters advance and upgrade. Even in the monster world, it was extremely difficult to obtain this type of special resource. Although it couldn't dig up the entire star source stone vein, it could at least dig up 1 million star source stones.
At this time, the dark monster received a message from its personal guards. After learning about the situation outside, the dark monster was instantly enraged. A bunch of losers. Sure enough, a dog lackey is a dog lackey, not useful at all.
The dark monster immediately asked its personal guards to withdraw first with the rest of its men, and wait for it to go back after collecting the star source stones before teaching the swordsman what he could do. Getting the king's instruction, the 8 guards directly led the remaining monsters, each in a direction to break out and go.
Want to run?
Lu Yu saw that the battle had been decided, and he directly killed the fleeing powerful monsters with his sword.
To be honest,
those few S-class monsters leading the battle were really powerful, able to carry a lot of their own damage, and if they wanted to run, it would be really hard for them to kill them all without transforming into a sword god.
In the end,
Lu Yu only managed to kill 4 of his own guards, and that was only because Cain helped to keep one, and the half-monster associations wrecked and kept one. The others simply couldn't stay because the other lord monsters weren't weak either. Of course, Saint Peter of the Church of Light wasn't taking any action, he was watching the whole show. As for the ghosts of the Dark Church, they had been heavily surrounded by the crowd, and one by one, they were crying and praying for a chance to live. Even some female ghosts, scratching their heads in public, said that they could be everyone's female you before the closure of the Star Illusion world, for everyone's pleasure. Poof! The Alliance crowd directly beheaded this group of dog days. Such dog days, killing them was too dirty for their hands. On the other side, Bailey Tong had already completely crippled Nota Tsuyoshi and Mukai Minne. Brother you, what to do with these 2 pussies? Although Bailey Tong had also suffered considerable injuries, but his life was not in danger, and Dallas recovered in 2 healing spells. At this time, Lexington from the Half-Monster Association took the initiative to speak up. This brother, why don't you hand them over to us? We have special punishments that can make them enjoy extreme pain and die.
The crowd was stunned. Has this Half-Monster Association taken the wrong medicine today?
Brother Feather, these perverts from the Half-Monster Association are also considered degenerates, but they are different from the dark degenerates and are in the middle of being both good and evil. I once heard a big brother say that their idea is to save the world by using the power of monsters to strengthen themselves and finally surpass the monsters, but it seems to have failed. Only a small number of people can inhibit the side effects brought about by controlling the monster factor. Most of them are hard to control when they reach a certain level, and once they lose control, they are mutant-type monsters, which are very powerful, but also senseless and only know how to kill and destroy.
Bailey Tong introduced Lu Yu in the friend channel.
Lu Yu took a closer look at these half-human, half-monsters, and in his heart, he also sighed at the cruelty of the darkest years of the Blue Star human race. In order to save the world, there were forefathers who took such a path of no return, which made Lu Yu have some admiration for the forefathers of the Half-Monster Association. Although they had failed, the starting point was good. It was no wonder that the Human Alliance would let this force exist and develop into one of the 6 major forces in the extraterrestrial battlefield, presumably for old time's sake. As long as they didn't do anything too outrageous, the Human Race Alliance still wouldn't suppress them. Lu Yu signaled Fatty to hand over the 2 ghosts to them and then opened his mouth to the crowd. Gentlemen, don't be busy celebrating first, haven't we forgotten one thing? That dark monster didn't show up from the beginning to the end? When the crowd heard this, they immediately put away the joy of a great victory and turned alert. Yes. Where is that dark monster? By all rights, it should be here, otherwise why would it specialize in capturing the Alliance's crowd and concentrate all its men over here? Look around, maybe it encountered an unexpected situation and left temporarily. Lu Yu pondered. If they hadn't seen Lu Yu's terrifying battle power, the crowd would never have given a damn about Lu Yu. But now, Lu Yu's words were like the words of the god of war, they carried so much weight. If Lu Yu hadn't dragged down most of the Lord monsters by himself, even if several of their powers joined hands, they would definitely not be a match for the monsters. Not to mention the group of fallen demons from the Dark Cleric. Therefore, the crowd quickly dispersed to look for traces of the dark monster. The people from the Half-Monster Association began to inflict scalp-numbing torture on the 2 ghosts. It looked brutal. But it was comfortable and pleasurable to listen to the 2 ghosts' screams. It seems that it's only these weirdos from the Half-Weird Association that can properly make the ghosts feel what is called real pain. Their screams don't stop until someone spots the monster-filled canyon crack, where the Half-Monster Association men decapitated their heads and split them in half, truly bodiless and dying a painful death. The crowd quickly cleared the cracks and came to the depths of the Grand Canyon floor, where they saw a starry, mysterious Hall of Stars. Not to mention, if the Hall of Stars didn't happen to blossom with a wave of energy fluctuations, just as the dark monster cracked open a crack in the ground, prompting the energy to spill out a trace, it really couldn't be discovered. The dark monster must have entered inside. The crowd was all ecstatic, speculating that there were definitely unimaginable chances inside. Chapter 45, Star God Boss. Ding, you have triggered the Palace of Stars and need to pay 10 million gold coins to enter the first level. This was a palace that required gold coins to enter? The crowd was stunned. 10 million gold coins was not a small amount. It was a good thing that all the major power bigwigs had prepared points for them, just in case they encountered places that required spending gold coins in the Star Illusion world. After all, in this world, no matter if it was a rare copy or a mysterious secret realm, currency was always a necessity. But what was inside this Hall of Stars was also unknown. In case the gold coins were spent and there were no hairs inside, wouldn't they regret it for the rest of their lives? Buzz. While the crowd was still considering whether it was worth it or not, Liu had already directly paid 10 million gold coins to enter inside. This amount of money, Liu still didn't care in the slightest. In his words, it was just a fraction of his gold coins.
Liu went inside? He had that many gold coins?
Li Roll and the others were once again confused.
Ha, rich and powerful. Everyone.
Bailey Tong didn't choose to enter the Hall of Stars because there was Brother Yu going in. If there really was something good, Brother Yu would have told him about it and it wouldn't be too late to go in then, so Bailey Tong was constantly stimulating the nerve lines of the crowd who wanted to hunt for treasure. Kane pondered for a while, but still chose to go in to find out what was there. As the grandson of the heavenly god, 10 million gold coins were still there. St. Peter, on the other hand, gritted his teeth and also chose to enter. For his part, Leighton of the Half-Monstrous Association ordered everyone to trade all of their gold coins to the Purple Rose.
This is an excellent opportunity to get the young sword god Jean in there, for sure.
Don't worry, I'll make him die of lust. Purple Rose then entered the Hall of Stars. On the contrary, Soul Hidden's North Blade and Battle Alliance assure you were unmoved. One of them didn't do money-losing deals, and the other knew how much they weighed. There was Liu Yu, the super swordsman, who had gone in.
Then even if there really was something good inside, it wouldn't be their turn.
As for the other extraterritorial forces, then they could only watch with bated breath because they really didn't have that many gold coins with them.
At this time,
Liu Yu had already easily passed through the first layer of guards and arrived at the entrance of the second layer, and found that someone had already gotten here first and seized the treasures here. It seemed that 9 times out of 10, it was that dark monster. Liu Yu spent 30 million gold coins without batting an eye and directly entered the second level.
I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about.
Kane and the few others who came in were all confused. This first level was empty. Apart from the guards at the entrance, there were no treasures whatsoever. No. It should be said that there were treasures, but they were just taken. So, the 10 million gold coins they spent, it's all gone down the drain. Purple Rose doesn't care about the treasures here. Capturing Liu Yu's gene is the most important thing. Luckily, the chief captain and the others had given a lot of gold coins, so they were able to enter the second level. And so, Purple Rose didn't hesitate to continue spending gold coins to break into the second level. Kane hesitated and let it go. Fark. It's all because of that dead fatso, rich and powerful, risk your ass, causing me to spend 10 million gold coins for nothing.
St. Peter's face, on the other hand, suffocated into a pig's liver color.
He has also become the wrongdoer. He spent 10 million gold coins to visit the first floor of the Hall of Stars.
Inside the second level,
Liu Yu broke through the guards and quickly arrived at the deepest level, seeing the starlight teleportation array that had already been activated.
It can only be activated once in a year? Where is this a teleportation array to?
However, there was only one activation prompt for this teleportation array, and no other prompts, so Liu Yu did not know. Since this teleportation array was activated, it should have been activated by the dark monster. It should not have enough gold coins to go to the third level. I wonder what treasures will be on this third level. Entering the third level required 60 million gold coins, which was a huge fortune. However, to the current Liu Yu, it was still a piece of cake. Over there. Purple Rose didn't tangle with the guards too much and quickly came inside, seeing Liu Yu standing there not knowing what he was thinking. Good opportunity. Purple Rose quickly removed her clothes and took off her pants, clutching the aphrodisiac powder in her hand. Even a man whose willpower was as strong as a mortar and pestle, after being hit by this powder, coupled with her fox charms eyes, would be transformed into a beast that only thought by his lower body, and would only frantically vent his desires. But just as Purple Rose was about to sprinkle the aphrodisiac powder on Liu Yu suddenly disappeared and he entered the third level. G.A. Purple Rose was instantly petrified on the spot. My old lady's pants are off.
You're playing this for me?
Suddenly, an extremely unwilling Thai fox whistling sound resounded throughout the second level, a whole 40 million gold coins off.
Liu Yu, you goddamned.
As for Purple Rose's situation, Liu Yu was not the least bit aware of it. After entering the third layer, Liu Yu felt an indescribable, indefinable invisible pressure. This pressure surpassed his perception. It was no exaggeration to say that. This was the kind of pressure that only a god would not even be an exaggeration. In response to this, Liu Yu was instantly alert and put on his guard. He wanted to summon Big White, but he was prompted that he could not summon any pets on this third level. There were no guards on this third level. However, Liu Yu did not dare to be careless and slowly moved forward. If the first and second levels were unusual closed underground palaces, the third level was an open-ended true star palace. The floor here was made of starstone, and with the starlight embellishments, it was as if one was above the cosmic stars.
Not long after,
Lu Yu came to the general area of the Pillar of Creation, which should be the deepest part of the third level.
Suddenly,
Lu Yu was surprised to find a mysterious person fighting a strange boss.
Someone had come in? Lu Yu was confused. How could someone have so many gold coins?
To enter the third level, it would cost a full 100 million gold coins, enough to be on the wealth ranking.
Ha!
Look at this delicate body, or a girl, not a dark monster. Lu Yu hid behind a nearby star pillar, squinted his eyes, and while watching the battle, he fell into thought.
Wait a minute. A sister? Alone?
I don't know what the identity of this sister is, I can't see which power she belongs to be able to have so many gold coins, and to be this powerful.
When I first entered the Star Illusion world, I didn't notice such a person.
Moreover, the other party didn't know what props they had used, even their name, occupation, and level were hidden and could not be viewed. While Lu Yu was astonished, he had to look at the strange boss.
Name, Star God Projection. Rank, S-Class. Rank, 3rd Order LV90. Blood, 3000 W. Natural skill, unknown.
Skills, Star Hand, Starlight, Star Spell Seal Eternal Starlight Star God Technique. Introduction, a projection left behind by the ancient star god after his death, possessing the combat techniques and skills of the star god's own body. Defeating it will give you the inherited secret treasure left behind by the star god. Introduction, a projection of the ancient star god left behind after his death.
A projection of the star god? The treasure on this third level is the star god's inherited secret treasure? God's inheritance. Even Lu Yu had to be surging and excited inside. At this time, the woman wearing the veil just couldn't carry the boss's attack and had to flee to the side. It's no exaggeration to say that this girl's strength was only below Lu Yu. But when it came to fighting alone, she wasn't a match for this flawless star god boss. But once you enter the third floor, you can't get out. There are only two outcomes. Either you kill the boss and get the star god's legacy, or be killed by the boss and fall asleep here. Otherwise, even if the Star Illusion world is closed, it is impossible to leave. The girl who thought she was going to die at the hands of the boss had a look of despair on her face. She really shouldn't have been so capricious, sneaking into this astral illusion realm, and had the audacity to spend so many gold coins to break into this hellish place. Isolated and in a desperate situation. Although the god's inheritance was tempting, one had to have the life to take it. But what she never expected was that at the moment of crisis, a person came in, and in terms of this person's lame hiding tactics, she realized it at the first time. She also didn't expect that there were other people who had brought so many gold coins and were also able to enter this third floor to come. If you don't come out, no one will be able to get out alive. Join forces with me to have a chance of survival. What? Discovered? Chapter 46 Sword God vs Star God. Lu Yu sniffed and hesitated for a moment, but still walked out. The black veiled beauty saw Lu Yu's frowning eyebrows, her charming eyes narrowed, looked Lu Yu up and down, and then looked at Lu Yu vigilantly. Lu Yu naturally also sized up the other party, although not close. Lu Yu smelled a faint fragrance coming from, and did not know if it was the body fragrance emanating from this black veiled beauty. This body is so tantalizing, and her voice is so soulful. Why is she veiled? What kind of person are you? What kind of person are you? In the next moment, the two unexpectedly asked in unison. Phew! At this moment, this star god boss unexpectedly let out a heavy gasp and was staring daggers at Lu Yu, who had suddenly appeared. The black-veiled beauty clenched her silver teeth and said urgently, "This star god boss is extremely powerful, enough to be called the strongest boss of the third rank, with blood and defense far exceeding that of ordinary star beasts by a factor of 10, so you can only use armor-breaking skills or true injury skills to deal damage. But pay attention to its blood recovery skill. One of my skills' heavy injury effect plays a minimal role on it. It is best to interrupt it so that we have a chance." Listening to this, Lu Yu looked towards the star god boss, and for some reason, a strong sense of wariness rose in his heart. This kind of wariness wasn't like the angry wariness from the Stone City meeting, but rather the kind of hot-blooded wariness from encountering a true opponent of the same level. The star god boss's actions became bizarre, and surprisingly did not immediately launch an attack on the duo. Instead, it stood there, its starry eyes staring at Lu Yu, and it could sense that a force not weaker than it had appeared. Ancient god's words, "This brat has the same god's power as me in his body." Ha! Sensing the weird atmosphere, the black-veiled beauty looked at the motionless Lu Yu with some suspicion, and then at the motionless boss. What's the situation with God? Sympathizing with each other? Or do they know each other? Impossible. This Hall of Stars must have been discovered for the first time, and it must be the first time this person had come into the Star Illusion realm. It was by no means possible that he knew the Star God. Ancient divine language, it's not right. The monster world force has only assimilated the blue star world for 100 years. It's impossible for the human race to have someone obtain a god-level talent that quickly. That's not something that can be drawn with gold coins. Lu Yu frowned.
This star god boss was muttering to itself, speaking as if it was the language of the gods, but Lu Yu was listening really well and magically understood it.
I can understand divine language?
Lu Yu was appalled inwardly. While he was shocked in his heart, he also guessed that it should be due to the sword god's heart talent.
It was impossible for the human race to have someone obtain a god-level talent so quickly? Then what was the matter with himself drawing the heart of the sword god? Could it be that the exploding coin system also had a hidden function that allowed one to draw a god-level talent in advance? That's right. It had been so many years since the age of transformation.
If one could draw a god-level talent by relying on gold coins, then the major powers would have long ago pooled their gold coins for a single person to draw, and they would have been able to draw a god-level gifted person anyways. But so far, apart from himself, no one had drawn one, and even the legendary talents were rarely drawn. That was 9 times out of 10 the reason why he had brought his own system and ignored the rules of the monster world. Ancient gods' words, you must be the dark demon god's guy who fused the human body to have the god's power in his body. The demon god, in order to seize my god's inheritance, even thought of such a despicable method, to be put to death. Following that, the star god boss completely erupted as terrifying starbursts blossomed from its body. The original normal human-sized star god boss transformed into a heavenly beast, which didn't look too different from the star beasts, but its size and power were worlds apart.
This star god boss treats me as a demon god?
Lu Yu looked at the star god boss that went berserk and completely unleashed its killing intent and got serious.
So big. This is going to be hard to deal with.
The black-veiled beauty was also confused by the suddenly berserk star god boss. Its size had gotten bigger. That attack skill range was going to be bigger with it. This was one of the reasons why Monster World monsters were so powerful.
What's more,
this star god boss seems to have used the power of the gods. Eternal Starlight, Star God skill, auxiliary skill, can be wrapped in starlight condensed by the power of the star god, all skills with the power of the star god, increasing power.
Star hand.
The giant hand covering the sky covered in stars slapped towards Lu Yu and the black-veiled beauty.
There was no doubt about it.
If they were to be hit by the hand of star that contained the power of the star god, with the duo's blood quantity, they would be killed in seconds. But fortunately, the space here was large enough for the duo to perform their respective stances to dodge away.
Rumble. The entire earth shook, erupting with powerful impact air currents.
Poof. Just by being shocked by the skill's aftershock, Lu Yu's blood level dropped by more than half, and the black-veiled beauty's blood bar was even directly empty.
It was too terrifying. This was simply an invincible boss.
Although it was impossible for this boss to use the star god's power all the time, during its use, it was enough to kill the two of them in seconds. The black-veiled beauty fell into despair again. She had only just seen hope, and so soon she was enveloped in death again. This person pitched Sister Ah. I thought how strong this young swordsman was, but I didn't realize that he had come to die with himself.
Also, why would this boss be so berserk at the sight of this swordsman? At this moment,
Lu Yu's body blossomed with unrivaled sword light.
The original ordinary temperament instantly changed dramatically, like a sword immortal descending to the world, just standing there, like a divine sword that can cut through the sky, crack the ground, and slaughter the gods, with a sharpness that covers the world. He.
The black-veiled beauty's beautiful eyes widened as if she had seen the most unbelievable scene. A swordsman, who had suddenly transformed into a sword god, still possessed the same power as the star god boss in his body.
Hiss. Was he the reincarnation of a sword god?
The black-veiled beauty's mind suddenly became blank. Kill. The star god boss had completely gone berserk and lost its mind, vowing not to rest until it killed this demon god it considered in its eyes.
And Lu Yu attacked handsomely.
A monster punishing divine sword formation, heavily suppressing the star god boss, with sword light penetrating the monster, under the dual effect of suppression and heavy injury, it was enough to hinder the mobility of this star god boss.
Phew! The star god boss slowed down.
Lu Yu's speed, however, reached the third stage extreme, and in this way, Lu Yu could easily dodge the star god boss's non-locking skills.
Divine Sword Storm. 33,000.
The Divine Sword Storm with the decimation effect was 100% capable of dealing high damage, and all the Divine Swords came with a penetration effect, covering the Star God boss and constantly decimating it.
9,900. The 30 blood absorption effect of the talent instantly brought Lu Yu's blood back to full.
But the Star God boss wasn't a vegetarian either. Its 30 million blood was enough to be able to harden itself against the damage of the Divine Sword Storm and counterattack.
Star Spell Seal.
A starlight spell seal fell from the sky.
This spell seal possessed the effects of suppressing blood return, dropping blood every second, and the effect of restricting the target's movement.
It could cause the target to move extremely slowly as if they were carrying a mountain on their back, making it a very powerful support skill. Not to mention that this skill was accompanied by the power of the Star God at the moment, making the effect even more fierce. Black Veil Beauty watched this double god battle, can only hide to the side, high on pills to restore blood, do not dare to come close to the slightest bit. Seeing this teenage sword god's action was blocked, the Black Veil Beauty's heart was once again tightened. Whether he could defeat the star god boss also decided her life and death. Star Spear. A huge star spear began to coalesce in front of the star god boss. It was over. The Black Veiled Beauty had eaten this move of the star god boss in the previous battle and was almost seconded. Now that Lu Yu's movement was blocked, it would be hard to block it with his constantly rising and falling blood level. This is a lock-on technique. The Black Veiled Beauty gave a hasty reminder. Lu Yu felt the threat of death from this star spear. It was a good thing that he had kept the demon-slaying sword drawing technique just to prevent the star god boss's killing move. Demon-slashing sword drawing technique. Swoosh. Puff. Although Lu Yu was restricted by the star spell seal, it did not affect the release of the sword god technique. A sword was drawn. While dealing huge damage, it also interrupted this killing move of the star god boss. The Black Veiled Beauty cried out in shock. This extremely handsome sword had been deeply imprinted in her mind and couldn't be waved away. Very quickly, the star god boss's star god technique, Eternal Starlight, duration ended and reverted back to its normal human-sized humanoid form. Lu Yu also dissipated in his sword god form. However, everyone was without their god form. Lu Yu was even more unafraid of the star god boss, and the battle continued to unfold. At this time, Black Veil Beauty also returned to her full status and joined the battle. Once the star god boss transformed into a giant star god again, she withdrew from the battle, allowing Lu Yu, who had reincarnated as a sword god, to fend it off. Under this kind of wear and tear, the star god boss was also slowly having its bloodlines worn out. Roar! Demon god, don't even think about getting my legacy. The moment of death. The star god boss exploded for the last time. The original natural skill that would not be released was utilized by it at this moment. Only to see the body of the star god boss expanding extremely fast and the starlight surging in the extreme. Not good. The star god boss was going to self-destruct. Chapter 47 Desperate Situation. Mighty dark monster pushes across supernova. Rumble. A sound as if a star had exploded resounded through the third floor of the Hall of Stars as the star pillar was blown apart. Poof. Lu Yu and the Black Veiled Beauty were simultaneously stunned by the power of the explosion, and the equipment and clothing on their bodies were directly turned into powder. According to reason, such a horrific explosion power, the two are absolutely impossible to survive, but the two are just naked fainted on the ground, posture shameful stick together, and did not be blown to death. In Lu Yu's pet space, Little Red was eating delicious cat food, and the sun mark on his forehead burned up at some point. It was really close, the main silver was almost blown up. Murmured a sentence. Little Red narrowed her eyes and continued to eat the deliciousness. On the other side, the dark monster had filled its backpack with star source stones. A third-ranked backpack wasn't very big, but it was enough to hold millions of star source stones. In previous years, the monster camp had harvested more than 100,000 pieces of star source stones, so they could just surrender 150,000 pieces and the rest would be theirs. Looking at the star source stone vein, this dark monster had a crazy idea inside. It wanted to monopolize this huge resource. As for how to obtain the resources here, there was no hurry. When it was promoted to the 10th rank and became the new king of the Dark King City, at that time, it could arrange for its own personal guards at the level of dead soldiers to come and mine it once a year. With this kind of resource sustenance, becoming a divine servant was just around the corner, and in the future, one would have the chance to become an eternal demon god and start their own divine kingdom. Thinking of this, the dark monster opened his arms and let out an extremely evil maniacal laugh. The era belonging to me, Red Kuei, has come, yeah. With that, Red Kuei stepped into the teleportation array that returned to the ground. The next second, Red Kuei appeared above the Grand Canyon. Boom! The Red Kuei shattered a valley with one foot, causing a huge commotion. Everyone! An extremely evil aura was felt at the same time. It was the dark monster that had appeared. All of the heavenly pride who were at the bottom of the Grand Canyon's ground had their hearts shaken, and then immediately returned to the ground, preparing to face the dark monster. Rumble! The remnant monster lords, after receiving the king's summons, came back to kill. Although their numbers were small, their fighting strength was still full. You guys go block the group of monsters, don't let them come over to support the dark monsters. Kane gave orders to the non-supernova new generation. You guys also go. A few of the leaders of Shiryu also gave the same instructions. As the prideful people at the top of the new generation pyramid, they all had their own pride, and they all wanted to try out the battle power of the dark monsters. Of course. They also knew that if they went one-on-one, they would definitely not be a match for the dark monster. After all, it had a full body of epic-level equipment and a legendary demon blade. So, Kane Thunder Method, St. Peter Light Method, Shiryu Berserker, North Blade Assassin, Delice Priest, Shanyuan Chifrost Knight, Situi Archer, and Leighton Fist Warrior, the 8 supernovas had temporarily joined together to form a team, intending to challenge the dark monster. The advantage of teaming up was that one could avoid skills from hurting their allies. Ha! Where's that fat bastard?
Cain realized at this time that Thiatron was gone. Suddenly, a fat shadow appeared above the dark monster. Damn dark monster, eat the fat master's strike.
Thiatron was surprisingly the first to attack the dark monster alone, and the moment he struck, it was a deadly skill.
Deadly stinger. The dagger that originally bloomed with orange light seemed to be coated with green poison, releasing a dense turquoise poisonous aura. But it was unknown what skill the dark monster had released.
A strong rebound force hit Baileytong at once.
Boom! 5050. Thiatron was directly bounced off and spat out blood. Shoo!
The moment he was sent flying, Thiatron's left dagger hand switched to the hand crossbow weapon available to assassins and shot a life-threatening arrow. Raging Arrow Piercing Heart, third-order active skill, requires the weapon, crossbow, to be worn in order to be released. Very strong single killing power, possesses a piercing effect. The red Kuei froze for a moment. It didn't expect this oddball fatty to have learned a hand crossbow skill. Caught off guard. The red Kuei was hit in the back, and although the damage was high, it was irrelevant. It was only because it had high defense and blood. However, the fact that this fatty was able to injure it was enough to show that this fatty's talent was strong. Yeah, not bad nah, leave you alive, with your talent, you can stay by my side as a dog guard. Red Kuei turned around and pointed at the knocked away Baileytong and said arrogantly.
Do you big man? Just you black hair monster, give fat master me his toilet paper, I even think it sticks to my butt.
Baileytong fixed his stance, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and disliked him nonchalantly. The reason why Baileytong was so angry was because his parents had died tragically at the hands of a powerful dark monster. Therefore, seeing the dark monster, Baileytong naturally killed madly. This fat bastard, he's messing around again. Cain had a deep headache and had to fly over with speed. Facing the siege of 9 supernovas, Chikue was not afraid at all. Instead, he treated the 9 supernovas as his future dog guards. Only a new generation of the human race of this level was worthy of being its dog guards. Yeah, the human race has given birth to so many legendary celestial pride in this generation. It seems that all the luck is on me. Red Kuei, defeat you all, indenture you all, and you'll be good as my dogs. See how I'll reign over the world, and create a divine kingdom that belongs to me. Red Kuei drew his sword. With just a simple swing, he unleashed a black dragon blade aura, chopping at the crowd in an indiscriminate attack with a huge range of attacks.
Put. Ah!
With such a wide range of attacks, the damage was surprisingly still so high.
Dallas, quickly restore our blood. Baileytong shouted.
No wonder Grandpa's forehead was sweating even when he faced an S-rank dark monster of the same level. This kind of powerful monster, coupled with a superb equipment, was simply invincible at the same level. It was estimated that only Brother Fei was capable of overpowering it. But right now, Brother Yu is still in the Hall of Stars, and sending him a message didn't respond, so he's probably in some kind of trouble and can't come out for the time being.
I can't.
This dark monster's damage has a serious injury effect, and its equipment is too far ahead of ours, so I can't milk it. The staff in Dallas' hand was smoking, but everyone's blood level was still below half blood.
This was because the dark monster was merciful and didn't want to kill them. Otherwise,
it was estimated that without a few rounds of fighting, everyone would have to be turned into corpses. Once they were defeated, the rest of the group would quickly collapse, and many of them would die. Then, before it wants to kill us, let go of our defense and cut it down with all our might. Baileytong also stopped being invisible and directly transformed into a mangaka, fighting for his life. The others felt that it made sense and also directly fought to the death to release their skills. Dallas also stopped milking it and unleashed her damage skills on the dark monster. Seeing that 9 people dared to take advantage of its mercy to wrestle it, the red Kuei became furious.
Humble mole crickets, do you really think this king is merciful?
The king is not to be offended.
Prostrate yourselves, this is your only chance to live.
After saying that, the red Kuei disappeared in place. The crowd was startled. Suddenly, the red Kuei appeared in front of Beyblade, and his demonic sword slashed down, the blade transforming into a deathly black dragon.
Ow! Demonic dragon flash death dragon bellow. Poof! 14,200.
North Blade, who had more than 10,000 blood, was directly killed in seconds on the spot. His body turned into 2 halves and died in peace. Baileytong and the others were all in a cold sweat.
This dark monster would really decimate them.
The abyssal desperation enveloped the crowd. They had never imagined that death was so close at this moment.
Chapter 48, Star God Inheritance God's Proof.
I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. Once the 3 minutes are up, regardless of whether you submit or not, all of you will be executed. The red Kuei sat on the throne condensed by thunder, looking down at the 8 supernovas. His tone was flat but chilling. Hateful. If I were given a set of epic equipment, I would be able to go 50-50 with it. Cain squeezed his staff tightly, his eyes filled with resignation.
Golden-haired boy, are you planning to give up? When our grandfather and the others faced powerful dark monsters back in the day, how did they ever retreat under the pretext of being behind in equipment?
Baileytong said with determination in his eyes.
Fatty, what are you going to do then? Kay nodded, very much recognizing Fatty's words. For today's solution, the only way is to use that method. When the crowd heard this, they looked at Bailey Tong expectantly, guessing in their hearts that this fatty should have a means of preserving his life left behind by the dead son of the heavenly sword god. This is good. There is salvation. But who knows? Bailey Tong, however, shamelessly and loudly begged for help. Brother, you. Help. I need you. Put. The crowd vomited blood in their hearts. Nima. I thought you fatty had some powerful means, but it turns out it was a cry for help. Lu Yu was powerful. He is stronger than all of them. But the other party is a dark monster, and the legendary magic sword, Lu Yu, is even more powerful. I'm afraid that under the equipment gap, he is not a match for the dark monster, right? Besides, Lu Yu is still in the Hall of Stars. Lu Yu is still in the Hall of Stars, so it's a wonder he can hear your cry for help. This side. Inside the third floor of the Hall of Stars. Lu Yu woke up leisurely, only to feel that his mouth was wet and sweet and slippery, and he couldn't help but inhale a mouthful. Aha! The black-veiled beauty also reacted, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and she also slowly woke up. When the two opened their eyes at the same time, they were frozen. Only to see the two of them frankly seeing each other. The duo's minds just blanked out for a short while before immediately coming to their senses. They clearly knew that they didn't die. It was because they felt that marvelous feeling of skin-to-skin contact, as well as their respective thumping heartbeats. Swish! The black-veiled beauty's face suddenly turned scarlet. Lu Yu also had the natural reaction of a dragon raising its head. Yikes! The black-veiled beauty only felt rubbed against her, and with a shriek, she instantly jumped up. Wanting to pull out new equipment from her backpack to change into, she realized that she had no extra equipment in her backpack at all. Oops! The black-veiled beauty secretly screamed that it was bad, and immediately opened the extra domain mall again, wanting to randomly purchase a set of equipment to put on. Ding! Equipment cannot be purchased in the Star Illusion realm. What? The black-veiled beauty collapsed on the spot. She hadn't expected the day when her equipment would be shattered, so she hadn't prepared unusual clothes. She subconsciously looked back at Lu Yu and realized that Lu Yu was also looking at her. Under this confrontation, the black-veiled beauty instinctively looked downwards, and this time it was Lu Yu's turn to yelp in shock, immediately reaching out to cover her vital parts. Yikes! The black-veiled beauty screamed, covered her face, and violently twisted her head away. At this moment, her ears were red through and through, and she was so ashamed that she couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to drill into. And at this moment, the black-veiled beauty's perfect body and stunning face were all clearly seen by Lu Yu. You quickly turn around, not allowed to look. Otherwise, I'll gouge your eyes out. The black-veiled beauty turned her back to Lu Yu and extended her jade finger to point at Lu Yu angrily. Ahem. I didn't do it on purpose, just now the boss blew itself up, I was blown away, and after that I didn't know anything, we shouldn't have done anything. Lu Yu didn't turn around when he spoke. I know. The black-veiled beauty said through clenched silver teeth, then immediately said, Do you not have any spare equipment in your backpack either? Yes, I didn't realize that this place was still unable to purchase equipment. Lu Yu helplessly spread his hands, his extra equipment had long been taken to the Alliance Mall for consignment, and the prepared clothing had just run out. The black-veiled beauty smiled in shame and indignation. How is this person the same as himself, also do not know to put some spare equipment in the backpack? Now well, she is now naked, how to leave here? Also, the cheap all let this suddenly appeared out of the brat to take up all, before although they all fainted, but who knows whether they in the end have happened a little something. Thinking of this, the black-veiled beauty unconsciously looked downwards. Oops. What are you thinking about? The black-veiled beauty stamped her foot in anger. At this moment, Lu Yu was admiring the black-veiled beauty's attractive back while cruising around. No matter what, he had to find something to cover it up. After all, this is the land of the stars, and there is not even a single hair. Wait a minute. Lu Yu suddenly found a lot of broken materials on the ground. It looks like the hair is not like the hair, the skin is not like the skin, it should be the material left behind after the boss exploded itself at the beginning of the year. I don't care. Lu Yu immediately collected these materials and used his skillful craftsmanship to directly compile a skirt. Wearing it on his crotch had a primitive flavor. Well, this scene. What are you doing? The black-veiled beauty who didn't dare to turn around couldn't help but ask. I'm looking for something to cover my body, I'm already done, I've gotten you two as well, so you'll just put them on first. Saying that, Lu Yu had walked behind the black-veiled beauty. Feeling Lu Yu standing right behind her, the black-veiled beauty's little heart thumped once again. She didn't dare to turn back and reached out towards the back, saying, What is it? When she brought the two items over to have a look, her eyebrows knitted slightly, her face was ugly, this was too embarrassing. After hesitating for a moment, the black-veiled beauty could only put them on. This is good, two savages. After putting it on, the black-veiled beauty which just turned around, suddenly locked eyes with Lu Yu. Most afraid of the sudden quietness of the air. Ahem, that. Ha? What's that? Lu Yu, who wanted to break the awkwardness, suddenly saw the two items popped out by the Star God boss. Name, Hidden Profession Book. Description: can directly transform any profession into a hidden profession. Hidden profession book? Lu Yu's heart was startled and he was immediately overjoyed. This was an extremely rare and powerful profession. The reason why it was rare was because this profession couldn't be obtained through transferring, and only when completing S-rank advancement missions, there was a very low probability of triggering a hidden mission, and after completing it, one would be able to obtain a mysterious treasure chest reward. After completing it, you will be able to obtain a mysterious treasure chest reward. However, the Human Alliance, so far, only had one hidden occupation, and that was the heaven-opening sword god. As for whether or not the other forces had hidden professions, that shouldn't be the case, otherwise it wouldn't have been the Human Race Alliance alone. Lu Yu looked towards the second item. Name: Proof of God. Introduction: Divine Grade Props can only be triggered after advancing to the 10th level of the God's Trial Mysteries. Completing the trial will allow you to condense the God's Lattice, advance to the God's level, and increase your lifespan. Active effect can be triggered by placing it in the backpack, can refresh any skill effect once, including talent skills, cooldown 30 minutes. Tip: the number of proofs of God is fixed. The only way to coalesce a new proof of God is if the old God falls, as an inheritance from that God. Upon the death of the possessor, the proof of God will fall 100%. Hiss. Lu Yu sucked in a mouthful of cold air furiously. This Nemo was really a star god inheritance. As long as he upgraded to the 10th rank and completed the trial of God, then he would be a proper human true god. The black-veiled beauty also saw the item, her stunning face revealing infinite longing. But Lu Yu directly picked up the proof of God. The black-veiled beauty could only look at the hidden profession book with bated breath, wanting to say something. Lu Yu also wanted to pocket the hidden profession book, but he got a hint that each person could only obtain one heritage treasure of the star god. Lu Yu secretly screamed that it was a pity, or else he would have been able to become a hidden profession. You can take this hidden profession book. After all, you have made some effort. Lu Yu did a favor. This. Thanks. The black-veiled beauty was surprised, not expecting such a handsome and powerful swordsman to be so generous. Hidden profession, that was a phoenix-like existence. He wouldn't want to be responsible because he rubbed it in, right? Thinking of this, the black veil woman's face blushed once again before sending Lu Yu a friend request and fleeing as if she was leaving. Ding, Luo Changxian has sent you a friend application, do you agree? Luo Changxian, the name is rather as beautiful as the figure. Lu Yu couldn't help but recall the slippery, white and virginal scent from before. Agree. Chapter 49. Next, it's my turn to be your opponent. After exiting the third layer, Lu Yu realized that the entrance into the third layer had disappeared. In other words, from now on, the Hall of Stars only had 2 levels. Drops. At this time, Lu Yu suddenly received a large number of message alerts. Opening it up, he took a look. All of them were Fatty Bailey Tongs pleas for help. Brother Yu, help. I'm going to be killed by the dark monster. Without thinking about anything else, Lu Yu summoned Big White. Lu Yu summoned Big White and rushed to support him at a rapid pace. Right after Lu Yu left. On the second level, the Starlight Teleportation Array refreshed a King of Star Beasts boss, displaying an invincible dormant state, with an awakening countdown on it, 365 days. Heralding that the next time the Starlight Illusion Realm opened, it would be the Guardian here. 3 minutes had arrived. The dark monster Red Kuei rose from its throne, and none of the 8 supernovas in front of it chose to submit, which made the dark monster completely run out of patience. Anyway, knowing about such a huge resource treasure as the Star Source Stone Vein, powerful slaves were not revealed to be particularly important. Therefore, Red Kuei was no longer merciful. The demonic blade bloomed with a killing aura. It wanted to behead these human celestials, the flesh and blood as a delicacy, the bones and corpses as a treasure. It's over. The hearts of the crowd were shocked. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of escaping, but within the dark monster's territory, there was no chance to escape. In order to prevent the crowd from escaping, Red Kuei had opened the Red Demon Dragon domain, which temporarily territorialized 100 miles in a radius, with a large number of powerful monsters deriving from it. Of course, Red Kuei's domain did not only have the effect of deriving monsters, it also had the effect of suppressing the target and increasing its own body. It could be said that, within the domain, the Red Kuei had absolute dominance. Unless someone was able to ignore its domain, or there was a more powerful spell formation, domain, etc., to counteract the power of its domain. The Red Kuei had already raised its sword and started chanting a skill. The crowd instantly felt that a hellgate was slowly opening in front of them. Together, they resisted with all their might, and even if they died, they would gnaw off a piece of his flesh. Cain roared furiously. It was a matter of life and death. We must go all out. Demon Dragon / Dance of Death. Swoosh. The Red Kuei held a magic sword, as if the god of death had descended, cold-blooded, merciless, pronouncing death on the crowd. In a flash, Red Kuei killed in front of the crowd. Between the flashes of the knife, the crowd tried their best to resist, and even took out their own means, just to resist Red Kuei's dance of death. Clang. Fast. So fast that the phantoms were so heavy that they couldn't be recruited. Plop. Poof. Put.
Even with powerful defense props, special shields, and so on, the crowd was able to withstand a few hits at best, but the Red Kuei's dance of death continued.
Without the means of protection,
the crowd was chopped to pieces in an instant, and none of them could resist the Red Kuei's terrifying damage. As strong as Bailey Tong, with his speed suppressed, he was also quickly chopped up by a slash, and his buttocks were even cut out with large bloody marks, and his skin was split open.
Just a few breaths.
A group of supernovas were all bloodied, no longer able to fight. The Red Kuei, who was already not weaker than the talent of the crowd, coupled with a large gear lead and equipment, made the Red Kuei invincible and unrivaled.
The Dark Monster Royal Clan. Powerful as it is. Ta! Red Kuei pressed the demonic knife in his hand against the tip of Bailey Tong's nose, his expression cold. You fatty, you have the strongest killing intent towards this king. This king will dismantle you big time. I will dismantle you.
Even if Bailey Tong were to die, he would choose to die hard, never as a soft egg.
Still talking tough.
Red Kuei huffed and was ready to physically cut this fat man in public.
The others coughed up blood and despaired, unable to do anything.
Seeing the dark monster slashing at him, Bailey Tong's mouth was hard, but inside he was already panicked, his eyes closed in fear. Just a moment before the body of the fat man who was about to be chopped, a stream of light paddled out from the bottom of the canyon and quickly came to Bailey Tong's side. Clang! The sound of swords colliding instantly resounded. The crowd fixed their eyes and were stunned, only to see a bare-chested, dirt-covered, disheveled-haired savage wearing an unknown apron appear, and with the sword in his hand, he resisted the dark monster's demonic blade. Not far behind Luyu, the black-veiled beauty also managed to arrive at the battlefield. Learning that the dark monster had pushed all the heavenly pride sideways, so she had also rushed to support her, but was just a step slower than Luyu. At the moment, even though she had changed into her new equipment, she was also covered in dirt and her hair was scattered, in the same shape as Luyu. Bailey Tong heard the commotion and opened her small eyes. When she saw Luyu's savage-like and magnificent figure, Bailey Tong froze for a moment and then cried with joy. Brother, you're finally back. If you come one step later, you won't be able to see me. This pouncing black hair monster is too bullying. It cut my ass apart.
Ha! Brother Feather, awesome.
Entering a hall of stars and bringing back a sister-in-law with such a wow body.
Bailey Tong glanced at the black-veiled beauty and his little eyes blinked spiritually. Great White, take him away. Luyu didn't have time to pay attention to Bailey Tong. He stared dead on at the powerful enemy dark monster in front of him. This was the most powerful enemy of the same level that Luyu had ever seen, far stronger than the S-Class Monster Lord that he had encountered in Stone City. Name, Magic Dragon Man Red Kuei. Identity, Dark Monster Princes. Rank, S-Class. Rank, LV 93rd Order. Blood, 400,000. Legendary Talent, Red Devil Dragon Domain. Skills, Magic Dragon Chopping Dance of Death, Magic Dragon Transformation Dark Evil Dragon Breaking.
Introduction from one of the 7 kingdoms of the Dark Monster world, the Demon Dragon human race, born with the legendary domain talent of the king's bloodline, destined to become the new king of the Dark King City in the future as long as he doesn't fall down early. The Great White gets the order and takes off with a handful of Thiatron's ass in his mouth.
Yahoo, my butt is hurt. Big White brother, you gently gripped.
Seeing the prey under the sword being taken away, the Red Kuei didn't stop it. In its view, as long as it solved the swordsman in front of it, who gave it an inexplicable threat, the others, feel free to ravage. The last of the duo, the swordsman with the potential of a sword god, you have finally appeared. The Red Kuei sized up Luyu, but the Luyu styling at the moment was really too wild. Without any sword god temperament, it would not be too much to say that it was a wild man who had picked up a sword. Buzz. Luyu directly repurchased a set of level 90 orange swordsman equipment and manifested it, which gave him that hint of transcendent Big Brother flavor.
Next, it's my turn to be your opponent.
Luyu swung away the Red Kuei and waved his hand, signaling the others to quickly move away to heal their wounds. Kane and the others hurriedly withdrew. There was no possibility for them to intervene in a sparring match of this level. This was already considered to be the pinnacle of the match between the younger generation of the human race and the dark monsters. The black-veiled beauty had seen Luyu's divine might, so she naturally knew that with Luyu's hand, this dark monster would be dead, so she retreated to the side. Purple Rose, this is your last chance. Once Luyu and the dark monster are both defeated, you'll quickly seize Luyu's genes, and it's best to seize the dark monster's genes as well. Lexington did not forget the primary matter of seizing Luyu's genes. Purple Rose, who was on the side, understood and found a safe place to hide, waiting for the opportunity to come. Luyu, you are the only human race that can put pressure on this king. This king will give you a chance. If you lose, be this king's personal guard, differentiate yourself from a dog slave. No problem. If you can survive under my sword. At those words, the Red Kuei froze for a moment, then let out a crazy evil laugh, causing the supernovas healing in the distance to frown. Yeah, arrogant, what an arrogant youngster race. This king recognizes you. I hope you can make this king enjoy himself.
The Red Kuei unleashed the Red Demon Dragon domain with all its might. It wanted to be absolutely invincible and make the human teenager in front of it completely bow down. The terrifying Red Demon Dragon domain formed a gray zone, and floating shadows of red demon dragons constantly appeared. This dark monster's domain was so strong. Lu Yu is afraid that he is in danger. Sure, you spoke out in horror. Afraid of nothing, my brother Yu is invincible. Ouch ouch, big white brother, I am safe, you can put me down, stop holding me in your mouth. Bailey Tong ass are almost painful tears wildly. Big white, the master only said to carry you away, did not say when to put down. Lu Yu knew that it would be difficult to defeat the dark monster in front of him without assuming the form of a sword god. The equipment gap was indeed too great. Talent releases the sword god form. At this time, Lu Yu was ready to expose his sword god identity, and had accumulated enough gold anyway. Wasn't that the hero who saved Stone City, the mysterious young sword god? He was Lu Yu? Everyone in the Human Alliance was shocked. Xia Yan was also petrified on the spot by the shock, and Delice's beautiful eyes were even flooded with a strange spring light. Lu Yu was really that young sword god? Li Roll and the others were confused. At that time in Stone City, Lu Yu admitted that he was the young sword god, but he was laughed at by them for a long time, not realizing that he was really the mysterious young sword god that the Alliance headquarters had issued a great reward to look for. At this moment, they lowered their heads in shame and remorse. The big brother had been by their side all along, but they hadn't properly grasped the opportunity. If the heavens could give them a chance to start over, they would definitely hold onto Lu Yu's leg tightly, the kind that would kill them and not let go. The sword rose. Lu Yu swung his sword. The monster punishing divine sword formation was released in an instant. The gray area was covered by sword light, and the Red Kuei's powerful domain was instantly suppressed. How is this possible? Red Kuei was astonished. What kind of terrifying skill was this? Chapter 50 beat the out of the darkness king clan. Was that the effect of his talent? No. His natural effect was a transformation. There couldn't be any other active effect. It should be a special skill that came with his transformation. As the royal family of dark monsters, Red Kuei had seen a lot. But spare me the trouble. It still found it unbelievable. Because the skills attached to the transformation, by all rights, could not suppress the effects of its legendary domain. Unless the other party's skill exceeded the 10th rank. But this was even more unreasonable. Just what kind of powerful talent would come with such a terrifying skill? Mythic rank. These three words popped up in Red Kuei's mind. Only a mythic grade talent could be so beyond common sense. This guy had drawn a mythic rank talent? Are you kidding me? A mythic rank talent, shouldn't that be a talent only possessed by gods? How long has it been since the Blue Star world entered the age of transformation? No matter how you think about it, it's impossible for someone to draw a mythic rank talent. Wait a minute. He couldn't be the reincarnation of the sword god from the ancient era of the monster world, could he? There was an ancient legend in the Dark Kingdom that there was a great sword god who chilled the dark world for billions of miles with a single sword. If it wasn't for the dark great demon god awakening and killing him, I'm afraid that there would have long been no dark monster clan in this world. The Dark Lord had left a word, although the god of swords died, but his soul disappears. And the human teenager in front of him, in an era where it was impossible to draw a god-level talent, had drawn a god-level talent, or a sword god-related talent. Therefore, Red Kuei had to wonder if the other party could be the reincarnation of the ancient sword god. Then the sword formation released after the other party's transformation should be a sword god technique, otherwise it would never be possible to fully suppress its domain. Kill. This son cannot be kept. Red Kuei was shocked and panicked. If this guy was given the opportunity to grow to the 10th rank, with his god-level talent, he would 100% sweep through Dark King City. So, Red Kuei went all out. The domain was suppressed, but it didn't affect its output. It thought to itself that with a set of epic-level equipment and a legendary magic blade, it should be able to overpower this teenage sword god. Demonic dragonization. Zira. Roar. Red Kuei transformed into a huge and ugly tens of meters huge dark demonic dragon, covered in black smoke clouds. Its black dragon scales refracted deathly ghostly light in the starlight, somewhat similar to the western lizard dragons, but much fiercer than the lizard dragons. Under the effect of the legendary magic blade, its sharp claws were even sharper and came with the special bleeding effect of the magic blade. A claw ripped and came, the black and gray claw-ons were visible to the naked eye, and the sky seemed to be torn apart. This dark monster is so strong. The supernovas were all secretly shocked. Even if the other party had the same equipment as themselves and others, it would be difficult to defeat it. The dark monster was known as the nightmare of the human race. It really wasn't a joke. Only the Black Veil Beauty, although her beautiful eyes were also surprised at the power of the dark monster, she was only surprised for a moment. Because after using the Star God Inheritance Hidden Profession book, she had been promoted to a more advanced hidden profession, and her talent had been transformed to perfectly fit the profession. It could be said that she was confident that she could compete with the dark monsters. But at best, 46. Equipment was ultimately the hard part. Demon slaying sword drawing technique. With just one blow,
Lu Yu cut off the wings of the demonic dragon, and the demonic sealing effect attached to this sword technique directly caused Red Kuei's demonic dragonization to end prematurely.
Impossible. Such a powerful sword god skill, and he even had two of them?
Purple-black blood flowed out of the Red Kuei's back, completely different from the derived monster's green blood. It had lost a large chunk of its blood, but it still had a fighting chance.
But in the next second, flying swords appeared above its head. And Lu Yu
had already finished his chant and raised his hand to release the third sword divine technique, Divine Sword Storm.
If Lu Yu didn't make a move, he would do it to the death.
Because Lu Yu knew that against such a powerful dark monster, he must not give it the slightest bit of time to catch its breath, otherwise, it would be hard to say that it had a special means of quickly returning to full blood. The terrifying Excalibur appeared. At this moment, in the Red Kuei's eyes, there were nothing but swords. These sharp swords all possessed a penetrating effect, encircling it heavily, with no way to retreat.
Damn it!
If this continues, this king will surely die under his swords. With the serious injury effect of the monster punishing divine sword formation in place, the Red Kuei's blood recovery speed couldn't keep up with Lu Yu's rate of consumption.
There's no way out, we can only utilize the dark secret skill.
Red Kuei immediately made the decision to burn the demonic dragon blood in his body, forming a strange blood shield. This was the unique dragon blood secret skill of the dark demonic Dragonman clan. Although it would weaken for a long time after using it, it could save one's life at critical moments.
Ding!
The divine sword that could have originally injured Red Kuei could only inflict the mandatory 1 point of damage at this moment. Lu Yu's gaze was slightly condensed.
He didn't expect his opponent to have such a life-saving method. This black-haired monster is still really strong now.
It seems that Brother Yu was unable to directly second that dark monster. Bailey Tong was still being held by Great White, but after being milked by the other priests for a few mouthfuls, his ass was also temporarily free of blood. Soon, Lu Yu's 3 great sword divine technique effects passed.
Yeah, the transformation effect has passed, right? Cough cough, failed to kill this king, then next, it's you who will die.
Red Kuei was half kneeling on the ground, extremely weak, and his blood bar was only 1 left, but his face was covered with a victorious smile. Without the sword god form, I can still kill you in seconds. Lu Yu stood with his sword. Although the modeling wasn't great, it still gave off a stern and domineering feeling. With the special effect of the proof of God, Lu Yu could completely transform into the sword god once again, and even if this dark monster had any more cards, it would only have one way to die.
Then come and try this king in seconds.
As the words fell, Red Kuei took out a mysterious prop from his backpack and said with an evil smile, "This is the treasure that this king obtained on the first floor of the Hall of Stars, the star horn, which can summon star beasts."
What?
The faces of the crowd changed.
Summon star beasts? Not good. Got to stop it.
But the Red Kuei had already blown the star horn, and mysterious star runes formed a huge star formation in the sky.
Buzz. In the next second,
thousands of star beasts from the star illusion realm were summoned, forming a huge star beast army that surrounded everyone.
The massive size of the huge beasts was intimidating. Roar!
The multitude of star beasts let out a long roar to the sky, and that thunderous roar was like 10,000 thunders pouring down, and everyone covered their ears in pain as their heads buzzed.
Oh my god! So many star beasts? How is this going to be dealt with? Some people trembled in fear.
This star beast was much harder to deal with than a lord monster. They have a lot of blood, thick defense, and full control. Once they unleashed their uninterrupted control, combined with the monster lord's attack, the consequences were unimaginable. The black-veiled beauty also changed her face. With so many star beasts gathered together and still following the dark monster's orders, that control effect alone would be enough to sweep everyone away.
Lu Yu even became grave.
He guessed that the treasures on the first floor of the Hall of Stars were obtained by the dark monster, but he didn't realize that they were disposable props for summoning the star beasts, so this was difficult. Even if he transformed into the sword god again, with the 70 control reduction effect, he would probably be controlled to death. This is not a few hundred star beasts, but tens of thousands of them. Seconds can't be lost.
All star beasts listened to the order. Control that swordsman, control everyone.
Red Kuei ordered, then looked at the monster henchmen and shouted, "You bunch of losers, cooperate with the star beasts to exterminate them."
The crowd of monster lords chattered and led the order. Just then,
Little Red stood up in the pet space, twisted his neck and pinched his cat's paw. A strange fluctuation emanated from Little Red's forehead, and all the star beasts that were preparing to release their controlled sound waves collectively trembled and looked horrifiedly in Lu Yu's direction.
Bang!
The star horn in Red Kuei's hand violently exploded.
This shocking change. The monsters were confused.
The crowd was also confused. Lu Yu was also filled with questions.
The next second,
the group of star beasts instantly turned against their bones and unleashed control sound waves at the monsters, and the crowd was stunned. What's going on?
No!
The Red Kuei wasn't sure what was happening, but without the star horn, it had no hope of winning.
Lu Yu returned to his senses and hurriedly took the opportunity to completely decimate the dark monster. Soon, With the star beast's weird anti-bone, none of the Lord monsters could escape and were easily blown away by the crowd. Brother Yu, you're too good, how did you do it?
Bailey Tong flew to Lu Yu's side despite his image.
I didn't do anything, do you believe me? Lu Yu said seriously. I understand. You understand.
Lu Yu looked around and didn't find anything, so he could only attribute it to the star god inheritance. It could be that when the star horn encounters someone with the star god's inheritance, there will be a backlash effect, which is considered to be the star god's blessing.
Brother Yu, quickly see if the dark monsters have popped out any equipment. Bailey Tong hurriedly laughed.
Lu Yu came to the corpse of the dark monster and an item that emitted a red glow shone next to the corpse.
Epic level. Chapter 51 Hidden Profession, Star Martial Artist.
Lu Yu thought that it was an epic level equipment and picked it up, but it was a bag type item.
Name, Space Bag Props. Grade, Epic. Effect, can open a huge space to collect non-living items. It turned out to be an epic prop. It seems that monsters don't explode equipment above orange quality is true. At this moment,
the epic level equipment and the level 90 legendary magic blade on the dark monster Red Kuei had automatically disappeared, presumably by the mysterious power of the monster world. It was hard to say that it wasn't the power of a super 10th order monster, the purpose of which was to make it impossible for the human race to obtain equipment above orange color by killing monsters. Brother Yu, quickly look at what's inside, maybe there's epic equipment too.
Bailey Tong's small eyes released a fine light. Epic level equipment.
A single one was enough to drive countless people crazy.
Lu Yu opened it and instantly, bright starlight overflowed.
This is a lot of star source stones. A bag full of star source stones.
This amounted to 1 million. Lu Yu and Bailey Tong's eyes went straight as they watched.
Just now, Lu Yu was wondering how he killed the dark monster without popping out a single star source stone, but it turns out that they're all in this space bag. Brother Yu, stable, completely stable, casually take out a little, we can wrap up the top two.
Bailey Tong smiled like a chrysanthemum. Lu Yu nodded. At the same time,
Lu Yu was even more certain that the starlight teleportation array on the second level of that Hall of Stars was teleporting towards the land of the star source stone vein. Otherwise, it was impossible for this dark monster to obtain so many star source stones in just a few days.
With this one piece of information, it was enough for the Alliance to greatly commend itself. In the words of Release War Dance, that would be enough to be a hero of the human race. After putting the spatial bag into his backpack, Lu Yu then came to the side of the crowd. The monsters have been exterminated, so everyone can rest assured that they can go and look for star source stones. Thank you, big brother, for saving my life.
Sure, you and the others sincerely thanked him, and one by one, they bid farewell and left. Although St. Peter was not too willing, he thanked them and then led the group away to search for the star source stones. Now that there was no more threat from the monsters, they could go searching with peace of mind. Only the black-veiled beauty did not leave, but came to Lu Yu's side and expressed her desire to join Lu Yu's squad. Lu Yu didn't refuse and directly pulled her into the squad. He still had to find a way to get the other party not to reveal that he had obtained the proof of God. Bailey Tong was there hee-hee-giggling, looking at the black-veiled beauty every now and then, looking at Brother Yu, revealing an I get it look. What do you call sister-in-law? Swish. When Bailey Tong said one sentence, the black-veiled beauty instantly blushed profusely, but fortunately it was covered with a veil, so that it wasn't seen.
Don't call me randomly.
The black-veiled beauty pouted, then took off her hidden prop mask, which revealed her name, occupation, and rank.
Name, Luo Qingxian.
Hidden profession, star martial artist.
Rank, LV 93rd Order. Hidden occupation?
Bailey Tong's little eyes popped out.
The mysterious beauty that Brother Yu brought back is a hidden profession just like Grandpa? Holy! Which power is secretly cultivating a super pride? I've never heard of it. It's a hidden profession. So far, besides his grandfather, this is the second hidden profession he's seen. Star martial artist? Lu Yu pondered for a moment.
That Luo Qingxian's original profession was martial artist, a special profession where combos were the specialty of the profession.
There were very few equipment restrictions.
Unlike a mage who could only use a staff, or a swordsman who could only use a sword, this profession had a wide variety of weapons, whether it was gloves, swords, or clubs, depending on what skills you majored in. And do not need very powerful equipment, can also hit a huge damage, belongs to the civilian popular profession. But the prerequisite is that you must have extremely high martial arts fighting talent, just like this Luo Qingxian, who can hit a perfect 12-strike combo with the highest rank of the 3rd rank. Otherwise, then you wouldn't be able to utilize the true explosive power of a martial artist. This Luo Qingxian now became a hidden profession, and her skills would also be promoted to hidden skills. That comprehensive battle power was definitely second only to him, and a few points stronger than Fatty. It's nothing. On the 3rd floor of the Hall of Stars, we teamed up to defeat the Guardian boss, each obtained the Star God's inheritance, and she got the hidden profession book. Lu Yu casually explained.
What? Bailey Tong's expression was exaggerated. Brother Yu, with such a good thing, why don't you call me? Oh, if I had known, I would have followed Brother Yu all the way. Bailey Tong regretted it. His intestines are green with regret. If he had followed him in, it's hard to say that he would have been able to obtain some kind of star god inheritance and get a hidden profession book. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in the world. No way. In the future, if we break into any secret realm or special place, we must follow Brother Yu closely. I want to be Brother Yu's exclusive dog skin ointment. Brother Yu, what did you get? Your profession hasn't become a hidden profession either. I got something that's temporarily useless. I can't use it until after the 10th rank. Oh, it's useless? What is it? It's just a proof, you'll know later. Luo Qingxian rolled her beautiful white eyes. Proof of God is still useless? Believe it or not, if you release the news, it will directly trigger a major civil war in the human race, and all the 10th Order bigwigs will fight to the death to grab it? In that case, the crowd went forward to look for star source stones on their own. Lu Yu's trio rowed Big White into the sea to look for star source stones. After all, not many people dared to come looking for the star source stones at the bottom of the sea because the star beasts at the bottom of the sea were the most numerous. Darius wanted to say something. She was also very regretful. Previously, Bailey Tong had invited her to join the squad, but she had refused. This refusal, even if she completely missed the opportunity to hug Lu Yu's thigh. On the other side, Purple Rose returned to Lexington's side and shook her head helplessly. I thought it would be an evenly matched battle to the death, but I didn't realize that we still underestimated Lu Yu's combat power, and the dark monsters were hung up on him, so I didn't find an opportunity. Lexington didn't blame Purple Rose, he had also watched the entire battle just now. It seems that we can only collect the star source stones first and ask the Lord President for instructions when we return. Saying that, Lexington threw the corpse of the dark monster Red Kuwait to Purple Rose. Although we can't get Lu Yu's genes, getting the corpse of the dark monster is a big gain. Purple Rose, while it's still hot, maybe we have a chance to get the dark monster's genes. This. Good. And so, Purple Rose took the Red Kuwait corpse, found a hidden place, and started a crazy bloody battle. Brother Lu Yu, this mount of yours is the number 1's mount in the mount ranking, the Moon White Dragon Cult, isn't it? It's so beautiful. Luo Qingxian's beautiful eyes were colorful. That's right. Lu Yu didn't deny it. Hey, Brother Yu, why don't you give it to your sister-in-law as a token of love? Pa. Lu Yu was furious and gave this fat man a slap on the back of the head. You talk too much. Alas. Sister-in-law save me. Bailey Tong aggrieved. Luo Qingxian pursed her lips and smiled. This smile was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. Lu Yu couldn't help but peek a few times. Only Luo Changxian's eyes had a slight loss in them, and she didn't know what was wrong with her. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Fortunately, at this time, a star beast appeared in front of the seabed, and Lu Yu's trio began to battle the star beasts to obtain star source stones. Time rushed. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Today, the star illusion world would close. At this time, the three great war gods of the Alliance headquarters had already gathered in the square. Their majestic looks carried a bit of tension. Although this generation is known as the Golden Generation, the monsters are not vegetarians. It is not known if half of them can come back alive. Not long. The star illusion realm above the sky erupted with infinite starlight, and the entrance began to close. Immediately after, a starlight teleportation array also appeared on the originally empty square. They had returned. Chapter 52. My grandson has the style of my year. In previous years, the survival rate was less than 10, and the star source stones brought back were only about 10,000, and star source stones have long been in short supply, so I hope that this time will break the record. Heavenly God Hodman said expectantly. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. As time goes by, the monsters are getting stronger and stronger. Once the Dark King City gives birth to another new king, then our human race will once again enter the age of supreme darkness. I hope that this time they can bring back 40,000 star source stones so that we can take out an additional 10,000 to build a magic formation cannon and go attack that place again. Dragon Blood Battle God Shi Tianxing's expression was also a bit tense. This was a moment that concerned the strategy of the entire human race alliance. 40,000 pieces? Old release you're also too high on them. Even though they are the golden generation, it would be heavily if they could bring back 20,000 of them. The heaven-opening sword god Bailey Zhangfeng knows that the monsters are getting stronger and stronger, and their new generation is also definitely stronger than the ones from previous years. In between conversations, the crowd returned. One look at the number. There were more than 6,000 people. What's the situation? More than 60% of the people returned? A survival rate of over 60%? How is this possible? The three great war gods were collectively dumbfounded. The other bigwigs at headquarters were also dumbstruck. The entire square was instantly silent. Only the new generations were talking in low voices, their faces beaming with smiles of rebirth after the robbery. There were those who were discussing the number of star source stones they had obtained. There were those discussing Lu Yu. There were those who were discussing the good news they would give to their families after the trial was over.
All of them were quiet and now lined up, one by one placing the star source stones they had obtained on the ground in order to facilitate the registration to confirm the ranking of the trial. It was only after a while that Release War Dance stood out to preside. Only then did the crowd take out the star source stones from their backpacks one by one.
In an instant, the starlight in the large square shone. My God! So many?
The crowd of bigwigs were once again confused. They just swept a glance and realized that the smallest ones all had about 10 star source stones. Wouldn't that mean that there were nearly 100,000 star source stones in all of the guarantees this time?
Holy! Is this group of new generations so fierce? Did they all avoid the monster attacks perfectly? Or did the dark monsters not go to the star illusion realm this time?
There was a special registration officer who was quickly registering, and it didn't take long for all of them to register.
Kane, Xianyuanqi, Situi, Delis, Luyu, Bailey Tong, where are you six? Why don't you bring them out?
Shi Zhanmai walked over. Luyu and Bailey Tong looked at each other and smiled. They weren't in a hurry, they had to take it out last, as long as they had a little more than the other four by then. Only then did a few of the Canes come forward, and one by one, they took out their harvest for this time. They knew that first and second place would definitely go to Luyu and Bailey Tong, and the four of them could only compete for the bottom three. That was to say, there would be a supernova who would be eliminated and unable to obtain the secret realm ticket. Hiss!
So many?
Dallas was the first to take out the star source stones, and Release War Dance also had to stare with wide eyes.
5,269 pieces.
This was already more than 1,000 more star source stones than she had obtained back then. However, after seeing the number of star source stones of the other three people, Shi Zhanmai was devastated. All of them were more than she had that year.
Situi, 5,370 stones. Xianyuanqi, 5,400 stones. Kane, 6,125 stones.
When Dallas saw the number of star source stones of the other three, she immediately looked despondent. She lost and only got the 6th place. But soon Dallas was back with a smile on her face. In her opinion, coming back alive this time was the best reward.
Ha, good. Good. Truly worthy of being my good grandson. My grandson has the demeanor I had back then.
Seeing his grandson Kane obtaining so many star source stones, Heavenly God Haldeman laughed in a rare dejected frenzy. The three great war gods then couldn't care less about their identities, and for the first time, they personally walked off the high platform and came before the new generations.
Great harvest. A heavenly bounty.
Such a large amount of star source stones could support the operation of the Alliance's various warzone spell formations for a very long time, and could even build a few more magic formation cannons for the warzones below.
Bailey Zongfeng's eyes were filled with envy towards Haldeman. Look at other people's grandchildren, and then look at your own grandchildren. Why is the gap between grandson and grandson so big? Reverse grandson, where is yours?
The crowd then looked at Bailey Tong and Luyu in unison. The new generations wanted to know just how many star source stones the strongest duo had obtained. The other uninformed bigwigs only thought that the only grandson of the heaven-opening sword god didn't have much to gain and was too embarrassed to bring it out to humiliate and offer. As for Luyu, they also defaulted to the same as Bailey Tong, not having much to gain. But when Luyu was the first to take it out, all the bigwigs were stunned.
This 10,000 pills?
Shi Zhanmai counted it several times. There was no mistake. It was indeed 10,000 pills.
It wasn't. How did this ordinary teenage swordsman obtain nearly twice as many star source stones as Kane? How did he do it?
Not to mention her, the three great war gods were all full of questions.
Hey, Grandpa, you have to keep your word.
Bailey Tong originally wanted to take out 20,000 of them, but after thinking about it, he still took out 10,001 of them, and the rest would be perfect to find a chance to exchange them with Grandpa for something good in the future. Seeing his grandson take out 10,001 star source stones, Bailey Zongfeng first froze for a moment, then suspected that he was hallucinating. For a good while. Ah, truly worthy of being my Bailey Zongfeng's grandson, my grandson has the demeanor I had back then.
Hodman rolled his eyes. Could you open Sky Sword God? You're taking my lines to bury me, aren't you? In this way.
Bailey Tong won the first place in this Scarlet Trial, and his name was engraved on the Scarlet Trial monument as a souvenir, and he was entitled to one reward benefit from the Alliance every year. Luyu also successfully obtained a ticket to the Misty Mysteries, only that the Misty Mysteries would not open for another half a year. As for the other rewards of the Alliance, Luyu is not eye-catching, it is only a pet or equipment rewards, these he has. Soon. Everyone had each received a strong reward from the Alliance, and even Li Roll and the others had each received a set of at least green quality third-order equipment, and their strength had increased substantially. Dillies, who hadn't been qualified for a ticket, was also exceptionally rewarded with a ticket by the three great war gods, which made Dillies very joyful. The new generation who had obtained tickets to the secret realm stayed behind, while the others returned to their respective war zones. The three great war gods then brought Luyu's six to the highest conference room of the headquarters. Release War Dance and a group of Alliance bigwigs also followed. They were all curious. What exactly had happened to the crowd in the Star Illusion realm to have such a huge harvest and survival rate? This time, the Scarlet Trial had brought back more than 100,000 Star Source stones, more than 10 times more than previous years.
This was very unreasonable. The Golden Generation shouldn't be this powerful.
Kane, as the chief team of this Scarlet Trial, tell us what happened inside, which made you guys have such a huge harvest.
Haldeman looked to his grandson.
But Kane got up and shook his head. Grandpa, I'm not qualified to say. It's better to let Bailey Tong, or Big Brother Liu say it.
HM?
The big brothers were confused.
What's the situation? Kane said he wasn't qualified? And what the hell is this Liu Big Brother?
Bailey Tong hemmed and hawed and laughed nervously, feeling for the first time that being blown off by a golden-haired boy was so soothing.
Good grandson, stop laughing and tell us what's going on.
Bailey Zongfeng was also very curious. Get face signaled. Bailey Tong then slowly got up, coughed twice, drank a cup of 82 years of cola, which popped out a sentence. Actually, there's not much to say. It's that my big brother, that is, this valiant and invincible, rakish and handsome junior supreme Liu, decapitated the dark monster and destroyed the Lord Monster in a group. Big brothers. Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce, my brother Yu is the young sword god who saved Stone City, as well as the owner of the first place Moon White Dragon cult on the Mount ranking list. I'm done talking. Bailey Tong sat down coolly. The big brothers were directly petrified on the spot. P.S. I hope you big brother point a rush, give a 5-star praise, thank you. The gifts there are free with love power to reach 1,000 plus a chapter. The 53rd chapter has too many surprises, and for a while the old heart was a bit overwhelmed.
Liu decapitated the dark monster? The group destroyed the other Lord Monsters? S-class dark monsters. The royal family of monsters. How difficult it was to kill this kind of monster. The three great war gods had a deep understanding. It can be said that it was difficult to kill an S-class dark monster alone, even with a group attack, and it was good enough to defend oneself. In the history of the Human Alliance's transmigration, there was no great battle record of killing an S-class dark monster so far. Unexpectedly, this blank record can finally be added today. Release War Dance even looked at Liu with wild eyes. How could such a heaven-defying teenager not make her blood boil as a warrior? Her expression at the moment was exactly the same as when Shiryu first saw Liu, both wanting to see how powerful Liu was. However, this was the highest meeting room, so she restrained herself. Is what Bailey Tong said true? Dragon Blood War God release Tianxing looked towards the other supernovas. The supernovas all nodded their heads. It was the truth. The three great war gods rose directly to their feet, their faces still covered in incredulity and great surprise. Knowing what had happened in the Star Illusion realm, the three great war gods immediately told the others to exit the conference room first, and the three war god descendants, Bailey Tong, Kane, and Sure War Dance, stayed behind instead. Little brother, is it possible to incarnate as a sword god for me to see? Bailey Zongfeng opened his mouth with great anticipation. Sword God Senior, please look. Since it was all well known, Liu also displayed it openly. The stronger his potential was, the more attention he would get from the big brothers. Buzz. As soon as the sword god form came out, Liu's entire body was filled with sword chi, and just by standing there, he gave off a great sword might. Especially Bailey Zongfeng, who was a hidden swordsman profession, could clearly feel how pure the sword momentum in Liu's body was, more than 10 times purer than him. This was the true potential of a sword god. Far better than him, the self-appointed sword god. It was really a teenage sword god that had appeared in Stone City. Sky God Hodman marveled. The owner of the S-Mount Moon White Dragon cult that they had mobilized the Human Alliance's energy to search for, the Stone City sword god that they had enacted a large bounty to search for, they did not expect it to be an unheard of new generation. With regards to this new generation, Bailey Zongfeng had knowledge of it. The last time he went to the F War Zone to look for his grandson, he learned that his grandson was close to a civilian swordsman named Liu, only that he never expected that this civilian swordsman possessed the potential of a true sword god. With such a talent, it must be a god-level talent. The birth of an unprecedented god-grade talent transfigurator for the human race. Now the human race's wish to expel the monsters and restore their homeland is expected to be realized. Fiercely, Bailey Zongfeng looked at his grandson Bailey Tong, blowing his beard and glaring. Did you know about this a long time ago? Yes. But at that time, I told Grandpa that I worshipped a super powerful big brother in the F War Zone. Grandpa, you directly hanged me. I remember at that time, Grandpa said that those who are close to the strong are strong and those who are close to the weak are weak. Let me learn more from Kane, Battle Dance Sister and the others. Bailey Tong's sincere little eyes looked at Bailey Zongfeng for a while old face. Ahem. Nonsense. When did Grandpa say that those who are strong near you are strong and those who are weak near you are weak? Besides, Grandpa didn't know that the big brother you worshipped was this young sword god Liu. Bailey Zongfeng glared at his headache-ridden grandson before smilingly looking at Liu. After confirming Liu's identity as the junior sword god and knowing the whereabouts of the S-ranked mount, the Moon White Dragon cult, then some major strategies of the Human Alliance could make some changes.
As long as this Luyu leveled up, the human race had no worries about restoring their homeland, and perhaps one day, the human race could even counterattack the monster world and create a whole new future. We must cultivate Luyu with all our might. Luyu, we three old guys won't beat around the bush, you have god-level talent, you are the future of our human race, we intend to cultivate you with all our strength. When you advance to the 10th rank, you will directly serve as the 4th god of war for our human race alliance. I don't know, what do you think? Feel free to mention any conditions. The three great war gods immediately made their intentions clear, their demeanor a little tense for fear of Luyu's refusal. Release War Dance and Kane were dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen the three great war gods so nervous, and it was for a new generation. However, once they thought that Luyu was a genuine god-level talent with the qualifications of a sword god, they were relieved. As long as Luyu was willing to fight for the human race, even if he wasn't a member of the Human Race Alliance, the three great war gods were afraid that they would make an exception and let him become the 4th war god. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that if Luyu wanted to unify the alliance in the future and override the war gods, the three great war gods would also agree without hesitation. Because, in their hearts, the future of the human race trumped everything. Three seniors, before the Star Illusion realm was even closed, I had already made my decision. The things I pursue are simple, nothing but two, the peace and happiness of my family and becoming the first easy sword immortal in the Blue Star world. Therefore, it's fine to let me be the 4th war god of the human alliance, but the prerequisite is that I have to have absolute freedom, and if there is an important battle, I will participate in it, just like the duties of a monster hunter. Luyu was also straightforward. No problem at all, unless we encounter a major war of life and death concerning the human race, otherwise, we will never let you go out before you are promoted to the 10th rank. In addition, in our personal name, we will open privileges for you, all the warzone battlefields, you don't need to apply, you can go, your skill books, equipment, battle pets, gemstones, etc., as well as the gold coins used, as well as the manpower for practicing, we will give you the proper arrangements. The three great war gods were happy like never before. With such a future sword god joining them, the future of the human race was bright and infinite, and their luck would be the most prosperous ever. Equipment, battle pets, gems, and gold coins, the three seniors don't need to arrange them, skill books are fine. As for leveling manpower, there is also no need to arrange, there are Baileytone can be. Saying that, Liu cancelled the equipment hiding, and a level 90 orange suit exuded a charming orange light. The three great war gods were all dumbfounded. A whole set of 3rd order swordsman orange armor? How did you brush it? Even if you could decimate dark monsters and kill other 3rd rank bosses in seconds, this burst rate was too exaggerated. This was bought at the extraterrestrial mall, right? But it's not right either. For such a set of 3rd order orange suits, how could it be hundreds of thousands of gold coins? Liu didn't have that much money, right? But when he thought about the fact that Liu had drawn all of his god tier talents, and had also opened an S tier mount, the Moonwhite Dragon Cult, then it should be that his luck value was very high, and it was possible that he had popped out a set of swordsman's orange suit. Practicing manpower cannot be arranged, but you are bound to upgrade very quickly. The equipment update is naturally fast. In the future, every time you promote to the next level, we will give you advanced preparation of a set of hit the gems of the orange suit. This is the only thing we can do. Seeing that the three great war gods insisted on giving it, Liu could no longer refuse. However, Liu didn't want it for nothing, and immediately took out 100,000 Star Source stones in return. Oh by God! You still have so many Star Source stones? Haldeman exclaimed in disregard of his image. I'm not going to lie, I found the Star Source stone vein in the Star Mirage realm, on the 2nd floor of the Star Palace under the Grand Canyon of the Central Starfield. There is a Starlight teleportation array in there, which is supposed to be the one that teleports to the Star Source stone vein. Liu once again gave the three great war gods a heavy shock. What? You also found the Star Source stone vein? The three great war gods' breathing changed instantly. It was very, very sharp. There were too many surprises. For a moment, their old hearts couldn't stand it. Good. Bravo. You deserve to be the hero of our human race alliance, Liu. The human race will remember your achievements for all eternity. After getting over it, the three war gods were ecstatic. Star Source stone vein. Grasping the Star Origin stone vein was tantamount to grasping absolute security. It's stable. Now the human race was completely stabilized. And all of this was brought about by the young hero in front of them. After everything was negotiated, Dragon Blood War God Shi Tianxing couldn't help but open his mouth cheekily. Little brother Liu, can I discuss something with you? That is, can you sell me your mount? Chapter 54. Even if you want to marry my granddaughter Little Dance, it will be fine. Sorry. Elder War God, Great White is no longer just my mount, but my companion. I am not going to sell her. Liu instantly refused. Big White and Little Red, although they didn't have much offensive power against monsters, Liu was very fond of them. After spending many days together, long ago, he treated them as close companions. It's me who is being abrupt. Upon hearing this, the stalwart dragon blood battle god Shi Tianxing immediately apologized profusely. Indeed. For most transmigrants, pets are just substitutes that can help them, and they will replace them as soon as they have a better pet.
But for some transmuters, pets were their companions, even comrades and family members.
For example, Tianxing himself, he treated his battle pets and mounts as comrades in arms. The reason why released Tianxing was so eager to obtain the Moon White Dragon cult was also so that he could successfully attack that place. This was what the three great war gods had always wished for.
However, it was delayed in succeeding.
If there was a Moon White Dragon foal to complement the Dragon Blood War God, then it would be able to make up for the Dragon Blood War God's shortcoming in speed, and there would be a great chance of taking that dangerous place.
At this time,
the heaven-opening sword god came out to make a roundup and said, "Little friend Lu, in fact, old release isn't trying to take possession of your mount, he's also doing it for the sake of the human race. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, there is a naturally dangerous piece of land that is not far away from us. If we can take it, we can make it the headquarters of the Second Alliance, and then we can form a horn with the battlefield. The monsters between the two places will be sandwiched on both sides, blocking the support of other monsters, and after that, the first natural line of defense can be formed there, while this place will become the second line of defense." In this way, the safety and security of the warzone was greatly improved, and there would be more room to do more. But it's hard to take that dangerous place. At least the three of us need to strike together, and there's a time limit. This is because once we strike, the 10th ranked S-class dark monsters will inevitably attack the warzone, and if we can't pull back in time, then even taking that perilous place will be meaningless. Old was angel mount is special, it's only for old what to ride. Lao Fu's speed of flying with his sword is okay, comparable to an S-mount, but Lao Xie can't do it, he's a warrior profession, and his speed is a shortcoming. If one of the three of us retreats late, we won't be able to defend the warzone. We've tried all sorts of things before, but it still doesn't work, we need at least one more S-ranked mount to be sure. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu then realized.
I told you. Good for nothing.
Why does the Dragon Blood War God want to buy his own Great White?
It turns out to be like this.
However, selling Great White to the Dragon Blood War God was not an option, so he could only see if he could open an S-rank mount pet egg.
As for the temporary loan, then forget it. What if something went wrong and Big White couldn't come back? Not just have to kryptonite some gold. It'll just take a little time. 3 seniors, please wait a moment. With that, Lu Yu went to the side and frantically purchased pet treasure chests.
The crowd thought that Lu Yu was considering whether or not to sell the Moon White Dragon cult. After all, this was an S-ranked mount, it was something to think deeply about. Ding, you spent 1 billion gold coins to purchase 10 million pet treasure chests.
99 open.
Ding, congratulations on opening a D-class mount pet egg. Ding, congratulations, you've opened an epic pet equipment tsunami scale armor fragment X1. Ding, congratulations on opening an 8-star battle pet egg. Ding, congratulations, you've opened the epic pet equipment gilded fire helmet fragment X1.
Half an hour later.
Ding, congratulations on opening the S-class mount pet egg.
This is not it. Lu Yu revealed a smile.
After spending 1 billion gold coins to open an S-class mount pet egg, his luck this time wasn't as good as the first time. But it was no wonder. The probability of opening a treasure chest to open an extremely rare pet was too low. Otherwise, the big brothers of all the major powers would have opened them long ago, not so much so that there are only a few top-tier pets up to now. Dragon Blood War God Sr., I suddenly remembered that I still have an S-class mount pet egg in my backpack, this can be sold to you. After saying that, Lu Yu took out this pet egg. G.A. The crowd was petrified.
Brother you still have an S-rank mount? Bailey Ton's expression was rich. Lu Yu, he had 2 S-rank mounts? Could he be any more demonic?
The two of them, Sure Battle Dance and Kane, being the grandsons of the god of war, were also like unseen bumpkins at the moment, shocked like dumbfounded melons. The eyes of the 3 great war gods were so poisonous. At a glance, they could tell. Lu Yu which is suddenly remembered, it is estimated to have just purchased a pet treasure chest opened out. But this is also enough to stun them.
Half an hour. How many pet treasure chests did he open?
Good guy.
Just how much gold does this Lu Yu have?
It seemed that apart from his godly talent, Lu Yu was hiding an even bigger secret. However, the 3 great war gods wouldn't ask about it, nor would they go probing. As long as Lu Yu had his heart set on the human race, then no matter what the secret was, it would be good for the entire human race.
Didn't Lu Yu care about his family?
Then let's start with his family and give enough treatment and privileges to his family so that Lu Yu will also look at this aspect and completely live and die with the alliance. The thought of Lu Yu directly opening an S-ranked mount made the 3 great war gods a little sour. As war gods, they had previously opened more than 10 billion gold coins one after another in order to open an S-class mount, but they had never been able to do so, and this was still backed up by the gold coins of the entire alliance, otherwise, who could afford to open it?
In this way,
Dragon Blood War God successfully obtained an S-class mount. Originally, Sure Tianxing wanted to buy it with gold coins, but Lu Yu was the least short of gold coins, so he said, "Senior, I still have a lot of gold coins, can I replace it with something else?"
Other things?
Lu, just say it, even if it's to marry my granddaughter Xiaomai, it's fine.
She's 25 years old and doesn't have a boyfriend yet, so I think you guys are a good match. Put. The crowd almost collectively spewed a mouthful of old blood. I'll go. Good you old release, I always thought you were a simple turtle, I did not expect you so hard, Mary granddaughter out of the hole. In the hearts of Bailey Zongfeng and Hodman's two old men, they were madly spitting. It was a pity that neither of them had a granddaughter, otherwise, they would have had to fight for Luyu as their granddaughter-in-law. Grandpa, what are you talking about? When did I say that I wanted to marry someone? At this moment, Shi Zhanmai, who had the temperament of a female god of war, also had a rare scarlet blush on her face. What is this? I'm 25, he's 18, and there's a difference of 7 years in between. If we get married, then it's a sister and brother couple. The thought of myself as a big sister, sleeping in a bed with a little brother, but also have to call him husband, that scene, think about it, is very embarrassing. When a man is old enough to get married, when a woman is old enough to get married, this is an unchanging truth since ancient times, not to mention, Lu Xiaoyu has unlimited potential, and although he is a little young, he is also an adult, and it's just right. Seeing his grandfather talking more and more outrageous, Shi Zhanmai are too shy to stay here, and hurriedly fled the scene, lying outside the door eavesdropping. Cough cough, release seniors, I am still young, temporarily have no intention of marriage, I just want to trouble seniors to take care of my former high school homeroom teacher Jean Ruojie, as well as to arrange for my 2 younger sisters to enter the best school, nothing else. Ah. That's right, that's a real pity, it's no problem, I'll personally arrange it for you. Then, thank you senior. Luyu cried and laughed, for the first time, he found that the majestic dragon blood war god, there is still an old cute side. Outside the door eavesdropping on the release of the war dance relieved at the same time, some upset, they are also considered a S-class beauty, can be imperial, can be sweet, straight and round, actually did not be this little brother to see. This matter is over. Luyu is also ready to go back to the F war zone to upgrade. Lu Xiaoyu, this is the war god order, with this order, you have the maximum authority of each war zone. Bailey Zongfeng handed Luyu a golden order. Grandpa, then I will go with brother you old man take care of your health. Bailey Tong laughed heartlessly. Bailey Zongfeng didn't stop him this time, deciding to let go and let this grandson grow on his own. Following Luyu, his future achievements would at least not be too bad. After Luyu and Bailey Tong left, Bailey Zongfeng regained his seriousness and summoned a group of executives to open a new meeting. This time, he mainly said 2 things, 1, the investigation of the monster invasion of Stone City has finalized, and 2, the whole army is ready for war, we are restarting the strategic plan of attacking the Heavenly Moat Pass. PS bosses, send gifts there with free gifts with love power generation. The day with love power generation reaches 1000 plus 1 chapter, 1005 plus 2 chapters, 2000 plus 3 chapters. Each person can send 3 per day, only need to spend a minute's time, thank you bosses. Chapter 55 Dark Surge. According to the results of the final investigation, in the depths of the 100 Eyes Demon Cave in Battlefront 4, a special teleportation trace was found, which was exactly the same as the deep pit that was found outside of Stone City. Through testing and analysis, it contains modernized technological techniques, similar to the space node delivery technique that our human alliance has mastered. This technology is based on our advanced mission projection boss, combined with special spells fusion technology, props research, can be realized by the lifeforms far away from the delivery. The lifeforms will be randomly subjected to a kind of rule restriction of the monster world within a certain period of time. So those attacking monsters only explode items, not experience, it should be the effect caused by the entity casting. To summarize in one sentence, it was that there was a human factor involved in the monster invasion of Stone City. And looking at all the extraterritorial forces, other than our human alliance, there are only a few other major forces that have this ability. With a single word, Heavenly God Hodman directly shocked everyone present. The fact that a human power had joined forces with monsters and launched the invasion of Stone City was an unforgivable sin. Could it be the Black Vatican? Slaughtering Heaven only opened his mouth. He was a peerless killing god, the Sword Dao confidant of the heaven-opening sword god, and he was the first to suspect that it was the Black Clerics group of doggone degenerates who had done this. However, he was vetoed by Bailey Zongfeng. If the Black Cleric was capable of this, they would have already united with the monsters to constantly launch sneak attacks, it shouldn't be them. The crowd thought about it. The Black Order was like a traitor cultivated by the dark monsters. If they had the space node delivery technology, the S Warzone would have long been overrun by the dark monsters. If it wasn't them, then it would be one of the 4 major forces, namely the Half-Monster Association, the Church of Light, the Battle Alliance, and the Soul Hidden. Don't make a fuss about this, secretly arrange for an infiltration team to go to the territory of the 4 major forces to investigate, and once it is confirmed which force is responsible, it will not be tolerated and will be eliminated immediately. In the meantime, let's first focus on deploying the plan to attack the Heavenly Moat Pass, and next, let's formulate a battle plan. Just as the 3 great war gods began to deploy. In a gloomy and boundless swampy area of the extraterrestrial battlefield, within a deep, moist underground cave, the Half-Monster Association also held a secret meeting. Upon his return, Lexington reported the matter of the Star Illusion realm to the president at the first opportunity. Hiss.
A demonic woman with a human head and a snake's body exuded a highly poisonous miasma, making it impossible to see her appearance. Only a pair of dark green ringed eyes gave off a mysterious and terrifying feeling. Failed? Chairman, although we failed to complete the mission, it wasn't without rewards. We obtained the corpse of a dark monster king clan, and Purple Rose managed to obtain its genes as well. Upon hearing this, the woman revealed a hint of an oozing smile. Well done, go down and prepare. Half a year later the Misty Mysteries will open. When the Dark Lord hunts Luyu, you may also look for an opportunity to obtain his genes. This is the last chance. If you fail, you know what you will face. Leighton, Purple Rose and a few others didn't dare to breathe. After the new generation retreated, the Grand Elder of the Half Monster Association slowly opened his mouth. President, we risked our lives to help the monsters invade Stone City. I'm afraid that the Alliance side will soon find out about the traces, and we have to be prepared to be discovered. This matter is not urgent. Even if they want to investigate, they won't be able to find us that quickly, and even if they do, they won't be able to find us for a short period of time when we move to the new base. When the first elder heard this, he respectfully retired. He had to make a trip to the Dark Lord to tell it about Luyu's traces, in order to exchange for half a bottle of S-rank Monster Factor in advance. Seeing that there was nothing else, the other elders also took their leave first. In the large underground palace, the president of the Half Monster Association was soon the only one left, and her eyes were filled with madness and determination, which was very strange. Brother Phone, the path I chose will not be wrong. In the near future, I will definitely be able to succeed in perfectly fusing the monster factor and create a brand new human race, thus possessing the power to truly fight against monsters. Even if this process requires the sacrifice of some people, everything is for the continuation of the future of the human race. On the other side, the extraterrestrial battlefield was within a black sea. There was a huge black shin turtle, carrying a black and gold mountain peak, moving endlessly on the bottom of the sea. If one looked closely, one would realize that this shin turtle was not a living being, but a special prop fused with the bones of a mysterious shin turtle to run a special mobile treasure with a mobile spell formation. Such a huge mobile treasure, to spend money, can be imagined how huge. This is the Soul Hidden headquarters. Without a special method, it is difficult to find the specific location of Soul Hidden's headquarters. At this time, a beautiful woman with a lingering charm was leaning on her throne. She was dressed in a black veil, revealing her plump and seductive body, especially her long white legs, which made people gag. Moreover, both cute and flirtatious temperaments could be seen on her face. It was truly pure and lustful. Her name is Luningi. She is the boss behind the Soul Hidden organization. Sienna, your guts are really getting bigger and bigger. How many times have I told you how dangerous the Star Illusion realm is? How dare you sneak into the team to enter the Star Illusion realm? If anything happens to you, how am I going to explain to your father? Mom, I know I'm wrong. Luo Qingxian immediately came to her mother's side and obediently rubbed her shoulders and pampered her. As the eldest daughter of the Soul Hidden organization, Luo Qingxian has always been a self-proud, high-cool posture, but only in front of her mother will reveal this little girl's posture. At the same time, Luo Qingxian's mind constantly floated back to the scene when she and Luyu were frankly looking at each other at that time, and that scene that made people shy lingered in her mind. That was your father's spirit in heaven blessing you, but this time when the Star Illusion realm opened, although our Soul Hidden collected a large amount of Star Source stones, we also lost a lot of money. North Blade that child, but in addition to you, the only supernova level heavenly pride, just like this died in the Star Illusion realm. While speaking, Luningi noticed that her beloved daughter's demeanor was not quite right, sometimes shy, sometimes giggling, like the look of being charmed by some brat. Sienna, what's wrong with you? Luningi frowned and asked. Luo Changxian came back to her senses and hurriedly said back, Mom, no nothing, right, Mom, I have something worth celebrating. Oh? What is worth celebrating? Mom, although I didn't find a Star Source stone in the Star Illusion world, I found a mysterious hall of stars that requires a large amount of gold coins to enter, and it just so happens that I have enough gold coins, and I got a big chance inside. Mom, look at my current occupation. Luo Qingxian said excitedly. Only then did Luningi notice that her baby girl's occupation had changed from martial artist to hidden occupation star martial artist. This is a hidden profession? Sienna, how did you become a hidden profession? Could it be that you got a hidden profession book in there? After Luningi was shocked, her face was ecstatic. Hidden profession, ah. She didn't even have one. The entire human race probably only had that old thing, Bailey Zongphone. But now, her precious daughter had also become a hidden profession. It's a great chance for Sienna to have such a great chance. Hurry up! Sienna, burn some incense for your father, tell him the good news, and then we'll celebrate together. One hidden profession is better than 10 supernovas. Luningi was filled with joy and immediately ordered that 10 times the pension be given to the North Blades family, and that the other new generations be rewarded as well. It's just that Luo Qingxian didn't tell her mom about Luyu getting the proof of God. After all, once this matter was told, it was expected that her mother would not be able to withstand the temptation of becoming a god, and at that time, it would be inevitable to fight with the Human Race Alliance, which was not something she was willing to see. This was not something she was willing to see. In the Star Illusion world, she also promised Luyu that she would not reveal this secret to anyone. Luyu, half a year later, we will meet at the Misty Realm. Chapter 56, I, a small commander-in-chief of a war zone, wouldn't dare to accept a big gift from you guys.
F Warzone. Dragon City.
Upon Luyu's return, there were no Warzone bigwigs to greet him as expected, nor were there any other transmigrants to surround him. Only Zhao Liang, the head of the freshman concentration camp, was present. Because Zhao Liang had privately made a decision to take care of Luyu's parents, he was awarded by the headquarters and was promoted to lieutenant general, specifically responsible for Luyu's safety in the F War Zone. Upon completion of the mission, he could report directly to the headquarters. For Zhao Liang, this was undoubtedly a big pie falling from the sky for him to eat. Young Master Luyu, young Master Bailey, thank you very much for your care, and from today onwards, I will be responsible for your safety in the F War Zone. Of course, I'll only step in if you encounter a crisis that can't be resolved, and during that time, I won't interfere with your usual lives. Zhao Liang guaranteed with his own life that he would fulfill this mission even if he died.
Bodyguard? Luyu had anticipated that the three great war gods would arrange it this way.
This is the only bad thing about exposing your identity. There is no absolute freedom after all, but it doesn't affect much. Anyway, doing advancement missions and going to various secret realms in the future would also allow for self-refinement. From Zhao Liang's mouth, he learned that in order to prevent others from harassing Luyu, the three major war gods have issued a secret order. In addition to the new generation that has participated in the Scarlet Trial, only the major generals and above of the various war zones know the identity of Luyu Jr. Sword God.
And strictly explained, shall not disclose Luyu identity, which is listed as SSS classified, violators when the betrayal of the alliance to deal with.
Fatty, your grandfather, and the others are quite meticulous. Luyu is also worried that the identity of the sword god is exposed and will become a superstar, and wherever he goes, he will be surrounded by a large number of female fans, iron fans, and so on.
For this reason,
Luyu even specially bought a dragon mask. Now it seems that it can't be used. Fatty, let's go do the Fourth Order quest first, and then go to the ocean battlefield to practice afterwards. The Misty Mystery Realm, but you can only go in at the 5th rank, half a year. Let's try to level up to the 5th rank at level 150.
Okay. Brother you, do you want me to find out where your wife is from? Don't talk nonsense, not for now.
Luyu's mind unconsciously once again conjured up that flawless jade body. On the other side. Safe Zone, Cloud City, Transformation 3rd Middle School. Luyu's homeroom teacher, Jean Ruoje, was preparing for classes at the school as the new semester was about to start.
At this time,
a group of education bigwigs from the transfer agency appeared, ignoring the principal of the 3rd Middle School and the others, and came straight to Jean Ruoje.
Teacher Jean, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Zhang Xiafeng,
the head of the big bureau at the headquarters of the transfer bureau in the safe zone.
Just call me old Zhang.
Ha?
This.
Jean Ruoje was confused.
What's the situation? Why is Bureau Chief Zhang here? And looking for me? It seems like he's even groveling.
Bureau Chief Zhang is the super big brother in charge of all the transfer schools in the 6 war zones of the FA, and the big brother that ordinary teachers like them look up to for the rest of their lives. But today, a big brother of this level had personally come to her, which made Jean Ruoje so flattered that she didn't know what to say for a while. Not to mention Jean Ruoje, all the teachers and principals of the 3 middle schools were all confused, not sure what was going on. I'll get right to the point. In light of Ms. Jin's excellent teaching level, we have unanimously decided to invite you to serve as the class teacher of the special first class at Jean City No. 1 Middle School in the first tier city of the A War Zone Security Zone. I wonder if Ms. Jean is willing to do so?
What? You're asking me to be the class teacher at Jean Chang No. 1 Middle School in War Zone A? How can I do that?
Jean Ruoje was shocked and completely confused.
Jincheng First Middle School. That was the most powerful transfer high school in the entire War Zone.
Especially the special class of the first middle school of Jean City, those were the elite of the elite students, not just those who had money could get in.
After transferring, most of them could become epic nova geniuses, and even supernovas could appear. For example, this year's 3 supernovas, 2 of them were from the special class 1 of Jean City First Middle School.
Naturally, the teachers who can teach them are all top-notch teachers.
Asking me to be the homeroom teacher of the special 1 class of Jincheng No. 1 Middle School? Am I dreaming?
Mr. Jean is being modest. We've prepared all the formalities. If you have any special requirements, you can mention them to me and we can satisfy you, as long as you're willing to teach there.
Hiss. The requirements also casually mentioned?
After a moment of amazement from the teachers, there was a burst of sourness.
This is the first middle school of Jincheng A.
Being able to go in and become a teacher was not only a great honor, but also an unlimited future. If they were given this opportunity, they would be willing to pay for it, not to mention asking for it.
I'm not asking for anything. I'm just a little dizzy. I want to know why.
It's a matter of confidentiality at headquarters. We can't disclose it, so pack up and we'll leave the same day.
That's it.
Jean Ruoje left for her post at Jincheng No. 1 Middle School in a blur.
What she doesn't know is that
Lu Yu's two younger sisters, at the moment, were also arranged to go to Jincheng First Middle School. The eldest sister, Lu Shui, was 16 years old this year and could attend the transfer class, and the year after that, she could attend the transfer class for transferring. While the youngest sister, Lu Yu, is 14 years old this year and can only continue to study cultural subjects as well as vocational basics. Big sister, little sister, go to school, study well, food and use you don't have to worry about, the school all-inclusive, in the future to transfer to the favorite occupation, like brother, become a hero of the human race. This is what Lu Yu said to his two younger sisters. And as soon as Lu Shan and Han Yunji got the instructions from the top, they immediately made a trip home again to personally take their two daughters to report to the best school. Thinking back to not too long ago, the duo was still immersed in the joy of promotion. The commander-in-chief of the F War Zone, Xian Yuanhu, personally came to their door, which made the two of them flattered by the common people. This was the commander-in-chief of the war zone. They had the honor of meeting him. They were about to salute immediately. Two of you, there's no need to salute, I'm a small theater commander-in-chief who wouldn't dare to accept your big salute. The two of them were confused. A small theater commander-in-chief? How can you be so outrageous? Ladies and gentlemen, to tell you the truth, your son Lu Yu, in the Scarlet Trial, made a big splash. Not only did he destroy the monsters in a group, but he also brought back specific information about the Star Source Stone Vein and was awarded the title of Hero of the Alliance by the three major war gods. No, I have been instructed by the headquarters to personally issue a hero family privilege order to the hero's parents. From today onwards, all the materials in the war zone will be open to you two on a priority basis, and the highest level quantity of material benefits will be issued on a fixed monthly basis, and if you want to buy extra, they will all be sold at the lowest price. In addition, you have no amount of tasks in the future, do more or less, you decide by yourselves, all the safety zones in Dragon City, you pass for free. Upon hearing this, the duo was completely happy with tears in their eyes. Their son had become a hero. They guessed that their son would achieve something in the Scarlet Trial. They didn't expect the results to be so exaggerated. This is truly the blessing of the ancestors. The old Lu family has produced a true dragon. In this way, the two of them also did not have to worry about purchasing materials at all anymore. They just worked hard to upgrade and make more contributions to the human race in the future. And all of this, thanks to their precious son. In view of Lu Yu's contribution to the human race, your daughters will also receive special benefits. I will arrange for a small team to transport them to Dragon City and then take the teleportation array to Battlezone, Jincheng No. 1 High School, all free of charge. In order not to scare them, but also please too with the squad to go back together. Xian Yuan who smiled brightly. Jincheng No. 1 Middle School? This is a good school. After that, this led to the scene where Mr. and Mrs. Lu Shan brought their two daughters to the first middle school of Jincheng. At this moment, learning that it was because of their brother, Lu Shui and Lu Yu could not mention how joyful they were inside, the smile on this pretty little face did not stop. For these things, although Lu Yu was not involved, he could also know a general idea. And at this time, Lu Yu had already taken up the S-rank 4th order advancement task. Chapter 57, NPCs are dependable, and sows will get on trees. 4th order advancement quest, destroy the rotting trolls. Mission difficulty, S-rank. Mission content: the terrifying rotting trolls, led by dark monsters, have encroached upon the glacier mountains and slaughtered countless lives of the peace-loving neutral race, the Ice Crown clan. Facing the powerful rotting trolls and dark monsters, the Ice Crown clan is no match for the entire clan, and they have no choice but to take refuge in the Snow God Peak, which is blessed by the Snow God, causing the monsters not to dare to come close. The dark monster can only order the rotting trolls to throw long-range poisonous stone bombs at the Snow God Peak from time to time, and even pollute the only water source with rotting poison. In order to survive, the Ice Crown clan is forced to drink the poison water even though they know it will rot their bodies. At least there is still hope for them to live. Quest requirement: help the Ice Crown clan to destroy the rotting trolls. Warm tip: detecting that you are a brittle swordsman, it is difficult to deal with the S-rank rotting troll lord alone. We suggest that you give up and retake the lowest difficulty quest. Life is only once, and we should cherish it. Ha! I'm so thankful for your warm tips. Lu Yu ignored. The quest started, and was then teleported inside the Snow God Peak. The piercing cold made the thinly clad Lu Yu couldn't help but shiver. But what was reflected in Lu Yu's eyes was not the snowy white environment of Snow Peak, but the devastated green Snow Peak. The unpleasant green poisonous mist filled the air, eroding the entire snowy peak into a poisonous mountain, and large pits visible to the naked eye could be seen everywhere. Ding, you spent 10,000 gold coins and purchased advanced cold props X1. That's not cold anymore. It's good to have money. Not much longer. A special squad of Ice Crowns quickly appeared wearing special ice masks. They were similar to the previous Muggle NPCs from Green Denim Village. All of them were humanoid forms, except that this Ice Crown clan's skin was as white as ice crystals, and their bodies were also dressed in ice clothes, with ice hair coiled into a crown-like shape on top of their heads. Brave warrior, you have finally come. Our clan chief has been waiting for you for a long time. The Ice Crown clan warrior who led the way came to receive with enthusiasm. But when he saw that Lu Yu was only a human swordsman profession, he was disappointed to the core.
A human swordsman. Only level 90. To come and destroy the 4th Order S-Class Lord Boss Rotting Troll, wasn't this a toilet lighting a lamp and looking for death?
In the way of the clan chief's order, he still led Lu Yu forward to meet the clan chief.
On the way,
Lu Yu looked up at the sky. 3 sun-like stars were moving irregularly, bringing light to this world. This made Lu Yu even more certain that this 4th Order mission was in the same world as the 3rd Order mission. Lu Yu remembered that his class teacher had mentioned that by taking up an S-rank difficulty advancement mission, there was a high probability that he would go to the monster world to complete the mission.
Then this should be the so-called monster world. Open the map.
Only the Glacier Mountain Range area is displayed, the rest of the place is a void, unable to confirm the specific appearance of the monster world. It seemed that only the mission place would show the map, other places would not show up without touching the mission. Through these 2 advanced missions, Lu Yu can also confirm that the monster world is not only ferocious dark monsters, there are other monsters to contend with. To be precise, these are no longer considered monsters, but NPC-like existences. It's just that these NPCs are living lifeforms that also die. As for why taking advancement quests in the human race could have a connection with these NPCs, that Lu Yu did not know. It was estimated that only when he counterattacked the dark monsters in the future and killed the monster world would he be able to unravel the mystery. More than 10 minutes later,
Lu Yu arrived inside a Snow God Peak cave and met the Ice Crown Clan's clan chief. Name, Ares. Identity, Ice Crown Clan chief. Rank, LV 93rd Order. When Ares, who was originally full of hope, saw Lu Yu, he was instantly disappointed, sighed, and even revealed a look of despair, just like the previous Ice Crown warrior. What the hell? Lu Yu was inwardly speechless. Why did he feel that this group of NPCs were the same as the green muggles from before? The heavens have killed my Ice Crown Clan.
We have been praying to the great snow god's sacrifices, and the snow god had sent down a divine prophecy. On this day, a powerful warrior will descend to help us destroy the rotting trolls. But why are we waiting for a human useless swordsman? With this amount of blood in this body, it's not even enough to stuff the teeth of the rotting troll. After a whimper from Ares, he persuaded Lu Yu, young human teenager, you're brave, but bravery sometimes costs lives, you're still young, go back, this mission is not something you can accomplish, give up while you still have a chance, go away.
Muggles. Another group of Muggle NPCs. Damn it. Why do we always meet this kind of Muggle? Forget it. NPCs can be relied on, and sows will get on trees. Lu Yu didn't bother to give a damn about them and turned around. Of course, Lu Yu is not abandoning the mission. Instead, he went to find the rotting troll and killed it in seconds. To Lu Yu, a 4th Order boss was no different from an ordinary monster, and if he could, he would have no problem helping them kill all the other monsters that had invaded the Glacier Mountains. Lu Yu wanted to summon Big White to catch up. Dang, this quest cannot summon a mount. Okay. Lu Yu had no choice but to follow the rules of the quest and fly his sword to catch up. Seeing Lu Yu leave, the Ice Crown Clan and the other NPCs thought that Lu Yu had listened to advice and given up. Alas! It was hard to wait for a warrior, but I didn't expect it to be a fake warrior, so it seems that our Ice Crown Clan is going to die. Lu Yu flew out of Snow God Peak. He soon found a huge figure, at least hundreds of meters, with blue skin, but his whole body was rotten, and his right hand was fitted with a poisonous hook. It began to continuously throw huge poisonous stones in a frenzy towards the Snow God Peak. The poisonous stone seemed to be a kidney stone that it had hooked out of its stomach with the poisonous hook. Good lord! Is this rotting troll a kidney stone maker? And its kidney stone is a bit too big. It's 7 to 8 meters in size. And when it hits the ground, it will cause an explosion, and the poisonous gas will corrode a large area. It's a proper poisonous gas bomb. Name, Troll Lord of Corruption. Rank, S-Class. Rank, LV 94th level. Blood, 600,000. Introduction: the monster that suffers from the erosion of dark power, like the Walking Dead, manipulated by the dark monster, single intelligence, the body will constantly produce highly toxic stones, which need to be constantly removed. Tip: don't underestimate it, its intellect is no good, but its fighting and destructive power is amazing. Line: the children of the Ice Crown Clan are the most delicious, the Lord said, kill them all and I'll have an endless supply of delicious food. Lu Yu covered his nose. He couldn't stand the putrid odor of the monster lord. This smell, like countless corpses rotting in the sewers, that sourness, absolutely unforgettable for a lifetime. Ha! Someone ran out? Eat up! Eat up! Eat them all! Lu Yu endured the turning of his belly and transformed into the God of Swords. The 3 great sword god techniques were released in unison, directly killing him in seconds. Line: no. I'm invincible, how could I? Ding, congratulations on your 432,000 gold coins. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing the rotting troll, please return quickly and find the Ice Crown Clan chief to submit your quest. Hearing the quest prompt, Lu Yu smiled faintly. Forget it, good people do it to the end, just help him with the other evil monsters and see if it will trigger the hidden quest. Thus,
Lu Yu, one person and one sword, killed all the way to the evil monster base camp. The other side of Snow God Peak.
The dark monsters responsible for attacking the Glacier Mountain range were enjoying the delicacies made from the corpses of the fresh sweet ice crowns.
Report. Great King, something big is wrong. There is an enemyless race sword god who has taken on the task of helping the Ice Crown race, and he is slaughtering our army with one person and one sword.
How dare you lie about the army? Do you think a human mole has that kind of ability? Your Majesty, it's true. If you don't leave, he's going to kill us. The dark monster was so angry that it wanted to chop up this henchman who spoiled its fun. Suddenly,
its dwelling hall was shattered by countless flying swords, and a peerless sword god appeared before it.
What man? The dark monster was shocked.
But what responded to it was the divine sword that decimated everything.
Within a few seconds, this a class 4th rank dark monster was left headless, and even in its death, it didn't realize how a human sword god had suddenly appeared.
It could not rest in peace.
Was it just an A-rank dark monster? I thought it was an S-class dark monster royal family, and its battle power was comparable to that rotten troll. Disappointing.
Looking at the time, only half an hour had passed. Lu Yu returned with his sword.
Chapter 58 Triggering Hidden Tasks.
At this time, inside the Snow God Peak cave. When the rotting trolls unleashed the poisonous stone bombs again, Ares summoned all the clansmen. Rather than slowly being poisoned to death, it would be better to fight to the death. Even if we die, we should die with some backbone. But soon, he realized that the rotten trolls' attacks stopped. This was very abnormal. According to reason, every time the rotting troll launched an attack, it was at least a few hours. How could it stop so quickly? Just as they were wondering, Lu Yu had just returned. Seeing that Lu Yu hadn't left yet, Ares shook his head and sighed. This young man of the human race really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Knowing that this is a mission of certain death, he still doesn't use the power of the mission's rules to exit, and he still dares to stay here. He's simply waiting for death. Dang. Dang. Lu Yu threw the rotting troll's head and the dark monster's head to the ground and said indifferently, trouble knotting up the quest rewards. The entire cave was suddenly silent. Looking again at the group of Ice Crown NPCs. He had already collectively ice sculpted. After a long time. Only then did they make a horrified sound. Wow! This he killed the rotting troll? He also killed the dark monster that was the culprit for the invasion of the Glacier Mountains? It's only been a little over half an hour, right? How did he do that? Ice Crown Clan Chief Ares hurriedly confirmed the identity of the head. After confirming it hundreds of times, he shouted out furiously, "Scouting team, go check it out with all speed." Not long after, the scouting team sent a message, "Patriarch, there is no mistake in the confirmation. The rotting troll has really been killed. Our Ice Crown clan's extinction crisis has been lifted." Blessed by the snow god, Ares led all the clansmen of the Ice Crown clan to kneel towards the snow god ice statue, shouting mysterious words of sacrifice. After the end of the sacrifice, only then did Ares get up and held Lu Yu's hands tightly. I knew that the human race is mostly heroic and worthy of the snow god's prophecy that a warrior would appear to save our clan. In fact, I can see at a glance that you will be able to kill the rotten trolls and save us. Just now I just had to go through the process according to the mission program. At these words, the corner of Lu Yu's mouth slightly curled up. I believe you a ghost, you a bad old man bad, but also mission procedures, clearly is to look down on people. These so-called NPCs all look down on the human race. It's no wonder. In their opinion, the birth of a human race transmuter would take at most 100 years, and 100 years is just a snap of the fingers for the entire monster world, so how many truly powerful transmuters could be born? So, seeing a human swordsman come alone to do S-rank difficulty quests was naturally not favorable. Once the heaven-opening sword god teleported to the monster world to do these high difficulty quests, he was also looked down upon by these NPCs. Yes, hurry up and settle the quest so I can complete the advancement and go back. Lu Yu hurriedly dispatched. Young warrior, please wait, you killed the dark monster additionally and completely relieved the siege for our Ice Crown clan. It has already proved that you are powerful. Can you do our Ice Crown clan one more favor? Young warrior, our homeland has been completely eroded by the rotting poison of the rotting trolls. It is no longer suitable for us to survive. Can you escort us to our new homeland? If we complete the quest, we are willing to take out the hidden treasure chest that has been passed down by our clan for many years as a gift. Ding, congratulations on triggering a hidden mission. Will you take it? Lu Yu's eyes lit up. It had really triggered a hidden mission. But this triggering condition was really not simple. Without absolute strength, it was absolutely impossible to trigger it. This had to be taken. This Ice Crown clan chief had finally done something. Accept. Ding, you have accepted the hidden mission. Please escort the Ice Crown clan to their new home. Immediately thereafter, a mission tip map popped up. Lu Yu clicked on the map and realized that there was a new place. A new area was revealed on the map immediately next to the Glacier Mountains. Hulk Basin. The size of the map of this basin was not smaller than the Glacier Mountain range, it was even a bit more massive, and because it was right next to the Glacier Mountain range, there were quite a few icebergs as well, which was suitable for the Ice Crown clan to survive. Young warrior, the Hulk Basin was also invaded by dark monsters, and the green people there very much rejected other foreign races, so it's very difficult to successfully obtain a new home. Ares opened his mouth.
Green man race?
Lu Yu's mind unconsciously conjured up that group of muggles.
It couldn't be them, could it?
The map of the previous Third Order quest only showed the Green Dean village, not the entire Hulk Basin, and the location of the Green Dean village was not close to the Glacier Mountains. Let's escort the Ice Crowns there first, and if there are any difficulties, we can solve them with a single sword.
Thinking about it,
Lu Yu led hundreds of Ice Crown clan members to set off. Ding, as most of the Ice Crown clan are suffering from rotting poison, the serious ones may die at any time. Please make sure that 30 Ice Crown clan members find their new home alive, or else it will be judged that the hidden mission has failed.
Lu Yu was speechless.
It seemed that this hidden mission was the most troublesome. Not only do they have to help them find a new home, but they also have to be on guard against monster attacks at all times, and they also have to resolve the indigenous conflicts, and even more so, they have to ensure their survival rate.
This wasn't as easy as just decapitating the boss. Ahem.
Young warrior, most of us are infected with rotting poison. This poison has long been integrated into our flesh and blood. Unless there is an orange or above antidote potion, there is no cure. We will be moving rather slowly, and it may delay young warrior quite a bit.
Ares' face is full of worry and despair.
Although he has escaped the crisis of extinction, the clan will also die a lot. I just don't know if I can finally retain the bloodline of the Ice Crown clan. Because the extraterrestrial mall only had 5 items for sale: equipment, props, materials, gems, and pets, and no potions for sale, Liu also had to have a headache.
Wouldn't it be difficult to complete this hidden mission?
Ares Patriarch,
apart from the antidote potion, is there any other way to help you to get rid of the poison? Other ways?
The only way is to obtain special resources and complete the bloodline baptism. Once the baptism is successful, then you can automatically purify away the toxins in your body, and even raise your level, with a very small probability of completing the advancement. But these special resources, only by the rules of the baptism of the special place will be derived. How can we Ice Crown clan get?
Lu Yu thought. Since the dark monsters also entered the Star Illusion world to snatch the Star Source Stones, were the Star Source Stones the special resources that could promote the advancement of life in the monster world? And so, Lu Yu took out a Star Source Stone and said, "Patriarch, try absorbing this Star Source Stone and see if you can advance."
Oh my god. Star Source Stone, this is one of the special resources.
Young warrior, you even have this kind of divine item?
Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was overjoyed. There was a chance. Ares immediately absorbed the Star Source Stone energy, and his body surged with a baptismal glow.
The next second,
the A-rank 3rd Order level 90 Ice Crown clan chief then successfully completed the baptism and gained a boost in level, reaching level 91, with his body purified of toxins. For beings in the monster world, in order to upgrade, apart from their innate growth level, the only way to continue upgrading was to obtain special resources, that is, resources similar to Star Source Stones, in order to continue upgrading. Otherwise, one would be stuck at the growth level for the rest of one's life. This was also the reason why for so many years, some monster world races were still so low in level. Seeing that it really works, Lu Yu hurriedly took out hundreds of Star Source Stones. This consumption he can still afford. Just hope that the other party's hidden treasure chest can open the really good stuff.
Come on, one person one, hurry up and baptize, don't hang up.
The Ice Crown clan was once again all petrified. He was confused. Chapter 59 Muggle City Lord Green Denim has talent. This incomparably precious resource was worth a lot of money each and every one of them. It could be said that, in an ordinary region, whenever one of these resources appeared, it would cause the races in that region to grab their heads. This was not a rare resource that could be bought with gold coins. Generally, this kind of resource was controlled by the big races. For other races, it would be good if they could get one by chance. But now, a human teenager casually took out hundreds of them. This was simply unimaginable. Although the Star Source Stone for the human race can only be used as an energy source for arrays, but it is also an extremely important strategic resource. Shouldn't they keep it to build more defense formations to resist the invasion of dark monsters? The human race that was invaded by the dark monsters was rich in resources to such an extent? Lu Yu was too lazy to explore the thoughts of these NPCs. Right now he just wanted to make sure that the hidden quest was completed and then go back to upgrade as soon as possible. Soon, hundreds of Ice Crown clansmen were all cleared of toxins and their bodies were restored to health, and one by one, they cried out in joy. Departure. Under Lu Yu's leadership, the Ice Crown clan advanced quickly with their heads held high. With such a bombastic human sword god sheltering them, he was not afraid of being discovered and attacked by evil monsters. In fact, the dark monsters in the Glacier Mountains had all been cleared out by Lu Yu. And the powerful monsters of the Hulk Basin, the Dark Lords, had also been seconded by Lu Yu earlier, and the rest had all been exterminated by the Green People. Naturally, there were no attacks from dark monsters along the way. Next, as long as you take care of the Green People natives and allow the Ice Crown clan to live in the Hulk Basin even if you complete the hidden quest, Young warrior, if you still have star source stones, then you can purchase an iceberg from the green people, and they should sell it for the sake of the star source stones.
Aries hemmed and hawed. We'll see about that later.
Since he knew the importance of star source stones to the living beings of the monster world, Liu would not spend them indiscriminately, and would never trade star source stones for anything that could be solved with a sword.
As soon as he entered the Hulk Basin,
there was a squad of green men that appeared.
Liu recognized at a glance, wasn't this the Muggle race that he had encountered before doing the Third Order quest?
Of course. These green men shouldn't be from Green Dean Village.
Stop right there.
Without the permission of our great clan chief, whoever dares to intrude into the Hulk Basin is considered an invasion and will be killed.
The captain of this squad sternly drank. Liu stood out.
He was about to open his mouth to explain the reason.
Who knew?
As soon as these green people saw Liu, they immediately worshipped, their mouths not knowing what they were shouting. It could be seen that they were as respectful as the Ice Crown race's worship of the snow god statue earlier.
Aha! This green man race treats me as a god?
Liu was surprised.
The entire Ice Crown race also looked at Liu in horror. Young warrior, are you the god that the green man race believes in? That's not right. Didn't the green man race believe in the green giant god? Besides, the young warrior is just a human teenager.
Aries was dumbfounded.
He couldn't even figure out what was going on.
Liu was also confused, so he had to let this group of muggles lead the way to see their great patriarch. This group of green people were singing and dancing, and called a large number of green people. They all surrounded Liu, constantly worshipping.
Good guy. He had really become a god that the green people believed in.
Liu was dumbfounded in his heart.
Not long after,
Liu was brought to a familiar place.
Nima. Wasn't this the location where the Green Dean village was before? Ha! How did this Green Denim village turn into a Muggle city?
Looking at the scale, it seemed that the city was not small.
Good man.
It's only been more than 3 months, and the guns have been replaced by cannons.
As soon as he entered the city, Liu saw the familiar iron archery tower. Isn't that the archery tower that he helped Green Denim village upgrade? Oh yo!
There was actually an elite guarding each tower, as if they were treating the towers as divine objects.
At this time, Liu noticed there was actually a huge alabaster statue in this city.
It was the mighty heroic posture of himself riding the moon-white dragon colt to kill the 8-armed demon ape lord in seconds. There were a large number of green people who were worshipping the statue, chanting Sword God's blessing continuously.
Suddenly, a familiar cheerful laughter rang out. "Yah, Lord Sword God, I knew that you would definitely make a grand visit again, I just didn't expect that you would come back so soon." Liu took a look. This is not the mayor of the village of Green Denim, and who is it? Name, Green Dean Talented. Identity, Lord of Muggle City. Level, A class. Rank, LV 104th Order. I'm going. This old bald guy is actually level 100? Wasn't he only level 63 months ago?
Lord Sword God, thanks to the 8 iron arrow towers that you bestowed upon him, I left 4 of them to guard the village, and then had my men bring the other 4, and in less than a month's time, cleared out the remaining dark monsters, conquered the other villages along the way, and unified the Green Man race in the Hulk Basin. This is not it, I got some special resources from the monster base camp, which led to the leveling up, and also managed to advance and create the Muggle City. The name of this city, Old Me, still used the name of the title Muggle Fate given by Lord Sword God. Now, here Old Me is in charge, and Old Me has made him believe in you, Lord Sword God, in addition to believing in the Green Giant God. Learning the reason, Liu was dumbfounded for a while, and in his heart, he called out, "Good guy. You really don't deserve to be called talented, too damn talented," actually utilizing his upgraded archery tower to strike down such a large territory. Alright, I won't say any more nonsense, this time I came here to find a new home for the Ice Crown clan.
Since you're the one in charge here, make the arrangements.
Liu assumed the stance of a sword god. Since there is this relationship, this hidden mission is considered a successful completion.
What? Find a new home for the Ice Crown clan?
Yukai hurriedly came to the Ice Crown clan's patriarch, Aries, and held his hand tightly, saying, AI patriarch, look at you, why didn't you say it when you knew Lord Sword God? If you had said so earlier, I would have immediately led a team to support you. That I also just met your Lord Sword God. Aries' head was buzzing at the moment.
It's too dreamy. The new home was just taken care of?
This was still the green people that they were familiar with, who extremely rejected outsiders.
This was thanks to the mysterious human young warrior. No. It was the human sword god.
The Ice Crown clan chief made up his mind to follow the Green Man race in believing in the sword god once he had settled his new home.
It wasn't him. His Ice Crown clan would have been exterminated today. Soon after,
Arigato arranged the largest iceberg for the Ice Crown clan as their new home, and personally arranged for the Green Man clan to help them build their new home. Thank you very much, Lord Sword God, for your divine grace of saving the clan. This is the hidden treasure chest inherited from my clan. What is contained inside, I am not sure. I hope Lord Sword God will not mind. Aries took out a mysterious treasure chest. Ding, congratulations on completing the hidden quest and obtaining the Ice Crown clan's hidden inherited treasure chest. Ding, congratulations on completing the 4th order advancement quest.
The next moment, baptism descended.
Luyu smoothly advanced to the 4th stage, gaining 480 points of full attribute rewards, and his attributes rose greatly across the board. Ding, you spent 400 gold coins and drew the S-class skill 10,000 swords. The gold coins required to draw exclusive skills were getting more and more numerous. But Luyu was the least afraid of kryptonite.
This is not it. He's drawn another well-known swordsman sword skill. Name, Sword to Sword. Grade, S-class.
Level, 4th order LV90. Need to spend gold to upgrade. Skill effect, currently can instantly condense 4,000 swords, cohesive scrolling with itself as the center, such as 10,000 rivers to the sea, causing massive damage, and can make the target cannot get close. This skill combined with other sword class sword skills, can play a more powerful effect. Tip, upgrading this skill can increase the number of swords and damage. On the occasion of returning, Luyu thought about it and still left 10,000 star source stones for each of the Green Man race and the Ice Crown race as a reward for his faith in himself. In this way, it is also considered that he has cultivated a force in the monster world. You guys develop your forces and level up. I'm looking out for you. The phrase, I'm looking out for you, moved the two races, and they said that they would follow Lord Sword God to the death. In the future, if you meet any human race to do missions here, take care of them. If you meet any human race fallen black cleric, you will be considered negligent if you don't kill them. I will obey the divine order of Lord Sword God. After teleporting back to the Monster Hunter Hall, Luyu couldn't wait to open the hidden treasure chest.
Chapter 60 Snow God's Inheritance Will of Ice. The items inside an unusual hidden treasure chest were diverse. However, the minimum that could be opened was a high-level item. As for rare items, it depended on character. As for the inheritance-type hidden treasure chests, the inheritance treasures inside were fixed. In other words, this inheritance treasure chest of the Ice Crown clan, the items inside were unique and would not be randomized, depending on what the ancestors of the Ice Crown clan had left behind for his descendants. Open. Ding, congratulations on opening the no-grade prop Snow God bead. Ha? No-grade props?
This was the first time Luyu had seen this kind of magical prop, and it was no less than the surprise Little Red had given him at the time.
Prop name, Snow God Pearl. Grade, no grade.
Introduction, the mysterious inheritance pearl left by the Snow God to his offspring. After using it, it possesses unexpected gains.
Oh my god. This is the inheritance pearl left by the Snow God to its offspring? Wait a minute. Didn't the Ice Crown clan chief say that the hidden treasure chest was the inheritance treasure chest of his clan? Could it be that the Ice Crown clan is the descendant of the Snow God? But how could the Snow God's descendants be so downtrodden?
Being hung by a 4th-ranked dark monster. Use. The Snow God Pearl instantly transformed into a snowflake and merged into Luyu's body. A wave of extreme icy coldness caused Luyu's body to bubble with chills.
Ding, you've used the no-grade prop Snow God Pearl to obtain the Will of Ice. Will of Ice?
Luyu opened his panel and found an additional will column under talent skills. Will of Ice first turn, a power that can only be controlled by gods, also known as the Will of the Gods. Beings below gods can obtain it through special divine inheritance props, but after obtaining it, they can only master the effects of Will Might 1. Since you have not advanced to the divine stage, you can only obtain the Will of Ice 1 effect for the first turn, and it cannot be upgraded. Effect, after turning on Will of Ice, all of your attacks come with a freezing effect, causing 001 seconds of control, and possessing Guardian of Ice, which can offset 1 fatal damage for 10 minutes with a cooldown of 24 hours. Hiss. This time it was really a sparrow pecking at the heifer's ass, indeed Sparrow Food Bowl batch. A hidden treasure chest from a 4th order hidden quest, opened out the Will of the Gods. This Nima set out to stun a large swath of monster world beings. Although it was only one effect of the will's power, it was already very impressive. Whether it's cancelling out 1 fatal damage, or all attacks come with 001 seconds of freezing control, it's a very practical effect.
The main thing was,
this Will of Ice effect was perfect for swordsmen. With a single flying sword technique, as long as the attack was uninterrupted, he could hit a continuous freezing control for 10 minutes, and that was scary to think about. This was equivalent to an additional life-saving effect and control effect that was perfect. If the Ice Crown clan knew that his inheritance treasure chest was the Snow God's will, I wonder if they would collectively regret hitting the iceberg. This is something we can't let them know, so if we have a chance to meet in the future, we'll just compensate them with more resources. After thinking about it, Luyu looked around and didn't find Fatty. It seems that he is still doing the advancement task. And so, Luyu first went to assess the 4-star hunter. Luyu currently had a lot of military achievements. In addition to what he had previously swiped from brushing the bosses in the Misty Battlefield, the military credit rewarded for second place in the Scarlet Trial was 100,000, which was completely enough. When Luyu successfully passed the test and obtained the 4-star hunter medal, Zhao Liang walked over with a smile on his face. Young Master Lu, congratulations on advancing to the 4th rank. This is a complete set of 4th rank 120 level orange equipment suitable for a swordsman to wear, all of them are filled with level 4 gems. Earlier, he had been calling Lu Yu as Young Master, making Lu Yu uncomfortable, so he asked him to change his name to Young Warrior.
Orange equipment could be punched with 2 holes.
So, this set of orange equipment, each of which had 2 gemstones set in it, had attack, stamina, and bludgeoning, and the pairing was perfect for the swordsman. However, Lu Yu couldn't wear these equipments for the time being, he didn't have enough levels and he couldn't use them for the time being.
Trouble Lieutenant General Zhao.
This is the arrangement of the 3 great war gods. Lu Yu can only accept it for the time being, the big deal is to return it to the Alliance in the future. By the way, Young Warrior Lu, what type of swordsman 4th order skills do you need? I can get them for you first, and if you don't have them, the headquarters will also send them to you at that time, and the bottom line is that they are all B ranked.
Only B rank? Lu Yu shook his head. Let's first see if we can open an S rank swordsman skill. If it doesn't work, just make do with it for now.
Anyway, Fatty hadn't completed his quest yet, so Lu Yu directly purchased the skill treasure chest in place. It was only 50 gold coins apiece.
Lu Yu directly bought enough 10 million skill chests to open.
Ding, congratulations on opening the 5th order S rank skill hegemonic sword body. Ding, congratulations, you've unlocked the S rank mystery scroll. Ding, congratulations on your S class mystery scroll. Ding, congratulations on your S class mystery scroll.
Aha! Sloppy.
It took 500 million gold coins to open 1 S rank swordsman skill and 3 mystic scrolls that could raise the grade of the skill. Sword body. A defensive skill that can boost life value, defense, blood recovery, and control reduction, a very suitable skill for the swordsman that can greatly increase the swordsman's survival space. With 3 S-rank mystic scrolls, Lu Yu would be able to obtain 3 more S-rank skills.
And so,
Lu Yu checked all the skills of the swordsman that had appeared within the 4th rank, then said to Zhao Liang, Lieutenant General Zhao, are there any broken sword style and shadowless sword? Upon hearing this, Zhao Liang inquired about Commander-in-Chief Xin Yuanhu, and after receiving a reply, he smiled and said, there are. However, one is a C grade and the other is a D grade, the grade is a bit low, do you want me to apply for a higher grade from headquarters?
No need, grade doesn't matter.
Zhao Liang choked on his words for a moment.
Skill grade doesn't matter?
The higher the grade, the better the effect, right?
It's very important.
However, learned skills can be cancelled out by spending gold coins to purchase a skill forgetting scroll, so you can just relearn them when the time comes. Lu Yu should want to use low grade skills to brush up on monsters.
Soon.
A sergeant sent Lu Yu a 3rd order blocking skill, broken sword style, and a 4th order single attack skill, shadowless sword. After purchasing a skill Oblivion scroll in the Alliance Mall, Lu Yu cancelled the B rank block, replaced it with Swordbreaker, and then learned the 8th skill, shadowless sword.
Immediately thereafter,
using 3 S-rank mystic scrolls, he advanced broken sword style, shadowless sword, and green lotus sword dance to S rank. Ding, you spent 2,000 gold coins to advance the 3rd rank broken sword style to 4th rank. Ding, you spent 6,000 gold coins to upgrade sword breaking style to LV90.
Name, sword breaking style. Grade, S class.
Level, 4th level LV90 need to spend gold coins to upgrade. Skill effect, use sword chi to break the target's attack, 100% of the skills within the current 4th rank can be broken, there is a probability to interrupt the target's spell casting, cooldown 18 seconds.
Tip, upgrading this skill can reduce the skill cooldown, the final cooldown is 3 seconds. Name, shadowless sword. Grade, S class.
Grade, 4th order LV90 need to spend gold to upgrade. Skill effect, single attack, shadowless and invisible, cannot be perceived, can cause strange effects on the target. Tip, upgrading this skill can increase the damage. Tip, upgrading this skill can increase the damage.
Next,
Lu Yu also upgraded a few other skills to the 4th rank LV90 pulling it all together.
Good guy. That's hundreds of thousands of gold coins.
The higher the level, the more gold coins spent on upgrading skills, no wonder gold coins were in short supply for the entire alliance, too much gold coins. Thanks to the explosive coin system, without it, Lu Yu really didn't dare to choose swordsman, a profession that required a lot of kryptonite in every aspect. Now with 8 S-rank skills and an orange suit, even without talent, Lu Yu was confident that he was no worse than a supernova.
Suddenly,
ding, as you are the first transmuter to learn 8 S-rank skills, you have obtained the title of Sword Dao Master, and a full channel notification has been made, this notification cannot hide the information.
Next second.
Full channel notification, congratulations to Swordsman Lu Yu, you have successfully learned 8 S-rank skills and have obtained the title of Sword Dao Grandmaster.
3 notifications. The world is shocked.
P.S. Today's hyped up 1500 or 2000 for love, or 25-star positive reviews, not eating but also 2 more chapters, I said.
Chapter 61, The Dawn. Lu Yu?
At this time, Jean Ruojie, who was the homeroom teacher of the special first class of the first middle school in Jincheng, had surprise on her face.
Lu Yu?
Which Lu Yu?
Is it his own student? After thinking about it, Jean Rouagie couldn't help but smile. It should be unlikely. This was 8S rank skills. How many gold coins would this cost? And how much luck must one have to be able to possess it? The heaven-opening sword god didn't even have 8S rank skills. Lu Shui and Lu Yu, who were in class, narrowed their eyes and smiled. They knew that it must be their brother. Their brother was the most powerful. The other side. F War Zone Headquarters. Commander-in-Chief Shen Yuan, whose brows were furrowed, he seemed to have encountered some big difficulties. Original. Ever since the last time the three great war gods held an alliance conference, they allocated a lot of star source stones to each war zone and issued the next highest level alliance task, requiring each war zone to build a certain number of magic formation cannons within half a year. And the amount of tasks for Warzone F was 100 magic formation cannons. It didn't seem like much, but it was a super magic formation cannon that was required to reach the 10th level. The so-called 10th level magic formation cannon was a cannon blast that was comparable to the power of a 10th level attack skill. And to create a super magic formation cannon of this level, the materials required were huge. The energy material star source stone was enough. Other materials could be collected by gritting one's teeth, but the main material, sea crystal iron, was severely lacking. This was a necessary material to build a magic formation cannon. This precious material could only be found in the special area of the ocean battlefield. Originally, the resources in the F battlefield area were scarce, so they could only barely build some intermediate level magic formation cannons. Of course, there was also a probability of opening a material treasure chest by purchasing it in the extraterrestrial mall, but let's not even talk about the cost of gold coins. This probability issue made people despair. Half a year. There was no way to collect enough sea crystal iron by opening material treasure chests, so one could only go to the ocean battlefield to collect it. In the ocean battlefield of the F Warzone, there was only one place that produced sea crystal iron, and that was the Sea Skull battlefield in the South China Sea region. It was a battlefield with special rules, where transferees and monsters of more than the 6th rank, as well as props, could not enter. The sitting lord of the sea skeleton battlefield was a special octopus lord, except that this guy's head was a skeleton and looked a bit scary. The level wasn't high. Only a grade. But the body size was too huge and the attack range was too wide. In particular, its special body structure combined with a special skill that could transfer the damage it suffered to its tentacles made it inherently invincible. Unless one could quickly chop off all of its tentacles, only then could one begin to inflict damage on it. But that was too difficult. The Dragon Blood War God's granddaughter, Release Battle Dance, had come to challenge this boss when she was at the 6th rank, but it ended in failure, unable to hurt this peculiar boss at all. There were so many monsters derived within the ocean, far more than on land. Bosses similar to this that possessed special abilities also possessed quite a few. The problem now was that without killing this boss, it would be difficult to collect enough sea crystal iron to complete the task explained by the headquarters. This was still the headquarters looking at Lu Yu's face, giving extra care to the F Warzone. The other warzones had a lot more tasks than the F Warzone. The three great war gods were going to attack the heavenly mode pass of the extraterrestrial battlefield. This was a major event concerning the future of the entire human race. Even if it was difficult, they had to be determined to complete the task. This is not. On the day Shen Yuan who received the order, he let the Monster Hunter Hall release a super high reward Sea Crystal Iron mission, and assembled all the soldiers within the 6th rank of the regular army in the F battle area to form the Conquest Army. But we just received the news from the Sea Skeleton battlefield. That 6th Order Lord had suddenly advanced from a rank to S rank, and its battle power had soared, which made it even more invincible. Derivative monsters advanced. A big reason was that the more powerful Lord monster behind it advanced. It was very likely that another 10th Order S-rank Ocean Overlord had been born. No one knew exactly how many Ocean Overlords there were. There were no less than 10 of them known around the world, outnumbering the ones on land. They can't go ashore because of the rules, so they've taken over all areas of the oceans, causing mankind to completely lose control of the oceans. Commander-in-Chief, that monstrous lord has advanced, our army has suffered heavy losses, it's no longer possible to take it down, why don't we order them to withdraw from the Sea Skull battlefield? An admiral said helplessly. Withdraw? What can we do to complete the mission given by the Alliance headquarters if we withdraw? We can't withdraw. If you can't kill that boss, then don't kill it, carry its damage hard, even if you have to take a life to fill it in, you have to collect enough sea crystal iron for me to come back. As long as the three great war gods succeed in taking down the Heavenly Rift Pass, then the defense line of the extraterrestrial battlefield will be even more solid, and the three great war gods can also free up their hands to do more. This is the turning point of the human race's destiny. Shen Yuan who immediately slapped the table to make up his mind. When the generals heard this, they all showed expressions of grief. That's what the word said. But this was equivalent to taking the lives of a large number of middle and young generation soldiers. Moreover, it might not be possible to collect enough sea crystal iron even after paying a large number of sacrifices, and that boss's attack could be said to almost envelop half of the sea skeleton battlefield. Pass on my order. Give up on killing that boss and go all out to grab the sea crystal iron.
Xian Yuan, who knew that this mission was tough.
But it's even tougher. Even if it's a mountain of swords, they're going to accomplish it.
In the face of the greater good, sacrificing oneself was not an option. Just as an admiral was about to give the commander-in-chief's order to the commander-in-chief of the Sea Skull battlefield, an all-channel notice stunned them. After Xian Yuan, who saw the content of the notice, the heavy face that was originally dark and cloudy was instantly replaced with the joy of seeing the sun in the clouds.
8S class skills. How heaven-defying was this? The Sword Dao Master title. This was a title that the heaven-opening sword god hadn't even triggered. At this moment,
Xian Yuan, who saw the light.
Perhaps the mission could be completed.
Give orders to the generals in the Sea Skull battlefield to withdraw first and wait for a new combat order from this commander. After saying that, Xian Yuan, who personally rushed to the Monster Hunter Hall, he was going to find Lu Yu.
At this moment,
Lu Yu looked at his acquisition of the title in a daze.
Title, Sword Dao Master.
Effect: upon obtaining it, your hit rate for all non-lock skills is increased by 80, attack power is increased by 100, all attacks come with a 10 blood drawing effect, skill effects are increased by 10, all skill chance are reduced by 50, and blue consumption is reduced by 50. Triggered by the next level of Sword Dao Grandmaster, 20s rank skills are required.
Just a title. One's attack power directly broke 10,000, close to 20,000. To know.
The unusual swordsman, at the 4th level, with an orange suit full of attack gems and all the power points, the attack power is also more than 10,000 at best.
One's own title is beyond them.
This is still their own main plus point physical strength, otherwise the attack power is absolutely more explosive.
And this
is only one of the attribute bonuses of the Sword Dao Master title. There are 4 other bonuses that are also very good.
Just learning 8S rank skills to obtain such a powerful title, wouldn't that Sword Dao Grandmaster be even more powerful? Nima. With this set of attributes, it's even more powerful than Supernova without relying on talent, right?
Wah, brother, you don't know, Star Source Stones are surprisingly useful to NPCs. I relied on Star Source Stones and managed to complete the S-rank difficulty 4th level quest. It's just a pity that I didn't trigger the hidden quest.
Not long after, Bailey Tong finally returned from the mission, looking very relaxed.
There are plenty of subsequent advancement quests that you'll have the chance to trigger. It's hard to say that by then you'll be able to become a hidden profession just like your god-grandfather.
Hey, that's a must. Let's go. Let's go to the ocean battlefield and grab some upgrades.
The duo had just walked out of the gate when they bumped into the commander-in-chief, who came in a hurry.
Please wait a moment. Chapter 62, heading to the South Sea battlefield. Fatty, looking for you?
It shouldn't be. I don't have much of a relationship with the commander-in-chief of the F Theater. It should be looking for you, brother you.
Between words, Xian Yuan, who came to Lu Yu, excitedly said, Lu little friend, can I trouble you for one thing?
I'm afraid that you're the only one who can accomplish this in the entire war zone.
What is it? What is it? Lu Yu did not understand. Please follow me inside to talk.
Lu Yu and Bailey Tong were confused and followed the commander-in-chief to an office in the Monster Hunter Hall. I'll make it short and sweet. We have encountered a problem in the F Theater. The Alliance headquarters is going to attack the Heavenly Rift Pass in the extraterritorial battlefield, and we need our theater to build 100 level 10 magic array cannons. At the moment, our warzone is seriously lacking in the main material needed to build the magic formation cannons, sea crystal iron, a material that is only available within the scope of our warzone in a special battlefield in the South China Sea region. That battlefield has a special monster world rule shroud. Beings above the 6th order cannot enter, and props above the 6th order cannot be used.
Lu Yu also knew something about these special regions.
The rules of the monster world assimilating the Blue Star world would cause some areas to be regularized, and special rule areas would be formed. The rules of each rule area are different. No one can break the rules, even the 3 great war gods. In the face of the rule area, there is nothing that can be done. The monsters are the same. Xian Yuan Tiger continued, and the monster lord currently dominating that battlefield is a special 6th order monster that is almost impossible to kill. Just recently, it also advanced to S rank, making it even more difficult to deal with, and our sergeants are unable to successfully avoid it to collect sea crystal iron.
Isn't little friend Lu going to the ocean battlefield to upgrade? Is it possible to go to the sea skeleton battlefield in the South China Sea region to practice? There are quite a few monsters there as well, and when you advance to the 5th rank, can you help our sergeant fend off the special lord's attacks then? Although Lu Yu possessed 8S rank skills and also possessed the battle power to decapitate dark monster kings of the same rank, he had only just leveled up to 4th order 90. Xian Yuan, who didn't think that Lu Yu could defeat that monster lord, and when Lu Yu advanced to the 5th rank, he should be able to use his multiple S-rank skills to withstand that monster lord's attack for a little while, giving the others a chance to collect the sea crystal iron. In this way, there is a high hope of collecting enough sea crystal iron to complete the urgent mission at the Alliance headquarters. Brother you, rule area, yeah, I guess there's something good, and the ultimate big boss of that sea skeleton battlefield is very special. Sister Sure Battle Dance challenged it back when she was at the 6th rank, but couldn't hurt it at all. I've long wanted to see this boss. Bailey Tong opened his mouth and said, "Oh,
Release Battle Dance, that is the granddaughter of the Dragon Blood God of War, once the new generation of the Scarlet Trial Leader, with Kana level, the battle power is the same level as very strong and formidable.
Even she can't hurt the 6th order boss, that's something to see. Furthermore, rule area.
Lu Yu hadn't touched it so far, so it was just as well to go and feel it in the meantime, and there was no delay in practicing anyway. Commander-in-Chief, no problem, then Bailey Tong and I will go to the Sea Skeleton battlefield in the South China Sea to practice."
Lu Yu laughed. Good. Good.
Little friend Lu, with you out there, it shouldn't be too much of a problem, but you must remember not to be reckless and not to get tough with that boss.
Your level is too low to kill it yet.
You're the future 4th god of war of our human alliance. If anything goes wrong, then I'll die for it. Xian Yuan who had to solemnly remind Lu Yu.
In fact,
if it wasn't for the fact that there was no other way, he wouldn't have come to Lu Yu to take action. Don't worry, Commander-in-Chief, I will act within my means and won't mess around. After all, I have always preferred to keep a low profile. On the side, Bailey Tong rolled his small white eyes.
I said, brother, you're still low-key,
You're almost so high profile that you're going to the heavens. Without mentioning anything else, just these 8S rank skills triggering the title of Sword Dao Master is enough to stun countless people.
Fierce. Bailey Tong thought for a moment and had a bit of an epiphany.
This might be Brother Yu's unique Big Brother style. I'll have to take out my little notebook to record it and learn from it. With Lu Yu's words, Xian Yuan who also put his heart down. However, the ocean battlefield was ultimately full of perils, and it was hard to say that there were other powerful sea monsters intruding to haunt the vicinity of the Sea Skeleton battlefield. Especially the unknown newly risen S-rank 10th Order Ocean Overlord. This is even more important to be careful.
Then I will personally escort the two of you to the ocean battlefield.
In order to guarantee the absolute safety of Lu Yu and Bailey Tong, Xian Yuan who decided to personally sit in the South Sea battlefield and escort them.
This, Lu Yu originally wanted to refuse, but thought better of it.
The Commander-in-Chief was also worried about his own safety. After all, within the oceanic battlefield, there were quite a few powerful monsters that acted freely on their own.
And so,
under the escort of the Commander-in-Chief and other bigwigs, Lu Yu experienced for the first time the special honor of a bigwig personally serving as an escort.
Alliance headquarters.
The 3 great war gods also saw the full channel notification.
Truly heroes come out of the youth. 8S rank skills, this was truly unprecedented.
The heaven-opening sword god, Bailey Zhangfeng, felt a lot of emotions. As the sealing of the human alliance, he was well aware of how hard it was to obtain an S-rank skill, and many high-ranked transmutants didn't have a single one. It looks like we'll be able to witness the rise of the 4th god of war in our lifetimes.
That's right.
Ever since we were instructed by our teacher in our dreams and ended up pioneering 3 war god positions, now that we have the chance to pioneer a 4th, it's truly a great fortune for the human race. We should also hurry up. Once the major war zones have completed the task of the Demon Formation Cannon, we will immediately attack the Heavenly Rift Pass and try to take it down in one fell swoop.
South Sea. This is just a part of the ocean battlefield. It is close to the F war zone.
Therefore, it had become the primary battlefield for monster hunters above 4 stars in the F war zone to hunt monsters.
Wow!
Lu Yu and the others arrived on top of a sea island in the South China Sea. This place had long been taken by the Warzone Legion and made into a supply station.
All the transmigrators who were brushing sea monsters in this neighborhood could come here to resupply.
Only now, this supply station was all filled with regular soldiers within the 6th rank, as well as monster hunters, who had been ordered to come here to obtain sea crystal iron. There were also injured sergeants coming up from the bottom of the sea one after another, and there were quite a few of them, and they brought back a large number of corpses of their fellow soldiers who had died in the battle, not a single whole body, and their deaths were gruesome.
This made Lu Yu look and frown. The casualties were so great?
2 of you, from this island, you can dive straight down to the Sea Skull battlefield. Don't get close to the rule area in the center first, and practice in other areas. After upgrading to level 120, you can return here first. I brought you the 5th Order Advancement God Stone. You can directly take the 5th Order Advancement quest here.
Xian Yuan who said. Lu Yu nodded. Immediately afterward,
summoned Little Red and Big White, brought along Bailey Tong, and directly went down to the sea. Lu Yu wanted to see what kind of powerful monsters could make the army lose so much.
Chapter 63 Special Boss, Lord Sulik. Wow!
Great White automatically opened its bubbles and wrapped Lu Yu, Bailey Tong, and Little Red. This was an effect common to underwater mounts, so that it allowed its owner to avoid the effects of water currents. Under the assimilation of the monster world's rule power, although the underwater world was still dark, the sight was unimpeded and one could clearly see the surrounding scenery. Only the deep sea in the distance could not be seen too clearly. Brother Yu, this is a water avoidance speed props, with the body can automatically avoid water. No mount does not affect the free movement, but the action is not as convenient as land, need to adapt to it.
Bailey Tong handed Lu Yu a dark blue bead.
Lu Yu took it, and his body immediately seemed to be wearing a thin water suit, isolated from seawater.
It's quite convenient. This undersea environment is so beautiful.
But often the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is. This undersea has long since lost the ordinary fish, and all there are ferocious sea monsters.
Key.
A fifth-order ordinary fish demon scurried out from the coral reef and stabbed towards Lu Yu's back with a three-pronged spear in its hand.
But. 20,310.
The fish demon was killed in seconds on the spot.
Fish demon? Ha! Brother Yu, did you release a skill? Bailey Ton's small eyes blinked in some surprise. Well, the 4th rank skill Shadowless Sword, the effect is not bad.
Lu Yu smiled faintly. The S-rank Shadowless Sword is just awesome. A normal Shadowless Sword, although it is also shadowless, it will reveal a sword track orbit and can still be captured. And Brother Yu, your Shadowless Sword is truly trackless and can catch your opponent off guard first. Bailey Ton's incorporation of rainbow farts into the actual situation forced Lu Yu to be flattered. This ocean battlefield was worthy of being the biggest battlefield. It took more than an hour of diving to reach the Sea Skull battlefield. The reason why this place was called the Sea Skeleton Battlefield, besides the fact that the ultimate boss was an octopus skeleton, the most important thing was that there were many human skeletons buried here. After all, this was the only place to obtain sea crystal iron materials in the F War Zone, so naturally, battles happened here all the time, and there were far more skeletons than other battlefields. As soon as he arrived here, Lu Yu realized that there were a large number of monster hunters and regular troops gathered here, all of which were rank 4 to rank 6 transmutants. However, none of them had approached the area of the huge undersea volcano in the center of the Sea Skull, which was the rule area, and instead, they were in the periphery cleaning up the other small monsters that kept popping up.
Lu Yu?
A familiar voice came. Lu Yu turned his head to see, who was this if not Captain Yang Zhang?
Captain Yang, why are you here?
The upper echelon has released a 6-star mission with a big bounty, no limit on the number of people, and hunters from the 4th to the 6th rank can take it, so I came over here to do my part for the Alliance and try to get some sea crystal iron materials. Lu Yu, congratulations on finding the Star Source Stone vein in the Scarlet Trial, and thus obtaining the generous rewards of the 3 great war gods. Yang Zhang's words could have confused both Lu Yu and Bailey Tong.
Captain Yang, what do you mean? Still pretending?
Look at the Alliance channel. The heaven-opening sword god has personally made a statement, saying that you found the Star Source Stone vein, earned the title of Alliance Hero, and received a huge reward from the heroes, which is why you had the chance to learn 8S rank skills. Lu Yu opened the Alliance channel, and the first video in the headline was really the speech of the Open Sky Sword God.
In an instant, Lu Yu reacted.
This was the Open Sky Sword God giving himself a chance to reasonably explain the origin of the 8S rank skills, lest he be suspected.
Although this was a bit of a forced explanation, with the Open Heaven Sword God's influence, it still made sense and the crowd was convinced.
In order not to influence themselves, the 3 great war gods had really gone to great lengths.
By the way, why did you all come to the Sea Skull battlefield as well? Could it be that you and Bailey Tong both took on the 6-star quest of collecting sea crystal iron materials?
Confused. You guys are only at the 4th rank, this is not the place for you to come, even I am not completely sure that I can return safely alive. In the battle not too long ago, a lot of people died, and most of them were higher ranked than you guys, so you guys should go back and cancel the quest and find a safer battlefield to continue to go leveling. Especially you Lu Yu, with 8S class skills, more should be low-key upgrading, and strive for the future sword to the sky, for the human race to make greater contributions. Yang Zhang realized that Lu Yu and Bailey Tong had both advanced to the 4th rank and suspected that the 2 of them were the ones who had taken on this 9-death mission. At this time, the Commander General of the army walked over. This caused Yang Zhang to be shaken. Not understanding how such a big shot had come over, it was presumed that he had learned of Lu Yu's arrival and had come to persuade him to leave the battlefield. Yes. It should be like this. It was rare for the Human Alliance to see a young swordsman who had obtained the title of Sword Dao Patriarch for the first time. The Alliance had to protect him anyways and would not let him fall easily. But who knows? The Commander-in-Chief's words directly left Yang Zhang dumbfounded. 2 of you, we have been ordered by the Commander-in-Chief to prepare an area suitable for upgrading for you, please follow me. What's the situation? Did the Commander-in-Chief tell Lu Yu and Bailey Tong to come? No, Lord Commander-in-Chief, what's going on? The Commander-in-Chief didn't want to take care of such a 5-star hunter like Yang Zhang, but a sergeant next to him whispered a few words to him, and immediately looked respectful. It turns out that this is the chief commander of the hunter squad that Lu Yu and Bailey Tong are in, that should be taken seriously. It is like this, they are invited by the Commander-in-Chief to fend off the Lords of Sulik. The sudden withdrawal of our army from the rule area is by order of the Commander-in-Chief, to withdraw to rest and recuperate, and wait for Lu Yu to advance to the 5th rank before going to attack, and now I'm going to take them to level up a bit first. G.A. Yang Zhang completely cracked. No wonder the previous attack on Lord Sulik was fine, the Commander-in-Chief suddenly ordered a retreat, so it was because Lu Yu and Bailey Tong were coming.
But Lu Yu, even if he possessed 8S rank skills, his talent wasn't estimated to be very strong, so he couldn't possibly be able to carry Suluk's attack, right? Due to the SSS rank's secret orders given by the three great war gods, Li Roll and the others did not reveal Lu Yu's deeds in the Star Illusion realm upon his return. Naturally, this chief captain was unaware of Lu Yu's true battle power. Senior General, there is no hurry about upgrading. First take me to see the strongest lord boss of the sea skeleton battlefield. The commander-in-chief, however, had explained that the two should not be neglected, and that they should respect the two more than they respected him, and the unified general had no choice but to agree. However, he still had to give some instructions, otherwise if anything went wrong, he couldn't bear the responsibility. I can only take you to the edge of the rule area, do not easily break into, in the edge can also roughly see in the crater of the Suluk Lord, it generally will not leave the crater. Lu Yu smiled faintly, Senior General Unity, you can rest assured, I have always kept a low profile and will not take risks easily. Bailey Ton's eyes narrowed. If brother you said low profile, then it's likely that something is about to happen. And so, the crowd arrived at the fringe of the rule area. Lu Yu looked out. A small mountain-like giant octopus skeleton appeared in the large underwater crater ahead. According to the others, this lord was actually a giant boss with an octopus skeleton head and snake body and a pair of demonic fire wings. It was just that most of its body was soaked within the volcanic magma, only its head was exposed. Name, Suluk. Class, S-Class. Level, LV1 86th Order. Blood, 3 million. Mutation skill, Tentacle Embrace. Skills, Crash Sea Wave, Deathmire, Deep Sea Great Tidal Surge, Tentacle Crash Deep Sea Shock. Introduction, Special Class Derivative Monster. Both of you, after seeing and watching, let's go ahead and ascend. When the unified general saw the next scene, his head exploded. In a moment of inattention, Lu Yu and Bailey Tong had already appeared above the crater on their white horses, facing the boss directly. Chapter 64 Rescue? The boss was killed in less than a minute. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is this what you call a low profile? What kind of mount is that? Why is it so fast? The general, who reacted, gave the order, quickly. Go and save them. Even if we lose our entire army, we must save those two. But Mr. Commander, the commander-in-chief told us to stay outside the rule area. Don't worry, save them. Save them at all costs. I'll bear the consequences. The army moved in immediately. But anyone with eyes could see that the morale of the army was very low. The morale of the army was very low at this time. It had been demoralized by the previous attack on Lord Suluk, and could only exchange its life for collecting sea crystal iron materials. It was hard to get the commander-in-chief's order to retreat and recuperate, but now the commander-in-chief was going to make them face the terrifying invincible boss again because of two teenagers. They naturally wouldn't have any morale. Many of the sergeants appeared fearful. This was all very unfavorable to the entire South Sea battlefield. Yang Zheng on the side was also dumbfounded, then he was the first to rush into the rule area regardless of life and death. These two were members of the squad he had brought with him, and as the chief captain, he had the obligation to save them, even if there was little hope. However, before running a few steps, Yang Zheng was completely dumbfounded, because Lu Yu and Bailey Tong riding a big white horse actually directly into the crater. I'm not sure if I can do it. It's over. Yang Zheng could not understand why Lu Yu and Bailey Tong went to their deaths. The general directly kneeled down. His face was like ashes. What's the difference between rushing into a volcano like this and voluntarily entering a monster's mouth? It's over. I can't get out of this pot for the rest of my life. This way. Lu Yu incarnated as the god of swords. With a crushing stance, he used thousands of flying swords to cut down all the tentacles of the boss. Even though this boss is huge and has many tentacles, they are no match for Lu Yu's flying swords. 46,969. A bright red damage emerged from the top of the boss's head. Without the tentacles to transfer damage, this boss was equivalent to having no means of preserving its life. Bailey Tong, on the other hand, didn't make a move and just sat and watched the show from the back of Great White. The sergeants who were rushing to support them were collectively dumbstruck when they saw the large damage values popping up on top of the boss's head. Lord Suluk had been dealt damage? How could this be possible? Their entire army, plus many monster hunters, hadn't even managed to hurt this boss a single bit. The main reason was that this boss had too many tentacles, and the recovery speed of the broken tentacles was amazing. If you couldn't cut off all of its tentacles at once in a very short period of time, it was impossible to hurt it, and this was the true terror of this boss. But now, someone had actually injured it. That means that the boss's tentacles have been cut off. Who did this? In this rule area where at most a 6th rank transmuter could enter, who could have done it? Was it that Lu Yu? The unified general's first thought was Lu Yu. Because only Lu Yu and Bailey Tong had broken in. And since Bailey Tong was a fat prick, then only Lu Yu of the swordsman profession.
Because the swordsman profession was known as the physical law master, specializing in long-range imperial sword attacks, there was this possibility of chopping off all of the boss's tentacles in a short period of time. If you want to chop off all the tentacles of the boss in one go, you need to control thousands of flying swords at least. Liu Yu, who was only at the 4th rank, even if he had 8S rank sword techniques, he still didn't have this ability, right? After all, in his perception, the most powerful Heavenly Sword God could only manage 10,000 flying swords, but the Heavenly Sword God was a 10th rank superstar, or a hidden swordsman. But the one who fought with the boss, besides Liu Yu and Bailey Tong, there was no one else. The unified general could only think that it was because of that Sword Dao Master title that Liu Yu had obtained. Presumably it was the effect of this title, otherwise there was no reasonable explanation. Roar! The mountainous and gigantic Sulik Lord, for the first time being injured by a human, or a 4th-ranked griffin, roared up to the sky, wanting to unleash the deep-sea shock, grand skill to blast this demonic human teenage sword god to death. Demon slashing sword drawing technique. Poof. 15W. A huge gash appeared in Lord Sulik's chest, green blood clattered out, and the skill was interrupted. One sword for 100,000 damage, brother you're completely invincible. Bailey Tong's shocked body bulged even more. This was a 4th rank beating a 6th rank. A skill with 100,000 damage, if you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe it if you said it? As Liu Yu unceasingly attacked. Lord Sulik, who claimed to be invincible at the 6th rank, quickly lost more than half of his blood. Boss rage. His huge body slammed directly towards Liu Yu and Bailey Tong, the two mole crickets. Boom. 1,000. Liu Yu was unharmed. After all, his physical defense broke 100,000. The boss only had a high blood volume, but its attack was just a bit higher than a normal 6th-order transmogrifier. The attack of a 6th-order transmogrifier is only a few tens of thousands at most, and naturally, the attack of this boss cannot be more than 100,000 tons. Bailey Tong had great white to carry the wounds, and only suffered a bit of scorching wounds from being knocked down into the volcanic lava. Alas, it's hot. Time kept dropping blood, but he didn't after he put on a fire resistance prop. He wanted to go up and stab the boss a few times, but Thiatone was surprised to find that there seemed to be something underneath the magma. Big White, go down there. Big White was obedient this time. Because Liu Yu explained, protect Thiatone and don't let him get hurt. Liu Yu glanced at Big White and Bailey Tong, who had fallen into the magma, and knew that with the natural damage of the magma alone, it still couldn't take Bailey Tong's life. With that, Liu Yu turned on Will of Ice. Take this boss and try the freezing effect. Thousands of flying swords seamlessly chopped. At once. A frost state appeared on the huge boss, unable to move. Although it could only be frozen for 0.01 seconds, it couldn't help that Liu Yu's flying swords were uninterrupted, which was equivalent to being able to control it for 10 minutes, which was scary to think about. The boss could do nothing but roar. Why is frost coming out of that boss? Why didn't it release its skills? The crowd, who were still rushing, were dumbfounded. Everyone, look at the boss blood bar, the boss is going to hang. Someone exclaimed. Only then did the crowd notice. In less than 1 minute. The boss with 3 million blood was actually reaching the bottom of its blood bar. Even if this boss didn't have the special skill of transferring damage, they would have to fight for at least a day to kill this boss. Kneeling. Countless sergeants stopped in their tracks and directly knelt. No rescue was needed. The boss was about to be seconded. At the same time, the eyes of all the soldiers were on fire. The morale that had fallen to the bottom began to rebound. Once this boss is really secured, then their nightmare would end and their morale would return to the peak. Even if new lords would be refreshed here in the future, the probability was that it wouldn't be this kind of special lord anymore, then this sea skeleton battlefield would be completely taken. Together with the precious sea crystal iron materials here. It can be imagined. For the entire F Warzone, and even the entire Human Race Alliance, it was of great significance. It can be said that it is not too much to say that it will greatly boost the morale of all the soldiers in the Warzone. Yang Zhang did not stop, he rushed towards the crater at great speed. He had to confirm the safety of Liu Yu and Bailey Tong. Quickly clear the other monsters before the boss unleashes its skills. After the commander general was shocked, he also ordered his army to open up the road. He also had to make sure that Liu Yu and Bailey Tong were unharmed, otherwise he couldn't explain to the commander-in-chief. 10,000 swords return. When the boss blood bar was only 5 left, Liu Yu released this skill to see the effect. Only to see all the flying swords, combined with the skill cohesion of the sharp swords, all gathered towards Liu Yu, forming a huge and cool 10,000 swords returning to the source effect, and the damage was also very considerable. Within the range of the skill's effect, all the flying swords inflicted damage on the boss, instantly spilling the blood of the boss. Rumble. Lord Sulik, who was known to be the hardest to kill at the 6th rank of the F Warzone, could only drink his hatred in the Yellow Springs when faced with the god of swords, Liu Yu. This boss is indeed powerful, it took me 25 seconds to kill it. Ha! Where's the fat guy? He didn't drown in the lava, did he? Liu Yu frowned. At this time, Beilatong sent a message, "Brother you, there's a big surprise underneath the lava, come quickly." Chapter 65 Rule Copy, Money can make NPCs push the mill.
Sitting at the supply station, Xian Yuanhu, who was always ready to prevent the marine overlord from attacking, was leisurely sipping his tea.
Just waiting for Lu Yu to rise to level 120 and complete the 5th order quest, this sea crystal iron material can start collecting.
Doh! Suddenly the private channel kept ringing. A glance.
It was a voice message from Unified General Yu Songfei, Commander-in-Chief, you should hurry and come over to the sea skeleton battlefield.
What happened? Did something happen to Lu Yu and Bailey Tong?
Xian Yuan, whose heart thumped. If something happened to the two of them in their own warzone, then the heavenly sword god would probably have to skin him.
Yes and no. What do you mean, yes or no?
You speak clearly. Xian Yuan, who hurriedly led the generals to the sea skull battlefield while continuing to inquire.
Lord Sulek has been seconded.
Yu Songfei's words directly froze the rushing Xian Yuan who.
What? That particular lord was seconded? Who did that?
Yu Songfei had to tell the commander-in-chief what happened.
For a while.
Only then did Xian Yuan who come back from his shock.
So, did Lu Yu and Bailey Tong have anything to do with it? Back to the commander-in-chief, I don't know.
They broke inside the crater at that time, and the distance was too far for me to see what happened inside. I'm in the crater now, but there are only boss corpses here, no sign of Lu Yu in time. I've ordered my men to go down into the lava to look for them.
Find.
Search with all your might, live to see people, die to see corpses.
Xian Yuan, who was in a hurry. Soon. A good news came.
Yu Songfei, Commander-in-Chief, the searchers found a rule copy below the magma. The copy prompted two people to enter. It should be Lu Yu and Bailey Tong who went in. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan, who then put his heart down and exhaled heavily, then ecstatically explained, guard the copy, don't let the other sea monsters get close. In his jurisdiction of the war zone was born a rule copy. This is a great good news. This was definitely the first rule copy to appear in the history of the Blue Star world. It must be reported to the headquarters at the first opportunity, and a high-level battle force must be dispatched to guard it. It seemed that the South Sea hadn't given birth to a new ocean overlord, but rather, the appearance of the rule copy had caused that Sulek Lord Boss to obtain a special baptism before advancing. Soon after, the three great war gods learned of the birth of rule copies in the Yeth Warzone Sea Skeleton battlefield. That was incomparably surprised. Because rule copies have always only appeared in extraterritorial battlefields, but never appeared in the Blue Star world. It seems that the monster world has assimilated the Blue Star world to a certain extent, so rule copies have begun to appear.
Brother Tu Tian, I'll trouble you to make a trip. Bailey Zongfeng laughed.
A small matter, just in time. I can also test to see if little Bailey has been slacking off lately. After saying that, Tu Tian Wei moved. On the other side, Lu Yu and Bailey Tong appeared in a strange little world.
Hey, brother Yu, is the surprise big enough? This is a rule copy. What is a rule copy?
It was the first time Lu Yu had heard of this kind of copy and was curious. Brother Yu, you've already seen the rule area. Each rule area has a specific kind of rule. The rule of the rule area of the sea skeleton battlefield is that only transmutations and monsters within the 6th order can come in.
Aha!
And the rule area has a very small probability of giving birth to a special copy. This copy also follows the rules of this area, so it is called a rule copy. Although there are also monsters inside the rule copies, these are not like dark monsters, or derived monsters, but rule monsters, which our forefathers named copy monsters to distinguish them from the monsters outside. Rule copies had two main features. The first feature was that they could be entered repeatedly, and the experience of the copy monsters inside was very high, equal to 310 times that of the monsters outside. The second feature was that the copy boss inside the rule copy could burst out epic equipment, or legendary equipment, unlike the monsters outside, which could at best burst out orange equipment. Bailey Tong seems to be a jack of all trades, and knows the rule copy situation very well.
What did you say? The copy monsters in here can pop out equipment above the orange grade? Lu Yu's eyes widened. Epic grade equipment. Legendary grade equipment.
Lu Yu had a deep understanding of how difficult it was to obtain. Lu Yu had also opened quite a few equipment treasure chests, but he hadn't even seen the shadow of a single piece of epic level equipment.
One could imagine how difficult it was to obtain this orange or higher equipment. Then the value of this rule copy could be imagined. Yeah, right.
By the way, Brother Fei, the probability of the first pass of this rule copy popping out orange or above equipment is still quite high. Moreover, the first team to come in has a copy of the pass protection period, that is, regardless of whether we succeed or fail, only when we go out, this copy is officially open to others. Saying that, Bailey Tong wondered again, Brother Yu, as far as I know, this rare rule copy has always only been born in the extraterrestrial battlefield. How could one suddenly pop up here? Lu Yu estimated that it should be caused by the fusion of the monster world and the Blue Star world to a certain extent, otherwise a rule copy wouldn't have suddenly popped up.
Then in the near future, it was possible that other rule areas of the Blue Star world would also give birth to copies. In that case,
It was estimated that some organizations weaker than the 6 major powers in the extra-domain battlefield might just cast their eyes back to the Blue Star world, thus relocating back might be possible. After all, in the extraterrestrial battlefield, with the 6 behemoths around, it would be difficult for the other forces to make any big gains, and with the appearance of rule copies in the Blue Star world, it would be natural for them to come back to get a piece of the pie. In other words, a change in the world opened up. Big fatty, how come there are no shadows of copy monsters in this copy? Lu Yu looked around and didn't find any copy monsters, but rather this copy scene is a bit peculiar, as if it is a world made up of seawater and lava. Brother Yu, we have to wait. What? Waiting for the unique NPC, only when the NPC appears, the replica will refresh the replica monsters. That's right. The two waited in place for 3 minutes. Suddenly, streams of light appeared in the 8 directions of the replica and gathered in front of the duo. Not long after, a half-meter-tall beautiful flaming female elf appeared. She wore a flame dress and her wings were also composed of flames, very attractive. Name, Fire Sia. Identity, copy NPC. Introduction, exclusive NPC for rule copies, befriend him and there may be unexpected surprises. Lu Yu took a closer look, realizing that this copy NPC was the real NPC. Unlike the ones encountered in the previous advancement quests, this copy NPC had no attributes or bloodstains, which meant that it was an invincible existence that couldn't attack. He would only stay in the rule copy fixed area. Welcome two adventurers to the Lava Sea prison copy. I am the guide of this copy, Fire Sia. The ancient lava sea monster is awakening. 2 of you, are you ready for battle? Lu Yu, wait. Dear Ms. Fire Sia, we are new here, can we make a friend? Fire Sia said in a high and cold voice, I'm sorry, our copy NPCs never make friends with transmutants. Brother Yu, it's useless. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, many seniors have tried to make friends with him with various treasures, but the NPCs didn't react much after receiving the treasures. This way, Lu Yu pondered for a while and directly took out 10,000 gold coins to give to him, but Fire Sia didn't react after receiving the gold coins. 10 million. No reaction. 100 million. Still no reaction. 500 million. Still no response. I really don't believe it. Anyone with money can make a female ghost kneel down and sing conquest to me. 1 billion. Ding, your sincerity has successfully impressed Fire Sia to befriend you. Next second, Fire Sia intimately cupped Lu Yu's hand. I'm too touched, dear human friend. After killing the lava sea monster boss, don't be too busy to leave. Use its blood to perform a summoning. You can wake up the sleeping lava sea monster king, kill it, take its heart and hand it over to me, and I can reward you with a piece of epic grade equipment. After saying that, Fire Sia took out a mysterious summoning props and gave it to Lu Yu. Chapter 66, Boss, Big Brother, spare my life. I'll treat you to some fish. Big fatty, look. This was not a successful friendship with the copy NPC. Lu Yu smiled boldly. Put. Bailey Tong spat furiously inside. Nima. Who would spend 1.6 billion gold coins just to make friends with a copy NPC? Furthermore, there weren't many bigwigs who had this many gold coins. However, Bailey Tong had just heard it for real. Spending a total of more than 1.6 billion gold coins would give him a chance to obtain an epic equipment. But this deal was a loss any way you counted it. After all, this was only a 6-star copy, so the epic equipment obtained would be level 180 at best. A level 180 epic equipment was not worth $16 million by any reckoning. On the contrary, Lu Yu felt that he had earned a lot. If this was a channel to obtain epic level equipment, then in the future, he could go to various rule copies and befriend other copy NPCs so that he could quickly obtain a full set of epic level equipment. This was much faster than opening a blind box to open an equipment chest. A mere 1.6 billion gold coins. For others, it might be a number that was out of reach for a lifetime, but for Lu Yu, it was put together in a single brush of the monsters. After advancing to the 4th stage, the gold coin base of the coin bursting system had been raised to 60, so the speed of brushing gold coins was like riding a rocket. Fire Sia, we're ready for battle, let's begin. Good da. My dear friend. With a wave of Fire Sia's hand, lava sea monsters suddenly appeared everywhere in the copies. Their forms were uniform, all of them were shark-headed lava-bodied humanoid monsters, each one of them with teeth and claws. These replica monsters are restricted by strict rules, and will not attack beyond their area of activity. Big fat, open brush. This copy map is not big, but it is not small either. The specific distribution of monsters, as well as the number of monsters, will need to figure out by themselves. Moreover, the boss will not be refreshed until the small monsters are cleaned up. Poof. 120,000. 120,000. 120,000. Lu Yu, in his sword god form, used his sword god technique to second the 10 small monsters in front of him to speed up the brushing speed, and anyway, the incarnation sword god cooldown was only 180 seconds. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained 180x60108000 gold coins. Ding, you gained 18,000x354000 experience.
The experience was very good. It was 3 times that of the monsters outside.
Level 90 to 91 requires 184-3200 experience, that's one level up just by brushing 34 replica normal monsters. Brother Feather, the explosion rate was good, dozens of gold coins exploded, and there was a level 180 green gauntlet equipment.
Bailey Tong has become a professional item picker.
10 small monsters exploded a green outfit. The first pass of this rule copy does have a good burst rate.
Continue.
Lu Yu and Bailey Tong excitedly looked around for copy monsters to brush. According to this upgrade experience, it is expected to rise to level 120 after passing the copy. At this time, outside the copy,
Commander General Yu Song-fei ordered people to quickly collect sea crystal iron materials while digging deep into the undersea volcano,
accelerating the speed to clear the magma, making sure to protect the rule copy in the shortest possible time. As long as this copy was firmly in control, it would be equivalent to grasping a strategic treasure trove for rapid strength enhancement. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, the rule copy held by the Alliance headquarters was only one in the chaotic forest, and most of the rule copies were still controlled by monsters. Of course, monsters couldn't gain experience and upgrade by killing monsters when they entered the rule copies, but they could brush their equipment inside, and there was also a low probability of special resources popping out. It was no wonder that the equipment of the Dark Monster Royal Clan would be so good, it was that they had mastered quite a few of these rule copies. Commander-in-Chief Shen Yuan, whose group of bigwigs arrived at the sea skeleton battlefield, but they could only sit outside the undersea volcano area without being able to enter the rule-restricted area. Old Su, you personally go back to Dragon City and arrange for an elite legion, as well as senior life profession engineers and the like, to bring enough city building materials and come quickly. I want to build a top-level defense city here in the first place.
Commander-in-Chief. At this moment,
Yang Zheng's head buzzed as he watched what was happening in front of him.
It was too fantastic.
Lu Yu and Bailey Tong, whom he had brought with him, suddenly possessed the strength to decimate a 6th-rank special lord, and had also discovered the rule copy. In terms of this battle power and luck, it had long since left him far behind.
Hell, Lao Zi hadn't even formally launched a single squad activity yet, and 2 team members just took off?
Yang Zheng shook his head mockingly.
This human-to-human comparison is really exasperating.
I want to think of myself, graduated so far almost 10 years, but also the level of the 5th order, 2 just graduated less than a year of rookies, a total of not seen a few times, are killing the 6th order boss. In the future, if they participate in activities, will they bring them or will they bring themselves? Time quickly passed 1 month. A large steel city shrouded the entire rule area. A powerful spell formation opened, isolating the seawater out. The first undersea city in the F-War zone was established. And in order to protect the rule copy, another battle line circle was formed outside the great city, guarded by the most elite legions of the F-War zone.
The undersea volcano in the center was also hollowed out, and the magma was diverted out, revealing the entrance to the rule copy within the volcano.
This entrance was made up of a magma door covered in a divine pattern similar to that of the transmutation god stone, and there was a flame vortex in the center of the door that emitted strange and warm energy fluctuations from time to time. It had been a month since then, and it was reasonable to say that Lu Yu and Bailey Tong both had the strength to crush the Solic Lords, and a 6-star copy of the district should have been cleared long ago. A group of bigwigs sat in the newly constructed undersea battlefront command room for a meeting. At this time, Tu Tian Weiwei opened his mouth. None of them need to worry. If they were really in trouble, Bailey Tong would have sent out a call for help. Right now he didn't. He is probably busy with something. Tu Tian Weiwei but grew up watching Bailey Tong grow up, even accompanied longer than Bailey Tong grandfather, is considered Bailey Tong's second grandfather.
Naturally. Tu Tian Weiwei for Bailey Tong's habits, that is a very good understanding. In fact,
Bailey Tong can obtain the assassin's heart, or he helped. This thing Bailey Zongfeng does not know, otherwise, absolutely have to practice with him 3 million rounds.
And inside the copy, Lu Yu and Bailey Tong were busy. Knock you out. What the hell is this summoning prop that is so difficult to summon? Bailey Tong was speechless.
In fact, they had spent less than half a month looking for monsters to brush, but using boss blood combined with summoning props to summon the Lava Sea Monster King had taken more than half a month, and the progress bar was only 99 by now. Lu Yu was also deeply helpless. However, this hidden boss was unique, and it made sense that it would be difficult to awaken. Ding, you have successfully awakened the Lava Sea Monster King sleeping at the bottom of the magma. Please prepare for battle. It is about to break through the magma and come out. Only to see the rolling magma lake ahead, suddenly boiling completely, an ancient burning breath gushing out, followed by a huge replica monster emerging, accompanied by volcano eruption-style magma shooting out indiscriminately.
Name, Lava Sea Monster King Red Fet. Level, S-Class. Rank, LV 186th level. Blood, 3,200,000.
Introduction, Lava Sea Prison Hidden Boss, Uniqueness, no longer refreshed after killing, there are special rewards for killing.
Line, I am the great lord of lava, Red Fet. Whoever disturbs my slumber, you will repent for eternity in the lava purgatory. Talent release Sword God Mode. Exorcism Excalibur Formation. Demon slaying sword drawing technique. Sword storm. Lu Yu, who had been waiting for a long time, directly killed Red Fett, and the three major sword god techniques erupted, and then refreshed the sword god techniques with the proof of god active effect to continue releasing around. Ah! Big brother, spare your life. I'll treat you to some fish. Pust. After holding me up for so long, treating me to fish is the end of the story? Seconds.
Ding, congratulations on killing the unique hidden boss Lava Sea Monster King. The whole team has been awarded the Lava Warrior title, which has a fire resistance of 1800. And an extra 18 damage from fire attribute attacks. Ding, your level has reached 120. Please take the 5th level advancement quest as soon as possible to break through the 5th level.
Brother Yu, we got a rare title. Bailey Tong was ecstatic. This title was a rare one. Many big brothers still didn't have a title. A title that adds fire resistance to fire damage? Not bad at all. Lu Yu gently smiled.
With this title's attribute addition, the original scorching hot magma suddenly became as cool as a mountain spring, and the fire damage received was greatly reduced.
Brother Yu, look. The boss seems to have popped out red epic equipment.
Bailey Tong's eyes were so bright that he saw a flash of red light between the legs of the boss corpse.
Chapter 67 What's wrong with opening a real dragon? Epic equipment. Surprisingly, it really exploded a piece. The probability of this first pass exploding extreme equipment was still quite good. Lu Yu couldn't wait to pick up the equipment and check it out. Name, Lava Flame Armor. Category, Clothing. Grade, Epic. Wear level, LV 180. Occupation, General Physical Occupation, suitable for occupation, physical occupation. Attributes, unidentified. Tip, requires a 6th order appraiser, or a 6th order appraisal scroll made by a high level appraiser. Big fatty, is there a 6th order appraisal scroll? That's not true. Bailey Tong waved his hand. His level was still low, so he couldn't use such a high-level item. Moreover, appraisal scrolls were not easy to make. Many high-level appraisers were too lazy to spend a lot of effort on making appraisal scrolls, so it was better to appraise them directly. Lu Yu had no choice but to put this epic-level equipment into his backpack. This kind of props that need to be made by a transmogrifier are not sold in the extraterrestrial mall. As for the other items popped by the hidden boss, Lu Yu couldn't even look at them and let Bailey Tong pack them away. This could make Bailey Tong's happy face smile round. This is the benefit of hugging the thigh, there is soup to drink. The duo returned to the NPC Fire Sia's side. Aya, I'm back. Here, Lava Sea Monster King Heart. Lu Yu handed over the boss heart to Fire Sia. Wow. You're really great, you were able to kill such a powerful Lava Sea Monster King, you're the most powerful human I've ever seen. Bailey Tong watched Faye and Fire Sia chatting like old friends who hadn't seen each other for 10 years, and suddenly squatted on the side drawing circles and souring. Dear friend, this is the fire crystal necklace that I have been wearing for many years. Today I give it to you as your exclusive necklace. I hope you like it. Fire Xia took off the necklace from her neck and gave it to Lu Yu. The originally small necklace turned into a normal-sized necklace after Lu Yu took it in his hand, emitting the unique red light of epic level equipment, accompanied by a warm warmth. Name, Fire Xia Necklace Exclusive. Category, Jewelry. Grade, Epic. Wear level, LV 180. Attributes, unidentified. Tip, this is the exclusive necklace given to Lu Yu by Fire Sia, only Lu Yu can wear it. Good guy. It's really epic equipment. And still very rare necklace jewelry equipment. As we all know, equipment, jewelry explosion rate is lower than other equipment, and the necklace is jewelry in the most difficult to burst equipment. Especially the attribute bonus more, high quality necklace, that is very rare. As strong as the 3 great war gods, their necklaces are still using the orange necklaces purchased from the extraterrestrial mall. I'm not going to be able to do that. Epic necklace? Brother Yu, the speed at which you took off is almost catching up with a rocket. The moment Bailey Tong saw the necklace, he also bounced up from the ground, his eyes looking straight. Don't be surprised, keep a low profile. Lu Yu patted Fatty's shoulder. Although it took almost a month to brush this copy, the harvest was huge. 2 pieces of epic equipment. Plus an upgrade to level 120. I'm afraid there's no one else with this upgrading speed. Ding, congratulations on your successful first pass of the Lava Sea Prison copy, your great names will be remembered forever. Ding, due to your first pass, you've been given a chance to open a treasure chest. Next second. A panel appeared in front of both Lu Yu and Bailey Tong, displaying 9 treasure chests. Holy? There's a duplicate treasure chest reward? Bailey Tong drooled and rubbed his fleshy little hands together before choosing a copy treasure chest at random. Ding, congratulations, you have opened a stamina attribute potion binding, 180 points of stamina attribute permanently after taking it. Wow. Brother Yu, I opened the physical strength attribute potion, adding 180 points of physical strength, equivalent to the free attribute points gained from leveling up to 36, I'm going to take off too. Bailey Tong immediately leapt up. Lu Yu smiled and was also ready to pick a treasure chest to open. At this moment, the Fire Shia voiced out a reminder. Dear friend, the items opened from the duplicate treasure chests are bound and cannot be traded. If you're willing, you can give me some gold coins and I can help you see what's inside these duplicate treasure chests, but only tell you one person oh. What? Bailey Tong was dumbfounded. Nima. This is how it works. Is this treating people differently? Suddenly, Viatone realized that spending 1.6 billion gold coins to befriend a copy NPC didn't seem to be a loss. Luyu was quick to give Fire Sia a bunch of gold coins. Ding, you spend 100,000 gold coins, and Fire Sia tells you that the first treasure chest is a power attribute potion. Ding, you spend 200,000 gold coins, and Fire Sia tells you that the second treasure chest is an orange weaponry. Ding, you spend 25.6 million gold coins, and Fire Sia tells you that the ninth treasure chest is a 10-star battle pet egg. Dear friend, of the treasures inside these 9 duplicate treasure chests, the 10-star battle pet egg is the best. Fire Sia laughed. 10-star combat pet egg? Brother Feather, you've made a fortune. Bailey Tong was stunned. Luyu nodded. That's it. Ding, congratulations on opening a 10-star combat pet egg. Ding, congratulations on successfully contracting a 10-star battle pet, the Sea Health Sanglong. Name, Sea Health Sanglong. Category, Battle Pet. Qualification, 10 stars. Level, LV1. Talent, Sanglong Domain Talent, Sanglong Domain. Skills, none. This opened up a true dragon? Luyu was dumbfounded and then overjoyed. This pale dragon form is similar to the Moon White Dragon Pony Incarnation White Dragon, but covered in blue dragon scales, very dreamy and cool, and it is an oriental dragon form, not a western lizard dragon. Looking at the sea prison Cthulhu that was covered in blue smoke, the more Luyu looked at it, the more he liked it. This was a combat dragon pet. The thought of killing monsters with his own sword in the future, with the white dragon on his left and the pale dragon on his right, that scene is exciting to think about. Moreover, this should be the second battle dragon pet in the history of the human race. Just look at the battle pet ranking, there is no other dragon pet in the top 10 except for the Dragon Blood War God's Purgatory Blood Dragon. While the Dragon Blood War God's Purgatory Blood Dragon was still in Western dragon form, he himself had 2 Eastern True Dragons. Ding, your battle pet Sea Prison Cthulhu Dragon has risen to the top of the battle pet rankings. Is the information made public? No. Next second, a channel-wide announcement rang out. Ding, congratulations to the Transfigurator's 10-star battle pet, Sea Prison Sanglong, for being ranked first in the battle pet rankings. Which god has gotten a 10-star dragon pet? It actually squeezed out Dragon Blood War God's Purgatory Blood Dragon. Countless people were shocked. The Dragon Blood Battle God was also horrified. He had laughed at old was Mount becoming a dick before, and now his own battle dragon pet had also become a dick. It couldn't be Luyu, could it? The 3 great battle gods could only think of Luyu at first, estimating that he was the only one who could possibly have such luck. Emma. Brother you, are you still giving the others a chance to live? You have to be completely awesome to the heavens. Bailey Tong, however, dreamed of having an awesome and handsome top-notch pet that would blow up the sky. I don't want to, but the strength doesn't allow it. Handsome people, only more handsome. Luyu touched the head of the sea prison pale dragon and named it Little Pale. A level 1 dragon is still quite small. Let's go, it's time to go out. I guess the people outside are waiting impatiently. With that, Luyu recalled Little Tsong and Little Red to his pet space and stepped out of the copy with Bailey Tong. As the two left the copy, the Lava Sea Prison copy was officially open to the public. The next second, the Lava Sea Prison replica blossomed into a pillar of sky-high flame light. This pillar of light went straight to the extraterrestrial battlefield. For a moment, the extraterrestrial battlefield was startled by forces large and small. Wasn't that a special pillar of light that only erupted when a rule copy was opened? It seems to have erupted from the Blue Star world below. Quickly send people back to the Blue Star world to confirm if it was the Blue Star world that gave birth to the rule copies. When the flaming light pillar dispersed, only then did the people waiting outside see that information was revealed on the copy. Copy, Lava Sea Prison. Star rating, 6 stars. Entry level, LV 180 or less. Group size, 12 people or less. Special restriction, each person can only enter once a month. First passers, Luyu, Bailey Tong. First passers, Luyu, Bailey Tong. Chapter 68, the attributes of this epic level equipment are absolute awe. You too, don't act so recklessly next time, you scared me to death. Luyu and Bailey Tong came out, only then did Yang Zhang put down his worried heart. Captain Yang, we do not want to experience the experience of the boss powerful well, did not expect it to be so unforgiving. Brother you has not contributed, it fell. Bailey Tong laughed. The crowd collectively sweated. Think of them, a whole regular army, plus many monster hunters, on the Solic Lord cannot help, and even finally can only use life to fill, in exchange for the sea crystal iron material. And Luyu and Bailey Tong, just 2 people, seconds this insoluble lord, how could they not sweat? Ahem.
Two of you, the commander-in-chief has long been waiting for you at the sea skeleton battlefield for a long time. I will take you there. Commander-in-Chief General Yu Sonfei personally led the way. However, before leaving, Liu Yu did roughly draw a map of the distribution of copy monsters and gave it to Captain Yang Zhang so that the captain could reduce the danger of brushing copies. With that, Yang Zhang followed an elite squad of all 6 ranks and entered within the Lava Sea prison copy. This was the arrangement of the commander-in-chief, which was considered to be a care for Yang Zhang. Along the way, Liu Yu had to marvel at the Alliance infrastructure frenzy. It was only a month's time, but it had built such a huge defense fortress, how much material had to be spent and how much manpower had been used. It was just a copy of the rules, but for the Alliance to attach such importance to it, it seemed that he had underestimated the value of the copy of the rules. As soon as he arrived at the highest command room, at a glance, Bailey Tong saw Grandpa Tu Tian sitting at the C-seat. Grandpa Tu Tian? Why have you come over? Bailey Tong immediately ran over and smiled joyfully. I came over to see my little Bailey. See if you've been slacking off these days. Well, you're at level 120, so it seems like you haven't been slacking off, you've been working hard. Tu Tian Wei, I smiled kindly. Xian Yuan Hu and the others were dumbfounded. This Tu Tian Wei Mi was the founder of Monster Hunter, and so far, the only 10-star legendary hunter. That was the absolute monster-killing god. There were rumors that back then, he was definitely capable of competing for a war god position, but he didn't go for it, instead choosing to be a free and easy monster hunter. So, secretly, those who knew him would call him the god of slaughter, with a battle strength that was definitely not weaker than the 3 great war gods. I just didn't expect that this great killing god also has such a kind and joyful side. It is estimated that only the grandson of this heaven-opening sword god can make him like this. Hey, Grandpa said, close to the strong is strong, close to the weak is weak. I follow brother you, want to not try to become strong cannot Bailey Tong was speaking from the heart. But he didn't say. The longer he followed Liu Yu, the more he realized that Liu Yu, the towering mountain, has towered into the clouds, so that he can only look up. This life can look at the back of it would be good. Liu Yu, you are very good, is the strongest sword talent I have seen. The young generation, then me and the open sky sword god are strong, good. The future of the human race is within your reach. The heaven-slaying only me looked towards Liu Yu, a pair of sharp eyes that were full of appreciation. For Liu Yu, this kind of sword Dao god level genius, he has nothing to point out. This kind of genius can only rely on their own grinding, others are not qualified to teach, even if it is the open heaven sword god. Thank you, senior, for your praise. Liu Yu is modest. There is such a talent, but not arrogant, low-profile modesty, my generation model Little Bailey, you need to learn from Liu Yu in this regard. Tu Tian Wei continues to be generous with his appreciation. Aha! I want to learn from brother Yu's low profile. Bailey Tong nodded seriously in his heart. Liu Yu, Bailey Tong, you have cleared out the toughest 6th order lords for us, allowing our F war zone to avoid big losses and salvage our morale. So that we can smoothly collect enough sea crystal iron materials to build magic formation cannons from now on, a very great contribution to the entire human alliance. I have already reported this to the Alliance headquarters, and the Alliance has already instructed that any of your needs can be met. Xian Yuan Hu thanked very happily. If it wasn't for Liu Yu, not to mention how many middle and young forces would die, the urgent task of 100 level 10 demon formation cannons would not necessarily be successfully completed. It was just that he didn't expect that Liu Yu would be so evil that he could easily crush a 6th rank lord who was insurmountable to them at just the 4th rank. This kind of potential transmogrifier is really the only one in the past and present. At that moment, I have a need. I don't know who among you seniors has 2 appraisal scrolls above the 6th order. I want to appraise 2 pieces of 180 level unappraised equipment. Liu Yu directly opened his mouth. This. Liu Yu, think clearly, just 6th rank appraisal scrolls? This is too much of a waste, isn't it? Xian Yuan Tiger was staggered. You can mention any condition with the Alliance headquarters. You want 2 6th order appraisal scrolls for this rare opportunity? Liu Yu smiled without saying anything. He didn't lack anything at all. Just ask for 2 appraisal scrolls. I have 10 appraisal scrolls that are above the 6th rank, so consider it a reward from the Alliance. Tu Tian Wei, I like Liu Yu more and more. If not for the fact that he was not qualified to be his teacher, otherwise, this kind of sword Dao divine talent, how could he be snatched as heir? Liu Yu received the scroll and smiled. Really, thank you, Senior Tu Tian. This is what you deserve. By the way, the first place in the battle pet list that see Prison Sung Dragon is what you got in the copy? Slaughtering Heaven Only Me inquired. The name Sea Hell Sanglong is very similar to the name of the replica, and the crowd guessed that it was either Liu Yu or Bailey Tong who got it. That's right, by a fluke, the first pass through the copy to open the copy of the treasure chest opened the 10-star Sea Prison Sanglong. Liu Yu did not explain too much. All the Big Brother collective broken defense. This thing can be opened by chance? The probability is no less than a needle in a haystack. This Liu Yu could not be the reincarnation of the lucky son, could he? Bailey Tone secretly snickered. Where is the fluke? Is clearly the NPC opened the back door, but this back door is also need to have money to open. Brother Feather, quickly appraise the epic level equipment and see what attributes. Bailey Tong eagerly opened his mouth. Lu Yu was speechless. He wanted to keep a low profile and do the 5th order advancement quests before identifying them. When the crowd of bigwigs heard this, they were shocked. What? Epic level equipment? Lu Yu had also swiped epic level equipment in a copy? He wanted the appraisal scroll in order to appraise epic grade equipment? Lu Yu, you really swiped epic level equipment? As the god of slayers, slaughtering heaven and only me, his heart had to beat faster. Although there was a high probability that the first pass of a rule copy would burst out orange or above equipment, this high probability was only a guess by people. In fact, no one knew what the burst rate was. Because no one from the human race had ever passed a rule copy. The rule copies held by the major forces in the extraterrestrial battlefield were also taken from the hands of monsters, and the first pass had long been taken by the dark monsters. Hey, Grandpa Tu Tian, you don't know, right? But Brother Fei brushed 2 pieces of epic level equipment, one of them is still an exclusive necklace. Bailey Tong did not reveal the secret that befriending the copy NPC with gold coins can trigger the awakening of the copy's hidden boss. He would not disclose it without Brother Yu's permission. Even if his own grandfather asked, he wouldn't say anything. What? 2 pieces of epic equipment? Hiss. For the first time, slaughtering heaven only me was shocked to the point that he sucked in a breath of cold air. This first pass copy's burst rate was a little too impressive, wasn't it? Lu Yu, quick. Take it out and appraise it, so that we can witness the birth of 2 new epic level equipment. Shen Yuan Tiger and the other bigwigs of the warzone were all acting like people who had never seen the world before at the moment, each revealing eager eyes. Lu Yu had no choice but to take out the lava flame armor and the fire sea necklace and start appraising them. As the 2 bright and mesmerizing red lights flashed by, the 2 pieces of epic level equipment revealed their true appearance. When the crowd took a look, they were all shocked. This attribute, absolute awe. Chapter 69 Powerful Epic Grade Equipment. Name, Lava Flame Armor. Category, Clothing. Grade, Epic. Wear level, LV 180, suitable for occupation, physical occupation general. Suitable for occupation, physical occupation general, suitable for occupation, physical occupation general. Blood limit, 28,000. Strength, 3,280. Physical strength, 3840. Spirit, 3,100. Fire resistance, 180. Special effects. Defense reinforcement, 5760. Flame sacrifice, when worn, it automatically ignites a flame that can inflict a certain amount of burning damage to nearby targets. Name, Fire Sea Necklace exclusive. Category, Jewelry. Grade, Epic. Wear level, LV 180. Exclusive, Lu Yu, exclusive, Lu Yu. Blood limit, 29,800. Strength, 3,100. Physical strength, 3,280. Agility, 3,100. Spirit, 3,840. All attributes, 360. All resistance, 18. Special effect. Skill attack power, 18. Phyresia Guardian, when attacked, it can form a protective shield of flames to absorb a certain amount of damage. Goal. Is this the attribute bonus of an epic level equipment? There were also 2 special effects, this was simply not too strong. Don't look at the people here who were all bigwigs in the warzone, but there weren't many of them who had seen epic level equipment with their own eyes. The best equipment they used was orange equipment, and orange equipment didn't have special effects. Epic equipment attribute bonus is so, special effects are fixed too, are passive effects, but I have seen epic equipment, most of them will add 3 attributes. But Lu Yu's 2 pieces of epic level equipment, Lava Flame Armor added 5 attributes, Fire Shia Necklace has even reached a shocking 7 attribute bonus, but also added the most important blood limit. It could be said that these 2 pieces of epic grade equipment were the best of the best, and any one of them was of inestimable value. Slaughtering Heaven Only Me also marveled. If this was a 10th rank epic grade equipment, he would have had the cheek to dump his family's money and trade one with Lu Yu. Ding, your epic grade equipment Lava Flame Armor has risen to the top 100 of the equipment ranking, is your name made public? Ding, your epic grade equipment Fire Sea Necklace has ranked in the top 100 of the equipment ranking, is the information to be disclosed? 2 prompts popped up. Lu Yu still chose, no. When the 2 pieces of epic grade equipment entered the equipment ranking, 1,000 waves were stirred up, and countless transmutants were shocked. The Human Alliance public channel was even more boisterous once again. A 10-star combat dragon pet just appeared, and now 2 pieces of epic level equipment popped up, which Big Brother had a stroke of luck and opened treasure chests one after another to open out the very best? I don't care. I want to worship you, no matter who it belongs to, as long as it's from our alliance, it's a blessing for our alliance. I don't care. I just popped 1 egg in excitement because of the appearance of the 10-star battle dragon pet, and now that 2 pieces of epic equipment have popped up at the same time, I'm excited to pop the other one, but I'm popping.
Alliance Headquarters. The group of bigwigs who were preparing for the battle at the Heavenly Rift Pass were also collectively horrified as they looked at the new epic equipment on the equipment rankings. Even if it was only a 6th ranked epic grade equipment, it was an extremely precious and extreme equipment for the Human Alliance. 6th rank, could it be something that Lu Yu and Bailey Tong had swiped in the new rules copy? Heavenly God Haldeman guessed. There's no mistaking it, it should be Lu Yu. Besides him, who else in our Human Alliance has this ability and luck? Dragon Blood War God released Tianxing laughed brightly. I am now worried that the light pillar activated by the rule copy will attract other forces to return to the Blue Star world. With 2 Tian around, there won't be any problems with the new rule copies, and they will at most start competing for the rule areas that are not controlled outside of our alliance's major war zones. Open Heaven Sword God Bailey Zhongfeng pondered. It seems that in addition to preparing for the Heavenly Mode Pass, we must also arrange for manpower to assist the major war zones, and keep the other rule areas within the war zones firmly under our control. The Monster World rules have assimilated to the Blue Star world to a certain extent. This is a new challenge and an opportunity. Grasping it, we can quickly become stronger. The others agreed. Order the commander-in-chiefs of the major war zones to first take control of the rule areas within the jurisdiction of the war zones. As for the rule areas outside the war zones, let's do what we can. Dare I ask the 3 Lords of War, then what if we encounter people from other extraterritorial forces coming to seize them? The ones within the war zone will never be given to them, and if they dare to rob them hard, they will be told whether they can withstand the might of the legendary great sword in my hands in the future. Yes. And this side. Lu Yu was also staring straight. This was epic level equipment. It was so fascinating and powerful. It could be said that just such an epic grade equipment was enough to crush an ordinary 6th order transmigrator. No wonder the dark monsters were so powerful. So far, the human race had not dared to step out of the war zone except to protect themselves. They could only hunker down in their respective power territories and resist monster invasions with the help of rule zones, spell formations, and other means. Brother Yu, this wave of yours is handsome to the atmosphere again. If you disclose the information in the future and let everyone know that the epic equipment, battle pets, and mounts that have appeared in recent days are all yours, you'll definitely set the world on fire. Bailey Tong kept stroking the 2 pieces of epic grade equipment, just short of drooling down his face. It's just 2 pieces of epic grade equipment, do you want to be that exaggerated? Brother Yu, to you it's just that, to us, it's the ultimate equipment that's hard to dream of. Lu Yu was speechless for a moment, as if it was so reasonable. Well, we have to get ready to do the 5th order quest. There are still 5 months of upgrading time. There may be a chance to promote to the 6th order. Lu Yu put away his epic level equipment. Lu Yu, before we do the 5th rank quest, I have to introduce you. Tu Tianwei suddenly said. Elder, please speak. Lu Yu was a bit puzzled. It's not just a 5th order quest, it's just a matter of taking it directly and doing it, so why does Elder Tu Tian look so serious? Grandpa Tu Tian, it's better for me to come, you are too serious for teaching. Bailey Tong heatedly laughed. Tu Tianwei depressed, heartspit, good you little Bailey, here's so many people it cannot take into account the face of the old man? Xian Yuanhu and the others all held their mouths back from laughing. This was the first time they had seen the god of murder in such a state of embarrassment. Just as Bailey Tong was giving Lu Yu a detailed introduction of the differences between the 5-step advancement tasks, a general hurried in. Report. Commander-in-Chief, something big has happened. Someone from an extraterritorial force has come and intends to forcefully break into the Lava Sea prison replica. What? The crowd was furious. At this moment, Tu Tianwei slowly drew out his scarlet sword. It's just as well, I'm a bit upset in my heart. After saying that, Tu Tianwei walked out. The crowd silently prayed in their hearts for the intruders, hoping that they would leave alive. Chapter 70. You watch, this sword, it will be very handsome. Brother Yu, to summarize, the 5th order mission is the test of the heart of the profession. All transferees who take the 5th order quest will randomly enter a different time and space, which, simply put, means traveling back to a previous time and space. There, what you see is what really happened once, only to become the place of your advancement quest. Of course, as we are Disya people, we will naturally only return to the middle of Disya's former time and space. After listening to Bailey Tong's introduction, Liu was very surprised that this 5th order quest was so different and could also go back in time. No wonder Senior Tu Tian was so serious. Once upon a time, those were basically blood and tears, the dark years of despair. Brother Yu, there is only one 5th order quest, the Heart of Profession test, and if you succeed, you can receive a mysterious reward, which is based on the evaluation after the quest is completed. If you fail, then the next time you take on a normal advancement quest, you can only receive attribute rewards. Everyone's Heart of Profession is different. Like me, I honed my own assassin's heart in advance, so doing the 5th order quest will be relatively easy. After saying that, Bailey Tong took out a Disya history book. Brother Yu, it's better to be prepared than to suffer. When you take the mission and enter a different time and space, you can refer to the history book, so that you can roughly know what happened in that time and space, and then follow your heart. Commander-in-Chief, let's get started then.
After understanding clearly about the Fifth Order mission, Liu Yu was ready to face all the tests of the heart of the profession. Thus, Xian Yuan who took out the Fifth Order Advancement Divine Stone.
Liu Yu and Bailey Tong directly took the Fifth Order quest. Ding, there is no difficulty division for the first time you receive a Fifth Order mission, and all of them are unified as a test of the heart of the occupation in otherworldly space and time. You have taken the Fifth Order quest. Mission name, the Heart of the Profession Test. Mission content, you will be randomly returned to a certain space-time node, a certain location of the Daxia human race, for the test of the heart of profession. Hint, you have received a Fifth Order mission. Tips. 1. This mission has no specific mission requirements, everything is up to you to act on your own, you can do whatever you want to do in a different time and space. 2. This mission lasts for 3 months, and after 3 months, it will be determined whether or not your test of professional heart is successful. If it is successful, you will be given a rating based on your performance, and thus the corresponding reward will be issued. If you fail, you can take up the Fifth Order quest again, but not the Heart of Profession test. 3. Any damage received inside the quest is real damage and will also result in death. Measure your strength. After confirming the content of the quest, Liu also directly opened the quest teleportation and entered a certain spacetime node. In the next instant, Liu Yu's eyes became white. The scene had yet to appear. Liu Yu's ears were filled with the sound of babies wailing and wailing, as well as the sound of cannons, gunshots, screams, and cries of fear. After a moment of trance, Liu Yu appeared in a devastated city. Right in front of him, a baby sat on the ruins, his surroundings were full of corpses, and horribly mutilated ones at that. A woman, only half of her body, was holding this toddler, her face covered in dismay and tear stains, but her breath was long gone. The baby's cries were mournful, but no one responded to him. With just one glance, Liu Yu's heart became heavy all of a sudden. Was this the once great summer years? At this time, a warplane crossed the sky, but with thick smoke, it crashed vertically. Ta! There was a squad full of dirt that appeared, and they were all wearing the uniforms of the Daxia soldiers. They could not see hope in their eyes, but their morale was undiminished, still defending their country with bravery. At this point in time, the human race had not yet opened the era of transmutation, and for the invasion of powerful unknown monsters, they naturally used hot weapons to fight against them. But these monsters were too powerful, and some of them were not afraid of the attacks of hot weapons at all. Daxia was completely plunged into a moment of darkness, with countless deaths and injuries. At this moment, a cry came from the sky and a flying monster suddenly swooped down towards the crying baby. Liu Yu's eyes narrowed and he shielded the toddler under his body as fast as he could. With just one strike of his sword, it chopped the swooping flying monster into two. The captain of that squad had wanted to come over to save the poor toddler, but he just happened to see Liu Yu strike, and was instantly filled with shock. This captain's uniform had long been tattered and torn, and his military cap was gone, but he didn't have a gun on him. Instead, he was holding a white bone sword as he walked towards Liu Yu. This captain looked very young, still teenager-like. When Liu Yu saw the visitor, he directly froze. Bailey Tong? You've come to this time and space as well? Bailey Tong? My name is not Bailey Tong, my name is Bailey Zhangfeng, the aspiring teenager who aspires to become a sword god and save the great Xia. This teenager had a strong iron bone and a serious tone. What? You are Bailey Zhangfeng? Liu Yu was dumbfounded. This person was actually the heaven-opening sword god of the young era? Only then did Liu Yu notice. Although the young man in front of him looked extremely similar to Bailey Tong, he had a slender figure and starry eyebrows and sword eyes, which was quite different from Bailey Tong's thieving eyes. Bailey Tong, brother Yu, this is my charming little eyes, not thieving eyes. You recognize me? Bailey Zhangfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, he had no impression of this person in front of him. Ahem. I don't know you, I've just heard of you, I'm from somewhere else, can you tell me where this place is? What has happened? Also, what time is it now? Liu Yu hurriedly asked. Bailey Zhangfeng looked at Liu Yu with some suspicion. You are also here to rescue, right? You don't know that this is Jinling City? You don't even know that it is now the year 2024 of the Great Summer Calendar? 2024. Daxia Jinling. Liu Yu took out his history book and flipped through it, quickly finding what happened in this time node. Jinling City fell. Hundreds of thousands of people were brutally killed by monsters. The rescue team also suffered heavy deaths and injuries, and in the end, they had to abandon Jinling City, which fell into monster territory. It was recorded in the history books that the Open Heaven Sword God had participated in this rescue operation. It was also recorded in the history books that at this time, the three great war gods of Bailey Zhangfeng had not yet brought back the transformation god stones from the extraterrestrial battlefield. In other words, at this time, the human race relied on guns and cannons, and even nuclear weapons to deal with monsters. It was not known how the last Bailey Zhangfeng seniors brought back the transmutation god stones from the extraterrestrial battlefield where they had to die. While Liu Yu was in deep thought. Roar! A very disgusting-looking monster rushed out from the pile of rubble. Not good. It's a second-order monster. Brother, you take the toddler first, I'll block it. Lu Yu looked at the disgusting monster, but his face sank as he shoved the toddler in his hand into Bailey Zongfeng's arms. Didn't you say you want to become a sword god? Watch this sword, it's going to be awesome. Chapter 71, Sword Immortal emerges, Divine Dragon appears, Great Xia is saved. Green Lotus Sword Dance. A sword comes out. Like a fairy dancing with a sword. Between the elegant and magnificent. The monster is already standing dead. Bailey Zongfeng had never thought that there was such a subtle and brilliant sword skill in this world. This was the sword skill that he had dreamed of pursuing. If he learned this sword skill, then he would be able to cut down many monsters and save more people. Although he was not sure who the powerful sword-using teenager in front of him was and why he was so powerful, Bailey Zongfeng knew that this was a chance to become stronger. Puff. Senior, please also accept me as a disciple and teach me the monster beheading sword technique. Bailey Zongfeng kneeled down without hesitation. As long as he learns the monster-slaying sword technique and saves his country and people, even if he doesn't want to lose his dignity, he is willing to do so. Lu Yu looked at Bailey Zongfeng in dismay. The heaven-opening sword god knelt down and begged himself to teach him sword techniques. However, Lu Yu quickly saw it as well. Bailey Zongfeng was eagerly trying to learn the monster-chopping sword technique to save his country. This is not a sword technique, it is a sword technique. You can simply understand it as a skill in the game. Take care of the young children, I will first solve the crisis in Jinling City. At the end of the sentence, Lu Yu rose up with his sword and flew into the air, sword to come. In the next instant, countless flying swords were suspended in the air. Each sword emitted a sword chanting sound that was so powerful that the people and monsters in the city stood and looked up. Is that our great summer sword immortal descending to save us? Some of the people fleeing for their lives uttered out in horror. This kind of scene that can only be seen in movies before, actually seen in reality, flying with a sword, manipulating 10,000 swords, what is this not a sword fairy? I must worship this person as my master. A sword Dao seed had sprouted in Bailey Zongfeng's heart. Chop! Lu Yu maneuvered thousands of flying swords, forming flying sword meteors that danced within Jinling City, and with each sword, he easily pierced through a monster. In the early stages of the monster invasion, most of these monsters that appeared were below the 5th rank. How could they carry Lu Yu's flying sword attacks? In a short period of less than 10 minutes. All the monsters that invaded Jinling City were killed by Lu Yu. As for the other monsters outside the city, they had long been scared away by Lu Yu's terrifying killing sword. Back to your senses, old brother. Lu Yu returned to Bailey Zongfeng's side and closed his open mouth, and the toddler in his arms was no longer crying at this time. Instead, he looked at Lu Yu with big snowy eyes, and from time to time, he stretched out his little fleshy hand to ask Lu Yu to hug him. Lu Yu also smoothly hugged over. Sword Immortal Big Brother, please accept my knees, thank you for saving Jinling City. Could you please ask Big Brother to save the rest of our compatriots again? Bailey Zongfeng was also treating Lu Yu as a sword immortal descending from the heavens at the moment, or else he would not be able to explain everything that had just happened. Tell me about the current situation in Xia. Lu Yu said heavily. Sword Immortal Big Brother, the situation is very grim. It can be said that it has reached the point where the country is broken. The monsters are too strong and too hard to kill. Our Grand Xia's thermal weapon reserves are almost exhausted, but we can only barely hold on to a few big cities. All other places have fallen. Apart from Jinling City, there are only a few big cities left, namely Kyoto, Magic City, Sheep City, Peng City, Xijing, and Xingjing, and the Dragon Head wants to gather the remaining surviving populace together, and then establish a unified front to resist the monsters, but this task is too difficult. Bailey Zongfeng gritted his teeth and said, the once prosperous Great Xia country, the once beautiful homeland. The once laughing compatriots. All destroyed by monsters. This blood feud will be melted in the blood of each of the people of Daxia. In the future, will definitely want the monster to pay the blood debt. At this time, Lu Yu also clenched his fists. In the past, when the school teacher talked about this history of blood and tears, although he had feelings, he did not empathize. Now, saw with his own eyes the broken mountains and rivers of the motherland. Seeing with his own eyes the tragic situation of his compatriots, he realized, back then, what kind of despair his forefathers experienced. Can you contact the Dragon Head? Lu Yu busy asking. He knew that one more second of delay would result in more deaths and injuries to other brothers and sisters. Sword Immortal Big Brother, wait, I will first contact the officer in charge of rescuing Jinling City. He can contact the Dragon Head. Soon, Bailey Zongfeng contacted the chief. Learning that the mysterious Sword Immortal Big Brother who had just struck out was going to help evacuate his brothers and sisters in the other big cities, this officer also contacted the Dragon Head first. In this way, Lu Yu smoothly got through to the Dragon Head. Dragon Head, I am also a citizen of Great Xia. You don't have to call me Sword Immortal, just call me Little Yu. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Head in the imperial capital was a bit shocked. The Sword Immortal who easily saved Jinling City was a subject of their Grand Xia? Although it was unbelievable, right now the priority had to be saving the people in various places.
Okay, little feather, I'll get right to the point then. After discussion, the first thing we've done with the plan we've formulated to save the country is to gather all the living populace together, with the location set at Xinjiang. Then we will use Shangjing to establish a united front, concentrate our firepower against the monsters, and then wait for an opportunity to find a way to save the country. This plan to save the country is the same as what is recorded in the history books, only that in order to implement this plan, I don't know how many people died.
It can be said that Daxia's population has fallen to a critical point.
I don't know how the forefathers held out back then and managed to establish a battle line and catch their breath. Lu Yu quickly had a battle idea in his mind. Dragon Head, I'll clean up the monsters near the other big cities, just let the legions of each city directly escort the people to Xinjiang. I have a way to quickly support each city.
I have a way to support the cities quickly. Little Yu, when you come to Xinjiang, I will lead all the people of Daxia to give you the highest thanks.
After ending the call, Lu Yu summoned Great White. With Great White's speed, it was possible to quickly support the 6 major cities. After all, at the early stage of the rule descent, the Blue Star World's territory had not yet expanded.
Big brother Sword Immortal, can you bring me along?
Bailey Zhongfeng looked at Lu Yu nervously.
Come on up. Lu Yu nodded his head. Really? Great, thank you Sword Immortal Big Brother.
After Bailey Zhongfeng told his teammates to bring their toddlers to follow the retreat of the army, he leapt onto the back of Great White. Great White turned into a dragon and rushed to the nearest western capital at full speed.
La!
With a roar, the great white horse rose into the air, its body blossoming with white light, transforming into a huge white dragon in the sky. Seeing the legendary dragon of Daxia, everyone in Jinling City was startled, and then cheered with tears of joy. The Sword Immortal appeared, the divine dragon appeared, the great Xia was saved. In the beginning, these were all great Xia myths, but now, they had come true. Roar! A true dragon roared, frightening the monsters watching from afar, no longer daring to approach Jinling City. Bailey Zhongfeng revealed incomparable fervor in his eyes. This was the Sword Immortal that he aspired to in his heart.
Flying with a sword. A true dragon accompanying him. How magnificent and powerful is this?
If I can become such a great man in the future, I will definitely be able to keep Great Xia peaceful in the future.
With Lu Yu out of the way,
the monsters that were originally so arrogant either ran away or fell under the sword, and a large number of people rushed to Xinjiang under the escort of the city guards. The originally set evacuation time of half a year was completed in less than 1 month. Although during this period, there were also monster attacks on the road and quite a few people died, this was already a very good result. In the original plan, each city would have lost 70% of its population, but now it had only lost less than 10%. When Lu Yu appeared in the sky of Xinjiang riding Big White, everyone bowed down and thanked Lu Yu for saving their lives.
But Lu Yu knew that now is not the time to slack off. Because the crisis has not yet been lifted. History records that back then, the leaders of the countries that still existed in the world, in order to solve the monster crisis, decided to send death squads to the skies above, to enter the monster world, that is, the extraterritorial battlegrounds, to look for ways to deal with the monsters. Hundreds of thousands of people went, and in the end, only dozens of people came back alive. Among them were the future 3 great war gods. They brought back the transformation god stones, and the human race, which was able to enter the transformation era. Lu Yu decided. First, he would help the country establish the battle lines, and then he would personally make a trip to the extraterrestrial battlefield and bring back the transformation god stones and the advancement god stones. Opening the era of transferring for all people. Chapter 72 I am the great summer sword immortal Lu Yu, killing monsters. And listen to the sword chant. Dragon Head, may I ask, for the construction of the defense front, how is your specific plan? Lu Yu, as a future person, still has an understanding of the general battle line construction of the various war zones, and can give some advice to the forefathers of this time and space. Little Yu, this is the battle line diagram we developed earlier. The dragon's head felt very relieved to unfold the confidential drawings. One look at the drawings. Lu Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't this the tectonic map of the various war zones in the latter days? Only that this construction map was a preliminary construction and was not particularly perfect. Never would have thought that the forefathers were so powerful that even the battle lines designed were so skillful that they were used by the later generations to this day. Immediately thereafter, in response to the imperfections of this battle line diagram, Lu Yu was also giving suggestions, thousands of suggestions. It can be said that Lu Yu had told his forefathers what he could know, and as long as the forefathers constructed the battle line according to the revised drawings, it would basically be similar to the defense battle lines of the later generations. The only difference is that this defensive battle line did not have magic formation cannons, powerful props, or defensive spell formations, etc. When the crowd heard this, they all showed admiration. How could they not expect that such a young Lu Yu not only possessed the mysterious power of a sword immortal, but also had such a unique wisdom that he was able to see the imperfections of the battle line design at a glance? Come on people, quickly follow Little Yu's repaired drawings and start constructing the defense battle line.
The crowd began to be united, up and down, quickly building the Dasha battle zone. Liu also joined in, utilizing the strong power of Great White and Little Song to quickly build the battle line. Little Red, who had always been disdainful of everything, surprisingly became interested and said that she also wanted to help.
Liu had to recall Little Song and summon Little Red. Not to mention, Little Red's power was also beyond Liu's imagination. For example, a boulder weighing several tons, Little Red lifted it with one hand. Don't forget, she's a cat. Therefore, Liu felt that Star Zero's Little Red was becoming more and more mysterious. When the battle line took shape, Liu immediately opened up the extraterrestrial mall props section. There were still some temporarily usable props on it, such as conductive stones, flame organs, and so on. The quality is not high, but it was still not a big problem to cope with the monsters in the early stages. At this time, Liu noticed that his gold coins were divided into 2 rows. The top row was the gold coins that he had saved before, suggesting that they could not be used in the different time and space. The bottom row was the gold coins that he had saved from brushing the monsters in this time and space, suggesting that he could use them. In other words, only gold coins obtained from brushing monsters in this time and space could be used in this time and space. However, this was not a problem for Liu in the slightest. In this time and space, the coin burst system was still valid, and the gold coins from swiping monsters were still the same as outside. Before supporting the cities, Liu had already brushed a lot of monsters, so there was still quite a lot of gold coins. Thus, Liu purchased a large number of props that he could use and arranged them all over the battlefront, which left Dragon Head and the others dumbfounded. They had never thought that there were such amazing and powerful defense items in this world. If they had these magical props from the beginning, then Dasha wouldn't have let the monsters invade in. Little Feather, we've long had questions in our hearts. Where did you get your power, and your pets, and these magical props? Dragon Head couldn't help but ask. The crowd all listened with sideways ears. If the source of the mysterious power was known, it would be a boon to the human race in Dasha, and even all over the world, and they could even launch a counterattack call against these invading monsters. Liu deliberated for a moment, although he was not sure if this other time was true or false, and if what was happening now had any impact on the future. But since he had come here, as a Dasha person, as a member of the human race, he could not stand by and do nothing. In this time and space, it would be up to himself to start the era of universal transfer. Dragon Head, truth be told, there is a huge divine stone in the extraterritorial battlefield. It possesses a mysterious and powerful power that allows us human race to choose a profession and gain the power that can fight against monsters. As long as this divine stone is brought back, we human race can start the era of universal transfer, so that everyone will have the power that can fight against monsters, just like me. The crowd froze at these words. The Dragon Head was the first to react. Although he didn't know what power this was, he heard that he could fight against monsters. Therefore, he said with some excitement, "Are you telling the truth?" Liu nodded incomparably seriously. On the side, Bailey Zhangfeng's eyes even shot out essence, and his tone was firm. "I must bring back this divine stone." The dragon's head, however, shook his head and said, "Zhangfeng, since Xiaoyu knew of the existence of the divine stone and had also obtained such a powerful force, and now he has not brought back the divine stone, I think the difficulty must not be small." As he said this, the dragon head kept looking at Liu. Liu didn't explain too much. He couldn't say that he came from the future time and space, and appeared in this time and space because he was doing a mission. What he could do now was to end the Dark Age ahead of time, so that his forefathers would have the power to fight against the invading monsters. After thinking about this, Liu looked at Bailey Zhongfeng and smiled faintly, saying, "Good, then you'll go with me on a journey to the extraterrestrial battlefield. Together, we will bring back this divine stone." According to the history books, as soon as these invading monsters appeared within the Cherry Blossom country, it only took 1 day to overthrow the entire Cherry Blossom country, and then, the forefathers of the Grand Xia immediately constructed a battle line. Subsequently, together with the other countries in the world that hadn't yet been destroyed, they formed the Human Race Alliance. In order to find a way to deal with the monsters, the Alliance also set their sights on the mysterious vortex in the sky. That was the only way to enter the extraterrestrial battlefield. It was just that as the rules assimilated the world, this vortex disappeared, and the only way to go to the extraterrestrial battlefield again was through a giant teleportation array. It was only after paying a huge price that the Alliance was able to send Bailey Zhongfeng and the other human elites into the extraterrestrial battlefield successfully. Only in the end, there were only a dozen people who came back alive. However, they also lived up to their mission and managed to bring back the transformation divine stones, opening up the era of universal transformation, which led to the future of the human race. This time, Liu decided to change the fate of the forefathers of this time and space, letting them feel hope and joy, even if it was just a dream. "Big Brother Sword Immortal, please also bring me along. I also want to contribute to the Great Summer." The one who spoke was the future dragon blood battle god, Shi Tianxing, who was also a hot-blooded aspiring teenager at this moment. Unlike Bailey Zhongfeng, he was carrying a huge bone sword on his back and already had a hint of the war god's aura on him. "Please bring me along as well."
This was a young girl in turquoise tights with naturally ring eyes. Her name was Dong Li and she was Bailey Zongfeng's childhood friend.
And me.
As the future god of murder, Tu Tianwei also stepped forward to ask for orders.
In this way,
Liu Yu then directly took these 4 people with him, rode Great White, and set off to the extraterrestrial battlefield.
This was the 5th order quest of the extra-dimensional space.
Then, the dark monsters at this time would not be too high in rank even if they were powerful.
Naturally,
Liu Yu was still very confident that he could protect the 4 people. Big White, who was disguised as a giant dragon, passed through the vortex and led the crowd to the extraterrestrial battlefield. Only just arriving, Liu Yu saw quite a few monsters. As well as the dark monsters that were prepared to wait for the rule restriction to pass and enter the Blue Star World. Seeing a huge dragon appear with 5 humanoids, the dark monsters collectively froze for a moment.
Not waiting for them to react,
Liu Yu had already transformed into a sword god and chopped over with his sword.
I am the great summer sword immortal Liu Yu, killing the monsters. And listen to the sword chant.
Chapter 73 Little Red Strikes, 10 Suns in the Sky.
These 5th rank dark monsters, there were no S-rank kings, they simply couldn't block Liu Yu's powerful attacks. In an instant,
the monsters were killed with cries and screams. The 4 Bailey Zongfeng people watched with fervor. Such a powerful force, once mastered, then what was there to fear from these monsters? Damn human ants, you're finished, our king will soon arrive, we'll exterminate all of you, human race, only worthy of us as food.
A class of dark monster was struggling to survive, but its mouth was still strong.
Liu Yu killed it with a move of the shadowless sword. The task at hand was not to fight with monsters here.
The extraterrestrial battlefield was huge.
The monsters here could be said to be endless, there was simply no end to killing them. It was no exaggeration to say that. Once completely surrounded by a sea of monsters, although Liu Yu could easily kill his way out, it would be difficult to protect Bailey Zongfeng and the others. First, he would find the transformation divine stones as soon as possible, as well as the advancement divine stones, and wait for the rest until the era of universal transmigration had begun. Thus, Liu Yu led the 4 of them to quickly search. The history books did not record where the heavenly sword god found the transformation divine stones in the extraterrestrial battlefield back then. Therefore, Liu Yu had to let Bailey Zongfeng and the 4 of them act as guides, while he himself was responsible for acting as an escort and killing the incoming monsters.
Big brother, we don't know which direction to look in.
The 4 of Bailey Zongfeng were a bit bewildered. Logically, since Big Brother had changed jobs, he should know where the transformation god stone was. Liu Yu had no choice but to explain, the transmigration god stone cannot fit into any space, but monsters will transfer the transmigration god stone. I have to deal with the monsters with all my might and can't be distracted, you guys are in charge of searching, just look for it according to your own ideas and you'll surely be able to find it. The 4 of them heard the words, and then they came to a realization, and at that moment, they no longer hesitated, and quickly formulated a search plan, and soon had a plan. Big brother, the 4 of us have decided that we will act in 2 groups. Dong Li and I will ride the giant dragon to that mountainous land. Shi Tianxing and Tu Tianwei I will follow Big Brother to the other forested land. In this way, it will be much more efficient.
Bailey Zongfeng opened his mouth. Liu Yu nodded in agreement. With Big White's speed, coupled with Little Red's protection, as long as they didn't encounter the powerful Dark Monster Kings, the safety of the duo was not a problem.
He himself was already at the 4th rank, and his range of control over his pet had also greatly increased, so distance was not a problem. Furthermore, once they were out of their control range, Big White would also lead them to themselves.
Then it's settled, action.
Liu Yu immediately ordered Big White to move, while he himself led Shi Tianxing and Tu Tianwei to the chaotic forest below with his imperial sword. This huge forest was a rule area that was extremely chaotic, with various elements forming a terrifying natural disaster environment. Flames, frost, sharp blades, violent thunder, bottomless swamps, and so on, that were everywhere, and it could be said that there were ferocious dangers hidden everywhere, and if one wasn't careful, one would die 9 deaths. Of course. In this kind of harsh environment of the forest, there were also a large number of monsters that derived from this place and had long gotten used to the environment here.
Even quite a few monsters still fed on the chaotic elements here. Name, White Tiger Daggerhorn Monster Fire Monster. Level, LV 120. Name, Black Mullet Monster Wooden Monster. Rank, LV 122. Name, Pink Bowmouth Monster Water Type Monster. Rank, LV 125. Few seconds to kill.
Looking at the monsters with various attribute abilities, Liu Yu also used his flying sword to open the way, sweeping his way across.
Ding, your Petsy Prison Song Dragon leveled up to LV 90.
Although he couldn't gain experience himself, his pet was able to. Song's level hadn't been pulled up yet, and with so many monsters here, upgrading would naturally be rocket fast.
In this way,
Liu Yu's trio went all the way around the dangerous land and killed their way to the depths of the chaotic forest.
Here, Liu Yu found a Tower of Mystery. Copy, Tower of Chaos? Ha! A rule copy? I didn't expect a copy of the rules to appear so early in this chaotic forest. Lu Yu was very surprised. He wanted to enter the replica to find out what happened, but once he thought that non-transformers could not enter, for the sake of the safety of Shi Tianxing and Tu Tianweini, Lu Yu had to give up. It's not too late to complete the advancement quest and then go to the extraterrestrial battlefield to brush this copy later. Big brother, there's something strange in that lake. Tu Tianweini said as he pointed to the lake bubbling with cold air not far from the Tower of Chaos. Lu Yu fixed his eyes. There was a mysterious light surging in the middle of the chilly lake from time to time, and for the time being, he didn't know if it was the divine stone light or an effect caused by the monsters in the lake. Lu Yu decided to go down and take a look. On the other side, Bailey Zhongfeng and Dawn Li had also entered the Black Bone Mountain range, with a large number of undead monsters chasing them. But how amazing was Great White's speed, these undead monsters couldn't catch up with them no matter how much they chased them. Zhongfeng, let's go take a look at that mountain. Dong Li said as he pointed to a large, weird mountain in the shape of a skull in front of him. Bailey Zhongfeng nodded and let Great White head in that direction. Not a moment later, Great White arrived over the skeleton mountain. Bailey Zhongfeng only glanced downwards and saw a large stone that emitted a mysterious light. Through the introduction given to them by Big Brother Lu Yu, it was clear that this was the transformation divine stone, which they had found. Moreover, there didn't seem to be any monsters around this divine stone. No. To be exact, there were monsters, and there were quite a few of them. But those monsters don't seem to be able to get close to the transmigration stone. There seems to be a mysterious force stopping them. Big White Big Brother, send us down. Bailey Zhongfeng and Dawn Li both revealed incomparably excited smiles. When the two of them touched the transformation divine stone, a transmutation glow immediately surged up from their bodies. Was this the transfer that Big Brother Lu Yu was talking about? So magical, so powerful. Bailey Zhongfeng's face was filled with excitement. Looking at the transfer prompt that appeared above, Bailey Zhongfeng unexpectedly chose the swordsman profession without hesitation. With a ding, Bailey Zhongfeng's entire body flashed with golden light, and the in-situ transfer was successful. But right at this moment, a huge beast shadow appeared in the sky, blocking out the sun, and after the transfer, Bailey Zhongfeng looked up, and his face instantly changed drastically. What did he see? A huge and incomparable dark demon dragon, spreading out its sun-shadowing demonic wings, that size, not in the least bit smaller than Great White, who had taken on the form of a giant dragon. Big Brother Lu Yu had told them that Big White was only a mount and had no attack power. Big White Big Brother, let's retreat. Bailey Zhongfeng made a snap decision and immediately carried the transformation god stone. However, Little Red extended his cat's claws. Bailey Zhongfeng thought that Big Brother Little Red was going to fight against this terror demon dragon, and hurriedly advised with his head in a cold sweat, Big Brother Little Red, that must be the king in the monster's mouth. Without Big Brother Lu Yu around, we'd better go as the best plan. The sudden appearance of this terrifying demonic dragon, the darkness emanating from it was too frightening. Just the fact that Bailey Zhongfeng and Dong Li, who had just been transformed, didn't faint from fear was enough to show how strong their willpower was. At this moment, the Dark Monster King clan that had come to hunt the human race that had intruded into the extraterrestrial battlefield, the 6th Order S-Class Demon Dragon Man Red Elf, had also discovered the conspicuous Big White below, as well as the Bailey Zhongfeng duo. Snort! A bunch of losers, unable to deal with just two freshly transformed human races. The Red Elf's angry nostrils spewed out two black flame breaths. Big Red, let's retreat. This monster is too strong, it's pointless to fight with it now, it's better to find Big Brother Lu Yu first. Bailey Zhongfeng continued to persuade. A mere 6th Order demonic dragon, how dare it move against me and Big White, it has to be roasted. What? Both Bailey Zhongfeng and Dawn Li were confused. Not. Little Red Big Brother, you're a cat. Why are you talking? How scary is that? Also, you even said that it's a 6th ranked demonic dragon, and Big Brother Lu Yu is only 4th ranked. But the next second, Bailey Zhongfeng was hanging with a snotty nose, his mouth wide open, his face deformed, and his entire body frozen like a wooden chicken. Only to see Big Brother Little Red's hand forming a seal, 10 suns appeared on top of the demon dragon's head. What? The Red Elf's pupils shrunk, and he felt death coming. 10 suns roasting in the sky. Little Red gently drank. No. Without waiting for the demonic dragon to beg for mercy, the 10 suns instantly roasted it to ashes. Inside the chaotic forest, Lu Yu managed to find an advancement divine stone from the cold lake. Just as soon as he stepped out of the lake, Lu Yu saw something different over at the Black Bone Mountain range, and there were unexpectedly 10 more large fireballs in the sky. Go! Let's quickly go over and take a look. Chapter 74 War God's First Order, all the remaining Sakura Nation people, all of them will be put to death. As soon as he arrived at the Black Bone Mountain range, Lu Yu saw a surprise scene. Bailey Zhongfeng and the others had actually found the transformation god stone. What happened just now? Was it a vision of obtaining the transmutation divine stone? Lu Yu immediately inquired.
As soon as Little Red saw Luyu, she happily jumped into Luyu's arms and said, Master Silver, no, there was a dark monster attacking, so I released a skill.
What? That 10 big fireballs is your skill? Luyu was surprised. Although surprised, Luyu also did not use to ask anything more. Just now the distance is too far. Luyu did not see it as 10 suns, only think it as 10 big fireballs. A battle pet that knows such rare skills is nothing unusual. What about that dark monster? Roasted.
Luyu only thought that the level of the dark monster that appeared was too low to carry Little Red's skill damage. Bailey Zongfeng and Dong Li had to be good little boys and listen to Luyu's conversation with his pet big brother.
Since we've obtained both the Transformation Divine Stone and the Advancement Divine Stone, we'll go back first. Luyu brought along the 4 of them and quickly left the extraterrestrial battlefield to return to the Blue Star World. And at this moment, within a huge Dark King city in the extraterrestrial battlefield, the 7 Dark King clans had already learned that the Red Elf, who was qualified to obtain the true kingship, had fallen. And they had also learned that the 4 human races that had intruded into the extraterrestrial battlefield had returned to the Blue Star World. At one time, the entire Dark King city erupted in an unprecedented roar. Damn human ants, how dare they kill the future new king of my demon dragon people clan, we must trample these ants to death under our feet. Daxia, Shangjing. After his return, Luyu, at the first opportunity, had his fellow Daxia citizens who had reached the age of 18 begin to change professions. The older ones switched to living professions, while the young and middle-aged switched to combat professions. In this way, the era of universal career change had begun. The Grand Xia Warzone had the initial strength to fight against the monsters. Dragon Head, I have some unused equipment here, so consider this as a contribution to the Great Xia Kingdom. Luyu had already acquired enough equipment when the people were transferred. Anyway, the gold coin swiped from this otherworldly space and time could only be used here, and it was expected that they would be gone when they went out. Spend. It must be spent. This is great, it's really a blessing for Daxia to have you, little brother. I'll let the transmuters who drew good talents distribute their equipment. Dragon Head and the others were all overjoyed. Although everyone had completed their transmutation. But the level was too low. And the monsters outside were still too strong for the crowd. If there was equipment, as long as the elite transmuters were trained and dressed in equipment, it would be truly stable. But who knew? Luyu had actually taken out countless pieces of equipment from his backpack. That's right. Piles and piles of them. It directly filled the empty square with piles. This quantity. Without 1,000,000 sets, there must be hundreds of thousands of sets, right? At this time, everyone present, down to the common folk and up to the dragon heads, all had their jaws dropped. This is what Big Brother Luyu said about some unused equipment. Everyone don't be polite, are some of the early use of the equipment, one person casually take 2 sets, not enough words, I have this. There's more? Who the hell is this Luyu? Where did he get so much money to buy equipment? After the transfer, the crowd had also opened the extraterrestrial mall, knowing that they could buy all sorts of equipment, props, etc. on the mall. But it requires gold coins. Liang Long. It was only then that Dragon Head and the others clasped Luyu's hand, and there was nothing else they could take from him other than expressing their gratitude in granting Luyu the title of Guardian War God. As for Luyu, who had done all this, his expression was a bit gloomy, because he knew that everything he was doing now was just an illusion. He was born at the wrong time. If the plot of this time and space was still going, then when he left after completing this mission, the human race would still be pressed by the invading monsters in the decades to come, living a hard and dark life until the moment he reappeared again. At this moment, more than a month had passed since Luyu had opened the 5th Order mission. The next month, Luyu led everyone to brush monsters and upgrade, and attacked various special areas to obtain materials for building magic formation cannons, as well as materials for constructing defense spell formations. The Great Summer Warzone grew strong at a very exaggerated rate. No matter if it was the battlefront's defense facilities or the strength of the transmutants, they were all strengthening at an astonishing rate. And when the other countries that were still suffering from monster invasions and were about to be annihilated learned that Grand Xia had already not only survived the annihilation crisis, but also possessed the power to fight against monsters, each and every one of them had their jaws dropped in shock. Immediately afterward, they contacted the head of Grand Xia at the first opportunity to seek a way to save the country. Most of the country heads said that as long as Grand Xia provided them with the power to resist monsters, they would be willing to become allies of Grand Xia, and they even had no problem with being affiliated countries. However, there were also countries that were still in the dream of world domination that had not woken up, such as the Pretty Country, who openly stated that Xia should consider for the Blue Star human race, and gratuitously contribute the power to fight against monsters, and work together to deal with the monsters. For this reason, the Dragon Head also held a general meeting and asked Luyu's opinion. After all, without Luyu, there is no such a safe environment in Daxia at the moment. Little you, the heads of the countries that still exist in the world have asked us for help, and even the vast majority of the countries have taken the initiative to say that they will join us and form a human alliance together, with us, Grand Xia, as the leader.
There are also a small number of countries led by the pretty country, and they want us to openly obtain the secret to fighting monster power without compensation.
What is your opinion on this?
Hearing this, Luyu snorted. This pretty country still thinks it is the number one power in the world. Dragon head, my opinion is that there is no need to pay attention to pretty country and other wolfish countries. Let the monsters exterminate them. As for the other countries, it is possible to form an alliance force. Once the human alliance is established, then a united front can be constructed all over the world, and, in the extraterrestrial battlefield, it is also possible to start implementing the plan of constructing an alliance headquarters, in order to stop the dark monsters from entering the Blue Star world. In order to accomplish all of this, then a large amount of manpower would be needed, and it wouldn't be feasible to rely on the population of a single Grand Xia alone.
Thus, the human alliance was quickly announced.
On the other hand, the pretty country and other countries were wailing and regretting as they were exterminated one by the monsters and went peacefully.
Soon after, the era of universal transmigration in the Blue Star world arrived completely.
With the assistance of a large number of transmutations from Grand Xia, 8 super war zones were established around the world. Luyu, on the other hand, took Bailey Zongfeng, Shi Tianqing, Hodman, and other future bigwigs, and traveled to the extraterrestrial battlefield, constructing the S War Zone, the headquarters of the Human Race Alliance.
In this way,
people inside the major battle zones no longer had to worry about being devoured by monsters. And on the first day that the Alliance headquarters was built, Luyu, who was the primordial guardian war god, gave the first war god order.
All the remaining Sakura Nation people in all the war zones were to be put to death. May I ask the war god Lu, why is this?
The crowd was surprised. By all accounts, the Sakura Kingdom had been exterminated, and the remaining Sakura Kingdom people had an unshakable blood feud with the monster, so why did Luyu order their execution?
At this moment,
Luyu turned his head to look at Dong Li and asked, if the Great Summer Kingdom fights with the 3 kingdoms, which country will you support? Dong Li answered without hesitation, of course it would be in favor of the Great Xia country, because I am a Great Xia person.
But what if it was a fight between Agua and Pretty Country?
Dong Li froze for a moment, not quite understanding Luyu's meaning, and after thinking for a while, said, I will support the 3 kingdoms, because I am an Asian.
Luyu looked at Dong Li with a slight smile, nodded and continued to ask, then if it was a beautiful country fighting with aliens, who would you support?
This time, not only Dong Li was a bit puzzled, so was the crowd. However, Dong Li seemed to understand what Luyu meant and said, then I would support Pretty Country because I am a Blue Star person. Very well, last question, then if Sakura Country fights with the aliens, who will you support? Dong Li's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of anger and answered without hesitation, then I would support the aliens because ghosts are not human.
Luyu laughed, that's right. That's the reasoning. Crowd. Just like that. In this alien time and space, the ghosts of Sakura Country were completely exterminated. Not long after,
the 3-month test of the heart of the profession was coming to an end. Just when Luyu thought all was well, the biggest crisis still came. It turned out that the fallen who betrayed the human race and defected to the darkness of monsters, in addition to the Sakura ghosts who were afraid of death, there were also the false evil souls villains who contained the Scourge's heart. The black clergy still appeared. They shut down and destroyed the defense spell formation of the S War Zone, the dark monster kings who had long been eyeing this place, that were collectively mobilized to surround the S War Zone. And the leading dark monster kings, there were 6 of them, and all of them had reached the 7th rank level. The real test had just begun.
Chapter 75, Following the Heart.
In order to avenge the previously dead Red Elf, the Dark Kings were concentrating all of their derived monsters, in the sky, on the ground, and even under the ground, heavily encircling the area, which could be described as a heavily net. And the defense spell formation on the S War Zone side was destroyed, and it was difficult to repair it in a short period of time. Such a huge crisis made Luyu's brow furrowed. Although this other time was only a place of advancement quests, if one was killed by a monster in here, one would truly die.
But at the moment,
without a powerful defense spell formation to defend against it, there was no way to block the onslaught of the sea of monsters. The only way was to kill a bloody path in the first place, pass through the vortex passage, and return to the Blue Star world, and in this way, there would be a glimmer of life. With Big White around, it wouldn't be much of a problem for himself to escape back to the Blue Star world with some of the people. But if he himself left, then the other generals would be torn to pieces by the monster, with absolutely no chance of survival. So, Luyu was faced with a choice, whether to retreat back to the Blue Star world or to stay and live and die with the crowd. Hateful. Those false evil traitors, all the races are sworn to be at loggerheads with them. Bailey Zhangfeng was about to raise his sword to kill these fallen traitors.
Zhangfeng, stop. Killing them now won't help. Let's listen to what Lu War God has to say first.
Everyone looked at Luyu in unison, with a hint of expectation in their eyes. They all knew that this mysterious sword immortal in front of them was the only hope for their human race. No matter what decision Luyu made, they would unconditionally support it, even if it meant sending them to their deaths. At this moment, Luyu's heart could be described as extremely complicated. He could not die yet. He still had a lot of things left to do. He had also promised his big sister and little sister that he would attend their future transfer ceremony.
But he couldn't withdraw. He withdrew.
How could he stand up to the trust of the countless soldiers in the war zone? He knew that this was a different time and space, but after getting along for nearly 3 months, Lu Yu had already treated them as living people. If he really withdrew and left them to die, then he would live in guilt forever and would be ashamed to be their guardian god of war.
For a while,
Lu Yu was tormented beyond measure.
He really did not know what to do. And at this time,
the Darkness Kings had already led a sea of monsters to attack.
Lu Battle God, you are the hope of our human race, you can't die here, hurry up and withdraw to the Blue Star world with the Zhangfeng Few.
Only if you are alive will our human race have hope and a future. Dragonhead and the others also saw Lu Yu's difficult decision and took the initiative to make the decision for Lu Yu.
Yes. Lu War God, hurry up and withdraw.
After we train up Hidden Front and the others, then we can just avenge us then. If we don't leave, it will be too late. The other alliance pillars also persuaded one by one.
I'm not leaving. I'm going to fight the monster.
Sure, Tianxing is about to go out and do it with his sword.
Confused. Come back here, hurry up and follow the Land War God.
Dragonhead drank down Sure Tianxing, who was going to fight for his life. Lu Yu gritted his teeth, summoned Great White, and took along Bailey Zhongfeng, Sure Tianxing, Hodman, Tu Tianwei, Don Li, and the other top human race celestials, and began to break out. Dragonhead and the others, on the other hand, all went into battle, intending to use their lives to block the powerful dark monsters and buy Lu Yu and the others time to escape. A great battle broke out.
In an instant, blood rained down.
The sounds of killing, roaring, and screaming formed a special melody that echoed in the war zone.
The large fortress tumbled down.
The ground was also cloaked in red, which was colored by the blood of the human guard heroes.
They went forward, fearless of death.
Death, in their view, was nothing more than a long sleep. As long as Lu Yu and the others returned to the Blue Star world, then the human race would still have a future, so for the sake of this belief, death, what was there to fear? Kill. Even if we die, we must cut off a monster's head. Gentlemen, our mission has arrived, to kill a bloody path for the Land Warrior God. For the sake of the human race, even though we die, we have no regrets. For the sake of the human race, though we die, we have no regrets. The generals were united in their determination, united as one, and fearless in their deaths, and they even erupted with unimaginable strength, blocking the pace of a group of dark monsters that were far ahead in rank. This could make the 6 true kings of darkness annoyed at the same time. A hint of fear was also revealed in their eyes. This human race, the cohesive explosive power was too strong. If they were to be given the chance to rise, then in the future, if they wanted to overthrow the human race and completely seize the resources of the Blue Star, it would be extremely difficult. Stop that group of escaping human race with all your might, don't let any of them go. A darkness true king roared in anger. The monster was ferocious. But at this time, the Alliance army was even more ferocious, weapons broken with hands hammering, hands broken, kicking with feet, feet broken, biting with mouths. The crowd was fighting with the monsters with the idea of dying together. Watching everyone die a horrible death, Bailey Zhongfeng and others were all in tears, one by one, their teeth were all about to be gritted, and their tightly clenched fists were pinched red.
Ah! Damn monsters, you guys wait for me, Sure Tianxing, will one day make you pay for your blood.
Released Tianxing raised the sky and cried out in pain to vent his heart's grief and anger. Watching everyone go to their deaths, watching Bailey Zhongfeng and the others cry out in pain, Lu Yu's gaze gradually shifted from bewilderment to determination. Recalling the words that Bailey Tong had said to him, in this occupational heart test, everything follows the heart. Lu Yu touched the location of his heart, feeling the inner voice as a fluctuation of battle was transmitted to the palm of his hand.
Yeah.
Inside himself, he still longed to stay and fight.
A person.
Only after experiencing the baptism of blood and tears, feeling the pain and despair, would one truly feel their inner world. Lu Yu wanted to escape for once, or cry out. With the help of the system after his transfer, he crushed all the monsters he encountered, even the Dark Kings. Lu Yu easily crushed them and felt the joy of unprecedented victory. But now, facing a sea of powerful monsters, facing the 6 Darkness True Kings, Lu Yu was bewildered. He didn't think he would be an opponent, leaving behind a battle that would surely lead to death, which made him feel the taste of true defeat for the first time. He could only flee around with the help of everyone who was not high in rank, watching his companions cry out in pain.
This moment, Lu Yu had grown.
His understanding of swordsman was different. In the past, he thought that swordsman, when free and easy, one person, one sword, imperial sword flight, invincible, one word, handsome is right. Now he, the so-called swordsman, is the swordsman of the sword, is in the hands of the sword to punish the evil, guard the righteousness of the warrior. How can not face the powerful evil monster, not fight and flee? As for death, as for the scruples in his heart, Lu Yu had no more. Because Lu Yu already had a choice in his heart towards death, he firmly believed that he would not die easily. Because he also wants to be the true sword immortal of Daxia. Soon. With the help of everyone, Lu Yu led the crowd to smoothly kill this side of the vortex passage. But suddenly, Lu Yu turned back with his sword. And Great White continued to lead the crowd through the vortex passage.
Everyone froze. My mother, Lu Battle God, why is this? Why are you staying?
The dark monsters also froze for a moment, then let out a bloodthirsty maniacal laugh. Through the battle just now, they could see that this Lu Yu is the most powerful within this group of human races, and as long as they killed him, it would definitely make it difficult for the human race to rise.
I, Lu Yu, as your guardian war god, how can I run away without a fight? Moreover, I am the great summer sword immortal, how can I leave the image of an unbeatable monster in your hearts?
The words fell. Lu Yu's sword pointed to the darkness of the six true kings, said faintly, my name is Lu Yu, is the great summer sword immortal, remember well, because this name will be engraved in the depths of your soul, always fear.
Chapter 76 Great Summer Sword Immortal, should be so. Daxia Sword Immortal? You want us to be afraid?
I didn't expect that human mole crickets are still quite humorous, I can't help but laugh, yeah. After laughing evilly, this group of darkness true kings' gazes radiated scarlet bloodlight, then you, the great summer sword immortal, come and make us fear to see. Lu Yu also stopped talking nonsense. The sword god form instantly opened. Immediately afterward, Lu Yu palmed thousands of flying swords and unleashed all sorts of powerful sword techniques at the Dark True King. That unrelenting aura, that powerful sword god technique, all of them shocked the Dark True King inwardly.
This is a human sword warrior? How could he be so powerful?
This person could stand up to 1,000 armies. However, this only shocked them for a moment. Because, in their eyes, Lu Yu is already a dead man, even if his potential is heaven-defying, he will eventually turn into dust. Kill. Roar. The six darkness true kings had revealed their huge bodies, which were even bigger than even Great White. Of course, their battle power was also terrifying. The power of the sword god technique that Lu Yu, who only had a fourth order attribute, could exert was simply not enough to threaten them. Just by relying on the characteristics of the sword god technique, he was able to temporarily withstand their attacks. Let's see how long the effects of your talent can hold out. The six true kings were enveloped by the divine sword storm, making it difficult for them to get close to Lu Yu for a while. Although the pressure on the Alliance army side had plummeted with Lu Yu folding back to join the fray, it was only temporary. Once Lu Yu's talent effect ended, they would still be facing a desperate situation where they would not be able to survive. Inside the pet space, Little Song turned into a miniature dragon and was held in Little Red's arms, the cat's claws jerking at Little Song's dragon head. Ever since the sea prison Song dragon came into this pet space, it had wanted to take Little Red as a follower by virtue of its dragon pet's powerful dragon might, wanting to be the master's #1 battle pet. But after being shocked by a ray of Little Red's terrifying pressure, the sea prison pale dragon completely lost this idea and transformed into a mini dragon, honoring Little Red as big sister and becoming a dragon brother himself. Little sister Red, aren't we going out to help the master? No need. This is the final test of the heart of profession. The Lord Silver is metamorphosing. If we go out and help the Lord Silver, it would be the same as spoiling the Lord Silver's good deed. Don't worry. This is just a test, the Lord Silver will be fine. With the Lord Silver's ability, coupled with Great White's defense, it's not a problem to last until the end of the test time. Upon hearing this, Sang also nodded her head in a good manner. Little Red's sister is the best. The bloody battle outside continued. Seeing that his transformation effect was about to end, Lu Yu recalled Big White, decisively allowing Big White to act as a meat shield against the Darkness True King's counterattack. Rumble. The Darkness True King's powerful skills bombarded Great White and didn't cause much damage to Great White. After all, Great White's blood in defense was equivalent to a 10th rank S-rank lord, it was thick. The Darkness True King, who was only a 7th ranked rank, with even more powerful equipment, would never want to take down Great White in seconds. In this way, Lu Yu relied on Great White's resistance to injury, and after surviving the 3-minute cooldown time of the talent transformation, he once again transformed into the sword god and gave the monster the most frantic blow. For a while, the battle was at a stalemate. It lasted until Big White's blood was worn down to the point of bottoming out. It was only then that Lu Yu recruited Great White back into the pet space. Solar Divine Light. Little Red released a recovery skill on Great White. Instantly, Great White was full of blood and the wounds on his body were gone without a trace. Thank you, Little Red, for healing him. Great White spat out human words, his voice as pure and melodious as the moonlight. If Lu Yu knew that Great White could also speak, he would have to drop his jaw. Because to his knowledge, mounts are different from battle pets, they do not have a mind, they do not have much spirituality, and they will not spit out human words, they will only follow orders. As Heavenly God Haldeman's S-class angel mounts, they also do not have thoughts, and will not speak, but angel battle pets are equipped with thoughts. I don't know if this old man Hodman will have a whim and let the angel mount ride himself once in a while. Yeah, Lu Yu, the mount's blood recovery speed is very long, without the mount just now, let's see how you can still resist our attack. The 8-armed demon ape true king laughed bloodthirstily and evilly. At this moment, Lu Yu's talent transformation effect went into cooldown once again. Just when the crowd thought that everything was about to end. Lu Yu, however, strangely transformed into the sword god once again. And this time, Lu Yu used proof of God to refresh the effects of all skills, including refreshing the talent effect.
This can't be. You've only just finished transforming. The 6 Darkness True Kings were confused. Through the protracted battle just now, they had already confirmed Lu Yu's sword god form duration and cooldown time. But now, Lu Yu had just ended his sword god form and immediately reincarnated as a sword god again, as if his talent effect had refreshed. This was simply impossible. Because there were no props in this world that could directly refresh the effects of a talent. Unless it was a god-related means. But this was even more impossible. How long had the rules only descended upon the Blue Star world? How could the human race have touched everything related to God? So what if you have a means of refreshing talent effects? Your incarnation will only last for 10 minutes, and after another 10 minutes, will exterminate you just the same. The 6 Darkness True Kings vowed to kill Lu Yu. They would be on pins and needles daily if such a terrifying potential human was not removed. Seeing that 10 minutes were about to pass, Lu Yu was not worried at all. On the contrary, Lu Yu also ignored the 6 Darkness True Kings, turned around with a smile on his face, and headed towards the blood-soaked generals with their imperial swords. This freedom in the face of death. This aura of calm bravado. Let all the people present in the heart was touched, the great summer sword immortal should be like this. Seniors, my time is up. I am sorry for not being able to kill these monsters and give you a truly safe environment. The crowd thought that Lu Yu was going to die openly. No. Lu Battle God, without you, we would probably have been in the Dark Age long ago. It was you who stopped the Dark Age and allowed the human race to enter the Transmutation Age earlier. To be able to die side by side with the Land Battle God, we are also considered to have died in our place. In the future, we will leave it to Hidden Front and the others. The people stood hand in hand, smiling as they faced their impending deaths together. The sword formation shattered. The divine sword dissipated. Death. The 6 True Kings of Darkness all opened their bloody mouths and came tearing madly towards Lu Yu and the others. In the next second, the entire battlefield was suddenly frozen. A pure and incomparably white sword flew out of Lu Yu's heart, almost transparent. The sword was very small, but it contained a terrifying sword intent that could cut through everything. Buzz! The white sword blossomed into a wisp of sword aura. This wisp of sword aura then evolved into the supreme divine sword, scattering with Lu Yu as the center, and wherever it passed through, monsters were all pierced through, and then churned to pieces by the sword intent. Even the 6 True Kings of Darkness were pierced through and shattered like papier-mâché. The sword intent ran through the heavens and the earth. Everything turned into dust. With a beeping sound waking Lu Yu up, Lu Yu realized that he had returned to his original starting point, and everything in the otherworldly space and time had ceased to exist. Ding, congratulations on successfully completing the test of the Heart of Profession, evaluation, perfect. Next second, the 5th Order baptismal light landed. Lu Yu was successfully promoted to the 5th Order and was rewarded with the highest attribute, full attribute 960. Ding, due to your perfect completion of the test of the Heart of Profession, congratulations on obtaining the supreme reward. The reward has been issued and can be viewed in the Profession panel. Lu Yu hurriedly opened the Profession panel. This is P.S. Thanks to Dejin who loves to eat coronation soldiers for the previous burst of more charms, and thanks to tonight's Tianji of Heavenly King City for sending the completion of 666 to continue. In order to thank these two, tonight specially vomited blood for 2 more chapters. The story has just unfolded. The back will be more and more wonderful. Please look forward to. Thank you handsome ladies and men to give 5-star praise. I will try to get ahead. Chapter 77 Supreme Reward, Will of the Sword. Name, Lu Yu. Profession, Swordsman. Title, Sword Way Master, Lava Warrior. Rank, LV 125th Order. Life Value, 38,705. Mana, 23,250. Physical Attack, 19,242. Physical Defense, 109,650. Magic Defense, 69,750. Strength, 3,207. Physical Strength, 3,505. Intelligence, 1987. Agility, 2,956. Spirit, 2,325. Free attribute points 0.05 for each level up. Talent, Heart of the Sword God. Will of Ice first turn, Will of the Sword first turn. Skills, Sword Breaking Style, Shadowless Sword, Flying Sword Art, 10,000 Swords, 7-star Sword Formation, Green Lotus Sword Dance, Royal Sword Flight, Sword Shadow Splitting. Equipment, a set of LV90 orange suit. This is sword intent? How could Lu Yu not expect this? The supreme reward of this 5th Order occupational heart test was actually a will reward? Tap on the Will of the Sword introduction. Will of the Sword first turn, you have obtained the Sword God's Will inheritance reward, awakening the Sword Will, and the current Will of the Sword is first turn. Due to the fact that you haven't advanced to the divine rank, you can only obtain the first turn Will of the Sword 1 effect, and it cannot be upgraded.
Effect: after opening the will of the sword, all your attacks come with a 1 sword second effect, ignoring any rules. As long as the target's blood level is below 30, there is a 0-1 probability of a 1 sword second, and has an indestructible effect. After opening, all skills ignore the target's defenses, shields, and immunity to injury, lasts for 10 minutes, and has a cooldown of 24 hours. Hiss. 1 sword second kill and ignoring defense, so powerful. Don't look at the fact that there was only a 1 in 1000 chance of triggering 1 sword second kill, but this was the effect of Will of the Sword 1. If it was 100%, it would be a probability of 10. And this. It was only the effect of Sword Will 1. If it was Sword Will 10, wouldn't that be 100 triggering a sword second? And this is still ignoring any rules of seconds, that is, no matter how many levels the other party, how many life preservation skills, as long as the trigger 1 sword seconds, that is a must kill. This think about all horror awe. Sure enough, swordsman is the most handsome profession. Closing the panel. Lu Yu began to extract the 5th rank exclusive skills. Ding, you spent 800 gold coins to draw the F rank exclusive skill cross sword slash. Ding, you have spent 800 gold coins and have drawn the grade B exclusive skill, Broken Moon. Ding, you spent 800 gold coins and drew the S-class exclusive skill sword opening Heaven's Gate. This time, it took 25 million gold coins to draw the S-class skill. It's getting more and more expensive. If you don't have the explosive coin system, you really can't afford Krypton. Name, a sword opens the gate of heaven. Grade, S-class. Grade, 5th order need to spend gold to upgrade. Skill effect, a sword out, the door to the sky open, contains a powerful sword, a sword, from the sky, with the effect of suppression, deterrence, and 100% of the damage caused by a wide range of bludgeons, enough to make the opponent chills, cooldown 180 seconds. Tip, this skill can be upgraded to a higher level. Tip, upgrading this skill increases the power of sword might. A skill that comes with sword might? Lu Yu was delighted in his heart. Sword might was a skill that possessed a shocking effect, and the damage it added was sufficient. Immediately afterward, a teleportation spell appeared. Lu Yu was teleported back to the real world. At the same time, Bailey Tong also returned after completing the Heart of Profession test, only that he didn't receive the supreme reward, but instead received the Talent's Second Awakening reward, which was also considered a very good reward. Brother Yu, what reward did you receive? Guardian Will. Guardian Will? The crowd was puzzled. What kind of reward was this? Lu Yu didn't say much, and the crowd couldn't be bothered to ask. However, the crowd also detected some changes in Lu Yu, and it always felt that after Lu Yu had done the Heart of Profession test mission, his entire person had become different. At this time, Tu Tianwei returned with his blood-stained sword. He alone had scared off the extraterritorial forces that wanted to come and get a piece of the pie. If it wasn't for the fact that these forces were meritorious for fighting off monsters in the extraterrestrial battlefield, otherwise, he would have beheaded them all. Of course. As the sword of the god of murder, it had to be stained with blood as soon as it was sheathed. This is not slaughtering heaven, only I specifically went and chopped up the S-class 10th order overlord in the South China Sea. Little friend Lu, why do I feel a special powering you? As a 10th rank great swordsman, Tu Tianwei, I vaguely felt the fluctuation of sword intent on Lu Yu, which was the supreme power he had been pursuing. After reaching the 10th rank, he could no longer upgrade and advance through monster brushing, and to go further, he would have to find a way to break through. But no matter how he searched, he never had a clue. On the contrary, Bailey Zongfeng, as a hidden swordsman, if he had any insights, he had shared with him that the 10th rank upwards is the super 10th ranked god, and the power of god belongs to the power of will. Senior is really something. This is the reward I received for completing the Heart of Profession test, the will of the sword. Lu Yu did not hide it and directly informed. Even Lu Yu was in a bit of a trance. When he looked at Tu Tianwei, it was as if he saw the young and youthful him, surrounding himself and constantly shouting that he was a sword immortal big brother. Lu Yu knew that this was the aftermath of having just returned from a different time and space. What? Will of the sword? Tu Tianwei stared at his old eyes. Will? Isn't that the power mastered by the gods? Little friend Lu, you come with me. With that, Tu Tianwei brought Lu Yu to an uninhabited sea. Little friend Lu, can you release your sword will, so that I can feel it? Tu Tianwei knew that this was a great opportunity. Perhaps by feeling the will of the sword, he would be able to gain some insights and thus find a way to break through to the 10th rank. If Lu Yu knew what was in his mind, he would only be unable to resist advising him to give up. Because there was no other way to become a god. There was only one way to obtain the proof of God. Senior, watch this is the will of the sword. As the words fell, Lu Yu took the initiative to open the will of the sword, and an indescribable force of will surged out from Lu Yu. Tu Tianwei could clearly feel the terrifying power that this will of the sword contained. And this. It was also only the effect of the will of the sword one. Is this the power of a super 10th order god? Shocked at the same time, Tu Tianwei also revealed a deep gravity. He knew that this power is already not the existence of the 10th order transmigrator can deal with, that is the level of complete crushing.
As for the dark monsters, there was this kind of super 10th order dark demon god in existence. If the dark demon god appeared and attacked the blue star world, the human race would disappear from the world in an instant, without any suspense. However, when he thought that Lu Yu had mastered this kind of power at only the 5th rank, and also had a god-level talent, that meant that Lu Yu had the potential to become a god, and he was the only hope for the human race. The heavy heart of Tu Tian Weimi was slightly relieved. As long as Lu Yu becomes a true sword god in the future, then the human race should have no worries. Little friend Lu, in the future, when you face a dark monster, either don't display this power, or kill it in one blow and leave no survivors, or else, if the dark demon god of the super 10th order learns about it, I am worried that it will try to do everything in its power to come and kill you. Regarding Elder Tu Tian's admonition, Lu Yu that was very agreeable. Elder, please don't worry, I know what to do. Little friend Lu, you seem to have grown a lot since your trip to the otherworldly space and time. Tu Tian Wei, I casually asked. When one has witnessed history, participated in history, experienced the joy of victory and the desperate choice of death, one always grows up. I will continue to pursue being an easy sword immortal, but the difference is that I want to be the guardian sword immortal of Great Xia, the guardian sword immortal of the human race. I swear by my sword heart, one day, I will lead the human race to conquer the extraterritorial battlefield, expel the monsters, and restore their homeland. Listening to Lu Yu's grandiose words, Tu Tian Wei, I was in a trance, as if I saw the figure of my teacher. Teacher, is it you who has returned? Chapter 78, Try Hurting My Sister. There was only 1 month left. Lu Yu decided to brush the Lava Sea prison copy one more time before heading to the misty battlefield, so that he could also maintain the feeling of fighting in a misty environment. On the other side. Battle Zone A. Safe Zone, Jincheng First Middle School. Ever since arriving at the school, Lu Shui and Lu Yu were stunned by the luxurious environment. Each student had a separate dormitory, which was 100 or so square meters and had all the facilities inside. However, the two sisters didn't choose to separate, but lived together, and were used to being frugal during the weekdays, only wearing school-issued uniforms on Mondays. Other times they wore simple clothes. This made the two sisters seem out of place in this elite school. Because the students who could enter here were basically all powerful students, either with minds or bigwigs at home. There had never been a precedent of special enrollment of civilians before. Because the original intention of the establishment of this school was to allow the descendants of the powerful and wealthy bigots to centralize their resources and unify their training, so that they could cultivate more powerful transmigrators and powerful human strength. And the civilians. Even if there is talent, the family does not have a mind, cannot draw good talent, the same as obliterated. Although it was cruel, this was the reality. The arrival of the two sisters, Lu Shui and Lu Yu, undoubtedly broke the school's tradition of specially recruiting two civilian students. Naturally, they suffered a lot of cold bullying from the powerful students. The so-called cold bullying was being isolated by their classmates, despised, looked down upon, and even verbally attacked. This was still because the school had strict school rules that no fighting or brawling was allowed on campus, and violators were expelled from the school, otherwise it would have been more than just cold bullying. In their opinion, this kind of sister who didn't know what backdoor she had taken to enter Jincheng No. 1 middle school was here to discuss them, just like two rat droppings dropped into a pot of soup. It was lunchtime. Lu Shui and Lu Yu, as usual, only played a little bit of meat and vegetables, mostly green vegetables, and were eating beautifully. Bang! A rice tray suddenly landed on the two sisters' dining table with a crunching sound, startling the two. Lu Shui looked up and frowned slightly. This was Mijia, her classmate who had been bullying her since the beginning of the school year, tall, pockmarked, and with a formidable face that was intimidating. Though she was of Western race, she didn't have the peaks of Western race, but rather very flat plains. A few others are her followers. It is said that this Mijia's father is one of the bigwigs of the legions in Warzone, a former pretty countryman with quite a bit of power. Lu Shui, don't you know that civilians and dogs are not allowed to enter this dining hall? In the face of Mijia's deliberate provocation, Lu Shui did not respond, but instead signaled her sister to eat at ease. Still quite capable of pretending. Damn Dasha pariahs, how dare you score higher than me in yesterday's career simulation exam? Do you believe that I can make you two pariahs get out of the school with a single phone call? At those words, Lu Shui fiercely stood up. The whole person was like a spear ready to fire. The other party could bully her any way they wanted, but if they dared to bully her sister, then she wouldn't be indifferent. Mijia, you can come at me if you have any grievances. If you dare to bully my sister, even if it's at the risk of being expelled, I'll still pull you in. I, Lu Shui, am true to my word. You! Mijia exploded with anger. She didn't expect this Lu Shui to dare dislike her. Damn, pulling on me? My father is a 9-star admiral. I won't even be fired if you're expelled. How dare you dislike me? Let's see if I don't tear your damn face apart. Mijia's jealousy was very strong. She hated it when others were prettier and better than her. Lu Shui and the nutritional supplement, more and more beautiful and attractive, skin full of snow, pavilion, and so on, just like this, just like the trend of becoming the first school flower of the first middle school of Jin City.
In addition, Lu Shui at the end of each month's vocational simulation exams are the first place, demonstrating a strong talent for gunfighting. This naturally made Mijia very jealous, and in her heart, she had long been itching to destroy Lu Shui, this Dasha pariah.
You dared to hurt my sister, try.
Lu Yu also stood up, her face icy cold. At this time, Lu Yu surprisingly lost a trace of childishness, her eyes changed from well-behaved and soulful to cold and angry, an invisible pressure enveloped Mijia, making her palms break out in cold sweat. The two sisters came from a civilian background, their family was in a difficult situation, they were afraid of being poor, they also knew that it was not easy for their brother to make money, that's why they kept their thrifty habits. But that didn't mean they were bloodless. Soon, the commotion here attracted the attention of others.
But not many people came to care. Because
the vast majority of people still looked down on this pair of commoner sisters.
At this time, Jean Ruojie, who had just finished her meal, also noticed the commotion here, and with a frown, she walked over.
When she saw Lu Yu's two sisters, Jean Ruojie froze for a moment, followed by a look of disbelief. She stood in place and contemplated for a little while before it dawned on her. It turned out that the Alliance hero who discovered the Star Source Stone vein was really Lu Yu, the student she had taught.
Otherwise, Lu Yu's two younger sisters would never have come to this Jincheng First Middle School as well.
Then, if she could be personally picked up by Zhang de Bureaucrat to teach Special Class 1 here, it must be Lu Yu who opened her mouth.
Lu Yu, this kid, Lu Yu, has really come out of the woodwork.
Thinking of this, Jean Ruojie quickly walked forward. Whether it was her duty as a teacher or to repay Lu Yu's favor, Jean Ruojie had a reason to defend Lu Yu's two sisters.
What are you doing?
Mijia, who was going to let her followers teach this pair of sisters a lesson together, also temporarily stopped when she saw teacher Jean Ruojie stepping forward to stop them.
Teacher Jean? Why are you here?
Lu Shui and Lu Yu also revealed surprised expressions when they saw the visitor. In the past, teacher Jean had come to their house for home visits quite a few times, so the two girls naturally knew teacher Jean. Once Mijia heard that this new Special 1 class teacher knew Lu Shui and Lu Yu, a resentment arose in her heart. She understood at a glance that this civilian teacher had come over to defend the pair of sisters. Teacher, I advise you to mind your own business and obediently be your vase homeroom teacher, otherwise, do you believe that I only need to make one phone call and you'll be dismissed?
You!
Jean Ruojie was threatened by a student for the first time, a 16-year-old kid. Her heart couldn't be more shocked and angry. How can you say such things? We are all students, we should be friendly and united, and work together to contribute to the human race in the future.
Contribute? The ones who will contribute can only be us elites, not some cats and dogs.
You're too disrespectful.
Come with me to the office.
Humph.
You're just a teacher who's got some kind of shady connections. You're not qualified to order me around.
You. Jean Ruojie was so furious that her face turned red and her body trembled. She had never thought that a child could have such a bad heart, and today, no matter what, she would have to educate her properly.
Teacher Jean, forget it.
There's no need to use your future as a teacher to defend us, it's better to let us solve it ourselves.
The kind Lu Shui spoke up. No way.
As a teacher, when a student makes a mistake, they must be educated, otherwise it's a dereliction of duty on the part of the teacher. Jean Ruojie has her own bottom line. You're a big teacher.
Let the school expel you today. Mijia immediately called home. Daddy,
someone is bullying me, it's 3 Dasha pariahs. At this time, the school's female director of instruction came over, and after understanding the situation, not only did she not scold Mijia for causing trouble in the first place, she instead educated Jean Ruojie.
Message Jean, is this how you become a teacher? Relying on connections to come in is not knowing what to do.
Director, it's these students who are bullying the sisters, and the lead student is disrespecting the teacher.
Disrespectful? Depends on the teacher. This female director of instruction is also a Westerner, and is also aware of Mijia's family background. She naturally will not stand on Jean Ruojie's side. Not much longer.
A brigade of eagles appeared in the sky above the first middle school of Jean City. A 9-star admiral with a pipe and sunglasses arrived, startling all the teachers and students of the school. That seemed to be the 9-star admiral, Mercer Acker. P.S. Thanks to the great shocker who loves chrysanthemum soldiers for the 10 hypes. Trying to save up for more blasts for the readers who support this book. Chapter 79, he'd rather kick God's ass than come to this mess.
Principal's office. What did you say? 9-star Admiral Mercer Acker is here?
Jincheng No. 1 Middle School Principal Lei Zhang immediately had a bit of a headache. This Mercer Acker was most likely here for his beloved daughter again. This Mijia was probably bullying her classmates again. Every time Mijia makes trouble, this Mercer Acker will come to strongly protect his daughter, not to defend his daughter to the satisfaction. This big Buddha he can't send away. Yes, Principal, Admiral Mercer Acker went straight to the school cafeteria, and the ones being bullied by Mijia seemed to be the new interloper sisters.
The secretary reported.
What? This Mijia dared to provoke to that pair of sisters, now her father is a 9-star admiral can't defend her. After saying that, Lei Zhang rushed to the dining hall and sent a message to the top.
This side.
Seeing her father arrive at the first time, Mijia ran over and complained, "Daddy, this new teacher who came in by improper relations joined these two ES to bully me and threatened to beat me. If not for the director of instruction stopping me, I guess I'll be seriously injured, and I may never see Daddy again, oh."
Ward Fark. Merceracker was originally not convinced that the Dasha people dominated the alliance.
It was only because of the powerful battle power of the heaven-opening sword god and the dragon blood war god, as well as the inaction of the heavenly god Haldeman, that he had been holding back and occasionally secretly bullying the Dasha people within his power. Now that he saw a female Dasya teacher and a pair of Dasya sisters, they dared to bully his only beloved daughter. The resentment in his heart was instantly ignited. "You three ES, do you know that she is my nasal Acker's daughter?" Saying that, Meseracker looked at the director of instruction. "I order you as a 9-star admiral to immediately approach your principal and dismiss these three pariahs."
Please don't be angry, Lord Admiral, I'll go and inform the principal."
He was a small middle school director of instruction. How could he resist the powerful aura of Meseracker, and was trembling with fear.
"Admiral Meseracker, you're being overbearing, aren't you?"
"It's not what your daughter said, it's your daughter who bullied these two sisters first and beat them up. As a school teacher, I came to stop it and kindly taught her the right values. Why are you indiscriminately condemning her?"
Although Jean Rouaget was also alarmed by Admiral Messeracker's strong authority, she chose to bravely defy the hegemony and argue her case. "Shut up. You damned Dasha woman, what my daughter said is the truth.
You'll have time to cry when you're fired,"
Meseracker viciously threatened, "and you two Dasha bastards, there's something for you too."
"Who are the cheap bastards talking about?" Lu Shui crossed her eyes at Meseracker. The other party was a 9-star admiral, yet he was so brutal and unreasonable, bullying the small with the big. This kind of person was not worthy of being an admiral of the human alliance at all. Of course the cheap bastard is talking about you guys." Mijia put on a condescending stance and sneered with a smug look.
"Sure enough, it's a cheap bastard." Lu Shui disliked back.
"You! How dare you call me a cheap bastard?" Mijia was immediately very aggrieved and cried to her daddy, "Daddy, look at her, she called me a cheap bastard. I am a cheap bastard, then Daddy is also a cheap bastard."
Meseracker was full of black lines.
If it were not for the fact that the other party is his favorite daughter, he would definitely slap her.
How dare I defy the authority of the admiral in public? Slap her mouth. Meseracker ordered in anger. "How dare you?"
Jean Rouaget stood in front of Lu Shui.
"Against it. Against the alliance. This is an act against the alliance. Slap this woman's mouth and take her back for trial." Meseracker was completely furious.
This Dasya pariah, twice in front of the crowd to refute his face, he cannot tolerate it. He will immediately capture her back, play her to death. As for the alliance side, as long as it was reported that this woman was the new Dark Fallen, it wasn't like he hadn't done this kind of thing before. Merceracker's guards immediately took control of Jean Rouaget and Lu Shui, Lu Yu, and the three of them, facing the other party's powerful strength, the three of them were powerless to resist. Not far from the dining hall,
in a dark corner,
a silhouette slowly revealed itself, and a dagger appeared in his hand.
"Received money. You have to do something. This is the creed of the soul-hidden assassin. Even if the opponent was strong and could not be matched, they would still strike."
Jean Rouaget's face changed drastically. She never expected that Merceracker would be so overbearing that he would slap the mouths of her and Lu Yu's two sisters in public.
No way. Never let Lu Yu's two sisters get hurt.
Just as Jean Rouaget was about to reveal the true identities of the two sisters, Lu Shui and Lu Yu, a loud shout shook the crowd.
"Stop. This is the Alliance's Supreme Jinchang No. 1 Middle School, who dares to make a move here?"
Lei Zheng arrived in time. Seeing that Merceracker's guards were about to lynch Lu Yu's homeroom teacher and sister, it was like his heart was jumping into his throat.
This Missia was actually really bullying Lu Yu's two sisters. No one could protect her now. This is also good.
It's good to kick out this bad seed who's always causing trouble just because her father is a 9-star general, and it's also good to return some peace and quiet to the campus.
Principal Lei, you're just in time.
These two sisters, and this teacher, openly bullied my daughter, and treated me with no respect at all. I have reason to suspect that they're all dark degenerates, lurking in the first middle school of the Golden City. For this kind of Dark Fallen, there is no need for Principal Lei to dispose of them. I will personally escort them back for interrogation. Saying that, Merceracker ordered his men to prepare to take the three away. That was not giving Lei Zheng the slightest bit of face. The principal of Jincheng First Middle School. He was only treated at the level of a lieutenant general. It was not in his eyes. Furthermore, Lei Zheng was also from Dasha, so he naturally wouldn't give face. It's true that like father, like daughter. This Merceracker is too arrogant, too self-righteous. Because of his previous achievements and strength, he became a 9-star general of the A war zone, and then he drifted away. There was no one else in sight. However, Lei Zheng didn't stop him. It was true that his status and position was not as good as a 9-star admiral, but there were plenty of people who could clean him up. Rumble. A large number of troops suddenly appeared in the sky above Jin City.
At the same time, Message alerts were also constantly appearing on Merceracker's channel. As soon as it was opened, Merceracker's eyes immediately bulged out. What did he see? It was all in one color. All messages from the bigwigs above. No exceptions. They were all scolding him. You brain-dead hacker, do you realize you're in big trouble? How dare you touch Lu Yu's sister? Have you drifted to the Pacific Ocean? Merceracker, the god of heaven, Lord Haldeman, is on his way to Jincheng High School, so you're on your own. Ward Fakar? These sisters are Lu Yu's sisters? Others don't know what the name Lu Yu stands for? But as a 9-star general, he knows. He's a young swordsman with divine talent, and the future 4th god of war of the Alliance, appointed by the 3 great gods of war. Messing with him. Not to mention him being a 9-star admiral, even the commander-in-chief of the A war zone would have to lose his skin. This time, he's been victimized by this loser girl. If he'd known, he'd rather kick God's ass than get into this mess. Daddy! I'm going to teach them a good lesson when I get them back. Mijia opened her mouth in a very arrogant manner. Snap. Ah. Shoo. Thud. A vigorous slap from Merceracker directly slapped Mijia, sending her flying hundreds of meters, her face swollen into a pig's head, and she was already fainting beyond unconsciousness. This sudden change. It left the crowd of teachers and students watching the show in a state of confusion. What the hell? Merceracker slapped his precious daughter flying? Jean Ruwajia froze. When she saw the principal's meaningful smile, Jean Ruwajia instantly realized that this was the principal shaking someone. Admiral Merceracker, the Lord God of Heaven wants to see you. The Commander-in-Chief of Warzone A is personally present. Chapter 80, Bully, will die a horrible death. At this very moment. Misty battlefield. Lu Yu turned on the newly learned S-rank skill, Bullying Sword Body, not long ago. In the midst of brushing monsters, he fully familiarized himself with the 10 S-rank skills. Drop. A channel voice video was sent over. Lu Yu opened it and saw that it was from Heavenly God Hodman Sr., so he directly connected. Elder Hodman, why are you suddenly contacting me? Is there some kind of change in the Misty Mysteries? At this time, Hodman had already bound the 9-star Admiral Merceracker's father and daughter. Little friend Lu, I'm at the headquarters of the commander of Warzone. Something unpleasant has happened today. 9-star Admiral Merceracker's daughter, Mijia, bullied your 2 sisters at school and was stopped by your homeroom teacher. What? The eldest sister and youngest sister were bullied at school? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu violently erupted with a shocking killing intent, and all the monsters in the vicinity were instantly chopped into pieces by the flying swords. Bailey Tong walked over suspiciously. Later on, when Mijia's Merceracker learned about this, he traveled to Jincheng No. 1 Middle School, wanting to arrest your homeroom teacher and sister on the charge of being a Dark Fallen. Fortunately, Principal Lei of Jincheng No. 1 Middle School sent a message to the Commander-in-Chief of Warzone A in time to arrive in time to take control of the Merceracker father and daughter. I deeply apologize for what happened. Haldeman was considered the leader of the Western race in the Human League. A portion of the Westerners were hoping that Hodman would become the first person in power in the Human Alliance, rather than the great Xia people's heaven-opening sword god, Bailey Zongfeng. Of course, Haldeman was not of that mind. He knew how much he weighed. Moreover, now was also not the time for the Human Alliance to implode, or else it would definitely be exploited by the dark monsters. Just for this part of the people who retained the idea of Western hegemony, Haldeman had no choice but to try his best to persuade them to focus on the righteousness of the Alliance and the future of the human race. But the effect was minimal. They still believed from the bottom of their hearts that Westerners were just better than the Daxia people, and that the Alliance should be controlled by them. Elder Haldeman, what are you going to do with the Merceracker father and daughter? Lu Yu asked with an expressionless face. His family was his scales. No matter who it was that dared to make a move against his family, he would return it millions of times over. This is also the main purpose of my contacting little friend Lu. Since they are striking out at your sister, little friend Lu, it is up to you to decide how to punish them. Hearing Hodman's words, the father and daughter of Merceracker, who were kneeling on the ground like dead dogs, immediately begged for mercy continuously. Lu Yu, everything is my daughter's fault. If I had known that she was bullying your sister, I would have wasted her with my own hands. Daddy! Save me! Mijia had long since lost her previous arrogance and dominance, and all that was there was a scared out of her wimpy look, all scared and incontinent. Help you? If you didn't mess with the wrong person, would I end up like this? I'm severing my father-daughter relationship with you. In order to save himself, Merceracker decided to make a big deal out of it. Don't! Daddy! I was wrong, Lord God of the Heavens, please also look at the fact that I'm still a child and ask Big Brother Lu Yu to give me a chance to atone for my sins. Mijia kowtowed frantically. She was afraid. For the first time, she was scared. She was so scared that she peed her pants. Had she known that bullying would have this fate, she wouldn't have bullied her classmates so often. But Lu Yu wouldn't easily forgive someone who bullied his sister. From childhood to adulthood, how much the 2 younger sisters had suffered.
In order to be able to feed themselves for school, they even often went hungry just to save themselves more money for meals. He knew all of this and kept it in his heart. Of course, the money saved. Luyu is also saved until the weekend to buy meat, to give his sister to eat. It can be said, their three siblings are so bitter over, the feelings are very deep. Looking at the video within the regretful crying Mijia, Luyu did not have the slightest pity, dared to bully his sister, she has already taken the way of death. Now can kneel and beg for forgiveness, regret what she did before, that shows that she has been sensible. Hodman Sr., this kind of innate bad seed, is unlikely to change, even if she avoids this time, she will still continue to bully others in the dark corners. Besides, daring to bully my sister, death, is already the best ending for her. Upon hearing this, Haldeman could only continue to ask, what is little friend Lu going to do with this Mercer Acker, the 9-star general? The reason why he mentioned the rank of Mercer Acker. In fact, Haldeman still hoped that Luyu could spare his life. After all, Mercer Acker also has a war record, or faith in his people, he has to try to help once, as a matter of reason. It was up to Luyu to say yes or no. Luyu can't know what Haldeman seniors are thinking, but Luyu is still the same, his family is his scales, and he will die if he touches them. Haldeman Sr., he dared to use his power in public to give others trumped-up charges, that means, he has lost himself. Doesn't he like to give others the charge of being a dark degenerate? Then let him experience this charge for himself and ask Elder Haldeman to begin the trial. Luyu wanted to see this father and daughter being put to death with his own eyes. Seeing this situation, Hodgman did not say anything more. Luyu was the future of the entire human race. He is also the future leader of the Alliance. Whether or not the human race could get rid of the monsters, restore their homeland, or even counterattack the monster world and usher in a brand new era, it would still depend on Luyu. Not to mention him, even the heavenly sword god had to give Luyu face. Mercer Acker has already fallen into darkness, and Mijia has started to plague her classmates at a young age, in order to prevent the father-daughter duo from plaguing the human alliance in the future. I, Hodman, the heavenly god of the human alliance, pronounce a sentence on them, a sentence of holy fire to serve as an example to the rest of the world. The next moment, Hodman took out his staff and waved it. The holy fire that could purify everything was ignited on the bodies of the father and daughter of Mercer Acker. Ah! The duo rolled on the ground and screamed miserably. But facing the incomparably powerful heavenly god Haldeman, they could only wail. Not long after, the duo was burned to ashes by the holy fire. Afterwards, heavenly god Haldeman released the video of this trial to the Alliance Grand Channel, or to deter those Western compatriots similar to Mercer Acker's stupidity. Seeing this, Luyu then collected his killing intent and directly moved to the first middle school of Jincheng. At this time, all the teachers and students of the first middle school in Jincheng were silenced. How could they not expect that? The three people in their eyes who relied on improper relationships to blend into the first middle school of Jincheng had such a terrifying energy. The commander-in-chief of Warzone personally came to arrest them. And now the god of heaven, Haldeman, is personally executing the holy fire on Mercer Acker's father and daughter. They were puzzled. Just what kind of terrifying big brother was behind this pair of sisters, Lu Shui and Luyu, in order to allow the heavenly god lord to directly execute the Mercer Acker father and daughter? After all, a 9-star admiral required quite a lot of war service to hold, how could they not be executed for defending their daughters? Thinking about this, they all had a chill down their backs, and secretly swore in their hearts that this pair of sisters must not be messed with, as well as this new special class 1 class teacher, they must not be messed with either, it's too scary. The female head teacher's face was like ashes. Before the punishment came to her head, she knelt down in front of Lu Shui and Luyu and prayed for forgiveness. How snobbish she was earlier, how wretched she was now. This director of instruction was a snob and tended to be a bully, even though there wasn't anything else that was 10 times worse. However, Lu Shui didn't forgive her, her face icy cold. Principal Lei ended up giving this director of instruction a heavy punishment, kicking her out of the school and never hiring her. This made her constantly kowtow in gratitude. Otherwise, the people behind this pair of sisters would definitely exterminate her. After this incident, the alliance settled down a bit. The students from the other middle schools were also shocked and no longer dared to bully their classmates. In their opinion, bullies will die a horrible death. Chapter 81 Fatty is worthy of being a know-it-all, Misty Mystery Realm Intelligence has it all. Jincheng First Middle School. Dad, Mom, you guys are here too? As soon as he arrived at Battle Zone A, Jincheng No. 1 Middle School, Luyu saw the second oldest accompanying his two younger sisters. Lord God of the Heavens has publicly sent out videos, and when we learned that our eldest sister and youngest sister were being bullied, we rushed here at the first opportunity, and it was the Tiger Commander-in-Chief's personal guards who personally escorted us here. Just saw the video, can be scared of the husband and wife, good thing the big sister little sister did not suffer any harm, and the bullies also walked peacefully. Seeing my brother also came over. Lu Shua and Lu Yu can be happy, together pulling the hands of mom, dad, and brother to stroll around the campus. This is the first time they have laughed so happily since they entered the first middle school in Jinchang. This made Lu Yu blame himself a little. He should have thought of it earlier. Although there were soul hidden people secretly protecting them and there were school rules, they couldn't avoid being cold bullied by their classmates. After all, his sister was plainly dressed and didn't have the temperament of a powerful son. She was bound to be looked down upon by the students here. He should have let the big brother step in ahead of time. But after this, no one would dare to bully his sister anymore. Lu Yu decided to spend the rest of his time with his family until the Misty Mysteries opened. Fatty, you go ahead and upgrade. I'll stay in Jincheng No. 1 middle school for a while. Brother Yu, look at what you're saying. It doesn't matter if I upgrade or not. The point is, I also want to experience the campus atmosphere of No. 1 middle school in Jincheng. Fatty was all smiles. He just felt that without Brother Fei, this monstrous upgrading doesn't smell good at all. Uncle, auntie, two sisters, my name is Bailey Tong. I'm Brother Yu's good buddy. This is the small gift I prepared for you. Brother Bailey Tong, it would be nice if you could share 2 pounds of meat with me. Lu Yu joked. Ahem. This is actually not called fat for me, this is called robust. Bailey Tong wanted to show off his muscles, but showed off a bunch of fat, causing the two sisters to giggle. That night, Lu Yu's family of 5 plus the thick-skinned Bailey Tong ate a delicious dinner together. Dad, Mom, how's your leveling up going? Lu Yu asked. That's naturally good. With the gold coins you gave us and the personal attention of the Commander-in-Chief, Mom and Dad don't even need to prepare the upgrade materials, they can just upgrade directly, and their level naturally rises fast. Your dad has already broken through to the 5th rank, and Mom is close. Han Yunji was all smiles, very happy. Yes, she is. Son, you don't know, as soon as I rose to the 5th rank, the Commander-in-Chief personally conferred the rank of Colonel on me, and I'm now the 2nd in command of the Blacksmith Battalion, 2 ranks higher than my former superior. You don't know, now when I go out there are tons of leaders from other life professions coming over to say hello. Knowing that I have a son like you, they even recommend their daughters to you, and they all want to introduce their daughters to you, praising that you are a dragon among men, and that you are bound to soar to the top in the future. By the way, son, do you have someone in mind? If not, your mom and I will help you find one. Lu Shan smiled that is very happy, but also specially 2 mouthfuls of wine to celebrate. Hearing this, Lu Yu is also very relieved. It seems that his parents are getting more and more nourished in the battle preparation area. As soon as he heard that mom and dad wanted to find themselves an object, Lu Yu's mind couldn't help but float back to Luo Qingxian's flawless body. Mom and dad, no need to help me look for, I'm only 18 years old, still young, after a few years to say. Lu Yu hurriedly changed the topic. Mom and dad, how is the synthesis of Uncle Who's gemstone? I'm not sure if I'll be able to do that. You give a lot of gemstones, every day is a smile, leveling up faster than me, are the 6th order. You know, Gem Master, as long as there are enough gems, that level will take off. I guess it won't take long. He can reach the 10th order, then he can give you enough to synthesize the 10th grade gems. Lu Shan laughed. Seeing his family so happy and cheerful, Lu Yu revealed a pleased smile. Immediately afterward, Lu Yu transferred a little more gold coins to his mom and dad, 10 billion for one person. The further this living profession went, the more and more complex upgrade materials were needed, and quite a few of them were not necessarily available in the war zone. In a word, after the living profession reaches the 5th order, if you want to raise the ceiling, you will eventually have to kryptonite or kryptonite big gold to do it. This is also the main reason why there are not many high-level living professions. It will take at least a year and a half after the opening of the Misty Mysteries. During that time, with these gold coins, mom and dad will also be able to completely solve the upgrade problem, and they themselves can feel free to explore the Misty Mysteries. Son, you're giving too much, it doesn't need to be that much. However, when they saw the amount of gold coins Lu Yu had, they were dumbfounded and didn't feel that 10 billion gold coins was too much. Nice guy. Son, is this a gold coin producer? It turned out that the mysterious heaven-defying tycoon with hidden information at the top of the wealth list was their son, who they had previously thought was some superpower big shot. Hundreds of billions of gold coins. How did the son swipe it? Son, the Misty Mystery Realm is about to open, you have to be extremely careful when you go there. Listening to the Commander-in-Chief, it's an exceptionally treacherous place, there are also very strong monsters that enter. Han Yunji's eyes revealed a strong concern. My son is very strong. But even more powerful, she couldn't rest assured. This was the common problem of mothers, that their sons traveled thousands of miles and their mothers were worried. Even if her son was powerful and invincible, she would still be worried. Don't worry, Mom, I'll be fine with the bigwigs at the Alliance headquarters taking care of me. Lu Yu also knows that no matter how much he says, he can't solve his mother's worries, so he can only comfort her like this. The next day, Lu Yu met the class teacher, Jean Ruojia. Seeing the transformed Lu Yu, Jean Ruojia was in a trance for a moment, but sincerely happy for Lu Yu, smiled and said, "It's good to be successful, it's good to be successful." Lu Yu walked in front of Jean Ruojia, a head taller than the other party. Jean Ruojia tilted her head, her eyes moist, said, "Lu Yu, thank you." Lu Yu smiled, his smile was like a spring breeze, saying, "Teacher Jean, I should be the one to thank you. Thank you for taking care of me all the time in school. You are a good teacher. In the future in Jincheng number 1 middle school, my 2 sisters will still trouble you to take care of them." "I will." Time passes like the wind. Soon it was the end of the month. Liu bid farewell to his family and headed to the A War Zone teleportation array with Bailey Tong, preparing to gather at the Alliance headquarters and set off for the misty mysterious realm. "Fatty, how much information do you have about the misty mysteries?" "Hey, Brother Feather, this you are asking the right person. What I know is definitely not less than Sister Battle Dance and the others." Saying that, Bailey Tong took out a map and laughed. "Brother Yu, this is the map drawn by the ancestors exploring the misty mysteries." "Good fellow. He really deserves to be the god-grandson of the heavenly sword god." This confidential map is all he could get his hands on. However, this map is incomplete. It is only the tip of the iceberg of the Misty Mysteries. The Misty Mysteries is very large, no one knows how big it is considered an independent world. "What? So big?" Lu Yu was surprised. In his mind, the secret realm, well, it is estimated to be similar to the rules of the copy. It seems that it is not as he thought. The monsters inside the Misty realm can explode special Misty coins, which can be much more valuable than gold coins. Grandpa had said that this special currency, which was also very valuable in the monster world, was considered their reserve currency instead of gold coins. The mist coins were very useful in the Misty Mysteries. In addition to exchanging for powerful attribute sets, they could also open epic level sets and even legendary level set treasure chests. If you have enough mist coins, you can buy a map in the Misty Realm as your own territory and get permanent ownership. With a territory, you can build a town inside and live there permanently, so you don't have to wait for the closing time to arrive and be teleported out. However, in order to purchase a territory, the amount of mist coins needed is very huge, not to mention our human race. The dark monsters haven't been able to buy a territory so far. Listening to Bailey Tong's introduction, Liu was inwardly very shocked that the mist coins served such a great purpose. In addition to exchanging sets, it could also open treasure chests for sets of epic level or higher, and it could even directly buy territories, which simply refreshed his knowledge of this world. Liu looked at the system displaying unlocked misty coins, and the corner of his mouth gently rose. Only a child would make a choice. He wanted them all. The first step in the Misty Mysteries. Get a top-tier suit to wear. Chapter 82. Luo Qingxian takes on the task of assassinating Lu Yu. At the current stage, the other forces in the extraterrestrial battlefield were also preparing for the Misty Secret Realm. And on the side of the Soul Hidden headquarters. Today, a dark fallen who made people very unwelcome was ushered in. An elder of the Black Order. A 9th-ranked darkness transmuter. After spending a large amount of gold coins, it was only able to obtain the opportunity to meet Soul Kane's boss, Luningi. The Black Order was mainly composed of false cultists and the Sakura Nation devils who were meticulously surviving. Moreover, the Sakura Nation ghosts often did not do anything, and on the side of the human forces, they belonged to the existence that everyone had to kill. If this elder had appeared in the headquarters of other forces, he would have long since been besieged to death. However, Soul Hidden's purpose was to only look at gold coins and not people. At this moment, Luningi was wearing a dark black tight-fitting assassin's outfit that outlined her graceful figure. She was wearing a black mask with a mist lingering around it, and she was emanating a thick killing intent, as if in the next second, she would stealthily hide away and then give the Black Cleric Elder a fatal blow. Facing the legendary Soul Hidden boss, feeling the other party's killing intent and aura that had condensed into substance, the Black Cleric's Elder instantly became cold and sweaty. "This time, we, the Black Cleric, want to make a deal with your Soul Kane." The black-robed Black Cleric Elder finally spoke and took out a piece of information. A powerful Soul Cloak assassin revealed himself at his side and picked up the information before respectfully handing it over to Luningi. "I want to ask Soul Cloak to make a move and kill this person. Gold coins are not a problem." Luningi flipped through the information, and there was only a photo on it, as well as a simple introduction of information. She immediately asked her men to check it out. Within a few minutes, the henchman sent the most detailed information. It was evident that the Soul Hidden organization's intelligence network was very powerful. The person the Black Order wanted to kill was a new generation of the human alliance named Lu Yu. The information showed that Lu Yu had found the Star Source Stone vein in the Star Mirage realm, thus being handpicked by the Alliance's 3 great war gods as a hero of the human race. Normally speaking, Lu Yu knows where the Star Source vein is located. The Black Clergy should have arrested him and tortured him to find out the location of the Star Source vein, instead of finding someone to assassinate him. Could it be that the Black Clergy also knew where the Star Source vein was? Furthermore, why would the Black Order want to assassinate Lu Yu? Lu Yu was merely a civilian swordsman before he became a hero. What Luningi didn't know was that the reason why the Black Cleric came to assassinate Lu Yu was because someone had taken a video of what happened within the Star Illusion realm, and through a special way, the Black Cleric had gotten it. As for who gave it to them, the Black Order was also unknown. Luningi fell into deep thought. "What? Your Excellency is hesitating?"
Isn't Soul Hidden's purpose money first? Doesn't Soul Hidden take on any mission as long as it can afford to pay for it? Furthermore, isn't Soul Hidden claiming that even the three great war gods of the Human Alliance are a bit afraid of it, so a mere Human Alliance hero wouldn't dare to kill it? Our Black Celestial Emperor has said that as long as we can kill Luyu, we will pay any amount of gold coins. Although the Black Cleric Elder was terrified of the Soul Cloak boss in front of him, he still used a provocative method. Hearing this, Luningi revealed an evil smile. No one knew what she was thinking. You wait outside the temple, such a big matter, we Soul Kane need to have a meeting to discuss it. That is natural, I will wait outside for your excellency's good news. When the Black Order elders retreated, the bigwigs of the Soul Hidden Elder tier revealed themselves one after another. The great miss of Soul Hidden, Luo Qingxian, was also involved in the meeting. Learning that the Black Cleric was going to assassinate a teenage hero named Luyu from the Human Alliance, the first thing she thought of was the teenager that had haunted her for this period of time. Looking at her old mom's expression again, she seemed to be still hesitating. Therefore, Luo Qingxian was the first to open her mouth. Old mom, I'm curious to know, do we, Soul Hidden, count as a force on the side of the human race? Of course we are. Then why do you even want to take on the assassination of a human hero mission? Our Soul Hidden wants to survive, and to survive, we need a lot of gold coins to maintain. Soul Crypt was entrusted to her by her husband on his deathbed, and she has only two things to do in her life, love her daughter and keep the Soul Crypt family business. But survival, we also have to have our bottom line, the heroes of the human race, we shouldn't try to erase them for the sake of profit. Luningi looked at her baby daughter in doubt, usually well-behaved daughter, why so abnormal today? All gave herself a great reasoning. Luo Qingxian then continued, if one day, the monster breaks through the Human Alliance's war zone, which side should we, the Soul Hidden organization, stand on? Of course it is to resist the monsters together with the Human Alliance. After all, if the Human Alliance is exterminated, then we will also quickly cloth the downfall of the Alliance. This is unquestionable. Right now, among the human forces, the Human Race Alliance was the most powerful and was holding down the passage to the Blue Star world, so it was naturally a thorn in the side of the Dark Monsters. But once the Human Alliance was breached, then the Dark Monster would eradicate all the remaining human forces. However, it's not that simple for the monsters to break through the war zone, and the three great war gods are not vegetarians, so it's better for us, Soul Hidden, to continue to make money, and strengthen ourselves until we have enough self-protection ability. After saying that, Luningi fell into silence. Luo Qingxian also fell into silence. The others were also resentfully silent. They could already tell that the boss had made a decision a long time ago, but it shouldn't be that he really wanted to assassinate the human hero Luyu. Suddenly, Luo Qingxian took the information and directly said icily, then I will kill this person. Luningi's face looked at her daughter with a somewhat odd expression. She knew her daughter best, she seemed to have thought of something, the corner of her mouth rose slightly. You know this human hero boy? Luo Qingxian's face was tinted with a touch of redness, but pretended to be high and mighty. I don't know him, but I know that he will definitely go to the Misty Mystery Realm. I'll just kill him in the Misty Mystery Realm. Luningi just revealed a knowing smile and let Luo Qingxian take on this task. In fact, Luo Qingxian didn't really want to kill Luyu, but wanted to grab this mission, so that the other assassin experts of Soul Hidden wouldn't go to assassinate Luyu, and could buy some time for Luyu. As for what to do afterwards, one could only take one step at a time. Since this was the case, it was settled, the ghost's gold coins were also gold coins, so let's earn a deposit from them first. It's getting late, Qingxian, I don't object if you want to go to the Misty Mysteries, but be sure to be well prepared and be careful with everything. Luo Qingxian seemed to still be thinking about something, before she came back to her senses and nodded, before she got up to leave. Soul Hidden Elders. Dare we attend the meeting as a pose? At this time, Luningi called the Black Cleric Elders in and expressed her willingness to take on this deal with a commission of 1 billion gold coins, requiring the Black Cleric to pay a 500 million deposit up front. 1 billion gold coins for Luyu's head, well worth it. Deal. The Elder of the Black Cleric paid with alacrity. Because the Black Emperor had given it an estimated price of 1.2 billion, the Soul Hidden's boss had sort of given them a price of conscience. This Soul Hidden's female boss was still quite sensible, and could be cultivated as a forbidden domain in the future. The Black Cleric Elder smiled evilly in his heart. But what it didn't know was that Luningi was already thinking about how to cook the old devil in front of her when the Misty Mysteries ended. As for the Black Cleric's retaliation, not to mention whether or not they could find the location of the Soul Hidden headquarters, even if they did, they wouldn't be able to attack and come in. Without a bit of heritage, Soul Hidden wouldn't be among the 6 major forces, it would have been overthrown by the Dark Monster long ago. Chapter 83 Young Divine Servant, by Shin De descends. F Warzone. Dark Dungeon. The S-rank 10th rank Dark Lord made half of his consciousness merge into the E container, through the E container, provided by the Half Monster Association, as well as his own special secret method. Snort! The Dark Great Lord felt its new body and revealed a very comfortable expression. With this new body, it would be able to leave its territory. Yeah, the feeling of freedom, it was wonderful.
Monsters like it that were derived in the Blue Star world could only stay in the Blue Star world for the rest of its life, and there were restrictions on its range of activities, so it couldn't be as independent and free as the Dark Monsters. The Great Lord of Darkness dreamed of being able to get rid of its identity as a derived monster, realizing true freedom, going wherever it wanted, and mocking this group of big pussies from the human race. To that end, it had been working hard, even going so far as to pay for its precious S-rank monster factor and cooperating with the Half-Monster Association. This 7th rank cloning container is only temporary, it will last for 1 year at most. You can use any ability you have at your disposal, but it will only allow you to utilize your 7th rank battle power. The Grand Elder of the Half-Monster Association said indifferently. 1 year, that's enough, set off. A seeping cold light emerged from the scarlet eyes of the Dark Great Lord. It originally only wanted to go to the Misty Mysteries to personally destroy Lu Yu. But it didn't expect the Half-Monstrous Association to bring it such a huge surprise. Carapace vessel. It could clearly feel that as long as the stronger the potential of the container's body was, it would be able to transfer more souls. And once the body was able to withstand all of its soul, it would be the same as acquiring a brand new body. By that time, it would have stepped into a whole new realm of strength and could do anything it wanted. As for what would happen when it perfectly fused its new body, it couldn't care less. And this secret, it did not tell the Half-Monster Association's immediate Grand Elder. The Half-Monstrous Association's Grand Elder also didn't know that it would also trigger this kind of result. He just wanted to utilize the Dark Great Lord to deal with Lu Yu, so that the Half-Monster Association could also easily obtain Lu Yu's genes. In the Dark Great Lord's thoughts, the body of the teenage sword god Lu Yu could definitely withstand all of its soul. Therefore, it had to get Lu Yu's body in the Misty Mysteries, even if it was dead. The other side. Dark King City. The 7 true kings of the Dark Monster had also summoned all their clansmen. The terrifying kingly might caused all the Dark Kings below to half kneel on the ground and lower their noble heads. You have all seen the video that the Black Cleric submitted, the Star Illusion Realm, the destruction of the Red Kuei, all of it was the work of a teenage sword god named Lu Yu from the Human Race Alliance. This is a disgrace for our Dark Kingdom. If this matter is spread back to the monster world, we will be heavily punished by the Supreme Great Lord Demon God. Misty Mysteries, this is a chance for us to retrieve the king's might that belongs to the Dark King clan. We must kill Lu Yu in there, and by the way, kill the other clans as well, in order to vent our heartfelt hatred. The Dark King clan, the demonic dragon human clan's true king, the Red Elf, opened its mouth with murderous intent. Red Kuei was a new generation that it valued, and also had the potential of a true king, but it was a pity that it died in vain in the Astral Illusion realm. Due to the fact that it did not bring back the Star Source Stone from the Star Illusion realm for the first time, its demonic Dragonman clan had to take out other special resources to compensate the other 6 royal clans. It could be said that the demonic Dragon People clan had lost money. Therefore, the true king's Red Elf had never felt such a strong desire to knife up a human race before. The Misty Secret Realm? That's just a name blindly chosen by a human race that doesn't know anything. Red Dragon King, why are you using it too? Red Dragon King, this king sees that you are angry and confused. That was once after the fall of the Mist God. His divine realm was assimilated by the rules into a misty little world. It should be called the Divine Realm of Mist. A true king with 8 gigantic arms spoke indifferently. It did not belong to the 7 kings of Darkness clan, and its duty was to guard the Darkness King city base camp. Demon Ape King, are you trying to pick a fight? The Red Elf already had a bellyful of fire, and coldly glanced at the 8-armed ape demon true king. Alright, the immediate task at hand is who should be dispatched to the God Realm of Mist. The God Realm of Mist, too, belongs to the rule area, and the rule there is that only beings that do not exceed the 7th rank after birth can enter. The Mist coins we've accumulated over the years are almost enough to purchase a Mist territory. Therefore, swiping Mist coins to purchase a territory is the priority. As for hunting Lu Yu, we can wait until we have purchased a territory of Mist. As long as we have a territory, then we are equivalent to holding the treasure of permanently obtaining the special resource Mist Source Stones, which is the most important thing for us. With the territory of Mist, then we can quickly cultivate the 8th S-Class 10th rank Darkness New King, and with the 8th New King, then we can overthrow the hated human alliance in one fell swoop, and then when we overthrow the other human forces, we will be able to take full control of the Blue Star world, and obtain all of the resources of this world. The one who spoke was a true king with black flame wings but only one leg. The other true kings agreed. As the minority obeyed the majority, the Red Elf true king did not say anything more. Originally, the true kings of the 7 Darkness Royal clans wanted the 2 most powerful Darkness Royal clan younger generations within the 7th rank of Darkness Royal City to lead the team. At this time, instead, a huge magic teleportation vortex appeared in the sky above Dark King City. Sensing the power of Lord Demon God, the 7 true kings hurriedly led their entire clan, walked out of the Dark King Hall, and collectively worshipped at the sky vortex. They did not understand. How could Lord Demon God suddenly open the teleportation vortex? Especially the 7 true kings, all of them had cold sweat coming out of their heads in fear. They were worried that Lord Demon God would blame them for the delay in taking down the Blue Star world and send a divine servant to punish them. Don't look at them as noble darkness kings, but in front of the Lord Demon God, they were no different from ants. And the divine servant alone possessed the divine right to behead them at any time. Buzz. A figure appeared from the darkness teleportation vortex. The 7 darkness true lords looked up and all of them revealed a stunned expression. What did they see? A divine servant. But it was a divine servant that was only of the 7th rank. This caused them to be incomparably appalled and puzzled within. According to reason, in order to become a divine servant, one must possess the battle power of a demigod, but what was going on with the divine servant in front of them? He became a divine servant at only the 7th rank? If it wasn't for the fact that the demon god seal on this Lord God servant's forehead wouldn't be fake, or else they would have been forced to think that the being in front of them was disguised as a god servant to swindle them. Moreover, this god servant was different from the previous ones. The clothes it wore were not the dark black god servant's uniform, but silver white, and it was not a fellow member of the 7 great royal races as they recognized it. A human form. The skin was somewhat crystallized with silver white scales, the hair took on a misty appearance, the eyes were also misty, and a slender rapier was pinned to its waist. We welcomed the arrival of Lord God's servant. Although they were curious as to why a being that wasn't from the Darkness King clan could become Lord Demon God's divine servant, they still had to respectfully greet him. My name, by Shin De, the god realm of mist, I will lead the team forward. The mysterious god servant shocked the 7 kings by opening his mouth. What? This young god servant is going to the god realm of mist? Suddenly, the 7 true kings were inwardly ecstatic. Although it was unclear what this Lord God servant's purpose was. If the divine servant Lord really traveled to the god realm of mist himself, then he could certainly fulfill their wishes and also sweep away the entire human race. Don't look at the fact that this Lord divine servant was only of the 7th rank, but he had already given them a palpitating sense of oppression. This was the most powerful 7th rank being they had ever seen. Human race. There are going to be a lot of deaths and injuries this time. Chapter 84. The Misty Secret Realm opens. Gentlemen, hold on to the tickets in your hands. When the Misty Mystic Realm opens, these tickets will automatically take you to the entrance of the Misty Mystic Realm. If you accidentally drop it on the way, then you'll have to fall down and be devoured by the monsters of the extraterrestrial battlefield. A big brother explained from the high platform. Luyu swept a glance. There were a total of 50,000 people traveling to the Misty Secret Realm this time. And basically, all of them were clear of the 7th Order Middle Youth generation, and only 6 new generations such as himself were of the 5th Order. Fatty, this Misty Mysterious Realm also has a level restriction? Well, brother you, the Misty Secret Realm is also a rule area, but unlike other rule areas, the Misty Secret Realm has more than one rule. This you'll know when you arrive inside the Misty Secret Realm. There are 2 rules for entering the Misty Mystic Realm in this one. One is that you must have a ticket to the Misty Mystic Realm, and the other is that the level must not exceed the 7th rank. Luyu looked at the special prop, Ticket of Mist, in his hand and couldn't help but curiously ask, how did you get this ticket? Back then, when my grandfather and the others were conquering the extraterritorial battlefield, they were being chased by the powerful royal family of dark monsters, and coincidentally discovered the Misty Mysterious Realm. It is estimated that the human race had just entered the era of transmutation not long ago. All the rules did not restrict us human race, so my grandfather and his family entered the Misty Mystery Realm without any problems, dodged a bullet while also getting good things inside the Misty Mystery Realm. My grandfather said that at that time, as long as you do the quest you have the opportunity to get the orange set reward. It is considered a welfare secret realm, only later this welfare is gone, you need to exchange the Misty coins. It's also because of the good stuff you can get inside. Grandpa and the others got rid of the pursuit after they came out, and then with the resources and treasures they got inside, they established the S-War Zone. Later, with the rule restriction, in order to enter the Misty Secret Realm, then you need to buy tickets in advance. Last time before the Misty Secret Realm was closed, the Alliance used the Misty coins to buy 50,000 tickets. Upon hearing this, Luyu was then enlightened. No wonder the predecessors were able to establish a battle line in the extraterrestrial battlefield to hold down the passage to the Blue Star World. It turned out that it was because they had entered the Misty Mystery Realm and had gotten a great chance inside. Brother you, the value of Misty coins can be much higher than gold coins, and one of the biggest values is that you can purchase territories inside the Misty Secret Realm. Just like real estate, the richer the resources, the more expensive the territory. Once purchased, then a town could be established within the territory, and one could permanently stay inside the Misty Mystic Realm without being forced to teleport out by the rules. Although there is a limit to the number of people who can live in each territory, even if you can only leave a team of people behind, you can still keep accumulating resources inside. Therefore, all along, our alliance has been accumulating mist coins and prioritizing the purchase of territories, so we haven't exchanged a single orange set so far, and that mist coin explosion rate is even lower than gold coins. The dark monsters have also been swiping mist coins, and they want to buy territories in it as well. Bailey Tong told Luyu everything he knew about the Misty Mysteries. That level of detail was much more detailed than the big brother on stage. This also led to quite a few people gathering over, making the big brother on the stage lose face. Once he saw that it was the grandson of the heaven-opening sword god who was causing trouble, this big brother could only pretend not to hear. It wasn't long. The tickets in the hands of the crowd bloomed with mysterious mist light. The Misty Mystic Realm has been opened. Please work together and brush more Misty coins in the Misty Mystic Realm, in order to realize the Alliance's strategic goal of purchasing a territory in the Misty Mystic Realm as soon as possible.
The next moment, the people who had the tickets all flew up.
Shrouded by the misty light emanating from the tickets, the crowd flew through walls, through defense formations, and through the bodies of monsters, all the way in one direction. This magical effect made Luyu and the other new generations who were experiencing it for the first time feel doubly novel. A few like Xin Yuanqi, Situi, and Delis had always thought that going to the Misty Mysteries would be escorted there by the bigwigs from the Alliance headquarters, and that a lot of people would probably die on the way. Unexpectedly, it was completely beyond their imagination. The tickets would take the initiative to take them there, and they didn't have to worry about being attacked by monsters at all. Quite a few monsters saw the crowd flying out and also roared as they unleashed their attack skills at the crowd, but the skill effects hit the misty glow and were all absorbed. In front of the rules, the monsters' attacks were a joke. The Misty Mystery Realm has already opened. The dark monsters' eyes will all shift over there. Now is the best time for us to attack the Heavenly Rift Pass. All of you, are you all ready? The three great war gods looked towards the generals who had long been ready to go out.
All preparations have been completed. Please instruct, Lord War God. Depart.
With the order of the heaven-opening sword god, Bailey Zhongfeng, the strongest expeditionary army consisting of the lowest 8th-ranked transmutants set out. Shoo! The heaven-opening sword god took the lead and flew into the monster group with his sword to clear the way.
Monsters? Next second.
Huge sword awnings that cut through the heavens and split the earth surged out from the legendary Great Treasure Sword in Bailey Zhongfeng's hand, instantly securing hundreds of thousands of powerful monsters and staining the dome of the sky with green blood. One sword out, 10,000 monsters fall. Dripping blood does not touch the body. This is the overbearing and incomparable hidden sword skill of the open heaven sword god. Notify the true king that the heavenly sword god has killed them. The other monsters retreated in fear. None of them dared to come forward.
On this side,
after flying for about 3 days, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Misty Realm. This place was close to the Heavenly Moat Pass. The entrance was in the clouds of a huge mountain peak. There were quite a few people from other forces who had already arrived early and entered inside the Misty Mystic Realm. Of course,
the 7th-ranked dark monsters had also entered long ago.
As soon as they entered the Misty Secret Realm, Luyu realized that the ticket of mist in his hand dissolved into mist, and what was reflected in front of his eyes was a huge and incomparable ancient great city. Misty Ancient City. There were quite a few NPCs in the city, but he all stayed in fixed areas only. At this time, as the chief captain of the Human Alliance this time, Release Wardance spoke in the channel. The gate of the Misty Ancient City can only go out, not come in, so you can only come back at the Misty Shop by purchasing a return scroll. Luyu noticed that the panel had an additional Misty Shop, on which there were only some props applicable to exploration, as well as city return scrolls to purchase. City return scrolls. 10 mist coins apiece. Not too expensive. Did you see that huge whirlpool at the entrance of the city? That's the exit of the Misty Ancient City, and there are a total of 4 such vortex gates, each corresponding to a different Misty region. What we, the Human Alliance, have been committed to exploring is the area outside the Eastern City Gate, so we'll mainly go and explore the area over there. At least it will be much safer.
After saying that, Release Wardance looked towards Luyu's 6 new generations.
Every time the Misty Mysteries opens, the distribution of the mist monsters is different, so for safety's sake, you 6 new generations will stay inside the city first, and after we have explored the first Misty map, confirmed the distribution of the mist monsters, and drawn a new map, then you guys will follow the team to explore. The 3 great war gods have explained to protect the new generation, especially Luyu. Release Wardance had to completely confirm the safety before they dared to rest assured that Luyu's several new generations would join the exploration. The 6 people also had to follow the arrangements. At this time, Luyu's explosive coin system suddenly had a prompt. Chapter 85: Unlocking Misty Coins, Dangerous Mists. Ding, the host has been detected in a special mist area. The Misty Coin is officially unlocked.
Ding, Misty Coins unlocked successfully. Finally unlocked. Luyu hurriedly opened the system panel. Name, Misty Coin System. Status, activated. Unlocked star rating.
Introduction: monsters will explode gold coins, kill monsters, 100% of the monster level multiplied by the base amount of gold coins, kill elite monsters or boss will also be doubled, the current base amount is 80. Misty coins unlocked: in specific misty areas, killing misty monsters will 100% explode misty coins, obtaining misty coins multiplied by the base number of the monster's level, and killing bosses will be doubled by a fixed amount of 10 times.
Hint: the gold coins and mist coins popped out by the system cannot be seen by others and will automatically enter the host's backpack. Magic Crystal Coin, unlocked. Abyssal Coins, unlocked.
Looking at the introduction, Luyu could not hide the ecstasy in his heart.
It's 100% explosion rate again. This coin popping system is simply absolute.
Although the number of this misty coins popped out was calculated based on the monster's level, it was still amazing enough
to know. Unlocking the 5-star coin burst system, the base number was 80. 80. That is to say, if you kill a first level mist monster, you will receive 80 mist coins. And there's a lot of unlocked special coins in the back, so it's really making people more and more excited. It is known that apart from the mist monster boss, which explodes a certain amount of mist coins, it is very difficult for other ordinary mist monsters to explode mist coins. Even if they do pop out mist coins, the amount is very small, and it's considered a big blowout if you can pop out 10 of them. The city gates are open. Let's get ready to go.
This time, let's try to brush up to 5 million mist coins and break the previous record. After saying that, Release War Dance directly led the way. At this time, a group of people emerged from the Half Monster Association.
My lord, Liu seems to be out of the city for the time being. Stay here at the East City Gate and send a message to this lord when you see Liu leaving the city.
Yes, sir.
Lord Dark Lord.
The Dark Lord decided to go out and explore for a while, and in the future, after obtaining Luyu's body, he would also need to get hold of resources and develop his own forces.
Fatty, the map of this misty mystery realm isn't fixed?
Luyu asked. Brother Yu, the mist map of the Misty Mystic Realm is fixed and will not change, but every time the Misty Mystic Realm opens, the distribution of the mist monsters, as well as the location and types of resources, will change, which is equivalent to a brand new exploration every time.
Bailey Tong explained.
This was the main reason why the human ancestors only drew the outline of the map and the environment, without marking the monsters and resources. However, the forefathers recorded the characteristics of the monsters of the Misty maps that they explored, so we have an advantage in exploring the Misty maps on this side of the East City Gate.
Lu Yu nodded.
This was the case of those who planted trees before us, and those who come after us will enjoy the coolness.
However, here, in addition to the mist monsters, we also have to guard against the attacks of dark monsters.
There were 2 misty ancient cities, one where the human race gathered and one where the monsters gathered.
So far,
the human race didn't know the exact location of the other misty ancient city, and even if they happened to find it, it wouldn't be of much use. Not to mention the fact that it was impossible to break in, it would be difficult to find it the next time they searched for it, because the misty visible distance was too low.
Of course, the same was true for the dark monsters.
Only when they bumped into each other while exploring would they break out into a tussle.
As for the Black Order, they no longer dared to come in.
In the past, there were people from the Black Cleric Church who had entered the Misty Mysteries, but they were guarded by the major forces outside the 4 major gates, and they were surrounded and killed as soon as they went out, so they didn't dare to come in anymore. Rarely unlocked the Misty Coin, Liu will not stay in this city. Don't look at his 5th rank, but his battle power is far superior to other 7th rank transmigrators.
I'll stroll around the Misty Ancient City first.
The others also felt that it would be better to stay here and familiarize themselves with the environment of the ancient city first, so they dispersed separately. Anyway, there was no danger in the city without leaving the city. Only Bailey Tong, his small eyes flashed with brilliance. He knew that Brother Yu was so powerful, how could he be afraid of the misty monsters here? Brother Yu would definitely leave the city.
Brother Yu, wait for me, I'll join you, hey.
Report to the Lord, Lu Yu and a fat man out of the city, they go to the West City Gate. Seeing the information reported by his men, the Dark Lord who had just left the city was speechless for a while.
This Lu Yu did not follow the rules. Shouldn't he have been obedient and stayed in the Misty Ancient City first, waiting for the rest of the Alliance to explore the first map before going out? Forget it. Let's brush up on some Misty coins first, and then we'll go hunting for Lu Yu. Outside the city,
the mists were heavy. Heaven and earth couldn't be seen, only a white haze. The environment was very similar to the Blue Star World Misty Battlefield, except that there weren't many corpses and bones here.
Ding, you have explored the new map Misty Bone Forest.
This was the first mist map outside the West City Gate. As for what kind of mist monsters there were in this map, neither Lu Yu nor Bailey Tong were clear about it, as the Human Alliance forefathers hadn't explored the Western City Gate area.
Ding, unable to summon a mount.
Lu Yu was still thinking of using Great White Special Effect to enhance the visible environment, but he didn't realize that he couldn't summon a mount.
But thinking about it,
this is a map that can only be accessed by transfigurators within the 7th rank, and the appearance of a powerful mount will easily break the balance. Fatty, follow me closely, don't get lost. Don't worry, Brother Yu, I won't leave you 3 steps away even if I die.
Blah. Within the mists,
the cries of quite a few strange monsters rang out, and there were also quite a few sounds of fighting. These were people from other forces exploring this area, fighting with the mist monsters. Lu Yu chose a direction where there were no sounds of battle and directly moved forward with his sword, while Bailey Tong utilized the snow feather prop to transform into a flying fat spur and stealthily followed Lu Yu.
Not long after,
only a mysterious monster shadow appeared in the mists in front of them, and this mist monster looked fierce.
Lu Yu stopped.
The misty monster seemed to have sensed where Lu Yu was as well, and walked over in Lu Yu's direction. But when this misty monster entered the range of sight of the crowd, Liu froze. It was a small misty monster, half a meter in size, and it just appeared in front of his eyes.
Name, Goat Head Monster. Level, LV 30. Only a level 30 mist monster? Liu was stunned in his heart. This was the mist monster that Big Brother had always warned to be extremely careful of? Put. Bailey Tong directly backstabbed it in seconds.
Brother Yu, the level of the mist monster is within the 7th rank. It's normal for the monsters in this first mist map to appear low-leveled, but don't take it lightly because there's a powerful boss in every mist map.
Bailey Tong explained.
Ding, congratulations on obtaining 1 by 80 mist coins. Since they were in a group, naturally, the monsters that Thiatone killed were equivalent to the ones that Liu killed, and could also trigger the coin burst system.
Oh, exempt. That's 80 misty coins gained. The duo continued to explore all the way forward.
The mist monsters they encountered gradually became more frequent, and their levels became higher and higher.
After brushing all the way,
misty monsters only produced a pitiful dozen misty coins, which was enough to purchase a scroll to return to the city.
Bailey Tong had spat all the way through.
But Liu had gotten thousands of misty coins because of the coin burst system.
At this time,
there were no more voices of people from other forces in the surroundings, and only occasionally could one hear the movement of some battles in the distance. Brother Yu, this misty coin is too difficult to explode. At this rate, by the time the misty mystery realm closes, we probably won't be able to brush many misty coins.
The words just fell. Suddenly, Bailey Tong was dragged into the mists by something unknown. The next second, Thiatone screamed miserably. Ah! Only for a moment.
The screams were gone. Oops. Sword shadow split.
Liu immediately released the split skill. 7 doppelgangers appeared and scattered in all directions, searching for Bailey Tong's traces.
The line of sight of the bilocations was connected to the main body. If there were any powerful mist monsters nearby, Liu would be able to find them first. One of the doppelgangers quickly spotted a huge figure. During the previous brush with monsters, Liu had discovered another rule of the misty mystic realm. That was that during the battle with the monsters, the mists in the battle range would all dissipate, and at the end of the battle, the 5-meter visible distance would be restored again. It was a goat-headed monster that was a full 5 meters tall, a boss of the Misty Bone Forest, rank 6. It was fighting an incomparably flexible pile of fat meat. This boss had wanted to sneak attack Liu, only this grabbed out a stealthy fatty. At this moment, the fat man was like a ball, seemingly clumsy, but his speed was extremely fast, and a trail of shadows was surrounding this boss in a backstabbing attack.
This was a flying fat stab. Even Liu didn't know the true strength of this fatty after he was promoted to the 5th rank. Wouldn't he let a misty boss be taken out so easily?
Seeing this, Liu was slightly relieved. But the weird thing was, the battle between the boss and Bailey Tong did not trigger a single bit of sound. Liu guessed that this was the boss releasing a skill similar to Mute Boundary. At this moment, the flying fat stab came with an incomparably beautiful stabbing art, and a black shadow flashed out from the boss's head. Bared. The top of the goat's head immediately spewed out black blood, and a large chunk of the blood bar dropped. Liu also watched the show to see how much strength this fatty had hidden.
Not long after,
Bailey Tong, with the help of his second awakening talent, easily decapitated the head of the 6th order boss. His grandmother, how dare you sneak attack me? Have you ever seen such a handsome flying fat prick? Ding, congratulations on obtaining 6x80x104800 Misty Coins.
Chapter 86, Dropping into the Mysterious Map, Waiki Iron Punching Blue Fatty NPCs. Once the boss died,
the surrounding mists actually started to become churned up.
Just as Liu wanted to open his mouth to call out to Bailey Tong, suddenly,
the head of the goat-headed monster boss exploded, generating a large amount of purple mist that merged and churned with the surrounding gray mist, and the ground suddenly cracked like a spider's web. Because Bailey Tong had the snow feather prop, he didn't fall down. Instead, the unprepared Liu was unsteady in his center of gravity and directly fell down, and when Liu wanted to fly with his sword, the cracks above him even closed up directly.
At this time, the other side.
Everyone pay attention, this Fog Bone Forest boss has a special ability. After death will take its head as the center, open the mysterious crack, fall down no one alive out. Therefore, when you encounter the Misty Bone Forest boss, before you kill it, be prepared to fly in the air, and if you can't fly in the air, withdraw from the battlefield. The chief captain of the Battle Alliance who was exploring on this side explained in the channel. Bailey Tong blinked his little eyes. When he was fighting just now, he seemed to have seen Brother Yu's figure. Brother Feather, I was sneak attacked by a boss. Fortunately this boss isn't strong and was resolved by me. Bailey Tong spoke in the team channel.
But after waiting for a while, Bailey Tong did not receive any reply.
Thiatone had to send a private message to Liu, but received a prompt.
Ding, the other party is in a special area, unable to send a message to the other party. What?
Bailey Tong immediately skimmed his lips. Brother Yu, I've only left you for a while and you've entered a special area. Won't I miss another chance to obtain a great opportunity?
This side. Liu appeared in a dimly lit ancient ruin.
Originally, he was worried about Fatty, but once he thought about the extraordinary strength of this Fatty fellow, and with Fatty's character, he must have prepared a lot of means to save his life before entering the Misty Mystery Realm, he stopped worrying. Moreover, that boss had also exploded some Misty coins, enough for Fatty to buy a return scroll to return to the city. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Lu Yu then vigilantly looked around. The scope of the ruins was huge. Because there was no mist covering the area, he could clearly see the surroundings, but at a glance, he couldn't see the end of the ruins, and the surroundings were unusually quiet. This is a new discovery. Ding, you've discovered a new map, the rare map Abandoned Ruins. A rare map? I wonder what kind of place this is. Lu Yu frowned and muttered to himself. With curiosity and anticipation, Lu Yu walked cautiously towards the front. Gradually, the sound of clanging iron came from the front. It seemed bizarre in this environment. How could someone be beating iron in such a place? Only to see that in the dilapidated ruins ahead, there was a bare-chested bald fat man with a form somewhat similar to that of an elf, but very fat, even fatter than Bailey Tong. His head was covered with blue mist, and his important parts were also covered with blue mist, and he was shouting 80 while hammering iron. His appearance was not to mention how comical it was. Seeing this mysterious iron-hammering fat man that suddenly appeared, Liu stroked his chin and thought for a moment that this was an NPC in the Misty Mystery Realm. Hello? Liu walked up to this bald fat man and politely and tentatively greeted him. The bald fat man looked up at Liu and said, "Another human transmigrator who doesn't know how to die, find yourself a random piece of ground and bury it. Don't disturb me from forging weapons." After saying that, the bald fat man continued to vigorously hammer the unknown weapon in his hand, and while hammering, he also kept shouting under his breath. 80. 80. Liu's head was filled with black lines when he heard this. What a strange NPC. In this case, if you want to know some useful information or benefits from the other party's mouth, then you can only kryptonite. I hope the few thousand Misty coins that I swiped earlier were enough. This honorable weapon master, this is my small token of appreciation. Could you tell me how to get out? Liu took out 100 Misty coins. But who knows? Without even looking at it, Blue Bobo threw the Misty coins in Liu's hand into the fireplace. Zira. The mist coins were burned away. I don't know. Liu was almost so angry that he drew his sword and beheaded this strange NPC, but held back because it seemed like he couldn't cut people even with his sword drawn, and he didn't even have a blood bar. Damn it, Firesia could not see the small amount of gold coins, at least he would accept it, but this NPC actually did not accept it, and threw it into the furnace. Wait a minute. Did the NPC not love Misty coins? Only love gold coins? The Monster World rules hadn't descended on the Blue Star World for too long, and currently gold coins were still the #1 currency in the Blue Star World. Could it be that under the influence of the rules, these NPCs only recognized gold coins and not other currencies for the time being for the human race? Liu immediately tried to take out gold coins. It's been a long time since I've seen this kind of golden stuff. It's not bad to make it into a belt or something. The bald fat man took the gold coins as soon as he could and put them away. There is a play. Liu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that his guess was right. And so, Liu frantically kryptonized. Ding, Blue Bobble received 100 million gold coins from you and developed 30 favorability towards you. Ding, Ranbaxy received 500 million gold coins from you and is now 50% in your favor. Ding, Ranbaxy received 1 billion gold coins from you and has become 100 favorably disposed towards you. Ding, Rambler has taken you as a close friend. It's a done deal. So this bald fat guy's name is Rambo Bobo. This is the first time I've met a human friend who understands you so well. From now on, I'll take care of you in these abandoned ruins. Then I'll be grateful to Brother Bobo. Brother Bobo, may I ask, what is this place? And how do I get out? This is the rare map Forsaken Ruins, sealed with a mysterious divine object. What? Divine object? Liu breathed in sharply. An item linked to a god, no matter how subtle it is, it's a mythic grade. He had to get his hands on it. Otherwise, how could he live up to the billions of gold coins he had spent? This is truly a heavenly surprise. As for what kind of divine item it is, I don't know. Do you see that knot in front of you? If you take the boundary charm I gave you, you can go in, and as long as you can kill the misty monster boss inside, you can leave, but don't go into the sealed land inside. It's that simple? Liu was half convinced. After getting the boundary talisman and saying thank you, he walked towards the boundary in front of him that was glowing with a faint gray light. As the boundary opened, Liu was in a trance, and after recovering, he didn't notice any change in the scene in front of him, but in the original empty place there were even densely packed monsters. At a glance, it was black and pressurized. The upper half of these misty monsters were black with red eyes, but the lower half of their bodies had a mist flowing through them, one by one floating in mid-air. Name, Black Mist Demon. Level, LV 210. Blood, 228-0000. Skills, Illusion, Ghost Mist Deathclaw. Very powerful attributes. It's comparable to a powerful 7th Order Dark Monster.
The key is that there are too many of them. With so many mist monsters with powerful attributes, anyone else who falls into this is basically doomed to die. But in Lu Yu's opinion, these are not perverted mist monsters, but rather, they are mist coins. The fragrance of the grin. The black mist demons also saw Lu Yu, and one by one, their hearts inexplicably trembled. I suddenly feel a little panicky. Chapter 87, Mysterious Divine Object. Spirits. As soon as Lu Yu entered the boundary, the black mist demons instantly transformed into stern ghosts and surged towards Lu Yu in an overwhelming manner. Sword God form, release. Sword will, release. Sword opens heaven's gate. Lu Yu released a sword opens the gate of heaven skill with all his might. Thud. The sky above the ruins suddenly cracked open into a huge opening, and a supreme giant sword with a brilliant golden light landed. The giant sword emitted a terrifying sword might, causing the black mist demon to scream in fear, not daring to move easily. Rumble. After the golden giant sword appeared, it chopped down at an extremely fast speed, erupting with a huge range of bludgeoning damage, a screen full of bright red damage sprouting up above the misty monster's head like rain, causing Lu Yu to look at Lu Yu in disbelief. Awesome! Lu Yu inwardly marveled at the exaggerated effect of this skill. Not to mention, this sword skill was simply a battlefield reaper. Immediately, Lu Yu's various sword skills were unleashed, frantically slaughtering the black mist demons here. Ding, congratulations, you've earned 7x80560 mist coins. Ding, congratulations on your 7x80560 mist coins. Ding, congratulations on obtaining 7x80560 misty coins. After just half a day of brushing, Lu Yu had accumulated millions of misty coins. Watching the value of the misty coins column insanely skyrocket, Lu Yu was killing even more happily, one person and one sword. Wherever he passed, there were thousands of corpses. On the other side, Misty Ancient City, the first misty map outside the East City Gate. Captain Sure, big explosion, big explosion. This boss exploded with 300 misty coins. A 7th-ranked transmogrifier shouted furiously. That's great. This is good momentum, keep going at this rate and we're really on track to accomplish the big goal of 5 million mist coins before the Misty Mystic Realm closes. As long as we accomplish the goal, then we'll be able to gather enough mist coins to purchase a piece of the cheapest ordinary territory, and we'll be able to leave a team behind in the Misty Mystic Realm. Release War Dance clenched his fists, his gaze filled with anticipation. When the rest of the Human Alliance learned that Release War Dance had successfully killed a boss and gained 300 mist coins, each one of them was also full of confidence and their battle spirit was high. It was unknown how long had passed. Lu Yu killed the empty surroundings and put away his sword to take a look. Where was there any black mist demon? Only the corpses of black mist demons all over the ground remained, as well as the pungent and disgusting smell of blood. Of course. There is also a huge black mist demon boss in the front, which is covered in blood and trembling. Name, Black Mist Demon Boss. Level, LV 210. Blood, 4,600,000. Talent skill, Ghost Mist Stabbing Destruction. Skills, Illusion, Ghost Mist Deathclaw. At this time, as the boss of the Black Mist Demon, the scarlet eyes were devoid of ferocity and bloodlust, there was only endless fear, the body could not stop trembling, it was so scared that the body was scattered. Clang! The black weapon in his hand was also too scared to grip and fell. This human teenager wasn't human. There were hundreds of thousands of his men. All of them were slaughtered by him with one sword. Big brother, in fact, if you want to go out, you don't have to kill me. Here, this is the formation source stone, as long as you activate the teleportation megalithic formation behind me, you can go out. The Black Mist Demon boss was very sensible and took out a mysterious black stone, just short of handing it over to Huazi. Put. Before the boss could finish its sentence, Lu Yu decapitated it. Sorry. The smell of misty coins on you is too fragrant. A look at the number of misty coins. Mist coins, 266401130. Over 200 million. Then the number of monsters here is about 400,000 or so. It's really worthy of being a special map sealed with divine objects. The number of monsters is really huge, but I like it so much. Although misty coins can orange quality sets, and even more so, buy epic level set treasure chests, the current Lu Yu obviously can't look at those. If you want to buy the most expensive legendary set treasure chest and open the highest quality legendary set. Then, Lu Yu walked over to the teleportation Stonehenge, and saw that there was a mysterious grotto in front of the Stonehenge, with mysterious runes carved all around it. Lu Yu knew that. Lu Yu knew that this mysterious cave should be the mysterious sealing place that sealed the divine object. He put away the black formation source stone. Lu Yu stepped directly into the grotto. Ding, you have discovered the first level of the new map, Sealing Mist Cave. Suddenly, Lu Yu found that the front was misty again, and just like the Misty Bone Forest map, he could only see 5 meters of vision around him. Suddenly, snap! A mysterious hand clacked on Lu Yu's shoulder from behind. I knock ah! Lu Yu was startled and turned around and chopped with his sword. Put! Miss! Little old brother, didn't I tell you not to enter the sealed land? Lu Yu took a look and froze. Who is this if not the NPC Blue Bobo that he encountered earlier? How did this NPC follow him here? Brother Bobo, I'm not curious. Lu Yu smiled sarcastically. You're a human, unlike me, you can't get out once you're in. Can't get out? You can't? Why not? You should be able to see the hints. Lu Yu noticed a hint that if you enter the sealed mist cave, you'll be trapped here for eternity unless you get a sacred object. Big brother Bobo, why are you here? Lu Yu was in no hurry. No matter how strong the monster responsible for guarding the divine artifact was, he was confident that he would be able to kill it. After killing hundreds of thousands of black mist demons, Lu Yu's level had long since reached level 150, and he had also changed into the 12 pieces of level 150 orange beaten with level 5 gems given by Lieutenant General Zhao Liang. His attributes skyrocketed a lot and his damage stacked exponentially. I didn't have enough materials to build my equipment, so I came here to get some. I see. Brother Bobo, what equipment are you building? An NPC, running to these abandoned ruins to build equipment. There's a story any way you look at it. There's no harm in telling you, but don't tell anyone. I've been working on building an absolute divine sword. Maybe in a few more years I'll be able to build it. Maybe it'll take hundreds of years, who knows? A supreme divine sword? Isn't that a divine weapon that only gods can possess? How could it be created by an NPC like you? Lu Yu shook his head and smiled, but in his heart he silently remembered this special NPC. Big brother Bobo, then I'll go and obtain the divine artifact first. After saying that, Lu Yu dashed forward with his sword. Hey! Older brother, wait! I have another torch here that might be helpful to you. Blue Bobo took out a strange torch and lit it. Name, Blue Bobo's torch. Category, lighting prop. Grade, no grade. Effects, dispels fog, illuminates the environment, visual environment 50 meters. Name, Rambler's torch. Category, lighting prop. Grade, unranked. Effect, dispels mist, illuminates environment, visualization 50 meters. This prop is good. Lu Yu took the torch and suddenly his vision opened up. This is really much more convenient. Thank you, big brother Bobo. Befriending an NPC is a surprise. With that, Lu Yu killed his way inside and soon encountered the goat head monsters. There weren't many of them. However, all of them were 7th order goat head monster bosses. It seemed that the Misty Bone Forest's goat head monster boss would trigger the rift, and it was linked to the seal. Brush up. Seeing Lu Yu's great power, Blue Bobo also marveled at Lu Yu's formidable battle power. This human teenager has the qualifications of a sword god. It looks like the divine sword I'm going to build in the future has a place to return to. After clearing out the goat-headed monster boss on the first level, Lu Yu came to the second level. The monsters here were all rabbit head monster bosses. Although the blood volume and other attributes were similar to the sheep head monster boss, the battle power was a bit stronger, mainly because the natural skills were more powerful. However, Lu Yu still swept through with ease and killed his way to the final level. Here, Lu Yu didn't encounter a large group of bosses, but only a huge deer head monster. Name, Divine Object Caretaker Deer Head Monster Boss. Level, LV 210. Blood, 6 million. Skill? 6 million blood? It really deserves to be the ultimate big boss. But in Lu Yu's eyes, it was just a boss with thicker blood. Before this seemingly powerful boss could even read his lines, Lu Yu slashed down with his sword. It took a little more time than the other bosses, and this deer head monster boss collapsed in a pool of blood. Only then did Lu Yu turn his gaze towards the sealed divine object. Chapter 88. Give me 100 legendary grade set treasure chests first. It was a mysterious stone, somewhat similar to the transmutation divine stone, green in color, with mist derived from time to time, but only the size of a fist. Ding, this divine object is in a seal, and needs to be unsealed in order to obtain it. This seal wasn't difficult to lift. Just break the sealing formation bases in all directions. Several hours later, when the last sealing formation base was broken away, the boundary sealing the divine object disappeared. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the mysterious divine object. Name, Mysterious Divine Object 14. Tip, you need to collect all 4 pieces of this artifact to activate the artifact's effect. Seeing the hint, Lu Yu was very surprised. There were 4 pieces of this divine relic? Doesn't that mean that there are 3 other special sealed places like the abandoned ruins? After receiving the divine artifact, Lu Yu pondered for a moment and then returned outside the sealing mist cave. However, he didn't see the blue bobble NPC along the way, so he thought that it must have gone back. Thus, Lu Yu used the formation source stone to activate the teleportation monolithic formation. As a bright light of teleportation surged up, Lu Yu quickly returned to the Misty Bone Forest. Having been out for so long and having swiped so many Misty coins, Lu Yu decided to make a trip back to the Misty Ancient City first, lest the others worry. Just as Lu Yu used the city return scroll to return to the Misty Ancient City, a mysterious person appeared in the sealing mist cave. He was covered in watery mist, making it impossible to see his appearance, and only the silver-colored scales that were hidden on his body shone brightly. Damn it! How could the divine artifacts here have been shortchanged? Who did this? Looking at the boss corpse in front of him and the empty seal, the mysterious person revealed his appearance. Who else could it be if it wasn't the young divine servant by Shen De who had appeared in the Dark Kingdom city earlier? He had managed to find a deer head monster boss, killed it, triggered the rift, and fell into these abandoned ruins, but he didn't expect to fall lonely. You are late. Blue Bobble mysteriously appeared again, bending down and picking up the special stones scattered on the 3rd level. It's you? Legendary Forge Master Blue Bobo, who took away the divine artifact. The human race shouldn't have this ability yet. I'm just an NPC who makes iron. Other than that, I'm sorry I have no comment. Humph. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. When I get the other 3 divine objects, I will naturally be able to find them as well, and then I will see who is spoiling my good deed. After saying that, Bai Shin De turned around and left proudly. Misty Ancient City. As soon as Lu Yu returned, Bailey Tone's messages came pouring in frantically. Brother Yu, where have you been? I've been contacting you and it keeps prompting that you're in a special area and can't be contacted. Brother Yu, Sister Battledance said that the first map is ready to be explored, so let's go out of the city and explore with the team to brush up on the monsters. I told her that you have to stay in the ancient city and wander around some more. Brother Yu, remember to look for me when you come back. I'm panicking about brushing monsters without you. Lu Yu looked at the channel. Release War Dance and the others had finished exploring the first map outside the East City Gate and started exploring the second map. Then he had to hurry up himself. With that, Lu Yu directly found the city lord who was boredly drinking tea in the castle, a white-bearded old man with a gray mist on his face that made it impossible to see his true appearance. Name, Qian Daofu. Identity, Misty Ancient City Lord NPC. Hobby, recognizing money but not people. Little friend, I don't know what I'm looking for from my old man. Give me money and I can help you with any troubles. Lu Yu was dumbfounded. This city lord really recognizes money but not people. It's quite similar to Soul Hidden's style of acting. Lord City Lord, I would like to know about the suits and the purchase of territories. Lu Yu spoke directly. Good to say. Good to say, I don't know how many years no one has come to trade. The suits in my warehouse are getting rusty. With a wave of Qian Daofu's hand, a set page appeared in front of Lu Yu, with the division of professions and the quality of sets, very detailed. Lu Yu clicked on the sets of the swordsman profession. They were all clear 7th order level 210 sets, with the lowest white quality, the highest orange, and the best was the orange 6-piece set. 7th order orange suit. This was a set that how many transmigrators could only dream of. This was a powerful set that was above a single piece of epic level equipment, or even a single piece of legendary level equipment. Because the extra attributes and effects of a complete set are very perverse. However, the current Lu Yu didn't even care about orange sets. Because he was rich now. If he wanted to get the most powerful set, he would get the most powerful set. Ha! City Lord, didn't you say that you could exchange Misty coins for orange or above equipment in the Misty realm? How come it's not showing up? Lu Yu asked with a frown. Little friend, that is the old man years of collection of treasures, cannot easily show, have to add money. Not much, 1,000 Misty coins will open it up for you. This old man really only had money in his eyes. Lu Yu had no choice but to pay up. Ding, you spend 1,000 Misty coins, and the City Lord cheerfully opened the hidden sets page for you. A brand new page popped up immediately. But on it, apart from the profession options, there were only 2 lone mysterious chests, one showing an epic grade set treasure chest and one showing a legendary grade set treasure chest, yet the prices were so expensive that Lu Yu couldn't help but blush. Epic grade set treasure chest price, 20,000 Misty coins. Price of legendary level set treasure chest, 50,000 Misty coins. An epic level suit chest would cost 20,000 Misty coins, not to mention the probability of the problem. This price alone would dissuade a lot of transmuters. Seeing Lu Yu's stunned expression, the City Lord smiled and introduced, Little friend, do you want to buy a legendary set treasure chest to try? Maybe you can open a legendary set. Lu Yu stroked his chin and asked, what is the probability of opening a set of components? The old man smiled and answered, the probability is still very large, mainly, or look at the luck, ha, hee. Looking at the face of the treacherous old man, Lu Yu in his heart slandered a few words, but if he can really put together a set of legendary quality suits, then his combat power really directly take off. If you want a kryptonite to invincibility. Yes, first give me 100 legendary quality set treasure chests. Lu Yu waved his hand and directly took out 5 million Misty coins. My friend, you're so generous. Please sit down, someone, put on the best giant red robe mist tea, and the mist fruits too. The lord of the city is smiling like his teeth are about to fall out. A great deal. A great deal. Little friend, you're really a true dragon amongst the human race. Unlike other people, who don't even buy an orange suit, buying a white suit is all a matter of indecision. Lu Yu rolled his eyes and ignored this city lord's old man's rainbow farts and directly opened the treasure chest. Ding, you opened air, please continue. Ding, you've opened air, please keep up the good work. Ding, congratulations, you've opened a legendary ranked shard of mist. Phew. After opening 10 treasure chests in a row, a legendary grade shard of mist finally came out. The probability of this can be ah. Wait a minute. A shard? What a bear. Master, are you trying to trick me? A shard from a treasure chest? Lu Yu immediately cursed. Don't get excited, my friend. This set of treasure chest can only open out pieces, but you only need to set up 99 pieces. You can exchange with the old man corresponding level set of any part. At the moment, this city master in Lu Yu's eyes is a king-sized black businessman. But the rules were like this. He can't do anything about it, and can only continue to kryptonite open boxes. Ding, you opened air, please continue. Nice guy. After opening 100 treasure chests, only one legendary grade fragment was opened, a probability of 1. If it was anyone else, they would probably have to vomit blood. Besides, it was impossible for other people to have so many misty coins to lose. Lu Yu couldn't care less. Continue to kryptonize. Crazy Krypton. Spend 30 million mist coins. Open the 10th legendary mist shard. It took over 200 million mist coins to open the 99th legendary mist shard. 200 million mist coins. That's just enough to redeem a legendary set component. However, Lu Yu was very excited in his heart. It's just over 200 million. As long as he explored more and brushed more monsters, he would soon have it. Next was the most exciting moment. The legendary set Ah. This was currently the top quality set equipment that had appeared in the human race, and even the Dark King race. As soon as he thought that he would be able to own one right away, Lu Yu couldn't wait and said, I want to exchange for a legendary set, the 6-piece kind. Of course there is no problem, little friend, you can choose your own set parts. Lu Yu did not hesitate to prioritize the exchange of weapons, the legendary sword. After the city lord received 99 legendary grade mist fragments, he casually took out a flowing mist sword that emitted a golden glow. Ding, congratulations on obtaining one of the 6 pieces of the swordsman legendary set, the 7th ranked legendary treasure sword mist-locked heavenly vault sword. P.S. In order to thank the readers who have been supporting this book, the 1st of May will burst more, 0.1 send 2 chapters, the rest of the sleep and wake up to finish the code and then send, like to point a 5-star positive feedback, it is best to point 3 for the love of power generation, mixed with a warm, thank you. Chapter 89 Mist-Locked Heavenly Vault Sword. Name, Mist-Locked Heavenly Vault Sword. One of the Mist-Locked Heavenly Vault sets. Set part, Weapon. Quality, Legendary. Wear level, LV 210, suitable for occupation, Swordsman. Suitable profession, Swordsman. Suitable profession, Swordsman. Strength, 8,520. Physical strength, 8,200. Spirit, 8,140. Agility, 8,400. All attributes, 800. Resistance, 70. Strike damage, 210. Special effects. Movement speed and attack speed 210. Lifesteal and mana recovery 20. Blood sucking 20. Misty Sword Heavenly Reversal. When attacking, there is a 50 chance of emitting a Misty Sword attack on the surrounding target, causing damage while affecting the target's line of sight for 3 seconds. Other parts of the set: Mist-Locked Heavenly Vault Armor, Mist-Locked Heavenly Vault Boots, Mist-Locked Heavenly Vault Crown, Mist-Locked Heavenly Vault Ring, and Mist-Locked Heavenly Vault Hand. Collect all 3 pieces to activate the attribute effect, increase all attributes by 20. Collect all 4 pieces to activate the attribute effect, increase all attributes by 40 pieces. Collecting all 5 pieces to activate the attribute effect, increase all attributes by 60. Collecting all 6 pieces to activate the attribute effect, increase all attributes by 80. Collect all 6 pieces to activate the special effect of Misty Vault of Heaven set. Lucky Chop, 70% probability of cutting down the target's blood volume by 7% per attack. Mistlock, active on, immune to damage from any skill, cooldown 3 minutes. Mistlock Sky Dome, active open, can summon a huge sword of mist, completely blocking a party of heaven and earth. In a party of heaven and earth, weakening the target's full attributes by 50, lasts for 3 minutes, cooldown 10 minutes. Hiss. Is this the legendary set? This is outrageous, opening the door to outrageous outrageousness. They say the suit is awesome. I did not expect it to be as powerful as this. This is the rhythm of the moon. What's a legendary suit? This is the legendary set. The attributes of a legendary set. Now you can't wait to collect the legendary 6-piece set and put it on, then I'm afraid that a flat A will be able to kill the boss in seconds. The only regret I have now is that I have to be level 210 before I can wear the legendary sword. Hey, little friend, aren't you excited? Excited? Can't wait to use this legendary sword to kill the world? The city lord heatedly smiled like a crooked merchant. Do you have a way for me to wear it now? Lu Yu stroked the sword, cannot put into the backpack. As a swordsman, the sword is the love, not to mention the legendary sword. There is ah. Then there must be ah. At that, Lu Yu's eyes lit up and hurriedly asked, what way? Hey, read in the part you spend a lot of money. Free to tell you, the legendary equipment can play 4 holes, set 4 gems, as long as the installation of 1 level 6 specialization gem, not can.
The level 6 specialization gem can reduce the level 60 wearing level requirement, then you can just wear it. The city lord sipped a mouthful of giant red robe mist tea and said leisurely.
Specialized gemstone? There is this kind of gemstone? Why haven't I heard of it?
Lu Yu had opened a large number of gemstone treasure chests before, but he had never opened a specialized gemstone. There are countless types of gemstones in the world, and the ones you open in the extraterrestrial mall are the common attack, defense, and resistance type gemstones, and rare gemstones like the specialization gemstone can't be opened out.
Lord City Lord, then do you have this kind of gem in your collection?
Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, City Lord Chandov continued, I do have a few specialization gems here, but it's not in my selling range.
Hey, what are you talking about, Lord City Lord? As long as you don't sell it, isn't it fine? For example, if you accidentally dropped.
Lu Yu slipped 100,000 Misty coins to the City Lord. This made the City Lord happy.
Ahem.
It's true that it's fine if I don't sell them, but these rare gems are my favorites.
Love has a price.
Lu Yu had no choice but to slip him another 100,000 Misty coins. Now there was one specialization gemstone that wasn't a beloved anymore, but it was still in the state of being a beloved. At that, Lu Yu had to stuff another 100,000 Misty coins. Well, bells and whistles had turned into favorites.
In this way, after some tugging and pulling,
Lu Yu spent 700,000 Misty coins to make the black mall owner give up his love. Oops, I suddenly remembered that the clothes have not been confiscated, I have to go and collect the clothes. As for the territory purchase, wait until you have enough Misty coins to come back to me. When the words fell, the city lord got up and left. Only when he got up, a rare gemstone with a precious light fell out of his body.
Name, specialized gemstone rare. Level, grade 7.
Effect, after inlaying, it can reduce the level of the equipment worn by 70 levels, level 7. Although this misty ancient city lord was very dark, he was receiving money for real work. He got the level 7 specialization gemstone.
Lu Yu then immediately went forward to the city to find a gemstone NPC. Hello, I would like to ask you to help me set a gem. No problem, I don't know what level of gem the young warrior wants to set.
Different levels, different prices, also, I only charge Misty coins here.
Grade 7 gems, Misty coins are not a problem.
At this time, Lu Yu still had a few tens of thousands of mist coins on him, so it wasn't like he had to spend more than 100,000 mist coins to set a gemstone. Grade 7 gemstones, it only takes 7,000 mist coins. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu let out a sigh of relief. This was quite normal. It seemed that only the city lord was a money-grubbing NPC, the other NPCs in the city were still normal.
After paying 7,000 Misty coins, this NPC is immediately worked, not a minute to complete the inlay. The young warrior can, welcome to come back next time. Lu Yu immediately couldn't wait to wear it.
Buzz. Lu Yu only felt that his body was instantly filled with infinite power. That attribute even soared by leaps and bounds. With this kind of horrifying attribute increase, which other 5th-ranked transmigrator in the world can have it?
Lu Yu was confident that,
within the Misty Mysteries, as long as the opponent doesn't have a skill that ignores defense or true injury, he won't be able to hurt himself.
And this
is just the bonus brought by a 7th-ranked legendary sword. Hidden equipment effect. The mist-locked Heavenly Vault sword in Lu Yu's hand no longer exudes the unique golden light of a legendary sword, but it's still very cool and handsome, and the body of the sword surges from time to time with misty sword chi, which is chilly and aggressive, and incomparably sharp.
I'm now able to kill a 7th-ranked mist monster in seconds with a single flat A, right?
Since Lu Yu was in the Misty Mysteries, the legendary sword he obtained didn't appear on the equipment list.
Brush the monsters. Must brush more monsters. Accumulate more Misty coins.
Redeem the other 5 legendary set components.
There was also the City Lord's specialization gem that had to be gotten. When the time comes. A legendary 6-piece set, how amazing would that attribute be? Fatty, I'm back.
Lu Yu sent a voice message to Bailey Tong. Brother Yu, you're finally back. We were exploring the second map, Poison Mist Swamp, when we accidentally fell into a mysterious cave map. We're doing our best to brush up on the monsters.
Seeing Fatty's reply, Lu Yu busily said, send me the roadmap. Boss that's a considerable amount of Misty coin income. Can't miss it.
Brother Yu, this swamp cave has been blocked off, other people can't get in, and we can't get out for the time being. We need to find the final boss of this map, the Hydra, and kill it before we can get out. Brother Yu, you explore the rest of the place first, I'll go look for you when I take down the Hydra boss. The Misty Mystery Realm is full of crises and opportunities all around, so Lu Yu had no choice but to call it quits and prepare to explore the other maps outside the East City gates first. It was just that he had just walked to the city gates. A black-veiled woman with a marvelous figure appeared. Lu Yu, long time no see. Chapter 90. A 5th-ranked swordsman, a 7th-ranked misty water monster in seconds with 1 sword? It's you! Luo Qingxian. Seeing the woman who had had skin-to-skin contact again, Lu Yu was inevitably a little delighted. At this moment, Luo Qingxian was dressed in a white tight-fitting battlesuit, her skin was like snow, and her temperament and charisma were naturally needless to say.
But at the moment Lu Yu looked at the other side of the brain is the other side of the appearance of not wearing clothes. When Luo Qingxian saw this expression on Lu Yu's face, how could she not know that Lu Yu's mind was thinking about the humiliating scene of the two of them being naked that day? Even she, who saw Lu Yu's first reaction, was also like this and did not feel her face redden. "What are you thinking about?" Luo Qingxian asked in a petulant voice. Lu Yu immediately came back to his senses and said, "Cough. I was thinking that I just obtained a legendary great treasure sword and was getting excited." Luo Qingxian frowned when she heard this. In her heart, she was thinking, the devil will believe you. Still a legendary great treasure sword. It's unlikely that you even want to obtain an epic treasure sword. Unless the Alliance is willing to give you all the misty coins they accumulated before to open the epic set treasure chest. But that's even more unlikely. For the major powers, saving mist coins to buy territories is far more valuable than directly exchanging them for sets. Otherwise, it's not like there aren't a few big names in the human race who own sets to this day. They also entered the Misty Mysteries for the first time and obtained sets by doing quests, but those are the big shots nowadays. Enough of the small talk, Lu Yu. This time I came to find you because I have something very important to remind you of. Seeing Luo Qingxian get serious, Lu Yu also became serious. What is it? The ghosts of the Black Cleric have their eyes on you. They don't dare to come into the Misty Mysteries, so they spent money to hire Soul Hidden's assassins to assassinate you. The Black Order is staring at me? Lu Yu stroked his chin and thought in his heart, the Black Cleric contacting Soul Kane, that was definitely done in secret. Since this Luo Qingxian knew about this kind of secret matter, then the identity of this beauty's origins. Did Soul Kane take it then? I picked it up. Lu Yu was confused for a while. You took it? Luo Qingxian didn't explain too much. The reason why she said so was that she didn't want Soul Kane to get involved with the Black Clergy, and if there were any consequences, she alone would bear them. She wouldn't let the foundation left by her father be destroyed by the Alliance, and she also didn't want to put her mother in danger. How could Lu Yu not see this Luo Qingxian's mind? Anyone would know that. Once one gets involved with the Black Order, that would mean standing in opposition to all the races. This Luo Qingxian said that she had taken on this task because she did not want Soul Hidden to be involved with the Black Cleric. Is the Black Order giving too much? Yes, but I know that I am not your opponent, so I must follow you. Lu Yu was speechless. What do you mean, you're not my opponent, so you must follow me? Is it looking for an opportunity to sneak attack me? But Lu Yu obviously didn't see killing intent in Luo Qingxian's eyes, indicating that she didn't want to kill herself. I will record the entire process of my assassination of you, consider it as an act, and when the time comes to find a moment, you will pretend to be dead once, and then you will be considered to have handed over the job. In this way, I will also be able to successfully get the other half of the Black Order's commission. The big deal is that I will share half of it with you after it's done. Luo Qingxian directly stated her plan. Lu Yu couldn't help but cry and laugh. However, Lu Yu didn't have the time to play along with Luo Qingxian right now. He had to explore more maps and kill more monsters so that he could put together a full set of legendary suits as soon as possible and buy enough territories along the way. After completing these things, if he still has time, he will be able to accompany Luo Qingxian to play a drama. I'm sorry. We'll talk about acting later, for now, I have to go explore. After saying that, Lu Yu stepped out of the East City Gate. Luo Qingxian saw the situation, angry stomped his foot. What do you mean say later, now dry is not finished? This bastard, thanks to me defying mom to defend him, he actually doesn't appreciate it. Thereupon, Luo Qingxian had no choice but to follow. Anyway, Lu Yu's combat power was stronger than hers, and if he didn't cooperate, then she would find her own opportunity to record the assassination video. Lu Yu was speechless when he saw that Luo Qingxian had followed him, thinking, if you can follow, then follow and see. The Human Alliance had explored a total of 9 maps in the direction of the East City Gate over the years, and Lu Yu knew exactly what monsters and resources these maps roughly had from Bailey Tong. These were considered ordinary maps, and the number of monsters was not particularly high. So, Lu Yu decided to explore the new maps that no one had explored. After thinking about it, Lu Yu flew with his sword and used his fastest speed to fly in one direction. This asshole. Luo Qingxian instantly turned into a residual shadow to follow suit as well. Her eyes flashed with starlight as if she was 2 shining stars, and she was able to see Lu Yu clearly in the mist. Your lordship, Lu Yu has appeared. After he exited the East City Gate, he flew directly in a direction. The stealthy person in charge of surveillance at the East City Gate immediately sent a message when he saw Lu Yu leaving the city. Very well. Lu Yu, you're mine. The Dark Lord immediately returned to the city to begin his hunt for Lu Yu. An elite brigade from the Half Monster Association followed suit. Purple Rose, once the Dark Lords take down Lu Yu, you'll seize the opportunity to obtain the Lu Yu gene. Don't worry. Captain, Purple Rose, won't be satisfied in my life until I pin him down once. After the Dark Lord and the elite brigade exited the East City Gate, they also quickly rushed towards the direction Lu Yu had flown off in. At this moment, Lu Yu also noticed that Luo Qingxian was following him, and her speed was very fast, which made Lu Yu a little surprised. Lu Yu knew that she was a hidden profession star martial artist with a very strong battle power, but he didn't expect her speed to be so fast as well. It could be said that, apart from Fatty Bailey Tong, this was the second transmuter who could keep up with him. Lu Yu took out the blue baubles torch prop, and immediately his field of vision increased to 50 meters, and he saw a lake in front of him. Lu Yu directly flew over. He just didn't believe it. Can't get rid of her. Star martial artists move fast on land, it's not like they're fast on water. You want to get rid of me? No way. Luo Qingxian's feet blossomed with starlight and she directly stepped on the water and ran. The next moment, Lu Yu was stunned. Because Luo Qingxian's speed of running through the water is not even the slightest bit slower than on land, on the contrary, it seems to be a tad faster. Damn it, is this star martial artist so powerful? At this time, a ferocious misty water monster scurried out of the lake. Poof! Lu Yu casually hit a flat A. The 7th-ranked misty water monster was killed in seconds with a single chop of his head. How did that happen? Luo Qingxian was dumbfounded. A 5th-ranked swordsman killed a 7th-ranked misty water monster in a second? This was a flat A. It wasn't transforming into a sword god and unleashing a mysterious and powerful sword god technique. Luo Qingxian thought that with her 6th rank, she could easily kill this misty water monster, but she definitely couldn't do it in a flat a second. It's only been half a year since she saw him. Has he become so powerful to such a terrifying extent? At the same time, Luo Qingxian was shocked. Luo Qingxian instead wanted to follow Lu Yu closely to see how strong he was. As for the assassination video, record it if you can. If you can't record it, there's nothing you can do about it. As long as he got out of the Misty Realm, Lu Yu would have the protection of the bigwigs of the Alliance. On the other side, within the Hydra cave map, Bailey Tong and the others found the cave where the Hydra boss was located. Ha! That Hydra boss seemed to be guarding some kind of treasure. Viatone squinted his small eyes. This treasure. He would collect it. P.S. I wish the lovely and lovely readers, happy May Day, happy reading, happy traveling, eat well, sleep well, play well, in short, all is well. Chapter 91, Luo Qingxian, 3 questions. Crossing 3 maps in a row. Lu Yu finally arrives at the new map that has never been explored before. Ding, you have discovered the new map Advanced Map Misty Abyss Mountain Range. Before he even entered, Lu Yu realized that there were quite a few strange lanterns floating in the mist in front of him, as if there was an evil spirit there waiting for a delicious arrival. Ding, this map is an advanced map, you need to pay 100,000 Misty coins to unlock the right to explore the map before you can start exploring. This. You still need Misty coins to unlock it before you can explore it? Lu Yu suddenly realized something. Why did the Alliance forefathers only explore the 9 fixed maps and not more to explore the other maps? It turned out that the advanced maps had to be unlocked by Misty coins in order to enter them. 100,000 Mist coins. It didn't seem particularly much. But one must realize that since the Alliance forefathers discovered the Misty Mysteries, they had only opened it 10 times, and the accumulated Misty coins were only 10 million. Calculating it out like this, 100,000 Mist coins would be expensive. And that was just to unlock one person's right to explore. Moreover, it would be extremely difficult for one person to explore such a high-level map, even for a 7th-stage supernova release war dance. As long as the gain didn't exceed 100,000 Mist coins, it would be a loss. Therefore, Alliance forefathers didn't spend Mist coins indiscriminately to explore such a high-level map, but rather, they accumulated enough Mist coins in ordinary maps with the main purpose of purchasing an ordinary territory. On the way here, Lu Yu had brushed a lot of monsters by hand, and 100,000 Mist coins still came easily. Hopefully, there were enough monsters in this Misty Abyss mountain range. With a faint smile, Lu Yu then paid 100,000 Misty coins and broke in. Seeing this, Luo Qingxian had no choice but to stop. She had also received the tip, but seeing Lu Yu go in so easily, her heart was in shock. How did this guy have so many Misty coins? Also, is he that desperate to get rid of me? She had a lot of gold coins on her, but couldn't get 100,000 Misty coins. With no other choice, Luo Qingxian had to brush the monsters in the normal map connecting to the Misty Abyss mountain range map and wait for Lu Yu to return from his exploration. Hopefully, this guy wouldn't die inside. Not long after, Luo Qingxian suddenly saw a group of people from the Half Monster Association. They seemed to want to enter the Misty Abyss mountain range advanced map as well, but seemed to have a disagreement. Strange. Shouldn't the Half Monster Association be exploring over at the South City Gate? Why did they come over to the East City Gate side? Luo Qingxian was very puzzled by this. Could it be that the Black Order had looked for people from the Half Monster Association in addition to Soul Cloak to assassinate Lu Yu? Damn it! How could you need Misty coins to unlock the right to explore in order to enter a high-level map? The Dark Lord was extremely annoyed. It was the first time it had come to the extraterrestrial battlefield through a container, and it knew nothing about the Misty Mysteries. Half blamed the association, give this lord 100,000 Misty coins. Looking at Lu Yu already exploring and brushing monsters alone inside the misty abyss mountain range, the sword light constantly flashed in the mist. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that the Dark Lord did not want to miss. Lord, 100,000 mist coins are worth a lot. The chief captain of the Half Monster Association, Dong Li Tian, said with some dissatisfaction. Give it to me quickly. After this is accomplished, I will give you another 10 bottles of S-rank monster factor. In order to obtain Lu Yu, a divine vessel, the Dark Lord was not hesitant to hemorrhage money. No way. Dong Li Tian refused. What did you say? The Dark Lord was shaken with rage. How dare a tiny 7th-ranked mole to refuse it? Regardless of whether you succeed or not, when you get out, you have to give us 10 bottles of S-rank monster factor, otherwise, I can't explain it to my righteous mother. Also, if you catch Lu Yu, you have to give him to us for 1 hour first. Dong Li Tian was not the least bit afraid of the Dark Lord's killing intent. Damn it! This Lord will remember you, deal. The Darkness Great Lord gritted his teeth and said. Thus, Dong Li Tian immediately transferred 100,000 Misty coins to the Dark Great Lord. In order to successfully obtain Lu Yu's genes, the president of the Half Monster Association had also gone out of his way to provide 500,000 mist coins to Dong Li Tian as a guarantee, just to prevent Lu Yu from entering the advanced map and exploring. Unlocking the right to explore. The Dark Lord immediately broke in. You guys wait here, Purple Rose will follow me in. Dong Li Tian only took Purple Rose with him, and after spending 200,000 mist coins, he followed closely behind the Dark Lord and also broke into the misty abyss mountain range. With the help of stealth props, Luo Qingxian, who was hiding to the side, she could now confirm that this group of Half Monster Association guys were really here for Lu Yu. The only thing that made Luo Qingxian doubtful was that the captain of that Half Monster Association even called that Black Robed Man Lord, and that Black Robed Man also called himself this Lord. It also involved the S-class monster factor. What's going on here? If that Black Robed Man was some monster lord, then how did it end up on the side of the misty ancient city belonging to the human race? Shouldn't it be on the side of the misty ancient city belonging to monsters? Luo Qingxian's gaze was grave. This was a major discovery. The Half Monster Association seemed to have cooperated with the monsters. As to whether it was because of the Black Cleric or something else, it was unknown. Anyway, their target was Lu Yu. After Luo Qingxian had seen Lu Yu's formidable battle power, she wasn't worried that the 3 guys who entered could pose any threat to Lu Yu. What made Luo Qingxian very interested now was what kind of cooperation the Half Monster Association had reached with the monsters, and how far the fusion of the human race and the monster factor had reached. Had it really reached the ideal point of perfect fusion, creating a whole new human race? Thinking like this, Luo Qingxian took the initiative to show up. She had to get the information she wanted from this group of people. At this time, this group of people were holding torches in their hands. Those were torch props that could be purchased from the Misty Mall, which could increase their field of vision. It could be seen that they were willing to spend Misty coins in order to capture Lu Yu. Who is it? Finding a woman suddenly appearing, the crowd of the Half Monstrous Association was shocked and thought that they had been discovered by someone from the Human Alliance. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't someone from the Human Alliance. This was because the Human Alliance all wore uniform clothing, either formal military uniforms or monster hunter uniforms, not a white battle dress costume like the woman in front of them. 3 questions. 1. What kind of cooperation have you reached with the monsters? 2. That black-robed man just now is a monster lord, right? Why was it able to act in human form? 3. What is your purpose in capturing Lu Yu? Luo Qingxian's tone was cold, and her tall stature exuded a unique pressure. This pressure was like the stars in the sky, causing the crowd of the Half Monster Association to feel pressure both physically and mentally. Someone quickly reported the sudden situation to Chief Captain Dong Li Tian. Learning that the secret had been discovered, Dong Li Tian naturally gave a direct channel order to remove Luo Qingxian, block the area channel and kill. Never let her leave alive. Once the secret of the Half Monster Association and monster cooperation is exposed, that would cause very big trouble for the righteous mother. Now is not the time to expose it. That woman must die. The crowd of the Half Monster Association Brigade quickly released channel blocking props so that the other party could not communicate with anyone through the channel. Immediately thereafter, they struck with all their might. Each and every one of them revealed the horrifying appearance of a half-human, half-monster. It seems that the Half Monster Association has completely degenerated. We must not let you become the second Black Order. Battle. Luo Qingxian's entire body suddenly bloomed with starlight. Chapter 92. Little Red actually likes spending time with Lord Silver the most. Within the misty abyss mountain range, in order to attract the mist monster to actively come and attack himself, Lu Yu directly summoned Little Tsong. Although mounts could not be summoned, battle pets were still fine. After all, the level of a battle pet was unable to exceed that of its owner. The Little Tsong was a sea prison sanglong, and its level had also reached the 5th rank, so its size was still not small. Under Lu Yu's command, Little Tsong was constantly sending out deafening dragon roars in all directions. The evil dragon roared. Ah, that's not right. It should be. Song Long Roar. Song Long roars. The dragon roars. Ow. Little Song was having fun with that.
A large number of lantern mist demons were attracted and directly killed by Lu Yu's countless flying swords.
All of them were killed in seconds. At this time, Lu Yu's attack attributes were too high.
Together with the bludgeoning damage bonuses from his divine talents and legendary equipment, Lu Yu's attack attributes were too high at this point. The damage of any flying sword had a terrifying power. The high-level mist monsters of the Misty Abyss mountain range didn't have much more blood than ordinary mist monsters, and only had higher attributes such as attack. But in Lu Yu's eyes, there was no difference between them. All of them were killed in seconds with a single sword.
Ding, you've gained 7x80560 mist coins.
The number of monsters in this unexplored high-level map is huge.
In just half a day's work,
Lu Yu had already harvested millions of Misty coins. It was estimated that after exploring the Misty Abyss Mountains, how could he brush up to a few 100 million Misty coins?
At this moment, in Lu Yu's eyes,
these lantern mist demons were not mist monsters, but legendary sets waiting at him. Lu Yu, whose defense was so high that he could ignore the attacks of the lantern mist demons. He was flying recklessly with his sword. Even if he triggered the map with special rules, traps, prohibitions, and so on, Lu Yu wasn't afraid. A few attacks and he could return to full blood. The 60 blood-sucking effect wasn't a joke. If the rest of the Alliance saw this, they would be shocked.
Damn it.
We step by step, carefully explore, afraid of encountering any powerful mist monster, or rule traps.
You're good. It's like you're on a trip. No. I'd say it's like visiting your own backyard. No one explores like this.
Master Silver, just now Sister Hong sent me a message saying that there are special resources on that mountain.
Sun suddenly spoke up. What? Special resources?
Lu Yu was very surprised.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Little Red is transmitting? A voice transmission between battle pets? And I didn't summon Little Red, did I? How does she know that there are mountains and special resources over there? Looking in the direction that Little Song was pointing,
Lu Yu only saw hazy mist and didn't see any mountains. This was even after he had taken the Blue Bobo's torch and added the 50-meter vision effect, and he didn't even see a mountain in front of him.
Lu Yu half-heartedly flew over.
After flying about 1,000 meters, Lu Yu really did see a large mountain. The monsters here weren't lantern mist demons, but rather strange bullhead spiders that swallowed clouds and spat out mist.
Name, Ox-Headed Spider Monster. Level, LV210.
The number was not much. But at a clear glance, the combat power of this mist monster was quite a bit stronger than the lantern mist demon.
But under Lu Yu's sword, it still couldn't carry a single blow. Plop! The flying sword swept away from the mountain in an overwhelming manner.
No matter if it was a bullhead spider monster or not, they were all killed by the flying swords. Even the ox-headed spider monster boss that didn't have time to show its face on the mountain was quickly turned into a dead body under the flying sword's weaving.
Lu Yu easily flew to the top of the mountain.
Here, there were really quite a few special resources.
Name, Mist Source Crystals.
Category, Special Resource. Effects, can act as energy materials, monster world being swallowed, probability of baptizing the bloodline successfully upgraded, also has a very low probability of upgrading the level.
Lu Yu took a look. He was pleasantly surprised. Isn't this the same effect as the Star Source Stone of the Star Illusion world? Wait a minute. How could this misty mysterious realm have a special resource similar to the Star Source Stone?
In the Star Illusion realm, he had encountered the Star God projection boss on the 3rd floor of the Hall of Stars, and after killing it, he had obtained the Star God Inheritance God's Proof. Then if special resources also appeared in this misty mysterious realm, did that mean that there was also a place similar to the Hall of Stars that possessed a special boss similar to the Star God projection? If there really is, does that mean that this so-called misty secret realm is actually a God's inheritance space similar to the Star God projection realm? In other words, inside the misty realm, there was a God's legacy. This forced Lu Yu to make such a guess, especially since he had previously obtained a mysterious divine object in the abandoned ruins. Could this be the key to finding the Misty Realm's divine inheritance? Lu Yu instantly had an ambitious goal. Once he had gathered the legendary sets, he would frantically explore the entire Misty Mystery Realm to find out the remaining 3 mysterious divine objects and see if it was really what he thought it was. If it is, then it would be a huge profit. Even more so than obtaining the legendary set.
The inheritance of God. That's the key to becoming a god, you must get your hands on it.
After putting the Mist Source Crystals here into his backpack, Lu Yu then summoned Little Song back, summoned Little Red out, and then asked curiously, Little Red, tell Lord Silver, how did you know that there is a big mountain over here, and you also know that there are special resources here? After spending a long time together, Lu Yu felt more and more that Little Red, a 0-star pet, was extraordinary. For example,
The 10-star Battle Petsy Prison Pale Dragon and the S-ranked Mount Moon White Dragon cult that he had collected were all treating Little Red in a respectful manner, as if they had met their big sister. Another example is this time. Obviously Little Red was in the pet space and didn't even come out, yet she knew the environment of the mists. This was too weird. Main Silver, because when I ascended to the 5th rank, I awakened the Sun's Eye level-less skill, which allows me to ignore any environment, any limitations, and see anything, including hidden information. However, there is a distance limitation, which is only a few thousand meters in a circle. I just got bored and released this skill, so I helped Lord Silver see it. Little Red obediently said, "I'm going to go." Little Red still has such a magical skill? Suddenly, Lu Yu regretted it. Had he known that Little Red had such amazing skills, he should have brought Little Red out more often. It was his own fault. During this period of time, he only focused on bringing Little Song to upgrade and neglected Little Red. No way. As a Meow lover, I can't not love Little Red. I can forgive myself, but others can't either. After thinking about it, Liu put Xiaohong on his shoulder. His expression was serious. "Xiaohong, it's time to fight side by side with the main Silver. Is there any problem?" Of course there is no problem. Little Red actually likes to stay with Lord Silver the most. Little Red was happy. It seems that in the future, we have to find a way to solve the problem of only being able to summon one battle pet. Liu suddenly remembered something and asked, "Little Red, how can you transmit sound to Little Song?" "That's because Xiaotsong signed a pet mind contract with me. That is, she recognizes me as her big sister. I can transmit sound to her anytime, anywhere, but she can't transmit sound to me." "There's such a contract? How did you get it?" "I don't know. As I leveled up, I naturally knew how to do it, but other than this contract method, there's nothing else." "It's so magical." Liu looked at Little Red in a daze. This is simply an immeasurable special pet. However, Little Red should belong to the functional battle pet, so it would know this mind contract, and the awakened eyes of the sun could ignore the mist rule. Attack power is estimated to be average. Thinking like this, Lu Yu was ready to continue exploring the misty abyss mountain range. Little Red, however, opened his mouth and said, "Lord Silver, there are 3 people coming this way." Chapter 93 Purple Rose. Is it so hard to clip him once? 3 people? Lu Yu was astonished in his heart. This advanced map had to be unlocked with 100,000 misty coins to come in and explore. Who was so generous? Definitely not someone from the Alliance. Because the Alliance's people haven't even finished exploring the 9 normal maps, how could they be overly ambitious and spend so many mist coins to explore the misty abyss mountains? Little Red, can you see who it is? The duration of the Eye of the Sun skill has passed, so I can't see them, but they are all people wearing black robes. Well, they still have the monster factor in their bodies. Monster factor? Then it's 100% the people from the Half Monster Association. Before, Bailey Tong had said on the way about the exploration goals of the major powers. Apart from the Battle Alliance and Soul Hidden, they were exploring the West City Gate, the Church of Light was exploring the North City Gate, and the Half Monster Association was exploring the South City Gate. But how could 3 people from the Half Monster Association come to the East City Gate? They also spent 300,000 Misty Coins to enter the advanced map. What was even stranger was that they were also coming towards their own location. This made Lu Yu wonder. They couldn't have come here for themselves, could they? Lu Yu couldn't help but get excited and wanted to see what these 3 Half Monster Association people wanted to do. On this side, the 3 of them had already arrived at the foot of the big mountain. They had come all the way towards the flashing sword light of the flying swords, which had appeared over here, and were now all centered at the top of the mountain. That Lu Yu was on top of this mountain. There is no need for the 2 of you to make a move later. This lord will take down Lu Yu with crushing battle power. The Dark Lord Badir was very confident in his own strength. It was an S-class 10th rank Great Lord. Even with its Soul Fusion's current vessel, it had peak battle power of the 7th rank, and excluding its equipment, it thought that it wouldn't be much worse than a 7th rank Dark Lord. In its opinion, Lu Yu, who was only a 5th order rank, no matter how powerful he was, he could never be its opponent. When Dongli Tian and Purple Rose heard this, they also nodded their heads in response with reassurance. Why not be happy when they could acquire Lu Yu's genes without making a move? As the 3 of them held their torches and quickly climbed the mountain. Seeing the corpses of a powerful 7th ranked mist monster ox-headed spider monster falling in various places on the mountainside in bits and pieces, Battle's face became a little gloomy. It could tell that these mist monsters were all killed by a single sword. Because without exception, the mist monster corpses all had only one hole through the sword. How could a 7th ranked minotaur spider monster be killed in a second? How could Lu Yu be so evil? Isn't he only a 5th ranked monster? Near the top of the mountain, the body of a huge bullhead spider monster boss stood straight up there, green blood flowing out from all the holes in its body. This boss's expression was full of confusion, fear, and despair. It was obvious. It was killed by a flying sword hole without even seeing the shadow of its enemy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have died like this. This ox-headed spider monster boss, at first glance, was much stronger than the misty monster boss of the normal map.
If it were to face this boss, although it could also be killed, it would definitely take quite a bit of time and would never be this easy.
Badir was spitting fenugreek inside his mouth. Was this really Lu Yu's doing?
If the corpse of the misty monster it encountered earlier had made it a bit gloomy, then this boss corpse had left Badir without a clue in his heart. However, it still didn't quite believe that Lu Yu really had such a strong battle power. It thought that Lu Yu should have used some special prop to restrain the ox-headed spider monster boss, and then utilized his flying sword to kill the boss. Such a powerful special prop should have been given to him by the Alliance war god. Well, absolutely, even if it wasn't a disposable prop, it would still have a long cooldown time.
Thinking about this,
Barter's gloomy expression stretched and he was filled with confidence again.
Lord, do you really not need our help? Dong Li Tian suddenly became a little less assured.
Humph. The one who can defeat this lord at the same level, except for the Dark Kings, others can't do it yet. Lu Yu is just a 5th order yellow-haired kid, taking him down, there's no need for others to help. After saying that, Badir fiercely released his body skill and ascended to the top of the mountain at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Dong Li Tian had no choice but to command, Purple Rose, get ready to fight.
Don't worry,
Captain, I've long been ready. Later on, let's see how I can suck out Lu Yu's 18 years of inventory in one go. Said, Purple Rose removed all clothing, only draped in a loose robe, even a pink waterbed were taken out.
With that,
the duo also ascended to the top of the mountain.
At this moment,
Battle looked expressionlessly at Lu Yu who was sitting on a boulder in front of him. As for the lovely little red, she was ignored by Badir. This was because Badir's eyes were captivated by the incomparably sharp legendary sword in Lu Yu's hand. Although Lu Yu had turned off the aura effect of his equipment, Badir's soul was an S-rank 10th order Great Lord level. How could its soul's eyes not see that this was a 7th order legendary great sword? And it was also one of the 7th order legendary sets.
A 7th order legendary sword could be worn.
That meant that Lu Yu had inlaid this sword with a rare specialization gemstone of at least level 6.
Now it was clear to Badir.
That Minotaur spider monster boss wasn't Lu Yu using any special props at all, but rather, he was able to kill that boss in seconds because of the big spike in his attributes due to wearing the 7th order legendary great sword.
The 5th rank Lu Yu was already evil enough. Now that Lu Yu was wearing a 7th order legendary sword, how evil could he be?
No wonder he dared to come alone to explore the advanced maps, and also flew with his sword and flying swords, so it turned out that he had already ignored the misty monsters in the advanced maps.
According to this analysis,
although he was strong, he was not absolutely sure of taking down Lu Yu who had the legendary great sword, so it seemed that he would have to unite with the Half-Monster Association and make a good deployment before he could do so. For example, to make a poison, to catch the people Lu Yu cares about or something. Dong Li Tian and Purple Rose, who were waiting in the distance for Lu Yu to be captured, were full of question marks.
What the hell? Why is this Dark Lord standing there like a log? Why don't you do it? What are you waiting for? Do powerful people always sympathize with each other? Lu Yu also wondered. What are the people from the Half-Monster Association up to? He ran up and stared at himself. He didn't say anything. Did he have some special hobby? Obsessed with my handsome face? Lu Yu got up. Since the other party didn't open his mouth, then he took the initiative to go over and ask this guy what he wanted to do. How to say it is also one of the great forces of the human race to resist the line of monsters. He has also helped the human alliance in the Star Illusion world, and is considered a comrade in arms with a common enemy, so he must be treated with courtesy. Run! Badir shouted at Dong Li Tian and Purple Rose, turned around and ran. That speed was unknown. G.A. Dong Li Tian and Purple Rose were instantly petrified. Spent 300,000 Misty coins. Tracked all the way. It was not easy to catch up with Lu Yu. Purple Rose is naked, and you're giving us this? If it wasn't for the fact that this fast-running hare is the Dark Lord himself, he would have to swear. Now the Dark Lord ran away. Dong Li Tian does not think he can handle Lu Yu. After all, this way to see the 7th order mist monster corpse is not fake. This Lu Yu's battle power was definitely above him. Retreat! Dong Li Tian also had no choice but to order a retreat. Purple Rose wanted to say something, and the whip, sticky potion, and other items she was holding in her hand had nowhere to go, so she looked at Lu Yu reluctantly and turned around to follow the captain's retreat. What the hell is going on here? Why retreat? Looking at the three who suddenly turned around and ran away, Lu Yu was confused in the wind. What were the people from the Half-Freak Association up to? The behavior of the Half-Freaks was truly baffling. Shaking his head, Lu Yu had no choice but to continue exploring with his imperial sword. Messing around. Wasting a bit of time for nothing. Chapter 94 Mighty Star Valkyrie Form. Lord, why are you running? Dong Li Tian was furious. He himself had spent 200,000 Misty coins. 200,000 That was a huge amount of money. It's all gone down the drain. Whoever it is, their heart is bleeding. Humph. This lord didn't ask you to follow me, you did it of your own free will. This disliked Dong Li Tian so much that he gritted his teeth and the anger in his heart almost exploded. Well,
I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, that Lu Yu had a strange encounter and got a 7th order legendary set sword. This lord is not sure to take him down directly, we have to think long and hard. Barter as a dark great lord, has great ambitions, is a generation of lords monster lords, never do things without certainty.
What? The sword in Lu Yu's hand was a 7th ranked legendary sword? Or is it a set? It couldn't be.
Dong Li Tian and Purple Rose were both incredulous.
Everyone knew.
In today's world, the only way for the human race to get a set was to look for the misty ancient city lord within this misty mysteries and purchase it with misty coins. The epic and legendary level sets, moreover, could only be opened by purchasing a set treasure chest. The president of the Half Monster Association had ordered someone to purchase a set treasure chest before, but instead of equipment, what was opened was a shard of mist. It was necessary to open 99 fragments of mist in order to exchange for a set component of the corresponding grade.
It could be imagined.
How many mist coins one would have to spend to get a set part?
It can be said that,
even if all the mist coins accumulated by the Human Race Alliance were to be used to open a set treasure chest, they wouldn't necessarily be able to get an epic level set part.
Now you're telling us that the sword in Lu Yu's hand is one of the legendary set components? You might as well tell us that Lu Yu is the reincarnation of the sword god.
Humph. Believe it or not, this lord needs you Half Monster Association to come together and cooperate with my layout to ensure that we capture Lu Yu 100%. Badir said coldly.
This is even more impossible.
Our Half Monster Association still needs to explore the Misty Map and accumulate Misty coins.
Dong Li Tian directly refused.
Speaking of which, you brats still don't trust this lord. This lord can use his soul to make a rule contract. What this lord says is true. Lu Yu does have a legendary sword in his hand, otherwise think about it, why would he, a 5th rank swordsman, dare to make waves alone in the advanced map? For the sake of Lu Yu, this heaven-defying vessel, Badir also put up a fight. Seeing that the Dark Lord really made an oath with his soul to form a rule contract, Dong Li Tian hesitated for a moment and could only believe it. He, who had fused the monster factor, naturally knew that the rule contract was terrifying, and that once it was formed, the soul would go up in smoke if the oath was broken. Everything in the world, only rules were supreme. But why did Lu Yu have a 7th order legendary set sword? And still be able to wear it? Purple Rose just couldn't help but ask. Unclear. Maybe the Alliance's Misty coins were all on him, and he took them to open the treasure chest and got lucky and exchanged them for the legendary sword. As for why he was able to wear it, it was because he had inlaid the legendary treasure sword with a rare specialization gemstone of at least level 6, which was a special gemstone that could lower the level of wear. This kind of rare gemstone was not sold in the extraterrestrial mall, and it was presumably obtained by him from the Misty Ancient City's city lord. Badir told the duo his guess. If it didn't need someone from the Half Monster Association to assist it, it wouldn't want to get involved with these brats that much. Assisting Lord is fine, but I have a new condition. After capturing Lu Yu, the legendary sword in his hand has to belong to our Half Monster Association.
Dong Li Tian doesn't do money-losing deals.
If he could obtain the 7th ranked legendary treasure sword, then it would be worthwhile to have everyone from the Half Monster Association to assist the Dark Lord in capturing Lu Yu. Badir's gaze turned gloomy, forcing back the killing intent in his heart. For a while. Only then did Badir agree. Deal. Compared to the legendary sword in Lu Yu's hand, Badir cared more about Lu Yu as a person, a rebellious teenager that he could not see through at all. Just as the three of them stepped out of the misty Abyss mountain range, they saw an angry scene. The people from the Half Monstrous Association who were waiting outside, except for one who was severely tortured, all the others were killed by a mysterious woman. You've got a lot of guts, how dare you take action against the people of my Half Monster Association?
Dong Li Tian immediately struck out in anger.
These were all the young generation elites of the Half Monster Association. To have a large portion of them die just like that. This was a huge loss. At the same time, Dong Li Tian was also very shocked at the strength of the woman in front of him. She was able to kill a large group of them with her own strength. When Luo Qingxian saw the three of them return, but did not see Lu Yu, and the misty Abyss mountain range side still had flying swords flashing sword awnings, her heart more or less guessed that these three had returned without any success.
Half Monster Association cooperating with monsters, when executed.
Luo Qingxian put on an epic grade 6th rank short sword. She was a star martial artist, and the skills she had learned were more sword martial arts techniques in addition to punches and kicks, which was the special characteristic of the fighter profession with a higher ceiling.
Chop you. Fighting star shift.
Swoosh. Luo Qingxian suddenly appeared in front of Dong Li Tian like an instant, and then his fist, foot, and sword skills connected seamlessly, and for a time, he even hit the 7th rank 210 Dong Li Tian with only the power to fight. What a powerful martial arts skill, what a powerful talent, skill combos used so flawlessly. This is not an ordinary martial arts fighter, she is a hidden profession. The Dark Lord Badir was inwardly shocked. It never thought that it would encounter a hidden profession martial artist here. With regards to hidden professions, it was familiar with hidden professions. Because back then, it had been chased by a hidden swordsman, who was now the strongest heavenly sword god of the Human Alliance, for 3 days and 3 nights. If it wasn't for the fact that the Heavenly Sword God hadn't reached the 10th rank, it would have been hacked to death long ago. The last time it sensed the breath of the open heaven sword god, it immediately cancelled its plan to attack the F war zone and hid in a secret dungeon that only it knew about, shivering in fear. It was afraid that it would be found by the open heaven sword god and then be hacked to death by that madman's sword. Catch her. Must catch her. In case she didn't manage to catch Luyu, then it was okay to use this hidden profession vessel for the time being. With the power of the hidden profession, she would be able to bear her entire soul. Thinking about it, Badir struck out brazenly. It was a far cry from the lousy appearance she had just run away from. As soon as Luo Qingxian saw battle strike, she could tell that battle skill was not that of a normal human transmuter, but that of a monster. Half-monster association. Now the evidence is conclusive, you guys really did cooperate with monsters and made monster lords turn into human races. This is an unforgivable great sin. Luo Qingxian could clearly feel that the strength of this mysterious monster was very powerful. It was by no means an ordinary 7th-ranked lord. If she didn't go all out against it, she was bound to be no match for the other party. Talent effect, Star Valkyrie form, released. Luo Qingxian released the dazzling and powerful talent effect, taking on the duo with the strongest stance. Hidden talent, Star Martial Spirit legendary can summon the Star Martial Spirit to possess the body, in the form of a Star Valkyrie, with a movement speed of 500, an increase of 100 in all attributes, a life recovery speed of 500, and at the same time a damage reduction of 30, and a Star Shelter, which can rebound 50 of the damage received to the opponent, with an increase in attack and defense, and the skills learned have no chance, no consumption of blue, and the cooldown has been reduced by 70, lasting for 10 minutes, and with a cooldown of 180 seconds. In Star Valkyrie form, Luo Qingxian thought to herself that apart from Lu Yu, she was fearless of any person or monster within the 7th rank. What kind of talent effect was that? Dong Li Tian was shocked. Must get her. A thick scarlet aura emerged from the eyes of the Dark Lord Badir. Thereupon, a fierce battle unfolded in this misty land. As soon as they exchanged hands, both Luo Qingxian and Badir were shocked. Badir was shocked at the power of Luo Qingxian's hidden talent. Luo Qingxian's master was shocked at the weirdness of battle's soul effect skill. This monster that fused the bodies of the human race was definitely an S-class lord, otherwise it wouldn't have such a terrifying soul skill enchantment. However, Luo Qingxian remained undaunted. She was the second hidden profession of the human race, and the one who could defeat her within the 7th rank level could not do so, except for Lu Yu. In the end, Luo Qingxian in battle fought a draw. After all, Luo Qingxian is only at the 6th rank, and the attribute bonus of the 6th rank equipment of the same grade is much lower than that of the 7th rank, so being able to fight battle to a draw is a very good result. Knowing that the other party cannot be seconds, Luo Qingxian also needless to fight again, meaningless, then directly disappear. This makes Badir a burst of annoyance. It was actually tied by a small human girl who was only just at the 6th rank, or in the case of its full strength. It really deserves to be a hidden profession, it's really perverted. It was great that the human race had produced a divine genius, Lu Yu, and now there was such a powerful hidden profession. Was the human race about to rise? Badir's gaze was gloomy. Regarding these things, Lu Yu did not know. Not long after, Lu Yu had easily swept across the entire Misty Abyss mountain range and found quite a few high-level materials, but not so many special resources. 500 million Misty coins. It should be possible to open 2 more legendary sets. As the words fell out of his mouth, Lu Yu tore open the city return scroll and returned to the misty ancient city, quickly finding city lord Qian Daofu who was drinking tea again. P.S. Surprise, surprise, once on vacation, I completely let myself go. Today is another 4 chapters, take advantage of the vacation. I want to love the readers who support me hard, thank you. I hope to give a 5-star positive feedback, brush a free for the love of power, thank you. Chapter 95, redeeming 2 legendary sets again, obtaining the misty ancient city's noble guest title. Oops. Little friend, you're here again, quickly have a seat. Seeing Lu Yu, the young tycoon, come again, the Chen Daofu city lord was enthusiastic. So much wealth and billions of human teenagers, and on the road, Chen Daofu was naturally very fond of it. Lord City Lord, I won't talk too much about idle words, directly take out the legendary set treasure chest. This time I want to purchase 10,000 legendary set treasure chests. I'll be damned. 10,000? 50,000 mist coins for a legendary set chest, 10,000 is 500 million mist coins. That's enough to buy 3 high-level territories. This is too buggy. The human race can easily get 500 million mist coins? It's obviously impossible. The dark monster side had only brushed over 100 million mist coins after brushing for so long, which was already considered a lot. How had Lu Yu swiped the mist coins? But as an NPC, there were also rule restrictions. He wouldn't pry into anyone's secrets and would only do what was permitted by the rules. Furthermore, the more Misty coins he earned, the more permissions he could unlock, such as leaving the Misty Ancient City, or becoming a free NPC, just like that blue bauble, and going wherever he wanted. So, Chandalf that was itching for Lu Yu to swipe more Misty coins. 10,000 legendary set chests. I wish you a one-time opening of enough legendary grade mist fragments to redeem the other 5 legendary set components. Lu Yu looked at the city lord with contempt. If it was really that easy, he wouldn't have spent more than 200 million mist coins to redeem one piece last time. Ding, congratulations on opening a legendary grade mist fragment. Holy? A legendary shard was opened in the first treasure chest? This couldn't be a backdoor operation by the city lord, could it? Or was it because he had spent too many mist coins that triggered some hidden benefit? Lu Yu's heart was slightly happy, filled with anticipation, and then opened the treasure chest frantically. Sparks were opened out. Ding, you've opened air. Please keep up the good work. Ding, you've opened the air, please keep up the good work. Ding, you opened the air, please continue. Ding, congratulations on opening the legendary grade shards of mist. Lu Yu's hand was about to go to waste. After opening for most of the day, he finally finished opening 10,000 legendary set treasure chests and checked the number of fragments. Number of legendary mist fragments, 200. Nima. Only 200? That means you can only exchange 2 legendary set components? Pit. It's too damn pitiful. However, Lu Yu also had a number in his heart. The probability of this legendary set treasure box should be fixed. To redeem one legendary set component, it would cost at least 200 million misty coins, which meant that one legendary set was worth that much. But this was considered a benefit of the rules. Otherwise, if it was all randomized like the equipment treasure chests in the extraterrestrial mall, it wouldn't be something that could be opened for more than 200 million mist coins. It might be possible to spend tens of billions and not necessarily redeem a legendary set. Little friend, which 2 components do you want to exchange this time? Xian Daodu looked at Lu Yu with a smile on his face. Lu Yu also instantly understood that this little old man was able to know the number of pieces he had opened out, and estimated that he knew exactly how many misty coins he had on him. Xian Daofu, clear. Clear. It must be clear. Just give me the money, can solve all your troubles. The other 5 pieces, 3 main defenses clothes, hat, and tiara, 1 main movement speed shoes, and 1 main attack ring. Lu Yu thought about it. His own defense was already high enough. Speed still felt a drop short. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been followed by Luo Qingxian. Just exchange shoes and rings. In this way, the speed can be raised another notch, and the attack power can also be raised again. By then, it is estimated that within the 7th rank, no one or monster can keep up with their speed. After determining this, Lu Yu directly laughed. Lord City Lord, just exchange the mist-locked Heavenly Vault boots and the mist-locked Heavenly Vault ring for me. Lu Yu directly laughed. City Lord Chandov cheerfully redeemed them for Lu Yu right away. Ding, congratulations on obtaining one of the 7th Order legendary 6-piece sets, the mist-locked Heavenly Vault boots. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the mist-locked Sky Vault ring, one of the 7th Order legendary 6-piece sets. Name, mist-locked Sky Vault boots. One of the mist-locked Vault of Heaven sets. Set part, shoes. Quality, legendary. Wear level, LV210, suitable for occupation, swordsman. Suitable profession, swordsman, suitable profession, swordsman, suitable profession, swordsman. Strength, 8050. Physical strength, 8310. Spirit, 8200. Agility, 8520. Agility extra, 10. All resistance, 70. All attributes, 800. Special effects. Movement speed 210. Stance class skill effect 70. Dodge 210. Treading mist without trace, move in a misty environment, with additional movement speed bonus, and will not trigger the flow of mist around the body, silent and noiseless. Collect all 3 pieces to activate the attribute effect, increase all attributes by 20. Name, Mist-Locked Sky Vault Ring. One of the Misty Vault of Heaven sets. Set part, ring. Quality, legendary. Wear level, LV210, suitable for occupation, swordsman. Suitable profession, swordsman, suitable profession, swordsman. Strength, 8520. Physical strength, 8200. Spirit, 8100. Agility, 8130. All attributes, 800. All resistance, 70. Attack damage, 210. Special effect. Trigger fatal attack chance 21. Hit rate 210. Skill cooldown 20. Misty Sword Heavenly Thunder. When attacking, there is a 50 chance of triggering the Misty Thunder effect, causing the target to receive additional lightning damage while paralyzing the entire body for 3 seconds. Collect all 3 pieces to activate the attribute effect, all attributes increased by 20. This attribute. This effect. Lu Yu can only say, this time is really a heifer inverted bull batch rushing to the sky. If he puts this on. If he encounters the Dark Kings again, as long as there isn't a huge difference in level, Lu Yu is confident that he can easily abuse it without transforming into a sword god. Specialization gems. I have to get them right away, and then go and set them, and put these 2 legendary sets on. Lord City Lord, on my way over here, I heard from a certain NPC that you lost 2 specialization gems last night. I wonder if there is such a thing? Well, there is indeed. Shandolfo and Luyu, an old man and a young man, looked at each other and smiled in unspoken agreement. Ta! Luyu stuffed 1.4 million Misty coins, looked very serious and said, I am a Daxia human race, has always been adhering to the fine tradition of Daxia ancestor picking up gold. I wonder if Lord City Lord can tell me where it was lost, and I will help you find it. Cough. Good. Little friend is really great, but the old man lost not 2, but 3, little friend, have to add money, better more, otherwise, the follow-up can be very difficult to lose. Luyu had to give the city lord another 1 million Misty coins. Only then did he successfully find 3 level 7 specialization gems in the city lord's back garden. Immediately afterward, Luyu hoofed it to the jeweler NPC and put the gems on, and by the way, he also put the epic level Fire Sia necklace on the specialization gems. The 3 pieces of superb clothing were put on. Luyu's attributes directly took off. It far surpassed the vast majority of 7th ranked transmuters. Ding, congratulations on successfully obtaining 3 legendary set components, activating the first set attribute effect, full attribute 20. Ding, since you're the first transfigurator to collect all 3 pieces of the 7th order legendary suit, you've been awarded the title of noble guest of the Misty Ancient City, with a reputation reward of 100,000. Ha? Reputation? Luyu tapped on the extra prestige bar. This look. He was immediately stunned. Chapter 96, Dallas? What's this peculiar look of yours? Prestige. Can be exchanged for prestige badges, extra experience bonus for brushing monsters, increased explosion rate, improved NPC favorability, easier to trigger hidden messages, etc. Tip: prestige badges are similar to equipment, with attributes and special effects bonus. The more advanced the badge, the more bonus. Prestige badges are divided into: primary requires 100,000 prestige, intermediate requires 1 million prestige, advanced requires 10 million prestige, epic level requires 50 million prestige, legendary level requires 500 million prestige, god level requires 10 billion prestige. Seeing the tip of the reputation badge, Liu stood for a long time. Wasn't this the equivalent of the 13th piece of equipment? Just imagine. Everyone else has 12 pieces of equipment, but you have one more that can increase a lot of attributes and boost a lot of battle power. And this? It was only one aspect of the role of prestige. Other roles are also very powerful. The extra experience bonus for brushing monsters and the increase in burst rate alone were enough to make countless transmuters red in the eyes. However, this reputation was not easy to obtain. He had spent more than 600 million mist coins and exchanged 3 legendary sets before he was able to trigger it once. Before that, I had never heard of reputation. The primary prestige badge required 100,000 prestige values. Liu shook his head and decided not to exchange it for now, waiting to exchange a legendary or mythic grade prestige badge directly in the future when he had more prestige values. With that, Liu took out a map drawn by the Alliance forefathers and drew a circle on an ordinary map connection, marking the advanced map, Misty Abyss Mountain Range, and stating what kind of monsters and resources, materials, and so on were found here. After fixing these, Liu set off once again. While exploring the Misty Abyss Mountain Range to its end, Liu was also exploring new advanced maps, which were connected one to the other, rather like the monster territories in the Blue Star world. On the other side, Dark Lord Battle and the Half Monster Association had long since launched a new operation. First, they utilized the friendly relationship that the Half Monster Association and the Human Alliance had previously established in the Star Illusion world to obtain relevant information. They wanted to capture a supernova-level genius transmuter of the Alliance as a way to threaten Liu. They wanted to capture Bailey Tong, who had the best relationship with Liu, but they learned from other people in the Alliance that Bailey Tong he had fallen into a mysterious map when he was exploring after the release war dance and had yet to come out. So, Badir had to shift his target. Learning that a new generation supernova called Dallas was exploring not far from the first map, Misty Canyon, outside this East City gate. Badir and the others quickly rushed over and made a sneak attack. Before the squad that Dallas was in could react, Dallas was captured and tied up. This made the flower like Delice feel humiliated and desperate. She couldn't figure out. How could someone sneak up on her here? If it was a dark monster, then it would have been fine, but it was someone from the Half Monster Association. At this time, Dongli Tian and the others also knew that their Half Monster Association that was getting darker and darker, but there was nothing they could do about it, who let the secret of their cooperation with the Dark Lord be discovered by a mysterious woman, and they could only obtain enough goodies before they were exposed. In this way, after going back, only then would they not be heavily punished by the president. Otherwise, it was likely that the president would take it out as a shield and take this big black pot, and would definitely be dead by then. At this time, Barter and Dongli Tian and the others were hiding in the mist, their eyes always on the East City Gate entrance, waiting for Liu to appear. Dallas cloaked her head and spread her hair, wanting to send a channel message to ask for help, but the channel was blocked, so she couldn't send a message at all, and her mouth was also stuffed, so she couldn't make a sound. Soon, Lu Yu stepped out of the city gates. Dong Li Tian and the others quickly jumped out. Anyway, the Alliance's people were all exploring the other maps in depth, and there weren't many teams left in the Misty Canyon. Moreover, this area was shielded from channel messages. Even if they were discovered by other teams, the Alliance's troops wouldn't know about the situation and come to support them. Lu Yu, this time, I will definitely get you. Purple Rose licked her lips. Lu Yu, I advise you not to put up any fearless resistance, we have already laid a dragnet, you can't escape. Dong Li Tian smiled evilly, as if he was winning. Lu Yu? What are the people of this half-monster association up to? Concentrating here to deal with themselves? But why did they suddenly want to deal with themselves? It seemed like he didn't have any deep hatred with the half-monster association, right? Looking at the information of the leader of the other party. Name, Dong Li Tian. Profession, martial artist. Rank, LV 210. Dong Li Tian? Dong Li Tian? Lu Yu couldn't help but think of the little fangirl he met in a different time and space when he was doing the 5th Order Advancement quest, the childhood friend of the heavenly sword god, Dong Li Yi. That was an extremely talented and heroic woman. Lu Yu's image of her was very deep. Could it be that the Dong Li Tian in front of him had something to do with Dong Li Yi? This brother, is there some misunderstanding between us? We are all part of the human race that fights against monsters, so if there is any misunderstanding, we can come out and resolve it. Regardless of whether the other party has a relationship with Dong Li Yi or not, the Half-Monster Association is currently considered to be one of the big forces in the fight against monsters, so how can we also talk about the misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Sorry, no. After saying that, Dong Li Tian turned to look in the direction of the Dark Lord, signaling that it could strike. But who knows? I'm going to be a bear. Where is the Dark Lord? That's right. The Dark Lord Badir has long been out of the ambush position, there is nothing there, not to mention the silhouette of a person, not a single hair. The scene changes. Barter is on the run. Damn it, how long has it been since he's seen Lu Yu? How did this pervert get 3 legendary sets? The moment Lu Yu appeared, Badir's soul eyes could tell at a glance that the shoes and ring equipment on Lu Yu's body had been replaced with 7th ranked legendary sets. Oh. There was also the necklace. It had also changed from an orange necklace to a 6th rank epic necklace. Grandma. With 3 pieces of this 7th order set, plus an epic necklace, it was still playing a game. Before, it was just unsure of capturing Lu Yu. Now it's completely unsure of capturing Lu Yu. As for relying on the captured hostages to threaten Lu Yu? Don't be ridiculous. I'm afraid that once Lu Yu strikes, all of the people in the Half-Monster Association will have to hang, and I'm guessing that I'll be killed in seconds as well. 3 7th order legendary sets. At least 1 legendary set attribute effect had been activated. Lu Yu's current attributes are definitely far superior to it. After all, the equipment on this vessel is just an orange suit. It was estimated that only the Dark Princes, who were full of superb equipment, could possibly be compared to Lu Yu in terms of attributes. No way. I have to go to the Dark Princes and deal with Lu Yu with the help of the Dark Princes, and only then will I have a chance to take down Lu Yu. Confirming that the Dark Lord had run away, Dong Li Tian squeezed out a very ugly smile. At the same time, inwardly, he was also very alarmed. The fact that the Dark Lord ran away after just a glance at Lu Yu meant that it was 100% sure that it was not Lu Yu's opponent before it ran away. Although it didn't know what was happening. But Dong Li Tian wasn't a cutie. He knows that he has to withdraw now. Lu Yu, little brother, we will not hide it from you. In fact, we are here squatting you. Just the guys want to see you in the Star Illusion realm to show off your strength. You believe it or not? I believe you. Lu Yu inwardly spat. Without waiting for Lu Yu to make a move, Dong Li Tian directly disappeared in order to retreat. That was so fast that it didn't take away a trace of mist, leaving Purple Rose messing in the wind. Not. Captain, why did you run away? Where's the Lord? The others were confused, but they also obeyed the order and quickly ran away. Purple Rose had to retreat in anger as well. This made Lu Yu even more confused. What the hell? This Half-Monster Association's behavior was too baffling. A bunch of monkeys invited by a comedian? Just as Lu Yu was about to leave, the unattended Dallas tumbled out of the mist, her mouth whimpering. Lu Yu was surprised. Dallas? What kind of peculiar look are you wearing? Chapter 97 Luo Cheng Xian appears again. Lu Yu chopped off the rope binding Dallas with a sword and removed the object in Dallas' mouth. Cough. Lu Yu, hurry up and chase after the people from the Half-Monster Association, they sneaked up on my team and kidnapped me. What? The group from the Half-Monster Association struck out at you? What were the casualties? They only kidnapped me and didn't lay their hands on the others. Dallas told Lu Yu about the encounter she had not long ago. They were having a good time exploring and brushing the mist monsters when a group of Half-Monster Association's half-monsters suddenly sprang out and directly attacked her. Lu Yu wanted to go after them, but at this time, the Half-Monster Association people had long since run away, and didn't know where they were hiding in the mists. If they were to look for them, they would have to spend a lot of time. Instead of wasting time searching, it would be better to explore the advanced maps first and quickly accumulate Misty Coins. When the people from the Half-Monster Association show up in the Misty Ancient City, it won't be too late to take them to task, and anyway, the Misty Mystic Realm opens in a year and a half. You should go back to the city first to heal your wounds, and if you find any of the Half-Monster Association's people back in the city, you can say something in the channel then. Well, thank you for saving me, I'll keep this favor in mind. After Delice returned to the city, Lu Yu's gaze was slightly condensed. When he was in the Misty Abyss mountain range, he felt that the Half-Monster Association was strange, and now, they even dared to kidnap Delice, so it would be a hell of a thing to say that there were no ghosts. Half-Weird Association, I hope you won't go down the wrong path, or else, I'll be blamed for being merciless under my sword. After thinking that, Lu Yu sent his sword away. On the other side, a large group of people from the Half-Monster Association hid in a hidden place in the Misty Canyon, and only after confirming that Lu Yu was not chasing after them, did they let go of their hearts. Captain Dongli, why are we retreating? Also, where did the Dark Lord go? Purple Rose was simply furious. Every time she looked like she was about to get it, she just let Lu Yu fly away. I don't know, I'm contacting the Dark Lord, but this puffer hasn't replied yet, it seems to have blocked us. Dongli Tian is also furious. Spent so much money. Engaged in so many things. In the end, nothing has been accomplished. What is this? Playing house with the Dark Lord? It's the Half-Weird Society's interest that's at stake. It's a mistake. What a ing mistake. If I had known that this bird Dark Lord was so unreliable, I shouldn't have listened to it, and now it's really hard to get out. If there is no big gain to make up for the loss, it is estimated that when we go back, we will be locked up by the Righteous Mother, and it is hard to say whether our lives will be saved or not. Captain, what should we do now? Should we go back to the city? A team member suggested. No, we can't. A trip back to the city would cost us a lot of Misty Coins, we can't afford to spend them right now. Moreover, the fact that we attacked the Alliance's team is known, so it's hard to say that the Alliance's people are already waiting for us in the Misty Ancient City. For today's solution, we can only find a common map that the Alliance hasn't explored yet, and slowly explore it and wait and see what happens. Dongli Tian had no choice but to decide this. When we get back, I will definitely report what happened here in detail to my Righteous Mother, so that the Dark Lord, this Pouncer, can properly bear the wrath from the Half-Monster Association. He also claimed to be the strongest derivative monster in the Blue Star world. Damn it, he just ran away when he saw Lu Yu. He just ran away when he saw him. And he still dared to claim to be the strongest? Lu Yu flew all the way towards the direction of the Misty Abyss mountain range, and at the same time, he also sent a message to Bailey Tong, because so much time had passed, and Bailey Tong and the others surprisingly hadn't returned yet. Brother Yu, this Hydra boss is too difficult to deal with, somehow, it back to blood is too fierce, it is not easy to knock out half of its blood, a green light surging, back to full blood. Bailey Tong and the others are still fighting at the moment, if not for him and the release of the War Dance recovery potions, props and other preparations are very sufficient, otherwise it would have long been the Hydra boss chasing after the fight. Could there be any special rules, or spell formations, treasures or something? It's not clear. I'm going to steal the mysterious treasure it's guarding to see if it's the reason for this treasure. As long as we find the reason for its rapid blood return, we can abuse it to death. After saying that, Bailey Tong asked Jean Dance and the others to cover for him as he was going to steal the treasure. Seeing that Bailey Tong and the others were not in danger of their lives, Lu Yu was relieved. They were one of the future pillars of the Alliance, losing one of them would be a huge loss for the Alliance. This time, the time Lu Yu spent rushing was greatly shortened by nearly half, and it was estimated that as far as speed was concerned, any transmogrifier or monster within the 7th rank would not be able to match him. Just as Lu Yu returned to this side of the Misty Abyss mountain range, ready to cross over and head to the next high-level map, a silhouette scurried out from below, and Lu Yu immediately hovered in the air. Upon seeing the visitor, Lu Yu was speechless for a while. Wasn't this Luo Changxian? She's still here guarding herself, huh? Ha! Something's wrong. Why was Luo Changxian injured? It turned out that Luo Qingxian didn't disappear, but hid somewhere in the mist and continued to wait for Lu Yu. How did you get hurt? Lu Yu asked with a frown. It's not a problem, but there is something very important to remind you. Important thing again? It won't be some assassination thing again, right? Lu Yu was speechless in his heart. However, looking at Luo Qingxian's grave appearance, Lu Yu had no choice but to seriously ask, what is it? The Half-Monster Association has cooperated with the monsters, they have completely degenerated. In their crowd, there is one that is a monster. I don't know what method has been used, that powerful monster has turned into a human. I was injured by that monster. What? Hearing this, Lu Yu was doubly shocked. Monsters can become human? This was a very terrifying thing. Just imagine. Once monsters mastered the way to turn into a human race, then they would be able to easily blend into the major forces of the human race, which was terrifying to think about. They appeared here, the target should be you. What the specific purpose is, I'm not sure, so I'll remind you to be careful of the people from the Half-Monster Association. It's best to meet and chop them up. Luo Qingxian's eyes showed killing intent. For these dark degenerates, they must be removed. Back then, her dad, the primordial leader of Soul Hidden, had fallen because of the Dark Fallen. Lu Yu suddenly came to a realization. No wonder he had encountered 3 people from the Half-Monster Association in the Misty Abyss mountain range, and one of them was staring at him dead in the face. That guy was probably the monster in disguise. As for why it didn't strike at itself again, it was mostly because it saw the legendary sword in its hand and didn't have the certainty to take itself down. Lu Yu knew that some powerful monsters with high levels could see the equipment worn by a transmuter, but it required special probing skills, like Little Red's Eyes of the Sun. The kidnapping of Dallas outside the East City Gate was also a case of the Half-Monster Association wanting to capture Dallas to threaten themselves, only they didn't do it and retreated at the first opportunity. It should be that the mysterious monster saw that he had 3 legendary sets and fled without a fight. This all made sense. Why the Half-Monster Association was acting so oddly. Original. They've fallen. Cooperating with monsters. Then the attack on Stone City and Warzone F by monsters was most likely the Half-Monster Association's secret involvement. Otherwise, the monsters wouldn't have crossed the battle line and attacked the Stone City in the safe zone without a word. Half-Monster Association. You've actually fallen too. When the Misty Realm was closed, we had to tell the 3 great war gods about this matter and take precautions against monsters mixing into the major war zones. Lu Yu sent this matter to the channel in the first place, and when Release War Dance and the others see it, they will also be on guard. Do you still want to continue following me to record assassination videos? Lu Yu asked with a smile. Luo Qingxian didn't respond and turned around to leave. There was nothing she could do about Lu Yu entering the advanced maps, so she might as well go brush the mist monsters and help her mom brush more mist coins. Seeing Luo Qingxian about to leave, Lu Yu hurriedly called out to her. In the end, she wanted to record a video to help herself, and if it wasn't for her, she wouldn't have known that the Half-Monster Association had cooperated with the monsters. The other party had no reservations about herself, so she couldn't be too ruthless. Don't you want to act with me? If you don't follow me, how can you act? Saying this, Lu Yu directly gave her 200,000 Misty coins. Take it, let's go to the advanced map and act. Luo Qingxian looked at the 200,000 mist coins in a daze. This Lu Yu, where did he get so many mist coins? And he gave it to himself without blinking? Does he have something to say to himself? Just that as a god-level genius, it's not a good idea to put your foot down? This guy, he's not so dumb. Wait, what am I thinking? Luo Qingxian's heart was a little complicated and a little messed up. However, she quickly adjusted, still with a high and cool demeanor, and said, I'm only doing this for the remaining half of the Black Cleric's commission. Chapter 98, You're too fast, slow down a little bit. The 2 of them passed through the Misty Abyss mountain range and entered the brand new advanced map, and a piercing coldness swept over the 2 of them. Ding, you've discovered the new map advanced map Misty Snow Corridor. Ding, this map is an advanced map. You need to pay 100,000 Misty coins to unlock the right to explore the map before you can start exploring. It was a frozen corridor shrouded in mist, crisscrossed with high-level misty snow monsters that specialized in freezing abilities along each path. Name, Frost Mist Monkey. Level, LV210. Blood, 256,0000. This was a misty snow monster wielding a huge ice hammer, similar to an ice ape but without the hair, with skin like ice, and wearing ice armor that was very strong. 2,560,000 blood volume. This was already the blood quantity of a 7th rank F-class Lord monster. And here, it was only the blood quantity of a high-level misty snow monster. It can be imagined. How much time would it take for an ordinary transfigurator to finish exploring this misty snow corridor? In particular, the monsters in this misty snow corridor all come with a freezing ability. The freezing ability is a very powerful control ability. Once they were controlled, without enough control reduction effects, it would be controlled alive until it died. After all, this Frost Snow Mist Ape is a misty snow monster with an explosive output. Lu Yu, the mist monsters here are too much of a restraint for us physical professions, so why don't we just withdraw and explore other advanced maps, or wait for the mist monsters in the Misty Abyss Mountains to be refreshed? Although Luo Qingxian is a hidden profession with a very powerful strength, she is after all a melee profession, and the number of frost mist apes here can be quite a lot. Being controlled by a chain, even the most powerful hidden professions will have to die here. Unless Lu Yu could pull monsters and kill them one by one. You take this blue bauble torch. Lu Yu handed the torch to Luo Qingxian. Luo Qingxian took the torch and thought that Lu Yu had followed her advice and was ready to leave the misty snow corridor. However, Lu Yu was holding his pet Meow in one hand, holding the longsword that emitted mist from time to time in the other hand, and walked idly to the group of monsters. Aw! Luo Qingxian's beautiful eyes widened. Big brother. No matter how powerful you are, you're still just a brittle sword warrior, right?
Even if you want to explore this advanced map, you should at least maneuver thousands of flying swords like you did before and do a long-distance brush of monsters. You just walked right up to the monsters. Isn't this looking for abuse? Luo Qingxian began to chant her skills, and once Luyu was frozen by the frost mist ape, she stepped in to save him. But the next second, only Luyu saw the long sword swinging and slashing in his hand, that was so fast that only the remnants of sword light remained. Less than 1 second. The blood bars of the dozen or so monsters in front all disappeared. Bang! The group of frost mist apes all fell down in seconds. How could that be? Luo Qingxian's small mouth was wide in shock, her beautiful eyes were filled with incredulity. What did she see? Luyu hadn't released any skills, it was just a normal fast flat A. He had directly secured the 2.56 million blood misty snow monster. She saw clearly from the huge red damage value that emerged from the top of the monster's head. Luyu had inflicted millions of damage with a single flat A. Just 2 flat A's. Seconded the frost snow misty ape whose blood level was comparable to a 7th ranked F rank lord. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, no one would believe it. Millions of damage in a flat A. And he's still just a 5th ranked swordsman. How on earth did Luyu do that? Is he really the god of swords? This shocking visual impact. It shook Luo Qingxian's beautiful heart. Don't be silly, let's go. The reason why Luyu didn't release his skills was also because he wanted to test his current damage. It was okay, but it was still close. If he exchanged to the other 3 7th order legendary sets, it would be possible to do a flat as second to a 7th order monster, or even a 7th order misty monster boss would not be impossible. Luo Qingxian came back to her senses and followed, but she didn't ask Luyu why his attacks were so explosive. Everyone had secrets that belonged to them. Luyu summoned thousands of flying swords and released the royal sword flight skill. The huge golden longsword appeared under Luyu's feet. You are not fast enough, let me carry you. Luyu stretched out his hand, wanting to carry Luo Qingxian and fly with the imperial sword together. The S-class royal sword flight skill could carry other people, and even with exquisite maneuvering, one could use the flying sword technique to carry others with no problem. Luo Qingxian's beautiful eyes rolled slightly. What do you mean I'm not fast enough? My speed is just a hair slower than yours, okay? But Luo Qingxian didn't refuse. She also wanted to experience the feeling of flying with a sword, so she boarded Luyu's flying sword. Stand still, I'll be a little bit faster. Luo Qingxian remained unconcerned. It wasn't like she hadn't seen it before. How fast could it be? But when Luyu flew at full speed, Luo Qingxian regretted it. Shoo! Only to see Luyu shuttling like a shooting star, that speed, at least a notch higher than before. Know this. She was carrying quite a few props that increased her speed of movement, plus the bonus of her hidden talent, as well as the bucket turning star shift, special hidden displacement skill, and only then was she able to keep up with the previous Luyu's royal sword flying speed. But now, Luyu's speed had obviously increased by a notch. One could not hope to keep up with Luyu in the future. The thing that made Luo Qingxian's society die the most was because the speed was too fast. She was so scared that she hugged Luyu tightly from behind, worrying that she would fall if she couldn't stand still. At this time, while Luyu manipulated thousands of flying swords to brush monsters, his heart was also a burst of heart. The tantalizing scent of a virgin's body, the very elastic skin like cotton candy, made Luyu's mind again involuntarily flash back to the scene in the star illusion realm that made people mesmerized that day. Feeling Luyu's accelerated heartbeat, as well as his body that was gradually getting hot, Luo Qingxian could not know that Luyu was thinking about that day's scene again. You're going too fast, slow down a bit. Luo Qingxian said as her cheeks burned. Luyu had to lower his speed a bit. Still too fast, slow down a bit more. Luyu continued to lower it a bit. You're doing this on purpose, can't you just lower it to your previous speed? I can't stand this speed of yours. Ahem. You should have said so. I thought you could handle it as a hidden profession. Helpless. Luyu had to lower his speed by 1 notch, and only then did Luo Qingxian let go of her hands that were hugging Luyu tightly, and stood still, her face red and hot. The air is suddenly quiet. There was only the sound of their heartbeats against each other, as well as the sound of thousands of flying swords shuttling sword chants, as well as misty snow monsters were killed in seconds of the screams of misery. A long time. Only then did Luo Qingxian slowly open her mouth. Don't you want the items and misty coins that the monsters popped out? I have props that automatically pick up items. Luyu casually made up a reason. The air was quiet again. The two are like young boys and girls in love, want to speak, but do not know where to start. In his last life, Luyu, who is still in college, has not been in love, and is actually still a blank slate for love affairs. Not long. Luyu swept through all the monsters in the misty snow corridor, and came to an ice hall, because the sleeping frosty snow misty ape boss woke up here. 10,000 swords return. Phew. 245-0000. 245-0000. 245-0000. The boss with only 5 million or so blood was reduced to a puddle of shattered ice shards before it could even launch an attack, and a legendary special item was also exploded. Name, Eye of Ice Legendary. Effect hidden. Oh my god. This boss actually exploded a legendary item? What's the effect? The effect hint is hidden, it's not clear. Saying that, Liu smiled at Little Red. Little Red, can you tell the hidden effect of this item? Luo Qingxian was speechless. I say Liu, this Little Red is your battle pet, right? How could a battle pet possibly tell the hidden effects of a legendary great item? Of course it can, Lord Silver. As the words fell, Little Red released the Eye of the Sun skill, his eyes lit up with the flames of the sun, and the hidden effects of this legendary item were clearly seen by Little Red. Main Silver, see, this is the key to open the hidden map, just put it in the center of the altar in the ice temple dedicated to the gods. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxian was dumbfounded and inwardly exclaimed, no way? Lu Yu's battle pet can really tell the hidden effects of legendary items? What kind of heaven-defying battle pet is this? Chapter 99 Rare Map Hidden Mist Icefield. Lu Yu, what level battle pet are you? It has such amazing skills. Luo Qingxian couldn't help but ask. According to reason, a battle pet that could see the hidden effects of a legendary item would have to be on the top of the list, and it would be the kind that ranked very high. But she opened the battle pet ranking and there was no information on Little Red's battle pet. 0-star level. Liu said honestly, and then held the Eye of Ice to the center of the altar. What, 0-star level? You're kidding. How could there be a 0-star level battle pet in this world? Luo Qingxian only thought that Lu Yu was teasing her. Lu Yu couldn't explain, because that was the truth. Suddenly, the Eye of Ice seemed to come to life. The duo put away their other thoughts and stared vigilantly at the Eye of Cold Ice. Only to see a cold light released from the Eye of Cold Ice's eyeball, shooting straight at the mysterious stone portrait on the wall, which seemed to come to life and opened its mist-shrouded hands. The next moment, the entire ice hall shook. Ka! The ground cracked. Lu Yu immediately pulled Luo Qingxian and flew up with his imperial sword. Soon, the vibrations stopped. A mysterious ice step appeared on the floor of the ice palace, leading to nowhere below. Hidden map. Lu Yu rejoiced inwardly. This was a hidden map that had been opened with a legendary item, so there must be an unimaginable chance inside this map. Lu Yu decisively went straight down to explore, and Luo Qingxian followed closely. With such a superb swordsman like Lu Yu around, Luo Qingxian naturally wouldn't worry about danger. Following behind the invincible Lu Yu, a sense of security was directly instilled. After walking for about half an hour, the duo arrived at the underground world of ice. Ding, you have discovered the new map, Rare Map Hidden Mist Ice Plains. Lu Yu was surprised. This was actually a rare map, one that was hidden underground like the ruins of a relic. If it wasn't for Little Red's special skill, the effect of the Eye of Insight Cold Ice, he really wouldn't have been able to discover such a rare map. Immediately afterward, Lu Yu's heart was filled with anticipation and joy. The rare map Abandoned Ruins that was accidentally dropped earlier hid a sealed place to obtain mysterious divine objects. Since this hidden Mist Ice Plains was also a rare map, did that mean that there was also a sealed land within it? If that was the case, it would be a huge profit. This place was surrounded by ice and fog. Suddenly, there was a human form mist monster that entered the duo's field of vision. It had a pair of wings made of ice crystals, and it wore an ice crown on its head, the appearance of a female shark. It held up an ice sword and chopped at an extremely fast speed. Name, Ice Mist Spirit. Level, LV 210. Blood, 512-0000. The amount of blood was extremely shocking. It had reached the blood level of a 7th Order B Lord. Comparable to the Frost Mist 8 boss just now. Flying sword art. Poof. Poof. Puff. Several flying swords pierced through the body of this Frost Mist spirit, instantly decapitating it. What a terrifying monster. Its blood is too thick, isn't it? And its movement speed is also too fast, and its attack power is estimated to be amazing. Luo Qingxian was startled. If it wasn't for Lu Yu quickly releasing his flying sword technique to cut it down, he might have been caught by this monster in a sneak attack. Even if he didn't die, he would have to shed his skin. This is a rare map, the number of monsters will be high, and the intensity is even stronger than the high-level mist monsters outside, so you stay close to me at all times. Lu Yu seriously explained. The Ice Mist Spirit's blood just now was too thick, it was even thicker than the rare mist monsters of the Forsaken Ruins, which was unusual. Looking at Lu Yu's handsome and serious face, a strange feeling flashed through Luo Qingxian's heart. The monsters here had such thick blood, dealing with one by oneself would take at least 10 minutes, so it would be better to obediently watch the powerful Lu Yu brush the monsters. Not to mention, this kind of feeling of being taken flying was really good. Under Lu Yu's full output, all the ice fog spirits that approached were killed by the flying swords, and none of them could get close to Lu Yu and Luo Qingxian within 100 paces. As each ice mist spirit fell, Lu Yu's number of mist coins skyrocketed wildly. This feeling of massively brushing mist monsters to explode mist coins was really great. The duo just went all the way forward, killing all the monsters they encountered. Ow! A loud and clear voice suddenly resounded through the hidden mist ice plains. Luo Qingxian assumed a battle stance, presumably the boss of this rare map had come out.
A tens of meters sized cold ice mist spirit raised its 40 meters long sword high, and between swings, it slashed out a powerful cold ice sword technique, causing countless ice cones to fall from the surrounding area. The ice sealing everything came with an extremely strong destructive force. However, the duo of Lu Yu and Luo Changxian were not attacked. Lu Yu, it seems like there is someone fighting the big boss of this map. Luo Qingxian saw through her star eyes that there was a huge figure fighting deep in the ice field in front of her, but the distance was too far away to see it too clearly. What? Someone was fighting the boss? Lu Yu was stunned. This was a rare map. He had spent quite a bit of time clearing out the monsters in the misty snow corridor, killing the boss, and popping out the key to unlocking this hidden map, the Eye of Cold Ice. It was only with Little Red's help that he opened the map and broke in. It can be said that it took a lot of effort to come in. But now, there was someone who had entered this rare map one step ahead of him. How could this not make Lu Yu's heart tremble? Could it be that there was more than one entrance to this rare map? Of course. What shocked Lu Yu the most was that this mysterious person actually had the strength to fight against the cold mist spirits here, and could also fight the big boss alone. As far as he knew, amongst the major forces of the human race that had entered the misty mysterious realm, Shi Zhanmai should be the strongest group of top-level transmutators. However, if Release War Dance entered this rare map, he was only afraid that he would only be able to run for his life. Because not only is the number of monsters here high, each comparable to a high-level lord, the key is still group action. Unless there is a legendary equipment greatly enhanced attributes, or else the Release of War Dance really cannot do the monsters here. Not to mention dealing with the big boss here. Let's go. Go over there and take a look. Lu Yu quickly flew towards the direction of the big boss. Along the way, more and more ice mist spirits appeared. They basically gathered in the area of the big boss. But the weird thing was, these ice mist spirits didn't go to help their boss and seemed to be blocked by something. Lu Yu was not polite. All major ranged skills were released at full power. A sword opens the gates of heaven. 10,000 swords. Flying sword technique. A large number of ice mist spirits screamed in agony. They belonged to the special mist monsters of the demon dual cultivation, and focused on melee combat. A number of ice mist spirits fought back, releasing long-range skills. However, hitting Lu Yu was like scratching an itch, not even a single hair fell off. Soon, under Lu Yu's full force outburst, the icy mist spirits gathered over here were cleared out. At this time, Lu Yu noticed there was a ceiling boundary separating the ice mist spirits, making it impossible for them to enter. Lu Yu recognized it at once. Wasn't this similar to the ceiling boundary of the abandoned ruins? You wait for me here, I'll go in and take a look. After saying that, Lu Yu asked Little Red to follow Luo Qingxian and broke inside the boundary himself. At once, an immense and incomparable cold ice mist spirit boss appeared in front of Lu Yu's eyes, with a mysterious divine object embedded in the cold ice crown on top of its head. It was exactly the same as the mysterious artifact that he had gotten before, except that the previous artifact was cyan, while the artifact on this boss's forehead was white. Name, Ice Mist Spirit Boss. Level, LV210. Blood, 64 million. Tip, after fusing divine objects, the full attributes of this boss will be increased by 10 times, and the attributes of the boss henchman will also be doubled. What the heck? Bosses can also fuse mysterious artifacts to improve their attributes? Of course. What surprised Lu Yu the most was the mysterious man who fought this boss alone, unable to see this mysterious man's information. The only thing he could confirm was that this guy is not a human being. Chapter 100 Boss, whoever wants this divine object can take it, I won't guard it. By Xian De, who was battling the cold mist spirit boss, also noticed Lu Yu's arrival. He was also very surprised inwardly. This kind of hidden and rare map, there was actually someone who had found it, and had come to the place where the divine object was sealed without any injuries. One must know that he had not cleared the small ice mist spirit monsters outside the ceiling boundary, and with those ice mist spirits doubled attributes and numbers, it was by no means something a human transmogrifier could easily deal with. The power fluctuation of a divine object. This human kid has a divine object on him. By Xian Emperor Yi's gaze suddenly turned cold. He had more or less guessed. The divine artifact sealed there in the abandoned ruins was taken away by the human boy in front of him. Although this was incredible, but the divine object would never be allowed to be in the hands of the human race. If you hand over the divine artifact, you will be allowed to live. With a single spin of the sharp sword in his hand, Bai Xian De formed a massive vortex that rebounded and shook the boss away, his body smashing heavily onto the ceiling boundary. Lu Yu's face became grave. He knew that the strength of this mysterious person was unfathomable. The boss whose attributes had doubled tenfold was easily shaken away by him and dealt millions of damage. If it wasn't for the fact that this boss had fused divine objects and had an unusually exaggerated recovery ability, otherwise it would probably have been killed by him. And this, estimatedly, it wasn't even the true strength of this mystic. The weirdest thing was that this fellow actually knew that he also had a piece of the mysterious divine item in his body. then it can be confirmed that the other party definitely knows the origin of the mysterious artifact.
This thing is a mythological item.
Even Little Red was temporarily unable to see its effects through the eye of the sun. Although he couldn't see the other party's basic information, Liu could tell from the other party's dress, breath, and skills that the other party wasn't a dark monster as well. But this was even more odd.
Not a dark monster. Not a human race again. Also, knowing how the Misty Mystery Realm rare map was triggered, and knowing about the mysterious divine relic, then what was his origin?
Treasure is something that anyone has the right to acquire. It depends on who acquires it first, and if you want me to hand over the divine object, then it depends on who is capable of doing it.
Liu stood in the air with his sword,
the mist-locked Heavenly Vault sword in his hand, releasing a huge sword chi. As long as the other party made a move, the response would definitely be the overwhelming pressure of the sword skill.
Legendary sword?
To be able to obtain a divine artifact, you really are not an ordinary human race. Although Liu had hidden the special effects of his equipment, Emperor Bai Xian was a sword expert and could naturally sense the quality of the legendary sword in Liu's hand.
However, he only thought that it was a 7th-ranked legendary sword and didn't think in terms of a set. After all, this Misty God Realm had only been around for how many years?
In his cognizance, at this time, there was no one who could redeem a legendary set, and at most, they could purchase an ordinary territory. Don't think that you can be invincible in the Misty God Realm just because you have a legendary sword. Even if you reach the 7th rank of 210, and a few more pieces of legendary equipment, you still aren't my opponent.
This guy. Liu was secretly amazed at this mysterious person's ability.
The other party was actually confident that he could defeat himself, who had legendary equipment and had reached level 210.
Although it was unbelievable.
But Liu didn't think that the other party was blowing off steam. From his look, his eyes, his aura, his calmness, and the strength he had just displayed, it was enough to show that the other party was truly capable of this.
But what about this?
At the time of the Heart of Profession test, one had already completed their metamorphosis, and the stronger the opponent, the more filled with battle intent they would only become.
In fact,
Liu had long been impatient to meet an evenly matched opponent and have a good battle to take his sword down to the next level. And the mysterious person in front of him is the best sword sharpening stone. Interesting, knowing that there is a gap between you and me, you still dare to show your sword. Human youth, you are worthy of remembering my name, and worthy of knowing my name. Report your name.
Blue Star World, Daxia Sword Immortal, Liu.
Monster World, by Xian Divine Race, Divine Sun by Xian De.
Divine Clan?
Although Liu's face expression remained unchanged, his heart was already in shock.
This guy is the god race of the monster world? Divine race. Doesn't that mean that he is the offspring of a god? Just like the Ice Crown race. However, it was clear that the other party was not like the Ice Crown clan, who had lost the inheritance of the divine race and did not know that his own clan was a divine race. No wonder the other party was able to give himself a bizarre oppressive force, so he was a divine race and contained a divine bloodline in his body. It was also no wonder that the other party knew about the mysterious divine objects. It was estimated that his sudden appearance in the Misty Mysterious Realm, no, it should be the Misty God Realm as he said, was to collect this mysterious divine item. As for the purpose, it was unknown. It turned out that the Misty Realm was called the Godly Realm of Mist, so it was a small world related to gods. This divine object must be related to the gods. It must not be given to him. Even if he was a god race. Liu and Bai Xian De just held their swords against each other, and an invisible sword momentum surged out from both of them. The reason why Bai Xian De didn't rush to make a move was because he also felt an inexplicable threat from Liu, and vaguely, he seemed to see the shadow of the monster world's ancient sword god in Liu. This made him feel doubly alarmed. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of that ancient sword god who had disappeared for many years? That's not right. How could the ancient sword god be reincarnated as a human? At this time, the Ice Mist spirit boss that had been shaken away rose again and released an ice storm-like skill from its body, freezing both Liu and Bai Xian De. Ka-ching! The freeze quickly broke. The control reduction on Liu's body was 70, and his ice resistance wasn't low either. Bai Xian De was even more oblivious to the boss's freezing. First, let's solve this boss together, and then we'll decide on a battle to determine the ownership of the divine relics, shall we? Bai Xian De took the initiative to open his mouth. Liu looked at the boss that was releasing a big move, and also nodded. Otherwise, with this boss interfering, he might reveal a crack and be caught by the other side. Thus, Liu and Bai Xian De's figures flashed at the same time, and both had reservations about striking at the boss. I'll interrupt its spell casting. White Xian Pure Mist. Buzz. The boss was enveloped in a strange water mist, and its spell casting was immediately interrupted. An effect similar to the demon-slaying sword drawing technique. Liu was shocked, and then the 7-star sword formation opened, manipulating thousands of flying swords to attack the boss. Bai Xian De was also a special monster that specialized in sword techniques, and his sword technique was filled with water mist, which was very similar to the mist of the Misty God Realm. Of course, the damage of the sword technique was also very good.
It seemed that his attacks could also ignore the strong defense of the boss, dealing millions of damage with each attack. In this way, facing the combined efforts of two true monsters, the icy mist spirit boss was beaten without any power, and even with the powerful blood returned from the divine artifact, the blood bar was quickly dropping below 30. The ice mist spirit boss let out a shrill whistle, once again wanting to release a big move. Broken sword style. Ding. You interrupt the target's spell casting. What a precise sword technique. Bai Xian was also surprised by Lu Yu's accuracy in releasing his sword technique. The ice mist spirit boss's eyes were covered in watery mist, as if it had been abused and cried. You heckler. It was fine for a pervert to come out of nowhere and pressurize me to fight. I was barely able to hold out for a bit by relying on the rapid blood regeneration from the divine artifacts that ignored the heavy injury effect. Now you have another pervert? Doesn't that flying sword need to be blue? Thousands of them are flying. The key damage is also ridiculously high. Is my defense fake? This nasty still play a hammer. This divine object love who want who take. I do not guard. The ice mist spirit boss swung for the fences and took the initiative to take off the mysterious artifact, then ran out of the ceiling boundary without looking back, leaving Lu Yu and Bai Xian staring at each other in disbelief. However, neither of the two went after it. Since the boss had run away, the next step was a battle to determine the belonging of the divine object. Buzz. As the dark demon god's divine servant and the divine son of the Bai Xian divine race, Bai Xian Emperor one's equipment would not be inferior. Only to see him release an equipment effect. Good guy. The sword in his hand was also a 7th order legendary equipment. And by the looks of it, he seemed to have more than just this one piece of legendary equipment. Terrifying as hell. Chapter 101 Sword God Form vs Mist God Form. Battle. In the deepest sealed land of this hidden mist ice plain, two sword-wielding silhouettes were engaged in battle at unimaginable speeds. Ding 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 ding. Thunder and fire erupted. Both legendary swords erupted with powerful sword chi, which easily cut through the bone-chilling cold wind and hard ice ground around them. At this moment, neither Lu Yu nor Bai Xian had released any skills, they were simply using flat A's to test each other's depths. But it was obvious. Just plain attacking against each other, Lu Yu fell behind. Firstly, he was not as fast as the other party, and secondly, his attack power was not as good as the other party. He was able to suppress himself in attack. This guy really had more than one legendary equipment. It was scary to think about. Not to mention, the other party, as the White Xian divine race's god's son, may also be hiding some legendary level props, which had to be defended against. After just a preliminary exploration, Liu came to the conclusion that it was almost impossible to defeat the opponent without using his bottom cards such as the incarnate sword god. Bai Xian also concluded in his mind that Lu Yu's sword skills had reached the point of pure perfection, completely unlike the human youth who had just changed jobs. In terms of swordsmanship talent alone, he thought that he was inferior to Lu Yu. But there is only one winner. That can only be him, the future new god of the White Xian divine race. Kill. S-Class, Cloud Mist 1000 Blades. As soon as the White Xian Emperor began to release his skill, without chanting, it was directly instantaneous. A large area of clouds and mist covered half of the sealed land in no time at all. Even if Lu Yu was fast enough to face such a super wide range of sword skills, he could not avoid it, and was enveloped by the clouds and mist. The next moment, the cloud-covered land erupted into endless sword blade chopping attacks, wanting to chop up the covered area as much as possible. These were sword blades that ignored physical defense, and with Lu Yu's blood bar, even if he was hit once, he would die for sure. Just in the nick of time, Lu Yu transformed into the unrivaled sword god, his sword eyes slightly open, and the moment the sword blades hit, his entire body disappeared. Demon slashing sword drawing technique. Facing such a formidable enemy, Lu Yu had to respond with his sword god technique. However, Lu Yu did not hear any sound of the blade hitting its target. The demon slashing and sword drawing technique, which had hit 100 times, had unexpectedly lost this time. Only the lone and powerful Bai Xian was seen to dissipate into a cloud of mist. It turned out that, the moment Lu Yu transformed into the sword god, Bai Xian Emperor sensed a great threat and instantly launched the secret technique of the Bai Xian divine race, turning Mist Wheel of Life technique, in advance. This is a powerful defensive skill that can perfectly coalesce a solid fog body, and within 3 seconds, absorb all the damage and effects on behalf of the body, belonging to the defensive divine skills. Only the divine sons of the Bai Xian divine race can master it before advancing to the level of a deity. Incarnate Sword God, it seems that you have drawn a Sword God-related divine talent. Just now, what you unleashed was the Sword God Technician Demon Sword Drawing Technique, right? Bai Xian Emperor wouldn't be mistaken. The White Xian Divine Clan had some records about that supreme ancient sword god, and the demon slashing sword drawing technique was one of that ancient sword god's famous techniques. It seemed that the ancient sword god had traveled to the Blue Star world and left his legacy behind, which was obtained by Lu Yu. It's just that. This is too strange. The monster world's overriding rules above the gods had not yet fully assimilated into the Blue Star world. Logically, even if the ancient sword god had left behind a divine grade talent inheritance, it shouldn't have been obtained by the human race at this time.
Unless this teenager was favored by the rules. But is that possible? Wouldn't the rules favor a newly assimilated world species? This kind of thing. Monster World had never heard of it even after countless years of existence. And this guy recognizes the sword god technique? But once he thought about the fact that the other party was the divine son of the White Xian divine clan, knowing the sword god technique wasn't anything to be ashamed of. Monster slashing sword formation. Divine sword storm. Since the other party knew about the sword god technique, Lu Yu no longer held back and unleashed his full strength. Bai Xian De didn't dare to be careless. This was the sword god technique that was claimed to have the strongest offensive power amongst the gods of the monster world, and if he were to be chopped into it, even his blood would not be able to withstand it. Divine grade talent Heart of the Mist God, released. Rumble. Terrifying mist gushed out from Bai Xian De's body, forming a wave of skyrocketing mist, and the horrifying fluctuations actually caused the sealed land to tremble crazily, as if a great earthquake was coming. Sure enough, this fellow also had a divine grade talent. Lu Yu had long guessed that the other party's talent wouldn't be simple, it was at least god level. What a terrifying opponent. The terror of the monster world was far beyond one's imagination. The gap was too great. Just a divine race divine son that suddenly appeared out of nowhere had such a terrifying strength. How powerful must the gods of the dark monster camp be? An extreme pressure surrounded Lu Yu's heart. Having seen the truly terrifying side of the monster world, one could only realize the pressure that was like an abyss. The reason why the human race in the Blue Star world could still exist. Perhaps. Simply the existence of rules. If they didn't quickly become strong, in the future, they would encounter the purgatory era that was even more terrifying than the darkest era. At this moment, Lu Yu felt very small. The human race is still too weak, even the Dark Kings can't deal with it, let alone deal with such a monster at the level of God's Son, and the ineffable and powerful gods above that God's Son. No wonder the three great war gods were so excited and hopeful when they knew about their god-level talent. It was estimated that they also knew that the Darkness Kings were just the first challenge that the human race would have to face. Mist God form. Bai Xian De transformed into a mist god, the same as Lu Yu, only with a different temperament, appearance, and divine power. Naturally, Bai Xian De, who had transformed into a mist god, had also mastered the mist god technique, and although the offensive power was not as good as the sword god technique, the effect was definitely not bad. Mist divine technique transform abyss. Buzz. The massive fog abyss formed an absolute domain. In an instant, it was as if Lu Yu's monster slashing divine sword formation had encountered a formidable enemy, and the effects were fighting against each other. So strong. However, Lu Yu's gaze grew hotter and hotter, his battle intent was higher than ever before. Being able to fight such a strong opponent was also an opportunity for self-testing. Lu Yu strongly resisted the urge to expose all of his cards, pressing down the proof of God and the two great divine will, not releasing them in advance until it was absolutely necessary. Facing an opponent of this level, once he had exposed all his cards, if he could not succeed in killing him, he would be greeted with a crushing defeat. In this way, Lu Yu and Bai Xian De both took on the stance of a god and exchanged blows with all their might in this sealed land. All sorts of powerful skills were unleashed on each other and resisted, and the terrifying airwaves directly overturned the icy ground outside the ceiling boundary. Luo Qingxian was inwardly horrified. She didn't know what kind of opponent Lu Yu had encountered, just the aftermath of the exchange of blows made her feel doubly uncomfortable. Her blood bar was falling. No way. I can't stay here, it's too terrifying. It's as if two gods are fighting at the 7th rank level. Luo Qingxian took Little Red and quickly retreated. Little Red squinted her eyes, looking at the direction of the sealed place, and murmured a sentence in her heart. The White Xian divine race divine son has become the dark demon god's divine servant. It looks very interesting. Phew. This place should be safe. Luo Qingxian retreated to an ice valley. But suddenly, Luo Qingxian was jolted. Because she was shocked to find that the Ice Mist spirit boss was also hiding within the ice valley. Its blood level was back to full, and there were still quite a few Ice Mist spirit escort mini-bosses that it had summoned in the vicinity. The boss also noticed Luo Qingxian. Roar! Those two perverts I can't deal with. It's not like this little human girl can't deal with them too, right? Boss, humble human mole, this boss will let you experience the most painful way to die. The one who flees with his tail between his legs also dares to speak loudly. Luo Qingxian instantly transformed into a star Valkyrie and fought together with the boss. Originally it was fine. But when one of the boss's attacks accidentally attacked Little Red, an accident happened. Sunfire Lotus. Rumble. A heavenly fire lotus appeared out of nowhere and violently exploded when the boss didn't react. The entire ice valley was blown to smithereens, showing how terrifying the power of this explosion was. When Luo Qingxian came back to her senses, where there is still the shadow of the boss, the ice slag is not left, the deep pit is only suspended in the boss explosive items, and a large number of misty coins. Boss has been seconded? Luo Qingxian looked at everything that happened in front of her, and then looked at Little Red with her hands clasped on her chest like a big brother. A mere 7th rank boss dares to take on the Silver family and beg for extermination. Gulp. Heavens! This battle pet of Lu Yu's, just what kind of super big brother is it? Chapter 102 Lu Yu, why don't we make a little video here? A single skill blew up the entire ice valley. This destructive power. It's enough to compare to a 10th rank forbidden spell, right? A 5th ranked battle pet releasing a forbidden spell? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that it was so outrageous. Little Red was too lazy to pay attention to Luo Qingxian's shot. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the object that the main Silver wanted to boink, if it wasn't for the fact that the boss was actively messing with her, she wouldn't have made a move. What happened here is kept secret. Otherwise, the consequences are serious. Hearing this, Luo Qingxian nodded her head obediently even though she was puzzled. This side. The battle between Lu Yu and Bai Xian De had already reached white heat. 10,000 swords return. Bai Xian Qilin break. Swoosh. 10,000 flying swords returned to their source, like 100 rivers converging into the sea, chopping everything along the way. The Kirin that was transformed by the mist carried the Bai Xian Thunder Sword and blocked back the thousands of flying swords. The two of them fought with all their might. The fight was a battle of swords and chi. The sky and the earth are crumbling. Seeing that 10 minutes were about to pass and the sword god effect was about to disappear, Liu released his only locking technique, Shadowless Sword. A soundless, shadowless, invisible flying sword directly chopped at the seemingly defenseless Bai Xian De. Mist dispersion stormy might. Bai Xian Emperor Yi's sword suddenly emits a huge mist, and then a violent explosion occurs, just like fireworks exploding, but what is emitted is the peculiar Bai Xian sword chi that pierces through everything. Bang! The shadowless sword was resisted. The locking skill was resisted? Lu Yu was inwardly appalled. The so-called locking skill, but is to lock the target, no matter if it is a close-up skill, or a long-distance skill, there is a casting gap, as long as within its casting gap, release the skill to destroy, also counted as broken locking skill. Your shadowless sword is very powerful, no track to follow, but don't forget, my level ahead of you 2 steps, although I can't see the shadowless sword, but I can sense, as long as the release of a wide range of skills in your direction, the same can be cracked. Bai Xian De was kind enough to give Lu Yu an explanation. This benefited Lu Yu, who had always thought that lock-on techniques could not be resisted. But Lu Yu would not give up the fight for the divine artifact just because the other party had kindly explained it. When Lu Yu wanted to continue his attack, Bai Xian De suddenly withdrew his sword. What do you mean by that? Lu Yu knew that the other party had definitely hidden powerful cards that had not been utilized, but the other party had collected his battle spirit and seemed to not want to fight anymore. The other party wasn't a dark monster and didn't have much of a murderous aura on his body. Furthermore, they didn't have any deep hatred. Naturally, the other party withdrew his sword. Lu Yu wouldn't lose his demeanor either and continued to attack him. As you thought, no more fighting, this divine object will be yours first, next time we meet again, we'll fight it out. Bai Xian De revealed a mysterious smile as he suddenly thought of a perfect plan, then he directly tore open the city scroll and disappeared in place. Only Lu Yu was left in place, his brows furrowed. What does this guy mean? We'll meet again next time and fight it out? They can meet again? Lu Yu picked up the white mysterious divine object and put it together with the cyan mysterious divine object, wanting to see if there would be any changes, but there were none. It seemed that the effect could only be triggered if all 4 divine objects were gathered. This gave Lu Yu some clarity. It was probably because Bai Xian De was feeling that there was no need to fight to the death with himself right now and went to obtain the other 2 pieces of the divine relics first. Wait for all 4 divine objects to appear. Then he would fight with himself for it then. That should be the case. After thinking about it, Liu put the 2 divine objects into his backpack and had to put together the 6 pieces of the legendary set as soon as possible to increase his chances of winning before he encountered Bai Xian De again. Lu Yu wouldn't think that he would be able to secure a victory just because he had a base card. If he really thought that, then the one who would die would definitely be himself. Thinking of the cold mist spirit boss escaping the sealed land, Lu Yu also hurriedly sent his sword to look for it, which was a considerable amount of misty coins. At this time, Luo Qingxian broke into the boundary with Little Red in her arms and looked at the tattered surroundings in horror before opening her mouth to say, Lu Yu, where did the mysterious person you fought against go? That is a powerful unknown monster, has left through the city scroll. Miss Luo, have you seen that cold fog spirit boss? Lu Yu didn't mention much about Bai Xian De. That residual blood boss has already been killed by me. Luo Qingxian had no choice but to say so back. Ah? Killed? Lu Yu was doubly surprised. That boss looks like a powerful boss that guards divine objects, even without the effects of the divine objects to enhance attributes and other effects. It is not something that Luo Qingxian can easily kill, right? Although Luo Qingxian was a hidden profession star martial artist, but his level and equipment had not been pulled up to full capacity, and he had not been able to utilize the true explosive power of a star martial artist, so how could he kill the boss in such a short period of time? He and Bai Xian De had fought for 10 minutes or so at most. However, Lu Yu was too lazy to think about it. Since Luo Qingxian had said that he had killed the boss, then he had killed it. Perhaps the hidden profession was far more powerful than he had imagined. Luyu, I think this environment is good. Why don't we make a little video here? Luo Changxian put her hands behind her back and revealed a charming smile. This smile, like a lotus flower out of the water, made all the flowers lose their colors. Luyu, who had just had a big battle, was in a happy mood, so he didn't refuse, and in order to cooperate with the acting, Luyu also took out the mysterious divine object and put it back to the seal. And so, when Luyu let down his guard and concentrated on obtaining the mysterious divine object in unison, Luo Qingxian suddenly revealed her figure from behind, and her powerful star martial skills, which were frequently used, successfully killed the weakened Luyu. Okay, done. When you go back, just use the tech props to modify your blood bar and the damage value, and it's done. Luo Qingxian laughed happily. Okay. Then I'll continue to explore the other advanced maps first. Hey! You're just going to leave me here alone? At those words, Luyu slapped his head and directly bought a city return scroll to give to Luo Qingxian. Here, you can just go back directly. Luo Qingxian inwardly angry crazy spit, elm brain, dull melon, dull, basin head pig. I don't want to go back yet, I'm still a bit short of leveling up to 6th order 180, and I also want to brush up on some misty coins in the advanced maps. Luo Qingxian fiddled with her fingers, like a well-behaved little neighbor girl, adorable. Luyu smiled sarcastically, as if bringing such a big beauty didn't affect brushing high-level monsters. That's fine, then we'll continue to team up to explore. And so, Luyu pulled Luo Changxian on top of the golden flying sword. Taking off. A flash of golden light. The two of them turned into streams of light and returned the same way. Back outside. Luyu then explored the advanced maps one after another until he had brushed enough 1.6 billion misty coins, and only then did he return to the misty ancient city with Luo Qingxian. This time, we teamed up to explore and brushed a total of 600,000 misty coins, one person half. Here, this is 300,000 misty coins. Ha! I can't take it, unlocking the right to explore the advanced maps, it's all from you, far more than 300,000 mist coins, I can't take it. Take it. I volunteered to help you unlock the exploration rights. After trading the mist coins to Luo Qingxian, Liu went straight to look for the city lord. On the way, Bailey Tong sent good news. Brother Yu, I managed to steal the treasure of the Hydra boss. It really relies on this treasure to infinitely and quickly regain blood. In a small half-day at most, we'll be able to successfully kill it, and then we can go back. Chapter 103 Putting together the 7th Order Legendary 6-piece set, Amazing Attribute Edition. This side. As soon as Bai Xiandi returned to the Monster Mist Ancient City, he headed to the third rare map, Lost Plateau, at the first opportunity. This time, Bai Xian Emperor 1 had successfully seized the mysterious divine artifact sealed in the Lost Plateau. Next, as long as he acquired the piece of the main divine artifact from the dusty ancient hall, he could wait for Luyu to appear. The 4 pieces of divine relics, as long as they were not gathered together, were useless, which was why Bai Xian Emperor Yi had taken the initiative to give up the piece of divine relic from the hidden mist ice plateau. Even as long as Luyu appeared, he could take the initiative to tell Luyu about the role of the divine objects. Because the 4 pieces of divine objects were just a key, and it didn't matter who gathered them. After thinking about it, Bai Xiandi tore open the city scroll and returned to the city. Greetings to Lord God's servant on his return. A group of 7th-ranked darkness princes knelt on the ground. Bai Xian Emperor Yi's expression was indifferent, looking proudly at the kings as he lightly opened his mouth. Rise to your seat and head to the dusty ancient hall. The darkness kings immediately raised their divine thrones and set off in great numbers. Above the divine throne, the corner of Bai Xian Emperor Yi's mouth gently curled. Luyu, when I obtain the black divine object, you will be guided to come. I will wait for you at the dusty ancient hall. Human Misty Ancient City. City Lord Great Hall. Lord City Lord, give me 60,000 legendary set treasure chests first this time. 60,000? That's 600 million misty coins. The bravado is overwhelming. Looks like I can get early access to the rules. Well. More is better, more is better. Ha! Shandolfo almost couldn't hold back from giving Luyu a high five. Ding, congratulations on opening the legendary mist shard. A small half-day later. After spending over 600 million mist coins, Luyu was considered to have completely exchanged the remaining 3 7th-ranked legendary sets. Name, Mist-Locked Sky Vault Armor. One of the Mist-Locked Sky Vault sets. Set part, Clothing. Quality, Legendary. Wear level, LV210, suitable for occupation, Swordsman. Suitable profession, Swordsman. Suitable profession, Swordsman. Blood limit, 70,000. Strength, 8,150. Physical strength, 8,520. Spirit, 8,200. Agility, 8,100. All attributes, 800. Resistance, 70. Defense, 210. Special effect. Restore total life value per second 7. Physical immunity 14. Magic immunity 14.
Heavenly Vault Guardian. When attacked, there is a 50 chance to absorb 21 damage from the target's attack. Collect all 3 pieces to activate the attribute effect. Increase all attributes by 20. Name, Mist Locked Vault of Heaven Crown. One of the Misty Vault of Heaven sets. Set part, Crown. Quality, Legendary. Wear level, LV 210, suitable for occupation, Swordsman. Suitable profession, Swordsman. Suitable profession, Swordsman. Strength, 8,200. Physical strength, 8,520. Spirit, 8,100. Agility, 8,100. All attributes, 800. Resistance, 70. Defense, 210. Special effect. Control time 7. Physical damage 14. Blocking skill success rate 21. Mist Locked Magic Elimination. 50 chance to trigger immunity to 1 magical damage, but only magical damage up to your own level. Name, Mist Locked Vault of Heaven Hand. One of the Mist Locked Vault of Heaven sets. Set part, Handguard. Quality, Legendary. Wear level, LV 210, suitable for occupation, Swordsman. Suitable profession, Swordsman. Suitable profession, Swordsman. Strength, 8,140. Physical strength, 8,520. Spirit, 8,000. Agility, 8,000. All attributes, 800. Resistance, 70. Defense, 210. Special effects. Attack speed, 140. Response to life value in 700 clicks. Strike damage 21. Mist Locked Heavenly Hands. When attacking, there is a 50 chance that the target will be fixed in place for 1 second. After obtaining 3 more level 7 specialization gems, Liu went ahead and set the gems, then put them on, and the full effect of the 7th Order Legendary 6-piece set activated. A glance at the set's total attribute bonus. Total strength, 97,884. Total strength, 99,126. Total agility, 96372. Total spirit, 97290. Tough. This was the amazing attribute bonus of the 7th Order Legendary 6-piece set. If it wasn't for the set, the normal 7th Order Legendary 6-piece equipment, that attribute bonus was at most about 70,000, and this set was more than 20,000 more. Not to mention, there were also 3 additional set effects. It's really worthy of being a 7th Order Legendary set. It's really powerful. Immediately, Liu unloaded the other 5th Order orange equipment, wanting to see how much the attribute bonus of the pure Legendary set in Epic Necklace was. He opened his career panel. Name, Liu. Profession, Swordsman. Rank, LV 150 5th Order. Life value, 1266661. Fortune ranking October 1st. Mana, 990,950. Physical attack, 681787. Sword Dao Master title extra 100. Physical defense, 315-5130. Magic defense, 297-2850. Strength, 113631. First 10 in the battle pet list. Physical strength, 105,171. Intelligence, vacationed. Agility, 98,178. Spirit, 99,095. Blood-sucking, 60. Free attribute points, 0.5 per level up. Free attribute points, 0.5 per level up. Equipment, 7th Order Legendary 6-piece set, Fire Sia Necklace Epic. Talent, Heart of the Sword God Mythic. Will of Ice first turn, Will of Sword first turn, Will of Ice first turn. Over 1 million life value. Over 3 million physical defense. Over 2 million magic defense. The attack power was also nearly 700,000. This was already heaven-defying attributes. Liu remembered that the paladin known as the Blood Bull, who had reached the 7th rank, was configured with a full level 7 physical strength gem, and was equipped with a 7th rank orange equipment, had a blood count of only 600,000 or so. He was twice as much as the Blood Bull paladin. If this attribute was made public, it would only make all of Blue Star's transmuters doubt their lives. A 5th Order swordsman. Over 1 million life value. Can you believe it? This was the terrifying attribute bonus of the legendary set. The most top-notch suit that deserves to be called a legendary suit. The most awesome equipment under the divine suit. It's just that. The more powerful the attributes of the 7th Order legendary set were, the more Liu's face froze. He had added so many attributes just by putting together the legendary 6-piece set. That Bai Xian Divine Clan's divine son, Bai Xian DE, was estimated to have more than just 6 pieces of legendary equipment, right? Since he was a divine son, it was possible that all 12 pieces of equipment were 7th Order legendary equipment, so wouldn't the attributes be even more terrifying? It is estimated that he can resist a sword god technique damage of his own. Looking at the 5 more equipment columns, Liu decided to fill it up. Originally, Liu wanted to continue opening the legendary set treasure chest to gather the other legendary outfits, but City Lord Chandov told him, The legendary suit 3-piece set and 6-piece set both only provide one set, provide finished, subsequent no longer have, this is the limit of the rules. And the remaining set of 3-piece parts were weapons, clothes, and shoes, which were useless to himself. So, Lu Yu was left with only one option, and that was to choose the epic grade equipment. But the cost effectiveness of a single piece of an epic level set was lower than a non-set. Moreover, the 5 epic level set parts were not very helpful to him right now, so it would be better to wait until he went back to brush up on the other rule copies to put together a single piece of epic level equipment that would be a bit more cost effective. Afterwards, Lu Yu put on the 5th order orange equipment. Well, the attributes went up by a drop, it really couldn't get into Lu Yu's eyes right now. Once again, he found the City Lord. Mr. City Lord, I would like to purchase a territory. Ha, little friend, the old man has already prepared a map for you. Wow! City Lord Chandov spread out the map and the entire map of the Misty God Realm appeared in front of Lu Yu's eyes. Chapter 104, Lu Yu purchases territory, shocking the entire godly realm of mist. Name, Map of the God Realm of Mist. The map displayed. There were a total of 208 maps in the God Realm of Mist. Among them, 1 unique map, 3 one-time hidden maps, 4 rare maps that require a special method to open, 32 advanced maps, 168 normal maps. These maps are divided in half, with 102 maps on the left, 102 maps on the right, and 3 disposable hidden maps hidden within these maps, which are not shown. The center of the left and right sides was where the misty ancient city was situated. But the maps also stated. Every time the divine realm of mist opens, the location of the 2 misty ancient cities also changes randomly. Little friend, this Misty God Realm map is not something that anyone is qualified to see. Usually, the old man is a direct offer, that is, you, who has obtained the title of Misty God Realm VIP, is qualified to see. Lu Yu wanted to take a video through the channel to save it, but it prompted that this map could not be filmed. And so, Lu Yu took out his cell phone and took a shot. Rule. Lord City Lord, the other 204 maps have fixed displays, and the 3 hidden maps also have prompts. Why is the unique map alone missing and no prompts? Lu Yu noticed this peculiar discovery. That's because the only map is completely hidden, need a specific key to open, too much old man is not convenient to disclose, the rules limitations, small friends to explore on their own. Hearing that, Lu Yu is not good to ask more questions, so he began to ask to buy the price of the territory. Little friend, to buy a certain piece of land as a territory on an ordinary map, you need a minimum of 15 million mist coins. If you purchase a piece of land on an advanced map as a territory, you will need a minimum of 150 million mist coins. Of course, the size of the territory is equivalent to a small village, which can only accommodate up to 100 people, and the activity area is also the smallest. If one wanted a larger one would need to add money. City Lord Chandov grinned. Lu Yu was very surprised. Just to buy an ordinary territory the size of a small village would cost 15 million mist coins, and the Alliance had only saved about 10 million mist coins so far. With the size of an ordinary map, which was roughly equivalent to 4,000 villages, wouldn't it cost 60 billion mist coins to buy an entire ordinary map? Buying the entire advanced map would cost 600 billion mist coins. That's an expensive price. Master, what about the rare maps? Rare maps are not for sale. Every rare map is considered a sealed land that cannot be purchased. Lu Yu looked at the misty coins that only had about 1 billion left, which seemed like a lot, but in reality, it wasn't much. With this little bit of misty coins, at best, he would be able to put together 2 more epic level sets. After thinking about it, Lu Yu decided to purchase advanced territories, but he could only purchase 6 village-sized territories. The advanced map Misty Snow Corridor connects to the rare map Hidden Mist Ice Plains, which can be opened by brushing the boss and popping out the Eye of Cold Ice, so buying this advanced map is the most cost-effective. Lord City Master, I'll buy 6 Misty Snow Corridor territories, preferably near the Misty Snow Ice Temple location. It's near the boss location. That's a prime location. The price of a territory can be more than 150 million, at least a few times more. At those words, Lu Yu frowned. What does that mean? Territory also depends on the location? Wouldn't that be similar to what Bailey Tone said? Just like real estate in the real world? But then, little friend is an honored guest, so as long as you are buying, you will be given a discounted price and sold at the lowest price. How about just these 6 territories? Close to the main entrance of the Ice Palace, and there are a lot of mist monsters, I'll help you fuse these 6 territories into one big territory for free. Under normal circumstances, I'd have to charge a pretty penny for the fusion fee. Good. I'll take care of it then, Lord City Lord. 6 village-sized territories, that's 900 million misty coins. After making the payment, Lord Chandov drew a circle on the map and then signaled Lu Yu to put a drop of blood on it, so it would be Lu Yu's private territory. Once it's a private territory, it's up to the lord of the territory to decide. Without the permission of the lord, no matter who it was, no one could enter the territory. This was an absolute privilege. During the closure of the Misty God realm, staying within the territory, one could still brush the mist monsters that had intruded into the territory, but one could not go out of the area outside of the territory. Moreover, there was no mist shrouded within the territory, which was very convenient for brushing monsters. So, as long as you purchase the gold territory, in time, that can be earned back very quickly.
Little friend, you can give your territory a name. Luyu pondered for a while and said, let's call it Daxia.
In this world, one is a Daxia yellow race. Because of the invasion of monsters, there is no longer a Daxia kingdom, there is only the human race alliance. So,
Luyu intended to continue the name of Daxia in this Misty God realm. Or even later on, if conditions allow it.
In other special areas similar to the God of Mist realm, he will also continue to use the name of Daxia to develop his territory, and it is best to expand Daxia's territory to the monster world. This was one of the ambitious goals in Luyu's mind.
However, monsters are forbidden in all Great Xia territories.
Ding, since you were the first to purchase a territory in the world of Mist, your name will be spread throughout the world of Mist.
Aha! There's an announcement for this too?
Luyu was speechless. Ding, human transmigrator Luyu successfully purchased 6 territories in the center of the Misty Snow Corridor on the advanced map, and successfully fused them into one large territory, officially naming it Daxia, rewarding you with 30,000 reputation, hereby announcing it all over the map.
X3.
The loud announcement spread throughout the entire Misty God realm. On the other side, Bailey Tong and Release War Dance and the others successfully killed the Hydra boss and obtained a large harvest, then returned to the Misty Ancient City via the City Return Scroll.
Brother Yu, where are you? I'm back.
A great harvest, a great harvest. Not only did I obtain a lot of Misty coins, but I also found a powerful item that is very, very useful for exploration, so maybe before the secret realm closes, the two of us can get a set of orange suits together. Bailey Tong excitedly sent a voice message to Luyu.
Without waiting for Luyu to reply,
Bailey Tong heard the map-wide announcement 3 times.
Gah!
Bailey Tong was petrified in place and directly doubted life.
What's going on? How long has it been? Brother Yu has Misty coins to buy territory? You bought it. And you bought a high-level map.
What's even more shocking is that you bought the center of the so-called prime territory, and you bought 6 pieces at once, and fused them into a large territory.
My goodness! Brother Yu, did you find a treasure trove of Misty coin storage?
Not only was Bailey Tong stunned into a daze, even everyone such as Release War Dance was shocked into a dork.
Roar!
A Misty monster saw its opponent suddenly not moving and also took the opportunity to launch a powerful attack.
Ah! Quickly stop being shocked, quickly brush the monsters first.
Many of the exploring teams had suffered a loss because of this announcement.
This couldn't be. Luo Qingxian, who was preparing to go brush the monsters, directly froze. During this period of time,
she had been following Luyu and exploring high-level maps. Although she wasn't sure how many mist coins Luyu had gained, it definitely couldn't be more than 100 million, or else the dark monsters would have already accumulated enough mist coins to purchase a large amount of territory.
But the notice wouldn't be fake. Could it be that Luyu had extra mist coins that could be exploded, or was it the kind that could be exploded in large quantities?
Thinking about Luyu's strong bug-like battle pet Little Red, Luo Qingxian suddenly shivered. Luyu, definitely more terrifying than the potential he had shown. Just what kind of god was he? With that, Luo Qingxian didn't bother brushing the monsters and hurried to the city lord's hall. Luyu was probably still there. Of course. The ones who were most shocked had to be the dark princes.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. This Luyu is definitely hung up.
Our strength is so strong, we have accumulated for so long, and we only have more than 100 million mist coins. What makes him buy 6 high-level territories in just a few days?
But they can't do anything but spit madly. Instead, it was Bai Xian De who pondered, then ignored the notices and continued to fight the dusty ancient hall's big boss. Seeing Lord Divine Servant's fierce battle against the boss, the Dark Princes decided to go and attack Luyu. As long as they destroyed Luyu, then the territories that he had purchased would become unclaimed. At this time, as long as whoever occupies the territory first for an hour, then the territory will belong to them. Departure. Chapter 105, The Dark Kingdom's Fetal Strategic Plan.
This time, the Darkness King clan had sent out 10 mid-youth generations, 2 of which were the strongest mid-youth generations with new king potential. As the 2 royal prides of the Darkness King clan that possessed the potential of a new king, the ceiling of the claimed 7th order battle power, he had absolute confidence. Of course, this ceiling was not counting the Divine Servant Lord. The Divine Servant Lord was the roof of a building, not counting the ceiling. The other few Darkness Princes looked at each other in disbelief. With the Divine Servant Lord here, how can they be allowed to act recklessly? Without a word from the Divine Servant, they could only continue to explore and brush the mist monsters over here, accumulating mist coins and then purchasing a high-level territory, not daring to act out. It was just that the current situation was special, as Luyu, the young man of the human race who possessed the potential of a sword god, had already purchased 6 high-level territories.
although it was unclear how Luyu had swiped so many Misty coins. However, they vaguely guessed that Luyu was estimated to have a special big secret in his body, otherwise it would never be possible to brush so many Misty coins in such a short period of time. If we let him grow like this, he might grow to such a demonic level that we must decapitate him and take over his territory before he levels up. If possible, it would be best to dig out this secret and get their hands on it, so that they, the Dark King clan, would be even more invincible. So, a group of Dark Kings kneeled down towards Bai Xian Emperor and asked for orders. Enlightened Lord God Servant, the human Luyu has purchased the high-level territory before us and gained a reputation reward. We request that we hunt him down and kill him. The White Xian Emperor I, who was fighting the fusion's strongest divine object ancient hall boss, had his ancient, cold, and unperturbed face slightly moved, simply because he heard Luyu's name. Moreover, this group of fools still wanted to hunt Luyu, and it would be good if they weren't hunted by Luyu. In the rare map Hidden Mist Ice Plains, I have already fought with Luyu. He has a 7th order legendary treasure sword. His battle power is not what it used to be. You guys are just sending food if you go. The White Shan Emperor's book was too lazy to care if this group of hateful darkness kings lived or died, but he was now in the identity of a demon god's divine servant, with a demon god seal in his body, and what he did would be known by the demon god. Therefore, in this misty god realm, he had to act as if he was working for the welfare of the Dark King clan, or else the demon god would definitely send down divine punishment through the imprint and severely punish him. When the 10 Darkness Kings heard the Divine Servant Lord say that Luyu already possessed a 7th-ranked legendary treasure sword, each and every one of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They had thought that Luyu's purchase of 6 high-level territories was enough to be heaven-defying, but they didn't realize that he had also acquired a legendary treasure sword. However, it was good that it didn't affect their Dark King clan's plans. Their Dark King clan's strategic plan in the Misty God realm was to first purchase a piece of high-level territory and then frantically brush the Misty coins to exchange the Misty God realm's 7th order legendary 6-piece sets into their hands. They knew that the best set in the Misty God realm was the legendary 6-piece set, and there was only one chance to exchange it. Once it was exchanged, it could not be exchanged again even if there were more mist coins in the future, and this was the strongest set of the 7th rank that their Dark Royal clan had predetermined. One must know that in the entire monster world, there weren't many divine realms that could brush the set, and even fewer legendary sets. Subsequently, the set could also be upgraded through special materials obtained in another divine realm. If it was successfully upgraded into a 10th order legendary 6-piece set and worn by the strongest true king, then it would definitely be able to break through the human alliance's strongest battle zone, Battle Zone S, and completely take control of the Blue Star World, the new treasure land of rule fusion. Continuously eating the resource dividends given to the Blue Star World by the rules, such as the various rule copies, and even the newly appeared special divine realm. But what they didn't know was that before this strategic plan could complete its first step, it was destroyed by Luyu and was stillborn. This was because the legendary 6-piece set had already been obtained by Luyu. At the same time, they were also alarmed that Luyu had actually fought with the Divine Servant Lord and seemed to have come out unscathed, so how strong must Luyu's battle power be? They didn't think that the Divine Servant Lord would let go. Because Lord God Servant didn't know Luyu at all, and wouldn't defy Lord Demon God's will for a human. The reason why Luyu was still alive should be because the God Servant Lord wanted to use Luyu to gather the 4 divine objects, and as for what would happen after gathering the 4 divine objects, they weren't sure. You guys can just continue to brush the misty coins over here, and when I get this black divine artifact, Luyu will be guided to it, so it won't be too late to kill him then. The 10 Dark Princes heard this and had no choice but to respectfully follow orders. Since Lord God's servant was certain that he would make Luyu appear of his own accord, they wouldn't have to spend time and effort searching for Luyu to hunt him. When the time came to utilize the spatial confinement props so that Luyu would not be able to leave via the city return scroll, the Divine Servant Lord would be able to easily kill him, and they would have the opportunity to obtain the big secret on Luyu. At this time, they don't know yet. Bai Xian De had already moved to kill them a long time ago. Just wait. When I obtain the highest divine inheritance of the Misty God realm and then transfer the Demon God seal in my body to Luyu, I will be the first to personally slaughter you all. After thinking that, Bai Xian De continued to fight with all his might against this extremely strong ancient hall boss. On this side, the misty ancient city where the human race was located. Release War Dance and the others had all gathered at the City Lord's Hall. At this time, City Lord Chandalfo had already put away the Misty God realm map, revealing a demeanor that was unapproachable to the living as he majestically sipped his tea on one side. Why are you all here? Luyu was preparing to release his Lord Privilege and directly teleport to the Great Summer Territory to take a look, but he didn't expect the big guys to come. Brother you, honestly, did you swipe the Misty Coin treasure trove? How else could you have bought 6 high-level territories in such an unbelievable way? It's also fused together. Bailey Tong winked at Luyu, then sent a private message. Brother you, all the people and dark monsters who entered the Misty Secret Realm know about you buying the territories, so there has to be a reasonable explanation, or else they'll suspect that you're hiding some big secret. Bailey Tong was aware that Luyu had a big secret, but he didn't disclose it to anyone. In his heart, Luyu was not only a super thigh, but also his real good brother. All along,
In addition to the fear of revealing his identity as the personal grandson of the god of the open heavenly sword and being suspected by Lu Yu of having an agenda, Bailey Tong was considered to have no reservations about Lu Yu, exchanging sincerity for sincerity. Lu Yu was also able to feel it. For this big fat man who treats himself sincerely, Lu Yu not only because he knows many secrets and has been taking him with him, moreover, also take him as a real friend and good buddy. Which is a treasure trove. It's just a fluke that I entered 2 rare maps, got mysterious items, and cashed in 6 territories with Lord City Lord, otherwise how would I have so many Misty coins? After saying that, Lu Yu took out his cell phone and handed over the map of the Misty God realm that he had just taken to release War Dance. This is. Shi Zhanmai received the cell phone with trembling hands. If she had read it correctly, this was the Misty Mystic realm, no. The entire map of the God realm of Mist. It turns out that this place is called the God realm of Mist, not some secret realm of Mist. Misty God realm map, I just took a picture of it. Lu Yu casually laughed. To the side, City Lord Shandoff. You old 6. Card rule bug. You'll have to add money next time. This moment. The crowd was also convinced of Lu Yu's words, the map could be photographed, so they should have gotten the heaven-defying treasure. The crowd was envious. But they were only envious, not jealous. Because if you don't have the real skills, you can't get the treasure even if it's in front of you. Since you are all here, let's go to my Grand Xia territory together and have a look, how about it? Lu Yu smiled faintly. When Shi Zhanmai and the others heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. They couldn't wait to see what the grand territory that fused 6 high-level territories was like. Chapter 106, the Great Summer Territory that shocked everyone. Since a territory could only hold a maximum of 100 people, the Grand Xia territory that was fused from those 6 territories would naturally hold a maximum of 600 people. Therefore, Release War Dance was the first to call the most elite part of the alliance, including the 4 of Cain, Delis, Shen Yuanqi, and Situi. It was a high-level map. As long as one was granted the status of a resident of the Great Summer Territory by Lu Yu, then one could directly enter without having to pay 100,000 mist coins to unlock the right to explore. After the closure of the Misty God realm, you can also live and move around in the territory. Watching the alliance's crowd, they set off in great numbers. The Church of Light and other extraterritorial forces people were envious and jealous, while puzzled as to how Lu Yu suddenly had missed coins to buy 6 high-level territories. Of course, these forces did not include the Half-Monster Association, who were currently hiding in an ordinary map, not daring to return to the city at all. Why was Missy also in the Human Alliance team? The vast majority of Seoul Hidden still didn't know about Luo Qingxian's assassination of Lu Yu's mission, and only the leader and a few other talented elites of the organization knew about it. Road. Lu Yu the flying sword to open the road. There is no monster can be close to the team half a step. Once touched by the flying sword is killed in seconds. This Lu Yu is also a little too strong, right? Releasing War Dance saw Lu Yu strike for the first time and was instantly stunned by Lu Yu's terrifying sword control and damage. She knew that Lu Yu was the future 4th god of war of the alliance appointed by the 3 great gods of war, and at first she was still a little unconvinced. But now that she had seen Lu Yu's terrifying second monster ability with her own eyes, she was completely convinced. She was worried that Lu Yu's exploration would be dangerous because he was only at the 5th rank, so it was a shame to think about it. Swordsman, when it is so Supernova Sidi's brother, the newly promoted 7th rank swordsman Sidiyu, that was full of emotions. He thought that the open sky swordsman god was the pinnacle of the swordsman profession, but he didn't expect that there was still someone who was even fiercer than the open sky swordsman god. Fatty, did you guys get any treasures from the mysterious map you fell into before? Lu Yu inquired. Hey, brother Yu, look, this is it. Bailey Tong took out a book type prop. Name, Misty Book of Life. Quality, Special Legendary Grade Prop. Effects, special props unique to the Misty God realm, after acquiring, directly bound, after binding, has an extremely strong life recovery effect, life extra 50, as well as passively increase the fog vision of 500 meters in a radius, but this prop only triggers the effect in the misty area. I'm going. This prop is awesome. It's simply a divine prop for exploring misty areas. Increasing the field of view by 500 meters is 10 times more than Blue Bobo's torch prop. Fatty, have you tried the life recovery effect? Yes, it's about 10 per second. What, 10? Lu Yu was stunned. What kind of concept is that? That is to say, Bailey Tong could recover from a broken blood to a full-blooded state in 10 seconds. Assassin. It was also synonymous with brittle skin. But with such a powerful life bonus and blood recovery effect, as long as he can't take a second, he can just wave around, turn invisible when he's bloodied, and fight again in a few seconds. A flying fat prick that can't be killed. It's exciting to think about. Lu Yu was curious. How can an ordinary map have such a powerful legendary prop? Hidden map. Bailey Tong and the others were triggering one-time hidden maps. These 3 hidden maps were randomly scattered within the various maps of the Misty God realm. They could be in ordinary maps, advanced maps, or rare maps. In short, there was no fixity. Moreover, these hidden maps are disposable, that is to say, they are gone after they are brushed. Whether or not they could encounter it was purely based on luck. Then the mysterious map that Bailey Tong and the others had accidentally dropped into before was one of these 3 hidden maps. No wonder there were such heaven-defying special legendary props. This misty god realm was truly full of chances everywhere. Luck. Plus having strength. Then with just one chance, you'll properly take off. For example, Bailey Tong himself has awakened his talent for the second time, stronger than ordinary assassins, and now he has obtained such a magical props, almost comparable to Luo Qingxian's hidden profession. It's just a bit of a pity that this is a directly bound prop, or else if you give it to Brother Yu, together with Brother Yu's strength, it's hard to say that you can get a set of epic level suits. Bailey Tong said with a bit of regret. Lu Yu looked at his legendary 6-piece set, and then looked at the more than 100 million Misty coins he still had, and smiled without saying anything. The explosive coin system. But it was his biggest secret. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the first person to purchase the territory and was forced to publish the information by the Misty God Realm rules, otherwise he wasn't even going to expose this matter so soon. Not long after. Under Lu Yu's escort, the crowd quickly went straight from an ordinary map into the advanced map Misty Snow Corridor. At this time, the monsters in the Misty Snow Corridor had yet to refresh. Strange? Why are there no monsters here? Kane asked curiously. I've come here to explore before, otherwise I wouldn't have chosen to redeem the territory here. Lu Yu explained. The mist monster of the advanced map. Lu Yu can easily deal with it too? Then how high must his battle power be? It had already surpassed the level of a normal 7th rank transfigurator's battle power, right? The crowd was completely curious about Lu Yu's battle power. Since there were no monsters refreshing, the crowd arrived at the Misty Snow Ice Palace very quickly and entered the Dasha territory. Ding, you have entered the private territory of the Great Summer Territory. Is this the fused Grand Territory? This is too much, isn't it? The crowd looked straight in the eyes. In their perceptions, a territory should be a normal piece of land with nothing, but Lu Yu's territory not only had a defense fence, but also 4 wooden arrow towers, and even a territory store. Name, Territory Store. Level, LV1. Effects, members of the Dasha territory can exchange their contribution points for sets every day, and they can get contribution points for killing any monsters attacking the territory. Currently redeemable items, 17th order white set. Next level items to be unlocked. Hiss. There's a territory store? Exchangeable sets, how is this possible? It shouldn't be. Even if it's a high level territory, it shouldn't have this kind of perks and benefits. At this moment, in the Misty Ancient City Lord Chandov was hemming and hawing. Lu Yu had spent so many Misty coins, how could he promote more spending without giving some extra benefits, but just this once? This is called putting in a long line to catch a big fish. Lu Yu more or less guessed that it was an extra benefit from the City Lord. If this territory store was upgraded to the highest level, it wouldn't be possible to exchange legendary sets, would it? This was something to look forward to. But the amount of Misty coins needed should be massive. There was also this wooden arrow tower that was a good thing. After upgrading to a high level, it would be a major killing weapon, and there was no way to purchase this thing. Previously, when he did the 3rd order quest, Lu Yu hadn't thought of taking away the arrow tower from Green Denim Village, but this special prop couldn't be taken away, and there was no way to purchase it. At this time, Xian Yuanqi exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god! What is that?" The crowd sniffed and looked, and were dumbfounded as an ice palace loomed. That seemed to be the boss palace. Nima! How dare you believe that? Lu Yu's territory was close to the boss base camp. Wouldn't this be able to lure out bosses to brush? Imagine being able to brush bosses in a fixed area. What kind of treatment is that? This is a prime location. This is simply a palace lot. That is indeed the boss palace. Killing the boss has the probability of dropping the legendary item Cold Ice Eye, which can open up a higher level of rare maps. That map monsters are much more intense. This Luo Qingxian can introduce you guys. Saying that, Lu Yu looked at Bailey Tong. Fatty, you have the Book of Mist effect. You can see 500 meters of vision within the mist. You can stay and command the monsters. What about you? Brother Yu. I'm going to push across the other high-level maps. If there are a large number of mist monsters attacking the territory and you guys can't defend it, you can channel call me. I have the privilege of teleporting directly back to the Dasha territory. Lu Yu planned to sweep all 16 high-level maps on the human side before going to the dark monster side of the mist region to push everything across. Alone. It would be much faster. Luo Qingxian could also see what Lu Yu was thinking, so she stayed in the territory and swiped the misty coins. Immediately afterward, Lu Yu set off alone, flying at full speed with his imperial sword. That speed was unbelievably fast. Just as Lu Yu was sweeping through the advanced maps, the 2 divine objects inside Lu Yu's backpack suddenly reacted. This was Chapter 107, Killing the Misty Area where the monsters are located. Lu Yu took out the 2 divine objects and magically realized that a route guide had appeared on both of them. Tapping on the guide, A route guide popped up with an arrow pointing straight in one direction, Dusty Ancient Hall. Taking out his cell phone and comparing it to the map of the Misty God Realm, Lu Yu was surprised to discover Dusty Ancient Hall. Wasn't it one of the 4 rare maps? Only the Dusty Ancient Hall was in the area explored by dark monsters, which was within the left map of the God Realm of Mist. Wait a minute. How could the 2 divine objects suddenly have this kind of route guidance hint? Very quickly, Lu Yu thought of a possibility. That would be the White Xian divine race's divine son, White Xian Emperor, who had gone to the rare map Dusty Ancient Hall and obtained the mysterious divine artifact sealed there. It was presumably because all such divine objects had come out of the world that there would be a route guide, and it should be a setting of the rules, aiming for the 4 divine objects to gather together. As for what effect it would have after gathering, that would have to wait until all 4 pieces of the divine object were gathered to know. Lu Yu did not immediately go to the Dusty Ancient Hall. There was still plenty of time. First, he would sweep this side of the high-level map. With that, Lu Yu turned on the horizontal push mode. The special rules of the Misty God Realm could no longer restrict Lu Yu. Facing the invincible Lu Yu, the monsters in the advanced maps could only be reduced to tools for exploding mist coins. Lu Yu had spent more than half a month sweeping through the 16 high-level maps in the right region of the Misty God Realm, and along the way, he had also swept through a number of ordinary maps. However, there were no hidden maps triggered. It seems that in order to trigger the hidden maps, you have to have a lot of manpower and explore the maps a little bit to have a high probability of triggering them, or else it all depends on whether or not your character can break out once. Sweeping through the advanced maps once, only to obtain more than 10 billion mist coins, it seems that to gather 600 billion mist coins, to buy a whole piece of advanced maps, is not an easy thing. Lu Yu looked at the number of misty coins and muttered. The reason why Lu Yu was so insistent on purchasing an entire high-level map was because after seeing the formidable battle prowess of the White Xian divine race's divine son, he realized that the human race was no match for the monster at all. If the dark monster had a 10th-ranked divine race powerhouse out there, the 3 great war gods would definitely not be able to stand up to it, not to mention the most terrifying demon god. That was a true god. Not a god. No one was a match for a god, there was no doubt about it. That's why Lu Yu had to leave a way out for the great summer human race. And the territory of the God of Mist Realm was a very good back way. As long as one could purchase a whole block of high-level maps, that would allow at least hundreds of thousands of people to survive in the God of Mist Realm. With the rules in place, then even if the demon god himself took action and exterminated the Blue Star World, at least the great Xia human race wouldn't go extinct. Since he was determined to be the guardian sword immortal of the Grand Xia, then this was his mission, Lu Yu. Therefore, Lu Yu had to hoof it and brush monsters, desperately brush monsters, and buy as many territories as possible. Shoo! The left area of the divine realm of mist. Ding, you've discovered a new map, Misty Shurhai Bay. It was an ordinary map. Quite a few misty sirens with pitchforks were skulking along the coast. Seeing a human teenager intruding into their territory, these misty sea demons wowed and stabbed Lu Yu with their forks. Poof! 140-9500. The 7th-ranked misty sea demon with only a million or so blood was instantly decapitated by the flying swords, and its demonic eyes were full of question marks? First, he brushed the other high-level maps and then finally went to the Dusty Ancient Hall. Lu Yu made a plan in his mind. In this way, Lu Yu continued to open the horizontal push mode. Originally, Lu Yu intended to hunt the dark monsters exploring this place in passing. But Lu Yu bizarrely realized that this horizontal push all the way, not to mention the dark monsters, he didn't even see their shadows. Another half a month passed. Lu Yu had already pushed through the 15 advanced maps here, leaving only the advanced map that triggered the entrance to the Dusty Ancient Hall, the Mausoleum of Lost Dreams and Mist. Strange? How come a dark monster is missing? During Lu Yu's horizontal push, he also found the monster Misty Ancient City in the center, and specially guarded a city gate for a day, but he still didn't see a single dark monster come out. This was very abnormal. Thereupon, Lu Yu spent nearly 2 more months pushing across all 84 ordinary maps on the left side of the Misty God Realm. He also froze and didn't find a single shadow of a dark monster. Such a situation. Lu Yu immediately guessed that these dark monsters were feared to be concentrated in the advanced maps of the Misty Dream Mist Mausoleum. Otherwise, there was no way that they would not even encounter a single dark monster. According to the information revealed by Bailey Tong, the Alliance recorded that every time the Misty God Realm opened, at least 100,000 or more dark monsters came in. Under normal circumstances, they would spend most of their time focusing on exploring the Misty maps, and only in the last 2 months would they appear en masse in the human exploration area, snatching monsters, bosses, and killing people. In short, it was very ferocious to brush the Misty coins while brushing the human race. Lu Yu quietly approached the advanced map Misty Dream Mist Mausoleum, but didn't go in. Little Red, open the Eye of the Sun and see if the dark monsters are inside. Okay, Day, Lord Silver. Eye of the Sun. Snort. Little Red's eyes were suddenly like two suns, burning with a blazing flame, and everything inside the mausoleum of Lost Dreams mist was clearly seen by Little Red. Well, Lord Silver, there were at least 100,000 dark monsters, spread out to brush the mist monsters inside. It's still really here. Liu stroked his chin and continued to ask, Little Red, take a quick look at how many dark princes there are, and also, have you seen a monster that isn't a dark monster, that has silvery white scales on its skin, has hair that appears foggy, and eyes that are foggy as well, and has a long, slender, sharp sword pinned to its waist? Lord Silver saw them. They were inside the rare map, 10 Dark Kings. They were like little brothers guarding the side of the monster with silver white scales that Lord Silver said. Little Red, you can see the scene inside the rare map too? Lu Yu was completely stunned. He knew that Little Red's Eye of the Sun was powerful. He didn't expect it to be so powerful that it could actually be viewed across the map. This was simply a super scout. I can see it. That scaly fellow was also playing with two divine objects in his hands, one red and one black, and he seemed to be waiting for someone in it. Lu Yu knows. The White Xian Divine Clan's Divine Sun, by Xian De, was waiting for himself inside. He knew that after the 4 pieces of divine relics came out, a route guide would appear, and he was inviting the king to enter the jar. It was just that Lu Yu didn't expect that Bai Xian De, who wasn't a dark monster, would be associated with a dark monster, and listening to what Little Red said, his identity seemed to be even higher than the Dark Royal Clan. This was bizarre. Just what kind of identity could make the Darkness Kings lower their lofty heads and willingly become little brothers? It wasn't as if Bai Xian De was a divine son of the divine race. After all, the Bai Xian divine race wasn't the Darkness divine race either. In that case, Lu Yu stayed over here for several days. But the dark monster did not leave the meaning of the Misty Dream Mist Mausoleum, as if he was determined to stay in the Misty Dream Mist Mausoleum. Map does not come out. At this time, the previous cross-push of the map mist monsters have been refreshed. Lu Yu decided to continue brushing the monsters to accumulate mist coins, and wait for the last month, then come back to find Bai Xian De for a battle. Phew! Not long after Lu Yu left, a silhouette emerged from not far away. Chapter 108. Ding, you triggered the hidden maps and mist stone dunes. Zing! What a living hell, that Lu Yu was getting stronger and stronger in this misty mystic realm. It seemed that he could only wait for the Darkness Kings to make a move against Lu Yu, and then he himself would sit back and reap the benefits. The one who came out was the Dark Lord Badir, who came to look for dark monsters. It was just that it didn't find any dark monsters when it first came over here, so it had to be depressed and brush the mist monsters alone over here. By chance, it made a mistake and entered a hidden map, and it took a lot of time to brush it alone before it recently cleared the level and got a special legendary grade prop. It is confident. With this prop, it was sure to become the final gainer of this secret realm. The divine realm of mist has no sun or moon. The mists roam and flow. A year had passed. Both the human race and the dark monsters were in their respective territories, concentrating on painting the mist monsters in unison. The Great Summer Territory. Bailey Tong and a few other supernovas had risen to 5th order level 150, and had long since put on the level 150 equipment that the Alliance had prepared for them, all of which were filled with 5th order gems. It was only the rule restriction that the Misty God realm was unable to bring in special resources like the Transformation Divine Stones, or else they could have directly taken on the 6th order advancement quest. Everyone get ready, the Frost Mist 8 boss is about to be refreshed. Through a year of brushing monsters, the crowd knew the Frost Snow Corridor's mist monster refresh time like the back of their hand. Golden-haired boy, come and take a shot. Bailey Tong ordered to Kane. Fatty, from now on, you're not allowed to give orders that are so obscene. What do you mean by come one round? Can't you say come one skill properly? Kane blackened his face and spat out a sentence before releasing a wide-range thunder attack skill in the direction of the boss refresh. Thunderclap. Kane released an A-rank 5th order large-range thunder spell. A large thundercloud immediately appeared over the misty snow ice palace. Boom! Crackle! Thunder struck down from the sky. The sound was powerful and the range was large. This was the power of the Thunder Law. The Frost Mist 8 boss had just been refreshed when it was struck by several thunderbolts. 10. 20. The damage was small and the insult was extremely high. Roar! The Frost Mist 8 boss that was attacked immediately roared in rage, holding up a large ice hammer and leading a group of minions before stepping out of the ice palace and killing towards the Dasha territory. Boss is coming over, everyone get ready to fight. Bailey Tong said hurriedly. In this year, under the mutual friction, the crowd that was very well coordinated. Shoo! Shoo! The two silhouettes had already taken the lead to kill out. Zhanmai danced the flaming lance in her hand. She was a flame gunfight, and the skills she learned were all flame-based gunfight skills with explosive power. Wow! The starlight shone brightly. That was Luo Qingxian's Star Valkyrie form. The starlight that blossomed between every move gave a great shock. The two were the main force in attacking the boss. Bailey Tong was responsible for sitting in the Dasha territory, always keeping an eye on the movements of the other Frost Snow Mist 8 monsters. If a large number of frost snow mist apes approached, a squad would be separated to stall them until the boss was killed. It's just that over the past year, after brushing the boss so many times, it has only popped out the legendary item Eye of Coal Ice 2 times, which gave the crowd a bit of a headache. This popping rate is really low. And every time the Eye of Coal Ice popped out, Bailey Tong would inform Luyu to return and sweep the rare map Hidden Mist Ice Plains. The other side. Inside the dusty ancient hall. Bai Xian Emperor was still sitting on his divine seat waiting for Luyu to show up of his own accord, only moving his muscles every time the boss of the ancient hall was refreshed. Lord God's servant, it's been a year and Luyu still hasn't appeared, does he not dare to come? As one of the dark royal family with the potential of a new king, Ruzit really couldn't help but open his mouth. After all, waiting so bitterly for a year is too dull. If you guys want to find death, you can take the initiative to go out and die, I will never stop you. Bai Xian Emperor had a high and cold demeanor, and his foggy eyes were full of intimidation. After the battle with Luyu, Bai Xian Emperor knew that Luyu's strength was unfathomable, and he would definitely not be afraid to come because of his power. Furthermore, no one could get out before the closing time of the divine realm of mist arrived, so Bai Xian De was in no hurry. Even if Luyu was timing the arrival of the last day, it would not affect his plans. Luzit, Lord God's servant has his own control. If you feel uncomfortable staying, you can look for misty monsters to move your muscles. The same 7th Order New King potential of Goertai spoke softly, but the special pressure fluctuation emanating from the hissing head full of snake hair was enough to illustrate the power of this dark royal family. Shut your snake mouth. Lucite had to remain in the dusty ancient hall, his black angelic wings unfolded, transforming into black streams of light, rushing into the refreshed ancient hall mist monster swarms, erupting with unparalleled darkness power. At the same time, Luyu was still alone, sweeping through the mist monsters of the various maps with ease and complacency. During the uninterrupted year of sweeping, Luyu had also swiped over 400 billion mist coins, and was just over 100 billion short of his goal of 600 billion mist coins. Although the monsters were all second monsters all the way, manipulating the flying swords all the time was very consuming to the mind. If it wasn't for the fact that Luyu possessed the heart of the sword god, and his spirit and willpower were also very strong, or else he really wouldn't have been able to brush the monsters with his sword for a long time. This year, Luyu had relied on drinking energy potions to replace his sleep time. At first it was very uncomfortable, but gradually he adapted to it. Although the process was a test of the mind, Luyu also carried it hard for the sake of the people of Daxia. Only by recognizing the mission and adhering to it, people will be invincible. This is the fine heritage of Daxia. Of course, the harvest is also huge. Luyu's skill in manipulating flying swords had reached the point of perfection. Each flying sword was as easy to use as an arm. The 10 skills that he had learned could all be released perfectly, and the overall improvement was still very great. On this day, Luyu swept through the mist monsters as normal as usual. But Luyu had already chosen to fly his sword at a low altitude, just to see if he could trigger a hidden map. Finally, the Emperor did not disappoint the hard-working people. In a year of exploring and brushing monsters, Luyu finally found an unusual place in the advanced map, Misty Thunder Gobi, and successfully triggered the hidden map. Ding, you have triggered the hidden map San Misty Stone Dunes. After sweeping for a year, he had finally triggered a hidden map. Luyu was filled with anticipation and entered this map. The strength of the mist monsters in here was only second to the rare map, and it was similar to the advanced mist monsters. The mist monsters of this hidden map were dune-like monsters, except that the lower half of their bodies were in a state of sand and mist. Flying sword technique. Without the need for extra skills, just the flying sword technique, Luyu easily slaughtered these monsters, killing them all the way to the boss. Puff! Just several flying swords chopped down. This king of the Misty Dunes boss spilled blood on the spot. Fatty had gotten the Book of Mist special legendary prop in the Hydra hidden map, and didn't know what the hidden treasure here was. Luyu split the boss guarding place with his sword, and a huge advancement divine stone appeared in front of Luyu. There is actually an advancement god stone here that can receive advancement quests up to the 7th level. Luyu was a bit surprised. However, once he thought that the god of Mist Realm even had special resources such as Mist Source Crystals, it was nothing to have such an advancement god stone resource. It's just that this hidden map wouldn't be just one advancement divine stone, would it? Moving away from the advancement god stone, Luyu realized that there was another mysterious treasure underneath. Luyu realized that there was a mysterious treasure box underneath, and the corners of his mouth gently rose. I told you, how could a hidden map be so stingy with just one advancement god stone? Open the treasure box. A special treasure appeared in front of Luyu's eyes. Chapter 109 Book of Mist's Time, Luyu's Arrangement. Name, Book of Mist's Time. Grade, Special Legendary Grade Prop. Effects, special props unique to the Misty God realm. After acquiring, directly bound. After binding, all skills and talent effects are cooled down by 50, and all skill duration effects are extended by 50, as well as passive insight into all stealth effects within a 500-meter radius, but this prop can only trigger the effect in the Misty area. Hint, after death, 100% drop. Luyu's eyes widened.
This special legendary prop effect is also too powerful. Moreover, the name of this prop was almost the same as the one that Bailey Tong had gotten. Could it be that the 3 unique hidden maps of the Misty God realm all had a special legendary prop of the Book of Mist? It should be. Phaeton's represented life. The one he got represented time. I wonder what the 3rd Book of Mists represents. No matter what it represented, there was no doubt that the effect would be powerful. With this prop, then the duration of one's incarnation as a sword god would change from 10 minutes to 15 minutes. This enhancement wasn't just a tiny bit, it deserved the name of a special legendary great prop. In addition, reducing the cooldown by 50 is also extremely practical. This is not just a skill cooldown reduction, but includes a talent effect cooldown reduction. Then, the cooldown of his own talent incarnate sword god effect will be reduced from 180 seconds to 90 seconds. It could be said that this prop book was a perfect fit for a divine talent transfigurator like Lu Yu. After the great joy, Lu Yu lifted the 7th order advancement divine stone with one hand, then opened the territory teleportation, and after bringing the advancement divine stone back to the Grand Xia territory, he could let Bailey Tong pick up the advancement quests to raise his strength. Buzz. As the territory teleportation array appeared on the ground, Lu Yu directly returned to the Grand Xia territory with the advancement divine stone. At this moment, Bailey Tong and the others were still methodically dealing with the Frost Mist 8 boss. Seeing Lu Yu bring back an advancement divine stone, Bailey Tong and the others froze. No! Brother Yu, where did you find the advancement god stone? After a year of brushing the mist monsters, I finally triggered a hidden map, and this was found within the hidden map. With that said, Lu Yu put down the transformation stone, his body was like a ghost, and he appeared beside the boss in an instant. Before the people who were fighting with the boss, such as Sure Battle Dance and Luo Qingxian, could react, Lu Yu's mist-locked Heavenly Vault sword instantly chopped out dozens of flat A's in his hand, chopping the boss into crushed ice shards. Lu Yu. When Luo Qingxian saw who was coming, her high and cold demeanor instantly melted like an iceberg, revealing joy. Lu Yu, you're back. Sure Zhanmai was also delighted with her beautiful eyes. The originally thunderous and valiant one had become like a gentle sister next door at this moment. It was no wonder. Lu Yu's tall, handsome, extraordinary temperament, and incredibly powerful young swordsman was simply the dream lover of all single girls. Even soul-hidden eldest Miss Luo Qingxian and the granddaughter of the dragon blood war god, Sure Zhanmai, were no exception. When Luo Qingxian saw that Sure Zhanmai, who had always been as cold and arrogant as a female general, had changed her demeanor so quickly after seeing Lu Yu, she couldn't help but be wary in her heart. Obviously this vigilance made her realize something, so as soon as she thought of this, a blush appeared on her cheeks. Lu Yu, do you have any arrangements for coming back this time? Luo Qingxian came closer to Lu Yu. Since Luo Qingxian was still in her star Valkyrie form, her divine, tall, and stunningly beautiful body completely blocked out Sure Zhanmai. Release war dance. Let's go. Go back to the territory first. The crowd immediately cleaned up the battlefield and followed Lu Yu back to the Great Summer territory. This time, I got the 7th order advancement divine stone in the hidden map, so I intend to complete the 6th order advancement quest first, and those who are qualified to take the advancement quest can take it first. In addition, the dark monsters are concentrated in an advanced map to guard the divine object. They are waiting for me to show up on my own initiative. That divine object is about divine treasures. It's a big chance. It may involve the inheritance of the gods. We can't miss it. I decided to go and attack them in the last month. However, I need help, because there is a formidable enemy there that I am not sure I can win. I need you guys to help me block the 10 Dark Kings. Lu Yu spoke out his arrangement. What? God-related treasures? The crowd was dumbfounded. Not to mention treasures of gods. Even a piece of mythic grade equipment would be enough to make everyone go crazy and grab it. Brother Yu, the Darkness Kings who had the potential to be new kings were all hung by you, so how could there be a formidable enemy that you weren't even sure of winning? Bailey Tong had never seen Lu Yu and by Xian Di's battle, so he naturally couldn't understand what Lu Yu meant by formidable enemy. Only Luo Qingxian knew clearly how strong the formidable enemy Lu Yu was talking about was. It was a true god-level monster, not the least bit inferior to Lu Yu, the demon. No. To be exact, it was a tad stronger than Lu Yu at this stage. Of course. This was because Luo Qingxian hadn't seen Lu Yu's true undercard, otherwise she wouldn't have thought so. He wasn't a dark monster, but was connected to dark monsters, as the dark princes were all at his beck and call. Lu Yu didn't reveal that Bai Xian De was the identity of the monster world's Bai Xian Divine Clan's divine son, fearing that it would affect the crowd's wariness. Because the Darkness Kings had already made the human race of the Blue Star world feel doubly unrivaled, if they knew that there was also a divine race that was even more powerful than the Darkness Kings, they would probably fall into complete despair. The Darkness King clan was following his orders? How is this possible? Bailey Tong and the others were shocked. Just what kind of powerful monster would make the towering Darkness King clan lower their dog's head to obey orders? Luo Qingxian could tell from Lu Yu's eyes that Lu Yu attached great importance to this formidable enemy, or else Lu Yu wouldn't have rushed to do the advancement quests to improve his grasp. In order to allow Lu Yu to deal with that formidable enemy wholeheartedly, Luo Qingxian made an inner decision that no matter what, she would not allow the 10 Dark Kings to interfere with Lu Yu. I'll be responsible for dealing with the strongest one, the Darkness Kings. Luo Qingxian was the first to step forward. She had great confidence in her strength. She was now at rank 180 of the 6th Order, and when she took on the 7th Order advancement quest to complete it later, with an additional 7th Order exclusive skill, she should be able to deal with one of the strongest 7th Order Darkness Kings who had the potential to be a new king. Since that's the case, I'll also take on a powerful Dark King clan solo. I have the Book of Mist's special legendary props, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Viaton assured with his assassin's heart, I'll go and do the 6th Order advancement quest right now, then quickly upgrade to level 180 and continue doing the 7th Order quests. As long as it's the same order, I'm sure I'll be invincible. After saying that, Beiliton took the lead and went to do the advancement quests. With Luo Qingxian and Beiliton dealing with the 2 Dark Kings, Lu Yu is still relieved. Let's also try to advance to the 7th rank so that we can contribute when the time comes. The 4 of them, Kane, Shen Yuanqi, Situi, and Delis, were all supernovas. They didn't think that they would lose to Beiliton, and they all took on the 6th Order advancement quest as well. Messe Luo, is it possible to have an expert from Seoul Hidden come to help? How much do you want? I'll pay. You all brought me to brush up so many Misty coins and gave me the status of a member of the Great Summer Territory. I, Seoul Hidden Assassin, will help you unconditionally. Luo Qingxian smiled and looked at Lu Yu with a hint of tenderness in her gaze. Sister Battle Dance. Can you contact the people from the Battle Alliance and the Church of Light and ask them to come over? Lu Yu knew that as soon as he appeared, Bai Xian-De would lock onto him, and it would probably be difficult for him to make a move against the Dark Kings. And with Luo Qingxian and the others alone, they wouldn't be able to deal with 10 Dark Kings, so they would have to find reinforcements to come over. No problem. What about the Half Monster Association? Release War Dance asked. The Half Monster Association cooperates with monsters and has already fallen. It is estimated that if you contact them, they will not dare to respond. There is no need to look for them first. When the time comes, I will see if I can think of a way to slaughter a few Dark Kings to alleviate the pressure on you guys. This blue fat torch you guys take, during my absence, don't mess with the refreshed boss first. After everything is arranged, Lu Yu was then relieved to take the 6th Order advancement quest and extract the S-rank difficulty. Chapter 110, The Ancient Sword God, Yudian Leiwen. 6th Order Advancement Mission, Battlefield Material Transportation. Mission Difficulty, S. Mission Content. In the ancient Dark Knight continent of the monster world, there is a Night's Watch god clan, who were hunted by the Dark Demon gods, and who should have been exterminated, utilized the divine treasures left behind by their sword god ancestors, and successfully escaped from their ancestral Dark Knight continent, and traveled to the rural region of the Desolate Land, where they established a new Night's Watch kingdom. The Desolate Land has a rule level restriction that only 6th Order beings can enter, and since the demon god was unable to enter the Desolate Land, he sent a large number of 6th Order dark monsters into the Desolate Land with the intention of overthrowing the Vigil Kingdom and completely exterminating the Vigil god race. But the tenacious Night Vigil divine race, adhering to the will of their ancestors, never yielded to the dark monsters, and fought to the end, and a long war of attrition began in this place. But as time passes, the supplies of the Night Vigil tribe have already been depleted, and if they don't receive support from outside, they will be defeated due to a shortage of supplies. Mission requirement: do everything you can to deliver supplies to the Night Vigil Kingdom. There is no limit to the supplies. The more supplies you deliver, the better the rewards. If you do not deliver the supplies to the standard within the time specified in the mission will be judged as a failure. Mission time, 3 months. Warm tip: the Night Vigil divine race has an outer shed lurking in the hidden underground Dark Knight city outside the Desolate Land. He has prepared a lot of supplies, but suffers from not being able to break through the Dark Monster's defense line and transport them in. You can look for the Dark Knight city lord in charge of the delivery of the supplies to talk about it. Looking at the quest prompt, Lu Yu pondered inwardly. He remembered that the 2nd Order quest was to single-handedly challenge an S-rank boss, the 3rd Order quest was to guard a village, the 4th Order quest was to protect a race, and the 5th Order quest was the Heart of Profession test. This 6th Order quest had risen to the kingdom level, or involved the divine race, so it was estimated that the advanced quests in the back would rise to an even higher level. Was this what was called the higher the rank, the greater the difficulty? Open mission teleportation. Buzz. Lu Yu disappeared, coming to an underground area outside of the monster world's voidlands. Here, there was a dimly lit underground city called Dark Knight City. According to the quest hints, this city was a backhand left behind by the Vigil God clan to prevent the Vigil Kingdom from being completely encircled by dark monsters and blocking his path to purchase supplies from the extraterrestrial mall. It's just that he didn't expect that the Dark Demon God would be so insistent on exterminating him that he didn't hesitate to use a large number of troops to surround the entire Vigilant Kingdom. And the Dark Demon God even blocked the entire Desolate Land with powerful divine power, making it impossible for all living beings within the Desolate Land to purchase supplies from the extraterrestrial mall.
Moreover, all the living beings in the desolate land could only reach the 6th rank level in all their attributes, so that the vigilant god race would not be able to utilize their true battle power. Naturally. In addition to relying on the previously hoarded supplies to defend itself, the Vigil Kingdom was unable to counterattack and break out, and the supplies were being consumed day by day, and now it was almost at the point of exhaustion. If there is no more material support, extinction. Just a matter of time. At this time, Dark Knight City's guards saw the descending Lu Yu. Go and report to the city lord, it seems that a mission messenger has descended. Not long after, an old night watchman in a black battle suit appeared. Name, Udialgos. Race, Night Watch God Race. Identity, Master of Dark Knight City, NPC in charge of supplies. The great rule Supreme Lord has favored us, and in our moment of despair, a hero has descended who can help our Night's Watch God clan get out of trouble. Gauss burst into old tears as soon as he saw Lu Yu, as he was the head of supplies for the Night Vigil Divine Race. No one knew how heavy the pressure on him was. For so many years, not once had the supplies been transported into the barren land, not knowing what kind of deep water and hot water the clan was living in there. He was physically and mentally exhausted. He ached with pain. But he could do nothing about it. Here, there was no race that could help him, nor did they dare to help him. If it wasn't for the richness of the Nightwatch Divine Race, they would have been exterminated thousands of years ago. Being of the Night Vigil Divine Race, they knew a lot of secrets and knew that the rules would not randomly descend a hero to fulfill their mission of transporting supplies. They prayed to the rules day and night, and finally a hero was ushered in. Although this hero was a human teenager, the rules controlled everything. If this teenager didn't have a certain amount of skill to complete the task, there was no way he would have descended here. Seeing that the NPCs this time were so humble and respectful of themselves, unlike the previous group of muggles from the Green Man race and the Ice Crown race, Lu Yu was doubly surprised, and instead, he was a bit out of sorts. Thereupon, Lu Yu was led by City Lord Gauss to the City Lord's Hall. City Lord Gauss, I would like to understand how many supplies you have and how they are transported. Lu Yu spoke directly. This 6th order mission was a fixed period of 3 months, which meant that it was 3 months regardless of whether or not the supplies were transported. As for whether or not it meets the standard, it depends on how many supplies Lord Gauss City is preparing to ship to the Vigil Kingdom. As long as it is not less than 60 of his requirements, it is considered to meet the standard. We have prepared enough supplies to sustain a kingdom's population of 1 million people for 100 years. Young warrior, please take a look. Gauss ordered people to carry 10 special purple and black large boxes covered with runes. These are our Eternal Night Kingdom's unique storage boxes. Each box contains enough supplies to sustain a population of 1 million for 10 years. It's just that these treasure boxes can't be loaded into personal backpacks, they can only be transported and shipped over by carrying, but we've never been able to pull it off. It's not that we haven't thought of transporting them in a little bit, but the Dark Monster's battle line is too tight. The sea, land and air are fully blocked, even personal backpacks can't be transported in. Lu Yu nodded after listening. Then this transportation task is to send at least 6 boxes of supplies to the Kingdom of Eternal Night before it is considered completed. And to get the highest reward, it would be to transport all 10 boxes of supplies there. What were the specifics of the Desolate Land and the Vigilante Kingdom? Lu Yu had to understand the situation clearly first. This was a mission involving the gods. Would it be that simple? There couldn't be the slightest carelessness, and in case there was a demon god involved, then he would have to be even more careful, or else dying in this mission would be possible. Because of the Dark Demon God's divine blockade, we are completely cut off from the Vigil Kingdom. To be honest, we haven't been in contact for hundreds of years, but the Vigil Kingdom should still be there, or else the Dark Monster would have withdrawn its troops long ago. As for the Desolate Land, it belongs to the Land of Rules, and only beings within the 6th rank can enter it, but the Dark Demon God's divine blockade has caused the beings who enter the Desolate Land, no matter who they are, to have their attributes and damages limited to the 6th rank level, meaning that they can't go beyond the 6th rank. This resulted in the true power of our Vigil God clan not being utilized, while the Dark Monsters took advantage of their numbers and deadlocked our Vigil Kingdom, and if it wasn't for the heritage left behind by our forefathers, we would have long since been exterminated and wiped out. What Lord Gauss City said was heartbreaking to hear. The Night Vigil Divine Race. What an ancient and glorious race it once was, but it ended up in this situation. Knowing the specifics, Lu Yu was a bit curious. Lord Gauss, why is the Darkness Demon God targeting your Night Vigil race? Because our divine ancestors once attacked the Dark Kingdom. Ha! Then your ancestors were the ancient sword god, Udiali and Raven. Chapter 111, Lord Silver has 3 cracks. The divine ancestor of the Vigilant God clan was the ancient sword god, Leiwan? Lu Yu was stunned. With regards to the sword god, Lu Yu was no stranger. Because the divine talent he drew was the heart of the sword god. Wait a minute. This sword god's heart of his own, it couldn't be the inheritance that was passed down to the Blue Star world after the Vigilant God clan's divine ancestor fell, right? Aha! It's quite possible. Otherwise, how could he have drawn this kind of powerful talent? Thinking of this, Lu Yu inexplicably felt a sense of admiration for the Vigilant God clan. Defying the Darkness Demon God.
Even though their divine ancestors had lost the battle and died, they still fought the demon god to the end. This kind of race must help him with all their might. On one hand, it was also to appreciate the inherited talent of his ancestors, and on the other hand, it was also to have one more ally for one more strength. After all, the Blue Star world was now being invaded by dark monsters and would inevitably face the terrorist demon god in the future, so before the demon god descended on the Blue Star world, it wouldn't be wrong to find more allies. Right now, the most urgent thing was how to transport the supplies to the Vigilant Kingdom. Lord Gauss City, could you first show me the defense front of the dark monsters? That's no problem, young warrior, please follow me. Not much time. Under the leadership of City Lord Gauss, Liu passed through an underground tunnel and entered the desolate land, arriving at a hidden place. From here, one could vaguely see the blockade battle lines of the dark monsters of the desolate land. Ding, you have entered the desolate land, under the blockade of the dark demon god's divine power. All of your attributes and damage do not exceed the 6th order level. Liu looked up. The entire sky of the desolate land was gray and cloudy, and from time to time, demonic floating shadows appeared. That should be the divine power of the dark demon god. So scary. This desolate land, through the map panel one could tell how big it was, definitely many times bigger than the previous Hulk Basin. But it was such a large area that was still covered by the dark demon god's divine power, and it seemed to have been maintained for many years, which was enough to imagine the invincible power of the dark demon god. It should be said. This was the power of the gods. Gods. Above all living beings. Without being a god. Even the most powerful talent is just a bigger ant. Young warrior, this is a prop that increases the distance of your vision, so you can see their battle line blockade more clearly. City Lord Gauss took out a telescope-like prop. Liu took it and took a look. The deployment of the dark monsters' battle lines in the distance in front of them, it was clear at a glance. A clear line of 6th order dark monsters. Each defense point had a dark king in charge, surrounding the Vigil Kingdom 3 times inside and 3 times outside. The sky was also densely filled with dark monsters. This was the first time Liu had seen these dark kings. They have a pair of devil wings, devil horns growing out of their eyes, 6 pairs of devil hands, and a devil head at their necks and stomachs, making them very ugly and disgusting. Young warrior, that is one of the 7 kingdoms of darkness, the Demon Fly Clan. Demon Fly Clan? No wonder how I look at them I feel that they are somewhat similar to disgusting flies. Liu continued to watch. Their blockade is too tight, not to mention transporting supplies in, it is very difficult to sneak in. Over the years, I've deduced and tried countless times, there's only one way to get the supplies in, and that's to forcefully break in, but that's simply not doable, the disparity in strength is too great. The Gauss City Lord said helplessly. Now, he could only hope on this human teenage hero, maybe this teenage hero could create a miracle too. Gauss City Lord, can't we continue to dig tunnels to sneak in? I've tried, no, the blockade area, the dark monsters have even made a good defense line under the ground, this method will not work. Liu returned the props to Lord Gauss, and then summoned Little Red, open the eye of the sun, and see if there is a way to crack the monster battle line ahead. This is. Gauss looked at Little Red and seemed to think of something, but couldn't recall it for a moment. Eye of the sun. Little Red released this skill and swept ahead, then laughed softly. Lord Silver has 3 ways to crack it. What? 3? Liu and Gauss were stunned. This was a mega-range tight blockade battle line that had given the Night Vigil divine race a headache for hundreds of years. The Dark Knight City's vigilantes couldn't even figure out a way to break it, and you saw 3 cracks in just one glance? Tell me about it. Liu was elated. One was to directly break the demon god's divine blockade so that Lord Silver would be invincible in this map. Liu rolled his eyes, that's the demon god's divine blockade, non-gods can't break it, this method is as good as nothing. What about the other 2? The second one was for the Lord Silver to incarnate as a sword god and forcefully tear through an opening with his powerful sword god technique, but he had to rush through the monster defense line before incarnating as a sword god, or else the sword god form would disappear and the Lord Silver wouldn't be able to face the massive amount of darkness monsters. Hearing this, Liu pondered, this method he had thought about just now. With the Proof of God, refreshing talent effect, it would be possible to use the incarnate sword god form twice in a row for 20 minutes. It's just that this dark monster's blockade battle line is very long. Liu didn't have the certainty that he could rush through it in 20 minutes, if he could get 10 more minutes, then it was estimated that it would work. The third one is that the Silver family stepped in and used a skill to roast all these dark monsters. Little Red squinted and smiled. Liu smiled, cried and laughed, taking it all for granted that Little Red was joking. Not to mention 5th order skills, even 10th order forbidden spells, they couldn't roast such a huge number of dark monsters all at once. In addition, there is a magic god's divine power blockade here. Here, there is the magic god's divine power blockade, the 10th order forbidden spells also cannot play out the proper power. Little Red, don't joke about this next time, Lord Gauss and I are here to find a way to transport supplies, what a serious occasion, look at how embarrassed you made the master. I'm sorry. Little Red spat out her tongue adorably. Goss City Lord didn't care about Little Red's jokes. Instead, he was very shocked by Little Red's Eye of the Sun skill, actually being able to see the entire monster battle line. The young warrior's battle pet was truly extraordinary. After continuing to observe for a while, Lu Yu then returned to the Dark Knight City with City Lord Gauss. City Lord Gauss, do you have any props that can create a large amount of mist? Lu Yu decided to try forcing his way in once first. If there were props that created mists, then they could trigger the effect of the Time of the Book of Mists, and it would be possible to maintain the sword god form for 30 minutes. Mist-making props? Goss City Lord guessed that Lu Yu was trying to use the mists to disrupt the vision of the dark monsters, so he ordered his men to quickly go to the warehouse to look for them. It wasn't long before I really found it. Gausher City Lord, this night mist bomb can create night mist, but the quantity is not much, only 10, belongs to disposable props. Each night mist bomb can create a large range of night mist. When the Night Vigil Divine race fled, they prepared quite a few of these props that are useful for fleeing, so they have some stock. Waiting for the night to fall, Lu Yu ran to the ground and took out one to try and see if it could trigger the Book of Mist time effect. Boom! The night mist bomb exploded. The night mist instantly covered a large area. The range was very large. If it wasn't for the night curtain covering it, or else if such a large range of night mist suddenly appeared, it would definitely be detected by the dark monsters, and then scouts would be dispatched to come and check it out. Lu Yu received a reminder that this night mist cannot be dispersed and lasts for half an hour, and the effect of the Book of Mists was also successfully triggered. It's useful. It seems that this Book of Mists doesn't have to be effective in the Misty God realm, it's just as effective in areas with mists outside. Lord Gauss City, tomorrow morning, I'll first carry some of the supplies to transport them and take a look. This. Young warrior, can you do it alone? We'll see if it works or not tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lu Yu filled all the treasure chests with supplies, but the quantity was only 10 of the supplies. However, Lu Yu's main goal this time was to try to see if he could break through the dark monster blockade line, and if not, he would use the Vigilant God Clan's method to retreat back. With that, Lu Yu set off alone with his imperial sword. Lord Gauss City and the others had to watch from afar through the watch props. Kiki. Discovering that someone had intruded into the desolate land, the dark monsters of the Demonfly clan immediately showed their teeth and screamed strangely. Chapter 112 One Man, One Sword, Crossing the Monster Blockade Battle Line. When they saw what the visitor looked like, each of them froze in place. What did they see? A human teenager. One person and one sword, coming with a royal sword. Did I see it right? That seems to be a human teenager. There's no mistaking it, it's none other than a human from the new world of Blue Star World where the rules are assimilated. He's supposed to be here on a rule advancement mission, but how dare he? How dare he charge over with one person and one sword? Is he looking for death? The dark demonflies invariably thought that this human teenager was here to seek death, or else he wouldn't have dared to come over in a big way just by himself. Kiki. I've heard that the human race's flesh and blood is very sweet. I've reserved his head. Then I'll take his left hand. I want his right hand. The group of dark demonfly kings spoke one word to another, dividing Lu Yu's body in advance. Yeah, I've heard that the human race's life essence source and Mi Tiangong are the most flavorful. His second brother and third sister, I've got my mouth set on them. A female devil fly licked her lips and laughed flirtatiously. For the arrogant words of these devil flies that were so unobtrusive, Lu Yu also heard them clearly, but Lu Yu's expression was cold, and between his eyebrows, he already had a unique sword Immortal Majesty. Ta! Lu Yu took out a night mist bomb and violently threw it into the monster battle line. What is this? The devil fly monsters all had question marks on their heads. Boom! There was an explosion. A wide area was instantly enveloped in night fog. It was the Night Vigil Divine race's unique night fog bomb props. This human brat had taken on the task of delivering supplies to the Night Vigil Kingdom. He couldn't be allowed to pass. Some dark demon flies recognized it at a glance. Just as they were about to strike, they only saw endless sword light blossom from Lu Yu's body, and when the sword light dispersed, Lu Yu appeared in his sword god form. However, only the dark monsters within visual distance saw Lu Yu's sword god form. Most of the other monsters had a black haze in front of their eyes and couldn't see anything. Monster slashing sword god formation. Sword god storm. The two major sword god techniques erupted with divine might, instantly tearing a large opening in the monster defense line in front of them. Lu Yu killed within the battle line with one person and one sword, and a large number of dark monsters were chopped away between the flashes of sword light. However, with the demon god's divine power blockade suppressing them, Lu Yu was unable to kill too many monsters in seconds. Of course, the main purpose of this mission was to deliver supplies, not to kill monsters. Therefore, Lu Yu ignored the flying monsters and utilized a perfect mix of skills to charge forward. Soon the time was about to pass 15 minutes. Lu Yu's sharp eyes stared towards a dark monster at the far end of the front. Demon beheading sword drawing technique. Poof. 40,000. Only 6th rank ranged damage. But what Lu Yu wanted wasn't damage, but a displacement. His talent effect was ending. Destroy him quickly, let him go up in smoke. A demon fly monster roared. It was a shame for them to be intruded into half the battle line distance by a 5th-ranked human teenager. But the next second, boom! Lu Yu once again released a night mist bomb. The night mist once again enveloped a large area of the battle line.
A large number of dark demon flies were like headless flies, unable to find Lu Yu's direction at all. The proof of God effect was released. The moment Lu Yu's sword god form ended, he once again transformed into a sword god and continued to surge forward,
far outside the battle line.
With the help of the viewing props, City Lord Gauss and the others could only see a night mist shrouding the monster battle line, only accompanied by sword light surging forth from time to time.
City Lord, is that young warrior really okay?
It shouldn't be a big problem. Even if he fails in the end, he should be able to successfully retreat back according to the retreat method we gave him, otherwise he wouldn't have risked his life. Lord Gauss had been praying silently in his heart since Lu Yu started to break into the monster battle lines alone, and he even hoped Lu Yu would succeed more than Lu Yu himself. This was the only hope of survival for his vigilant god clan.
Demon slashing sword drawing technique.
Swoosh! With a long-distance instantaneous chopping attack, Lu Yu split and flew many dark monsters while also smoothly breaking through the blockade of dark monsters and entering the territory of the Vigil Kingdom. But this was not enough. Because it would only be considered a success if he had to enter the Vigilant Kingdom's defense line.
At this moment,
Lu Yu had already flown out of the night mist-shrouded range with his sword, and the demon fly clansmen in the sky were suddenly frantic as they led countless dark monsters to attack.
At this time,
Lu Yu had to release the Will of Ice effect. The most important thing at the moment was not whether or not he could withstand the monsters' attacks, but rather, he could not be entangled by them, and once he was surrounded by them and the sword god form was on cooldown, it would be truly dangerous.
One could not give up until the last moment.
Flying sword art. After a year of spiritual refinement in the Misty God realm, the number of flying swords that Lu Yu could maneuver that had doubled several times. Tens of thousands of flying swords formed a massive sword net. Together with the Will of Ice, 10-minute freezing effect. All the dark monsters touched by the flying swords had a blue freezing effect on their bodies. Although it was only 0.01 seconds each time, the advantage was that the sword network was a seamless attack, which was equivalent to these monsters being controlled continuously. A large number of dark monsters were frozen outside the sword net, causing other dark monsters to be unable to send out effective attacks.
Damn it!
Quickly pull them out, don't get close to the flying swords, use long-range skills.
A dark fiend fly ordered frantically.
The vigilant gods on the Vigilant Kingdom's side of the battle line also saw the strange situation on this side.
Your Majesty, it seems like someone has broken through the dark monster's defense line and is charging towards us, but he seems to be surrounded.
The guard general quickly reported the situation to the king in the palace.
What? Quickly provide support.
Since the dark monsters struck out at him, that means it's a friendly army, support him with all your might.
The Queen of the Vigil Kingdom quickly ordered.
Great! How many years has it been? Finally someone has broken through the monsters' defenses, the heavens have not failed us, the Night Vigil God Clan.
And so,
a guard army of the Night Vigil Kingdom was mobilized at a rapid pace, stepping out of his battle line for the first time to attack the dark monsters. With the support of the Night Vigil Kingdom Guard army, the dark monsters that surrounded Lu Yu were quickly opened up a gap, and Lu Yu immediately used his flying swords to form a wall of swords to block a large number of powerful dark demon flies.
What? This is a human teenage swordsman?
When the supporting guards saw Lu Yu, they were all doubly incredulous. Especially when they saw Lu Yu manipulating tens of thousands of flying swords at his own whim, they were even more astonished. With this ability to control swords, it would not be too much to say that he was the reincarnation of the sword god. When Lu Yu and the guards retreated back to the battle lines of the Night Watch Kingdom, the dark demon flies all looked up to the sky and roared in anger.
Shame! Heavenly shame!
This was the greatest disgrace their demon fly royal clan had ever known.
A 5th-ranked human swordsman.
With just one person and one sword, he had broken through their dragnet-like blockade line. If this was spread out, it would definitely become a shameful mark that the Demon Fly King clan would not be able to wash away for the rest of their lives.
If the demon god of their Demon Fly clan knew about this, I'm afraid they would all be slapped to death by the demon god.
Death. This human teenager must die within the Night Watch Kingdom, he must not be allowed to slip away. Under the escort of a group of guards, Lu Yu arrived within the palace hall. He met the power holder of the Night Vigil god race, the queen of the Night Vigil Kingdom, Yudian Boa, a tall queen with an outstanding demeanor.
Chapter 113 Joining Forces and Lengthening the Battle Line.
Your Majesty, this is the supplies that Lord Goss City asked me to bring to you as well as a letter. Lu Yu took out all the supplies from his backpack. The crowd of Vigilant Kingdom ministers in the Great Hall all cried tears of joy, and Queen Boa was also excited, but he was still very dignified, maintaining the queen's temperament and majesty.
Come on people, distribute the supplies quickly.
After giving the order, Queen Boa personally walked to Lu Yu and received the letter from City Lord Gauss. The letter explained that the Gao's family, for generations, had been trying to raise supplies to support the Vigil Kingdom, with their hearts set on the kingdom's safety and security, but every time they shipped supplies, they ended in failure. Now, placing all their hopes in the hands of the young hero of the human race, Lu Yu, if His Majesty the King can see this letter, it means that Lu Yu is worth entrusting. Good. Good. The Gao's family has not failed the mission entrusted to them by their ancestors, and they are worthy of their ancestors' trust. After saying that, Queen Boa lifted up Lu Yu's hands and said with tears in her eyes, "Young Master Lu Yu, I will entrust you with the fate of the Vigilant Kingdom, and you can tell us how to cooperate with you." The letter said that Lu Yu was a man with a sword, breaking through the monster blockade without any support. And yet Lu Yu was still able to kill his way in, enough to show that Lu Yu's strength was immense. When the other kingdom ministers learned that Lu Yu was not escorted in by Lord Goss and the others, but killed his way in alone, each one of them had their jaws dropped. The difficulty of this material transportation mission was tantamount to reaching the sky. But the seemingly ordinary human teenager in front of him did it, and he managed to transport a batch of supplies in, renewing the Vigil Kingdom's life for 10 years. Your Majesty, then I'll be blunt, this first shipment of supplies, I actually didn't intend to successfully send it in, it was just a first attempt at the strength of the monster blockade battle line. In fact, as I expected, if it weren't for your army coming to meet me, I would have had to retreat out using the method of retreat that Lord Gao's city had prepared for me. However, I have a plan in mind. As long as your army can stretch the defense line to the position where they met me just now, then I will be able to ignore the blockade of the dark monsters and deliver supplies back and forth to you. Of course, there is no need to lengthen all the battle lines, just one battle line can be lengthened. Lu Yu pondered. What? Really? Queen Boa and the others were collectively ecstatic. If it was all fronts, then they would never be able to do it, but with just one front, it would not be much of a problem. The big deal was just sacrificing some of the clansmen. But for being able to obtain supplies and extend the kingdom's lifespan, the sacrifice was well worth it. Lord Queen, Bice, would like to lead an army of daredevils to stretch the battle line for young Master Lu, and it's all or nothing. And me. A group of Night Vigil Kingdom warlords had asked for orders. They were all people with great battle prowess, and it could be said that as long as they were placed in the extraterrestrial battlefield, each one of them would be a super grand old man above the Dark Kingdom. But here, under the blockade of the demon god's divine power, they can only be reduced to mediocre people, and this is the terrifying aspect of the gods. Your Majesty, there's one more thing I have to make clear in advance. I can only storm the monster blockade front once a day, which means 2 days before I can deliver the supplies to come. The cooldown of the active effective Will of Ice is 24 hours, and this is a power that belongs to the gods. The cooldown effect of the prop, Time of the Book of Mists, can't work on the power effect of the gods. Lu Yu can only express his helplessness. 2 days at a time. This is already a very good delivery efficiency. If I can succeed every time, then my Vigil Kingdom will be able to renew its life for at least 100 years. Queen Boa immediately ordered that Grand Admiral Biss personally lead one of the most elite armies to stretch the defense front. In order to boost everyone's morale and combat power, and to complete the task of lengthening the battle line as quickly as possible, Queen Boa decided to go in person. Your Majesty, it's just a matter of lengthening the battle line. I might be able to contribute. Good. If this mission is accomplished, I, the Kingdom of the Night's Watch, will never forget young Master Lu's kindness. And so, under Queen Boa's leadership, all the generals of the Eastern Front were replaced with the Night Vigil Kingdom's most elite generals, who then took the initiative to launch a battle line lengthening campaign. Madness. Insane. Are these guys from the Night Vigil Kingdom crazy? They dare to take the initiative to attack, and it seems that their queen has come out as well. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Destroy the Vigil army and capture their queen alive. The Demonfly Kings led this side of dark monsters, forming a wave of black monsters that surged towards the army. Although the number of dark monsters far exceeded the Night Vigil elite regiment by 1,000 times, this was the most elite legion of the Night Vigil Kingdom, and each of them was a ruthless person who had fought their way out of the sea of blood, so they wouldn't be afraid. Kill. The battle started immediately. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere. At this time, Lu Yu, who was hiding in the army, struck. In the guise of a sword god, specializing in staring at the Demon Fly Kings to attack. Damn it! It was that mysterious human teenager. Kill him. The Demon Fly Kings whistled shrilly one by one. However, Lu Yu had the Vigilant army as a shield, and as soon as the talent effect ended, he withdrew to the army and then maneuvered his flying sword to deal with the other dark monsters. Once the talent effect was refreshed, he reincarnated as the sword god to deal with the Dark Kings. This infuriated the Demon Fly Kings. Queen Boa, who was watching the battle from the rear, could not help but be stunned when she saw Lu Yu's incarnation as the sword god. Strange, this young Master Lu's talent incarnation form. Why does it seem like I've seen it somewhere before? The great battle was continuing. As the saying goes, it's easy to stretch the battle line, but it's hard to hold the battle line, as it will endure the attacks of the dark monsters all the time. In this battle of lengthening the battle line, it was fought for more than 2 months, and the Vigilant Kingdom sacrificed a lot of its generals before it was able to establish a good defense of the battle line, and was able to hold on to it. But after 10 days and half a month at the most, the battle line defense would completely collapse, and then this group of elite generals would all die in battle, but they were willing to sacrifice for the sake of the kingdom, for the sake of the night vigil divine race.
Young warrior Lu, next, it's up to you. Queen Boa bet everything on Lu Yu. Your Majesty, I wonder if you have any more night mist bullets?
Lu Yu had used up 3 of them before and only had 7 left, and he needed to use 2 each time he stormed the monster blockade line, which meant that he could use them 3 times at most.
Young Master Lu, wait a moment, I'll order someone to check. Not a moment later.
Queen Boa said, there are, but only 9.
9. That adds up to 16.
You need to use up 4 of them for 1 round trip, so that's at most 4 times you can get yourself transported. Plus the previous 1 time, that's only 50 supplies transported, and that's not even up to par. And in this barren land, there were rule restrictions, and the mounts couldn't be summoned.
That's not going to be easy. Miscalculation.
I thought that the Vigil Kingdom had enough night mist bombs, but I didn't expect so few.
At this time,
Little Red gave a suggestion. Main Silver, the Silver family can also help transport supplies.
You?
Forget it. Even if a battle pet has a solitary storage space, it's just that big, it won't help at all.
Lu Yu shook his head.
Lord Silver, the Silver family's space is fine.
How many supplies can it hold?
Well, not much, but it should be able to hold as much as Lord Silver.
Oh.
Fierce.
Lu Yu's eyes widened. What did you say? Chapter 114 Special Hidden Mission. Mission time, 100 years. After a test, Lu Yu discovered
Little Red wasn't lying. Her storage space could really hold 10 supplies.
Holy!
The deeper he got to know Little Red, the more he realized that Little Red was unfathomable. Under normal circumstances, battlefield storage space wouldn't be too big, at most it would hold some equipment or something, just a dozen or so grids. But Little Red's is a bizarre oversized space. In Little Red's words, this is a special space that she was born with, and she doesn't understand how it came about.
In this regard,
Lu Yu also did not study it in depth,
because time did not allow it.
Anyway, Little Red's auxiliary function was getting more and more powerful. Little Red, depart. With Little Red's huge space, Lu Yu that was smoothly transporting 20 supplies each time, and in 4 round trips, 80 supplies were transported. Although a total of 90 supplies were transported, not reaching 100, it was still considered to have completed the task of transporting supplies.
Your Majesty, let the army withdraw to the previous front.
Good. Seeing that the 3-month mission time was about to arrive, Lu Yu suddenly remembered that he had quite a lot of special resources, so perhaps the Vigil Kingdom could use them.
And so,
Lu Yu took out all of the Mist Source crystals that he had obtained in the Misty God realm, and he didn't know if it counted as supplies. If it wasn't counted, it would be considered as a thank you to the Vigilant Kingdom's ancient Vigilant Sword God for leaving behind the Sword God's heart inheritance in the Blue Star world. Seeing the hundreds of thousands of Misty Abyss crystal special resources, Queen Boa and the others that were directly shocked couldn't even close their mouths.
What did he see? Hundreds of thousands of special resources. This thing was far too practical than ordinary supplies.
If it was in the past, then the Vigilant Divine Race would naturally not see these special resources. However, after being under siege for many years, they had long since consumed all the special resources they possessed. It could be said that, with these hundreds of thousands of Misty Abyss crystals, they were able to quickly train up their clansmen who hadn't grown up yet to form a fighting force, and they could extend the kingdom's life for a longer period of time. It was just that they couldn't figure out.
Lu Yu was only at the 5th rank, how could he possess so many special resources?
If he knew that Lu Yu still had nearly 1 million Star Source stones, they didn't know if their jaws would drop in shock. Your Majesty, it's rare that we are destined to fight side by side against the dark monsters. This is my small token of appreciation. Please don't excuse me.
Thank you. Queen Boa was moved to tears and immediately signed an eternal ally contract with Lu Yu. Once the mission time arrived,
only then did Queen Boa take out a mysterious treasure box. Young warrior Lu, this is the only reward that our Vigilante God clan can take. I hope you don't mind. Ding, congratulations on completing the 6th Order Advancement Quest, Transportation of Supplies Completion Degree 100, receive the highest reward. It's really feasible. Seeing the mission prompt, Lu Yu revealed a pleased smile. I didn't realize that special resources could also act as supplies. The highest reward for a 6th Order S-rank difficulty advancement mission, I wonder what it would be.
Lu Yu didn't open it on the spot.
This was a sign of respect for the Vigilant God clan.
As the light of baptism spilled down,
Lu Yu was rewarded with the highest full attribute of 1920. Ding, you spent 2,400 gold coins and drew the S-Class 6th Order exclusive skill Sword Spirit's Eye. Name, Sword Spirit's Eye. Grade, S-Class. Rank, 6th Order requires gold coins to upgrade. Skill effect, can shield your own basic information and cannot see your information unless your level is higher than yours and you release an Insight class skill, and can actively release 2 Spirit Sword attacks, causing undefendable Mind Sword wounds, with a 180-second cooldown. Hint, upgrading this skill increases the damage of Mind Sword wounds. Having spent 10 million gold coins to draw this special mind-based sword skill, it was something Lu Yu liked very much.
Your Majesty, if there is an opportunity in the future, I will come back to help you break out.
Lu Yu's words gave the Night Vigil Kingdom's group of executives a great hope. Through this period of time of working together to fight, he also saw that Lu Yu possessed the potential of being a god level, and as long as he could obtain the proof of god, he would most likely become the first human sword god of the monster world in the future. Such a heroic young man would never just make a promise. Since Lu Yu intended to help them break out in the future, it was very likely that he would help them in the future, as long as they could hold out until then.
Ding, you have triggered a special hidden mission to help the Vigilante Kingdom break out. Mission time, within 100 years.
Mission description: help the Vigil Kingdom break out and get to safety within the time limit, rewarded with a special hidden treasure chest and control of the Vigil God race. This triggered hidden quest was powerful. Not to mention the special hidden treasure chest reward, just controlling the Night's Watch Divine Clan, that's a heavenly reward.
The Night Watch Clan. A clan of gods.
If you can control it yourself, it's the same as mastering a super powerful army. The time for this hidden quest was within 100 years, so there was no rush to do it, one had to be fully prepared before doing it.
With that,
Lu Yu bid farewell to the crowd and was teleported back to the Misty God realm.
After Lu Yu had left, the Queen Boa then ordered, inform all the clansmen of what happened these days, we will die for 100 years and wait for young warrior Lu to come again.
Yes.
Queen. Misty God realm. Seeing Lu Yu return, everyone was jumping for joy.
The four of them, Bailey Tong, Delis, Xian Yuanqi and Situi, had completed their advancement quests a month ago. Kane and Luo Qingxian, on the other hand, were still doing the advancement quests, as the two of them had taken on S-rank difficulties. Luo Qingxian, on the other hand, was a S-rank difficulty 7th order quest to do, which would take a much longer time.
In fact, Bailey Tong was also picking up S-rank difficulty advancement quests.
Only he was lucky and arrived at the place with mists to do the quest, relying on the special effect triggered by the Book of Misty Lives, that he completed the quest ahead of schedule without any surprises. Fatty, you go with me to team up to brush the monsters, others first do not brush the boss, normal clean up the small monsters is good.
At this moment,
Sure Battle Dance and the others were treating Lu Yu as their backbone, and were absolutely obedient to Lu Yu's words. When the three of them saw that Bailey Tong was able to follow Lu Yu and team up for upgrades, their hearts were envious. Brother Yu, there are still 3 months to go before the Misty God realm closes. I'm planning to do the 7th order advancement quest directly after I level up to 180. With S-rank difficulty, I should be able to complete it in 2 months.
Bailey Tong voiced his heart's thoughts.
As long as I advance to the 7th rank and am on the same rank as the Darkness Kings, even if my equipment isn't as good as it, I can at least have a good fight with it and keep it from interfering with Brother Yu.
Complete the 7th rank S-rank difficulty in 2 months? Are you sure you can do it?
Lu Yu didn't quite believe it on his face.
Although Bailey Tong was very strong, the 7th order S-rank difficulty was no joke.
Brother Yu, you don't know, in fact, before coming into the Misty God realm, my grandfather gave me a level 180 epic grade 6 piece set, which was obtained from the quests Grandpa did back then, and it was also Grandpa's only set of epic grade suits.
What? An epic level 6 piece set, the Heavenly Sword God gave it to you? Wait a minute. Aren't you his god grandson? How could he treat you so well? Ahem.
That's because I hugged your thighs, Brother Yu.
Grandpa treats me like his own grandson now. Is that so?
Lu Yu was a bit skeptical, but didn't think much about it. Since Bailey Tong had the epic 6-piece set sent by the Heaven Opening Sword God, then as long as he purchased more props that could create mist and triggered the Book of Mist effect out, then there was a real possibility that he could complete the S-rank difficulty 7th order quest within 2 months.
Subsequently,
Lu Yu specialized in taking Bailey Tong to brush the advanced map mist monsters, and by the way, the rare map mist monsters, to raise Bailey Tong's level to 180 in the shortest possible time.
Brother Yu, then I'll go and do the 7th order advancement quest first. Viatone disappeared in place. However, Lu Yu wasn't going to pick it up.
This was because the attribute rewards gained from completing the 7th order advancement quest were dispensable to the current Lu Yu. At the moment, it was better to continue accumulating mist coins as the main focus, and purchase as many territories as possible before the Misty God realm closed. Another 2 months had passed quickly. At this point, Lu Yu was still a few tens of billions of mist coins short of purchasing an entire high-level map. However, there was no harm in that. Lu Yu immediately found the city lord and purchased most of the advanced map, Misty Heart Deer City. This was because killing the deer head monster boss here could trigger the rare map, Ruins of the Ruins, and there were a lot of various resources and materials, with a full amount of key monsters.
Next to the last month, you can attack the dark monsters. At this time,
Lu Yu remembered that he hadn't looked at the reward for the 6th order quest, so he took out the vigilant treasure box and opened it.
Buzz! A strange purple night treasure light emanated out.
P.S. Bite the bullet, today is still 4 chapters, I want to be a pure love warrior for the readers, I hope to give more gifts and give some 5-star reviews, love you guys.
Chapter 115, Gathering of Large Forces, Targeting the Mausoleum of Lost Dreams and Mists. Name, Vigil Chalice. Category, Auxiliary Rare Props. Grade, No grade. Effects, releasing the effect of Eternal Night Tide. When the Eternal Night Tide descends, it will cause 80 deceleration effect to the target, and absorb 1 mana per second from the target. During the Eternal Night, it can't recover mana through recovery skills and potions, it will recover 1 mana per second from itself and its friends, and it will recover 1 life value per second if it's full, lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown for 60 seconds. A very good support item. No grade means no level, everything depends on the prop's effect, some may be very trash, but some are comparable to god level. 80 deceleration effect is very powerful. This is a full control effect. Not to mention absorbing 1 mana per second from the target. As long as 100 seconds, the opponent's mana value is completely empty, can only flat A. That picture is beautiful to think about. At this time, Bailey Tong had also successfully completed the S-rank difficulty 7th stage quest and returned with a generous reward. Since everyone is together, let's collectively return to the misty ancient city. Luyu snapped. Big brother Luyu, if we all go back, what about this great summer territory? Will it be overrun by monsters? Darius inquired. This is something that we don't have to worry about. The purchased territories have a 3-year protection period. The mist monsters can enter within the territory, but they can't encroach on it, and only the dark monsters and the human race can attack it. In addition, once someone attacks the Daxia territory, as the Daxia Lord, I will also be the first to receive a prompt, and will also be able to check the situation of the territory. Luyu explained. Only then did the crowd put their hearts down. Otherwise, if the territory was reoccupied by monsters during their attack on the dark monsters, it would be a big loss. Let's go! The next moment, everyone tore open their city return scrolls and all returned to the misty ancient city. Outside the East City Gate. Apart from the people from the Half-Monster Association who were nowhere to be seen, the members of the 3 major forces, the Church of Light, the Battle Alliance, and the Soul Hidden, were all gathered here. Brother Luyu, goodbye. The one who spoke was the supernova of the Battle Alliance, Shiryu. As long as they were fighting darkness monsters, their Battle Alliance would join them. At this time, Shiryu had also reached the 6th rank, and there was also a supernova beside him, Long Jianyun, who had also reached the 6th rank. After a brief conversation, they learned that the War Alliance was on a quest and explored a 6th Order Advancement Divine Stone before Shiryu and Long Jianyun were able to go on the 6th Order quest. Brother Luyu, although I am not talented, I am willing to be the first to fight for you. In order to thank Luyu for saving his life that day, Long Brokyun was prepared to fight to the death. The Soul Kane were all fierce. They were all assassins, believing in the assassin's creed formulated by the chief. Apart from collecting money and vowing to complete the mission to the death, that is to absolutely obey the orders of the chief and the chief's family. Since Missy had asked them to assist the Human Alliance in dealing with the dark monsters, they wouldn't take a step back even if they all died in battle. In the Church of Light camp, Saint Sun Saint Peter looked at Luo Chang Xian and Bailey Tong with a deep gaze, deep jealousy welling up in his heart. This was because these two had actually reached the 7th rank before him, as what the two were revealing now was 7th rank equipment. This made him, as the holy son of the Church of Light, feel very unbalanced in his heart. It was fine for Luyu to be better than him. Now there were 2 more that were ahead of him in terms of rank. But what made St. Peter gnash his teeth the most was that he had previously spent quite a bit of effort and had managed to get the video of Luyu's great kill in the Star Illusion realm to the people of the Black Church. Never in a million years did he expect that. This Black Clerical Church's losers actually let Luyu live well until now. If Luyu does not die, the future. When he becomes the Pope of the Church of Light, then he will live under Luyu's halo for the rest of his life and do nothing. Humph. It was because of the presence of the heaven-opening sword god that led to the Human Alliance, the Daxia people, being in charge, and it was because I, the first Pope of the Church of Light, didn't want to stifle myself by following the orders of the Daxia people that I broke away and created the Church of Light. As the holy son of the Church of Light, whose talent is not inferior to that of the first Pope, I can't also live under the shadow of others. St. Peter thought inwardly, and then ordered in the Church of Light channel that the main focus should be to assist, not to attack the dark monsters with all their strength, and that the paladins should guard the light methods and holy light priests. The rest of the Church of Light naturally understood. Their holy son was trying to play the sauce. He wanted to let the Human Alliance, Battle Alliance, and Soul Hidden forces consume each other with the dark monsters, thus indirectly raising his own strength. If there were any benefits from this attack on the dark monsters, they, who had preserved their strength by then, would have a better chance of obtaining them. Yes. I will obey the holy order of the Holy Sun. Seeing that everyone was ready, Luyu then said to the leaders of the 3 major powers, the dark monsters are all exploring the advanced map Lost Dream Mist Tomb, where there is a rare map Dusty Ancient Hall. Rare map. Upon hearing the rare map, St. Peter's eyes directly glowed. Just by hearing the name, he knew that this map had great treasures. It seems that choosing to come together to deal with the dark monsters was a wise choice. Since you 3 powers chose to come to help, naturally, our alliance won't treat you poorly. This is the map of the Divine Realm of Mist, except for the East City Gate, the other 3 city gates, and all the areas on the Dark Monster side. This was drawn by Lu Yu during the period when he was brushing the mist monsters, and he had asked Battle Dance Release to draw it as a reward for them. Since they were invited to participate in the battle, the Alliance would not lose out on them. This was the fine tradition that had been passed down from Daxia to the Alliance. A map? Both St. Peter and Shiryu were shocked. Oh look! It turned out that this secret realm was called the Divine Realm of Mist. And the maps that their respective forces had explored were shown on this map, with outlines exactly like the ones they had explored. Then this map was real. It was amazing. How did Lu Yu get this map of the Divine Realm of Mist? Could it be that he had gotten it from purchasing a high-level territory before? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. This time the Dark Monsters entered the Divine Realm of Mist with 10 kings, 2 of which were equipped with legendary weapons, and should have a potential no less than the Dark King's Demon Dragon Man Red Kuei that appeared in the Star Illusion realm. Lu Yu continued. 10 Darkness Royal clans, and 2 of them have legendary weapons? The crowd was horrified. This battle wasn't going to be easy to fight then. However, when they thought that Lu Yu was able to beat the Red Kuei, then dealing with the 2 strongest Darkness Kings should not be a big problem. The other 8 Darkness Kings should be able to win if they were to deal with them. However, Lu Yu's next sentence directly made Shiryu and the others dumbfounded. In this battle, the Darkness Kings will have to rely on you to deal with them, because there is still a monster above the Darkness Kings, and I need to concentrate on dealing with him, without the slightest bit of distraction. What? There's a monster above the Dark Kings? Lu Yu, are you sure you're not joking? How in the world could there be a monster more powerful than the Dark Kings? This simply refreshed their worldview. Lu Yu didn't explain too much. The war is coming. The matter of the divine race can be hidden for as long as possible, it will do them no harm. The battle plan is not complicated. I will deal with the strongest monster, Luo Qingxian, and Beiliton will deal with the 2 strongest Dark Kings. As for the others, they will assist each other in dealing with the other dark monsters. I will try to kill a few of them when the time comes to relieve some of the pressure on you guys. Who has any comments after I've finished talking? Lu Yu at this moment, like a god of war, invisible, has revealed belonging to their own Daxia sword immortal might. See, the crowd has no opinion. Lu Yu directly ordered departure. Goal, the Mausoleum of Dreams and Mists. Chapter 116 3 Sword Seconds 3 Kings. This Lu Yu is the real monster road. The crowd had their own thoughts. Shiryu and the others were very curious as to why Lu Yu believed that the duo of Luo Qingxian and Beiliton could deal with the 2 strongest Darkness Kings. Even though they had advanced to the 7th rank, how could they not be so strong that they could single-handedly take on a Darkness King clan with a legendary weapon? St. Peter, on the other hand, was happy that Lu Yu had arranged it this way, and he even expected the Dark Kings to abuse Luo Qingxian and Beiliton to death. Brother Shiryu, when we fight with the Dark Kings later, you follow me. Zhanmai suddenly spoke to Shiryu, looking at him differently from the others, seemingly mixed with affection. This made Lu Yu even more convinced that the rumors would not be false, and that the Battle Alliance's alliance leader really had a great relationship with the Dragon Blood War god. Rejection. Shiryu assumed the posture of a straight man of steel. He would never stand behind a woman, especially when this woman was also the granddaughter of the Dragon Blood War god, Zhanmai. Very quickly. Under Lu Yu's open road, the people of the 4 major forces traversed various ordinary maps. If it wasn't for the great map of the Misty God realm, Lu Yu and the others wouldn't have been able to reach the advanced map of the Mystic Dream Misty Mausoleum by traversing the ordinary maps. Lu Yu, this advanced map requires 100,000 Misty coins to unlock the exploration rights to enter. Our Church of Light isn't as rich as your alliance. St. Peter suddenly opened his mouth. Only then did the crowd remember this. That's right. Entering the advanced map, that would cost quite a few mist coins. How many mist coins would it cost for such a large force to enter? The ancestors of all the major powers had explored it before, and it was recorded that exploring the advanced map was to spend 100,000 mist coins first. To this, Lu Yu had prepared for this. When he purchased the large territory of Misty Heartdeer City, Lu Yu's Misty Ancient City VIP title was promoted to Misty Divine Realm VIP, and every time the Misty Divine Realm was open, he possessed the right to explore for free once. This free exploration right was not for individuals, but for 700,000 people, who could enter the advanced map once for free as long as they were given the free exploration right by Lu Yu. Lu Yu immediately used this title privilege to grant the crowd free exploration rights. As for why the dark monsters would all enter this advanced map, Lu Yu did not know. This was because the dark monsters couldn't even afford a piece of high-level territory, indicating that they didn't have many Misty coins. Logically, they shouldn't be able to enter all of them. Lu Yu wondered if it was that White Xin Divine Clan's divine son who had used a privilege similar to his own title of noble guest. Brother Yu, what kind of heaven-blowing tactics are you using? Bailey Tong bounced up in shock. The crowd was also puzzled. This was too powerful. Surprisingly, it can grant so many people the power to explore advanced maps for free once. Lu Yu waved his hand and said gently, "Nothing, it's just the privilege of cashing in the title of noble guest of the Misty God realm that the territory got. I'll go. Isn't this the title of a landlord?" Sure enough. Kryptonite tycoons have special treatment everywhere. As soon as the crowd entered the Misty Dream Mist Mausoleum, the dark monsters in charge of surveillance immediately reported the news to their royal family through the Dark Monster channel. "Yeah, Lord God's servant, it's here, Lu Yu, he's really here." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian De, who was resting his eyes, opened his misty eyes and instantly, a majestic aura erupted from his body, his battle intent reaching its peak in an instant. Ka! Bai Xian Emperor moved his muscles. "You guys go deal with the others, don't let them come and disturb the battle between this God servant and Lu Yu." "Yes. Lord God servant." The 10 kings of darkness led the order. Lu Yu quickly took the strongest group of people, including Luo Changxian, and went straight all the way to the rare map Dusty Ancient Hall. The other dark monsters didn't stop them and even avoided them from afar. The others began to fight the monsters in the Mystic Dream Mist Mausoleum. Unbeknownst to anyone, a dark shadow lurked in as well. It trailed Lu Yu all the way. But the weird thing was, no matter if it was a dark monster or a human transmogrifier, none of them could touch it, and even the skills couldn't harm it. "Yeah, Lu Yu, today, I must have you." The dark great Lord Badir revealed an evil smile. Soon, Lu Yu and the others smoothly entered the rare map Dusty Ancient Hall, where Bai Xian De and the 10 Darkness Kings had been waiting for a long time. "Lu Yu, we meet again." Bai Xian Emperor sat on top of the divine throne with a monstrous aura, and just by sitting there, he made sure Zhan Yuan and the others feel a terrifying and incomparable oppressive force, and the slightest hint of cold sweat emerged from their foreheads. They understood. This was the mysterious monster that Lu Yu had previously said was above the Darkness Kings. This was too powerful, wasn't it? Sure, Yu uttered out in horror. Although she couldn't see information about Bai Xian De, she could confirm just from the might that this monster, apart from Lu Yu, he could crush all of them. "Guru! Brother Yu, are you sure?" Bailey Tone couldn't even help but get worried. This was a monster he had seen that was a shade stronger than his grandfather in terms of aura alone. "That's why I need you guys to block the Darkness Kings for me. All I can say is, 50-50. Lu Yu appeared calm. The more this time, the more he couldn't panic, he had to be calm. At this time, there were 3 Darkness Kings who stood out. A humanoid form, like a scorpion, with a barbed poisonous scorpion tail covered in poison, exuding a cold aura. It was one of the 7 Dark Kings, a monster of the Devil Scorpion clan. One was the Demon Fly clan, a Darkness King clan that Lu Yu had seen when he did his 6th order quests, with an aura like dung. In short, it was disgusting. One was similar to a goat-headed monster, but with an even more horrifying appearance, like a hellish demon, covered in demonic lines and scales. It was a monster from the Demon Goat clan, one of the 7 Dark Kings. The aura of these 3 Darkness King clans pushed straight towards Lu Yu. "Lu Yu, you beheaded our compatriot Red Kuei, who has the potential to be a new king in the Star Illusion realm, and today, we want you to spill your blood here." Eh? Lu Yu's gaze stared. Hadn't the dark monsters in the Star Illusion realm been slaughtered by himself and the others? How did these Dark Kings know that they killed the Red Kuei? Could it be that the Half Monster Association had secretly taken a video and leaked it to the Dark Kings? This is very likely. In the crowd, St. Peter revealed a hint of a smile, thinking, the Black Order still knows how to do things. To the extent that they gave the video to the Dark Kings as well, then Lu Yu will definitely become a thorn in the Dark King side, and it will never be possible for him to grow up. Seeing these 3 Darkness royal clans standing out and pretending, the corner of Lu Yu's mouth gently lifted up. He had thought about how to find an opportunity to exterminate a few royal clans to alleviate everyone's pressure. Never thought that. These 3 great clevernesses took the initiative to jump out. Sitting on the divine throne, Bai Xian Emperor Yi's gaze huffed. These 3 dark stinkers dared to act privately without their own orders. Humph. Let Lu Yu exterminate you all. It's enough to have a couple of losers here. Lu Yu saw that Bai Xian De did not make a move, so he also instantly seized the opportunity and struck out at these 3 dark princes. Flying swords coalesced, instantly killing over. This made the 3 darkness princes furious. "Griffin, how dare you!" The 3 dark princes released their defensive skills to resist, but to their horror, they found that they couldn't block it, and that this 6th order flying sword ignored their 60 defenses. Moreover, this flying sword damage was too terrifying, making them feel the aura of death. Put. A few swords weaved through. The 3 unstoppable and powerful Dark Kings were instantly secured. At this moment, whether it was the dark monsters or the crowd, all of them were stunned. A 6th order swordsman just manipulated 3 flying swords and secured 3 Darkness Kings? Nima, could you be any more perverted? The other 7 dark monsters suddenly realized why Lord Godservant valued Lu Yu so much. This Lu Yu is the real human monster. "Lu Yu, our battlefield is not here, come with me." Bai Xian De suddenly got up and spoke. Lu Yu put away his lightsaber, but he also knew how to be polite and smiled as he followed Bai Xian De towards the depths of the ancient hall. As he passed by the 7 darkness princes,
These 7 darkness kings all had cold sweat on their foreheads and their bodies trembled slightly, fearing that Lu Yu would suddenly strike out at them. So panicked. It seems like a terrifying monster is passing by us. However, Bai Xiandi's aura locked onto Lu Yu, and Lu Yu had to hold back even if he wanted to strike. Otherwise, the moment he struck out, Bai Xiandi would definitely send his fiercest attack at him. When Lu Yu and Bai Xiandi disappeared from the view of the crowd in the Darkness King clan, a fight broke out here. Kill. Chapter 117 opens the Temple of Mist. The next instant, Luo Qingxian took on the new king potential, Goertai of the snake-haired Demonis clan. Bailey Tong faced off against the new king potential, Lucite of the Demon Angel clan. Release War Dance, St. Peter, Cain, and Release You faced the other 5 Darkness King clans. The main objective of the crowd was to prevent these Dark Kings from interfering with Lu Yu. As for whether or not they could kill these Dark Kings, to be honest, aside from Luo Qingxian and Bailey Tong, no one else was sure. After all, the weakest of these Dark Kings were all equipped with 7th Order epic equipment, and although they weren't suits, their strength was still amazing. The moment Luo Qingxian struck, she was doing her best to transform into a Star Valkyrie, something her old mom had taught her. Facing the enemy, don't hide, use the shortest time, the fastest speed, burst the most powerful attack, put the enemy down. This is the most correct strategy against the enemy. On the other hand, Bailey Tong utilized the Stealth and Book of Misty Lives effects, combined with the dual talent effects of the Second Awakening, to incarnate the strongest flying fat spike and engaged Rush It in the air. No one knew the strengths and weaknesses of these Dark Kings better than Bailey Tong, because his grandfather, the Heavenly Sword God, had fought countless battles with these Dark Kings, and was well aware of the characteristics of each Dark King. For this reason, on the way here, Bailey Tong also told the crowd all their strengths and weaknesses. The shortcomings of the Demon Angel clan were similar to those of the human transmogrifier swordsmen. They had a strong damage burst, but they were brittle and lacked control, and once they were caught in a long battle, they would become weaker and weaker. And this Demon Angel clan had another fatal flaw, that was arrogance. Every Demon Angel was synonymous with arrogance, and as long as you could utilize this in battle, it could work wonders. In the beginning, you can't go hard with it. With the help of the Book of Mist's effect and stealth, as well as the Great Summer's national art of language, let it slowly get confused. As long as it lasted through the previous sparring session, Bailey Tong was certain to take it down. As an assassin, one didn't just have to master the art of assassination, one also had to use their brains and utilize everything they could to kill their enemies. This side, Lu Yu followed by Xin De to the deepest part of the ancient hall. There was a mysterious altar here, and there were 4 grooves in the center of the altar. Lu Yu could tell at a glance that the size and shape of those 4 grooves were the same as the mysterious divine object. Lu Yu, you are a worthy opponent, and I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. This altar requires 4 divine objects to activate, and once activated, it will reveal the only map of the Mist Divine Realm, the Mist Divine Hall. Bai Xin De spoke the role of the divine objects directly. Lu Yu was doubly surprised inside. It turned out that the only map of the divine realm of mist was one that needed to be opened by collecting all 4 divine objects. And so on. The Temple of the God of Mist. Wouldn't that really be related to the divine inheritance? This Bai Xian De wouldn't be here specifically for the divine inheritance here, right? That's right. That's the way it should be. Otherwise, how could such a powerful divine son of the divine race suddenly appear? Swoosh. Bai Xian Emperor Yi threw out the 2 mysterious divine objects that he had obtained directly, and surprisingly, they fell steadily into 2 of the alcoves. Seeing this, Lu Yu only frowned slightly and did not speak. Lu Yu, this divine object is the key to unlock the only map, the Temple of Mist. Our battlefield will be chosen within the temple. Do you have any objections? Lu Yu understood the other party's meaning. A showdown in the Temple of God would also mean who would get the Temple of God's treasures. Lu Yu had a certain amount of confidence in his own strength, and after just a slight thought, he walked to the alcove and placed the 2 mysterious divine objects on his body into it in pairs. Buzz. After the 4 mysterious divine objects were set into the alcove, the entire altar was instantly activated and a special spell formation opened. No one knew. The clouds in the sky of the Misty God realm began to gather, gradually forming the appearance of an ancient hall. The Misty Ancient City. On this side, Shen Dafu sipped his tea and lay on his sleeping chair, his eyes burning as he looked in the direction of the Misty God's hall. Rarely. It has been 45 years since the rules first opened the godly realm of mist in the extraterrestrial passage, and it has been opened every 3 years, a total of 10 times, and this is the first time that someone has opened the godly temple of mist. Old Blue Lu Yu really deserves to be the chosen son of the strongest sword god, but also has the great fortune of the human race. In the future, the monster world is going to be wonderful. I will soon be able to gather enough mist coins to become a free NPC, just like you. I don't know when. The forging legend master NPC Blue Bobo appeared in the main hall of the city, also sipping tea, buzzing voice. It shouldn't be that sword god lord chose Lu Yu, but rather Lu Yu broke the rules and that sword god lord took the initiative to offer the sword heart inheritance.
We as rule-derived NPCs are clear that the rules have only assimilated the blue star human world for 100 years, and it's unlikely that they would allow the human race to draw god-level talent so quickly and break the balance. Lu Yu, on the other hand, drew the heart of the sword god, which is undoubtedly breaking the rules and speeding up the process of the rules assimilating the blue star world. This was still the first time since the birth of the monster world that a living being was able to break the rules, and this human teenager called Lu Yu was more than just being a part of the human race's great fortune. Hearing this, City Lord Chandav was even more filled with anticipation, and he couldn't wait to witness Lu Yu's rise to power. Because rules are meant to be broken. This time, I came over to find you to get the mythic grade rare or material divine mist crystals from you. Lan Bo Bo continued to speak. I'll take it, you big head, this is a treasure that I've only collected over countless years in the divine realm of mist, how can I give it to you? You know my special rule authority, there's no forging material I want that I can't get. I'm still one step away from forging the supreme divine sword, and I need 108 mythic grade rare or materials, so as long as I collect all of them, it's up to God's will as to what kind of divine sword I'll be able to forge. It's fine to give you the divine mist crystals, but you have to add money. I don't have any mist coins. You can have it. If you give away or sell the Excalibur in the future, just ask for more mist coins and compensate me, you know, as long as I have enough mist coins, according to the rules, I can unlock more permissions. Deal. At this time, Lu Yu had already been forcibly inhaled into the Temple of Mist. Seeing Lu Yu being the first to be sucked into the Temple of Mist as he had planned, Bai Xian revealed a triumphant smile. Lu Yu, you must not know that within the Temple of the Mist God is my home turf. And there is a 7th-ranked Mist God boss within the Temple of Mist, and its strength is incomparably strong, so even the current me is hard to defeat. This time, I'd like to see how you can turn the tide in this adversity. Also, the demon god seal inside me can then be transferred to you, Lu Yu. I think the great demon god lord will definitely like you. This time, you won't be able to fly. Chapter 118 Mist God Boss. As soon as he entered the Temple of Mist, Lu Yu received a reward prompt. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the Temple of the Mist God. Ding, you have been rewarded with 50,000 reputation. Ding, you've been rewarded with free exploration of all the Misty God realm maps. Ding, you have been rewarded for being the first person to challenge the Temple of the Mist God, and during the challenge period, even if the boss is killed by someone else, you'll still be able to obtain the inheritance priority. Before Lu Yu had a chance to check the rewards and survey his surroundings, he was locked by an extremely powerful aura. It could be said that this aura was even stronger than Bai Xian, as if a god was on earth. However, Lu Yu knew that this was not a true god, at best it was a 7th-ranked god boss. Lu Yu turned around to take a look. A figure slowly appeared in a huge mass of mist in front of him, and that terrifying aura was getting closer and closer, and firmly locked Lu Yu. When the mist dispersed, Lu Yu saw what the boss looked like and froze in place. Bai Xian. His skin was covered with crystal-clear silver-white scales, his hair appeared misty, his eyes were foggy, and he had a sharp sword coalesced by white mist at his waist. That's not true. It's not Bai Xian, it's the mist god boss. Bai Xian doesn't have a white mist beard. Lu Yu was inwardly horrified. Name, 7th Order Mist God Boss. Rank, S-Class. Level, LV210. Blood, 6000 W. Talent skill, Misty Mist Mythic rank. Skills, taking off clouds and driving mist, Bai Xian Pure Mist, secret technique turning mist wheel of life, 1000 blades of clouds and mist, Bai Xian Kirin breaking, mist scattering stormy might. Introduction, the rule replica of the 7th-ranked Mist God, possessing all the combat skills of the Mist God in his lifetime, defeating it will allow you to obtain the inheritance left behind by the Mist God. Shock. Bai Xian was actually a descendant of the Mist God realm. One could guess it through the skills of this Mist God boss. It was almost the same skill that Bai Xian had mastered. No wonder Bai Xian knew about the mysterious divine objects and was also able to easily enter the rare map. Ding, since you're the first being to enter the Hall of the Mist God, you will be considered the first tester by the Mist God boss and will be the main target of the Mist God boss's attacks. Lu Yu's brows furrowed. The last 2 divine items were put up by himself, so he became this person who opened the Temple of the Mist God? This was a god-level boss, and it wasn't a projection boss like the Astral Illusion realm, it was a genuine Mist God boss with a replica of the rules, with a bit more combat power. Lu Yu had already experienced the powerful skills of the White Qian Divine Clan from the White Qian Emperor one before. 60 million blood. Terrifying as hell. Even if he turned on the sword's will effect and ignored the boss's defenses, a single sword would only do more than 2 million damage at most. At least 30 attacks would have to hit this boss before it could be killed. But this was a god-level boss, would it stand still and let itself be attacked like a target? This Bai Xian Emperor one had clearly punked himself. Buzz. At this moment, Bai Xian Emperor also entered the Mist God Temple. Although the Mist God boss had also split its breath to lock onto Bai Xian, it was obvious that it was only a small portion, and most of it was still on Lu Yu.
Looking at the two formidable enemies in front of him and behind him, Lu Yu for the first time felt doubly pressurized. As long as this Bai Shen De sneak attacked from behind, then he would really be attacked from the back. Clank! Bai Shen De pulled out the sharp sword on his waist, came to Lu Yu's side and faintly smiled. Lu Yu, I think you have guessed it, that's right. This godly realm of mist is the godly realm of my white Xian divine race divine ancestor after his fall, which was transformed under the power of the rules. I, on the other hand, am the white Xian divine race's most likely divine son to inherit the inheritance of the mist divine ancestor. Don't worry, I won't make a move against you before defeating this rule replicating mist god boss, and after defeating this mist god boss and bursting out the mist god's inheritance, then we'll have a showdown to see who's qualified to obtain the mist god's inheritance. Ha! Did he misunderstand Bai Shen De? However, Liu was still on guard against this Bai Shen De. This guy was too powerful and had a high IQ, so if he wasn't careful, he would probably fall into his path. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes, just like in the hidden mist icefield. Team up against the boss, don't worry, I'll give it my best shot, I'm not a dark monster. Bai Shen De revealed his true form and revealed a handsome smile. Lu Yu still didn't say anything, he was just looking at the other party vigilantly. Since this guy was willing to join forces with himself to deal with the mist god boss, it would be interesting to see if the other party was false or real when he struck. Boss line, I am the great god of mist, if you want to get my inheritance, then come and fight. Only by defeating the 7th rank me will you be qualified to receive my divine inheritance. After the mist god boss finished his lines, he made a move. Boom! With the mist god boss as the center, a sea of mist spread out. Be careful, this is my mist god ancestor's famous technique, the divine talent skill Misty Mist, which has no time limit. In this mist god boss could transform into any form. The only way to deal with it was to confirm the attributes of the form it transformed into, and then deal with it through the method of attribute restraint. For example, if the boss takes the form of an ice demon, then in addition to fire attribute damage and real damage to cause real damage to it, other attribute damage is not very useful, then don't use water attribute skills, which can only strengthen the boss's skill power. Bai Shen De told Lu Yu the characteristics of the mist god boss's natural skill directly. Anyway, this natural skill is only the mist god ancestor will, there is no harm in telling Lu Yu. Ow! Thud! Only to see the mist god boss transformed into a huge golden dragon, similar to Little Song de Bai. The dragon's breath spewed out sharp sword chi. At first glance it was fierce. This was the metallic form, one had to attack it with lightning and fire attribute damage, and only by knocking its blood bar down by 10 would it be possible to make the boss transform into other forms. Lu Yu quickly looked at his skills, and only the Wu 1 sword Open Heaven's Gate was a thunder and fire attribute skill. There was also the set's Misty Sword Heavenly Thunder effect, which had a 50 probability of triggering Misty Thunder damage with each attack. As well as the first effect of the set 6-piece set, Lucky Chop. Each attack has a 70 probability of chopping off the target's fixed 7 blood. Of course. There was also the strongest sword god technique, which was real damage. That was all Lu Yu had against the golden dragon form mist god boss. White Xian Kirin Break. Bai Shen De was the first to attack, unleashing a thunder attribute sword skill. Roar! The Misty Thunder sword light transformed into a massive qilin and blasted towards the boss. Lu Yu also started to strike immediately afterward. A sword opens the gate of heaven. Rumble! The two great god-ranked demons began to battle the incomparably strong mist god boss. It wasn't long before. Under Lu Yu and Bai Shen De's powerful output, the mist god boss's blood level dropped by 10. This was because Lu Yu had triggered a lucky chop. This made Bai Shen De alert Lu Yu to this special effect. Buzz! Seeing that the golden dragon form could not deal with the duo, the mist god boss transformed into a stunning ice phoenix. Newt! Ice phoenix form. Ignores any water attribute damage. This form is too restraining for me. I only have real damage if I take on the mist god form, but I can help you withstand the boss skills. The output is up to you. Bai Shen De releases the Mystic Mist Sword Shield defense skill. Rely on me my ass. I only have one skill with fire damage. That said, Lu Yu is still the main output, because with the Book of Mists, the cooldown time of Lu Yu's sword god disguise is only 90 seconds. In this way, the fierce battle continues to erupt in this temple. P.S. Thank you for the gift, thank you for the 5-star praise, I will continue to work hard, do not forget the beginning. Chapter 119 Communicating with the Demon God. There was no sun or moon in the temple. It was unknown how long had passed. Mist Divine Technique, Misty Sea Divine Wave. Sword God Technique, Divine Sword Storm. Lu Yu and Bai Shen De once again assumed the form of gods and engaged in a fierce battle with the mist god boss. At this moment, the hall was filled with flashes of sword light, as if there were 3 great sword gods fighting fiercely. Roar! Although the mist god boss was quick to regain blood, it couldn't withstand the uninterrupted attacks from the two of them, and its blood bar was worn down to only 20. Roar! The mist god boss violently transformed into a giant, and the mist god's sword in his hand became 40 meters in size. Watching the 40-meter giant sword slash down, interspersed with an endless storm of sword chi, Lu Yu and Bai Xian-De were lifted off the ground in a matter of moments. Bang! Bang! The duo smashed heavily into the pillars of the Grand Hall. 216,900. 230,450. A bright red damage value emerged from the top of each of the duo's heads. Just being scratched by the sword chi, they lost more than 200,000 blood. If they were hit by this boss head-on, they would have to lose 1,000,000 blood at least, or even be seconded. The big battle until now. In addition to some special powerful cards, the two of them had done their best. This mist god boss was truly worthy of being a god-level boss. Even a god-level genius with god-level skills would have a hard time taking it down. After fighting for so long, Lu Yu had already familiarized himself with the methods of dealing with each of the changing forms of this mist god boss. Of course, Lu Yu was also keeping in mind the skills that the mist god boss had unleashed when engaging in battle. So far, the mist god boss had released 13 skills, but a 7th ranked boss had 14 skills, just like a transformer. In other words, this boss still had one skill that had not been released, and it was assumed that it would only be released when its blood level had fallen to a certain limit. This is what Lu Yu is most wary of. Because, who knows, the last skill that the mist god boss is hiding has such a powerful effect. The range of the boss giant form attack was too large, so it could only be carried through. As soon as Bai Xian-De opened his mouth. In order not to be hit head-on by the mist god boss, Lu Yu no longer held back and released his strongest life-preserving skill, Sword Shadow Split. 7 Lu Yu doppelgangers appeared and spread out. With this skill upgraded to the 6th order rank, the doppelgangers already possessed 60 of the body's attack power. Originally, he had wanted to save it for when he fought with Bai Xian-De, but this giant form mist god boss had too large of an attack range and was mainly attacking himself. He could only use one of his doppelgangers to attract the boss's attention, while he tried his best to knock out 10 of the mist god's boss's blood before all of his doppelgangers were chopped to pieces. This Lu Yu's bilocation skill not only has 60 body attack power, but also can move freely. It is difficult to distinguish which is Lu Yu's main body. However, Lu Yu's bilocation can only flat A. It is still possible to find out the main body. Bai Xian-De narrowed his eyes and silently memorized the split skill that Lu Yu released for the first time. Sure enough, as soon as the doppelganger appeared, the mist god boss was mesmerized. Powerful skills blasted towards the doppelganger. Rumble. This doppelganger, who couldn't escape in time, was instantly blown to powder. Quickly attack the boss. Lu Yu shouted at Bai Xian-De. Bai Xian-De was suddenly drawn by Lu Yu in such a majestic manner, his body inexplicably shook and somewhat instinctively obeyed. Hell no! Bai Xian Emperor shook his head and launched a new round of attacks on the mist god boss. Soon, the mist god boss's blood level dropped below 10. The mist god boss also cancelled its giant form and changed back to its previous old man appearance. Just then, Bai Xian-De, however, frantically backed away, inwardly muttering to himself, Lu Yu, this is not the mist god boss cancelling the misty 10,000 talent skill, but rather, it is returning to its original form, transforming into its own body form, and within 30 seconds, it is immune to all other attribute damage, except for true damage. Moreover, this mist god boss in its original form, its speed and attack have all reached the limit of the 7th rank, which means that within 30 seconds, this mist god boss is an invincible existence, and if you're targeted by it, you're going to die in a heartbeat. However, Lu Yu, I believe that you will be able to survive the attacks of the mist god boss in this form, but you will also be in a sorry state, so I will transfer the demon god seal to you when you are at your weakest in order to be 100% successful. With that, Bai Xian-De must have stopped his body, and his thoughts entered the demon god seal within his body, communicating with the supreme demon god. Great Lord Demon God, divine servant Bai Xian-De has something important to report. Not a moment later, an ancient demonic voice that seemed to have gone through endless years reverberated in Bai Xian-De's mind. Permission granted. I have discovered a demonic human teenager in the Misty God realm, and I think that Lord Demon God will be very interested in him, for he possesses the inheritance of that ancient sword god. He's very powerful, and I was unable to kill him, so I specifically requested the divine decree. Boom! In the dark god kingdom of the monster world, an endless amount of dark demon god power suddenly erupted, and countless huge black thunderbolts appeared in the sky. For a moment, countless dark monsters in the darkness god country knelt down and worshipped, not knowing what had happened. What's going on? On the other side of the darkness god country, a shadow of an unknown tens of thousands of feet appeared, its eyes, like two black holes. The inheritor of that ancient sword god appeared. It's the human race from the Blue Star world. One of my god servants went to the extra-dimensional battlefield, and right now he's watching that inheritor battle the mist god made of rules. What? That damn sword god inheritor has appeared? Doesn't that mean that damn sword god has fallen? Yeah. A happy event. A great joyous event. All the nations must celebrate together. Confirming the fall of the ancient sword god would be the same as completely removing one of the greatest threats to the dark divine kingdom. Although the damned sword god has fallen, his successor must not be allowed to grow, or else he will surely become the second invincible sword god, and will bring another devastating blow to our dark divine kingdom. The one who spoke was a demon god with sky-blinding demonic feathers, his body was even comparable to the size of a star, and his demon god's might was the greatest. Big brother, I have the perfect solution. I see, you're trying to transfer the demon god's imprint in the body of that white Shin divine clan godchild of yours to that sword god inheritor, thus taking control of him and making him the strongest future divine servant under your banner. As expected, I can't hide anything from you, that white Shin divine race's divine son's potential is certainly strong, but not as strong as the sword god inheritor. As long as the demon god seal is successfully imprinted into the sword god inheritor's body, he will be prostrated at my feet for the rest of his life. The other demon gods laughed evilly. If they succeeded in turning that ancient sword god inheritor into a divine servant of their dark god kingdom, it would be a huge blow to the other races in the monster world that were still rebelling against them. It would be a very huge boost to their complete conquest of the entire monster world. How huge was the monster world? How many regions had rule restrictions? Even the incomparably powerful demon gods had many regions that they could not go to, which caused them to be unable to conquer the entire monster world in a short period of time. And with that, this demon god gave by Shin De a divine decree. You've done a very good job in this matter. When you return, there will be a heavy reward, but before that, transfer the demon god seal in your body to the sword god inheritor. Upon hearing these words, Bai Shin De was inwardly delighted. Sure enough, everything was as he expected. The demon god knew about the sword god inheritor and was unable to kill him himself, so the demon god would definitely use the demon god seal to control the sword god inheritor. In this way, even if he got rid of the demon god's control, back then, he had willingly become the devil god's divine servant and controlled his level to not exceed the 7th rank, in order to strive for the day when he could come to the extraterrestrial battlefield and enter the misty god realm to obtain his ancestors' inheritance. Then using the ancestors' inheritance to suppress the demon god's imprint through divine treasures until he rose to the 10th rank on this side of the extraterrestrial battlefield and was promoted to the new generation of mist gods. It was just that there was a risk with this method, and that was that the demon god would be able to know his location through the demon god seal, and that would inevitably send other god servants to hunt him down. But now if the demon god seal is transferred to Luyu, then he will be completely free from the demon god's control, and when he gets the ancestors' inheritance he will hide somewhere in the extraterritorial battlefield and develop in a low profile. Lord Demon God, I want my ancestors' inheritance as a reward. Please allow it, Lord Demon God. Yes. A mist god inheritance is nothing more than that. Far less important than the sword god inheritor. And so, Bai Shin De bided his time from afar. Chapter 120 Mark of the Demon God. Seeing Bai Shin De backing off to watch the show, Liu more or less guessed that this guy was going to mess up. Associated with opening the Temple of Mist and other small actions. To say that this Bai Shin De didn't have any other purpose, Liu would never believe it. Since he wanted to sit on the mountain and wait for an opportunity to act, then he should give him a surprise. At this moment, the strongest form of the mist god boss had locked onto Luyu. Luyu immediately unleashed Sword Shadow Split, again. Phew! The 7 doppelgangers, plus Luyu's own body, a total of 8 Luyus, staggered and then dispersed. Even by Shin De. At this moment, it was difficult to tell which one was the real Luyu. The mist god boss moved. It's very fast. Faster than Luyu. Luyu's speed had already reached the 7th level of the pyramid, but this mist god boss was even faster. In terms of speed, I'm afraid that the mist god boss had reached the peak level of the true limit of the 7th order. Poof! With a simple and unadorned flat A, one of Luyu's doppelgangers was spiked. Seeing that it wasn't Luyu himself, mist god boss continued to decimate the other Luyu. Bai Shin De's eyes were also on the mist god boss as it struck. This Bai Shin De was very sneaky, and had specially retreated to a distance where Luyu's demon-slashing sword drawing technique could not be released. However, he did not notice that the real Luyu, with the help of his detachment, had closed the distance at which he could unleash his demon-slashing sword drawing technique on Bai Shin De. Immediately afterward, Luyu struck and released the Green Lotus Sword Dance skill on the mist god boss. Ding! Ha! Luyu took the initiative to strike? Bai Shin De was puzzled. At this time, shouldn't Luyu be stalling for time, waiting for the mist god boss's 30 seconds of invincibility to pass? Ding! The 4th segment of the Green Lotus Sword Dance took effect. The mist god boss body stiffened. Luyu also used the effect of the Green Lotus Sword Dance skill to return to his original position. In an instant, Luyu transformed into a sword god and turned around before firing an instantaneous, demon-slashing sword drawing technique at the distant Bai Shin De. Swoosh! Luyu instantly appeared in front of Bai Shin De. Bai Shin De was horrified. He was numbed by Luyu's maneuver. He had never imagined that Luyu's target was not the mist god boss, but himself. What a terrifying opponent this was. Combat skills, sword talent, and battle control were all ridiculously strong. At this moment, Bai Xian Emperor was simply too late to take precautions and was struck by Lu Yu's sword, directly dropping millions of blood. However, it did not kill Bai Xian Emperor in seconds, but only caused him to be seriously injured. Buzz! Bai Xian Emperor was so scared that he released all of his legendary equipment effects on the spot, a full 12 pieces of legendary equipment, enough to scare the hell out of countless transmigrators.
But Lu Yu had already had a number in mind.
As a divine son of the divine race, without a full body of legendary equipment, it wouldn't be worthy of the title of divine son. In order to settle this guy as soon as possible and then deal with the mist god boss, Lu Yu instantly released the Will of Ice effect.
What? Bai Xian Di's scalp went numb. This Lu Yu had also mastered the power of will? He had thought that Lu Yu still had an undercard, but how could he not think that it would be the power of will, which was the power of a god? How did Lu Yu get it? How did Lu Yu get it? The inheritance of God is at most one ah. Didn't Lu Yu get the sword god talent? How can he still have a will inheritance? At this point, he was too late to think about it. Because Lu Yu's killing move had already arrived. Bai Xian Di immediately stopped hiding and released his Will of Mist effect to counter it. However, what caused Bai Xian Emperor 1 to spit out blood was that his Mist Will effect was completely restrained by Lu Yu's Ice Will effect. Put. How come your god's will isn't the sword god's? Guess. In order to not give Bai Xian Di a chance to catch his breath, Lu Yu even unleashed the strongest effect of the legendary set, Mist locking the Vault of Heaven, weakening Bai Xian Di's full attributes by 50. This was the legendary set effect. He was once again shocked. Lu Yu had actually put together the legendary set. No, he didn't. How did he manage to complete the set? In front of the set effect, the effect of his 12 pieces of legendary equipment was a joke. Bai Xian Di, who had lost his head start, couldn't carry on any longer and fell into a desperate and precarious situation. Lord Demon God, save me! At this moment, Bai Xian Di could only ask for help from the Demon God. The only way to catch his breath was to transfer the Demon God seal. At this moment, the Dark Devil God also knew that without transferring the Devil God seal, Bai Xian Di was going to die, and once he died, he wouldn't be able to take control of the Sword God Inheritor. Although there wasn't a 100% success rate for transferring the Demon God seal right now, there was no other better way. Quasi. Suddenly, when Lu Yu was about to finish off Bai Xian Di with a sword, a terrifying Demon God's shadow suddenly appeared on his body. What was that? Lu Yu was horrified. He could feel the aura of boundless darkness from that dark shadow. It was a terrifying existence that he was completely unable to defeat right now. Could it be the means of the Demon God? Lu Yu had to be so skeptical inside. Buzz. The dark demon god silhouette suddenly released countless black runic chains, locking Lu Yu firmly in place in an instant. Oops. Lu Yu tried to resist, but he simply couldn't break free from the demonic chains. On the other hand, Bai Xian Di took the opportunity to pull far away and heal his wounds while expecting the dark demon god to succeed. Otherwise, that demon god seal would return to his body again. Buzz. This sudden change came too suddenly. Lu Yu's mind consciousness was successfully invaded by the dark demon god. The terrifying power of the demon god formed a mysterious dark seal within Lu Yu's mind. Name, Mark of the Demon God. Beneficial effect, gain the power of the demon god's will. When it is turned on, all attacks will have a hint of the demon god's power, increasing damage and recovery ability. Negative effect, the demon god can see what's happening to you at the moment through this seal, and will not be able to rebel against the demon god in this life, and listen to the demon god's divine decree, or even, the demon god can easily eliminate your consciousness through the demon god seal, i.e., obliterate you without any reasoning. This. Lu Yu's entire body was dumbfounded after seeing the effect of the demon god seal. In this way, wouldn't he become the puppet of the dark demon god? Lu Yu had never thought that Bai Xian Di was hiding such a trick. No wonder the Darkness Kings would follow his orders, so he was the Darkness Demon God's puppet. Ha, it worked. I'm free of the Demon God's mark. Bai Xian Emperor was inwardly ecstatic. At the same time, he also immediately made preparations for a follow-up plan. As soon as he obtained the Mist God's inheritance later, he would take control of the Mist Divine Hall at the first opportunity and then expel Lu Yu. When the Mist God realm closed, he himself could go out and find a hidden place to slowly upgrade. Now all that was needed was to wait for the statute of limitations on Lu Yu's prioritizing the acquisition of the Mist God's inheritance to pass. And just as Lu Yu's expression was gloomy and he didn't know what to do, Little Red's body within the pet space strangely lit up with divine fire. Big sister, what are you? Little Tsung and Big White both opened their mouths wide and stared straight on. Transforming God. As the words fell, endless solar divine flames erupted from within Little Red's body. Only to see the sun mark on Little Red's forehead begin to flow like life, and in no time it flowed all over Little Red's body. The next moment. Buzz. The sun divine flame erupted with extreme light, and both Little Tsung and Big White had to close their eyes. When the sight returned, Little Tsung and Big White were petrified.
At this moment, where was the shadow of Little Red? There was only a magnificent goddess who was burning with solar divine flame, like a sun goddess. That demon god seal is in that mist god descendant kid's body. I'm not good enough to step in and fix it, or else it will be burned up along with him. But now that the demon god seal has been transferred to the main silver body, then there is no problem burning it, just lift your hand. How can a little demon god ant try to manipulate my master silver? Divine fire purification. A ray of solar flame suddenly appeared in Lu Yu's mind. When the demon god's mark met the sun god's fire, it was as if it had met a natural enemy. There was a zipping sound. The demon god seal was burned without a trace. The demon god who was celebrating violently rose up in shock and anger. Who is it? Who destroyed my demon god seal? P.S. I may post 1 or 2 more chapters in the afternoon or evening. For the love of power, love you all. Chapter 121, Invincible Style, by Xian Di's Last Resort. Just when Lu Yu was feeling a little tricky, he magically realized that the demon god seal in his mind had disappeared. He clearly didn't feel anything. How could the demon god seal suddenly disappear? Lu Yu hurriedly searched carefully. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't find the demon god seal, and there was no trace of the terrifying demon god's might. How could it be? It really disappeared. Lu Yu was not sure what had happened. But what he could be sure of was that the demon god seal had indeed magically disappeared. In other words, he was free from the dark demon god's control. Could it be Little Red's hand? At that moment, the mist god boss had already decimated Lu Yu's doppelganger and was killing towards Lu Yu at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yu's gaze was like a sword. He looked at the mist god boss and then at Bai Xian De, who was healing not far away. Since he knew that Bai Xian De's cards were just 12 pieces of legendary equipment plus willpower, as well as the demon god seal, and since the demon god seal had already disappeared, Lu Yu no longer had anything to worry about. Taking out the Vigil Chalice prop, he directly released it, and the mist god boss and Bai Xian De's forms were immediately restricted. Not good. It's a tasteless grade prop with a very strong effect. Bai Xian De was horrified as his mana value was rapidly decreasing. Snort! A supreme sword intent that could cut down everything burst out from Lu Yu's body. Hiss! Impossible! This was the will of the sword. This Lu Yu also possessed the second will of the gods? Bai Xian De jumped up in place in shock. Possessing one will of God could be called a divine son in the monster world, while Lu Yu possessed two. However, Bai Xian Emperor 1 quickly put his heart down again because Lu Yu was already under the control of the demon god, and it must be the demon god who wanted to confirm all of Lu Yu's secrets. That was why it had released the classless prop and the will of the sword. But the next moment, Bai Xian De was horrified again. It was only because Lu Yu violently maneuvered the 10,000 swords to attack the mist god boss at the same time he attacked towards him. Lord Demon God, you want to kill and exterminate? Bai Xian Emperor 1 thought that it was the dark demon god who wanted to unload on him. But that wasn't possible. The dark demon god wouldn't disobey a divine decree since it was given. Because gods can't break rules. As long as a god gave a divine decree, he had to do it or else he would be punished by the rules. However, Lu Yu's words once again made him doubt his life. Just with the darkness demon god wanting to control me? It is not qualified enough. What? Lu Yu wasn't controlled by the demon god's mark? The dark devil god failed? That's not right. Obviously the demon god seal in my body is gone if the transfer fails, but it will return. What the hell is going on here? Bai Xian De, who thought that he was in control of the entire situation and that everything was within his grasp, was currently cloaked in a grayish look. Everything was planned well. How could it be reversed so inexplicably? Pust. Ding, you triggered the will of the sword 1 sword kill effect. The mist god boss has been killed in seconds. Ha? You triggered the will of the sword 1 sword second kill? Lu Yu hadn't thought of triggering the extremely low probability 1 sword seconds effect, but rather wanted to utilize the invulnerability of Sword's Will, combined with the legendary suit's lucky chop effect, to kill the boss. The incomparably strong mist god boss didn't even release his last divine skill, and just fell under Lu Yu's flying sword, popping out 2 legacy items, the proof of God and the mist hidden profession book. Lu Yu wasn't in a hurry to obtain the mist god's inheritance, but instead looked towards the bloodied Bai Xian De. At this moment, Bai Xian De had been forced back to the entrance by the flying swords, and his blood level was also being pressed very low. Seeing this situation, even if Bai Xian Emperor couldn't believe it anymore, he had to believe that Lu Yu had really gotten rid of the control of the demon god seal, or else he wouldn't have laid a deadly hand on him. Although this was unbelievable and baffling, the facts were right in front of them. Living hell. Even the demon god's mark could get rid of it? Wasn't that a skill that only true gods had? This Lu Yu. How on earth did he do that? He's the inheritor of the sword god. He shouldn't be this powerful. Inside the pet space, Little Red had already returned to her kitten form. It was a bit weak, but it didn't matter. Meow sword god inheritance? That's just what you guys think you are. Lord Silver isn't a sword god inheritor at all. Even a true sword god doesn't even deserve the qualification to mention his shoes to Lord Silver. The so-called sword god's heart god level talent, but that the sword god cheeky, forced to use the main silver, ignores the rules of the hidden ability to give to the main silver. Otherwise, without any talent, the main silver can also hang everything. Knowing that there is no way back, unable to reverse the situation, Bai Xiande said despondently, "How did you get rid of the demon god seal? Even if it's death, he wants to die a clear death. If I say I don't know, do you believe me?" Lu Yu increased the number of flying swords, wanting to quickly decapitate Bai Xiande so as to avoid a long night's sleep. He was about to die. Bai Xiande decided to let go and make a last-ditch effort. Secret skill, Mist Turning Wheel of Life technique. Lu Yu knew the power of Bai Xiande's auxiliary skill and immediately used his flying swords to block off the area, not allowing Bai Xiande the chance to escape. However, Bai Xiande was not thinking of escaping, nor was he utilizing this skill to absorb Lu Yu's damage, but rather, he was releasing the only divine treasure of the Bai Xian divine race. This was the inherited divine treasure that the Mist God had left to the Bai Xian divine clan, which could invoke the divine prohibition of the Temple of Mist. It turned out that the Mist God was worried that he would fall one day, so he left behind such a divine treasure, so that in the future, after his divine realm transformed into a divine realm, his descendants would be able to easily obtain his inheritance through this divine treasure. It was also through this divine treasure that Bai Xian Emperor Yi knew all the maps of the divine realm of Mist and the method to open the divine hall of Mist. The divine prohibition of the Temple of Mist was a same death prohibition that could only be perfectly resisted by the Bai Xian divine clan's secret technique, the Turning Mist Wheel of Life technique. A crisis of death haunted Lu Yu. It was Lu Yu, the one who can laugh until the end, is the winner. Snort! Bai Xian Emperor Yi invoked the divine treasure in his hand. Buzz! The Temple of Mist God immediately erupted with endless Mist God's Shinlight, and the divine prohibition was triggered, triggering an extermination-like explosion. All the flying swords were instantly blown to smithereens. The Great Hall was also instantly shattered. Before Lu Yu could make a defense, he was stunned by the terrifying explosion energy, but then a divine fire protected Lu Yu and avoided being blown up. On the other side, the people in the dusty ancient hall, under the long and grueling bloody battle, also killed the 7 Darkness Kings one by one. In particular, Luo Qingxian and Bai Tong had displayed amazing potential and battle talent. Not to mention Luo Qingxian. She was a hidden profession and was powerful in her own right, and the most powerful petrification talent of the snake-haired demoness Goer Tai was simply ineffective against Luo Qingxian. The one that most shocked Release War Dance and the others was Bai Tong. This usually living treasure-like guy, not showing off, didn't expect the Assassin's Way talent to be so amazing. Although Bai Tong had an epic set that made up for a lot of the equipment gap with the Dark Kings, the other party was the strongest Dark King with the potential to be a new king. Even with equal equipment, it would be difficult to kill it one-on-one. But Bai Tong did it. No one knew how Bai Tong did it, but he just screwed Rush it to death. Kane and Release War Dance laughed bitterly. Their own grandfather had always used Bai Tong as an antagonist, and ridiculously, this antagonist was even more powerful than them. The crowd was healing their wounds. Luo Qingxian and Bai Tong, on the other hand, went forward to look for Lu Yu, only just arriving at this side of the altar, when suddenly the light of an explosion erupted from the entrance of the Temple of Mist. Bai Tong was instantly sent flying and fainted after being hit in the face by an exploding book of mysteries. Luo Changxian, however, was sucked into the Temple of Mist God by the terrifying suction force because she was at the center of the vortex. Chapter 122. Crush and explode a divine treasure with your unarmed hands? You're telling me this is a battle pet? Before falling unconscious, Luo Qingxian seemed to see Lu Yu's figure in a trance, and she seemed to be blown up with Lu Yu again. A huge explosion. It startled Release War Dance and the others who were healing their wounds. They quickly went to check. However, they only saw the unconscious Bai Tong and the broken altar. As for Luo Changxian, she was nowhere to be found. Dallas immediately released a recovery skill on Bai Tong. Your grandmother. It can blow up your fat master me. Bai Tong shook his head, still somewhat stunned. Fierce. Phaeton's small eyes were desperately wide, filled with incredulity. It seemed like he had become a hidden profession. Hell no. How could he become a hidden profession after being blown up? If this were to be told, how would people believe it? They'd treat him like a cutie. Like a little cutie pie? Even if I told Grandpa, he wouldn't believe me. Misty assassin. There's no mistaking it. Even the talent has become a hidden talent. Bai Tong was ecstatic. Ha, fat master, I'm going to take off completely. Crowd? What's going on? Is Thiatone being blasted silly? That's not good. How are we going to explain this to the Heavenly Sword God when we get back? At this time, inside the Temple of Mist, after the power of the divine restraint dissipated, under the power of the rules, the Temple of Mist began to repair itself. Bai Xian Emperor 1 looked at the duo who had fallen to the ground with a face full of incredulity. This couldn't be possible. What kind of defense means was that? The god's prohibition didn't even blow up Lu Yu? At this moment, Lu Yu's equipment had long been hidden inside his body, and his ordinary clothes had long been shattered by the horrifying force of the explosion. On the other hand, Luo Qingxian, who had been sucked into this place, had all her equipment shattered. But because she was blown to Lu Yu's side, she was lucky enough to be sheltered by the divine flame, and managed to escape. It was just that she was also stunned by the blast and was pressed under Lu Yu. At this moment, Bai Xiande noticed that the most important god's proof of the mist god's inheritance had drifted down to Luo Changxianyu's hand under the force of the explosion. No! Buzz! Luo Changxian unexpectedly got the proof of God smoothly due to the misfortune. Damn it! That was originally mine. Bai Xiande had paid so much, even going so far as to violate his conscience and disobey his ancestors' ancestral instructions to become a dark demon god servant, just so that he could come to the extraterrestrial battlefield, enter the misty god realm, and obtain his ancestors' proof of God. But now, everything had gone down the drain. The proof of God had been obtained by a human woman. What the hell? After all the planning, I didn't realize that the biggest beneficiary would be a human woman. The biggest beneficiary is a human woman. I can't. I'll kill her and get the proof of God back. Bai Xiande wanted to attack Lu Yu and Luo Changxian. Buzz. At this moment, Little Red took the initiative to emerge from the pet space. Oops. Seeing Little Red strangely emerge, Bai Shan Emperor thought that Lu Yu had awakened, or else he couldn't have summoned his battle pet. But very quickly, Bai Shan Emperor 1 realized that something was wrong. Lu Yu hadn't awakened and was still in a coma, but what happened to this battle pet? Well, the divine son of the White Xin divine clan, his potential is okay, he has the qualifications of a mist god. You want to lay your hands on my Lord Silver? White Shen Emperor was filled with gravity. This Lu Yu's battle pet was too weird. It clearly has no breath whatsoever. It looked like an ordinary cat pet. But how did it give him a bottomless feeling? At this time, Little Red beckoned, and the divine treasure in Bai Xiande's hand strangely appeared in Little Red's hand. My divine treasure. With a gentle squeeze, the divine treasure unexpectedly exploded directly into powder in Little Red's hands. Gah! Bai Xian Emperor dropped his jaw in shock. Squeezing and exploding a divine treasure with his bare hands? You're telling me this is a battle pet? Remembering that you are a descendant of the Misty God, you now have two choices: either submit to my House Lord Silver and become my House Lord Silver's battle pet, or leave. Little Red squinted and smiled, his flat tone, but with an unspeakable majesty. Bai Xiande pondered for a moment. Although Lu Yu was powerful and his battle pet was even more terrifying, asking him, Bai Xian Emperor 1, to become one of the human race's battle pets? This would definitely not do. He was a descendant of the Mist God, the future new god of the Bai Xian divine race. How could he be someone else's pet? It's fine for the proof of God to be obtained by someone else. As long as he snatched it back before the other party's 10th rank, that would be fine. Thus, Bai Xian Emperor decisively chose to leave. Zira. Bai Xiande tore open the city return scroll and disappeared in the same spot. This mist god's descendant had quite the backbone. Squinting, Little Red returned to the pet space. It was unknown how long had passed. Lu Yu woke up leisurely. As Lu Yu moved, Luo Qingxian also slowly awoke. When the two opened their eyes and looked at each other, they froze at the same time. Immediately afterward, the two of them slowly moved their gazes down. Good fellow. It's because of the explosion, again. Again, they were blown out of their clothes. Again, they fainted and fitted together. Lu Yu suddenly remembered that Bai Xiande had yet to be killed. At this time, the temple of the mist god has long been restored to its original appearance. There is no mist shrouded. Lu Yu found that Bai Xiande is not in, guessing that the other party is not to get the inheritance of the mist god ran away. And at this moment, Luo Qingxian under Lu Yu wooed. Lu Yu and Luo Changxian's beautiful eyes once again locked together. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have stood still. You are beautiful. Lu Yu's throat rolled. Luo Changxian and Lu Yu had long had skin-to-skin contact. Although they hadn't exchanged in-depth information, the marvelous feeling and ambiguous scene of that first time had always lingered in her mind. After spending time with Lu Yu, she had actually long had a secret love for him. And how could Lu Yu not? Being a hot-blooded teenager. This time, Lu Yu could no longer restrain himself and could not help but kiss Luo Qingxian's fragrant lips. Luo Qingxian's entire delicate body was a shock, instinctively still thinking of resisting, but gradually, she sunk. Gradually. Luo Changxian even sang a special moving song. This song should only be found in heaven, and is rarely heard on earth. Again, I don't know how long passed. At this time, Luo Changxian's skin was white and red, so tender that it was almost dripping with water. Her eyes were slightly closed and she didn't dare to look at Lu Yu. And Lu Yu looked at Luo Changxian underneath him, with tenderness in his eyes. Sensing the difference, Luo Qingxian's heartbeat accelerated and directly closed her eyes. Do you want to come again? Luo Changxian shyly buried her head into Lu Yu's chest, her voice as thin as a mosquito fly. I don't know how many times after singing the moving song.
Only then did Lu Yu get up and redressed. Lu Yu carefully strolled around the temple of the Mist God and did not find the Mist God's inheritance that the Mist God boss had popped out. At this moment, Lu Yu only hoped that it was the big explosion just now that blew up the Mist God inheritance, but the possibility of that was very low. Yikes! As Luo Qingxian prepared to put on the spare equipment in her backpack, she accidentally discovered that a proof of God was in her space. Name: Proof of God. Introduction: Divine Grade Props. The trial of God can only be triggered after advancing to the 10th rank. Completing the trial will allow you to condense your godly frame, advance to the divine rank, and gain eternal life. Active effect can be triggered by placing it in the backpack, refreshes any skill effect once, including talent skills, cooldown 30 minutes. Tip: the number of proofs of God is fixed. The only way to coalesce new proofs of God is if the old God falls. 100% of proofs of God will fall off upon the death of the possessor. What's going on? Tilting Fairy. Why is there a proof of God in my backpack? Luo Chengxian didn't hide it because the current Lu Yu had become her man. What? The proof of God is in your backpack? Lu Yu was dumbfounded. This left Lu Yu confused. How did the proof of God get into Luo Chengxian's backpack? Right, Xingxian, how did you end up in the Temple of Mist? I don't know. After Bailey Tong and I killed the Darkness Kings, we wanted to come and support you, only just when we reached the altar there, an explosive force surged out, and I was suddenly sucked by a vortex force, then I saw you in a daze, and after that, I don't remember. Lu Yu guessed that it should be Luo Qingxian who got the proof of God by chance after being sucked in by the entrance. But how could Bai Xian De let the two of them go? And nowhere to be found. Go back to the dusty ancient hall first. The two of them stepped out of the temple of the Mist God hand in hand and returned to this side of the rule-restored altar, when they saw a misty fog. What's going on? How could there be a patch of mist? At this moment, Bailey Tong appeared from the mist and said to Lu Yu with great joy, "Brother Yu, I've become a hidden profession. Look, misty hidden assassin." Ha! Lu Yu was stunned. Good guy. The hidden profession of Mist Book was really blown up, and was also obtained by Bailey Tong. After half a day's work on his own, he had hugged a beauty. Then what was Bai Xian De up to? He didn't get a single Mist God inheritance? Could it be that he underestimated the power of the God's prohibition and was blown up? But he didn't even die himself, so how could he die? I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Jia finally opened the entrance of this rare map dusty ancient hall. Lu Yu, you do not want to escape from the hands of this lord. At this time, the Dark Lord Badir entered the dusty ancient hall with a confident look. In his mind, only 10 days had passed. Lu Yu's fight with the Dark Princess should not be over yet, and he could definitely succeed in one fell swoop if he went in at this time. Chapter 123 Deadly Final Mist, Misty Assassin's Mighty. Ever since the last time he accidentally entered a hidden map and got a special legendary prop, Badir was full of anticipation for the future, and all of a sudden he felt like he could do it again. The main reason was that this special legendary prop was too powerful. Its container had been scrapped a year ago, but with the help of this prop, it could exist in soul form, only limited by the rules and only able to utilize 7th order combat power. Name: Book of Mist Soul. Grade: Special Legendary Prop. Effects: Special props unique to the Misty God realm. After acquiring, directly bound, out of combat state of the automated spirit, have a stealth effect, cannot be detected by the probing skills, and not subject to any damage, can go through the physical object. If you take the initiative to launch an attack, then automatically cancel the state of the spirit, and can maintain the soul body does not go away, as well as passive increase in the circumference of 500 meters of mist field of vision, but the props only in the area of the mist can be triggered. Effect. But when Badir entered the dusty ancient hall and saw Lu Yu and the others, it was a direct sight to behold. It wasn't. The battle had ended? The 10 darkness princes had all been seconded by Lu Yu? Looking at the 10 corpses of the kings, they fell to the ground in bits and pieces. Apart from Release Battle Dance and the others who had suffered minor injuries, Lu Yu, Luo Qingxian and Bailey Tong that were intact. Especially Lu Yu, who was spotless, with a rosy face and full of energy, not like he had fought at all. Fierce. Badir's eyes flew out in shock. Put. What did it see? Lu Yu he had actually gathered the 7th order legendary suit 6-piece set. At this moment, it came to its realization. It knew why the 10 Dark Kings had died tragically here. With Lu Yu's talent and the legendary 6-piece set, how could they be a match for Lu Yu and the others? Of course. There's something even more outrageous. The human race had one more hidden profession. The flying fat assassin beside Lu Yu has also become a hidden profession. A hidden profession. As soon as you become a hidden profession, your talent will be upgraded to a legendary hidden talent no matter what level it is. And hidden talents, those are talents that are a tad stronger than other legendary talents, and each effect is very powerful. Seeing the entrance to the only map over at the altar, Badir understood, presumably Lu Yu had entered the only map to explore after they killed the Dark Princes. It was there that this fatty got the hidden profession book. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how he became a hidden profession. Damn it! If I had come in earlier, then these chances would have been mine. I guess Liu got better treasures. It's hard to say that there are mythological treasures, after all, that's the only map of the Misty God realm, it should be related to the divine inheritance. But Badir also knew that it could never make a move now, or it would surely die. At this time, Badir didn't know that as soon as it arrived, it was seen by Liu, and the passive of the Misty Book of Time was to gain insight into all stealth effects within a 500-meter radius. Seeing this monster staring at him, Liu pretended that he didn't notice it and then told Release Wardance and the others to go out first to support the others and hunt the remaining dark monsters. The only ones left behind were Bailey Tong and Luo Changxian. Liu noticed that when Release Wardance and the others passed by the monster, they magically passed through it without noticing anything. This caused Liu to be very surprised in his heart. There were only two possibilities for this situation, that is, the monster used some props, or released some powerful soul skills. Liu quietly pulled Bailey Tong and Luo Qingxian into the team and then sent a message in the team. You two listen, there is a monster lurking not far in front of us, it seems to be in soul form, something special, you cooperate with me to put on a show. Bailey Tong, what? There is a monster mixed in? And in soul form? Luo Changxian, could it be the mysterious monster that cooperated with the Half-Monster Association? And so, Liu deliberately said, Big Fatty, go ahead and demonstrate the Misty Assassin's hiding ability, and we'll see if we can find you through probing type skills. Alright, brother you, watch this. Bailey Tong's acting skills were online, directly releasing the hidden talent, Death Final Mist, once again, and the mists instantly filled a large area of space. Hidden talent legendary, Death's Final Mist, passive, 200 bludgeoning damage, 500 movement speed, 100 attack, 50 bludgeoning rate. Active, upon release, the mist fills the space. Within the mist, your movement speed increases by 3 times, your body weight is like mist, you can fly through the air within the mist and be silent, all attack skills come with a fatal strike and you can choose a skill at will to go on no cooldown, lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown 180 seconds. Second awakening effect, Misty Hidden Illusion Kill, passive, 100% blitz on backstrike, all skills come with tendon breaking effect. Active, can freely transform into 3 forms, water attribute unicorn human form, thunder attribute Tang snake human form, wind attribute Kunping human form, immune to all damage of the corresponding attribute after transforming, lasts 10 minutes, cooldown 180 seconds. Immediately afterward, Bailey Tong released the hidden skill, Mist Concealment, completely disappearing his figure, and purposely released a wide-range stabbing skill that rippled through the monster, but it seemed unable to hit it. Little Red, release the Eye of the Sun. Xingxian, release your probing skill. Only Little Red and Luo Qingxian each released their probing skills. Badir was indifferent, as it had special legendary props that could not be probed by probing skills. Brother you, my star eyes can't see that monster, it's probably because it can ignore probing type skills. Luo Qingxian sent a message in the channel. That's right. Liu was a bit startled. As the monster seemed to be leaving, Xiaohong suddenly spoke in a low voice, Master Silver, I saw its message. What? Little Red, you can see it? Liu surprise. Well, it is a 10th Order S-Class Dark Lord Badir, a derived monster that belongs to the Blue Star World, and is currently in a soul state. The reason why it can be stealthy and exist is because it is bound to the props of the Book of Mist Soul, and the off-battle state, spiritization, can be stealthy and can't be attacked, and can't be probed by probing type skills, and only if it takes the initiative to attack, will the spiritization effect be lifted. I'm going. Liu was once again shocked by Little Red's Eye of the Sun. This skill was a bit too powerful, right? Even monster details and props information can be seen? Wait a minute. Little Red, you said that it can't be detected by probing skills, so how can you see it? Because the Silver family's Eye of the Sun wasn't actually considered to be a scrying class skill. Now that we know about the monster, the next step is good. I didn't expect this monster to be so lucky to enter the 3rd hidden map and get the special legendary props, which can't be allowed to take away. Big Fatty, fight me one-on-one, let me try your strength. Liu shouted towards Misty. Okay, brother you. And so, Liu and Bailey Tong directly engaged in battle here. The eyes of Badir, who had wanted to leave, lit up as if it saw an opportunity, and as for whether this was Liu's trick, then it didn't doubt it in the slightest. This was because it had great faith in the Book of Mist Soul prop. It didn't think Liu could discover it. Liu had even released his sword god form in order to act more realistically, and the 2 major sword god techniques were also released directly. Those who didn't know thought that Liu was fighting the Darkness Kings. After a big battle, Bailey Tong seized the opportunity and took on the form of a Tang snake man, half snake, still chubby, and covered in lightning surges. However, in Bailey Tong's stealthy state, others were also unable to see the lightning and hear the crackling of the lightning. Shoo! After transforming into the thunder attribute Tang snake man form, Bailey Tong's speed reached the extreme, and with the help of Liu's intentionally exposed cracks, he came behind Liu, and a combo was instantly completed. Liu's millions of blood were directly knocked into a crippled state. However, Liu was also quick to return the favor, defeating Bailey Tong. Brother Yu, I'm convinced, you're too strong, I'm defeated. Bailey Tong surrendered. Good chance. Badir could no longer hold back when he saw that Lu Yu was bloodied. As long as he killed Lu Yu and took away his corpse, then Lu Yu was its, and Lu Yu's treasures were also his. As for Bailey Tong and Luo Qingxian, it didn't care in the slightest. As long as it got out of the battle, they couldn't help themselves. Strike! Badir approached the side of Lu Yu, who was preparing to heal his wounds, and brazenly took the initiative to strike, instantly launching a soul skill that ignored defense. Mist Lock Royal. Ding! 0. Badir was dumbfounded. Chapter 124. This time, Bailey Tong really took off completely. At this time, Battle knew even if it was stupid, it was exposed. Lu Yu had really set a big trap for it and was waiting for it to jump in on its own accord. You're the Dark Great Lord monster that cooperated with the Half Monster Association, aren't you? Were you the one who launched the attack on Stone City in Warzone F and Peace Zone earlier? Lu Yu grabbed Badir's tentacle-like hair. Badir resembled a salamander with many tentacles on his body and 4 magic eyes on top of his head. You know my information? Badir was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? It's just that this Lu Yu could tell his soul invisibility, but he could also tell his true identity. This is outrageous. Seeing the expression on your face should be it. How dare you take a shot at the safe zone, Badir, you have a way to take death. Lu Yu struck out and chopped down with a sword. Put. 200-4000. 200-4000. 200-4000. The Badir soul, which only had more than 6 million blood, immediately screamed miserably and its blood bar disappeared, but it didn't know what special skill it had triggered, and it was actually immune to the fatal blow and broke away to escape. But Fatty has long been waiting for it in its path of escape. Want to run? Asked your fat master did not? Bailey Tong fiercely shot. But this Badir was worthy of being a 10th rank S-class Great Lord, released a bizarre skill, dodged Bailey Tong's surefire strike, and continued to flee. In fact, Badir wasn't worried about actually dying. After all, this was only a soul state, and if it died, it would only lose part of its soul, and it would still return to its body at that time, and it would be able to recover after healing for a period of time. Only it did not want to let the Book of Mist Soul, a powerful prop, be exploded. With this prop, it was confident that no one in this world could kill it except for the gods. But it dodged Bailey Tong, but forgot that there was also a Luo Changxian. Sky-spinning comet kick. Luo Qingxian, who was transformed into a star Valkyrie, struck with a powerful killing move. Soul evasion. In the heat of the moment, Barter released his defense skill, and although he avoided the damage, he was still kicked away. Boom! Let's see how many life-saving skills you have. Bailey Tong transformed into his Kuan-Peng human form, and with a flick of his wings, he instantly arrived behind Badir and dealt it a fatal blow. Poof! The bloodied Badir's soul instantly dissipated with an unwilling roar, and the Misty Book of Souls prop then fell out. Bailiton instinctively caught it in his hand. Ding, you have bound the special legendary grade prop Book of Mist Soul, 100% drop on death. This. Bailey Tong was dumbfounded. I'm going. It turns out that this monster lord has bound the Book of Mist Soul prop, no wonder it can be invisible. At this time, Lu Yu flew over. Brother Yu, if I had known that the props this guy popped out were these awesome special legendary props, I wouldn't have taken them and given them to you or my sister-in-law. Bailey Tong had a despondent face. Lu Yu is indifferent. The fact that Bailey Tong can bind this prop shows that this prop has a destiny with him. This time, Bailey Tong really took off completely. With the aid of this powerful prop, his assassination path would be unrivaled, and in the future, he would have the opportunity to surpass the Heavenly Sword God and become an invincible assassin. Hidden Profession 2 Special Legendary Props. It is estimated that Fatty's strength is comparable to the current Luo Changxian. This prop is the most suitable for you to bind. Now, you have the ability to ignore the Dark Kings at the same level. Lu Yu smiled. Brother Yu, don't tease me. The main reason why I was able to kill a 7th rank Darkness King clan was because I had a 6th rank epic level set that closed the equipment gap. However, as the level increases, the attributes of this set of equipment won't work, or else Grandpa he wouldn't have been able to 46 away from the Darkness True King, mainly because there are too few 10th order extreme equipment, and there is a huge difference in the attributes of 10th order equipment of different grades. I can only say that with these 2 special legendary props, it will be difficult for the Dark Kings to kill me. Bailey Tong was still self-aware. He wouldn't be complacent because he had gotten 2 powerful legendary props. Lu Yu was impressed by Bailey Tong's words. It's good that you can think like that. Indeed. Don't look at the fact that he had gotten a 7th order legendary 6-piece set and his attributes seemed to be added a lot, but the higher the level of the equipment, the more attributes there were. For example, a 10th order white outfit, no matter how bad that attribute was, it was still higher than a 7th order orange outfit. In front of those 10th order Dark True Kings, this 7th order legendary 6-piece set of his own was really nothing. Let's go. Let's kill all the dark monsters in the Misty Dream Mausoleum first, without giving them a chance to escape. Lu Yu's trio then left the dusty ancient hall. Roar!
Damn Lu Yu, you guys give this lord a wait, this lord won't stop until this revenge is taken.
Inside the dark dungeon,
the deer soul returned to its body and let out a crazy roar, then began to recover its soul loss. It had to recover its soul loss as soon as possible and regain its 10th rank battle power, or else it would be in danger if the bigwigs from the Half-Monster Association came to its door and couldn't negotiate. After all, it had sort of pitted Dong Li Tian and the others, and Dong Li Tian would definitely report back to the president of the Half-Monster Association truthfully.
Map of the Lost Dream Misty Tomb.
The dark monsters and the transmigrators of the four major powers were fighting in full swing, and the battle was in a white-hot stage.
There was no order from the Divine Servant Lord.
Without an order from the Lord of the Kings,
they will not retreat.
They will fight to the death. This was also the terrifying aspect of the monsters. As long as the king's order was given, they would brave death. The joining of Shi Zhanmai and the others eased the pressure on the crowd. Now with Lu Yu, Bailey Tong, and Luo Qingxian joining in, they had nothing to live for but to be abused. Brother Yu, with the 2 books of mist, my vision within the mist has increased to 1,000 meters in a circle. Bailey Tong said in surprise. Then you should keep a close eye on the dark monsters that are trying to escape, and don't let any of them go.
I'll do it.
Soon. Under Lu Yu and the others' dumpling harvesting, all these dark monsters died in battle. The crowd cleaned up the battlefield. They were all smiling from ear to ear. Because these dark monsters were the elites of Dark King City, they had exploded a lot of good items in orange suits, and even the misty coins they had collected had exploded a lot. Of course. More misty coins of the Dark Kings were in the hands of the 10 Dark Kings, they just didn't burst out all of them. It was divided equally amongst Release Wardance, Release Yu, St. Peter, and the others. Just as the crowd was preparing to return to the Misty Ancient City first, taking advantage of the fact that the Misty God Realm still had 10 more days before it closed, and going back to purchase a territory as soon as possible, Lu Yu stopped the crowd. The crowd looked at Lu Yu in disbelief, not understanding what Lu Yu was up to.
What? Could it be that Your Excellency wants us to hand over the mist coins that exploded from the dark monsters?
St. Peter said worriedly. When the crowd heard this, they all looked at Lu Yu nervously. But Lu Yu shook his head and smiled. You all worked hard to kill the monsters, that's what you got with your skills. How would I, Lu Yu, ask for it? The reason why I left you behind is because I suspect that someone has betrayed the human race.
What?
The crowd was shocked. St. Peter's head was even in a cold sweat because the video that he had taken earlier was still there, and he had also stolen the video of Luo Qingxian in their battle with the Darkness Kings. I remember that I killed all the dark monsters of the Star Illusion Realm and the Black Clergy before, but the Black Clergy and the Dark Princes still know of my existence, so I have reason to suspect that someone filmed the video at that time. Therefore, I also ask you all to stay, open the video, open your cell phones, and uniformly check. If there really is a traitor, then they should have recorded a video this time as well. This is not too much to ask for, is it? If there really is a traitor, but it is very dangerous, of course, if not, I would like to compensate you 100,000 Misty coins. Lu Yu said the words to this point, most of them are still willing to cooperate. And at this time, Lu Yu had already let Little Red open the Eye of the Sun in advance, just to see who was hiding or deleting the video. As the inspection process began, St. Peter secretly wanted to delete the video.
Meow.
Little Red suddenly jumped to the top of his head and a terrifying pressure only acted on him, making him unable to move. Lord Silver, this guy wanted to delete the video.
Pust. St. Peter inwardly vomited blood. It wasn't. How did this Meow know?
Chapter 125 Death of the Holy Son of the Church of Light. Lu Yu had more or less guessed that it was St. Peter's doing. Because no matter if it was the previous great battle in the Star Illusion Realm or this one, the people of the Church of Light were not putting out their full strength. And both times the one leading the team was the Holy Son of the Church of Light, St. Peter. To say that he didn't have any bad intentions was absolutely impossible. However, Lu Yu still checked out the others first before finally coming to St. Peter, which was called official business.
Saint Son, open it up.
Shi Wardance and the others looked at St. Peter with murderous intent on their faces.
If it was really him who had leaked Lu Yu's information, then he definitely deserved to die.
Lu Yu could not only be the future of the Alliance, but also the future of the human race. On the other hand, the crowd of unknown Church of Light transmigrants, one by one, had their swords drawn. Regardless of what their Saint Son had done, they, as the guardians of the Church of Light, were sworn to defend the life of their Saint Son to the death. Little Red relaxed the pressure on St. Peter so that he could speak. St. Peter looked at Little Red with great horror, giving him a bizarre feeling. Even if this Lu Yu was perverted, his battle pet was surprisingly just as perverted.
Nowadays,
the only way to survive is to die without recognizing it, and to die without taking out the video, or else he will surely die. Lu Yu, I am the Holy Son of the Church of Light, the future Pope. You have no right to order me to do anything. Moreover, as the Holy Son of the Church of Light, would I betray the human race and do the behavior of that degenerate? I didn't take the video, you love to believe it or not. St. Peter said in a stern voice. Since you did not do it, then publicize the video. Release Wardance coldly said. For these prophet-oriented Church of Light, she had long since grown tired of seeing it.
All along. These guys have always gained the most with the least amount of loss. This kind of ally that only relied on benefits to maintain their relationship was honestly the most despised by Release War Dance. Humph. Just because you guys are willing to make it public doesn't mean I'm willing to make it public. Even if you kill me, I won't do it. As the Holy Son of the Church of Light, I have my own holy authority. St. Peter revealed the Holy Son vestments and staff, and wore the unique holy crown of the Church of Light. Coupled with St. Peter's human-like appearance, there was really a trace of holy authority. Vow to live and die with the Holy Son. The Holy Knights of the Church of Light, the Light Law Group and the Holy Light Priests Group shouted in unison. Brother Luyu, why don't we just forget about it? The Church of Light is also one of the anti-monster forces. They are also adhering to a bright and open form of teachings. St. Peter's Holy Son shouldn't be able to do such a thing. Seeing that the people of the Church of Light wanted to defend the holy authority of their Holy Son to the death, Shiryu and the others had to come out to make a round up. Luyu also more or less saw it. This bastard is just trying to deny it. If he really refused to disclose the video, he really couldn't do anything about it. At this time, Bailey Tong had already passed through the Misty Book of Souls, props to transform his spirit and walked behind St. Peter noiselessly. As a first-rate intelligence expert, nicknamed Bailey Tong, wanting to obtain St. Peter's video intelligence is simply not too easy. Snapped. It was also unknown what method Beilaton had used. St. Peter's channel video bizarrely and automatically publicized itself. This could make the crowd look blank. Did we really misunderstand him? Was he really defending his holy authority just now? Now that he's making the video public again, he should be trying to prove his innocence. Suddenly, Release War Dance and the others had a change of opinion about St. Peter. This fellow wasn't useless. But St. Peter's furious face turned the color of pig's liver. Which was his public video. It was an unknown puffer who had shared his video and played it. He could have voluntarily turned it off. But Red controlled him. He couldn't do anything other than being able to talk. Fark. Seeing that the two videos were about to be played, St. Peter's heart raced. Let's release the Holy Light Magic. St. Peter had to give an order to the Light Mage Corps to release Holy Light Magic, wanting to use it to cover up the content of the videos. But Luyu would not give them a chance. Shoo! Tens of thousands of flying swords arrived above the heads of every single transmuter of the Church of Light. As long as anyone dares to make a move, it would be a sure kill. Gulp! The Church of Light lawyers all swallowed their saliva, not daring to make a move. Although they would be severely punished for disobeying the Holy Son's order, it was better than being directly killed by Luyu in seconds. In this way, those two videos were played smoothly. Humph! I'm the #1 human celestial pride. Those who are better than me deserve to die. St. Peter's recorded heartbeat was also released. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. They never expected that it was really St. Peter who did this, and he also filmed the scenes of Luo Qingxian, Bailey Ton, and Sure Battle Dance slaying the Darkness Kings as well. Did this pouncer want to betray everyone to the Darkness Clan in one go? So that the Darkness Clan can find a chance to kill everyone in the future? This is a very vicious heart. If Luyu doesn't suspect something, I'm afraid it will trigger a new dark age. St. Peter, you insidious villain. Shiryu was furious. The others were all eager to blow this pussy up. Selling out the human race. This is an unforgivable capital offense. Roar! I, St. Peter, am a top-tier transmuter heavenly pride that comes along once in 100 years, with the qualifications of a first-generation Pope of Light. I'm the future of the human race. You can't kill me. Luyu, you can't kill me either, otherwise, I, the Church of Light, will definitely come to my door in person and ask for an account from your human alliance war god. I can swear with my professional heart that I will never do this again, and I am willing to compensate Luyu for all your losses. Seeing that the matter was exposed, St. Peter had no choice but to use his own identity to pray for his life. But Luyu would not spare him. Seeing that Luyu really wanted to kill him, St. Peter had to burst out with a shocking melodrama. My father is actually the primordial Pope. If you kill me, my father will definitely avenge me. Wow! The few of them, Sure War Dance, Kane, and Shiryu, were once again in an uproar. As far as they knew, St. Peter's father was the contemporary Pope only, and the contemporary Pope was the son of the primordial Pope. This relationship. Put. Luyu directly pierced through St. Peter's heart with a sword, killing him in seconds. Who cares who your father is, daring to steal my video for the Dark Monster? The only way you can thank me for your sins is to die. At this moment, Bailey Tong emerged. Brother you, what should we do with this group of people from the Church of Light? Their holy sons are all dead. Going back alive is still a sin, so why not fulfill them? As Luyu's flying sword fell, the Holy Knights, the Light Law Group, and the Holy Light Priests Group all died. Gulp! Seeing such a resolute and decisive Luyu, everyone's hearts trembled, and they were all shocked by Luyu's iron-blooded methods. Unexpectedly, Luyu, who was gentle to them, had such a domineering side. Was this the unique style of the Great Summer Sword Immortal? This matter has already come to light. It is all due to St. Peter's selfishness. It should not be the meaning of the Church of Light. If the Church of Light is accountable, although let them come to me Luyu well. The words fell, Lu Yu directly tear open the city scroll back to the city, other people then also followed back to the city. After everyone had returned to the city, a figure was revealed from afar. It was the Bai Xiande who had returned to the city before. The reason why he had returned was just to see if there was any chance to retrieve the proof of God. It was a pity that the human woman called Luo Qingxian had stayed by Lu Yu's side, and he had no chance to strike. Damn you Lu Yu, how dare you really kill me, my father won't let you go. Although St. Peter was dead, he had a special life preservation prop that could briefly maintain his soul from extinction, and as long as he occupied a body for a certain period of time, he could be resurrected. As soon as Bai Xiande discovered St. Peter, he immediately had a new plan in mind. He wanted to blend into the human race. Kid, do you want to live or not? Seeing Bai Xiande, St. Peter froze. This monster wasn't killed by Lu Yu? Just save me, I'm willing to sell my soul to you. Very well, deal. Chapter 126 Luo Changxian, brother Yu, this is too big for you. After returning to the city, Lu Yu then opened the territory page. As a lord, one could manipulate the facilities of the territory at will. The Misty Snow Corridor's territory was too small after all. It was too worthless to leave the territory store and the 4 archery towers there. Therefore, Lu Yu directly moved the territory store and the 4 archery towers to the Misty Heart Deer City side, and he also moved the 7th Order Advancement Divine Stones obtained from his previous exploration over there and placed them together with the territory flag. This territorial flag was the core of the Grand Xia territory, and once the flag was destroyed, it meant that the territory had been breached. However, during the closure of the Misty God Realm, the territory flag was invincible, meaning that during the closure, it was impossible to attack the territory, even if it was a misty monster. The Daxia flag was a red flag made up of the image of the Great White True Dragon combined with 5 stars. It was very powerful. As for the fence of the Misty Snow Corridor Grand Xia territory, Lu Yu didn't shift it. It was better to stay there as it was appropriate. In order to prevent the opening of the Misty God Realm during the period, there were mist monsters or whatsoever attacked the big territory of the Misty Heart Deer City. Lu Yu was also frantically brushing mist coins for the next 10 days or so, and then directly upgraded the 4 arrow towers to the highest level 7. Name, Misty Thunder Arrow Tower. Level, LV7 Extreme. Effect, monsters entering the arrow tower's attack range will automatically release a thunder arrow attack. Very powerful. Each arrow was comparable to a 7th order attack skill. And it was an arrow with a lightning paralyzing effect. As long as the Misty Monster boss didn't personally lead an army of monsters to attack the territory, with these 4 arrow towers, they would be able to defend the territory's flag perfectly. At the same time, also upgraded the territory store to the highest level 7. Name, Territory Store. Level, LV7 Extreme. Effect, members of the Daxia territory can exchange their contribution points for suits every day, and they can earn contribution points for killing any monsters attacking the territory. Effect, members of the Daxia territory can exchange their contribution points for suits every day. Currently redeemable items, Universal Daxia suits up to 7th Order Legendary. It was really possible to exchange for a legendary set. Lu Yu clicked on the store to check the contribution points required to exchange for a legendary set. I'm going to go. 900 million contribution points? And only 3 sets? Lu Yu remembers that brushing a mist monster only adds 1 contribution point, and killing a boss is 10 points, so wouldn't he have to brush 900 million mist monsters attacking his territory? How many years would it take to brush them all? However, the good thing was that as a lord, for every 1 contribution point gained by a member of the territory, the lord would also be able to gain 1 point in synchronization, and this was one of the privileges of a lord. In addition, the legendary sets in this territory store didn't have any limitations. As long as there were enough contribution points, then they could always be exchanged. Unlike the Misty Ancient City Lord's Place, no matter if it was a legendary 3-piece set or a legendary 6-piece set, it could only be exchanged once, and after one time, it would never be exchanged. It had to be said. After spending so many Misty coins, the best benefit that this Money City Lord sent was this territory store. Although it only purchased 2/3 of the map size of Misty Heart Deer City as a Daxia territory, it was big enough to hold 260,000 people. At this time, there was still half a day before the Misty God Realm closed. Lu Yu had to keep the people from the several major powers in the Misty God Realm so that they could constantly swipe the Misty coins, and he himself could obtain contribution points through them. Thus, Lu Yu quickly returned to the Misty Ancient City. At this time, everyone had basically returned to the Misty Ancient City to make the final arrangements. Release War Dance, on the other hand, collected everyone's Misty coins and had wanted to directly purchase an ordinary territory, but was stopped by Lu Yu. Let's all buy tickets. However, Lu Yu, purchasing territories was the only way to get more people to stay and continue accumulating Misty coins. Lu Yu's Daxia territory could only hold 600 people, which was clearly not enough, and buying an additional territory would allow 100 more people to stay in the Misty God Realm.
However, Liu called the main personnel of the three forces, including Shiryu, Sure Battle Dance and Luo Qingxian, to the side, and the crowd was confused.
I want to cooperate with you guys one more time. Cooperate? The crowd was confused. What else could Liu cooperate with them for?
To tell you the truth, not only have I cashed in the Misty Snow Corridor for the Grand Xia territory, I have also cashed in another high-level map for the territory as well.
Ha! Aren't you guys wondering these days how the territory store and the 4 arrow towers in the Misty Snow Corridor suddenly disappeared? Brother Feather, you don't want to say that you're the one who transferred the store and the archery towers to another territory, right? Bailey Tong chickened out and opened his mouth. That's right. That's what I'm saying, how could the store and the archery tower be recycled back? The crowd also came to a sudden realization. At the same time, the crowd was also staggered in their hearts. This Liu is hiding it so deeply. Brother Yu, then the cooperation you mentioned, could it be that you're granting our Transfiguration members the title of Daxia territory member and then going to your territory? Luo Qingxian asked. Brilliant. That's right. I wonder if you all are interested.
Liu scraped Luo Qingxian's dome nose. Luo Qingxian immediately lowered her head shyly, and the others had long since seen it. These days, through their observation of Liu and Luo Qingxian, even the stupidest person could tell that these two were privately engaged. This had caused sisters like Release Battle Dance and Delice to secretly grieve for quite some time. But Brother Yu, no matter how big your second territory is, it can't accommodate that many people, right? It's better to buy an extra piece of ordinary territory to be conservative. Bailey Tong said. It's fine, the second territory I cashed in is a bit bigger than the first one, and it can accommodate a lot of people. Liu laughed. When the crowd heard this, they looked at each other. Since Liu had said so, then let's go to Liu's second territory first. If it can accommodate thousands of people, then the Misty coins accumulated by the ancestors can be used to buy tickets. And so, the people of the Human Alliance, the Battle Alliance, and the Soul Hidden Forces collectively followed Liu to the Misty Heart Deer City to take a look, and anyway, the Misty Divine Realm was about to close, so they would just go out at that time. One by one, the people of the other extraterritorial forces looked on in a daze. What was the situation? The secret realm was about to close, so what were they doing with this group? Previously, Liu had surprised them when he led a large army to set off in great numbers, and now they were coming again? However, they couldn't find out, they could only purchase their own tickets for the next opening of the secret realm. Not long after, the crowd arrived outside Misty Heart Deer City. Liu raised his hand and directly bestowed the title of 100,000 or so members of the Great Summer Territory on the three major powers. Brother Yu, don't tell me that this second territory of yours can accommodate 100 to 100,000 people? Bailey Tong exclaimed out in shock. Just go in and take a look and you won't know. The corner of Liu's mouth rose slightly. When the crowd entered the territory, their collective jaws dropped. What did they see? A vast and incomparable territory. This could not only accommodate 100,000 to 100,000 people, another 100,000 to 100,000 people would not be a problem. Brother Yu, this is too big for you. Luo Qingxian covered her small mouth and was truly stunned. However, Liu's next sentence completely stunned them beyond words. I've upgraded this territory store to the highest level. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can exchange the 7th rank legendary 3-piece set without any limit on quantity. My goodness! The crowd went collectively crazy and quickly ran to the territory store to check it out. Confirming that what Liu had said was true, the crowd collectively returned to their ancestors, where they cried, laughed, and jumped. After the shock passed, Luo Qingxian, Sure Battle Dance, and Shiryu immediately told the transmigrators of their respective forces to stay here and brush the mist monsters, waiting for the next time the Misty God Realm opened before making any arrangements. With these more than 100,000 people staying behind to brush the contribution points, Liu also smiled heartily. In this way, he himself could accumulate contribution points lying down. In addition, with a territory, then the next time the godly realm of mist opened, he himself would still be able to come in even if he exceeded the 7th rank, only that his rank would be suppressed at the 7th rank, which was another privilege of the lord of the territory. Luo Qingxian waited for the leader to make the arrangements before returning to the Misty Ancient City and buying tickets in large quantities. Release War Dance even took all the Misty coins accumulated by the Alliance at once and purchased all the tickets, a full 800,000 of them. At this time, the closing time of the Misty God Realm arrived. Aside from the people who stayed in the Great Summer Territory, all the others were teleported out wrapped in the power of the rules and flew back the same way. Liu, the next time we meet, I won't lose to you so easily. By Xian Emperor Yi revealed his figure. But the weird thing was that his appearance at the moment was that of St. Peter.